As soon as I entered the beginner's village, the blacksmith tasked me with hunting down demonized pheasants. When I reached the back mountain, I saw a group of demonized pheasants fiercely attacking players. Other players were getting beaten without any chance to fight back, struggling even to form parties. Someone invited me to join their team, but I outright refused, declaring I'd take them on solo. The crowd burst into laughter, eager to see me fail. Little did they know, my innate ability made me stronger the more enemies I faced. When one demonized pheasant lunged at me, I swung my axe and instantly killed it. Life was just too hard. As a freshly graduated orphan, landing a high-paying job to buy a house and get married felt more impossible than reaching the heavens. The good jobs I had my eye on were always snatched up by well-connected candidates during interviews. In terms of skill, I could leave them in the dust, but in this superficial society, having no connections meant getting nowhere. I glanced at the jade pendant hanging from my chest, my father's only keepsake before he passed. The pendant was old and worn, probably worth a fair amount, but no matter how poor I was, I could never bring myself to sell it. It was the last thing tying me to him. As I wandered, I stumbled upon a booth selling game helmets. Even at 7:30 in the morning, the place was packed. Flyers drifted through the air, depicting a fantastical world filled with bizarre creatures. The words Celestial Realm stood out boldly. I'd heard of Celestial Realm. 300 years ago, nations across Blue Star collaborated on an archaeological dig in a mysterious zone, unearthing a massive crystal and 10,000 ecological pods. Scientists speculated that the crystal contained records of a civilization, whether ancient or extraterrestrial, no one could say. After 300 years of research, archaeologists deciphered the symbols on the pods, revealing that the crystal connected to a 100% realistic game world accessible via the pods or helmets. There was also a prophecy: Blue Star would face an apocalyptic catastrophe, and only Celestial Realm could save it. Thus, nations jointly promoted the game. To encourage participation, they devised a system linking helmets and pods to bank accounts, allowing players to trade items with real-world currency. Excitement was palpable. The wealthy, aristocratic families, and CEOs of Fortune 500 companies were all preparing to dive into the game. Some sought to extend their lives, while others aimed to earn money with S-rank or A-rank talents. But the game wasn't fair. Helmets granted talents ranging from E-rank to A-rank, while pods offered B-rank, A-rank, and even S-rank talents. Those 10,000 pods had all been claimed by the powerful. I shook my head. This so-called alternate civilization was nothing but a pipe dream. I couldn't even afford a helmet, better to find a regular job. So I wandered around and stepped into a breakfast diner. At that very moment, countless people worldwide activated their pods and helmets, vanishing into Celestial Realm in flashes of white light. To my shock, the jade pendant on my chest emitted a blinding glow visible only to me. Then, a voice spoke: Celestial Realm has been activated. You possess the Celestial Jade, granting direct access. Would you like to enter? I was stunned. This pendant could take me into the game? Only pods and helmets were supposed to do that. Instinctively, I said, enter. My body slumped onto the diner floor. Luckily, with so many people logging into the game today, business was slow, and no one noticed me. My consciousness traversed time and space, arriving in a surreal world: a sky bleeding crimson, a shattered earth, angels, giants, and demons locked in fierce battle, like a breathtaking game cinematic. The scene shifted, and I found myself in a grand hall. Ding! Congratulations! You have entered Celestial Realm. The Celestial Jade grants you a unique privilege: 100x critical strike upgradable. I couldn't believe it. I was really in Celestial Realm, and with such an overpowered perk, after reading it, I was even more pleasantly surprised. Hundredfold critical strike, a growable privilege, means that any reward I receive will trigger a hundredfold critical strike, multiplying my gains by 100. This is absolutely insane. If I were to just accumulate in-game currency, wouldn't my wealth skyrocket instantly? And the privilege can grow 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold, even 100,000,000-fold. As I pondered, I couldn't help but recall my father's last words: son, I've left you the greatest treasure in the world. It seems the jade pendant he left me truly is an invaluable treasure. I hadn't originally planned to enter Celestial Realm, so I never even considered things like starting talents. When I entered the game, I was still thinking, could this game be owned by my family? How could I possibly have any privileges? But soon, I was left speechless by a series of system notifications. Ding! Congratulations, you have entered Celestial Realm. The Celestial Jade grants you a unique privilege: a starting reward of 1 S-rank talent. This sudden surprise left me stunned. Then, another message followed: based on your physical attributes, selecting the most suitable talent for you, a golden talent will appear above the hall, filled entirely with S-rank talents. If others saw this, they'd probably lose their minds in excitement. I was so thrilled I could barely contain myself, eagerly anticipating what talent I'd receive. The pointer spun rapidly before stopping abruptly. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the S-rank talent, Battlestar. That sounded pretty good. Mythical combat talents were already rare, and battle-oriented ones were even rarer. But the surprises didn't end there. Another notification chimed, ding. Hundredfold critical strike triggered. You may choose to possess 100 Battlestar talents. The excess can be freely granted to others or obtain one SSS rank talent, Endless War. This unexpected boon left me ecstatic. Without hesitation, I chose the SSS rank talent. Ding! Selection successful. I eagerly checked the details. Endless War, SSS rank, Eternal Tier talent effect. For every additional enemy I face in battle, my physical attack increases by 1%, with no upper limit to the bonus. This was downright brutal. Percentage-based buffs were usually reserved for the late game, yet here I was, getting one right from the start. By the late game, my physical attack would be absurdly high. With this talent, why would I ever fear enemies? The more enemies, the stronger I become. My eyes gleamed with excitement. It felt like I was starting the game with cheats enabled. Next came character creation. When it was time to choose a name, I initially thought of going with something plain and unremarkable, muttering to myself about how some novels had names like Celestial Emperor, but the system directly assigned me the name, Celestial Emperor, stating that it was bound to my identity and couldn't be changed. Oh well, it's just a nickname. I don't really care. When selecting a race, the hall displayed various options: elves, humans, orcs, dwarves, goblins, and more. Higher tier races like titans, dragons, and angels required in-game opportunities to unlock. Elves excelled in archery, goblins had magic, orcs were too ugly, and dwarves were too stubby. With my two major privileges, there was no need to settle, so I chose human. For the class selection, the 6 basic options were warrior, archer, mage, priest, assassin, and shield guardian. With Endless War, a warrior relying on physical attack would undoubtedly be strong. Archers also relied on physical attack, but I didn't like the idea of staying in the backline, so I decisively chose warrior. When adjusting facial features, I hesitated before lowering the attractiveness by 50%. In real life, my looks had caused me enough trouble, and I didn't want to repeat in the game. Even after the adjustment, I still overheard some women whispering about how handsome I was, acting like they couldn't control themselves. Good thing I tweaked it, otherwise, who knows what they might be done. Finally, I was dressed in the default starter gear, utter trash. Novice Axe, physical attack +1, Novice Cloth Armor, defense +1, both were unranked garbage items. Everyone wants to exchange equipment by completing tasks. At this moment, Blacksmith Wang Er looks at me and says, "Respected warrior, can you help me? It seems my gaming journey is about to officially begin." Just after entering the game's celestial realm, I receive a task from Blacksmith Wang Er to kill the demonized pheasants. Wang Er wants to collect ore from the back mountain, but the area is overrun by demonized pheasants. As long as I bring back pheasant crests as proof, I can exchange them for equipment. For a newbie, this is the simplest way to get gear. Without hesitation, I accept the quest and head to the back mountain. When I arrive, while the place is packed, a group of vicious demonized pheasants are chasing players around, beating them mercilessly. The players are complaining bitterly, "Damn it, these pheasants are brutal. And they swarm in groups, there's no way to fight them alone. We have to team up." Recruiting. Need one more mage. I check my stats panel. My attributes are decent, but nothing extraordinary compared to other newbies. Then, a player notices my axe, realizes I'm a warrior, and invites me. "Bro, we need a warrior. Wanna team up?" I decline. Teaming up means splitting the crests. How long would it take to complete the quest then? I announce loudly, "I'll solo it." The moment I say this, the surrounding players burst into laughter. Solo? Ha, someone actually thinks they can solo? Dream on. Celestial Realm might as well be a real world. Killing monsters here is tough. Don't kid yourself. Let him learn the hard way. Ignoring them, I stride straight toward the pheasant swarm. Some players who were blocking the demonized pheasants quickly retreat, eager to watch me fail. Standing alone in front of the pheasants, I face their frenzied screeches. Everyone within range locks onto me. If this many pheasants attack at once, even a single hit would mean instant death. Yet, in this life or death moment, my expression remains calm. Because I possess the eternal tier talent, Endless Battle. Ding! During combat, talent, Endless Battle, activates. Enemies +1, your physical attack +1%. Enemies +1, your physical attack +1%. The more enemies, the stronger I become. Demonized pheasants love swarming? Too bad, that's exactly what I thrive on. The mocking voices continue. "Look, he has frozen. Scared stiff, huh? This game's realism includes pain upon death. Just give up, kid." I scoff inwardly. Little do they know, I'm waiting for my power to ramp up. Finally, one pheasant lunges at me, its beak inches away when I raise my axe. Ding! Enemy count, 139. Your physical attack increased by 139%. My attack power has more than doubled. Whoosh! The axe flashes coldly, effortlessly decapitating the pheasant. A crimson 10 floats up. Ha, he is dead, right? Holy wait, what? The pheasant died? Am I seeing things? One-shot kill. Over 14 attack power? No freaking way. Are we even playing the same game? The crowd stares in shock. I pick up the head, slice off the crest, and stash it in my inventory. Ding! Congratulations! You obtained Crest 1. Triggered 100x crit. Choose Crest 100 or Venomous Crest 1. I instantly select Crest 100. The remaining pheasants scatter in terror after witnessing their comrade's instant demise. Thrilled, I realize I'll soon have enough to exchange for 3 pieces of equipment. I turn to leave, but the players finally snap out of their daze. I get it now, that guy must have an S tier or even SS tier talent. No wonder he SOP from the start. Big bro, I was wrong. I shouldn't have laughed at you. I was ignorant and missed a chance to befriend a pro. Too bad I didn't even get to see the big shot's nickname. Now you regret it? Too late. Chapter 3 No, I like to fight alone. Ding, does it accept Blacksmith Wang Er's quest kill the demonized pheasant? Quest description: Blacksmith Wang Er wants to go to the back of the mountain to get ore, but the back of the mountain is occupied by a gang of demonized pheasants. He is deeply disturbed. Kill the demonized pheasants and bring the crowns as a proof. He can grant you equipment. Quest reward: 1 pheasant crown, white plate grade cloth armor 1. 10 pheasant crowns, white plate grade cloth armor 1, white plate grade shoes 1. 100 pheasant crowns, white plate grade cloth armor 1, white plate grade shoes 1, white plate grade weapon 1. This is a quest for newbies. White plate grade equipment is the most trashy, but it's much better than the newbie outfit. Cloth armor increases defense and shoes increase speed, improving survivability. Weapons can only be obtained by killing 100 pheasants. And this, already the easiest way to get equipment, shows how hard it is to get equipment in the vault, and people mostly choose this quest. 100 was only too hard. They didn't expect to improve their attack power, they improved their survivability first. Accept. Yi Yu immediately accepted and walked towards the back of the mountain. The back mountain wasn't far away and arrived quickly. Since he was in the lobby getting privileges, talents, and the talent wheel was still spinning to choose, he slowed down a bit, and the place was already overcrowded, with a bunch of brutal pheasants beating up on people. That's right, punching people. Mud, this pheasant is fierce. And they're all in a flock, I can't beat them. Only group up. Recruiting, missing a mage. People had thought that pheasants were easy to kill. After all, they were the easiest monsters, but the truth was quite unexpected. Demonized pheasant, whiteboard level. Level 1. Physical damage 6-8. Blood 10. Defense 4. Description: demonized pheasants are timid and fearful, preferring to flock together. Attributes are very average, belonging to the most trashy kind of small monsters. But it likes to siege. Players have just entered the game, have not yet adapted to the rhythm, and many people who know each other are scattered to different novice villages. A time without a team, confidence to go solo. Now many players were killed and resurrected to form a team honestly. Check the personal panel. Yi Yu's mind moved and his data panel surfaced before his eyes. Heavenly Emperor, Warrior. Race, Human. Class, 1. Physical damage, 7-9. Defense, 5. Blood value, 50-50. Blue value, 25-25. Attack speed, 0.421 hits second. Movement speed, 17 ms. Lucky value, 0. Strike rate, 5% warrior initial strike rate. Talent, battle without and eternal level talent. Skill, scrying technique basic skill. Backpack, capacity 15x15. This data was already good, it was higher than the demonized pheasant. The other players were about the same data, it was the general data for newbies. Yi Yu's data wasn't any better than anyone else's. If it was an ordinary player, it would be a dream to single-handedly take on the demonized pheasant. Bro, we are short of a warrior, team up together? A player saw Yi Yu's axe and knew that he was a warrior, and immediately invited. No need. Yi Yu refused. The group would definitely have to share the cockles with others. When would this take to complete the mission? I'll go solo. Preventing any more pull from the others, so he spoke up. Singles? Haha, there's still someone here thinking about single combat, dream on. The Vault of Heaven could really be a real world in which it's hard to kill monsters, don't fantasize. Hey, let him experience it and he'll understand. The players laughed out loud, they had just experienced the tragic reality, pointing out Yi Yu in a tone of an old player. Is that so? Yi Yu smiled faintly and lazily ignored the crowd, walking straight towards the pheasant flock. Come, let him kill. I'll see how he fights alone. Some of the players who had been blocking the demonized pheasant instantly retreated back, wanting to see Yi Yu's joke. Yi Yu, alone, blocked in front of the pheasants. Oh hoo! The pheasants caught furiously, and all of them, except for the ones that were a bit farther away, were fixated on Yi Yu, and they would mob in groups whenever they encountered an enemy. So many attacked, as long as they encountered Yi Yu. Yi Yu will die. The life and death crisis was close at hand, but Yi Yu's face was without fluctuation. Ding! In the middle of a sparring match, the talent, Battle Without End, is activated. Enemy +1, your physical attack +1%. Enemy +1, your physical attack +1%. The more enemies he has, the stronger he is. Demonized pheasant likes to siege? Sorry, but the one thing he's not afraid of is siege. Look guys, he's not moving. Scared silly, this game is very real and death can be painful. Give it up lad. Scoffing in his ears, Yi Yu snorted. How did these guys know that he was waiting for a power boost? Finally, a demonized pheasant, leading the way and pecking towards Yi Yu, was about to run into it. As for Yi Yu, he also raised the axe in his hand. Ding! The number of enemies is 139, and your physical attack has increased by 139%. An increase of 139%, or 239% physical attack. More than twice as much. Brush! The axe flashed with a cold light and easily chopped off the head of the demonized pheasant. 10. Yi Yu's attack, in fact, exceeded 14 points. The demonized pheasant's 4 points of defense was useless. However, the demonized pheasant's chi blood was only 10 points, so a blood red number 10 rose. Ha, he's dead, right? Misty grass, this. Dead? How is the demonized pheasant? I see wrong, not. One move in a second. Over 14 attacks? Is this really ing true? Is it possible that we're not playing the same game? People looked at this scene in shock. This was incredible. How did this happen? Everyone has only just gotten into the game, no one should have upgraded yet, and this attack is in the opening game? While everyone was dumbfounded, Yi Yu picked up the chicken head and chopped off the crown and put it in his backpack. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Cockatrice 1, triggering a 100-fold blast. You can choose Cockatrice 100, or Vicious Cockatrice 1. Chicken Crown 100. Yi Yu looked at it. The vicious cockle could be used as a poison herb. He didn't need it. And with 100 chicken crowns, he could directly reach the highest requirement of the mission. Killing one equals 100, fragrant. And the demonized pheasants are very timid. After seeing him kill one of his kind in seconds, the rest immediately scattered and fled away. Otherwise they really want to attack together. Yi Yu is really not sure to be able to withstand. Well, it's going to change soon. He's going to change 3 pieces of equipment. Yi Yu was filled with excitement and left directly. And it was at this time that the players reacted. I see, that person just now must have a rank or even S-rank talent to start off so fiercely. Big brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have laughed at you just now. It's me who was ignorant and lost an opportunity to make friends with a big brother. It's a pity that I didn't even see Big Brother's nickname. They regretted it. If they could have hugged this Big Brother's thigh just now, wouldn't it have been easy to take themselves on a quest? Chapter 4. What we play. Is it the same game? On the way, Yi Yu heard the prompt again. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed a demonized pheasant and gained 1 experience point in Copper Coin 1. Triggered a 100-fold blast, gaining 100 experience points, Copper Coins 100 or Silver Coins 1. Ding! Congratulations, you've upgraded, your level has reached level 2. He was stunned, then ecstatic. Unexpectedly, even the experience value could be added. As you can see, it's hard to upgrade in the Vault of Heaven. While others kill 100 pheasants to get to level 2, he only needs to kill 1. And the game currency can be added. This later pressure is not lack of money. Not only is there no shortage in the game, more people want to use real currency for game currency. Yi Yu, as long as he is willing, he can also become a rich man in reality. Ding! You have upgraded and gained 5 points of free attributes. Please distribute them. Unfortunately, free attribute points, which were not part of the reward, were a must-have for upgrading. Equivalent to a person growing taller would become taller. It was an attribute that came with it. It can be assigned to strength, intelligence, agility, physique, and spirit. Strength mainly adds physical attack and defense, and chi and blood will also add some. Physique mainly adds chi, blood, and defense, and physical attack will add some. As for intelligence plus magic attack and mana, agility plus attack speed and movement speed. He did not consider it for the time being. With Battle Without End in place, surely adding power. And it's all 5 points. Blood and attack speed? What do you need these for when you can kill the enemy in 1 move? Of course, Yi Yu also understands that not every time he will encounter many enemies, he might also encounter a very strong single enemy, so chi and blood, these still need to be considered. But he immediately, doesn't he have equipment? Use equipment to pile up attributes is not on the line. He's got 100 times the blitz. Rewarded with 3 pieces of white plate level equipment, Yi Yu rejoiced, arriving at Wang Er's blacksmith store shortly afterward. When Wang Er saw him, he was puzzled and said, "Honorable Braveheart, didn't you just leave? Did you find the demonized pheasant? Can I talk to you inside?" There were many people around to receive their quests. Yi Yu didn't want to be noticed and proposed to go to the store to talk, opening his mouth while grasping a cockatrice in his hand. Can? Wang Er raised an eyebrow. There was something powerful about this brave man. The duo entered the store. The players were out of sight. Wang Er enthusiastically said, "You're too good. You just left in the front foot and came back with a demonized pheasant killed in the back foot. This is the equipment you deserve." He took out a piece of cloth armor. "Don't be in a hurry." Yi Yu smiled and shook his head as he waved his big hand. "There are a total of 100 here." Cockles spilled all over the place. Wang Er's eyes rounded. 100? Oh my, you actually killed 100 demonized pheasants in a short period of time? You are too strong. He was stammering. Yi Yu had only just come to this world and he was already so powerful. This was simply unbelievable. Then these rewards are what you deserve. He took out 2 more pieces of equipment. Linen armor, white plate. Grade 1. Effect, defense plus 2. Description, a vanilla piece of white plate equipment with sloppy defense. Ordinary iron sword, white plate. Grade 1. Effect, physical attack plus 2, attack speed plus 0.123 hits second. Requirements, warrior, level 2. All 3 pieces of equipment were very average. After all, the white plateware was just the most trashy grade of the equipment that had a grade. But it was still much better than the novice equipment. The equipment grades are categorized from low to high. White plate, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, starburst, epic, legendary, sacred artifact, and mythic. As for upwards, you didn't know if there was any more. So you can see how hard it is to advance in the Vault of Heaven. Killing 100 demonized pheasants will only result in a white plate wear. But you gladly took it. At the same time, a prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations, triggered 100x blitz, gained, silverware mocking cloth armor, 1, silverware speed sword, 1, silverware haste shoes, 1. Sure enough, he could use the perks, and Yi Chuan had already chosen to add quality. Unexpectedly, it directly jumped from the white plate over black iron and bronze to reach the silver level. In just logging into the game for less than half an hour, everyone else was still wearing their newbie outfits right now. Yi had already obtained 3 silver artifacts. Honorable Heavenly Emperor, you've helped me a lot, and for that I want to give you some extra rewards. Wang Er handed over another pitch black stone. This is a space ore that can widen the backpack capacity. Yi did not expect that there would be unexpected joy. He was lacking a backpack. The 225 compartment capacity of the novice backpack was probably enough for an ordinary person, but for him, there wasn't much left in the way of quantity blasters for 2 items. Low-grade space or special treasure. Effect, expand backpack capacity to 100 by 100. Description, a very rare ore that works when placed in a backpack. This stuff isn't cheap, is it? Where? Wang Er laughed. It's an honor to know a strong person like you, Heavenly Emperor, and this little thing is nothing. In reality, he was heartbroken. This thing cost him a lot of his savings, and it wasn't always possible to buy it with money. Sure enough, NPCs were very humane. To which world, fists are the capital of speech, and Yi's strength won respect. Thanks a lot. Yi was not polite and took the ore. Ding! Get rewarded, triggering a hundredfold blast, obtaining intermediate space or 1. Any more ores of the same level would still have the same effect, so he chose quality. He put the ore into his backpack, the ore quickly disappeared, a wave of energy raged through the backpack, many grids appeared and the capacity became 1000 by 1000 grids. It was definitely enough for the time being. By the way, Hunter seems to need help with something, but he's a very mysterious person, he can't be seen by ordinary people, so I'll write a letter, and you go to him and try. Wang Er looked at him as if he was about to leave and added. Good. You came to be interested. Listening to this meaning, it was a task that no one else could take. Then the reward must be very good. Shortly after, Wang Er handed over a letter and told the location of the hunter again. Yi thanked him and left. After finding a hidden place, he could finally check the equipment. When he received the equipment just now, he put it in his backpack. All 3 pieces of equipment were now releasing a silver glow. If Wang Er saw the transformation of the equipment, it would be a big deal. The hundredfold blast perk was too strong, it was better not to be known. Mocking cloth armor, silver. Grade, 1. Effect, defense plus 10. Attached skill, taunt, yellow LV1, consumes 7 points of blue, taunts enemies within 3 by 3 meters around you, will not attack you for 30 seconds, cooldown 1 minute. Description, special skill effect, the best of the silverware. Holy, there's even a skill. Players start the game with not a single skill other than a basic scrying spell, and can only deadpan flat A's. He, on the other hand, had it now. Chapter 5 The Mysterious Hunter. There are basically 3 ways to get skills in the Vault of Heaven: hitting monsters, and popping out skill books, doing quests to get skill books, and then there's the equipment that may come with skills. And only those above silverware can come with skills. It's also straight up yellow color. Skill grades are categorized from low to high. Colorless, black, and green. Yellow, blue, red. Orange, purple, gold. Forbidden spells, holy techniques, divine techniques. Corresponding to the 12 grades of equipment, mythic artifacts may come with divine skills, but not necessarily, can come with skills can be said to be extremely good. As you can see, the attributes added by the silver artifact are not high, after all, the equipment level 1. The reason why it reached 100 times the quality was because of the skill. For 30 seconds, the enemy cannot move. Yi's eyes lit up. Battle without end could increase his attack, but with more monsters, he might be in danger even with his low chi and blood, but now he could taunt the enemies around him. Weren't immobile enemies the equivalent of shields that could block other monsters for him? It smells good. Blast sword, silver. Grade, 1. Effect, physical attack plus 15, attack speed plus 0.623 hits second. Attachment skill, blistering sword shadow, yellow LV1, consumes 7 points of blue, attack speed reaches 3 times within 30 seconds, cooldown 1 minute. Description, special skill effect, the best of the silverware. This one is also very powerful. Add 15 points of physical attack. Yi Duan level 2 after physical attack had reached 14 points. This equipment added more than the basic physical attack, because the equipment is only level 1, so the addition is still quite small yet. It doesn't matter, he has battle without end, the equipment added physical attack can also be raised. And also add attack speed, as well as have skills that add attack speed increase kill faster. Rapid shoes. Grade 1. Effect plus 20 ms movement speed. Attachment skill, hasty step, yellow LV1, consumes 7 points of blue, movement speed is 30 ms plus 200% base movement speed for 35 seconds, cooldown 1 minute. Description, special skill effect, the best of the silverware. I'll go. When this skill was used, Yiyu's movement speed could reach 104 ms, more than 100 meters a second. Crushing the world record in sprinting competitions. That's awesome. He hadn't added agility originally, but now that he had attack, movement speed, and attack speed, Yiyu's strength skyrocketed a lot. Still lacking blue. A warrior's blue was already low, and since he hadn't added spirit, it was even lower. He was ready to take an extreme path, the higher the attack the higher he got. As for the missing attributes, they could be made up with equipment and the like. Right now there was no blue amount of equipment. Good thing he had gained game coins. 1 copper coin was blitzed into 100 copper coins or 1 silver coin. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins. 1 silver equals 100 copper. Quantity strikes and quality strikes, being of the same value, he chose one at random, went to the pharmacy, and purchased 100 vials of small blue pills. Little blue pill low-level potion. Effect, restores 1 point of blue in 1 second for 10 seconds. Enough to use by itself. Time to go to the hunters. Shortly afterward, he arrived at a dilapidated house at the entrance of the village, the door of which was closed as if there was no one inside, and the players didn't know that quests could still be picked up here. Knock knock. Yiyu snapped the door of the room every 3 seconds. This was the key to get the hunter to open the door, which was told to him by Wang Er. Which neighbor is coming to the door? An old man with gray hair opened the door of the room and looked at Yiyu puzzled. You are not from this village, what are you doing here? Wang Er asked me to come, he said you need help. Yiyu handed over the letterhead while visiting the old man. Hunter Lin Feng. Grade? Physical attack? Defense? Air and blood? Skills? It was all question marks, exceeding the upper limit of what Yiyu could currently probe. The hunter was really not simple. I need help? The old man snorted. What I'm looking for is not ordinary people, even you so-called brave people. Wait. He suddenly widened his eyes and stared at Yiyu's equipment in surprise. You've only just arrived and you've obtained 3 silver artifacts. Yiyu was also surprised. He had already turned off the equipment glow, outsiders couldn't even see the level of his equipment to be right, and the hunter even saw it at a glance. Then you are indeed extraordinary. The old man hesitated for a moment and said excitedly, perhaps it can make up for my regrets. The old man welcomed Yiyu into the house. My mount and I were seriously injured, and then the mount was killed by a wolf king outside the village. If you can help me kill that wolf king, I will give you a great gift. His tone was filled with sorrow. Ding, do you accept the quest, Hunter's Regret? Quest description, kill the wolf king outside the village. Quest reward, gold level treasure, Knight's Oath, which allows you to break the rules and have a gold level mount. 50% of the mount's attributes will be fed back to you. Time limit, 1 hour. Yiyu raised his eyebrows in joy. Surprisingly, it was a gold level treasure. It wasn't equipment, but it was very good. It could allow him to have a mount. Mounts were usually only available at level 45, but he could have them now. The 50% attribute of the mount can even be fed back to him. He didn't add blood, defense, and all that. It was always a bit of a saber rattling, and his life was not guaranteed, but with the 50% attribute of the mount, it would be very different. What's more, the 100x strike would also increase the rewards. Think carefully, that Wolf King is strong, and there are many wild wolves. It's not that easy. Accept. Yiyu didn't hesitate. The thing he wasn't most afraid of was more was better. Very good, you are very brave. The old man appreciated Yiyu more and more. But why? It can only be done within 1 hour. Yiyu asked. I won't live long, probably right away. The old man murmured, and Yiyu had already rushed out. Although the old man was pitiful, Yiyu did not have time to pity others. He had to rush to complete the mission before the old man died, otherwise he would not know who to take the rewards with when the time came. The old man looked at his back expectantly, but his heart was still apprehensive. That Wolf King, this teenager may not be able to kill it. It's likely that he's going to die, but I've heard that braves can be resurrected after death, and this one is really unusual, so that's why I'm letting him give it a try. Phew! Yiyu's movement speed was very fast. Emperor of Heaven, Warrior. Level 2. Physical damage, 2931. Defense, 17. Blood value, 5353. Blue value, 26.5. Attack speed, 1.044 hit second. Movement speed, 37 ms. Exponentially higher attributes than at level 1. A single stride was dozens of meters, as swift as the wind, and the surrounding players only saw a silhouette float by, as if a ghost had flown by. Misty grass, did that person have a motor installed in his body? My old lady's skirt was lifted up. Could it be that it's been upgraded? The equipment he's wearing, it doesn't seem to be a novice outfit. The players were surprised to discover the existence of a big brother, but unfortunately, the big brother was so fast that they didn't even have a chance to see the nickname. Yi was also too lazy to pay attention to this group of level 1 players and ran all the way along the map given by the hunter. Shortly after, the destination was reached. Chapter 6, No, I only kill bosses. Yi stepped into a forest. In front of him, there was a pack of wild wolves. Coyotes, whiteboard. Level 2. Physical damage, 10-15. Blood, 25. Defense, 10. Skills, punching, frenzied bite. Description, a fierce wolf that won't stop until it kills its enemies. To be honest, the attributes are just average, and at the same level as Yi, the difference is not a star. But, it was too much. Wolves, they are pack animals. Ow. A wild wolf spotted Yi and immediately called out to his friends. His figure flashed between the jungle, and one miserable green eye stared at Yi, a scene that was enough to make one's scalp numb. No less than 100 of them. This is stabbing the wolf's den. But Yi was undaunted as he drew his blast sword and shouted angrily, "Come on!" Swoosh! The wolves had rushed in. Ding! In the middle of a sparring match, the talent, Battle Without End, is activated. Enemy +1, your physical attack +1%. Instantly, the physical attack reaches 235%. Brush! Yi killed with a sword and slashed at a wild wolf. 25. The coyote, instantly killed. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed a wild wolf and gained 1 experience point, copper coins 2, triggering a 100-fold blast and gaining 100 experience points, copper coins 200 or silver coins 2. It felt just that, very, very cool. Ow. The ferocious wolves all visibly froze for a moment. How was this human so different, clearly at the same level as them, yet he was able to kill them in seconds? But relying on the fact that there were many wolves, they charged furiously again. Brush, brush, brush. Yi made sword strikes one after another, all without the need to use skills, as blood continued to soar and wolf corpses continued to fall. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed a coyote and gained 1 experience point, small red pill 2, and triggered a 100x strike and gained 100 experience points, small red pill 100 or medium red pill 1. But Yi also realized that the wolves were too many, and it was difficult for him to kill them all quickly with 1 person and 1 sword. The wolves that were close by were killed by him, but they were quickly replaced by other wolves. Some of the coyotes that were about to bite him. Can't be attacked, as long as I take damage, I'll be dragged to my death by them sooner or later. He was thinking clearly. Boom! The taunt cloth armor on his body released a layer of white-silver light that enveloped the surrounding 3 by 3 meters. Skill taunt, use. The nearby coyotes immediately became faint and surrounded him, but just didn't attack, as if they were a little cutie. Like, showing its teeth and drooling just like Era. The Wolf King must be found. He scanned around. What's the point of killing small monsters? If you want to do it, do the boss. Ow. The wolves on the periphery looked at their companions, drooling around Yi, but just not attacking, and were obviously anxious, ferociously biting towards their companions. Painful attack on my teammate. The only way to defeat Yi is to kill his companions. But after they killed their companions, when they were about to get close to Yi, they also entered the taunting range and instantly turned into silly beans. Within 30 seconds, Yi was invincible. But time was rapidly passing, and it looked like the taunt was about to cool down, and there was bound to be no small amount of trouble at that point. Found it. Fortunately, Yi finally found the Wolf King. On a large rock, one of the largest wolves roared up to the sky, and it was followed by many other wild wolves that rushed in at its call, to kill Yi with a sea of wolves tactic. Shoo! Yi quickly rushed out, moving at a fast speed, approaching the Wolf King and reaching the scrying range. Demonized Wolf King, Black Iron Boss. Level 4. Physical damage 40-45. Blood 85. Defense 40. Skills, punching, berserk bite, calling coyote. Description: a clever wolf king who never ventures out on his own and prefers to call the wolves to battle. Surprisingly, it is a black iron level boss with strong attributes. But it was very meticulous and liked to drive its minions and hide itself. This time, being targeted by Yi, it was also obviously angry, but it was still very meticulous, letting its little brothers rush forward. Ding! Enemy +1, physical attack +1%. Yi smiled. Originally he had some trouble killing the Wolf King, not enough attacks. But it called out for more minions. Under War Without End, the attack increases to 526% to 152. Boom! He stepped violently, the soles of his shoes releasing a cyan-colored glow as he impacted out like a cannonball. A group of wild wolves were about to attack it when they suddenly realized that they couldn't touch his body at all, running too fast. Under hasty step, Yi's speed reached 104 ms. In an instant, he arrived in front of the Wolf King. Ow! The Wolf King was furious. It was just go, not a dish. Who are you to come and skim over the small monsters to kill the boss? Sharp claws, grabbing towards Yi. But Yi was faster than him. Clank! The Blizzard Sword snapped more than once, the skill, Blizzard Sword Shadow, was used, and the attack speed reached 3 swords a second. One sword, no need for 0.4 seconds. The Wolf King's paw had just lifted, the long sword had already swiped through its skull, and a large wolf head fell off, its eyes still tinged with rage, still not realizing that it was dead to the point of death. Plop! The Wolf King's head landed with a sound. Before a group of wild wolves could react, their king was dead. Ow! Ow! The wild wolves looked at Yi Yu in horror. This human was able to kill the Wolf King in their surroundings. They directly fled. The Wolf King is dead, where can they fight? Air. Yi Yu was a bit dumbfounded. Didn't they say that the wolves are brutal and won't stop until they kill the enemy? Why did they escape? Thinking about it, it makes sense. He's too fierce. Took the brutal coyotes and scared them silly. Hundreds of wild wolves surrounded him, and he didn't take a single bit of damage, killing the Wolf King in seconds in a flowing manner. How horrifying was this to the wolves? Anyway, he just needed to complete the quest. This bunch of coyote monsters didn't need to be cared about for the time being. The quest had to be completed within 1 hour, and he needed time to get back and forth. He couldn't afford to lose his reward because of this bunch of trash. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the demonized Wolf King and gained 10 experience points extra reward for killing at a higher level in the colorless skill book, Sharpness, 1. Triggered a 100x strike, gained 1000 experience points, frontal sharpness, 100 or yellow. Colorless skill book, Sharpness. 1000 experience points. And yellow S skill books, what does he need 100 black skills for? Surely he wants the advanced ones. Skill books, much better than equipment that came with skills. Skills can be upgraded with experience points. However, the equipment will definitely be changed afterward, and the upgraded incidental skills, such as a waste, but learning the skill book itself can have the skill, will not cause waste. Ding! Congratulations, you've upgraded, level +2. Free attribute points +10. Boom boom. 2 streaks of white light shot up into the sky, and Yi Yu unexpectedly helicoptered 2 levels. Killing a boss at a higher level is too good, the harvest is very rich, and there is still a lot of experience left. He upgraded too quickly, and after thinking about it, he was ready to pick a skill to upgrade. With Hundredfold Blitz in place, there was no shortage of experience points. Chapter 7 First Kill Announcement, Platinum Grade Treasure. He checked the yellow-colored skill book first. Sharpness, yellow LV1, consumes 10 points of blue, attacks within 3 seconds increase armor breaking rate by 10%, cooldown 1 minute, 1% increase per level, maximum 9 levels. Restrictions, warrior. Description, there should be no blocks in front of a warrior. To break armor is to break through the enemy's defenses, further strengthening his attacks. Ding! You have learned the skill Frontier. He tore up the skill book and just learned it. But the 10% armor break rate didn't seem too high. Ding! You've consumed 100 experience points, Frontier level +1, armor breaking rate +1%. Consumed 5 times in total, skill level 6. It's a pity that the small monsters we killed just now were not many, and the experience value was gone, otherwise we could have leveled up a few more times, but we don't need to care about that, we'll just kill them again afterward. The main thing is that there is not much blue left. He immediately sat down on his knees and took a blue pill, quickly replenishing his blue level. Blue is too insufficient, Frontier consumes even more blue, I must get a mount as soon as possible. He checked his attributes and allocated attribute points. The physical attack was increased by 28, coming to 57-59. Blue quantity 30. Even though it doesn't add the mental attribute, when you add strength, you add some blue amount. But it's still not enough. Ding! Congratulations, you are the first player to kill the Black Iron level 4 boss demonized Wolf King, receive an additional reward, legendary degree +1, will open the first kill announcement of the whole village, the whole service reputation value +100, whether to hide the nickname? At this time, another prompt sounded. Surprise after surprise really. It was really too much for him to kill a boss by crossing levels. Legend degree, what the hell is this? Within the Vault of Heaven, he was able to connect to the reality network, and other players used helmets and ecopods to network, but Yi Yu realized that he could network with the Vault of Heaven Jade as well. Immediately went on the game's official website to check. The scientists studied the information on the crystals and learned something about the vault, and even though they knew very little, what they could tell people was placed on the vault's official website. Consume legend degrees, find a legend copy, and you can go in? Inside the legendary copy, there are great rewards. He nodded in satisfaction. As for hiding nicknames? No hiding. He downscaled his facial proportions, he just didn't want to be surrounded by people looking handsome. But it didn't mean he was afraid of things. Playing a game and hiding a nickname would be too wimpy. Ding dong. Village-wide announcement, congratulations to player, Heavenly Emperor, for his first kill of the Black Iron level 4 boss demonized Wolf King, he has gained 1 point of lore degree and 100 points of. It's really enviable, let's congratulate him. In the 999 Novice Village, 10 prompts immediately rang out in a row in the minds of all the players. In an instant, All of the players who were still killing demonized pheasants and trying to obtain a white plate outfit froze. Quiet. Quiet enough to make one suspect that the entire village of players is dead. After a long time, exclamations like a tsunami rang out. What day? I'm only level 1, and someone has already first killed the boss. Grass, who isn't level 1? The players were all level 1, killing 100 demonized pheasants to upgrade, but who could kill them in a short time? It was hard for them to kill level 1 whiteboard monsters. They didn't realize that someone could already kill a level 4 black iron boss. Heavenly Emperor. Our village, where did this big man come from? Who knows him? Introduce him. I want to hug his leg. All wanted to hug Heavenly Emperor's thigh, but no one knew. Previously, high-level players from other games had also entered the vault one after another, and there were quite a few in the 999 novice village, and even formed guilds, and some of the players had great talent. At this moment, these guild players were dumbfounded. They had teamed up and were prepared to accumulate cockatrice together so that the higher-ups within the guild would have white plate outfits first, and the higher-ups would come back to take them after they had upgraded. But unexpectedly, someone far surpassed them. Heavenly Emperor. Prideful Vault, S-Chapter Leader, Prideful Berserker, frowned. Is this an independent individual? Or a guild force? No, it can't be an individual. How could an individual kill a level 4 boss? It must have been a sea of people that gave him the first kill. How does this work? The Vault of Glory is to be the number 1 guild in the Vault of Glory. The headquarters president ordered that all the branch presidents, who were to be the leaders of all the novice villages, and their own novice villages had an unknown powerful guild that had appeared and stolen the limelight. Heavenly Emperor, and the guild behind you. I'll remember you. There were some other guild leaders who thought like him. All in all, the Heavenly Emperor was a momentary sensation. Yu does not know these, no also do not care, he did not even hide nicknames, afraid of a hairline if someone comes to find trouble, a slap to death thing just. They are so strong, if they are still wimpy. Then it would be better to take the initiative and run headlong to death. He ran towards the hunter's residence, but the hunter's residence was hidden and close to the outskirts of the village, so he didn't encounter any players along the way. Old man, don't die. He knocked on the door of the room once in 3 seconds. Luckily, the old man wasn't dead. A flowery white head stretched out and said angrily, "Why did you come back in half an hour? Did you encounter wild wolves and felt it was very difficult, thus giving up halfway?" He was originally very appreciative of Yu. Even if Yu didn't complete the mission and came back after 1 hour, he would give a little reward. But this kind of halfway stop was too gutless. As for Yu completing the mission? No way, never. It's only been half an hour, and walking back and forth takes. Here, what you want. Yu, however, had already handed over a wolf head, the very head of the Wolf King. Oh my. This. You managed to kill the Wolf King in half an hour, surrounded by a pack of wolves? How did you do it? The old man looked at the wolf's head and his entire body stuttered. This was too unbelievable. He could tell that Yu didn't have a partner and had killed it in single combat. Wolves? Yu shook his head. Those wolves were too good. I ignored them and killed the Wolf King and they ran away in fear. The old man sniffed and rounded his eyes. Looks like I underestimated you after all, come on in. Extremely kindly, he welcomed Yu inside and handed over a golden token. Ding! Congratulations, complete the quest and receive the reward gold level treasure, Knight's Oath, 1. Triggering a hundredfold blast, obtaining the platinum grade treasure, Knight's Oath, 1. Yu placed the token in his backpack and it instantly turned platinum in color. Can't wait to check it out. Knight's Oath, platinum treasure. Effect: by placing this token in your backpack, you are eligible to own a mount no higher than platinum grade, and this mount feeds back 100% of its attributes to you. I'll go. Cool. Platinum level mounts? This kind of mount is strong, isn't it? It's so comfortable to feed back 100% of your attributes to yourself. Chapter 8, Silver Level Boss, Lapis Python. My regrets are done, I can go die now. Young man, go away and leave me alone to die. The old man let out a sigh and suddenly collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth and out of breath. Touching porcelain? Talking about dying? Yu was startled, thinking that it was a real-world bumper sticker, when a horse neigh sounded and a white horse ran from the old man's yard and carried the old man to the yard. In this courtyard, it turned out that a deep pit had been dug long ago. The horse took the old man and entered the deep pit together. The earth around them suddenly flew up and buried the pit automatically. Awesome! Yu felt the uncomplicatedness of this horse, and was also touched by the fact that he and his master went to their deaths together. Elderly man, have a good trip. Brush. A gust of wind blew and he somehow got out of the house, and when he tried to open the house again, he couldn't open it. This old thing, really dead? To be able to give gold level treasures in this skillful means, it's not that easy to die. There must be a lot of high level people in the vault, who knows? It's a pity that the old man wasn't asked where he got his mount from. He could have a mount, but he didn't know how to have one yet. The official website didn't talk about it, and other players didn't have the qualifications to have a mount, so of course they knew even less. Ha! There's another letter here? It seems to have flown out incidentally when the wind blew him out of the house. He opened the letter. Young man, there is a pet egg about 35,000 meters west of the wolves. The token can directly contract the pet egg and hatch into a mount. You can go and take a look. That pet, it's quite something. But it's hard to get, even you are likely to die. When did the old guy write the letter? You didn't know, but the old man shouldn't lie to himself. It was also true that it should be difficult. After all, the old man was already clear about his strength. It's fine. It's just the right time to go after those wolves, brush them to upgrade, and then you'll be sure of the mounts. But it was not to be. Yu once again came to the wild wolf. After the wild wolf escaped, he returned to the same place. This time he didn't even need to use the talent, battle without end. He could easily kill the wild wolf with one strike. However, no experience value was gained. He was already level 4, and would not gain experience points for exceeding the coyote level. It was possible to pop out equipment, but the popping rate was too low to kill a lot to pop out, not cost effective. Forget it, let's go take a look first. He was going to go for the pet egg first, and then kill other monsters to raise it if it was too difficult. Not long after, he came to a water pool, which was very deep and dark inside, as if there were many things swimming in the others. Bang! He threw a rock in and the pool immediately exploded, with many monsters leaping out of the water. It was a turtle. Stone turtle, whiteboard. Level 4. Attack, 24-29. Blood, 58. Defense, 25. Skills, Petrified Guardian, Savage Slam. Description, a monster with strong defense, but very bulky. The defense is very high and the skill Petrified Guardian, which also raises the defense again. Hiss. A hissing sound rang out, and a large python also jumped out of the water pool, and the large snake's body was like a stone. Green stone python, silver boss. Level 10. Attack, 72-78. Blood, 205. Defense, 53. Skills, Serpent Tail Sweep, Petrified Guardian, Poison Fong Bite. Description, devouring a high-level pet egg will put it into an evolved state where its attributes are reduced by quite a bit. 10 levels. Silver Boss. It was so much stronger than the stone-armored turtle, and its attributes had been lowered quite a bit. You also didn't understand why the small monsters were turtles and the boss would be a python. Apparently this was a special situation that only existed in the Vault of Heaven. This is not the point, the key is, devoured a high-level pet egg? Yu raised his eyebrows. It seemed that this was his goal. Kill the snake to break its belly and take out the pet egg. And it must be killed quickly. Ghosts know when the pet egg is absorbed. A little later maybe even the eggshell is gone. Want to go under the enhancement and then come back to kill the monster? That is impossible. The greenstone python suspiciously scanned around, did not see the enemy, quickly returned to the pool. It wanted to evolve in peace. However, the stone-armored turtle left quite a bit outside to protect it from evolving smoothly. Stack attacks with small monsters and kill this monster. Yu instantly formulated a course. Brush. He rushed out of the grass, jumped high, stepped on a stone-armored turtle, and swiftly chopped towards another stone-armored turtle with his sword. Clang! The sound of gold and iron clashing rang out. The turtle shell was too hard. 35. The stone-armored turtle did not die and turned back over angrily. The other stone-armored turtles were also enraged and one by one slammed into Yu. The damage from being hit by their turtle shells was definitely not light. Rush step. Yu instantly activated the skill and dodged the attack. The stone-armored turtle was already bulky and heavy, and he had increased his movement speed. After all, it was a silver artifact skill, so this time the stone-armored turtle couldn't even touch it. He nimbly jumped among the turtles, and the turtles became his landing point in the deep pool. The stone-armored turtle could only stare at him angrily. Hostility flared. Yu smiled. This was the effect he wanted. Ding! In sparring, +1 enemy, +1% physical attack. An instant 213% increase and a surge of power filled his body. Brush! A sword slashed out again, easily killing the stone-armored turtle. Not enough, not enough. They must be made angry and more enemies come out. Yu jumped more than 100 meters in a single jump, killing the monsters easily with a single sword. Blood soaked the water of the pool, and some of the stone-armored turtles that went down before floated out again, furious to attack Yu. At the same time, a huge elongated figure rushed over from below the pool water. The green stone python, too, came over. The first one to come out was the stone-armored turtle. All of them came out, one by one jumped out of the water. Skill, Rampage, was used. Their speed was surprisingly not too slow, and they surrounded Yu. Even if Yu was fast, it was too late to dodge. Boom! The lapis lazuli python also rushed out, its huge tail swept towards him. His future bright path was close at hand. How dare this human come to mess up? He was bound to kill Yu. With enemies on all sides, the scene was one of despair. Yu, however, had no fluctuation in his complexion. Ding! Enemies reached 402, physical attack increased by 402%. Increase by 4x, or 5x physical attack. He raised his sword indifferently. With a simple sweep, the stone armored turtles that were close by were all swept away. There was no enemy that was an enemy of his sword. The encircling circle was instantly broken by him. Hiss! The lapis lazuli python roared, sensing Yiyu's unusualness, and the scales on its body turned into stone as it continued its attack. The defense increased. Cut! Yiyu shook his head indifferently. At this moment, the hasty step was still there. He quickly rushed forward and took the initiative to meet the lapis lazuli python's tail. A sword quickly plunged in. On the sword, a yellow-colored sharp aura erupted, getting sharper and sharper. Skill sharpness. Click click click. The scales of the greenstone python shattered in response, and he stepped on the stony scales all the way upwards, his long sword passing through the greenstone python's body, slashing bloody traces on the body of the greenstone python as he made his way upwards. He arrived at the head of the lapis lazuli python. The body of the lapis lazuli python parted to both sides. This silver boss was killed in seconds. But that's just it. Chapter 9, World Announcement, Global Outcry. All the stone-armored turtles, watching Yiyu easily kill their king in seconds, froze dumbly. Blood splattered, Yiyu looked like he was born out of blood, his domineering aura was unrivaled. A pleasant reminder sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations, you've killed the level 10 silver boss, Lapis Python, earning 20 experience points over leveling kill, Black Iron Artifact, Split Shadow Sword, 1, and Gold level Pet Egg, Golden Armored Snake Egg, 1. Hiss! A black iron weapon? Gold level pet eggs? Big bang! Worthy of being a silver level boss, the explosion rate of the Vault of Heaven is extremely low, and silver bosses don't always explode silver artifacts. This is the same for any player. But it doesn't matter, Yiyu has privileges. Triggering a 100-fold blast, gaining 2000 experience points, gold artifact, sharpless sword, 1, platinum grade pet egg, earth sub dragon egg, 1. Congratulations, you have upgraded, level +2, free attribute points +10. Boom boom. 2 streaks of white light shot up into the sky as Yiyu once again helicoptered 2 levels. Gold artifact? Platinum pet egg? He couldn't mention how happy he was, immediately checking he didn't have a gold weapon yet. Peerless sword, golden weapon. Grade 5. Attachment effect, physical attack +50. Attachment skill, unparalleled indulgence blue LV1, consumes 20 points of blue, splits 350% material attack 50 meter sword chi, lasts for 1 hit, cooldown 10 seconds. Restrictions, warrior, level 5. Remarks, skill level +1, sword chi length +10 meters, cooldown +1 second, maximum level 15. Directly add 50 physical attack, blue skill. Yiyu's own physical attack had not yet exceeded 60. And it can split 3 sword chi, which is 50 meters long, and the length can be increased after the skill level is raised. What is the flaw of a warrior? Short hands. Other warrior players could hit 1 or 2 meters and it would be good, but with the unmatched sword, he could hit up to 200 meters, and even if the enemy was more than 200 meters away, he could dash over it with his fast shifting speed. Greatly strengthened my means of attack, but the blast sword's attack speed skill is also very good, no need to change it for the time being, it can be used interchangeably. The most crucial thing was that the peerless sword was too blue consuming, after all, it was a golden artifact. No problem. He didn't have enough blue before, but now he has a chance to increase it. He looked at the pet egg in his hand, which emitted a strong sense of heaviness, as if he was facing a huge mountain. Earth sub dragon egg, platinum grade. Description 1, the golden armored snake egg evolves and returns to its ancestor. The golden armored snake possesses the meager bloodline of the earth savage dragon, which is one of the giant dragons and is one of the land overlords. Description 2, with a trace of the earth savage dragon's bloodline, it can hatch into an earth subdragon, and has the chance to return to its ancestor as an earth savage dragon. Surprisingly, it was a dragon egg. Although it was a subdragon, a giant dragon was a mysterious and powerful representative word. No matter where it was, having a trace of bloodline was strong enough, and there was a chance to return to the ancestors. Yiyu is only a few levels logged into the game. Just how long? There is plenty of time for it to improve. It is no wonder that the lapis lazuli python for a short period of time did not digest the egg. The golden armored snake already has a megalosaurus meager bloodline. The egg is not so easy to consume. Cheap Yiyu. Listening to the name, it's a defense, chi, and blood type pet. He was satisfied and was lacking these 2 attributes. Immediately, he took out the Knight's Vow token. Ding! Contractable mount detected. Will directly hatch pet egg. Is it contracted? Contract. There was nothing to hesitate about. Boom! The token released a platinum-colored light, bright and incomparable. A heaven and earth energy surged into the sub-dragon egg. The egg quickly became bigger. The eggshell click 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 broken. A headhorn's lofty creature appeared. Like a small monster general, oh no, is a monster. But it rubbed affectionately in Yiyu's arms. Ding! Congratulations, the contract Earth Subdragon is successful. 100% of its attributes are fed back to you. A powerful force surged out from the little monster and entered Yiyu's body. Earth Subdragon. Grade 1. Physical attack 813. Attack 712. Blood, 75. Defense, 55. Blue, 30-30. Skills, Dragon Might, Earth Wall, Dragon Tail Swipe. Description: a new skill will be born automatically when a certain level is reached. Yi did not expect that the Earth Subdragon was so strong at level 1, it exceeded his attributes at level 1, and it also had dual attacks of physical and legal. It was worthy of being a dragon bloodline. He was mediocre in everything except for having privileges and talents. Unless it was obtaining a hidden profession and upgrading his race, it was possible to be at level 1 and catch up with or even surpass the Earth Subdragon. But does it matter? Yi wouldn't be jealous of his mount. All the attributes of the little monster had already arrived on him, but the skills had not. While the little monster itself could still attack with attributes and skills, it was a perfect good helper. The little monster will add more attributes to me as soon as I upgrade. He doesn't have any blue? It's fine if the little monsters have it. Ding. System prompt: you first killed level 10 silver boss Lapis Python, legend degree +1, reputation value +200. Will open the world announcement, whether to hide the name? At this time, another prompt sounded. It was also the first time he knew that the first kill of a silver boss would open a world announcement, while a black iron boss would only open a village-wide announcement. Once the world announcement came out, it was bound to attract countless gazes. No hiding. But he didn't care. With his high-level equipment and sub-dragon mount, he still needed to be rickety. Ding dong. World announcement: congratulations to player, Heavenly Emperor, the first kill of level 10. Lapis Python, obtaining a legendary degree of +1 and a prestige value of +200, please congratulate him. 10 consecutive voices resounded in the minds of players all over the world. All the players who were doing quests stopped their bodies dumbfounded. FUCK, did I hear that right? Level 10 silver boss, first kill? I'm only ING level 1, our highest leveled player in Great Rice is said to be only level 3, and this Heavenly Emperor has killed a level 10 silver boss? Open hung, absolutely open hung. Baka, report it. Heavenly Emperor, who is it? The entire players of Sakura Country, Rice Country, Cosmic Country, and so on, including the top 100 guilds of other game world rankings in the past, whether they were experts or rookies, were all incredible at this moment. This damn, it was too fake. And lore degree? That can open a copy of the legend. Only the first kill of the boss can be obtained. The first kill consumed once and then gone. So far no one has gained the legend degree yet, but the Heavenly Emperor has already gained 2 points. Reputation value, also can buy things in the reputation store. With a high enough reputation, you can even be the lord of a city or something like that. The Celestial Emperor, too, has 200 points. Damn, the Heavenly Emperor got his first kill again. Our village's big brother is too powerful. This time it's still a silver boss. He only killed a level 4 not long ago, and now he's level 10? Only the players from the 999 Novice Village knew that Heavenly Emperor had more than just one first kill, and that people had 2 points of legendary degree in their hands. But, ding. Triggered 100 times storm, legendary degree +100, prestige value +20,000. Only Yi Duan knew that counting the previous ones, he already had 30,000 reputation. As for the lore degree of using one less than the other and being an unsustainable item, he, too, has 200 points. Chapter 10 Dragon's Might, terrifying as it is. Yi was very satisfied, and at this time, another prompt came. Ding. System prompt: you have obtained a platinum level mount. The mount list will be opened. You will be ranked first on the list and gain 1000 points of reputation value. Do you hide your nickname? No hide. Is the mount information hidden? This time, Yi hesitated for a moment. Aaron is too conspicuous, it's better to hide it. It's really not that he's a wimp. If he was a wimp he would have hidden his nickname. After he chose a good, just calm down the world announcement, once again on stage. Ding dong. World announcement: congratulations to Dragon Kingdom player, Heavenly Emperor, for obtaining a mount, opening the mount list, ranking first on the list, and obtaining 1000 points of reputation value, truly enviable. This time, even Yi's kingdom was spoken. After all, opening the list was too extraordinary. As usual, the prestige value is 100 times storm, plus 100,000 points. As long as Yi went to the main city, he would be able to exchange it for good things. The global players who were still in an uproar were really shocked this time. They didn't realize that they had just opened a world announcement, and now they opened another one, which was too outrageous. Mounts? Didn't the official website say you can't have a mount until level 45? Liar. Nima, still saying it's not open? Report it. Global players opened the mount list. First, Hidden, Owner, Dragon Kingdom, Heavenly Emperor. Leading the pack, with no one behind him. Damn. No one has a ride. He's got to be first. It's also hidden, making everyone's hearts itch to know what the mount is. No one had thought of having a mount, they were not qualified, but it turned out that the Heavenly Emperor actually already had one. Just now the first kill announcement appeared. A group of red-eyed players immediately contacted the official website, requesting a thorough investigation of the information of the Heavenly Emperor. This player definitely used means to hang. As a result, the official website immediately published a reputation. The Vault of Heaven may be a real world, the world has not been studied thoroughly, and now can only access to go and just even delete the player account, affecting the data are unable to do. To put it mildly, the matter of another civilization world, the global country's senior management, and even want to hang in it, but cannot do It's impossible for Heavenly Emperor to hang up, it should be that he himself is too strong. This was the statement released by the official website. There are countless comments below, but it does finally quell the anger of the eye rollers. But now, Heavenly Emperor possessed a mount? The whistleblower found the official website again, and a group of people in charge of the official website were dumbfounded. The scientists who studied the information on the crystals of the Vault of Heaven had spent hundreds of years deciphering the mysterious symbols to get some basic information. Level 45 has mounts, this is the basic consensus. But damn, how did Heavenly Emperor do it? Can't it be that he's really hung up? No way. A group of scientists were furious. If he can hang, what have I learned from my knowledge? This level definitely exceeds the existing technology of Blue Star. It must be that Tiandi has special abilities, don't be jealous. The official website immediately published another claim to fame. If the Heavenly Emperor is open, if you're capable, you're open too. The eyedroppers could only be incomparably angered, but there was also a group of high-level players who clearly recognized how extraordinary Heavenly Emperor was. Heavenly Emperor most likely possesses an S-class talent. And it's an extremely extraordinary S-class talent. The eyes of many ambitious players flashed. If they could take down the Heavenly Emperor. I am the first guild president of the Great Rice Country, God Lord, if Heavenly Emperor can join my guild, my annual salary will start at $10 million. The Royal Guild of the Hungry Country recruits Heavenly Emperor with an annual salary of $10 million and gives away the nationality of the Hungry Country. If Heavenly Emperor is willing to immigrate to our country, we will give the most generous treatment. The Prideful Vault recruits the Heavenly Emperor with an annual salary of $30 million. On the World Channel, similar messages were constantly scrolling. Even the Royal Guild was out in force, that had a background in the higher echelons of the reality kingdom. The Vault of Heaven was most likely a real world that was being explored by humans across the globe, and the Heavenly Emperor was so extraordinary that the entire globe wanted to rob him. Unfortunately, Yi Yu did not pay attention to these messages. He himself was sitting on SSS grade talents and privileges, so to let him go and work as a henchman for someone else? How dare the Sakura Kingdom recruit him? And he says he can have his pick of the girls? You want to eat. The girl will only affect the speed of the sword, and picking the girl there might have been seen on video software. Yi Yu will always be a dragon nation. Let's Dragon Kingdom, we must leave the Heavenly Emperor behind. Find the Heavenly Emperor, and he'll pick all the treatment. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom's supreme ruler, His Majesty the Dragon Emperor, was delighted that our Dragon Kingdom had produced an expert. The Tianji Pavilion in the real world, the largest intelligence organization in the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Corps in the Vault of Heaven, a game guild established by the Dragon Kingdom's military. Immediately joined forces to search for the Heavenly Emperor. Immediately, news was delivered that the figure of the Heavenly Emperor had appeared in the 999th Novice Village. Yi Yu's two world announcements caused a lot of chain effects. The real world, the Vault world, the two worlds shook. This is hiding the mount. Otherwise it would have caused a bigger stir. Yi Yu didn't know this yet, and didn't care if he did. He assigned the attributes. Heavenly Emperor, Warrior. Level, 6. Physical damage, 7986. Defense, 85. Blood value, 130. Blue value, 60. Attack speed, 1.701 hits second. Movement speed, 78 ms. At all power, and attack speed, movement speed, etc. will be increased a bit as well, but it's pretty tiny is all. Earth Aaron also adds some movement speed and such to him, but the disadvantage of Earth Aaron is that it's a slow attack speed and movement speed, and it's a defensive mount, so it doesn't add much, but it's still substantial. At least there's a plus, isn't it? I need to upgrade the mount. And experience points to give skill upgrades. The experience value that Yi Yu had on him was already running out. He looked towards the deep pool. At the moment, he stepped on the body of the greenstone python. The body happened to fall on a rock, allowing him not to fall, but currently it was impossible to enter the deep pool to kill the monsters. When he entered the deep pool, his attack speed and movement speed would be reduced. Even the attacks are reduced a bit due to the resistance of the water, which is 100% real gameplay. The stone-armored turtle is so afraid of him that it's gone into the pool. Roar! The Earth Sub-Dragon sensed his annoyance and roared in anger as a terrifying aura raged on, which couldn't affect Yi Yu in the slightest. After all, Yi Yu was its master. But the stone-armored turtles in the tan, all of them surfaced in fear. Dragon Might, Red LV1. Consume 25 points of blue, emit a roar with Dragon's Might attached to it. Weak monsters with a lower grade than Earth Sub-Dragon will fall into a state of confusion with fear. Powerful monsters will also be confused but easy to disengage from. Lasts depending on the strength gap, cooldown 10 minutes. Remark 1, increase the skill level, the duration will be longer and the range will be increased. It is actually a red skill. Comes with control. Chaos is a very strong type of control, but the cooldown is long and consumes a lot. The dragon's might gusted, covering 1,000 meters around, and hundreds of monsters surfaced. And they all turned into little cuties. Like, not moving at all, only shivering. Chapter 11, Big Brother's Equipment, How much? Dragon's might, terrifying as it is. Ding. Confused state, lasts 1 second. But after all, the Earth Subdragon was only level 1, and it lasted too short. Moreover, the stone-armored turtle was now in a state of confusion and was not hostile to Yiyu, so it could not inspire battle without end. It didn't matter, Yiyu's attributes were already fierce. He switched to the Peerless Sword. Undisparalleled vertical. 350-meter-long sword she shot towards the stone-armored turtles, with attacks reaching over 130. 58. 58. Blood-red damage splatters in seconds. Ding. You have killed 53 stone-armored turtles, and have gained copper coins 3, small red pill 3, hundredfold strike into silver coins 3, and medium red pill 3. Medium red pill, the speed of blood recovery was much faster than small red pill. Although Yiyu had never been injured, he could prepare some red pills just in case. Unfortunately, because he was at a higher level than the stone-armored turtle, he was unable to gain experience value. He didn't care either. Changing to the blast sword and activating the skill to increase his attack speed, the stone-armored turtles that woke up were no match for him, and he swiftly decimated all of them. He obtained 23 bottles of medium blue pills, 28 silver coins, 25 bottles of medium red pills, and 1 piece of equipment. Medium blue pill. Effect, restores 6 points of blue per second for 5 seconds. Small blue pill restores 1 point per second, total restores 10 points, 100 times storm into medium blue pill, total restores 60 points, total does not add 100 times, but restores much faster, so it is 100 times. Yiyu took 2 bottles of blue pills and quickly replenished his blue volume. Out of equipment. He looked at the white plate equipment on the ground, big hundreds of monsters, only out of the white plate a piece of equipment, see how low the explosion rate is. His purpose is to burst out of the equipment. It finally worked. Ding. Obtained white plate suit, normal cane, 100 times blitz into, normal cane, 100 or, reply cane, 1, please choose. Common cane, white plate. Grade, 1. Attachment effect, none. Attachment skill, normal reply colorless LV1, consume 5 points of blue to reply 10 points of chi and blood to one target, lasts once, cooldown 10 seconds. Restrictions, priest, level 1. Description, the best of the best in white plate level priest's cane. Very trashy. Honestly though, it's kind of a superb product because of the skills that come with it. Yiyu was able to see the effect of the equipment after the blitz and checked it out right away. Reply cane, silver. Grade, 1. Attachment effect, blue amount plus 15. Attachment skill, intermediate restore yellow LV1, consume 7 points of blue to restore 50 points of chi and blood to one target, lasts once, cooldown 5 seconds. Restrictions, priest, level 1. Description, the finest of all silver cleric's canes. Seriously, Yiyu was feeling fragrant. If he wasn't a priest, he really wanted to use this cane. I happen to be short of money on me to sell my equipment. He murmured, also played not a short time, today has not eaten breakfasted, hungry chest to back, earned some money offline to eat breakfast before. Originally, he was prepared to buy 2 steamed buns and forget about it. But now there was a chance to make money without committing himself. Silver level equipment he couldn't afford to sell. According to the famous gamer, Einstein's theory of strength and weakness, raising others is the same as weakening oneself, and he had nothing to do with the other players, so why should he give them a boost? As for the whiteboard suit, he's got gold gear, what does he care about that? Ding. You have selected, common cane, 100. Roar. The Earth Subdragon was small now, still a bit cuddly and curled up in his arms, and would only get bigger after upgrading. Yiyu put it into the mount space. After eating, he came to upgrade it. Hide nicknames? Selling equipment would definitely attract attention, but Yiyu thought about it and didn't want to hide it. Besides, who else but him, the Heavenly Emperor, could sell white plate equipment now? 999 Novice Village. Where's the Heavenly Emperor? I want to see the big guy. Big Brother is a god, I want to see him. Numerous players in the village were on the prowl, waiting here just to see the Heavenly Emperor for a moment so they could go out and brag about their greatness with people. And that's when. Tap. A windy and handsome figure stepped into the novice village, with the nickname of Heavenly Emperor on top of his head, which was particularly conspicuous. It's the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor has appeared. A bigot is a bigot, they don't even bother to hide, they just come out. Nonsense, who can beat him? Let's go a level 10 boss first. Heavenly Emperor is too handsome too, Big Brother, I want to give you a monkey. Instantly, it caused all the players to riot. A crowd of people crowded to watch him. The men enviously looked at the equipment on his body. They were still wearing newbie outfits, while Heavenly Emperor was already wearing a few non-newbie outfits. As for the grade, they couldn't see it because the equipment glow was turned off. But, at least it was a white plate outfit. There was love in the women's eyes. The Heavenly Emperor was so strong, I didn't expect him to be handsome. They automatically made way. The left and right rows of Yu were filled with people, and as if he were a king, he stepped through the middle of the crowd, and the beings could only retreat and marvel at his powerful strength from the sidelines. He walked to the center of the village, and the entire village crowded around him. There were also some players that heard the news and immediately abandoned their quests to run back. The crowd was booming, and Yu nodded his head in satisfaction. He was deliberately being so high profile. Sell the equipment to the highest bidder. He took out a ordinary walking stick. How could he sell it without attracting people over? I'm going to go. Big Brother is selling equipment. Go check it out. People scrambled to come and check out the effects of the cane and were instantly stunned. It's actually a white plate level equipment. It even comes with skills. Excellent. It had only been an hour or so since boarding the tour. Everyone here was wearing newbie outfits. The demonized pheasants weren't that good to kill, and the quest receivable white plate level equipment wasn't easy to obtain. The Celestial Emperor, on the other hand, had already begun selling white plate equipment. Unfortunately, it's priest gear. Most individual players didn't choose priests, only some girls did. I want it, handsome, give it to me. Can I have your contact information? But unexpectedly, it was very well sold. A bunch of priest girls were excited. Even those who weren't priests were scrambling to try to buy it, wanting to use it to hug Heavenly Emperor's thigh. Yu shook his head and coldly said, no additions, only accepting real currency transactions. Even though he was cold, a group of girls still made a noise. Eventually. Purchased by a little rich girl, for 10,000 soft dollars. Ding dong. Your bank card with the tail number 2345, wired 10,000 soft coins and currently has a balance of 12,734 soft coins. Yu heard the prompt. Direct bank card transactions were possible within the Vault of Heaven. This was a function that scientists had researched. The Vault of Heaven Jade automatically bound his bank card. Cool. 10,000 soft currency instantly in hand. Normal work would take 2 months, right? That's 10,000. This money comes too easily. It's mostly that little rich girl that's willing to pay. A group of male players said sourly. The little rich woman nickname, Rabbit, at this moment smiling like a flower, beautifully hugging the cane, does not let go. I'm also the one who has the item of the Heavenly Emperor Big Brother, the only one in the Vault of Heaven. The other female players looked on enviously, but at 10,000 for a whiteboard where, they couldn't afford to pay it yet. Just then. Ahem, selling equipment. Yu, however, took out another cane, identical to the previous one. Rabbit Bunny was dumbfounded. The other players were even more stunned. Why another piece? Big Brother's equipment, is that a lot? Chapter 12 Heavenly Emperor, so rigid. Yu pulled out another staff, which no one had expected. He did this because things were rare. Bunny, just stayed. I thought I was buying a unique and precious item, but I can't imagine that it's not. The big guy is really good and bad. But a smart man is even more fascinating. I want one for my girlfriend. This one still sells well, and some of those who didn't buy one earlier regretting it. Now there is a chance to grab it immediately. Another 10,000 soft dollars in hand. The one who bought it is smiling. At this time, Yu pulled out another one, sell equipment. Biggie, do you want to do this? It's too torturous. We don't have a single one, and you have so many that you're taking them apart and selling them. And for once, everyone realized something. The Heavenly Emperor definitely had quite a few more canes. That's a much different value. For some guilds, there are quite a few priest players in the guild, and nowadays they all suffer from not having the skills to show their value. If they took a large number of wands and trained a team of priest players, killing monsters would be much easier. For example, killing demonized pheasants would definitely not be a problem with priests adding blood. Some of the guild players who had heard the news and were doing quests were now returning to the village to gather around the Heavenly Emperor's Big Brother, not realizing that they could still come across such a good thing, and one by one, they all revealed a heartfelt look. Big Brother, how many canes do you still have? My Twilight Guild wants them all, 10,000 apiece. My Skywolf Guild bids 10,000. Many guild players bickered. Yi looked at this scene with a smile. His purpose had finally been accomplished. The happier they bickered, the more comfortable he was. Who wouldn't want to make more money? Yi previously rented a house. The rent is almost cannot afford to pay, and now also want to buy a house on their own. Maplewood City is very expensive, of course. I hope the buyers to speculate on the price. But at this time, an arrogant voice came. All the canes, I, Prideful Vault, want them all. A strong man brutally squeezed into the crowd, followed by many players, and when the other players saw them, they immediately made way in fear. It's actually Prideful Vault. The former #1 guild of pride of the world loved to bully people with their numbers. They have a chapter in this novice village as well? No, there are so many of them that they have chapters everywhere. They're coming out now, they're directly pressing down on the price. Aren't they afraid of offending the Heavenly Emperor bigwigs? The other guild players, they didn't dare to say anything. Prideful Vault's power was too big. This time, Yi Yu was very upset. People are bidding freely, this good strong into the field, they must not earn a lot of money less? In fact, it does not matter if you earn less, Yi Yu want to make money is not easy. But, on what grounds? How much do you have, Heavenly Emperor, hand it all over. The leading, prideful Grand Master, arrogantly opened his mouth, as if the moment he came, the Heavenly Emperor had to hand it over, a scene he was already accustomed to. In previous games, he did the same thing. The great gods in the previous games would give him face when they saw that he was pride of the vault. Heavenly Emperor was instantly famous in the Dragon Kingdom, and even the world. By making the Heavenly Emperor soft in front of everyone, prideful vault's fame would be able to step on the Heavenly Emperor and rise to another level. People watched this scene, secretly guessing what the Heavenly Emperor would do. The Heavenly Emperor was single-handed, and the opposite side had a lot of people. Would he be like the game gods of old and give in? Roll! A cold shout came from the crowd. The crowd couldn't help but feel shocked in their hearts. The one who spoke was none other than Yi Yu, who raised his hand to release the remaining 98 canes, which spilled out all over the place. Want it? Old me, not a single one, will be sold to you. Hiss! The Celestial Emperor was surprisingly so rigid, worthy of being the Celestial Emperor, soloing on 100 players without losing the wind, directly letting roll. The most angry, is also released the cane. It's right here, you take it and try it? People also didn't expect that Heavenly Emperor would have so many canes, definitely enough to form a strong team of priests, and the guild would be able to get through the early stages peacefully and lead the rest of the guilds. You! Arrogant Grandpa gasped, not expecting the Heavenly Emperor to be so wild. And so many canes? I thought that the Heavenly Emperor had at most a dozen or so canes. Bully him a bit, and lend a hand in stepping on him to get to the top. Even if he couldn't get the canes it wouldn't matter much, but I didn't realize that there were so many of them, so that's a different matter. I should have known to lower my voice first and beg for the cane. Mud. Goodwater Rabba, if not in the novice village cannot do it, you really want to rob to try, so what if the Heavenly Emperor is strong, they have more people? He looked around angrily, and the other players couldn't help but lower their heads. Look, do you have a choice but to sell me? He laughed arrogantly. How is there no choice? A dainty voice rang out, and Rabbit Bunny spoke up. Big brother Heavenly Emperor, how about selling me for 15,000 apiece? Good. Yi Yu readily agreed. This little rich girl was quite forceful. In an instant, 98 staffs entered, Bunny's backpack, while his bank card was credited with 1.47 million, plus the previous one was 1.49 million soft sister coins. Close to 1.5 million, and it just arrived. It's easy money. Hang out outside, be careful. Yi Yu lightly glanced at Pride Grand Master and directly went offline. The opposite side wants to make a move? If it wasn't for the fact that the novice village couldn't deal damage to players, he would have already put his hands on it just now. Really gave them face. You! Prideful Master was furious, but Yi Yu was already offline, so he could only be impotent and furious, and glanced at Rabbit Bunny. Little girl, be careful for me. Bah, get lost. Bunny cursed and went offline as well. Two goons, both escaped. Scared of the old man. Pride Grand Master raised his head to save face for himself, led his men out of the novice village, and instructed his little brother, send someone to watch this place, and notify the guild as soon as Heavenly Emperor comes online. The beam was nodded. All the players didn't expect the Heavenly Emperor to be that ruthless and threaten prideful vault when he left. This was troublesome for the Heavenly Emperor. As for whether he's afraid? Sorry. It smells so good. Yi Yu woke up in the breakfast store. The owner had seen him fainted and wanted to send him to the hospital, but now he was alive and kicking and had ordered crab buns, breakfast milk, etc., all of which he couldn't order before. Rabbit is not afraid? Heavenly Emperor is too bad. I was threatened by that stupid pig and he didn't let me be safe. He just went offline and left. She returned to the big villa in Yanjing. Her mind still had Yi Yu's figure. This man, too special. Normally, shouldn't he be comforting a girl, let alone a great beauty like her? Who is it, making our little Rin so angry? A man with a straight face walked over. I'm not angry, I'm just curious. Brother, I've seen the Heavenly Emperor. Guingren said what had just happened, in its entirety, without straying from the word Heavenly Emperor in every sentence. Heavenly Emperor? Ren, you've done a good job. Our military is trying to reach out to him, you helped him this time, it can release our goodwill. As for the pride of the vault. Our military also has someone in the village of 999. Some people, because of Tsang Dom's appearance mad up Guingyan looked at his sister. His own meaning was that his sister should not be afraid. Oh wait, Tsang Dom is here, old brother cover you. But surprisingly, my sister was not interested in the slightest and was still chanting about the Heavenly Emperor. Ren, have you added the Heavenly Emperor's friend? He couldn't help but ask. Having a Heavenly Emperor friend would make it easier to get in touch. No. He doesn't add. Hiss. My own sister, noble as one of the imperial capital's double flowers, the old man is the commander-in-chief of the Northern Military Department, countless families and gentry want to befriend, the sister is too lazy to pay attention to a bit. Taking the initiative to add the Heavenly Emperor, but the Heavenly Emperor didn't want it? Chapter 13, Hidden Profession Quest Trigger Scroll. Ren, I'll give you the contact information of the military head of Village 999, you must go back and protect the Heavenly Emperor. Gu Yun's eyebrows twinkle. There is also a legend in the Vault of Heaven that players are able to take the power of the game and gradually feed it back into the real world. The future pattern is anyone's guess, and the Dragon Kingdom and the military should make early preparations. People like the Celestial Emperor must be drawn in. As for whether or not my sister was interested in the Heavenly Emperor, he thought it was his sister's curiosity about strong men, purely a novelty. The Celestial Emperor should be an S-rank talent, and a stronger one in the early stages to gain power now, and after that, with the frequent emergence of strong people, his sister might not be interested in the Celestial Emperor anymore. Gu Yingren nodded her head, she was indeed just curious, she couldn't talk about having feelings, as long as the Heavenly Emperor's character wasn't bad, such a genius should definitely be protected. Heavenly Emperor, didn't buy our face? And at this time, Prideful Vault, S-Branch President in the 999th Novice Village, Prideful Berserker, was furious as he listened to the words of the Prideful Grandmaster. It's just an S-rank talent. Within their guild, there was also. He, himself, has an A-rank talent too. Under his hand, there were even a bunch of people teaming up to kill the demonized pheasants, first to put together the crowns for the higher-ups, and now there were quite a few people who had upgraded and had white plate outfits, so that they could go and do some high-level point quests. Keep an eye on him, let him know what it means to be cruel. Yes. In the village of 999, in addition to Prideful Vault, there were also some other powerful guilds with chapter players here, only there weren't that many people, and they didn't go bidding in the village at that time. Heavenly Emperor and Prideful Vault, most likely, were going to just get up. We'll just spectate. Yi Yu beautifully ate, returned home, checked the vault jade, this jade pendant to the vault disappeared, back to reality and appeared again. How to enter the Vault of Heaven? He had just had that thought when the queue came. Ding, you're online. It turned out to be so easy, much more convenient than the helmet and Ecobin ones. He returned to the novice village, ready to upgrade his mount first, but he didn't know where there were powerful monsters. Young man, are you in some kind of trouble? A thin man walked over, his head displaying 999 Novice Village Chief. Yi Yu hadn't looked for the village chief before, but he had heard from players within the village before that this village chief couldn't trigger a quest at all. Surprisingly, he took the initiative to come to himself? Yes, I couldn't find a powerful monster to kill. Village Chief. Nice guy, others can't wait for the monster to be weaker, you are really 6. Good thing too, then maybe you can finish your own trial. There are some tigers haunting the Demon Forest 26, 324, 45, you can try it. Thanks. Yi Yu thanked, but inwardly shook his head without any goodwill. Damn, thought there was a mission. But the village chief watched him leave, his eyes fluctuating, secretly saying, to be able to come up with so many white plate loads to sell, not simple, whether or not you can obtain that thing is up to you. Yi Yu stepped out of the village. At the same time, follow. Some of the Prideful Vault players within the village immediately followed, but soon realized that Heavenly Emperor's speed was too fast for them to keep up. Luckily, one of the players had a tracking class talent. Inform the president. Brush. Soon after, the figure of Bunny appeared within the village. She added the head of the military's friend now. Please send some manpower to protect the Heavenly Emperor. I have some canes on my side to give to you guys, so you guys can quickly raise your strength. The people of the Aeon Vault were all attracted away by Yi Yu, no one was keeping an eye on her. Of course, she wasn't afraid is all. Yi Yu arrived at his destination and met some tigers. Demonized Tiger, whiteboard. Level, 6. Attack, 35-38. Blood, 86. Defense, 35. Skills, Fierce Tiger Down, Tiger Might. Description, an already powerful tiger becomes even more powerful when it is impregnated with demonic energy. Yi Yu found that many of the monsters in this village had been demonized. The tigers had rushed over. Ding! Number of enemies plus 135%, physical attack plus 135%. But alas, it was too weak in front of him. Brush! The blast sword struck, the attack speed soared to 3 times, Yi Yu had 5 swords in 1 second for 30 seconds, in fact, there was no need for 30 seconds anymore, 135 demonized tigers were killed by him. Ding! Congratulations, gained 405 experience points, 503 copper coins, 45 bottles of small red pills, 36 bottles of small blue pills. Hundredfold strike, gained 40,500 experience points, 503 silver coins. Ding! Congratulations, Earth Aragon leveled up. The prompt sounded continuously, the good news continued. The Earth Subdragon appeared from the mount space and grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning from a small monster into a large monster, big enough for Yi Yu to ride. System tip, the mount's level cannot be higher than the owner's. Its level came to level 6 and its attributes skyrocketed. Emperor of Heaven, Warrior. Level, 6. Physical damage, 79 86 139 146. Defense, 85,360. Blood value, 135,505. Blue value, 6,210. Attack speed, 1.701 hits second, 1.802 hits second. Movement speed, 78 ms, 80 ms. The power fed back to EU, and although he didn't upgrade himself this time, the boost was even greater than if he had upgraded himself. The defense, chi, and blood added by the Earth Sublime Dragon, it was too much. After all, sub-dragon qualification is high, the same level is just stronger than humans. Even the sub-dragon race is not a race that the player can initially choose, only in the later stages of the opportunity to change race. Unless EU has a hidden profession or something to achieve this qualification. There was still a lot of experience value remaining. Skills, sharpness, and peerless indulgence leveled up. EU took these two skills and fully leveled them all. Armor break rate 10%, 19%. Sword chi length 50 meters, 200 meters. The feeling of increased strength was comforting. There were still 3 skills that had not been upgraded. Those 3 skills were of a lower grade. EU wanted to see if he could explode better and better skills in the follow-up. Roar! At that moment, a huge tiger suddenly jumped out of the nearby tall bushes, with the word King in black on top of its head. Demonized Tiger King, Black Iron Boss. Level, 6. Attack, 5153. Blood, 94. Defense, 45. Skills, Fierce Tiger Down, Tiger Might, Blood Rage. Description: an already powerful tiger becomes even more powerful when it is impregnated with demonic energy. The tiger's roar shakes the sky and takes the heart of the people. Ding! You have been affected by the skill, Tiger's Might. Your mind is in turmoil for 3 seconds. During this time you cannot send out attacks and can only move. You could only move. But the Tiger King activated the Fierce Tiger Down, acceleration. Unable to use the skills, he could not rely on the panel movement speed alone, but it was not as fast as the Tiger King, and he was bound to be attacked by the Tiger King. Roar! At this time, an even more astonishing roar rang out. Dragon Roar! The Earth Sub-Dragon roared endlessly, dispersing the Tiger King's roar. Ding! The enemy is enveloped by the Dragon's Might and enters a state of confusion for 3 seconds. No movement or skill released during this time. Confusion, much more powerful than turmoil. It was also this Tiger King's bad luck to have encountered a giant dragon bloodline. Brush! Yu swiftly launched his sword. There was only one enemy. The battle without end added very little attack, but his current attack was already very strong. 94. With a flat A from his sword, the Tiger King was killed in seconds. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the demonized Tiger King and gained 5 experience points, 23 copper coins, black iron suit, tiger skin armor, 1, and occupation quest trigger scroll, 1. Hundredfold strike, 500 points. 100. Gold suit, shock leather armor, 100. Or, hidden profession quest trigger scroll. It was actually another gold suit that came out. And a hidden profession? I just said there weren't any, and now there are. Chapter 14 looks like I stepped on something? The previous silver boss had only produced black iron outfits. Because that silver boss, which was already devouring dragon eggs, had reduced attributes, the equipment dropped was much lower. Luckily, Yu had 100x blitz. Tiger skin armor, black iron. Grade 5. Attachment effect, defense plus 25. Restrictions, warrior, level 5. Description, ordinary black iron equipment. What a piece of junk. In fact, it is not garbage. Other players, if they get happy, cannot wait, but Yu hands a lot of good equipment, certainly do not see. But this was warrior equipment, he could use it. And the quality of the blitz was so good that he wouldn't pick a quantity to sell the gear. Shock armor, gold. Grade 5. Attachment effect, defense plus 50. Attachment skill, shocking backlash, blue LV1, consumes 20 points of blue. When someone attacks you, you can turn on a shocking backlash. Attack equals defense plus physical attack, range 1 by 1 meters, cooldown 10 minutes. Skill level 2, range 2 by 2 meters, level 3 3 by 3 meters. Maximum 15 levels. Limitations, warrior, level 5. Description, the best of the best in gold defense clothing. Awesome. Yu liked it, this defense suit could actually attack. It just so happened that the taunting cloth armor on his body was of little use, so he immediately changed into it. Ding! You have consumed 1000 experience points, shock revolt level plus 1. Blue skill upgrades are hard, but instantly full. That's just him. Others are having a hard time upgrading one level even if they get blue skills now. There's also Blast Sword and Blast Step, neither of which have been upgraded. Yu didn't have any experience value left, and he knew there was no rush, so he checked another thing first. Occupation quest trigger scroll. Effect, find the village chief and hand him this scroll to trigger the Berserker profession quest. Description, Berserker, the advanced profession of a warrior. Advanced profession, more powerful than normal. Yu could choose to obtain 100 of these scrolls, use one for himself, and then sell 99. Each one was guaranteed to be a sky-high price, and every warrior player squeezed his head to get it. I see, the village chief's quest needs to be triggered and for him to actively seek you out. My excellence attracted him. He murmured, checking another. Hidden profession quest trigger scroll. Effect: find the village headman and say the words, destruction, which is new life, to trigger the destroyer hidden profession quest. Description: destroyer, a powerful warrior hidden profession. Definitely pick this one. Say a specific word to trigger the hidden profession quest. Yi Yu shook his head, not knowing what the principle was, but it was very emotional. If it wasn't for the hundredfold blast, he wouldn't have known about this hidden situation. What are you waiting for? Go back to the village. The boys who followed me just now, he said as he walked and returned the same way, knowing that he was being watched when he first came out. But at that time, he didn't do anything. What's the point of hitting a little brother? Calling the masters over and putting them together in fear is the only way to solve a lot of trouble directly. And at this time, the atmosphere of the entire 999 novice village was tense. Dare to humiliate us? Die. Arrogant Berserker led more than 100 chapter experts and rushed towards the demon forest at a fiery speed. Arrogant Berserker was amongst them as they were in constant contact with their juniors within the guild. According to the footprints, he's at Prideful Rabid Dog, the very little brother with the talent of tracking. Yi Yu's footprints were actually very shallow, but he was able to see them. Shortly after, the two gangs met and killed towards Yi Yu. It's going to be a fight. Heavenly Emperor and Pride are going to fight. Dragon Kingdom's former number 1 guild, the current number 1 in the game, who will win and who will lose. Even if Pride has only one branch here, it's not to be underestimated, they have a lot of people. The other guild players, who had already laid eyes on the battle, immediately noticed Pride's actions and followed along to watch the battle. No one had ever seen Heavenly Emperor make a move before. All were curious about this mysterious big man. Go! Rabbit Bunny led a group of soldiers. We must save the Heavenly Emperor. The Dragon Kingdom's military was very low-key in the Vault of Heaven. After all the real countries had their military stationed in the Vault of Heaven, and everyone was at a starting point when they arrived here. If anything bad happened, such as losing a battle against a player, it would be the Dragon Kingdom's face that would be lost. But this time, for the sake of the Heavenly Emperor, it was necessary to go out as well. Rumble. In the demon forest, the sound of a vast marching sound rang out. If you look at it from a god's perspective, Yi Yu alone, and all the players were marching against the direction, and all of them were running towards him. Cut. Arrogant Berserker also noticed that other players were near them, spectating the battle between them and the Heavenly Emperor, and there were already tens of thousands of them. Just in time. Use this to make a name for yourself and then monopolize all the monsters in this village. This was an order given by the president of the headquarters. A quarter of an hour later. He's right in front. Pride Berserker shouted. Ready, kill. Charge. The 100 or so experts of the Prideful Vault immediately charged forward. All of them were already level 3 or 4, very powerful. Most of the players, they were still only level 1 or 2. Everyone was holding their breath, they were about to see an extraordinary battle. Thud. Dang. But the earth suddenly trembled, and everyone's body shook endlessly, and the people of the Pride Vault were even too late to stop because they were sprinting, and they almost fell on all fours, and it took a long time for them to stabilize their bodies. What's going on here? Is this place infested with powerful monsters? Suddenly, a huge monster, the size of a small hill, entered everyone's eyes. Other monsters were monsters. This one, a monster. People are as humble as dust at its feet and can only look up at it. Dragon. This is a dragon. This novice village even has dragons. Most players had still seen some images of gargoyles, and although the Earth Subdragon was a subdragon, there was no difference between its length and that of a gargoyle. People immediately had to flee. Who could fight a dragon? And at this time, they were bold toward the dragon to look carefully. After all, players can be resurrected when they die, dead on dead, have the opportunity to complete observation of the dragon model, but also can grow to see. This time, even more surprised. Above that dragon. There's a figure. This silhouette, it looks a bit familiar. It's the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor is traveling with his dragon. I see, doesn't the Heavenly Emperor have a mount, and his mount is the dragon? Holy! The giant dragon they were scared to death of was actually the Heavenly Emperor's mount. The people from Prideful Vault were also dumbfounded. Prideful Maniac, Prideful Grandmaster, and the others were all pale. They were trying to come over as a group and bully the Heavenly Emperor into being single and weak. But they didn't expect that the Heavenly Emperor's mount was a giant dragon. Moreover, they had just shown their hostility. Ding, enemy plus 102%, physical attack plus 102%. Yi Yu, at this time, had already arrived at the surroundings of the Pride Dome and was right in the center. The shocking cloth armor on his body bloomed with light. A layer of terrifying aura raged away. Covering 225 square meters, all the enemies. 40. 43. 52. More than 100 blood-colored damage rose up, and all of Pride's people died. Ding. Kill 103 players, because the other party attacked you first, no sin value is added, the killed player is forced to drop a piece of equipment, you get, white plate stone armor, 1, white plate ordinary wooden bow, 1. System tip, killing a person and exploding their equipment is not a reward, and cannot trigger a hundredfold blitz. You didn't care. He just drove the dragon for a while and didn't even move, it was fine to gain some equipment for nothing. At this time, the Earth Sub-Dragon's 4 feet stepped on, Pride Berserker, Pride Grandmaster, Pride Berserker, and the corpse of an unknown player, and he poked his head down. Indifferently, he said, "Ha! Seem to have stepped on some garbage? Where's the trash on this main road? I'm standing too high to see it. Guys, do you know what kind of trash it is? Surrounding players." Chapter 15 The Demon Palace. Goddamn garbage. That was Pride of the Vault, the #1 guild of the game in the past, and even though the Vault now had many bigwigs entering it, and the guild rankings might subsequently change, it was not to be underestimated. The ones who came were more than 100 experts. But it seems, rightly so. The Celestial Emperor stomped them to death without even looking at them, so what is this not garbage? One could only say that the gap between the two sides was too great. I didn't even see the Heavenly Emperor make a move. Which one of you saw how the Heavenly Emperor bigwig killed Pride and the others? Didn't see. In fact, before Yu killed the demonized Tiger King, he also came out with a village-wide announcement and gained 100 points of legendary degree and 10,000 prestige value. People knew that he had killed another Black Iron level 6 boss that was very strong. But players and wild monsters weren't the same, and wild monsters at this stage didn't have intelligence yet. With Ouz and Sky Emperor, it should be a fiery battle. They came over to see Heavenly Emperor strike, but it turned out that he didn't even move, so the enemy died. Gorgeous horizontal push. Stepping. The Earth Sub-Dragon stepped straight through, and everyone made way, watching Yi leave in awe. In their hearts, they all understood. In this novice village, no one dared to mess with the Heavenly Emperor. It's too strong. Rabbit Bunny, hid in the crowd, just was ready to bring people to help the Heavenly Emperor. It turned out that he was overthinking it. At that moment, his face was a little blushing, and he hurriedly left with his people. How is he? He is so scary. Arrogant Master, and the others, at the moment, were in the resurrection space in a soul state, and resurrection was categorized into direct resurrection consuming gold coins, corpse running resurrection consuming silver coins, and resurrection after half an hour. They didn't have any gold coins and couldn't be resurrected directly. As for silver coins, people can gather some copper coins to turn them into silver coins, or they can run corpses for some people to resurrect first. But to run a corpse, the corpse must still be there. The Earth Aragon stepped through, and all of their corpses were crushed, so they couldn't even run a corpse. They could only wait for half an hour. During this time others were boosting. They could only wait and they were pulled apart. You also lose 1 level after reviving. I had a hard time leveling up. And the equipment. Each of them, basically, only had 1 or 2 pieces of white plate equipment, and now that all of them had been forced to pop one, the hard work in the early stages was all for nothing. You guys upgraded fire speed. Prideful Maniac, send out a message. Prideful Vault still had players in the 999th Novice Village, because the level was a little lower didn't come over, now they could only count on this group of people to hold up the guild's cards first. And force me. Arrogant Berserker had a cold look on his face. He had received a quest earlier. That quest had great rewards if he did it, but the consequences could be very serious. He had been hesitating. Now, it had to be done. Newbie Village. You're back, how did it go? The village chief looked at him expectantly. Destruction, that is, new life. Yu didn't reply according to his question, but said the necessary words according to the quest trigger scroll. You actually have such a realization. The village chief was first stunned, then filled with surprise. At the end of destruction is a radiant new life. You really are a born warrior. That quest scroll, which he had intentionally left behind, was placed with the demonized Tiger King. The strongest braves in the village were chosen to kill it. As long as he kills the Tiger King, he will grant the Berserker profession, but Yu is even better than he imagined. This quest trigger phrase was uttered by his master when he handed him the hidden profession. But since it was a better profession, of course he needed to prove a higher level of strength to obtain it. Ding! Triggered mission, Village Chief's Trial, do you accept? Accept. Quest description, holding the Demon Chi detection disc, probe in the Demon Palace and inform the village chief of the situation. Reward Destroyer profession scrolls. Mission time 2 hours. The village chief handed over a crystal disc. Proceed with caution, this is a matter of great importance, don't let others know. Demonic Chi detection disc, quest item. Effect, can detect magic chi within 10 by 10 meters around you. Yu quickly traveled towards the Demon Palace, taking the opportunity to check out the equipment along the way. The white plate equipment that he just obtained had quite a lot of warrior professions, which he could just use. There are still a few newbie outfits on his body, so he immediately changed into them. Half an hour later, he arrived at a remote cave, and after entering the cave and walking for some time, he saw a downward staircase, which was illuminated by long lamps on both sides, and it looked eerie. He was so bold that he followed the stairs down. Ding! You have entered level 1 of the Demon Earth Palace. In front of him was an eerie dungeon with mysterious formations carved into the ground, and the moment he stepped in, the formations surged with thick black gas and a group of monsters appeared. Wolf Demon, Whiteboard. Level 4. Attack, 25-28. Blood, 53. Defense, 21. Skills, Demonic Aura Rampage, Bloody Wolf Claws. Description: a small monster of the Wolf Demon Realm, belonging to a branch of the Demon Civilization. Wolf Demon Realm? Demon Civilization? Yiyu saw two fresh words. When he went offline to eat, he took the opportunity to browse the official website of the Vault of Heaven. The official website didn't tell anything about demonic civilization or anything like that. It sounded extraordinary to be able to be titled as a civilization. But this wolf demon, it's just that. Ding! Enemy plus 157, physical attack plus 157%. The wolf demons charged, and battle without end triggered. Yiyu's eyes suddenly lit up with a sudden whimsical thought. There is more than one layer of this dungeon. There must be powerful monsters behind it. If I lure the small monsters into the other layers and keep them hostile all the time. If I encounter powerful monsters in the back, I also have a higher attack to face. There was little value in killing the wolf demon, as none of them could gain experience points. But it's also an enemy. Think it and do it. Brush. Yiyu moved quickly, and now the base movement speed was very high, and ran directly towards the entrance of the second floor. This group of wolf demons did not expect him to press the attack. For a moment they did not react. First hit the first layer, then hit the second layer. Is not the normal situation? What? You want to fight together? As you wish. The wolf demons rushed after him to the second level. Ding! You have entered the second floor of the Demon Palace. Because the commotion on the first floor was too great, the monsters on the second floor had already appeared. Pig Demon, Black Iron. Grade 4. Attack 33-36. Blood 64. Defense 29. Skills, Tumbling Impact, Hobnail. Black Iron monsters have appeared, and they're quite a bit stronger than whiteboard monsters at the same level. Ding! Enemy plus 162, physical attack plus 162%. But unfortunately, the movement speed was still not as fast as Yiyu's, and pig demons were already clumsy. Third level, Black Iron level 6 pig demon. Fourth level, Black Iron level 7 pig demon. Fifth level, Black Iron level 8 wolf demon. Yiyu ran furiously all the way. Behind him there were hundreds of monsters chasing him, but his face was a wanton smile. The more he chased the better he was. His attacks had already stacked up to 983%. Sixth level, Bronze level 7 Stone Devil. Upon arriving here, Yiyu activated Rush Step and quickly stepped towards the 6th level. The entire underground palace was shaking. The violent running sound shook the ears. Don't look like Yiyu was being chased, but all the monsters were now tired and felt like they were being played with by Yiyu. Finally, the 9th floor. Step in. Who is it that dares to step in here? In the underground formation, a huge monster appeared, its entire body composed of black stone. Chapter 15 Blitz Hidden Profession. Intermediate Stone Demon, Gold Boss. Level 13. Attack 326. Blood 630. Defense 530. Surprisingly, it's a gold boss. The stone devil was as tall as 3 meters, and the moment he saw Yiyu, he angrily raised the stone axe in his hand and ferociously chopped at him. At this moment, behind him were countless monsters, and in front of him were bosses blocking the way. Any player faced with this situation would have 10 deaths. But Yiyu confidently smiled. Ding! 1383 enemies, plus 1383% physical attack. More than 10 times the attack, close to 2k. At this moment, Yiyu was confident that stronger monsters could be easily killed. He switched to Blast Sword Shadow, burst 3 times the attack speed. At this moment the attack speed is the most important. Grab the stone demon axe chopped down at the moment, ahead of the strike. A sword struck out, forming a phantom. 630. Damn human, why do you have such a powerful attack? The stone demon's body shattered into countless pieces of stone, and a terrified, angry roar echoed, "Humans, wait for death. The great demon sovereign will definitely trample your side of civilization. How dare you bleep on the verge of death?" Yiyu smiled disdainfully. Ding! Congratulations, kill level 13 gold boss stone demon, gain 20 experience points, gold artifact, vertical air shoes, 1. Triggered a 100-fold blast, gain 2000 experience points, vertical air shoes, 100 or platinum artifact, treading air crawler, 1. A gold artifact had actually come out. Without checking it for the time being, he calmly turned his head and looked at the thousands of monsters behind him, cruelly saying, "Just now, the chase was quite enjoyable? Hurrah!" The pig demon, wolf demon, and other chaotic screaming like wilting with no energy, just now running exhausted. The key is that this human is too terrifying, actually killed their boss instantly in seconds. You are so strong, what are you running for? Turns out, it's really fooling us. Yi Yu switched to the unparalleled sword, 200-meter sword. She raged away. Hundreds of monsters were instantly secured, but there were still too many monsters, and there were still quite a few still alive. He directly rushed into the monsters and launched shocking backlash. Buzz. Vast aura impacts, invisible force fields enveloped the 4 directions, and several hundred more instantaneous seconds. There was only a drop left. Yi Yu didn't even bother to kill them. The Earth Sub-Dragon rushed into the field. The dragons might suppress the entire field. Its powerful 4 hooves swept through, trampling the monsters to death one by one. He took the opportunity to check his equipment. Vertical air shoes can briefly rush up to 300 meters in the air, but cannot change direction in the air, equivalent to high jumping in general, but jumping very high. Air treading crawler, platinum. Grade, 8. Attachment, move speed plus 80 ms. Attached skill, treading in the air, red LV1, consumes 50 points of blue, can walk freely in the air at a height of 500 meters, lasts for 100 seconds, cooldown 5 minutes. Remarks, skill level +1, height +50, duration +10 seconds, maximum level 20. Limitation, 8 levels. Description, a shoe that can step into the air, definitely a dream choice for all non-flying units. Not bad for a platinum wear. Yi Yu instantly chose this, and a pair of lightly textured shoes appeared in his hands. Too bad the restriction is level 8, I'm only level 6. He had just opened his mouth when the pleasant prompt arrived. Ding! Gain 793 experience points, 32 pieces of white plateware, 1,862 copper coins, and small red pills? This was the reward for killing small monsters, as some of them were of a lower level than him and didn't provide experience value, and there were very few cross-level kills, so there wasn't a lot of experience value, and no high-level equipment came out. But so many white plate outfits came out, very lucky given the low explosion rate of the Vault of Heaven. And he still had the 100x blast yet, didn't opt for the whiteboard wear and just messed with the quality. Triggered Hundredfold Blitz, gained 79,300 experience points, 32 pieces of silverware. Ding! Congratulations, you're level +2, Earth Sub-Dragon level +2. 10 free attribute points gained, please distribute. Boom boom. For streaks of white light rose as he and his mount each rose 2 levels in a row. He immediately changed into a silver weapon. There were no more novice clothes on his body, but this time the burst rate was high, but none of the silver weapons came with skills. It was also a bit of a pity, but you can't be greedy. To have quite a few attributes attached to it was already pretty good. You can change your shoes. But the skill of Rush Shoes adds movement speed. It's a pity to change it, and Treadmill is too attractive. Too much of a good thing, it's annoying. It would be perfect if I could put the skills from the Haste Shoes on the stepping track. Never mind, it's just a thought. Yi Yu still endured the pain of changing into the treading crawler and fully leveled the skill to be able to walk at heights no higher than 1,500 meters, and upgraded the blistering sword shadow as well, so that the attack speed could be up to 5 times. There's still quite a bit of experience value left to upgrade Rapid Step. It's a pity that Rapid Step is doomed. Let's wait to sell it to someone else later. Yi Yu was still very reluctant to part with this pair of shoes that had helped him a lot. Ding! Your first kill of level 13 gold boss. Gained 1 point of legend degree, reputation value +300, will open the world announcement, whether to hide the name? As usual, not hidden. However, this time, the equipment list wasn't turned on, so maybe owning the mounts in advance was too special, allowing the platinum level mounts to turn on the mount list, but the platinum outfits didn't turn on the list. Ding dong! World announcement, congratulations to player, Heavenly Emperor, first kill level 13 gold boss intermediate stone demon, gained 1 point. Everyone congratulate him. The name of the Heavenly Emperor is once again sung throughout the world. God Hershey. Another and another and another world announcement, and a golden boss? I just killed a level 2 monster. Even though Heavenly Emperor had caused a few sensations and some people had become numb, he refreshed people's perceptions every time, and just after fighting the silver boss, he went and just killed the gold boss. One could not help but marvel. The 9th floor is the final floor of the underground palace. Yi Yu took out the devil chi detection disc and put it down at the place where the boss appeared, and black demonic chi appeared on the detection disc, as well as a violent alarm sound. Alarm, alarm. Demonic rampage detected. Demon civilization. Yi Yu couldn't help but think of this word again, but the information he had now was too little to study. Anyway, the mission was ready to be handed over and go back immediately. Newbie Village. Yi Yu handed over the magic chi detection disc. The village head looked at the dense magic chi with a gloomy face and worried, is it really going to start? I don't know if I can stop it this time. Village chief, what do you mean by this? Yi Yu curiously said. I need to go prepare something, there's no time. This is for you, you must improve quickly to at least stay alive soon. The village chief, however, was anxious and threw out a scroll and left. Ding! Congratulations, mission completed, obtain, Destroyer, Profession Scroll. Triggering a 100-fold blast, you can choose either Destroyer Profession Scroll, 100 or Breaker Profession Scroll, 1. Chapter 17, The Destroyer. Yi Yu smiled with satisfaction. He had this conjecture before and now it had really come true. Hidden professions that could also storm. Destroyer profession scroll. Description 1, make warrior a destroyer 1-star hidden profession. Description 2, destroyer, improve warrior profession by 1x qualification. Description 3, can destroy the skills attached to the equipment owned, randomly giving birth to a skill of the same grade, requires the consumption of in-game currency. Hiss. Boosting the qualification by 1x is the effect of 1 attribute point, which is twice the original. Upgrading 1 level is equal to upgrading 2 levels. And what about special abilities? Some of the skills that come with equipment may be bad, but now they can be destroyed and replaced. Although it's randomly switched and you don't know if it's good or bad, but at least you can change it, can't you? Destruction, that is, new life. Therein lies the meaning of the phrase. Yiyu has been moved. This scroll can take 100, 1 for himself, 99 can definitely sell a very large amount of money, buy a car to buy a house is definitely a small amount of money, villas can be had. It should be better after the storm. Breaker profession scroll. Description 1, make a warrior a breaker 3-star hidden profession. Description 2, breaker, enhance the warrior profession by 3 times the qualification. Description 3, you can break and detach the skill from the equipment and put it into other equipment of the same type. The skills of the 2 equipments will be fused, and may directly attach the effect, and may evolve into a better skill, which requires in-game coins. You couldn't help but be shocked, the hidden profession even had a grade. Breaker, much more powerful than destroyer. Boosting your qualifications by 3 times, 1 level up is equal to 4 levels up. And the ability to detach skills and put them into other equipment. Wasn't this what he wanted just now? He was having a headache before, but now the light is shining through. This is the breaker, the broken. It's an enhancement of the original, it doesn't get worse, it only gets better. It smells a lot better compared to Destroyer's random newborn. You also knows that the equipment in the Vault of Heaven comes with skills, and with the replacement of equipment, the attached skills are equal to a waste, and if the skills have been upgraded, it would be even more of a waste. Now, there is no need to waste. Breaker. Yiyu made his choice. Compared to selling profession scrolls to make money, it was still important to improve his strength. With strength, isn't there plenty of money? And Yiyu's thoughts have changed. Money is now just a small goal for him. The demon monarch that the stone demon said, the village chief's anxious. All this shows that the water of the Vault of Heaven is deeper than one imagines, and may soon wind up in the clouds. It was necessary to raise one's strength. The profession scroll quickly changed, and he immediately tore it apart. Ding! Congratulations, you have become a breaker. Your qualifications have been increased by 3 times, and your attributes X4 excluding mounts and equipment. Heavenly Emperor, breaker. Rank, 8. Physical damage, 402-408. Defense, 480. Blood value, 575. Blue value, 270. Attack speed, 4.617 hits second. Movement speed, 203 meters second. His base physical attack was higher than the level 13 gold boss stone demon. The attack speed, even more so, was 4 swords in 1 second. And that's not even counting equipment skills. Defense, etc. is also very high because of Earth Aragon. It can't be helped. He had originally obtained the Advanced Profession quest, which turned into the Hidden Profession quest, which was a 100-fold blitz once, and then the Hidden Profession reward, which was another 100-fold blitz. Adding it all up, it was a 10,000 times blitz. How can it not be? If this is combined with Battle Without End, I'm invincible in the Novice Village. Yiyu was full of confidence. Try the career ability. He took out the rush shoes, and with a thought, his hands released a gray luster as if they were thick with death. Ding! Disengaging the hasty step skill and entering the equipment, treading crawl, requires 2,000 silver coins. Consumption varies according to skill and equipment grade. Is it consumed? That's expensive. Fortunately, he had 100x strike and didn't lack silver coins. Consume. Ding, detachment successful, skill breaks and becomes treading steps. Stepping in the air, red LV15, consumes 60 points of blue, allows you to walk at an altitude of 1,500 meters while moving at a speed of 30 ms plus 200% base movement speed for 300 seconds with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Remarks, skill level +1, move speed +30, duration +20 seconds, maximum level 20. Skill is not advanced, it should be a yellow-colored skill fused in, not enough for a red skill to advance. But the effect, perfectly attached. Originally, treading was already level 20, but hasty step hadn't been upgraded, and turning into treading lowered the level a bit, and he consumed his experience value to bring the skill up to full level again. Within 400 seconds, he was able to walk at a speed of 583 meters per second while 1,500 meters in the air. Superman. Make some more money and get Blistering Sword Shadow on Unparalleled Sword. Yiyu was full of fighting spirit. Keep gaining skills and keep accumulating them on an equipment. In time, trash skills can become divine skills, right? Thinking about this, he couldn't help but smile. What are you laughing at, big guy? Suddenly, a pair of jade arms patted on his shoulder, and he turned his head to see that it was actually Bunny. Rabbit Bunny had been waiting for him in the novice village and finally saw him. Big brother, you also obtained some white plate outfits before, right? Can you sell them to me? 15,000 soft sister coins each. And 15,000? You were shocked. Now quite a few people have white plate attire, right? It's already worthless, you don't press the price? The white plate suit was already trash, and it was sold at a high price before because others didn't have it. After a while, people may not even want them for nothing. It's okay, I have money. Rabbit Bunny was very bold and said with a bit of shyness, also, it's to add a buddy of big guy. What a rich woman. Sorry, trading is fine, adding friends is exempt. You shook his head straight. Why? Women, it only affects how fast I can draw my sword. You walked away with a disgusted face, warning you don't crave my body. It's not worthy of you. Feeling frustrated once again, Bunny Rabbit laughed. Alright, big brother is surprisingly reluctant, so I won't joke with you, the deal is as usual, and in addition, I would like to ask you for a favor. You took out all the white plate outfits and handed them to Rabbit Bunny. Ding! Your tail number. Credited 1545000 soft currency. 1,540,000 Ah. Overwatch Vault's contribution to his white plate equipment, also considered end of life. What kind of favor? Bunny Rabbit is so bold, you also stretched out his hand without a smile. Of course, gluttony my body cannot. Rabbit Bunny. My friend found a copy, but that copy is too hard, we can't get through it, can you please take us? All the items popped out of the copy will be counted on your head. You came to be interested, he was worried about not having monsters to kill, a copy is good. Chapter 18, to do, then do nightmare difficulty. You followed Bunny and arrived at the location of the copy. In front of him was a pitch-black light door. A group of people surrounded the place, all of them in a righteous manner, looking disciplined. The Dragon Corps Zhang Yang, Dragon Corps Wind and nicknames all carry the prefix of Dragon Corps, and should be a guild. Dragon Troop? I haven't heard of it. Compared to the legendary #1 guild in the Dragon Kingdom, Pride and Glory, these guys look like a much stronger guild, and beyond that, the discipline is very strong. Yu nodded his head secretly. This gang was about 50 people, all above level 4, all elites. Maybe in other novice villages, there were still their people. Missy. Dragon Troop Zhang Yang nodded to Bunny Rabbit, who was the Dragon Troop's head in this novice village. He also looked at Yu flatly and said, the Heavenly Emperor's name is as famous as thunder. If Missy can invite you, we don't have to worry about not being able to pass the copy. Yes, the Heavenly Emperor has really given our Dragon Kingdom a long ambition. With the Heavenly Emperor around, it's a sure thing. The other members of the Dragon Corps also spoke enthusiastically, all of them wearing a look of admiration. Where, Rabbit bought me a lot of equipment it. Yu smiled, at the same time looked at the Rabbit, did not expect this little girl, or what a big lady. Also yes, white rich beauty. But the Dragon Corps had really gotten him high. Although his tone was admiring of him, it also carried an air of blandness, not like the other players who hated to kneel down when they saw that he was a Heavenly Emperor. Such a person was also more likable. What exactly is the copy that is difficult? Yu asked again. It can be difficult. At first it was fine, then we encountered so many monsters that we couldn't fight them at all, and we had to quit to prevent dying and dropping levels, and then I thought to myself, if I could just get you, the great god, over here. Rabbit Bunny opened his mouth in aggravation, obviously having just been blown away. The people from the Dragon Corps also looked at Yu with an expectant face. Dragon Regiment. The military of the Dragon Kingdom, a guild created in the Vault of Heaven. However, because the members in this novice village do not have any good talent, so they are hard to be stopped by the copies, and the Dragon Corps is very low-key, their purpose is not to compete in the game. They were there to stand in for the Dragon Kingdom and explore the civilization of the Vault of Heaven. Whether or not it was the #1 guild within the game, they didn't care. But strength still needed to be raised, how could they explore the mysteries without it? They have their own aura of pride, will not be like other players generally kneeling to lick the Emperor of Heaven. The Dragon Country military serves the people of the Dragon Country, they are afraid of only the people always, other than that, never bow to anyone. But now cannot pass. It's still possible to get help from the Celestial Emperor. Alright, no problem. Yu nodded, open the copy. Monsters galore? He likes monsters galore. Yes. Dragon Troop Zheng Yang rejoiced and took out an item and placed it on the copy light door. This item was a copy opener. Without it no one could enter the copy, not even Yu. On the light door, 6 options appeared: simple, normal, difficult, elite, abyssal, nightmare, which were the 6 difficulty levels of the copy of the Vault of Heaven. The harder it is, the higher the rewards. Zhang Yang was ready to choose normal, and the others looked on with anticipation. No way, you guys didn't even pass ordinary just now? At this time, an untimely voice rang out. The crowd turned around to look, and the one who opened his mouth was Yu. Terrific. Big brother, normal is hard enough, okay? I'm ashamed to say, Zheng Yang blushed, before we passed the easy difficulty, we still relied on the white plate outfit we bought from you, and there were some priests who brought us there. But normal, it's just too hard. How hard? Lots of level 4 and 5 whiteboard minis, and there should be more in the back, but we didn't get a chance to see them. Yiyu said, just this? Fine, open the copy for me. He faintly shook his head and firmly said, just pick Nightmare difficulty. Nightmare? T-on-D, I didn't hear you wrong, Nightmare must be super hard, I definitely can't pass it at this stage. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Dragon Corps was dissuaded. Ordinary is hard enough, Nightmare that is simply unimaginable. Masao frowned. Yeah, big brother. Even, Rabbit Bunny, an absolutely loyal little fangirl, kept shaking her head, we just need to get through the normal copy and get a little normal reward. Just the Nightmare. But Yiyu insisted. He himself was simply invincible in the novice village, so he was weak. Okay. Zhang Yang nodded helplessly, after all, looking for people to help, it is not good to persuade more, open the copy of the item, after beating the copy of the item will disappear, but failing will not disappear, the follow-up can be opened again. Let Yiyu fail once, it is good to persuade. The others are also of the same mindset, with the Heavenly Emperor in place, getting through the ordinary copy should not be a problem, Nightmare. They are already prepared for death and are not the least bit abashed. Sacrifice your life, the big deal is to be resurrected and come back, follow the Heavenly Emperor up. Go, 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 go. Yiyu shook his head in amusement, can you trust me for a moment? Zhang Yang chose the Nightmare option, and Bunny took out the white plate outfit he just bought, arming the members of the Dragon Corps so that when they go to their deaths later on, they might be able to die a little slower. Everyone felt that it was a good idea to play along with the strong support of the Heavenly Emperor. Everyone stepped into the copy. Ding! System prompt, you have entered the first level of the Nightmare level 100 Beasts copy. Woof! Woof! A group of canine beasts had rushed over. Crazy wild dogs, whiteboard. Grade, 6. Attack, 31-35. Blood, 61. Defense, 23. Hiss, level 6 whiteboard monster, watch out. We won't be directly exterminated by the group, right? People couldn't help but panic in their hearts, they didn't even have a level 5, yet they opened up against a level 6, a Nightmare level no less. Shield guards, hurry up and top it. Warriors sprint, assassins swipe from the flanks, archers. However, it was good that they were disciplined, and after only a moment of panic, under Zhang Yang's command, they quickly organized a reasonable formation and stood in strict wait to face the canine beasts. Next, it was likely to be a big battle. Doomed to bloodshed. They couldn't help but look at the Heavenly Emperor. At this time, there was only the Heavenly Emperor to rely on, but the Heavenly Emperor was only one person, and was definitely too late to help them, they should be doomed to death, truly sacrificing their lives. Big brother Heavenly Emperor, don't worry about killing. We'll raise your blood. Priests, pay attention to the blood. Bunny Rabbit was a priest, holding the ordinary cane that he had bought from Yiyu, leading a group of priests that were ready to return blood to everyone. Is it going to be so troublesome? Yiyu's faint voice however rang out. The crowd looked over in surprise, the Heavenly Emperor was still in a calm and relaxed manner, dozens of enemies rushed over, but he did not make the slightest move, waiting for the enemies to arrive in a good manner. Big brother, know you're strong. But this is the time, let's not be graceful, hurry. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly rose. Ding! 76 enemies, add 76% to physical attack. 61. 61. All the canine beasts died just as they approached Yiyu, and then, shock armor, glow on Yiyu's body faded away. He took a relaxed step and faintly said, gone, gone, gone. Chapter 19. Can we only shout 666? A ground of corpses, Yiyu did not even look at it, so easily crossed, as if the more than 70 monsters just now, just a humble grain of dust sand. Hiss. This. Seconds? I didn't even see how it came out, and the monster that would likely wipe out our group was easily destroyed by the Heavenly Emperor Big Brother? This is Big Brother. Heavenly Emperor, it's much more awesome than I thought. The members of the Dragon Corps couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle as they watched the scene. They were very low-key and reserved, never praising anyone excessively or showing any awe easily, and when they met with the Heavenly Emperor just now, everyone restrained their admiration. But now, restraining it was impossible. Too strong, too admirable. This. Zhang Yang are dumbfounded, never seen such a bold person, for a moment I do not know what to say. Worthy of being a big brother. Rabbit Bunny's heart was in turmoil, he himself was anxious to see the canine monster, while the Heavenly Emperor did not even move to kill his strong enemy in seconds, and then waved his sleeve lightly and left, as if everything was nothing more than that. Himself, the proud daughter of the Empire, in front of the Heavenly Emperor. It is obvious that it is very low. It wasn't that she wasn't confident, but in front of the Heavenly Emperor, she couldn't be confident. Go, the next level is definitely harder, we must help Big Brother Heavenly Emperor. Go! The people finally came back to their senses, they were all very honorable people, of course they couldn't just let the Heavenly Emperor alone kill the monsters, they had to do their part as well so that they wouldn't be ashamed. On the second level, people stepped in. You're here, huh? Yi Yu's faint voice rang out. The crowd looked up and the ground was already full of corpses. Just a little bit of frozen time just now. The Heavenly Emperor had actually killed the monsters on the second floor, in seconds? It's too outrageous. Go. Yi Yu stepped with ease as a prompt sounded in his head. Ding. Congratulations, you have killed 87 enemies and obtained the white plate suit, normal ring, 1 in 89 copper coins. Hundredfold strike, obtaining silver suit, recovery ring, 1, 89 silver coins. This was a ring that restored blood, not very useful to Yi Yu, but at least it was a silver artifact, better than the silver ring he wore before, and he immediately replaced it. The monsters in the first 2 levels were too trashy. He didn't even bother to utilize them to accumulate hostility and directly killed them in seconds. Make sure to follow through this time. The third layer, it must be hard. People followed him as he stepped into the third level and met a bunch of stronger monsters. Gale Cheetah, Black Iron. Grade, 8. Attack, 40-43. Blood, 88. Defense, 35. Skills, Wind Walk, Wild Killing, Raging Tail Whip. Description, very fast, be careful. Holy, Black Iron level 8. Twice the level of ours, this is a head-to-head fight. Black Iron monsters have much higher attributes than whiteboard monsters of the same level. I encountered one before and I was instantly seconded. Line up and guard the Heavenly Emperor. None of the members of the Dragon Corps were afraid and lined up to protect the Heavenly Emperor, but didn't take the initiative to attack, knowing that they would be sending themselves to their deaths by attacking and would bring trouble to the Heavenly Emperor, and were unwilling to drag their feet. Swoosh! The cheetahs came charging in swiftly, their sharp claws making people look at them with shivers. Clank! Suddenly, a clear and stern sword sound resounded. Yi Yu drew his sword. People looked over in surprise. This was the first time they had seen the Heavenly Emperor make a move, before he had killed all the monsters without even moving. What would happen with his strike? Yi Yu was also getting excited. With a level 8 monster, he would have some gains. Ding! 45 enemies plus 45% physical attack. Boom! Unparalleled vertical. 3 200-meter long sword chi, violently raging towards the front, wrapped all the incoming cheetahs. Their bodies were instantly torn apart, and they collapsed powerlessly amidst the sound of blood spattering. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 90 experience points and 167 copper coins. It was a bit of a shame that no equipment came out. But it doesn't matter, Yi Yu's equipment is enough for now. Triggered 100x Blitz, gained 9,000 experience points, 167 silver coins. There was still one skill on his body, Blistering Sword Shadow, that hadn't been upgraded. As a yellow-colored skill, the experience value needed to upgrade it wasn't low, but it wasn't that high either, so he immediately upgraded it. Ding! Blistering Sword Shadow is fully leveled. Attack speed can reach 5 times. This skill was very good. Yi Yu even felt that it would be useful in the later stages, and could be fused into other equipment with the breaker afterwards. And at this time, the members of the Dragon Corps were stunned again as they watched him destroy the monsters with a sword regiment. Hiss! That's not a trash monster, it's a level 8 Black Iron monster. This can also be killed in seconds? I finally saw the big guy make a move. The flavor of that sword is really mind-blowing. I realized something. Can we only shout 666? People blushed. They were, well, not weak. At the current stage of the Vault of Heaven, they could be said to be elites in the entire world, but with the Heavenly Emperor bigwigs, they had no chance to make a move at all, and could only follow and shout about how awesome they were. Even if they made a move, they couldn't beat them. It wasn't that they weren't strong, it was that the Heavenly Emperor was too strong, the gap was too great. They weren't people who cheekily followed behind and wanted to help the Heavenly Emperor. But, oi! Where in the world is this fierce man, the son of a powerful family in the imperial capital? A sword art wizard from an ancient martial arts family? Dragon Troop Zhang Yang, eyes glowed. He was aware of some hidden information. Players enter the Vault of Heaven, if the reality will be some martial arts, can also be used here. Some are no less than some skills. After all, this is a real world there are not so many restrictions. For example, military boxing can also be used here. But honestly, it's just more attacks that are more flexible and easier to deal damage with. That sword, was it hard to believe that it was also a realistic martial art? Impossible. Realistic martial arts were definitely not that powerful even if they were applied over. No matter where it is, it's all from our Dragon Kingdom. Great. Zhang Yang stomped his feet in excitement. Using a sword. This is what he said. Women affect the speed of his sword drawing? Rabbit Bunny, but his face reddened. Bah, what are you thinking about? Brothers, quickly follow. Go Mino, go Mino. Everyone was excited. They had recognized reality and were ready to lie down. As long as they weren't dragging their feet, it wasn't impossible to follow behind and shout 666. With the Celestial Emperor around, the nightmare copy might actually be able to pass. 5th floor. This time, it was still a level 8 monster, but it was bronze level. This time, Yi Yu didn't make a move, but patted the Earth Sub-Dragon under his seat and said, "Over to you." Roar! The Earth Sub-Dragon roared with excitement. This was the first time it had ever struck out alone. Dragon Might! The roar shook the heavens, and the vast dragon might filled the monster group, and the monster group immediately froze as a whole. Chapter 20, Definitely Steady. Ding! Under the dragon's might, all enemies are confused for 4 seconds. The dragon's tail swept. The large dragon tail swept out, slapping a bunch of monsters away, but the monsters still didn't wake up and could only be beaten passively as the Earth Sub-Dragon strongly charged into the enemy group, stomping on the beasts with all 4 hooves. 35. 47. 72 Dragon Tail Sweep. The Earth Aragon material attack reaches 64-104, a big jump. It's not low, it's a higher cap attack, and it's already very strong as a defense class mount. As for the Dragon Tail Sweep, it deals double damage and is ranged. As a skill owned by a low level, it's already very good, and can be upgraded to produce new skills. Roar! It was like a king, wildly dominant, and the beasts were nothing but dust under its feet. For seconds later, the enemy woke up. Earthen Wall. An earth wall appeared in front of the Earth Sub-Dragon with high defense. 0,0 damage kept appearing. The damage from the beasts couldn't break through the earth wall defense, it was just tickling it. The damage of the beasts could not break through the defense of the earth wall, it just tickled it. Soon after, all the monsters were all killed by it. It rejoined at Yiyu's feet and affectionately requested Yiyu to sit on it. Among the beasts it was the king of kings, but in Yiyu's case, it was just a good boy. Not bad. Yiyu nodded with satisfaction. At the same level 8, the Earth Sub-Dragon could completely hang on to bronze monsters. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 130 experience points, 345 copper coins, bronze, blue recovery necklace, 1, and small red pill. Triggered a 100-fold blast, gained 13,000 experience points, 34,500 copper coins or 345 silver coins, necklace of returning blue, 100 or gold level equipment, spirit necklace, 2. Pleasing prompts came one after another. The ground was sprinkled with copper coins, and there was also equipment out, and quite a few potions, but the potions Yiyu did not pay much attention to. Too strong, no chance to use medicine for now, hey. He walks up and picks up something. And when people saw this scene, they could no longer suppress the wild waves in their hearts. WOJ, the big man didn't make a move again. The ride can kill the enemy. I've long heard that the big brother's mount is a dragon, and now I see that it is really extraordinary. Just now it almost scared me to death. Solo faced dozens of monsters, strong hanging off. I'm so envious. This nightmare copy, it should be a sure pass. One by one, they marveled. Together, they were still no match for someone else's one mount. Of course, it was also the Heavenly Emperor who was powerful enough to take in such a mount. The Earth Sub-Dragon also raised its head proudly as it listened to their praises. And bronze. When people looked at the explosions on the ground, they became even more envious. They were still all wearing white plate outfits, they didn't even have a single black iron weapon, and the Celestial Emperor was able to have a bronze weapon again. Or a necklace. In the Vault of Heaven, it's very hard to pop necklaces, and instead, defense and offense are relatively common. These things, it's okay for me to take them, right? Yiyu turned around and smiled. No problem. Of course there's no problem, all of them were killed by you, big brother, they are rightfully yours, we are just following to get a better look. Even if we help to kill, according to the previous agreement, all the explosions belong to you, let alone now. Speaking of this, their faces were blushing. Before, they thought that they were just accompanying the Heavenly Emperor to the Nightmare copy to have some fun, and that the Heavenly Emperor might have some arrogance in his temper because he was too strong, and that failing a little bit at the Nightmare copy would be much better. Unexpectedly, people easily hanged. That wasn't arrogance, it was the confidence that comes from strength. Yiyu smiled and nodded his head. These guys were not bad. Turning his head, he looked at the explosions suspiciously, which he had not yet chosen whether it was a quality blitz or a quantity blitz, so it was lying on the ground in a pristine state, and all of them were received in the backpack at once. Blast process, can't show it to others. This group of people looked good, not evil, but the basic wariness, you still need to have. Bronze artifact quality added for 2 gold artifacts? He remembered the previous prompt. Ding! System alert, bronze weapon with 100 times mass blast surpasses gold weapon, but doesn't reach the level of platinum weapon, so it's 2 identical gold weapons. So it was. Black iron, blitzed into gold, across 3 ranks. It takes a gold weapon to storm into a platinum weapon, only across 1 rank, because the gap gets wider as the rank gets higher, and it can be even harder if you're behind it. And now it seems to be under quality blitz. Whiteboard silver. Black iron gold. Bronze gold 2. Silver gold 3. Gold platinum. By the time you get to platinum, 100 times the mass of the blitz may not even be enough to blitz a diamond suit. But that's okay. Yiyu didn't forget one thing, the hundredfold blitz per could grow. But how do I, now, choose? 2 identical golden artifacts, and I don't need them. That's the trouble with being too good. While others don't have a single gold artifact, he has 2 of the same, but unfortunately the same position will collide and only one can be worn at the same time. But it's better than nothing, right? Other people want it and don't have it yet. Forget it, the ship will be straightened out. If it's not possible, save up and sell it at a later stage. The golden weapon was definitely not for sale for the time being. There was no need to enhance other people's strength. Just like the people of the Dragon Corps, he felt that the people were good, but he hadn't reached a trusting relationship for the time being, and this group of people appeared to be quite mysterious. Golden weapons, even in the late stage, can be sold at a high price. He wasn't worried about selling it and kept it. Back to blue necklace, bronze. Grade 8. Attachment effect, plus 10% blue return self-blue return. Attached skills, none. Restrictions, level 8. Description: equipment that can restore blue, mages and priests are in dire need of items, while blue deficient fighters are also in great need. Sloppy. Good for mages because mages have fast blue return on their own, but warriors have slow blue return on their own. Spirit necklace gold. Grade 8. Attachment effect, plus 30% blue return self-blue return, potion blue return. Attachment skill, Spirit Flourish Blue LV1, consume 1 point of blue, blue return plus 100% self-blue return, potion blue return, cooldown 1 minute. Remarks, skill level plus 1, blue return plus 10%, up to level 15. Description: this is different. Directly back to the blue plus 30%, and even the potion counts, the skill is even more plus 100%, equal to a bottle of blue medicine recovery speed, recovery amount reached twice, and the skill itself consumes very little. Cooldown is also very short. Definitely a blue returning tool. Although Yiyu is not so short of blue now, but after more skills, certainly cannot top. After all, he did not add the blue attribute, all rely on the attribute feedback of the Earth Subdragon support. Ding, you have chosen the Spirit Necklace, too. After the equipment was put into the backpack, it immediately changed from a bronze glow to a golden glow, and he cancelled the glow and immediately put on the necklace. Too envious of Big Brother, with a bronze weapon. People still don't know that it's gold. Where now? And at this time, Yiyu also allocated his experience value and didn't choose to upgrade. Spirit Angst, this thing was enough for the time being, he chose to upgrade himself. Ding, your level plus 1, gain 5 points of free attributes. Boom! The sky charging white light lit up, successfully level 9, the further back he went the harder it was to upgrade, but it was easy for him. This gave the members of the Dragon Corps a tight envy. It was hard for them to upgrade after level 4, the Big Brother must have a high level, and now that he had risen another level, he was bound to be even more powerful. I also don't know how many levels Big Brother is. There should be a level 6 or 7, right? Can't it be higher? Impossible, it's so hard to upgrade. He should have good talent for being so strong. People secretly discussed and followed the Heavenly Emperor into the 6th floor. Also, the last layer. Chapter 21, Stepping in the Air, Heavenly Man Stance. Ding! You have entered the final level. The scenery in front of people's eyes changed, and they actually came to a completely unfamiliar heaven and earth, with white clouds flying in the vast sky, and a group of eagles flying above them, rushing down swiftly. Completely unreasonable, need dry. Gale Eagle, bronze. Level, 10. Attack, 52-55. Blood, 99. Defense, 45. Skills, Windblade, Wing Strike, High-Speed Roundhouse. Description: the bitter wind is their weapon. Level 10 monsters. Or a flying unit? We can't even hit this ing thing. The members of the Dragon Corps exclaimed, let's not talk about the strong monsters, the main thing is that the monsters can fly, and at this stage, none of the players can fly, so they can't touch the monsters at all. The Heavenly Emperor. He's a warrior, much less a flyer. Archers stand by. Attack from afar to block the enemy and draw the monsters down for the Celestial Emperor to strike. But the Dragon Corps wasn't afraid, they did what they could. 10 or so archers put up their longbows and waited for the monsters to attack. They could also cause some blockage on the opposite side. Right? They had done a good job. But a faint voice rang out. Why is there a need for such trouble? Yiyu shook his head slightly, and his feet stomped violently. Boom! Terrifying power was born from beneath his feet, rushing his body high into the air. 300 meters. 600 meters. The big guy can fly? How many levels is he? He can fly. Wait, he's only leaping into the air right now, powerful but not powerful enough to adjust his position. Compared to the Gale Eagle that can change its orientation in the air, the Celestial Emperor is at a great disadvantage. The sky, not a warrior's main battlefield. People are still worried. The Gale Eagles were also startled when they saw Yiyu rushing up into the sky. They didn't expect this human to be so powerful, but soon they were also burning with anger. They were the dominant ones in the sky. Newt! They hissed, wanting to give Yiyu some color. Ding! Number of enemies 201, physical attack plus 201%. As could be seen, there were quite a lot of monsters this time, and Yiyu was very cool with it. The monsters were attacking, and Yiyu sneered and smiled, "Che, trash. Brush." Turning his head, he easily swept past the monsters' attacks. His movement speed under the treading steps was too fast, the monsters couldn't attack him at all, and he wandered through the enemy group in a flowing stream. In an instant, he shook off all the monsters. Newt! The Gale Eagles cried out in confusion, not having reacted yet. What's going on here? This human, is he even more agile than they are in the air? And Yi Yu swept past them, walking freely in the air, stepping up to the sky. Step. A single step is hundreds of meters. 900 meters. 1,200 meters. Yi Yu came to a very high altitude, everything on the earth in his eyes, all shrunk to dust in general. Under the horrible impact, the surrounding clouds gathered and dispersed rapidly, as if in fear of his arrival. Holy, Big Brother stepping in the air. What's the difference between this and flying? Superman, a warrior, can fly. A heavenly figure. People looked up at Yi Yu high in the sky. Yi Yu was also extremely tiny in their eyes at the moment, but appeared very tall, doing what they couldn't do, reaching straight up to the clouds and sky. Hold up the clouds and step into the air. Bunny was all mesmerized, once again feeling her own humility, herself, the proud daughter of heaven in front of the heavenly emperor. Now there was a difference between clouds and mud. The heavenly emperor was the cloud, she was the mud. In addition to the family background, she is nothing in front of the heavenly emperor. And at this time, boom! Yi Yu waved his big sleeve, the power and the clouds produced a collision, the vast convection formed, the clouds in front of him were blown away in an instant, a terrifying vortex was born, and the clear sky was clear. The clouds are cleared away, and the sky is clear. I already knew you were hiding here, why don't you come out? He said coldly. Fancy that. An arrogant hiss rang out, and a huge head poked out from the cloud vortex, golden wings flipping the wind and clouds, and hideous eyes gazing at Yi Yu in death. Gale Eagle King, Gold Boss. Level, 14. Attack, 482. Blood, 635. Defense, 370. Skills, Eagle Strike, Chained Wind Blades, Rapid Impact. Description: Berserk Eagle King, like to hide in the clouds to sleep, do not disturb it to sleep, or its anger cannot be borne. The terrifying Eagle King has left people dumbfounded. Gold Boss. Worthy of being a nightmare copy, the minions are black iron and the boss is gold, what a leap. I remember before, Big Brother also killed the Gold Boss. This one is different, this one can fly. And there are a lot of small monsters. The Heavenly Emperor must have cleared the small monsters first even before he killed the Gold Boss, but now he even took the initiative to look for the boss first, and the small monsters will cause a blockage for him. They looked at the sky worriedly as the small monsters went after the Heavenly Emperor again. Hundreds of monsters clamped down and attacked all over the mountain. What can be done? However, he saw that the Heavenly Emperor stepped out and faintly swung out a sword. His body formed a continuous phantom, pulling out countless Heavenly Emperors in the air, and he actually dodged all the attacks instantly with a speed faster than the Gale Eagle King. Fast speed, can't be beaten. Brush. A sword swung out and chopped at the neck of the Gale Eagle King. Ding. Enemy 202, physical attack plus 202%. 635. On the neck of the Gale Eagle King, a very shallow sword mark appeared, and then the sword mark rapidly expanded, blood poured into the sky, and the corpse of the Gale Eagle King was separated, falling in a straight line from the air. In his eyes, there was still bewilderment. From the beginning to the end, it didn't even have the time to make a move before it was killed in seconds. Dead? Gold level 14 boss, secured? That sword just now, it looked plain and simple, all like a flat A, but it killed the boss in seconds? When people saw this scene, they were utterly shocked to the point where their 5 bodies were numb. Yi Yu turned around. Standing steadily on a high altitude, smiling at the sky, the wind and clouds, surrounded by enemies, just now he did kill the boss in seconds with a simple flat A. This nightmare copy is nothing more than that. Ding. Number of enemies 1, physical attack 1%, overall plus 201%. You guys like to surround and bully me alone? He looked toward the attacking gargoyles. I prefer you guys surrounded. Boom. The peerless sword erupted with 3 200-meter-long sword chi, killing most of the monsters, because the Gale Eagle was faster. Some of them dodged the sword chi, but it didn't matter, Yi Yu still had the blast sword. Blistering sword shadow. But in just a few seconds, all the little monsters died. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the Gale Eagle King and 201 Gale Eagles, and have gained 502 experience points, a gold-level treasure chest 1, a bronze artifact, Gale Cloak 1, 923 copper coins, and a medium red pill. Triggered a 100-fold blast, gained 50,200 experience points, gold grade treasure chest 100 or platinum grade treasure chest 1, Gale Cloak 100 or gold grade, Gale Eagle Cloak 2, silver coins. Chapter 22: A Divergent. The air was sprinkled with explosions, and with a wave of his big sleeve, Yi Yu put all the explosions into his backpack. People just glanced at it and still saw it as extraordinary. A golden-colored glow, is that chest a golden treasure chest? And bronze, there's another one. They watched as Yi Yu stepped down from the sky, as if they were looking at a battle king, returning triumphantly with a rich harvest. Yi Yu, on the other hand, was also checking the harvest. There was naturally no need to mention the game coins and potions. Gold level treasure chest. Description 1. Open a gold level item, gold artifacts, gold level treasures, blue skills corresponding to the gold level of the equipment, gold level gems, and so on. You can choose 100 of them. That is 100 gold level items. But storming it, it can turn into a platinum treasure chest. Yi Yu for a long time fell into hesitation, for the time being did not think much about it. First check the other one. Gale Cloak, Bronze. Grade, 10. Attachment, immunity to control plus 10%. Attached skill, Gale Attack, Green LV1, consume 5 points of blue to release a Gale Attack from the cloak with a range of 5 by 5 meters, damage of 70 plus 100% spell damage, lasts for 3 seconds, cooldown 1 minute. Note, skill level plus 1, range 6 by 6, skill level plus 2, range 7 by 7. Maximum level 7. Restrictions, Mage, level 10. Not bad. But it's for mages, you can't use it. Is it hard to believe that his luck, this time, has run out? Rush to see the effect after the storm. Gale Eagle Cloak, Gold Artifact. Grade, 10. Attachment effect, immunity to control plus 10%, spellcasting speed plus 10%. Attachment skill, Gale Eagle Flock, Blue LV1, consume 60 points of blue to summon 50 bronze level Gale Eagles of the same level as you to help you strike the enemy cannot exceed level 50, lasts 1 minute, cooldown 3 minutes. Remarks, skill level plus 1, monster number plus 10, duration plus 10 seconds, maximum level 15. Restrictions, warrior, level 10. I'll go. Took mage gear and stormed it into warrior gear. And warriors can summon? Yi Yu thought about it. He likes to bypass the small monsters and go to kill the boss first, but the small monsters pestering him is quite annoying. If he summons the Gale Eagles, then he can have them stop the small monsters. This way you can accumulate the hostility of the small monsters and kill the boss strongly. Gale Eagle, a flying unit. The Earth Aragon is fierce, but cannot fly and is a land dominator. He himself could now summon 50 Gale Eagles, up to a maximum of 200, and the level was still the same as his own, and the grade being bronze wasn't too bad, so he could help himself a lot. That's it. The cloak inside the backpack instantly turned a golden color and split in two. 2 more identical ones, unusable. Yi Yu could wear one cloak and the other could only collect dust in his backpack, which was a golden instrument. Too bad. I actually have quite a few gold artifacts. He looked towards the treasure chest. 100 gold treasure chests. To have that many gold levels he couldn't use alone, he might even have to sell them, and they might also open quite a few of the same items, which would be worth less. The big ones. Take a shot, bike to motorcycle. Ding. Congratulations, you have selected the storm quality. The gold grade treasure chest becomes a platinum grade treasure chest, and the treasure inside the chest, Golem Gold, 1 changes to Split Platinum, 1. System note, the items inside the treasure chest, with the treasure chest blitz have been synchronized with the blitz, and may not be blitzed again. Hiss. Originally, when you open a treasure chest, you won't know the contents of the chest in advance, but now it's all known. In front of Yi Yu's eyes, 2 panels of items also appeared. Puppet, Gold Grade Treasure. Effect, create a puppet that looks and smells like you, with false stats but no real strength. Description, a must-have for pretending to be someone else, or pretending to be a pig in a poke. This thing is not bad. But what does Yi Yu need to pretend for? It was just one more fake Heavenly Emperor that was just purely to scare people, and sometimes he could use the puppet to attract enemies instead of himself to protect his real body, but he didn't really need this role. Divergent, Platinum Grade Treasure. Effect, creates a doppelganger that is just like you, possessing all of your inner things. The outer ones can't be possessed, and also requires experience value to upgrade, up to level 300. Description, condense reality from emptiness, control the real. Hiss. It was actually possible to create another real Heavenly Emperor. The inner things are all there, that is to say, the privileges, the talents, the autonomous skills that come with these instants. 1 Heavenly Emperor is so fierce, what about 2? Up to level 300? Not a problem, Yi Yu himself is only at level 9, 300 levels are unknown to the landscape. The bilocation is now a platinum level treasure, he obtained it now. Will there be no opportunity to obtain a higher level in the future? External things, the bilocation does not have. That is, equipment, gems, mounts, and all that. Even less important. Before, I was worried that the bronze weapon popped out 2 identical gold weapons, and the extra ones would be wasted, but now the willows are clear. Hahaha, cool. Yi Yu couldn't help but laugh. Ding. Congratulations, your level +1, free attribute points +5, please distribute. Immediately consuming experience value, he managed to reach level 10, and was able to wear the Gale Eagle cloak, and immediately changed it on, while at the same time giving the skill a full level, being able to summon 200 Gale Eagles. The experience value gained this time is quite a lot, after all, including the small monsters, all belong to the level crossing kill. Then, use the split treasure. Ding. Use split, use object is, Heavenly Emperor, use successful. The doppelganger has life force, but since it was changed from a treasure, it can stay in the backpack. The doppelganger was an illusory dead thing in general, but now it was solidified from emptiness, the life force bursting out from his body, his face, figure, and so on became Yiyu's likeness. The backpack could only have gone into the dead thing, but he could be in it. Can come out at any time. Ding, the split is nicknamed Heavenly Emperor, with the Hundredfold Blast, Privilege, the SSS rank talent, Battle Without End, and the basic scrying technique. This was Yiyu's own. However, the doppelganger was still weak, and Yiyu immediately upgraded him with experience value. Ding. Split level +6, gain 30 points of free attributes, please distribute. Unfortunately, the experience value was not enough and could only be stopped for a while, but it was not a problem. It was too easy for Yiyu to gain experience value. He could quickly have the bilocation upgraded and be able to change into a good outfit. Moreover, is level 6 weak? Boom! Yiyu had just upgraded, and the white light that rushed through the sky appeared at first. He was landing from the air, and the white light blasted the clouds in the sky away. A bunch of level 4 people on the ground looked at this scene with envy. Upgraded again. How many levels is Biggie? I feel like it's 7 or 8 levels, almost twice as many as us. Ding! Congratulations, you are the first player to reach level 10. The ranking list will be opened. You are ranked number 1 in the world, and you will receive 1000 reputation points. Do you want to hide your name? You killed a level 14 gold boss. A world announcement will be opened, gaining. Is your name hidden? Chapter 23 Nightmare Copy First Pass, Heavenly Emperor winds up on rival. At this time, Yiyu heard another prompt. No hiding. Be a man, don't be false. I feel that there may be a level 9. Bunny just opened his mouth. Ding dong. World announcement, congratulations to player Dragon Kingdom, Heavenly Emperor, becoming the first player to reach level 10, the whole service rank list, the national rank list, the regional rank list. Opens, the Heavenly Emperor gained 1000 prestige points, truly envious. The world announcement suddenly took the stage and played 20 times in a row. 10, level 10 now. Rabbit Bunny was filled with shock, and everyone in the Dragon Corps had an incredulous look on their faces. They had already thought of Heavenly Emperor's level higher, but they still didn't expect that he was level 10. The further back you go, the harder it is to upgrade. The experience value of level 9-10 were enough for them to go from level 1 to level 4. They don't realize that Yiyu promotion is harder than they think. After turning into a breaker, the upgrade requirements have become higher, and usually have to give skills upgrades, detachment upgrades, etc. They had witnessed the power of the Heavenly Emperor with their own eyes, and only then did they think of the Heavenly Emperor rank higher. Not to mention, the others. Oh man, level 10. I'm only ING level 2. Baka, the highest level in our Sakura country is only level 7, and he's level 10? Crazy, this still says he's not open? The countless pride of various countries, some who possessed a ranked talent, or even S-ranked talent, all clenched their fists at this moment, their faces filled with disbelief. They had been stimulated by the Heavenly Emperor earlier and had worked even harder to kill monsters. But surprisingly, it still didn't compare. He killed a gold boss before. He should have gained a lot of experience value to upgrade so fast. I'll go kill 1-2 and find a level 10 to try. The Great Rice Country, as first guild leader, the level 8 God Lord, shook his fist and said. He had an S-rank talent, and there shouldn't be any problem with killing a gold boss by crossing 2 levels. As for the gold boss that Yiyu had killed before? Maybe it's luck, that gold boss may happen to be injured, let him cut off and so on. There is such a good luck player, once upon a time also seen, otherwise it cannot be explained off. He has worked so hard, and there are guild members to help. Why is he worse than Yiyu? Those who thought as he did, there were other S-rank gifted people. But suddenly, another prompt came. Ding dong. World announcement, congratulations to player, Heavenly Emperor, his first kill of a level 14 gold boss was successful. He has gained 1 point of legend degree and 300 points of reputation value. Please congratulate him. World announcement, on stage again. Level 14 gold boss? Oba, this person is too scary, right? This time he did it even harder. Oba, will you surpass him? Ahem, listen, let's not climb. You're incompetent, I don't want you. The global humans marveled as the great god player raised his head angrily. How did he kill another one? Before, it could be explained as luck this time. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 100,000 reputation value list opening, 100 times blitz, 100 points of lore degree, and 30,000 reputation value first kill boss, 100 times blitz. Yiyu didn't care about the heated debate on the world channel and nodded his head in satisfaction. Little sample. While you guys are jealous, I'm getting good stuff again. Reputation value, you can use it when you go to the main city. Legend degree, you can open the legend copy, and the common copy is different. The legend copy must have the legend degree in order to enter, and the legend degree is very difficult to obtain. You must be the first to kill the boss. Boss was killed after the refresh, and then killed again. There is no legend degree. It can be said that the legend degree is exclusive to the great gods. With anything, the first time is precious. Just like Yiyu passed the 100 Beasts replica for the first time and obtained a golden treasure chest, but if others passed again, it was impossible to obtain a golden treasure chest, and silver level ones were hard to see. Not to mention platinum treasure chests. Great God, you're too strong. You landed on the earth, people were talking to each other, it wasn't boasting, it was the sincere truth. Let's leave. Yes. Everyone murmured, exit copy. A beep sounded in his head. Ding. Congratulations, you passed the Nightmare Level 100 Beasts copy in the settlement contribution. Your contribution is 0%. However, the first time you pass the Nightmare copy, you can obtain a title reward, open a world announcement. Is it possible to hide your name? Zhang Yang, Rabbit Bunny, and the others, their faces couldn't help but blush. They are the ones who brought the Heavenly Emperor here, and as a result, they didn't contribute at all. It's not that they don't work hard, it's really, hey, hide. They chose to hide. Firstly, they were embarrassed that they hadn't contributed much and didn't dare to take credit for it, and secondly, the people of the Dragon Corps were all very low-profile people. Ding! Congratulations, you passed the Contribution 100% reward, Knight's Oath Gold 1. First time through the Nightmare copy, get extra title reward, Copy Abuser. Whether to hide nickname, treasure information? What you heard was different. Ha! How did you get the Knight's Oath here too? It's good stuff, even better than equipment, no worries about it being plentiful. In that case, the doppelganger would have a chance to have a mount as well. No hidden nicknames, hidden treasure information. Treasure, it's better not to tell others. The world announcement immediately sang. Ding dong! World announcement, congratulations to Dragon Kingdom player, Heavenly Emperor, for being the first player to lead a team through a Nightmare level copy with 100% contribution, earning him a gold level treasure, the title, Copy Masochist, and a reputation value of 500. World announcement, congratulations to Dragon Country player, XX, for participating in the first player to pass the Nightmare level copy, contribution 0, obtaining the title, Copy Participant. World announcement, congratulations to Dragon Country player, XX. Open again and again and again? 3 openings in a row. Actually, people were originally a bit numb to the Heavenly Emperor opening world announcements, nothing shocking about it. But, Nightmare copies? Oh my god, he actually passed the Nightmare copy, and with 100% contribution, he was the one who led the team through it. I do a simple copy, it's hard as hell, only difficult copies or above can open the announcement. I didn't expect him to pass the Nightmare copy alone, people are more angry than people. And all of them are Dragon Kingdom players. Grass, that's awesome. At this moment, the whole world was envious of the Dragon Kingdom. There is a big man like the Heavenly Emperor leading the way. The Lord of the Great Rice Country, at this moment, his brows were tightly furrowed. He had been learning about the Vault of Heaven, any situation within the game, his men would inform him in time, and he had already heard the name of the Heavenly Emperor time and time again. My Great Rice Country, is there no one? People with a team can contribute 100% to passing a copy. What about you guys? It's hard to bring someone to help fight a boss. The Sakura Kingdom Earth Emperor, his face flesh twitched more than once. Baka. We, the samurai of the Sakura Kingdom, cannot be weaker than them. Quickly give the order for those who go in to grab a boost. There wasn't anything over the top, it was just that the Dragon Kingdom had already shown its strength in the Vault of Heaven, so they could be willing to be left behind? Ha ha ha. Only the master of the Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon Emperor, laughed out loud. With the Heavenly Emperor around, my Dragon Kingdom is fortunate. He had already heard the news coming from the Vault of Heaven, and the ones being led through the copy were none other than the Dragon Regiment's players. And at this time, the people of the Dragon Corps all wore the title with an excited face. The purpose of them passing through the copy was to want this title. As for the harvest, surely they all gave it to Yu. There was nothing to say. Originally, they wanted to obtain the title of Ordinary Copy. But I didn't expect to get the title of Nightmare Copy with the Heavenly Emperor present. Chapter 24, Wrists Across the Mountain. Copy Participant. Effect, increase defense by 5% when participating in a replica. Description, obtained by participating in the first Nightmare Copy. They wear the title, happy as can be. Later participation in the copy will survive, the chances are greater. This title effect can even be used to the late stage. Ding! Triggering 100x strike, you can choose Copy Sadist 100 or Copy Exterminator 1. Of course the second one. What's the point of having so many identical titles? Copy of Exterminator? Effect, increase all attributes by 10% when participating in replicas. Description, a unique title that surpasses the reward of passing the Nightmare copy for the first time with 100% contribution. Not bad, you can wear it when you pass the duplicate. Thanks a lot, big guy. Thanks, Biggie, we couldn't have gotten this title without you. The people from the Dragon Corps thanked them in succession. You are welcome. Yu nodded and smiled. Without you guys, I wouldn't have been able to open this copy. If there are still copies in the future, you can also look for me. Of course, happy cooperation. The only regret the Dragon Corps had was that they didn't get any more good equipment, but with the title, they had no problem beating up ordinary copies and had a chance of scoring some good equipment. At this time, Yu, however, took out a piece of equipment, revealing the equipment's light. Boom! A brilliant white and silver color flashed people's eyes. This one, do you want it? No way, silverware? You even sell silverware, big brother. People were incredulous, how could this be spared? Aha! Yi Yu nodded his head, the ones he gave were silver weapons with no skills, but this was unavailable to the players. Didn't you see that high prices were already being given? How about 30,000 apiece? Rabbit Bunny opened his mouth. Good. Yi Yu agreed, after all, quite a few people had white plate weapons now, some should have black iron and bronze weapons as well, and the more powerful S-rank gifted people might have some silver weapons as well. The main thing is that the silverware he gave did not come with skills, this price is very fair. A total of 25 silver artifacts were sold, and $750,000 arrived. I still have some left on me, ready to wear them for my sub when the time comes. Big brother, can you add a friend? Dragon Troop Zheng Yang said expectantly, knowing that the Heavenly Emperor was not adding. Rabbit Bunny, he was a little apprehensive in his heart. Okay. Unexpectedly, the Heavenly Emperor readily agreed. Yi Yu felt that this group of people were good, and that they could notify themselves if they found a copy, and that they needed to be contacted by their friends as well. After doing this, Yi Yu directly left. What a strange man. Zhang Yang muttered and opened his mouth. He didn't ask the Heavenly Emperor too much. The Dragon Emperor had already had his orders conveyed down. The Heavenly Emperor seemed to be quite high-strung and wasn't too willing to have too much contact with people. It was normal, for a person like him, there must be some secrets that he didn't want people to know. As long as he was from the Dragon Kingdom and his heart was toward the Dragon Kingdom, it would be fine. Being able to add a friend is already a good start. Why don't you add me? Rabbit Bunny is a little aggravated, a moment later also relieved. The Heavenly Emperor is such a character, if he really like, I'm afraid that he really can't match him. She is aware of some hidden information. The strength in the Vault of Heaven could be fed back into reality, and the Heavenly Emperor would surely be unrivaled in the world in the future. Asshole. At this moment, Arrogant Maniac roared endlessly, having just received a message from the General Manager, scolding him to death. There was a group of people that had followed the Heavenly Emperor to the Nightmare First Pass title. Heavenly Emperor was in the same village as them, but they didn't mix. They, Overwatch Vault, are the #1 guild in the Dragon Kingdom. Either find a way to get on good terms with the Heavenly Emperor, or stomp him down. Anyway, you must bring back the face you lost earlier. This was a death order given by the General Manager. Getting on good terms was out of the question. The shame of being struck down at the drop of a hat could not be tempered. It's okay. He smiled grimly and headed for a mysterious place. Level up the detachment first. Yi Yu traveled through the wilderness and soon found some monsters. With his current strength, he easily crushed these novice village monsters. In fact, he was no longer fit to stay in the novice village. There was no way to easily cross the level and kill the enemy. But not enough levels to enter the main city. Ding! You have killed 56 level 10 Black Iron level Demonized Mantis, gaining 186 experience points, 267 copper coins, and Small Red Pill 10. Hundredfold Strike, gain 18,600 experience points. Ding! Split level +1, free attribute points +5, please assign. The doppelganger grew swiftly, and as the doppelganger was also a breaker profession, the upgrading effect was very good. 1 level up was equal to 4 levels of an ordinary person. Ding! Killed 54 level 11 bronze level demonized crickets, gained 198 experience points. Black iron weapon, continuous shooting bow, 1. Hundredfold strike, obtaining. Continuous shooting bow, 100 or gold, roaring crossbow, 1. Gained equipment, but it was a bow and arrow, which Yi Yu was not fit to use. System, can I choose not to storm for now? Yi Yu asked in his mind. Yes. The system of the vault was intelligent, and things related to the player's own abilities were explained. Then, no storming for now, and if you want to sell that equipment, you'll choose later whether it's quality or quantity. Kill all the way. Time passes. Ding! Your doppelganger has reached level 10, doppelgangers do not occupy the level list. The doppelganger's level had also come up, and he also put on the Gale Eagle cloak, while leveling his skills to full level, and also changed into a good outfit, with the most trashy ones being silverware. This kill. A total of 23 black iron weapons, 12 bronze weapons, and 1 silver weapon were obtained. If you storm the mass, that's 49 gold artifacts. It's a pity that he didn't find any gold monsters to kill. It's rare to see even silver monsters in the novice village, let alone gold monsters. Yi Yu increasingly feels that his strength is not suitable for staying in the novice village. And it's not very lucky this time, only one is warrior equipment. Yi Yu had good luck before, bursting out a lot of warrior equipment, but not every time he had good luck. There were 6 basic main professions in the Vault of Heaven, and quite a few side professions. He looked towards the only warrior equipment. Penetrating wrist, bronze. Grade, 10. Attachment, physical attack plus 30. Attached skill, penetrating force attack green LV1, consumes 20 points of blue. Your attack can penetrate to the next 3 units of the enemy you are attacking, lasts for 1 hit, cooldown 1 minute. Restrictions, warrior, level 10. Remarks, +1 skill level, +1 penetration unit, up to level 7. Not bad. Yi Yu likes to cross over the small monsters to fight the boss first, and this suits him just fine. Wrists across mountains, gold. Grade, 10. Attachment effect, physical attack +70. Attachment skill, Spacer Blue LV1 consuming 75 points of blue, your attack can cross over an enemy and hit a subsequent enemy of the same race, regardless of the number of enemies crossed, no higher than 1000 miles in range. Restrictions, Warrior, level 10. Remarks, +1 skill level, +100 miles range, up to level 15. This is awesome, a great tool for fighting bosses. Yi Yu instantly decided to choose quality. Ding! Hundredfold Blast, Power-Piercing Wrist Bronze, becomes Interceptor Wrist Gold, 2. Chapter 25, The Wind Rises, Demons Will Come. 2 wrists, one for him and one for the doppelganger. It's late, get off the line and rest. He shrugged lazily. Just then. Boom! Throughout the entire 999th Novice Village, black clouds suddenly rose up in the sky, an evil aura shrouded the 4 directions, and the wild monsters suddenly became more than riotous, and their strengths all increased. What's going on? How did this hungry wolf turn into a demonized hungry wolf? Its strength has increased a lot. I was just about to kill the monster when it suddenly got stronger. The players noticed the difference. Demonic chi? How could it be? How could the demonic aura suddenly appear? I expected it to be a few days away. In the Novice Village, the village chief anxiously ran out, and the other NPCs were even more flustered. Ha ha ha. It worked. Prideful Berserker led a group of Prideful Vault as henchmen and laughed wantonly in a valley where the black aura was even more dense, and the ones outside were all traveling out from here. The Black Chi was exactly what Prideful Vault had released. Demons are coming. This was the quest he had received, which would release demons into this Novice Village, and the brutal demons would slaughter the entire Novice Village and demonize all the monsters here. As long as they are not demons and do not accept demonization, they will all go on the death list. Consequences, serious. But, never mind. If I can be seen by a demon and turn my race into a demon, my strength will surely be able to skyrocket, and by then even the Heavenly Emperor will be nothing more than a reptile under my feet. Prideful madman, wanting to use this to transform his race. He also found the teleportation array of this Novice Village according to the demon's guidelines, adding some of the demon's weird tricks to be able to teleport some players from other Novice Villages to this village. Chief General, I can turn players into demons and raise their strength. Will you send some players over? He asked the General President, Prideful Dictator, and between his words, he was no longer as respectful as he used to be. Demon? Aloft Dictator sounded startled. Okay, I'll send it. Demon is a legendary race that can only be transformed by players at a later stage. The growth potential is definitely higher than the starting race. If the players under their command can be transformed into demon now, the guild's strength will definitely increase greatly. If it wasn't for the fact that he was leading a team and doing a very important mission, he would have wanted to go over there. Before that, you lead the men to kill the Heavenly Emperor. After thinking about it, he added. Since his subordinates could turn into demons, there was no need to pull in the Heavenly Emperor. Kill the Heavenly Emperor and wash away the shame. Yes. Arrogant Berserker smiled coldly. This was what he wished for, but the demonic energy was still polluting the monsters, and it was necessary to turn this place into an environment suitable for the demons to descend before they could descend in a big way. It would probably take another night. It's a night where the players can't do much. Because players, at night, must go offline. Ding! 7 p.m. is here, all players are forced to go offline. The Vault of Heaven hadn't been online for very long, from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. The scientists hadn't studied the Vault of Heaven thoroughly yet, so they couldn't enter it for a long time for the time being. This point, even Yi Yu was not an exception. You're offline. The prompt came, and a white light flashed in front of Yi Yu's eyes as he returned to the rental house. That terrifying demonic aura, is it hard to believe that it's another demonic civilization? He couldn't help but murmur. Before, in the Novice Village, there were some monsters that were demonized, some monsters that weren't demonized, some of them wouldn't take the initiative to attack when they saw the player, but the demonized ones definitely attacked. He remembered the demonic civilization that he encountered in the Demon Palace. Most likely, this civilization would be sending stronger people. He opened the game forum and still didn't find any narratives related to the demon civilization, but he did find a number of Dragon Kingdom players discussing it, and these players were all from the 999 Novice Village. After entering the game, players of whichever nationality would enter whichever kingdom zone. However, they will be randomly distributed to any newbie village. The players of the 999th Novice Village, all from the south and north of the sky, were bickering on the forums at the moment. Damn it, I don't know where the demonic energy came from, it suddenly boosted the monsters, and the monsters became stronger and brutalized. If we go online, we'll face a deadly battle with the monsters, but if we don't go online all the time, won't we be unable to play the game? You guys are forgetting one thing, our village has a Heavenly Emperor Big Brother. Wouldn't it be easy for Big Brother to kill these monsters? But Big Brother Heavenly Emperor, most likely level 15 soon, will enter the main city. What will we do then? People put their hopes all on the Heavenly Emperor. But unfortunately, they didn't know that it wasn't just the demonized monsters that would be faced, but also the demonic civilization that was the top priority. I, the players of Nanshan City, request the Heavenly Emperor to strengthen my 999 village. I, the players of North Cloud City, request the Heavenly Emperor to strengthen my 999 villages. The players of Village 999 were all pleading with the Heavenly Emperor. Yu closed the forum. This group of players still didn't understand the importance of the matter. Just now he browsed. Players can enter the main city at level 15. Originally there is no such thing. He will definitely be able to enter tomorrow, but now it is adding to the trouble. It seems that this demon must still be resolved. Forget about it, it's just a vapor. He was worried that there were no more monsters to kill in the newbie village, and upgrading was slow. Went downstairs and bought some dumplings and ingredients, made a mouthful of chicken and seaweed egg soup, and ate it with the dumplings, which was also very comfortable, and then went to the gym for a run before coming back to bed. Ha! My power, it's increased. He held up the large dumbbell in his hand, a large dumbbell that he couldn't lift before. But now it was a breeze, and he was able to grab it and swing it around a few times. It's so counterintuitive. The only thing that's different between me and the past today is that I've entered the vault. He was excited inwardly. It must have been the vault that boosted his strength. As for other players? He looked at the others in the gym. There was a group of people chatting. They had also entered the vault today. They were all around level 4 now, but they didn't feel any power-ups. It should be that they were stronger, so the boost was obvious. The Vault of Heaven can actually boost reality power. Then at a later stage, his eyes lit up, not realizing that a game was just a game that could give him, in both realms, extraordinary power. Then, he categorically couldn't let the demons get in the way of his ascension. His heart was so charged that he worked out for a few hours before he got a hint of tiredness and went home to sleep. Anyway, he had money now and had nothing to worry about in reality. In the past, he was not so dashing. The next day, the players of Village 999 apprehensively entered the game. All of them hadn't slept well all night. Ding! You're online. The Tsang Dome Jade glowed and Yu entered the game. Just as he arrived, he saw a rushing demonic aura that drenched the earth and sky. The sun turned black, and the surroundings were dark. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the teleportation array within the village continuously released white auras, and a large wave of silhouettes appeared, with head nicknames that all carried, Pride of the Vault. Where's the Heavenly Emperor? Tell him to get his ass over here and beg for death. Chapter 26: A Divided Body, Overwhelming the Enemies. People looked back in surprise. Overwatch Vault had actually transferred people from other novice villages? How did they do that? And to trouble the Celestial Emperor. Going to the next door of Nima, daring to find fault with the Heavenly Emperor's big brother? Our village relies on T&D today. Nima, these dare to come over? People were furious and overwhelmed. The outside was full of demonized monsters, all waiting for the big brother T&D to clean up some of them so that they could have the ability to go out and kill monsters as well. Many players were in the wild before, and when they came online, they were instantly killed back by the monsters and resurrected in the novice village. This time, can tolerate? The whole group disliked the Pride Dome. Want to die? The people from Prideful Vault sneered, all releasing the light of the equipment on their bodies, basically not seeing the white plate anymore. The black body and bronze color was extremely bright, with some white and silver colors mixed in. Luxurious equipment, powerful strength. Some players who had just fled back from outside the village were directly killed in seconds. These players hadn't entered the novice village yet and weren't protected. This time, people dared to be angry. If you die, you will lose your level. Mama Bama, when the Heavenly Emperor Big Brother comes, he'll definitely give them a good time. This bunch of Deepwell Ice, there are so many demonized monsters, they don't think about unity, they still look for trouble with the Heavenly Emperor. They could only curse angrily in their hearts. But the Heavenly Emperor is facing so many experts. However, looking at the people coming from Prideful Vault, there was nothing left in their hearts. Prideful Vault had sent out people from 7 novice villages, adding up to several thousand people. Hopefully, it would be best if Big Brother Heavenly Emperor didn't come over and protect himself. Because if he comes over, it's likely to be a dead end as well. Go find the Heavenly Emperor. At this time, Prideful Berserker suddenly returned to the novice village, nodded his head in greeting with the other chapter presidents, and sent his men off to search for the Heavenly Emperor. It's full of demonized monsters out there, how dare you guys go out? The other players were puzzled. Only the people from Prideful Vault, all of them laughed coldly and shook their heads. Prideful Berserker had already spoken to Demon. The demonized monsters were all under the control of the demon, and would not kill them. They came here to turn into demons, would they be afraid? Of course, one would have to kill the Heavenly Emperor, the one who insulted the Pride Vault first. And at this time, Yu sent a message to Dragon Troop Zhengyang. There is likely to be a strong enemy arriving in the village today, and it's not just demonized monsters, so prepare yourselves and don't return to the village for now. I suspect that the village will not even be safe by then, instead it will be difficult to let go of the battle because of the terrain restrictions. Good. The Dragon Corps was standing by in the field, and although they were all suspicious, they trusted Yi Yu. Brush. And Yi Yu released the split. Two identical Heavenly Emperors, both thinking the same way, looked at each other and smiled. One waits here for the demons to descend, and one goes back to the village chief to see if there are any quests to take. With something as big as a demon descending, it's impossible to not have a mission, right? The village chief knew about the demon before, so he should be able to extort a sum from him. The doppelganger walked as fast as he could, and with the Yi speed sword, he encountered a lot of demonized monsters along the way, all of which were cut down by his sword, and gained a lot of experience value, as well as leveling up by 1 level. Soon after, approaching the village of 999, the figure appeared in people's eyes. The players within the village immediately roared. Big brother Tiandi, run! There are enemies. Ha! There's an enemy? Yi Yu looked over suspiciously, and was seeing the player from Pride of the Vault, brutally placing his sword on the neck of the player who reminded him that there was no fighting in the novice village. The meaning was obvious: those who dared to stand up to the Heavenly Emperor had the balls to stay out of the novice village all the time. However, the players still roared in anger, and Heavenly Emperor was very popular in their hearts. But what puzzled people was, the Heavenly Emperor was still slowly stepping in with a confident smile at the corner of his mouth. Heavenly Emperor, today is the day of your death. If I don't kill you 1,000 times, I'll retire from traveling from now on. Arrogant Berserker shouted arrogantly. All the players of Arrogant Vault rushed out of the novice village, a large swath of crows, attacking towards Yi Yu. Who did I say it was? It turns out to be a bunch of trash that I stomped to death. Yi Yu shook his head in disdain. Garbage? It's just like what Maniac said, it's just too arrogant, not putting us in our eyes. Kill him. The thousands of people from other novice villages who had come to Prideful Vault were burning with rage at the words, especially the several chapter presidents, who all had B-rank talent and were confident in their hearts. This time I'll see how else you can be mad, archers, go. Prideful Berserker sneered and waved his big hand. Hundreds of archer players stood out, drawing their bows and drawing arrows. Shoo shoo shoo. In an instant, hundreds of arrows shot towards Yi Yu. I'll shoot you into dregs in one go. The arrogant man sneered in his heart. Boom! But all of a sudden, Yi Yu's feet stomped violently, bursting out with incomparable speed, rushing out several hundred meters in just a few seconds, dodging the arrows that were roiling the sky before they could fall. Holy, what kind of speed is this? It's pulling out phantoms, can any of you see it? Ghostly. Everyone was shocked that there was a speed faster than an arrow. Aren't these archers useless? Cut. Yi Yu sneered and shook his head. Even though the doppelganger didn't have a mount and the equipment wasn't that good, it still had the 4x qualification of a breaker, and was wearing a silver outfit and 2 gold artifacts. How could the opposite party be touched? Bang! He once again stomped violently, and his body shot out like a sharp sword, charging straight at the enemy group. It was as if the several thousand enemies were just dirt and dogs. Ding! Enemies plus 7,236, physical attack plus 7,236%. At this moment, his body was filled with power. It had never felt so good. Meat shield, defense. Hurry! The people of Prideful Vault were surprised by his impetus. This person is too tough. How dare you take the initiative when so many of them are here? Hundreds of meters of meat shield players raised their bronze and black iron grade shields to fend off Yi Yu's attack. Their defense was high. Clang! Yi Yu struck a sword on his shield. Something shocking happened. This shield even shattered instantly. There was only one explanation for this kind of thing. The attack faced was too high. The shield could not withstand it. The player holding the shield was very alarmed, but it was already too late to think, as Yi Yu's sword pierced through the shield and easily slit his throat. Ding! You have killed a player, and since it was the other player who was hostile to you first, there is no increase in sin value. A piece of equipment is forcibly exploded, obtaining bronze, shield mountain armor, 1. Yi Yu was worried that there was no trash equipment to sell. He didn't really give up good equipment, and here was someone sending it up. Then, you're welcome to take it all. Fresh blood fluttered. Yi Yu licked his fishy red lips and activated Blazing Sword Shadow. Brush brush brush. 1 second, 7 swords. 65. 45. 51. Scarlet-colored damage appeared frequently. He was like a Geisher Demon King, wantonly pushing across the enemy group. 1 person and 1 sword killed through the several thousand people of the Proud Vault, and his very high movement speed ensured that he was difficult to be attacked. Of course, occasionally will be attacked a few times, but silver level armor completely withstand. There are also many medium red medicine back to blood. He was invincible. Too terrifying. 1 person chasing after thousands of us to kill. Did we surround him, or did he alone surround us? The people of Pride of the Vault were retreating. The players of Village 999 had looked dumbfounded. 1 man with 1 sword killing through the enemy group. How terrifying was this? And they also knew that Heavenly Emperor had a giant dragon mount that hadn't appeared yet. The Heavenly Emperor hadn't used his full power at all. If they knew that this was merely a detachment of the Heavenly Emperor, they didn't know what to think. Chapter 27, Extraordinary Incident, Demon Invasion. No, don't kill me. Prideful Berserker's legs and stomach trembled, the cold light in Yi Yu's eyes made his soul fearful and timid. Soaring. The sword's light was bitter, and his neck was cut open. Yi Yu rushed in strongly, and several chapter presidents were killed by his sword. Too scary. Pride of the Vault's people were trembling, several of the sub-chairmen had B-grade talents, and they were still killed by a single blow from the Heavenly Emperor. Newt. Yi Yu were tired of killing. After entering the center of the enemy group, his cloak flew up and 200 Berserk Eagles appeared, level 11 Berserk Eagles. It was a piece of cake to fight these guild players. He lightly stepped through the enemy group, surrounded by Gale Eagles. The flying blood in the sky reflected his smile. He was like a god, crushing everything. Ding dong. World announcement: the Heavenly Emperor is on a killing spree in Village 999. The Pride and Glory Guild has been killed by 1,037 people. Who can stop him? World announcement: the Heavenly Emperor. Prideful Vault Guild has been killed by 2,834 people. The world announcement suddenly opened. The whole world snapped. This was the first time that the world announcement broadcasted the killing of a player, as there were too many players that were killed. Heavenly Emperor is too fierce, isn't he, killing several thousand by himself? Proud of the vault? Wasn't that the former number 1 guild in Dragon Kingdom? Good lord, the number 1 guild was killed through by the number 1 person. No one had expected that Heavenly Emperor had such a strong strength. People had taken him seriously by calling him the number 1 person in the game, but it was hard for a single player to fight against a guild even if they were strong, right? Who had thought that he would single-handedly kill through thousands of people? The players on the scene were even more shocked. This was not a kill, this was a complete and utter hanging. Not long after, all of the 7,000 plus people in the Overwatch vault had been killed, and Yi Yu had obtained more than 7,000 pieces of equipment, with the most trashy ones being black iron weapons, and the road he had stepped on had been littered with corpses. People couldn't help but actively make way as they watched him walk by. Big brother Heavenly Emperor is awesome. Bull to the sky. I don't know who shouted, and following that, a mountain of cheers rose up, and the entire 999th Village's players cheered. The Heavenly Emperor, time and time again, refreshed their cognition. There is likely to be a great disaster coming next. The novice village may not be safe instead, so you guys go out and get ready. Yi Yu turned his head and reminded. Consider it for the sake of a player who was willing to remind himself before. What danger, really? Okay, we'll listen to the big guy. The people were puzzled, but without question, they quickly exited the novice village. As for Yi Yu himself, he found the village chief's house and knocked on the door. Village chief, there is something to discuss. The door of the room opened and the village chief poked his head out. Come in, what is your business? Demon civilization, it should be coming. You actually know about the demonic civilization? The village chief looked deeply at Yi Yu. Also, you have been to the Demon Earth Palace before. It seems that you have already made preparations. Ding. Do you accept the quest, the village chief's commission? Quest details: defeat the strong demonic civilization that has come. Reward golden armor 1. Quest time, 12 hours. The old thing really did have a rich inventory. If it wasn't for Yi Yu coming on this trip, he would have lost touch with this golden instrument. Accept. Yi Yu finished claiming the quest and sat down in the village chief's house. The village chief was full of doubts. Didn't you just receive a quest? Why don't you go and do it? What are you doing staying here with me? I'm waiting to hand in the mission, otherwise it's too troublesome to walk out and back. What does this mean? The village chief was filled with confusion. And at this time, Yi Yu's main body, who was killing monsters outside the village, nodded his head in satisfaction and said, as expected, the bilocation receiving the quest is equal to the main body receiving the quest, and it's a mutual communion. The bilocation stayed there. The bilocation's strength was quite a bit worse than the main body, so if the main body couldn't solve things, it wouldn't be much use to have the bilocation come. He had just done some killing of monsters and had also managed to reach level 12. But it's too slow, it's only comfortable to come and kill a strong monster. Boom! Right at this moment, a gap suddenly opened in the sky, surging demonic energy raged out of it, and the entire novice village was plunged into darkness as eerie laughter resounded through the sky. Finally, found this side of heaven and earth again. This civilization will become a vassal of our demonic civilization. A powerful creature landed from the sky. The people were at a loss, when the cue suddenly sounded. Ding dong! World announcement: the Demon Civilization Advance Force has entered the Dragon Kingdom 999 Novice Village, triggering the special event, Demon Invasion. Players are requested to block the demon invasion, and based on the contribution, rewards will be given. This time, the announcement wasn't made by the Celestial Emperor anymore. The matter was so serious that it rang 50 times in a row. Demon invasion? What is a demonic civilization? Baka, it sounds like a good reward, but how come it's triggered in the Dragon Kingdom? We can't get in. Village 999, isn't that where the Heavenly Emperor stays? It's going to be cheap for him again. The whole world saw it as a usual event, harder at best, and the Celestial Emperor must have gotten another advantage. Only, prideful dictator, at the moment, had a cold look on his face. Asshole, more than 7,000 people were killed by the Heavenly Emperor alone. He was being lectured in the guild, prideful berserker and the others were in the resurrection space, still able to open the guild channel, and one by one, they were scolded, so ashamed that they couldn't wait to commit suicide right away. More than 7,000 people was crushed by one person. The point is, it was meant to go and transform into demons, and now they haven't even been resurrected, so how can they transform? At this time, the world announcement came just in time. Chairman, are we going or not? If we complete this event, we're sure to get a lot of rewards. Unlike other players, prideful berserker had previously followed the demon's guidelines and tampered with the 999 novice village's teleportation array, and prideful berserker's people were able to enter the 999 village. No, you can't go. Prideful berserker immediately denied it. Prideful berserker and the others were all hung up now, and if they went now, the demons wouldn't recognize them. The other players thought that this event was a reward delivery. But through the pride berserkers who had been in contact with the demon, they were able to know that the demon was strong. Going there was a death sentence. It's not bad for the Heavenly Emperor to let you die at the feet of the demons. This was clearly recognized by the players of 999, surrounded by darkness, with mages using illumination spells and so on. They looked up into the sky and immediately their scalps went numb. Hiss. Level 12, 13, 14. The lowest are all black iron level. I don't even see a single white plate. The air was filled with monsters, wind demon, fire demon, electric leopard demon, and so on, all with powerful attributes. Any one of them picked out would be able to be a small boss in a novice village. In total, there were no less than 5,000 of them. Chapter 28 One Punch, killing the demon commander in seconds. This Nima, any one of these can kill me in seconds. This is a demonic civilization? And they're all just the trashiest little monsters. People panicked beyond belief, having seen the horror of demonic civilization. Wind demon, black iron. Grade 13. Attack 97. Blood 143. Defense 65. Skills: Gust of Wind, combination wind spinning. Description: one of the most trashy monsters in the demon civilization, serving as an advance party to scout out the rest of the civilization. Looking at a random one, it's just the most trashy monster, yet it's already black iron level, and the demons are much stronger than the same novice village level 13 black iron monsters. It wasn't really even an advanced team, it was cannon fodder level. But not to mention the true terror of the demon civilization, it was these cannon fodder in front of them that could hang the players. Roar! The demons saw the players and directly fell from the sky. They seemed to be protected by a special power. They were not injured even when they fell from a high altitude, and ferociously started to fight. Ding! Civilization has invaded and destroyed the novice village protection aura. The novice village cannot protect the player. Can't even go back to the novice village. If you go back to the novice village, it will be difficult to fight because of the terrain restrictions instead. Thanks for reminding Big Brother T&D. They couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that the Heavenly Emperor Big Brother had anticipated this scene, and they started a bloody battle with the demons. Although they couldn't beat them, the wilderness was more open and it was easy to dodge the attacks. Unfortunately, they were still killed one by one. Blood stained the earth. If it lasted, the player group would be annihilated by the group. So the Heavenly Emperor had predicted this earlier. What a brilliant plan. At this time, a group of players with nicknames like Copy Participant and Dragon Core suddenly appeared, all having reached level 8 or 9. They formed an organized attack, fending off some demons. Where did this come from? So powerful. Look guys, their nicknames have the Copy Participant title and there's a bunch of priests with ordinary cane. Isn't this the same people that Heavenly Emperor brought before? Holy, some of them still have silverware. Our village turns out to have such a powerful guild. People were astonished beyond belief. No one had ever heard of the Dragon Corps. They didn't expect it to be so raw. They took the initiative to cooperate with the Dragon Corps, and under the Dragon Corps' leadership, the death rate was greatly reduced. Dragon Corps. They felt more like the #1 guild in Dragon Kingdom compared to Overwatch Vault. It's also true that they were brought up by Big Brother Heavenly Emperor. Can they not be strong? Where's the Heavenly Emperor Big Brother man? If he can show up, we'll have a chance of winning. People couldn't help but think. The people from the Dragon Corps were also thinking the same thing. They were struggling to hold on. The players were still being killed one by one, nearly slowing down the rate of death. If the Heavenly Emperor didn't show up, then they still had to get cold. If the 999 village was occupied by demons, they would never have a chance to upgrade again. Unable to enter the main city. Big Brother Heavenly Emperor went into the novice village before, so I'm afraid it's difficult to arrive quickly. It's finished. Even more terrifying, the crack in the sky suddenly widened and a huge figure descended from the sky. Dragon Corps? There are still such rigid people in this civilization, forcing me to take action as well. The visitor was human-like, with bull horns on his head, riding a giant black bear. The demonic aura around him was raging and extremely terrifying. Minotaur Demon Commander, Platinum Boss. Level 15. Attack 432. Blood 1030. Defense 321. Skills: Raging Axe Strike, Demonic Rage, Giant Strength. Description: Commander of the 918,365th Legion of the Demon Civilization, known for his immense strength. Ding! System tip: Demon civilization powerhouses entering our civilization are suppressed by civilization power, and their levels and attributes will be drastically reduced. The prompt resounded in the player's mind. The level attribute was lowered. But the Platinum Boss and the mounts. To the average player, what difference does it make if this is lowered or not? Boom! The Minotaur Demon Commander raised the axe in his hand and ruthlessly smashed it down, erupting a terrifying force that shook the earth. 46. 57. 45. Half of the players directly killed in seconds. It sneered as it descended from the sky, the giant bears under its feet roaring and raising their axes, ready to spike the Dragon Course people first. It was going to quickly invade Village 999 and use this place as a starting point for expansion. After dragging it out for a long time, the experts of this civilization might rush to this novice village, and that would be troublesome. But after a quick invasion, transforming the novice village into an environment perfectly suited for demons, its strength would be able to rise. It would have the confidence to fend off the experts of this civilization. Oh no! The Dragon Core people's brows tightened. It was difficult for them to resist this powerful enemy as well. Even the Heavenly Emperor would still be seconded, right? The atmosphere on the field was extremely depressing. The Minotaur Demon Commander was bringing too much pressure. The players were shivering, feeling like they were bound to die, and none of them wanted the Heavenly Emperor to come. If the Heavenly Emperor came, he would surely die as well. The Heavenly Emperor might have a chance to fight the Minotaur Demon Commander if he kills the other monsters first and improves some. I'll notify the Heavenly Emperor so that he doesn't come and find the demonized monsters within the village to kill first, so there might still be hope. Dragon Troop Zhang opened his friend channel and prepared to notify the Heavenly Emperor. Tap. But at that moment, a violent marching sound rang out, and a huge black shadow enveloped the people. People looked back. The Heavenly Emperor is here. Heavenly Emperor, you must go, the enemy is too strong. But Yiyu ignored it and stepped over unhurriedly on his giant dragon. He had actually been in the vicinity for a long time. The reason why he didn't make a move was that he wanted to look for the boss first. The reason why he didn't make a move was that he wanted to find the boss first. When the boss came out, he should also come out. And there was good news. Ding! Contacted a strong demon civilization. There is a piece of Songdong Jade hidden in the demon civilization, triggering the only mission: collect Songdong Jade. Collecting that Songdong Jade will make the privilege grow. Hundredfold Blitz, a chance to grow. Yiyu also did not expect that the family heirloom, that Songdong Jade, was still available in that Songdong. Heavenly Emperor? What a crazy name. The Minotaur Commander looked towards Yiyu. Having heard Aoi Madman talk about the Heavenly Emperor before, he knew that it was the strongest person in this novice village. It raised its axe and turned towards Yiyu. It was about to face a big battle. But who knows? Yiyu smiled faintly and stretched out a finger. I only need one move to kill you. Hiss. One move, killing a platinum boss in seconds? Big brother, this isn't the same monsters you killed before. The players were confused, knowing that Big Brother is tough, but can you not be so tough, scaring us out of careful dirty jumping? The Minotaur Commander was even more furious. It was still preparing to have a big battle with the Heavenly Emperor, but it turned out that the Heavenly Emperor was good, and directly wanted to solve it with one move? Ignorant child. Its axe instantly chopped down towards Yiyu. Yiyu, however, had already handed out his fist. Ding! Enemy plus 5,346, physical attack plus 5,346%. With this punch, he struck an ordinary demon. Ding! Spacer activated. Attacking a demon will attack any demon in the rear needs to be all demons between the two. The demon was confused. What's going on? No harm done? But all of a sudden, a terrifying fist power erupted from the Minotaur Demon Commander, who was a few thousand meters away, and the terrifying power sunk the surrounding earth, and a cloud of dust rose up. At the same time, there was also the Minotaur Demon that fell. Chapter 29: The Gate of the Demons. Target: Songdong Jade. 1030. Scarlet damage rose. The Minotaur Demon collapsed helplessly with terror in its eyes. Its attack had just struck, and it hadn't even hit the Heavenly Emperor yet, and the Heavenly Emperor had hit it? At this stage, archers couldn't even hit this distance, right? T&D, sure it's a warrior? And didn't the Heavenly Emperor fight a normal demon? How come he just died himself? Unfortunately, it would never have the chance to know again. Ding! Congratulations, kill level 15 platinum boss, gain 854 experience points, gold level pet egg, vigorous bear, 1, silver coins 20, medium red medicine. Platinum boss, stormed out a gold pet egg. It should be that the boss level and attributes have been lowered, so the reward grade is a bit lower. It doesn't matter, EU has privileges. Trigger a hundredfold blast, gain 85,400 experience points, powerful bear egg, 100 or platinum level pet egg, giant powerful bear egg, 1. Platinum grade pet egg, EU instantly chose this. This way the doppelganger could have a good mount as well. Silver coins stormed into gold coins, and medium red pills stormed into large red pills, which returned 50 points of blood per second and lasted for a total of 10 seconds. The harvest was very lucrative. With a big wave of his hand, he had already included all the rewards in his backpack. And that was when people came back to their senses. It's fast, it's too fast. Everything happened too fast. The Heavenly Emperor had just finished saying that he would kill the platinum boss in seconds, and in the next instant he really did. As for the boss's axe attack, it disappeared as the boss died. How the hell did this happen? They don't understand, but they don't need to. Just one thing. Heavenly Emperor Big Brother, terrifying as hell. Brothers, follow Big Brother Heavenly Emperor and kill. With the Heavenly Emperor around, the remaining demons were nothing. Can't you see the demons are all in a state of panic? Boss directly be second, 2 lowered the morale of the demon side, and the player's fighting spirit, 1 by 1 fearless charge up. The situation has been reversed. Boom boom. And hearing EU, 2 flashes of white light flashed one after another. Ding. Your level +2, gain 10 free attribute points, please distribute. He was level 14, almost ready to enter the main city. There were still some level 14 monsters among the demons, and he instantly launched a killing spree, and the mount that the boss was riding on was also killed by him. Ding! You have first killed the level 15 Platinum Boss Minotaur Demon Commander. A world announcement will be opened and you will gain 1 point of legendary degree, 1000 prestige value. Do you want to hide your name? While killing, a prompt came from the other side as well. No hiding. The demons have sent a Platinum Commander this time. Even though their strength will be much lower after arriving at our civilization, it's still a Platinum Boss. The Heavenly Emperor is definitely finished. Within the Prideful Vault Guild channel, the demon invasion was being discussed. What's the point of being stronger? You can have NPC bulls. Ding dong. World announcement. Congratulations to player, Heavenly Emperor. First kill of level 15 Platinum Boss, gained 1 point of legend degree, 1000 reputation value. Please congratulate him. The face of Prideful Dictator became extremely ugly. Especially Prideful Berserker, who was cursing angrily in the resurrection space as he waited to be resurrected while the Heavenly Emperor had another great harvest. And crazy, level 15 Platinum Boss, so the demon invasion is so hard. But Heavenly Emperor, surprisingly, still killed it. This person is also too fierce. He hasn't even gone to the main city yet, he must not be level 15 yet, and he's actually able to kill a platinum boss over the level? Crazy. People all over the world are really going crazy and feel like they are living in a dream. They were also envious. The demonic invasion looked like it was going to be completed by the Heavenly Emperor, and they were going to receive another huge reward. As for Yiyu here, he harvested 100 legend degrees and 100,000 prestige values. With a satisfied heart, the killing became even more enjoyable. Time passed. The ground was lying full of demon corpses. All of the invading demons had died. The players had also died a lot. Only the Dragon Corps didn't have anyone die because of their outstanding strength. As for Yiyu, there was even less to say about this pervert. People looked at his figure in awe as more than 90% of the demons were all killed by the Heavenly Emperor alone. Ding! Battle summary. You have gained 58 black iron weapons, 23 bronze weapons, 736 experience points, and bronze coins 2235. Hundredfold blitz. Gain 104 gold artifacts, but none of them came with skills this time, and the ones that did were extremely rare. He didn't care, the skills were currently able to be used. With Battle Without End in place, a flat A could kill the boss. Ding! Demon invasion stopped. In the settlement of personal contribution, your contribution is 0.0001%, obtaining a black iron weapon. Contribution is 0.0004%, obtaining 1 black iron weapon and 1000 experience points. In the minds of the players, prompts rang out. Although this event was difficult, the rewards were good. One couldn't help but look at the Heavenly Emperor. I'm afraid that his contribution percentage was large. What could he obtain? Ding! The demon invasion has been stopped. In the settlement of personal contribution, your contribution is 99.99%, and you have obtained the gold level treasure, Demon Medal, 1. Yiyu's contribution was too big. Killing a platinum boss would take up more than 95% of the contribution. Triggering a hundredfold blast, obtaining Demon Medal, 100 or platinum grade treasure, Demon Gate, 1. Demon Medallion, gold grade. Effect: wearing the medallion allows you to enter the demon civilization once, and the medallion disappears after entering. Description: entering a dangerous place, think carefully. Gate of Demons, Platinum. Effect 1: by devouring the corpses of demons, the Gate of Demons will accumulate the number of times it has entered the demon civilization. The stronger and more monsters are devoured, the more times. Effect: entering the demonic civilization will not be suppressed by the civilization, and the strength will not be reduced. Description: why should we be the only ones to be invaded? We should fight our way through. Access to demonic civilization? Yi Yu raised his eyebrows. This was exactly what he desperately needed. The former would allow him to enter 100 times. But finding the vaulted jade, hell knows if it's difficult. Yi Yu must be fully prepared. In the latter case, killing more demons will give you the chance to enter indefinitely. And the strength will not decrease after entering. He certainly knew what to choose. Ding! You have selected Demon Gate 1. The medallion in the backpack turned into a black portal, releasing a platinum-colored light. Yi Yu turned the light off and released it. The black portal bloomed with terrifying suction. All the demon corpses, all of them were swallowed. Ding! Times +1. Thousands of demons for a one-time count. But Yi Yu didn't care, he was looking at sustainability. After entering the demonic civilization, there were plenty of opportunities to kill demons. Moreover, Yi Yu had a suspicion. That platinum boss just now, is it a monster, an NPC, or a player? After killing the boss just now, the boss's axe disappeared. It was more like after killing a player, some of the player's equipment automatically entered the resurrection space with the player. The reason why it didn't prompt for a kill value, a forced burst piece, or anything like that. Probably because, for the Blue Star civilization, players from other civilizations are just monsters. Demon civilization. Is it a civilization in the vault, or is it some other civilization in the universe? And just as the Blue Star humans enter the vault, can't other civilizations in the universe enter? There must be other creatures in the universe, given the size of the sky. It couldn't be helped, there was Tsang Dome Jade there. Yi Yu had to think more. Chapter 30 Great Harvest. With the demons resolved, the novice village's demonic aura dissipated into thin air, and the monsters broke away from their demonized state, their strength returning to normal. Big Brother Heavenly Emperor, let's go, we'll have the chance to look up to Big Brother's heroic appearance again. People were eager to go and upgrade and left in droves. Yi Yu nodded his head indifferently and was also ready to leave when Rabbit Bunny was pulling him back. Big Brother, you should have obtained quite a few bronze and black iron weapons, sell us the ones you don't use. Okay. The backpack happened to contain many of the equipment obtained from killing the Pride of the Vault centaurs, all of which were unused. 10,000 for a black iron item and 20,000 for a bronze item. The price is very high. Now there are a lot of people with black iron weapons. Bronze weapons are not so difficult to see. This is the rabbit, do not lack of money, plus the dragon troop, urgent need for equipment to improve. Otherwise, it may not be able to sell at this price. It sold for a total of 90.27 million soft dollars. When more than 7,000 pieces of equipment were released, the Dragon Course people were also shocked, and Bunny Rabbit was in trouble. I can't make a decision with so many soft sister coins, I need to ask for instructions. Good. Yi Yu nodded. In his heart, he was also excited. This was close to $100 million. Rabbit Bunny quickly went offline and found his brother Guing Yun. Over 7,000 pieces of equipment, most of them black iron and a little more than half bronze? This deal, we're done. Guing Yun instantly clapped his hands together. After the players had their buddy bits, they could send their equipment directly through their buddy bits, and this equipment could be distributed to the people in the various novice villages of the Dragon Corps. With this equipment, the Dragon Corps could drastically increase their strength and enter the main city more quickly. The Dragon Army, then, was in the lead in the Vault of Heaven. Ding! Your bank card wired 90.27 million. Yi Yu didn't expect it to be so easy to make money. He was now a rich man. There was no way. Who can get equipment as easily as him? Couldn't help but think how much of a gain it would be to sell some of the gold outfits, but let's not talk about shedding them. Selling gold outfits now would be too shocking. See you around. Yi Yu waved his sleeve and rode away on the giant dragon. Big Brother should be heading to the main city, most likely level 15. Should be the first in the world to enter. The words came from the Dragon Corps. Yi Yu smiled slightly, they had guessed correctly. Ding! Your level +1, free attribute points +5, please distribute. Consuming the experience value, a rushing white light soared up as he successfully stepped into level 15. At the same time on the body equipment changes, just obtained some gold suit selected some change, and now he has the most gold suit on his body, there are a few platinum suit, strength instantly skyrocketed. Blast sword. He looked at the blaster sword in his hand, the silver weapon no longer suited him. But it came with a skill, it was a shame to throw it away, there weren't many equipment that could come with a skill in the Vault of Heaven, and every one of them could be said to be an extremely rare item. Breaker, this 3-star hidden profession is finally available again. Ding! You have consumed 2,000 silver coins to detach the blast sword shadow from the blast sword and place it into the unmatched sword. Blistering sword shadow and peerless indulgence have fused and evolved. The skill unexpectedly evolved, and at that moment he hurriedly checked. Split red LV15, consumes 60 points of blue to split 10 200 meter sword chi of 100% physical attack for 1 hit, while within the range of the sword chi, your attack speed reaches 7 times in 7 seconds, cooldown 20 seconds. Remarks, skill level +1, sword chi length plus 10 meters, cooldown plus 1 second, maximum level 20. Very comfortable. It just so happened that there was still some experience value left, and immediately leveled up the skill by 3, but not to full level. Many of the demonic minions he had killed before weren't even close to his level, and didn't provide much in the way of experience value. He either had to go to the main city as soon as possible to have a chance to gain more experience value. Either that or use the Demon Gate as soon as possible to find the Vaulted Jade in the demon civilization and raise the blast privilege up so that even less experience value could become more than enough. Go to the main city first, then go to the demon civilization. The small monsters sent by the demon civilization were quite powerful, so it would be prudent to boost them first. There's still a lot of things you can boost yourself. For example, white plate taunt cloth armor, and gold shock armor. The skills of these two pieces of equipment could be fused, but he didn't fuse them right now because there was still one more piece of defensive clothing that he could obtain. Village Chief, the quest is complete. The doppelganger, who was at the village head's home, found the village head. It's not easy. The village headman's eyebrows smiled. From the beginning to the end, the Heavenly Emperor had been sitting here, and the demon army had been settled. As for it being solved by someone else? That's impossible. The novice village in their own not out, only the Heavenly Emperor has this strength, and do not know how he did it, can only be said to be unimaginable. Ding! Mission completed, evaluation, super perfect. Reward obtained, gold artifact, lava armor, 1, triggering a 100-fold blast, with a choice of, lava armor, 100 or platinum artifact, purgatory armor, 1. The village chief handed over the golden equipment, which the doppelganger received in his backpack. Lava armor, gold artifact. Grade, 15. Attachment, defense plus 80. Attached skill, Lava Beast, blue LV1 consume 40 points of blue, the armor turns into a lava state, transforming itself into a lava beast with lava rolling down its body, dealing 100% defense plus 100% physical attack for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Note, skill level +1, duration plus 5 seconds, cooldown plus 5 seconds, max level 15. Restrictions, warrior, level 15. Extreme. Capable of offense and defense, it is definitely the upper extreme of the anti-suit. But isn't it a bit unattractive to become a lava beast? Yu hurriedly looked at the storm effect again. Purgatory armor, platinum. Grade, 15. Attachment, defense plus 120. Attached skill, Purgatory Demon, red LV1, consumes 60 points of blue, the armor releases the Purgatory Demon Shadow, releasing a sea of Purgatory Fire within 100 square meters, dealing 100% defense plus 100% physical attack for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Remarks, skill level +1, range plus 100 square meters, max level 20. Sure enough better. The attacks haven't changed, but the lava behemoth was just a single attack, this one is ranged damage. Ding, you have selected the Purgatory Armor 1. The armor immediately turned platinum colored, but the doppelganger couldn't wear it without being level 15, and it was prepared to be handed over to the main body afterwards. As for the doppelganger, give him a mount. Ding, you stormed Knight's Oath into Knight's Pledge. Knight's Oath didn't storm before because Yu wasn't sure if he could find another platinum level mount. But the acquired power bear eggs he had already checked and looked at after storming, so there was no hesitation at that moment. Ding, you had blitzed the powerful bear egg into a giant powerful bear egg. In this way, the doppelganger also had a platinum level mount. Both the main body and the bilocation had gained a huge boost, and this trip could be said to be a great harvest. Chapter 31, Enter the city, and you are a general. Wait, are you going to the main city? The village chief asked again. That's right. Yu looked up, it was hard not to trigger something again? Seeing as you perfectly solved the demonic invasion, let me give you a little guidance, go forward to Celestial Star City, I wrote you a letter, look for someone called Bai Ming. The village chief handed over the letter. Yu curiously asked for details, but the village chief just shook his head, go, and you'll know. Good fellow, quite mysterious. But it looked like it was going to trigger some chain of quests, so Yu decided to make a trip. Watching Yu leave, the village chief nodded his head meaningfully, demon invasion, I had prepared some things to personally go out, I didn't expect you to be able to solve it. It's not in vain that I went through the trouble of leaving the Destroyer profession book here. That's the legacy of the God of War. I hope you won't insult this profession after you go to the main city. The doppelganger came outside and suddenly disappeared, appearing in Yu's backpack. Bilocations were strange beings that were transformed from death to life and condensed from the virtual to the real, belonging to Yu's personal belongings. No matter how many distances they spanned, Yu was able to receive them directly into his backpack. Releasing it again, the main body and the bilocation looked at each other and began to exchange items. Ding! The doppelganger uses the Knight's Oath and binds the giant bear egg. The giant bear hatches and becomes the doppelganger's mount. A naive miniature bear appeared at Yu's feet. Giant power bear, platinum boss. Level 1. Physical attack 1215. Blood 78. Defense 58. Blue, 33. Skills, Mega Strength, Tarzan, Rage. Description: one of the Earth's overlords, a giant beast found only in demonic civilizations. New skills will be born automatically when it reaches a certain level. It is also an Earth overlord, unique to the demon civilization. You can see that the same level of attributes, then the Earth Subdragon is a drop higher, but the Earth Subdragon also has magic attack, adding up to a higher attribute than it. The two can be said to be not the same. Not bad. Yi Yu was satisfied. Some more gold suits were given to the doppelganger, and the doppelganger's strength skyrocketed. Yi Yu wasn't sure what strength the S-rank talented players in the Vault of Heaven were now, but he felt that even if the doppelganger walked out, he could still hang on to the S-rank talented players. On his own, he was even stronger. Changed into lava armor. But for the time being, he didn't detach the skills on the taunt cloth armor and shock cloth armor. Now even if he fused the skills, he didn't have the experience value to upgrade them. He would talk about it when he got to the main city. Emperor of Heaven, Breaker. Rank, 15. Physical damage, 902-905. Defense, 726. Blood value, 1079. Blue value, 543. Attack speed, 5.617 hits second. Movement speed, 403 meters second. One level with the previous Minotaur Demon Commander with much higher attributes, but Yi Yu did not pride himself on the fact that the Minotaur Demon Commander was suppressed by civilization and his attributes had dropped quite a bit after all. Go! With a thought, his figure abruptly disappeared and entered a white passageway. In the Vault of Heaven, once a player was qualified to enter the main city, they could go there directly whenever they wanted to. Please select the main city you will enter. Celestial Star City. Mysterious power augmented, he swept through the white passageway at a rapid pace. Meanwhile, Village 999. Boom! The earth trembled more than that. The teleportation array buried deep in the ground released white light. This was the teleportation array that sent Yi Yu to the main city. The range covered the entire novice village, and now it was opened. White light, on the ground, is not visible. But underground, it can be seen. At this moment, in the home of the mysterious hunter, under the large pit where the mysterious hunter was buried, a white horse carrying the mysterious hunter, traveling freely through the earth, the hunter, who was already dead, suddenly raised his head. Good boy. Sure enough, you opened the teleportation array and timed it exactly with my calculations. It's not in vain that I sent you the Knight's Oath. He had been in the novice village for a long time. He couldn't enter the main city through the teleportation array, only the low-level ones could be opened, but when the teleportation array was open, he had a way to teleport along with it. Tianqing City? I happen to be going to Heavenly Star City. Brush. White light flashed and the hunter disappeared. The old man quickly made his way to Celestial Star City, the white horse carrying him underground, the dirt receding and then coalescing when he left, as if no one had ever been here before. He ran towards a mysterious zone. Ding! Congratulations, you have entered Tianqing City. As the first player to enter the main city, you will receive 10,000 service-wide reputation value. Do you hide your name? Yi Yu arrived at the Heavenly Star City and the prompt sounded. The reputation value was quite a lot, more than killing a platinum boss. No hiding. Ding dong. World announcement: congratulations to player, Heavenly Emperor, for being the first player to enter the main city and gaining 10,000 prestige values. Please congratulate him. World announcement: 20 swipes in a row. This time, people were numb. There was nothing shocking about it. It was a daily operation for the Heavenly Emperor. Only a group of great god players clenched their fists, again being compared to others. Reputation value: it's of great use when you go to the main city. All at once, he gained so much. Moreover, it was only available for the first entry, and after the Heavenly Emperor obtained it, there was no chance for others to obtain it through this. Ding! Hundredfold strike, gained 1 million prestige value. It has been detected that you have entered the main city. The prestige shop is open. A pleasant prompt came. Yi Yu opened his personal panel, saw the prestige store and immediately tapped in. Return scroll, 1000 reputation 1 piece. Position of City Guard of Tianqing City, 10,000 reputation value. Golden Weapon Inchman's Lance, 100,000 reputation value. Platinum Wind and Cloud Robe, 1 million prestige value. There's a lot of stuff, all kinds of stuff. Even goldware, platinumware, but need a lot of prestige value, and Yi Yu is not very interested in this. Prestige value used once less, equipment can go to fight by themselves. Even positions like city guards can be bought? Yi Yu raised his eyebrows. And at this time. Stop. Fresh from the novice village? When the guards at the city gate saw him, they immediately opened their mouths in a cold tone, looking down on him between their words. Yi Yu nodded indifferently while making a point in the prestige store. Ding! Congratulations, you have consumed 1.5 million prestige values in exchange for the position of Captain of Heavenly Star City. He thought about how much easier it would be for him to have a position when he had to find someone in the main city. This was the highest position he could buy with his current reputation value. Ding! Triggering a hundredfold blitz, obtaining General Position of Tianqing City 1. Not realizing that this could also be blitzed, he directly chose quality. If you want to do it higher. General Tian Xingcheng's career. Effect 1, with the Tiger Amulet of General of Tianqing City, NPCs in Tianqing City below the level of General will treat you with extreme respect and 100 points of goodwill directly. Effect 2, you can recruit soldiers in Tianqing City. Description, positions in the Vault of Heaven, with the exception of the Imperial Lord, can be bought with prestige, and are considered a reward for those who have made outstanding contributions to killing monsters. Chapter 32, Come Here, Not to be Bullied. You also didn't expect that all professions could be bought directly except for Emperor Lord. But, how hard is it to buy You have to make a major event to get reputation value, and he's already made a lot of them, and if he didn't have 100x blitz, he wouldn't even have that much reputation value to buy. Brush. In his hand, a tiger talisman appeared. On the nickname prefix, General of Tianqing City, appeared a prefix that could be hidden. Put. Poof. Upon seeing this, all the guards instantly fell to their knees in terror, their eyes filled with awe. Greetings, General. Ding. Congratulations, Celestial Star City Guard Muyun, S favorability towards you is plus 100. Congratulations, Astral City Guard Luther, S favorability towards you is plus 100. A pleasant beeping sound came, and Yu nodded his head faintly, aha. In a kneeling welcome, he stepped into Heavenly Star City. I didn't expect that he'd be a general. Just arrived, and he's been given the position of general. How many horrible monsters did he have to kill in the novice village to gain so much prestige value? Only when he walked away did the guards dare to raise their heads, their hearts still terrified. Some of the guards even smacked themselves in the face. Just now, they had actually looked down on this lord. Luckily, he hadn't said anything disrespectful yet, or else he would be finished. Fortunately, people didn't say anything, maybe they don't care about it. They have no more qualifications for comparison with the Heavenly Emperor, and they have already been honored as generals. There are a lot of NPCs in Tianqing City, in the streets and alleys, and there are many soldiers patrolling, but this moment to see the figure of Yu, especially his, Tianqing City General, position. Greetings, General. Pust. On the road that Yu walked through, there was a field of NPCs kneeling all over the place. Congratulations, Blacksmith Shop Wang Feng, S favorability towards you is plus 100. A lot of goodwill swipes, all straight 100s. 100 is the highest, NPCs will be extremely trusting and reverent towards him. You just need to receive any quest with these NPCs to get the maximum rewards, and it's okay to let NPCs do things. Of course, if Yu does something bad to an NPC, his favorability will also decrease. NPCs that were malicious towards him could not brush their goodwill either. It doesn't. Rumble. The sound of iron horsemen treading on the ground came from a group of well-equipped soldiers inspecting the area, and when they saw the NPCs kneeling, and even some of the soldiers kneeling to the Celestial Emperor, they immediately became angry. Tianqing City, when did another general come? In this city, there is only one general, Lord Killing N. Soldier Forest City, bronze level. Grade, 20. Attack, 283. Blood, 395. Defense, 203. Description, Soldier of General Blazing Flame of Astral City. Yu took a look, almost all of them were of this strength. Just this? I'll slap you to death, believe it or not. Let your lord come out and talk. He had a whole lot of things to do, but he was too lazy to play with the little chickens. The soldiers were furious. The level isn't even as high as ours, just a lucky one who gained prestige value by killing some monsters in the novice village that were quite powerful at the time. What qualifications do you have to be rampant? General? You, too? Yu understood that he was being jealous. It was normal, after all, he was so outstanding. Moreover, he had obtained his position through the system, and the NPCs of the Vault of Heaven recognized it, but there must have been a general in Heavenly Star City originally as well, and once he came over, he was on par with him. The original general, of course, was not convinced. Then, let you all be convinced. I originally just wanted a position to facilitate things. Yu sneered and laughed. Unfortunately, what he, as a person, couldn't stand the most was someone trying to bully him. Clank! The clear and harsh sound of drawing a sword rose, and the sword in Yu's hand blatantly came out of its sheath. Boom! 10 230-meter long sword chi streaked across the room. 362. 345. Blood sword, even without the help of battle without end, Yu could have killed this group of soldiers in seconds. Instantly, all dead. More than 500 corpses lay as Yu stepped through the blood. Gudong! Gulp! The surrounding NPCs all shrugged their throats, not realizing that this general was so powerful, seconding so many that were higher than his level in one go, and his temper was too hot. A word of disobedience, kill. Ding. Gained 512 bronze artifacts, 4,302 experience points, and a hundredfold blast. Who's still not convinced? Yu's indifferent voice resounded throughout the entire arena. No one dared to reply, but all of them lowered their heads, determining in their hearts that they must not mess with this general from now on. Tread. Yi Yu stepped, and all the people around him fell to their knees. He smiled coldly and looked ahead. The city lord's mansion. Without the general's acquiescence, how dare these soldiers come to pick a fight? Killing and domineering. You've come to an opponent. Celestial Star City Lord Jun Mo1, with a light smile at the corner of his mouth. This person is not a lord to be bullied by others. General of Celestial Star City Blazing Flame, S eyes flashed with a cold light. He's coming. Yi Yu arrived at the city lord's mansion, and the guards immediately greeted him inside, meeting the two in the gilded city lord's hall. Tianqing City Lord Jun Mo1. Rank? Attack? Star City General Blazing Inferno. Grade? Attack? Not surprisingly, it's full of question marks, and the level is too far above your own to view it at the moment. Young talents, welcome. City Lord Jun Mo1 eagerly opened his mouth. But what responded to him was Yi Yu's cold sword. Brush. A sword that landed right on General Blazing Yan's neck. You want to die? At this moment, the atmosphere abruptly froze. The city lord's eyes were glaring out, and Blazing Yan was even more enraged, not realizing that the Heavenly Emperor had so much guts. Having arrived here, he still dared to think of taking the initiative. Where did he get the backbone? Yi Yu's complexion was still cold. Low rank? Fear not. He didn't come to the main city to be bullied. Spell out everything. It is not impossible to fight. He still has a split, and there are 2 mounts. What is so terrible about dying? Not daring to face it is really trash. Ask you again, want to die? You. Blazing Yan was furious and was about to make a move. Snap. A loud slapping sound rang out. Clear palm prints appeared on Killing Yan's face. City Lord Jun Mo1 coldly said, "It was your fault. You sent that bunch of soldiers, right? And people asked you if you wanted to die." Don't want to. Killing Yan bowed his head in humiliation, not expecting the city lord to strike. Little friend, how is it? Jun Mo1 raised his head and looked towards Yi Yu. Aha! Yi Yu put away his sword. The face of the city lord still had to be given for the moment. It wasn't that he was afraid of things. If he was afraid, wouldn't he point his sword straight at Blazing Yan? Good. Indeed, a young talent. The city lord looked at Yi Yu appreciatively. Let's do it this way. I'll be the master. You currently don't have any soldiers of your own. There's a group of Blazing Flame soldiers outside of the city that are in trouble. As long as you save them, that group will be yours. Hearing this, Blazing Yan was once again furious, but did not dare to say anything. Ding. Do you accept the quest, collecting soldiers? Quest details: outside the city, Bat Cave, rescue 200 silver level 25 soldiers. Reward: 200 silver level 25 soldiers. Quest time: 6 hours. Chapter 33, He Came from Hell. Yi Yu had already left. It could be much easier for him to do many things if he could have a group of soldiers in the main city. Not bad. City Lord Jun Mo1 secretly nodded his head. Blazing Yan's power within the city was getting bigger and bigger, and now that there was a celestial emperor who could check and balance with Blazing Yan, it was what he, the city lord, wanted to see. Blazing Yan, on the other hand, left angrily. It had to be said that the NPCs in the vault were really user-friendly. Yi Yu came to the street and asked the NPCs if they knew, by Ming, but the result was that none of them did. It is really not easy to find someone in the big main city, and once again, he made sure to have his own soldiers. With soldiers, let them help find. Outside the city, the Batcave. In the deep, dark cave, a group of soldiers used spells to illuminate the cave, and there were rapid air-breaking sounds coming from the surroundings. Be careful, those bats are here again. Clatter. A gang of ugly bats attacked, annoying sound waves coming from them. It's this sonic skill again. The soldiers were ready to fight, but after the sonic wave came, their bodies trembled sharply and chaotically. They were unable to use their skills for a short period of time, and even their weapons were a bit unsteady in their grip, so they could only maintain a defensive stance. The bats directly impacted them, and they were not lightly injured. By the time they were able to fight, the bats were gone, brewing their next wave of attack. In the long run, we will die. Go? Can't go. If we go back now, Blazing Flame won't let us go, unless we escape to the other main cities, but there are endless swarms of monsters between the main cities, and it's a matter of life and death to cross over from the wilderness. It wasn't that they were weak, but the bat's sonic skill was too buggy, leaving them powerless. They also had control skills, but the bats were flexible and difficult to control. They can only be passive and wait to die. Soon after, the bats came back. Mother, fight with these guys? Charge! They fought back, but the bats fled straight away, escaping into the tiny gaps, where the light was so thin in the darkness that it was already hard to see, and now it was even harder to find the bats. The bats, however, could fly freely in the darkness, probing for bits with their sound waves. When they're exhausted, the bats come out again. They've been tortured so badly that some of them are already hanging. Roar! Just then, a terrifying dragon roar rang out. Bang bang bang! A berserk beast, squeezing through the cave, rushed in forcefully, and with just 2 simple roars, the bat's sound waves were directly dispersed, and one by one, they fell down. What kind of monster is this? Why is there another big monster? This seems to be a giant dragon. Misty grass, the bats that tortured us so badly just now are not even a fart in front of the giant dragon, they wilted instantly. The soldiers turned back one by one in shock, all of them blanched in fear. How could the giant dragon appear here? The body that was already seriously injured, now there are bats in front of them and a giant dragon behind them, an absolute dead end. Wait, above that giant dragon, there seems to be a person. Yi Yu stepped on the giant dragon and looked ahead. Evil bat, bronze. Grade, 17. Attack, 201. Blood, 278. Defense, 167. Skills, disordered ultrasound, bloodlust, frantic scratch. Description, a very troublesome monster. The attributes weren't powerful, and a bunch of silver level 25 soldiers had attributes that crushed them, but it was the disordered ultrasonic skill that left the soldiers clueless. Ding! Under the dragon's might, the evil bat is confused for 3 seconds. Unfortunately, it met dragon might. Boom! Yi Yu lightly slashed his sword in 10 unparalleled sword chi raged away. 278. 267. 289. The evil bats that were thrown into chaos were instantly killed in seconds. Ding! Killed 167 bats, gained 328 experience points over leveled kill, for bronze weapons, medium red pill 23, copper coin 1683. Hundredfold strike. A pleasant prompt came, and Yi Yu took all the harvest into his backpack. The experience value was already enough to upgrade. Be careful, there are still a lot of bats. The soldiers suddenly spoke up, understanding that this human shouldn't be malicious anymore, and immediately warned kindly. Is that so? Yi Yu shook his head disdainfully, he liked it the most. Wow. In the cave, another bunch of bats poured out. Ding! Enemy plus 185, physical attack plus 185%. Facing several hundred monsters, Yi Yu put away his sword, and as the soldiers looked on in shock, the cloak behind him shook, and 200 golden gale eagles flew out. The attributes were lower than the opposite side, but there were more of them, and there was also the wind blade skill, which allowed them to snipe from afar. Both sides started a big battle. Why didn't he make a move? The soldiers were puzzled, seeing that Yi Yu didn't make a move, they were too embarrassed to go up and help themselves, to prevent disrupting some of his fighting guidelines. Yi Yu did not pay any attention to them, his eyes swept over the surroundings. Found you! A bat that realized at times was seen by him as it appeared at one point. Evil Bat King, Gold Boss. Level, 20. Attack, 632. Blood, 845. Defense, 603. Skills, Stealth, Disordered Ultrasound, Bloodlust, Crazy Scratch. Description: likes to attract enemies with his henchmen and sneak up on them by stealth. Still want to sneak attack? The evil Bat King was targeted by Yi Yu, it felt it itself, it appeared just now because it stealthily entered the cooldown, it didn't expect to be targeted by this sharp-eyed human. Fortunately, the cooldown of stealth disappeared and it disappeared once again. Quietly, it approached Yi Yu. So what if you find out? I'm invisible again. Can you guess when we'll strike? Cut. And Yi Yu just sneered, not seeing the slightest movement from him, the armor on his body suddenly released dark red light. A huge purgatory demon shadow emerged from the armor, with magma rolling down its body, its head was born with lofty horns, and its big black hand swung violently, a sea of purgatory fire descended into the world. 278. 283. Within 100 square meters, all monsters were instantly burned down to nothing but ash. 845. The Bat King's body also broke away from its invisibility and turned into smoke. Ding! Congratulations, gained gold artifact, stealth clothes, 1, 5 bronze artifacts, 408 experience points. Hundredfold strike, you can obtain, stealth clothes, 100 or platinum artifact, void clothes, 1. Bursting out a field of treasures. Ding! Congratulations, you have first killed the level 20 gold boss Evil Bat King, you will receive 1 point of legendary degree, 400 prestige value, do you want to hide your name? Not hidden. I'm in the middle of a kill and you're telling me to hide? Ding dong. World announcement. The world announcement came out, and people once again stared with rounded eyes. The Heavenly Emperor had just gone to the main city not long ago, and he had killed a level 20 gold boss. Yi Yu gained 100 legendary points and 40,000 prestige points. Tread. The dragon stepping towards the soldier, his nose buzzing out of breath. Gulp. The soldiers swallowed their saliva. The giant dragon was terrifying, but the silhouette above it was even more terrifying. Standing on top of the dragon, behind him was the terrifying purgatory demon, summoning hundreds of monsters at any time. Those bat monsters were even killed by his sword, and that heavy sea of purgatory fire could scorch the world in general. He, domineeringly stood there. It gave the impression as if he had come from hell, stepping on death to be born. If such a character wanted to kill himself, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to hide at all. Me, the new general of Heavenly Star City, Heavenly Emperor. Yi Yu released the nickname prefix. Pust. The soldiers immediately fell down in surprise, not realizing that Willow, such a terrifying human, was actually their general. Greetings, General. They were very much worshipping Yiyu at this moment. Ding! Congratulations, collect soldiers, quest completed, gain 200 silver level 25 soldiers. Hundredfold strike. Chapter 34 Legendary copy. Hundredfold strike, gain 20,000 silver level 25 soldiers or 600 gold level 25 soldiers. The prompt came and Yiyu froze for a moment. I didn't expect that even NPCs could storm, and there was no need to go to turn in the task. The task was completed directly after the soldier obeyed, and the soldier's goodwill towards him had reached 100. This was the full value of only 100, otherwise it might be higher. The group of soldiers, now full of admiration for him. Willing to saddle up for general. I did not expect a new general. Killing Yen, we have long been disobedient, always do not value our lives. If it is not him we will not be in danger, which is good for adults. Alright, follow me in the future. Yiyu nodded. This group of soldiers were still very strong. Before, it was just the bat's weird tactics, otherwise they couldn't beat them, and he couldn't help but think, what would be the expression of that condescending goods of killing Yin, seeing that he snatched a bunch of good soldiers from his hands? And I bestow you with great strength to do a good job for me. Yiyu spoke in a loud voice. Ding, you have selected 600 gold level 25 soldiers. Boom! The soldiers immediately had auras surging around them. Their levels hadn't increased, but their qualifications had skyrocketed, and they were much stronger, and behind them, 400 gold level 25 soldiers appeared. The new soldiers, and they looked different, but also let Yiyu called it strange. This should be the hidden effect of the privilege. The equipment can look the same, but the NPC storm is also the same, is quite strange. As long as the attributes are the same. Is this made by the general? Without moving a muscle, he elevated me with a single word? What great power is this? Is the general not a god? The soldiers were completely shocked this time. This was too unbelievable. This was a miracle. They looked up to Yiyu as if they were looking up to an omnipotent god. As for the newly appeared soldiers, the general was able to create miracles. What was it to wave his hand and spill some soldiers? They made up their minds to hang out well with the general. At this moment, even if someone tempted them with a divine weapon, they wouldn't betray the general. What's a divine weapon? The general is a god. Yiyu looked at their worship and also froze for a moment. He was too lazy to explain. Soldier Li Yao, gold level. Grade, 25. Physical attack, 723. Blood, 929. Defense, 702. Skills, trap, wild blade, blade dance strike. Description, soldier of the celestial emperor, sees him as a god, master for life. Yiyu casually looked at one, quite satisfied, stronger than the gold boss just now. This group of soldiers are equivalent to a boss, and there are mages, archers and so on. It's kind of a small team with complete distribution. Other players have guilds? Sorry, he has enough NPC soldiers put out to fight a guild. He checked his harvest, 9 bronze pieces, storming into 18 gold pieces. Unfortunately, only 1 piece came with a skill. And nowadays, Yiyu didn't want any equipment that didn't come with skills. Disorder ring, gold. Grade, 15. Attachment, plus 10% spell casting speed. Attached skill, turbulent ultrasonic wave, blue LV1, consume 40 points of blue, send out turbulent ultrasonic wave that covers 200 square meters around, depending on the gap between the strength and weakness of the enemy. Determine the time of turbulence, must be turbulent for 1 second, the maximum of 10 seconds. The enemy cannot attack during this period of time, the cooldown of 1 minute. Remarks, increase skill level, longer duration. Restrictions, all professions, level 15. Pretty good. Equipment also has a level, and a level 1 artifact is not necessarily better than a level 100 blank slate artifact. Yiyu immediately replaced the original level 8 gold ring. The original only adds 6 points of casting speed. The warrior's casting speed is the speed of the skill. The higher the speed, the faster the release of skills. The main thing is disordered ultrasound. Even though there's the dragon power of the earth sub-dragon now, it's still important to prevent accidents, so maybe you can't use the giant dragon at any given time. And disordered ultrasound, no matter how strong the enemy is, it will be disordered for 1 second. Turbulence means it can't attack. Look at the boss popping out. Invisibility clothes, gold artifact. Grade, 15. Attachment, resist control plus 11%. Attached skill, stealth, blue LV1 consumes 40 points of blue, stealthy for 10 seconds, cooldown 3 minutes. Remarks, increase skill level, duration plus 10 seconds, max level 15. Restrictions, all professions, level 15. This is good, not to mention the life-saving effect of stealth, but also add resist control. If you are controlled, you can get out of control as soon as possible. Void clothes, platinum artifact. Level 15. Attachment, resist control plus 20%. Attachment skill, void, red LV1, consume 60 blue amount, enter, void, state for 20 seconds, cooldown 3 minutes. Remarks, increase skill level, duration plus 20 seconds, maximum 20 levels. Restrictions, all professions, level 15. Void? Yi Yu was puzzled. Just after having this thought, the void in the description showed the viewable status, and he immediately clicked in to check it out, and the void went beyond stealth and turned himself into an illusory nothing general state. In short, you can do things like walk through walls. Because at that time Yi Yu was alive but equal to nothing. Crossing boundaries and all that was easy. Cozy. Yi Yu expressed his fondness and instantly chose this. Consuming experience value to full level the skill, it can be void for 400 seconds. This is a life-saving skill. It is not excessive to full level it. As for disordered ultrasonic, it can force disorder for 1 second anyway, so I'm too lazy to upgrade it for now. However, the void coat occupies the position of a defensive suit, so you should wear purgatory armor normally, and you can switch to the void coat when you encounter a specific situation. Also gain 3,572 copper coins, which stormed into silver coins. 48 bottles of medium red pill and 52 bottles of medium blue pill, blitzed into large red pill and large blue pill. Big red pill. Effect, restores 10 blood points per second for 10 seconds. Big blue pill. Effect, restores 10 points of blue per second for 10 seconds. The soldiers had just been injured and were recovering with medium red pill. The recovery was very slow, but they couldn't afford to use big red pill. After all, the price of big red pill was much more expensive than medium red pill. Take it to recover. Yi Yu casually dumped dozens of bottles of big red pill on them. There were still more within the backpack that had burst out before. The soldiers respectfully thanked him. As for himself, he is not injured. Drinking a bottle of big blue pill and recovering his blue level was enough. General, Blazing Flame asked us to come here to look for legendary copies. We've been searching everywhere for a long time and haven't found any, and we don't know if there's any here, so we can take a deeper look. At this time, the soldiers spoke up. A copy of the legend? Yi Yu didn't think that there was such a good thing. It didn't take much time anyway, so he and the soldiers went deeper into the cave and were surprised to find an iron door in the depths. Legendary copy precognition. Description 1, consuming legend degree, you can enter. Description 2, a precognitive copy in which the monster will anticipate your next move. Yi Yu did not expect to really find a copy of the legend. He also had to thank this group of soldiers, no, thanks to this comedian, Blazing Yen, for sending the good stuff to his head. Of course I had to go in there to honor him. Chapter 35 Shu, look behind you. General, are you entering? We can't enter without a legend degree. It's fine, you guys wait outside. Yi Yu shook his head. He had a lot of legend degrees, but legend degrees could only be used by himself. He could not bring anyone with him. Legendary copies, too, had options such as simple and normal. Simple copy consumes 1 point of lore degree. Normal 10 points, difficult 100 points, elite 200 points, abyss 300 points, nightmare 500 points. Damn it, other people don't even have this many lore points for hard, do they? It takes 100 points for hard to first kill 100 bosses, and 500 for nightmare. Ding! System tip, after an individual passes through the legendary copy once, they will not be able to pass through it again, and the higher the difficulty, the greater the rewards they will receive. In other words, doing the easy ones once, you can't even think of doing the hard ones at a later stage. Yi Yu pondered for a moment and chose nightmare difficulty. It was only the first 5 boss kills anyway. There was a flutter in front of his eyes, the door opened instantly, and Yi Yu's body instantly disappeared after he stepped inside. General actually chose nightmare difficulty. I hope he can return triumphantly. The soldiers guarded the gate, not allowing anything to disturb Yi Yu. Ding! You have entered the legendary copy precognition nightmare difficulty. Yi Yu entered a vast grassland, which was originally calm and quiet, but the moment he stepped in, a horrifying killing chant steeply overflowed and a green mantis jumped out. Fast dagger mantis, gold level. Grade, 20. Attack, 654. Blood, 605. Defense, 605. Skills, quick slash, rapid impact, wind affinity. Description, a very fast monster with a surprisingly fast attack speed. It's all gold level. The mantis raised its front legs like a sharp, fast knife and fell towards Yi Yu. Ding! Enemies plus 123, physical attack plus 123%. However, in front of Yi Yu's high attributes, as well as the SSS grade talent, battle without end, it really wasn't worth mentioning. Boom! Yi Yu quickly drew his sword, vertical and horizontal. 10 sword she raged, but surprisingly, the mantises seemed to have discovered his attack in advance and quickly dodged before he could strike. The mantises had affinity for wind and were fast in the wind. Coupled with the early escape, the sword technique surprisingly fell short. Understood. Yi Yu remembered that the copy description said that the monsters in this copy could predict his next move. The skill fell short and was temporarily put on cooldown. The monsters could predict his movements, and it was hard for skills to hit them anymore. They kept falling short and cooling down, and sooner or later, they dragged him to his death. The mantises were disdainful at the moment, and once again ferociously rushed over. Cut! Yi Yu let out a cold laugh and his feet stomped violently. stepping in the air. His body soared rapidly, walking freely in the air 1500 meters high. The mantis's strikes fell short, and the full level of treading steps had a movement speed of 600 plus 200% movement speed, which was 1403 meters per second. The mantises obviously predicted his airborne movement, but at this moment, with such a high movement speed, could they react to it if they predicted it? They couldn't react at all. Bang! Yi Yu fell like a cannonball, 1403 meters in an instant, descending over the mantises. At this moment, the 10 sword chi split, had disappeared, but in the 7 seconds that the sword chi had appeared, he was able to attack at 7 times the speed, or 39.319 hits per second, close to 40 swords per second. This was a full-level red skill. Could it not be strong? Brush, brush, brush. Sword shadows littered the air as more than 40 small monsters died. 1 second passed, and the mantises reacted, immediately trying to escape. Disordered ultrasound. Yi Yu's ring trembled, invisible sound waves enveloped the mantises. Under the copy power enchantment, the mantises also predicted this, but what's the use? Is there still time to dodge? Ding, disorder for 2 seconds. 606. 676. Yi Yu killed with ease and all the small monsters died. Even if the monsters had precognition, it was useless in front of the absolute strength gap. Ding. Congratulations, gained 5 gold artifacts, 898 experience points, 3,927 copper coins, and medium red pill. Hundredfold strike. The harvest is full. But he didn't stop there, because... boom! A pair of sharp axes swiftly came at him. No, not axes, it was the front legs of the attacking monster that had grown into the shape of an axe, but it was much sharper than a normal axe. Fast Axe Mantis King, Platinum Boss. Level 20. Attack 905. Blood 1502. Defense 752. Skills: Berserker Axe, Axe Spin, Wind Affinity. Description: a monster that can be powerful in attack speed, and speed. Hiss. It's actually a platinum boss. With this axe coming down, Yi Yu would definitely take quite a bit of damage. Roar. A dragon roar rang out, the earth sub-dragon's 4 hooves surged with earth color, and a huge earth wall appeared in front of it. As Yi Yu's mount, of course, he could follow him into the legendary copy. Boom! The earth wall shattered, but it also managed to block the attack. Good job. Yi Yu patted its head and it proudly roared again. Ding. Under the dragon's might, the enemy is confused for 1 second, unable to move, unable to attack, unable to think. The Fast Axe Mantis King froze, but unfortunately, because the Earth Sub-Dragon was only level 15 and of the same platinum grade, it couldn't confuse the Fast Axe Mantis for long. And... ding. Enemy +1, physical attack +1%. After the small monsters were killed, Yi Yu was faced with only the boss. Battle without end, added very little attack, but he couldn't afford not to fight the small monsters first, or else the combination of small monsters and boss would be very troublesome. They all had precognition, and were different from the monsters Yi Yu had faced in the past. Ding! You have consumed 2,000 experience points to level up Purgatory Demon by 1. Purgatory Demon, instantly full level. Emerging from Yi Yu's armor, it summoned a sea of purgatory fire that covered 2,000 square meters, covering the Quick Axe Mantis King with an attack of over 1,600 points. 923. The Quick Axe Mantis King's blood instantly lost most of it. Hiss and roar. It broke free from its chaotic state. Being grilled by the flames made it furious and wanted to kill Yi Yu in one blow. Shoo, look behind you. Yi Yu, however, shook his head lightly, not panicking. The enemy will send out a diversion. In the Fast Axe Mantis King's mind, this prompt appeared. It looked sharply towards its back, only to see that another Celestial Emperor had appeared. It knew about this situation now, but couldn't predict it. It could only predict the movements of one unit. It had already predicted Yi Yu just now, and it couldn't predict the bilocation. While Yi Yu was fighting it, the doppelganger ran behind it with the help of tall weeds and high movement speed. The doppelganger took out a sword. The effect of vertical split was still there. Yi Yu's attack speed, and it was 7 times that of the doppelganger, and he was just one person. It would also have 7 times the attack speed. Brush, brush, brush. 1 second, dozens of swords. 203. 263. Even if the doppelganger was of a lower level with quite a bit less strength and didn't use skills, the enemy couldn't withstand it under such a fast speed. The body of the Fast Axe Mantis King fell in an instant. Chapter 36, Robbing Power with the Gods, in a Civilization Foretold. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the Fast Axe Mantis King, gaining 1095 experience points, platinum level treasure chest 1, and silver coins 20. After all, it was a platinum boss, and experience values were given in abundance. Hundredfold Strike, gain 109,500 experience points, platinum grade treasure chest 100, silver coins 2000 or gold coins 20. Unfortunately, the 100x blitz wasn't enough to raise the quality of the platinum item anymore. 100 platinum treasure chests, to be honest, Yi Yu liked it. But if there was a chance to turn it into a higher level, why not? It's time for privilege to grow. Yi Yu's eyes flashed with divine light, storming silver coins into gold coins. The storming of the treasure chest was kept for the time being. He was going to make a trip to the demon civilization and storm the quality of the privileges if he could grow them. If it can't grow, it's not too late to storm the quantity again. After all, another civilization was at stake, and he was prepared to fail. Of course, even if he failed, he wouldn't suffer is all. This time, he also obtained a few golden weapons, but unfortunately, there were no skills, so he kept them for the time being. Then, started upgrading. Ding! You're level +2, gain 10 points of free attributes. Having gained quite a bit of experience value since coming to the main city, Yi Yu instantly distributed it. Both he and the Earth Sub-Dragon came to level 17, the Doppelganger was also level 15, and the Lagging Giant Bear also came to level 10. With this distribution, there was only a drop of experience value left. I had wanted to use Breaker to fuse skills such as Purgatory Demon and Taunt, but now even if the fusion was successful and the skills became powerful, there was no experience value left to upgrade. The perk must be grown. Yi Yu once again made up his mind, otherwise the experience value was really not enough. Leave. His mind moved to leave the copy. In his heart, he was also vaguely looking forward to what rewards the legendary copy would give. Ding! Congratulations, you have first killed the level 20 platinum boss Fast Axe Mantis King, rewarded with 1 point of lore degree, 600 prestige value. Do you hide your nickname? Congratulations, you passed, legendary copy foreknowledge nightmare difficulty, single-handedly with a super perfect rating. Reward, Pre-Curing Your Empire. 1. Do you hide your nickname? Do you hide the reward? A series of 2 prompts came. The first one Yi Yu is familiar. The second. The first one Yi Yu is familiar with. What kind of reward is this? Yi Yu was puzzled and first silently said, nicknames are not hidden, rewards are hidden. This reward didn't sound simple, it was better not to tell anyone. Ding dong. World announcement, congratulations to player, Heavenly Emperor, first kill of level 20 platinum boss Fast Axe Mantis King, rewarded with 1 point of lore degree, 600 reputation value, please congratulate him. The world announcement sang out, and people were shocked but less awestruck this time. Hiss, a level 20 platinum boss, I'm still killing level 5 whiteboard monsters. Hey, you need to learn to get used to it. T&D Big Brother's daily world announcement clocking in. There's no need to be surprised by the daily first kill boss. It was supposed to be hard, but since it was made by the Celestial Emperor, it seemed like it was supposed to be. People discussed it for a while and went their own way. But, suddenly. Ding dong. World announcement, congratulations to player, Heavenly Emperor, for passing, legendary copy precognition nightmare difficulty, single-handedly, and obtaining the highest reward hidden for this copy, which is truly enviable. Re-entering the stage and ringing 30 times in a row. Hiss. Did I hear right, legendary copy? Passed in single combat, nightmare difficulty? Nonsense, now besides the Heavenly Emperor going to the main city, who else is qualified to go surely single combat What's the highest reward Big Brother still hides it. This time, people were shocked once again. The rewards were hidden, but also made them itchy. A group of big god players are even more envious and jealous. They have not yet gone to the main city, even the capital, to do a copy of the legend. The Heavenly Emperor is ahead of them again. Yi Yu ignored all of this, he heard the pleasant sound of the prompt. Hundredfold strike, gain 100 points of lore degree, 60,000 prestige value, in the empire in which you are precious, 100 or, in the civilization in which you are precious, 1. Foreknowledge of your empire. Effect, foreknowledge of any situation in your empire. Number of times, 100. Description, a copy of precognition, legend has it that it is related to the supreme deity, god of precognition, and after passing it super perfectly, you can borrow his power of precognition once. In the empire where the precognition, Yi Yu is now in the Tianqing city, belonging to the Piaoshui Empire, you can precognize any situation within this empire, precognize where there are treasures, artifacts and so on. And yes, 100 times. The power of the gods. Yi Yu murmured, no wonder this time can storm the quality, platinum where can't even storm the quality 100 times, such a strong chance of precognition but can storm. It is because, this power is borrowed. Essentially, it was borrowed from the gods. No, it was snatched more power. If I were to snatch power from the gods, would the gods find out and become angry? Predicted by your civilization. Effect, to be aware of any situation in the host civilization. Number of times, 1. Description, strike back and snatch power from the gods. Want this, have to. Vault Jade is in demon civilization, but I don't know the exact location yet. With this precognition it's different, even if the gods are angry. Do it. Afraid of what? The bold will die, the timid will starve. Storm the mass. Yi Yu instantly made up his mind. Boom! After his mind moved, the wind suddenly rose in the sky and the earth, and Yi Yu suddenly disappeared from the copy and entered a vast and boundless dark area, and there was a great figure sitting in the darkness. Supreme Deity Precognition God. Rank? Attack? Defense? No need to read it, it's all question marks. The god of prophecy cannot see the face, do not know the gender, can only feel his majestic greatness, a silk thread around the body fluttering, linked to the vast starry skies, as if with the help of silk threads to foretell the destiny. But this moment. Phew! Some silk threads suddenly floated towards Yu. Who? The precognition god angrily stood up and looked towards Yu, but only saw a blurry shadow. Dare to come to me and rob me? I have never seen that before in the civilizations of the heavens. It opened its large hand to snatch back the silk thread. Buzzing. On Yiyu's neck, the Sung Dome jade that had been hidden but suddenly appeared, and the means of the precognition god was useless. The silk threads wrapped around Yiyu's body and disappeared together. What a terrifying power! Who the hell is it? The look on the precognition god's face at this moment was actually somewhat terrified. Such a powerful ability he had never seen before, and when he tried to foretell who was robbing things, he suddenly spat out blood in panic. The one true spirit in the void can't see. After a long time, he also laughed. Interesting, an alien among the constants, an existence destined to become a god. Looking forward to the next time we meet. Ding! Congratulations, gained, in the civilization where you are forewarned, 1. Phew! Yiyu gasped at this moment. He had actually snatched something from the hands of a deity, and it was definitely an extraordinary deity. It was so damn exciting. The Cthulhu Jade is also really awesome. That next piece must be obtained. Chapter 37, A Different World Announcement, Blue Star Civilization Invasion. Yiyu left the copy and prepared to head to the demon civilization. This time, he was in a light-hearted state. I can damn well grab power from the gods, so I'm still afraid of a demonic civilization? Congratulations, General! The soldiers saw him with a smile on his face and knew that he had successfully passed the copy, and in their hearts, they sighed at the General's greatness for passing the nightmare-level legendary copy so quickly. But Yiyu's next sentence made them freeze. I will be heading to the demonic civilization. Are you guys willing to go with me? Demon civilization. General must not. What, you guys know about this demonic civilization? Yiyu asked. The demon civilization is in a different world from us. Our side of the civilization is called the Blue Star civilization. The demon civilization is more powerful than us. It's not that we're afraid of it, that's the demon's home base. General, just take us people to kill over there. It's not pleasing. Blue Star civilization? Yiyu had to be shocked even after hearing this. His guess was right. There were definitely other civilizations in the universe. The Vault of Heaven covered one civilization after another. Creatures from each civilization could enter the Vault of Heaven, and the Vault of Heaven could also be a real world. Where the players of that civilization are when they enter it is called whatever civilization they are in. For example, if a Blue Star person enters the vault, the place they stay is called the Blue Star civilization. A demonic creature enters and the place it stays is called a demonic civilization. Omniverse game? Yiyu's scalp tingled as he once again asked, how did you guys know that the civilization you stayed in was called the Blue Star civilization? Anciently passed down. We were originally called the Blue Star civilization. This was not what he had thought. The Blue Star humans had obviously just come in. It was hard to believe that any Blue Starians had ever been in the game before. Forget it, whatever, it's probably the game system that's messing with it. All in all, he further understood that the Vault of Heaven was not simple. Fighting with another cosmic civilization, he took a deep breath, and now the Blue Star people have not been in contact with the cosmic people. I can't imagine that the Vault of Heaven covers the whole universe and can be seen. Willing to follow the general into death. The soldiers sensed his firm will to make the trip for sure, and all of them were immediately willing to follow. Indeed, they were not the ones who were afraid. Very well. Yiyu took out the Tianqing City General Tiger Talisman. The Tiger Talisman could take soldiers in, and unlike the legendary copy, entering another civilization could bring in his own subordinates. Then he released the pitch-black demon gate and stepped in. Ding! Congratulations, you have entered the demon civilization, Bull Demon City Forest of Darkness. The number of times the demon gate has been entered 1, current number 0. The demon gate is enchanted, not suppressed by the civilization's power. Your level and attributes are not reduced. Before his eyes, there was a dark forest. The hissing of some monsters came from the surroundings, as well as the voices of players talking. Yiyu hadn't even heard it yet when suddenly a prompt came. Ding! You have entered the demon civilization. It is considered an invasion. If you make a major event raise the strength of the Blue Star civilization, lower the strength of the demon civilization, you will be rewarded to a different degree according to the degree of the event. Ha! You call this an invasion? Yiyu felt nothing bad. Why can only demons invade, cannot invade them themselves? But what he didn't know was that a different world announcement rang out. Ding dong! World announcement: Demon World, Blue Star civilization creatures entered Bull Demon City, triggering a special event, Blue Star human invasion. Players are requested to block the human invasion, and rewards will be given based on contributions. The seriousness of the situation is evident in the fact that it rang 50 times in a row. The point is, it's not like the old ones. It's an announcement from the Demon World. Yiyu wasn't from the Demon World and couldn't hear this announcement, and he couldn't open the Demon World's world channel. It was the same treatment as when the demons invaded the Blue Star civilization. At this moment, the entire demon world erupted into a tsunami, and the world channel opened noisily. Moo! Blue Star Civilization, isn't that the civilization that the Advance Force invaded earlier? Rora Garbage Civilization, the Grand Magus Divination doesn't even count as a level 1 civilization. If it wasn't for the fact that the environment is different and our strength would be lowered if we went there, we would have already stepped on that side of the civilization. How dare you invade us? Damn it! This human, ask the great gods on the demon ranking list to come out. Our demon civilization is a civilization that already has players close to the gods. How can we allow humans to come here and wreak havoc? But he's in Bull Demon City, a weak and barbaric city. We high-level players are restricted from entering instead. It's fine, the Blue Star Civilization is too weak. The invading humans are bound to be not strong. All of Bull Demon City, please fight. The various demons were furious, and they despised the Blue Star Civilization. A civilization that hadn't even been heard of in the universe, probably didn't even go towards the universe, and if it wasn't for the great divine magistrate some time ago, who suddenly perceived a little civilization fluctuation in the vault of heaven, didn't even know about the Blue Star Civilization. The experts among the demons, too, did not enter the Blue Star because they were suppressed by the Supreme God. But this trash civilization, how dare anyone come over? This is a disgrace. To have killed him in our Bull Demon City. In the wilderness of Bull Demon City, a large group of demonic players hissed as they instantly dropped the task at hand to find the invading human first. Players from other cities and pools were also rapidly rushing towards Ox Demon City here. At this moment, Yi Yu was 1,500 meters in the air, stepping into the air. A bunch of. Because of the system's translation, he understood the words of the demonic players, and at the moment, he looked down on the group of players who were jumping up and down in a hurry, just like looking at a bunch of retards, wasting their efforts in vain to look for them. Hungry Wolf Roar. Grade, 17. Attack, 302. Blood, 342. Defense, 275. Skills, Wolf Howl Black LV3, Dance Under the Moon Yellow LV7, Scrying Basic, Triple Claw Strike Green LV5. Description, Demon Civilization Player. Players entering different civilizations will be treated as invading monsters, as monsters generally display class, but demon players in their own civilization, of course, only display attributes. It is just average, the same level is too far worse than Yi Yu. Equipment and skills are not in the same class. The players from Bull Demon City don't seem to be too strong. Of course, there were also players above level 20, after all, the Blue Star Civilization entered the game too long after the Demon Civilization, but the more advanced players basically entered the advanced main city. Restricted, some were unable to enter the low-level main cities to bully low-level players. Some of the slightly lower-level ones were still able to return to the low-level main city and were now traveling to Bull Demon City at fire speed. But right now, Yi Yu hadn't met any players who could fly. A bunch of looking on the ground can find a hair, and I am afraid that they all thought it was a lot of people coming to invade. The sound will be very big. How do you know that Yi Yu is alone and stepping in the air? For the time being, I don't have time to play with these sand sculptures. Yi Yu landed in a hidden area, let them look for it first, he has to do something big. Ding! You have consumed foreknowledge of the civilization you are in, 1 to foresee the situation of the Vaulted Jade, and foreknowledge has revealed that the Vaulted Jade is in the Bull Demon Empire Imperial Treasure Trove, 243, 12, 73. Chapter 38 Level 999 Bull Demon Emperor Lord. Unexpectedly, it was actually in the Imperial capital. What can we do? Not to mention how he had bypassed countless enemies from Bull Demon City, a high-level place like the Imperial capital wasn't something he, a player who had just joined the tour for 2 days, could enter, right? There must be a level restriction. Void clothes. Yi Yu's eyes flickered as he remembered this treasure. Brush. Releasing the doppelganger, he put on the void clothes, while his main body stayed behind. The main body was stronger in the end, and it was easier to encounter enemies in Bull Demon City. As for the Imperial capital, that little difference in strength between the doppelganger and the main body doesn't make much difference where you go, does it? Nothingness, for a full 400 seconds. After using this skill, the doppelganger immediately became a state of nothingness, undetectable and undiscoverable. Yi Yu also temporarily handed over his airborne track to his doppelganger, whose movement speed was very fast. It can move thousands of meters in a second, and move through the forest of darkness at the speed of fire. The rocks, large trees, and so on that he encountered were all directly penetrated. Didn't we say there was an invasion? How come I didn't see it? Strange. Wait, it seems like a gale drifted past just now, and I froze steeply. On the way, they also encountered demonic players, who were searching hard, not even realizing that the target had already swept past them, and Yi Yu didn't take a shot at them. Before getting the Sangdong Jade, Yi Yu did not want to strike for the time being. It wasn't that he was afraid, it was that he was saving himself from trouble. Ding! You have entered Bull Demon City. The doppelganger penetrated the gates and guarding formations of the Bull Demon City, swept freely through the enemy group, and originally wanted to find a teleportation array to go in, but I didn't expect to see an old acquaintance. No, the Minotaur. See the commander. See you, commander. There were a lot of demons in the demon world, and Bull Demon City was basically full of Minotaur demon players and NPCs, and a commander led a group of Minotaur demons out. Minotaur Demon Commander 2 by level 30. Ha! Wasn't this the Minotaur Demon Commander he had beheaded earlier, the one from the previous demon invasion? Although the Minotaur demons all looked similar, Yu still recognized it at a glance. After all, it was the one he had beheaded, and he also knew that this guy was called Tubai. I will pay for my sins and defeat the Blue Star invading humans. With a roar, Tubai quickly traveled to the Forest of Darkness. Laughing in his heart, he finally had a chance to prove himself. Previously, representing the demon advance army to enter the Blue Star civilization, he was suppressed by the civilization, and his power could not be exerted, and he suffered great humiliation after being resurrected and returned. This time it would be the other way around. Damn it! He was a genius, and he had obtained a mount at level 30, so he was allowed to travel to the Blue Star civilization, and he could gain merit by conquering that novice village. But not only did he fail, but his mount fell off. Go on, the more enemies the better. Yu shook his head and stepped into the teleportation array. The teleportation array opening would have required game coins and would have bloomed with light. Yu is also a little apprehensive. Ding! You are in a state of nothingness at the moment. There is no consumption or restriction on teleportation, so you can directly open the teleportation array and go to any zone that this array can teleport to. Frowny Face Tier 2 Main City Bullhorn City, Tier 2 Main City Lionheart City. That's nice. Yu chose one related to cows and immediately went to the secondary main city. After that, the third pole and fourth level. Ding! You have entered the Bull Demon Empire Imperial Capital. Yu walked out of the teleportation array and went to the wilderness first. Void was going to fall into a cooldown. It would be better to arrive at the Imperial Capital in full condition. After waiting in the wilderness for a while, the skill cooldown refreshed. Void. Step into the void. Yu sped through the air and descended into the Imperial Capital, looking down on a bunch of NPCs and a bunch of high-level players. City Gate Guards. Rank? Big Bull. Rank? Very strong. The basic scrying technique could not see any information at all, and Yu felt a hint of irritation. Che, I heard that the Blue Star civilization came to invade? Heh, that trash civilization is nothing. They all definitely wouldn't be able to survive in Bull Demon City. If it wasn't for the fact that my level is too high to enter Bull Demon City, I'd want to go to Bull Demon City to have some fun, but it's a pity that humans can't enter the Imperial Capital. This Imperial Capital doesn't talk about high-level restrictions anymore, defense array, air-to-air probing array and so on. Wouldn't it be possible for Blue Star civilization creatures to enter? The demons laughed playfully and glanced at the array, which would fluctuate if a creature entered. Well, no fluctuations at all. As for Yu, he stepped out from the formation and scanned around the Imperial Capital, seeing a heavily guarded and splendid hall. Imperial Capital Treasure Trove. Description: the treasure trove of the Bull Demon Imperial Capital, guarded by a super formation. That's you. Yu stepped into the air and directly pierced through the obstacles. The guards didn't even notice him. He had to say that Void was really powerful. He had already seen many powerful treasures. Prime Void Formation Diagram Epic. Ice Robe Epic. Blazing Sun Lance Sacred Weapon. So many treasures, a ton of diamonds and legends, a lot of epic ones, even holy weapons. But Yu is not moved. These are nothing. After the growth of privileges, there are all kinds of treasures. The state of nothingness is not long. We must take away that Song Dome Jade as soon as possible. The Imperial Capital was so big that it took him a lot of time just to step into the air. Fortunately, he foresaw the exact coordinates, and he saw a box at the 243-12-73 coordinates. The box was bizarre and had a powerful prohibition placed on it. Without special means, the box could not be opened at all. His hands, however, directly penetrated the box and touched a piece of jade, which he instantly received in his backpack. Vault Jade, Special Item. Description: 1. Can be used to gain privileges in the Vault of Heaven, though only the one true spirit in the void can use it. Description: 2. All descriptions can only be seen by the one true spirit in the void. The one true spirit in the void? What is this? Yu didn't understand, but he couldn't care less now because at this moment, the alarm suddenly sounded loudly. Ding ding ding. Alarm! Alarm! Treasure trove stolen. Treasure trove stolen. The entire Bull Demon Empire was resounding with this alarm sound. The sound shook the heavens. This was the alarm formation in the treasure vault. If someone took away the treasures by unreasonable means, the alarm would sound. At this moment, the 999 level Bull Demon Imperial Lord is talking to the Demon Grand Divine Magistrate. Grand Divine Magistrate, the blue star creature has entered the region of my Bull Demon Empire, but it's being suppressed by the Supreme God, and I'm unable to enter the Bull Demon City as well. Have you predicted their location, and is it possible to bestow a treasure so that I can travel to Bull Demon City? Put. What answered him was the sound of the Grand Divine Magistrate spitting out blood. This son, unpredictable. If the Supreme God Precognition God heard this, he must have thought deeply that it was impossible for him to predict it, let alone the divination skills of a tiny magus. Ha! The Bull Demon Emperor Lord froze on the spot when he heard this. This son? There's only one? Alert! Alert! At this time, the alarm suddenly sounded, and the Bull Demon Emperor Lord angrily stood up, instantly gaining insight into the Imperial treasure trove, and then suddenly laughed out loud, "Farewell, great diviner. No need for divination. He is coming." It saw it, a creature that looked nothing like a demon. A human, necessarily. Ding, the void is cooling down. At this moment, Yu broke away from the state of nothingness and emerged from the treasure vault. A group of guards had already opened the treasure vault, and all the demonic NPCs and players in the Imperial capital were running towards this place. The important place of the Imperial capital was in full view of everyone. Surprisingly, this human was allowed to enter the treasure trove and even managed to get something. Can't hold back. At the same time, Yiyu's main body, who was far away in the forest of darkness, opened his eyes. Battle, here it comes. Chapter 39, 10,000 times storm attack, legendary 1x. Kill him, damn human. At this moment, countless experts in the Bull Demon Imperial capital rushed towards Yiyu. The Bull Demon civilization had many high-level players, the Imperial capitals were all above level 500, and there were many powerful NPCs. Humble human, how dare you come to act recklessly? A huge bull demon also appeared in the heavens and earth, and it was none other than the 999th level Bull Demon Emperor Lord. Under his own nose, this human was able to steal something from the treasury. It was disgraceful. It went out of its way to personally take action and must leave this human behind. Everywhere was filled with terrifying skills, the heaven and earth trembled endlessly, the scene was one of despair. Yiyu alone was surrounded by countless demons and appeared to be weak. Cut. But he let out a sneer and raised a cruel smile. Ding. In matchmaking, battle without end activated, enemy plus 800 and 2,635, physical attack plus 800 and 2,635%. With more than 8,000 times the attack, his physical attack came to 7.45 million. The more enemies he had, the better he felt. Boom! Stepping into the air activated, he jumped to a height of 1,500 meters and punched a bull demon soldier who didn't expect him to be able to step into the air already at this level and didn't react for a while. His punch had already struck the bull demon soldier. Ding! The mountain spacing bull is activated, the attack crosses over a group of demons and strikes the Bull Demon Emperor Lord, who is also a demon. The Bull Demon Emperor Lord, who was quite far away from him, was suddenly struck by the volatile fist might. 3.42 million. Put. Scarlet damage rose as the Bull Demon Emperor Lord spat out blood and was sent flying out tens of thousands of meters away, roaring in the air. No, it can't be, garbage blue star creatures, wouldn't they be able to have this kind of attack? Emperor Lord. Imperial Lord. Countless NPCs and players were stunned. The 999 level Bull Demon Emperor Lord was seriously injured by a single punch? They looked at the human that stood out of thin air. This human was so strong? And at this time, there were countless more skills striking at Yiyu. He had stepped into the air and dodged an attack before, but there were still many more skills in the air. Rubbish guys, see you again sometime. Yiyu waved his hand at them and suddenly disappeared. Ding! You retrieved the doppelganger back to your backpack. In the forest of darkness, Yiyu's main body took a deep breath. Under combat stop, his attacks exploded, but his survivability did not improve, and the enemy's attacks would kill him. That Emperor Lord didn't know how many levels it was. 7.45 million damage surprisingly only seriously injured it, with a defense of over 4 million. To be honest, Yiyu's means were still too little. He could have a high attack but lacked the means to attack. But he was only a few levels. How long had he been in the game? To be able to seriously injure an Emperor Lord was very strong. And this time, the purpose has been accomplished. Emperor Lord, are we launching a pursuit to find him? Within the Bull Demon Imperial capital, a group of bull demons asked. No, never. The Bull Demon Emperor Lord, however, anxiously stopped it. This human was too terrifying. He himself was the strongest person in the Bull Demon Empire, and he was still seriously injured by this human's punch, and now he was in dire need of returning blood to recover. How could the other bull demons be a match for this human? Pass the order down, all of the Bull Demon Empire avoid the Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor, that was the nickname it had just seen. It didn't catch its eye before, but now it remembers it to death. Instantly, a message spread through the Imperial capital. One must actively avoid the Heavenly Emperor and not go to their deaths. From the Imperial capital to the main cities of all the major ranks, this message made the experts of the Bull Demon Empire confused, but they all acted in accordance with the order, and some of the players who had gone after Yiyu returned immediately. However, the news was not conveyed as quickly as it should have been, and some demons did not receive it for the time being. For example, the bull demons who were looking for Yiyu in the Forest of Darkness. Roar! Come out to me! Minotaur Demon Commander Tobai led a group of players, rampaging through the Forest of Darkness, all of them organized by it, intent on turning out the blue star creature. Che, I'm not in the habit of being passive. Who gave you guys the face to come after me? Yiyu shook his head disdainfully when he heard their movements. Taking down the treading crawler, Sung Dome Jade and so on from his detachment, the cooling down of the treading crawler had also finished, and he took the initiative to step up high into the sky, a tiger talisman in his hand releasing a brilliant light. Blue Star Heavenly Emperor is here, who dares to fight? The voice resounded through the 4 fields, and Yi Yu, who was standing high in the sky, was immediately spotted. Coming out. Still dare to come out of your own accord? Kill him. All the demons immediately looked like they had seen a treasure. Killing Yi Yu, they could obtain a rich reward. Heavenly Emperor? Tubai stared with bull's eyes. It had failed to invade the Blue Star civilization before, and the kill tone told it that the person who killed it was none other than the Heavenly Emperor, and it never thought that it would encounter it again. Good today is just the right time to snow shame. You got rewarded for killing me before, it's my turn today. Immediately, there were demons rushing to Yi Yu, using bows and arrows and spells to attack him, otherwise they couldn't hit him. Ding! In the middle of a battle, enemy plus 23, physical attack plus 23%. Enemy plus 34, physical attack plus 34%. Unlike the experts of the Bull Demon Imperial Capital, those experts all had a wide range of attacks and were able to attack from afar, but the demons here had a shorter range of attacks, and some of them were unable to strike for the time being. Only when they struck out to attack could they accrue hostility. Yi Yu had intentionally appeared on his own initiative, allowing all the enemies to come over and give him a quick accumulation of attacks. Brush! The tiger talisman in his hand fluctuated, and 600 gold level 25 soldiers suddenly appeared. Soldiers under the Blue Star Heavenly Emperor, please fight the demons. They sang impassioned songs and fought the enemy to the death, following the general who actually had the opportunity to fight a different civilization, which was very comfortable for the warlike ones. The demons didn't expect so many high-level soldiers to appear at once. The most powerful demon on the field was the level 30 Tubai, and these soldiers weren't much worse than him, and although the number was much less than the demons, it was already enough to drag out the fight with the demons. As for Yi Yu, the moment he took out his Sung Dome Jade, he heard a prompt. Ding! Collected the second piece of Sung Dome Jade, in fusion with the first piece. Privilege growing. Privilege grows, it takes time. This time, the soldiers protected him. 3 minutes later. Not good, the one called Tubai on the opposite side is too strong, we can't hold it off any longer. Mainly the opposite side has too many people, we are few. Damn it, have the guts to fight one-on-one. The soldiers gradually lost strength. At this time, a faint voice suddenly sounded, leave it to me. Yi Yu had already landed from the air long ago. Ding! Privilege grows successfully, transforming into a 10,000-fold blast. 10,000 times the blitz, 100 times the effect of before. He couldn't wait to try the effect, and inside his backpack, the platinum-grade treasure chest, which was previously unable to blitz quality, suddenly released a golden glow. Ding! 10,000 times blitz, platinum-grade treasure chest, 1 blitzed into legendary-grade treasure chest, 1, the items inside the treasure chest were synchronized blitzed. It was actually legendary grade. Ding! You opened the treasure chest and obtained the legendary artifact, Dark Destruction Axe, 1. Chapter 40, Sword in the Sky, Wake Up and Take Charge of the World. Heavenly Emperor, you finally dare to come out. Tubai led the demons and looked at Yi Yu with a cold smile. Yi Yu, however, simply ignored it and used the tiger talisman to collect the soldiers, come back. Being able to hold up the situation surrounded by 10,325 demons, the soldiers were already very powerful. How did Yi Yu know it was 10,325 of them? Ding! Enemy plus 10,325, physical attack plus 10,325%. His attack at the moment added up to a high level again, but it was just attack power, and without a good attack, it was difficult to show great power. But now, it was different. A basalting-colored axe appeared in his hand, and the eerie cold light brought with it the oppressive feeling of death. Dark Destruction Axe, Legendary Artifact. Grade, 17. Attributes, physical attack plus 200, armor breaking rate plus 10%. Attached skill, Dark Axe Light, Gold LV1, consume 200 points of blue to deliver a strike with 100% base physical attack, range of 200 square meters, active reduction of physical attack by 5%, range increased by 100%, lasts for 1 strike, cooldown 1 minute. Remarks, skill level plus 1, range plus 100 square meters, max level 50. Directly add 200 physical attack. The attached golden skill was truly terrifying. It was a skill that could extend its own range. The skill didn't add physical attack, but did Ji Yu care about that with such a high physical attack? Under Battle Without End, his physical attack reached 127,706. Boom! Yi Yu directly struck, an axe swiftly chopped down, black light was born from the axe, darkness shrouded the surrounding zone, like a darkness that pierced through the light, hiding the blazing sun in the sky. Reducing the physical attack by 95%, the Darkness Destruction Axe Light attack is 6,385 and the range is 4,000 square meters. There were more than 10,000 enemies, but the battlefield was crowded together and the area was not too large. 2,927. 863. 3012. 5081. The light of the axe spread, different blood-colored damage appeared depending on the enemy's different blood in defense, but without exception, all the enemies were lifeless under this axe. Ding! Killed 10,325 demons, gained 52,734 experience points, Platinum Artifact, Thunder Feather Wings, 1, Gold Artifact, Wine Chasing Bow, 1, Gold Artifact, Flame Vector, 1, 7 Silver Artifacts, 45 Bronze Artifacts, Copper Coins 1342, Silver Coins 245. 10,000 times strike, gained 527340000 experience points. It had to be said that the Vault of Heaven had a really low explosive rate, and some of the demons weren't very high level, individually providing little experience value, but adding up to a sizable amount. And Yi Yu had privileges. Ignoring the harvest for the moment, he looked at the more than 10,000 corpses lying on the ground and released the demon gate, and the corpses were all devoured. Ding! Devouring demons allows you to enter the demon realm plus 3 times. Comfort. Demon World is really good. The weak Bull Demon City gave him so much harvest. There are more advanced main city in the Bull Demon Imperial capital is to see a lot of treasures, at that time unfortunately cannot take away. Find an opportunity, must come again. Yi Yu was also really tough, letting other Blue Star players come to the demon civilization, they would probably be eaten with no crumbs left, yet he was already looking forward to the next time he came in. But not staying in the demon civilization for the time being, it's time to go back to the Blue Star civilization to have a look. There are no more enemies over here for now, so we can look at the harvest first. Thunder Plume, Platinum Artifact. Grade, 30. Attachment, Flight Speed plus 1000 ms. Attached skill, Thunder Wings, Red LV1, consumes 60 points of blue, can fly at 100% movement speed. When exceeding 5,000 meters, the speed will decrease as the altitude increases, lasts for 1 hour, cooldown for half an hour. Remarks, at full level, 300% shift speed flying, over 10,000 meters altitude speed will decrease with. Restrictions, all professions, level 30. Description, equipment that can fly, extremely rare. This was popped out by killing to buy. You could choose to blitz out 10,000 of them, or he could choose to blitz out a legendary level feather. But damn, limit 30 levels. Keep it for now, wait until I reach level 30. Yi Yu felt that it was also close. He had, this time, gained over 500 million experience points. It was so cool that the first time he gained so much experience value, he started to use it right away. Ding! Your level plus 3, free attribute points plus 15, please distribute. Earth Sub-Dragon rank plus 3, Split rank plus 5, gain 25 free attribute points, please distribute. Giant Power Bear rank plus 10. The prompts came one after another, not to mention how comfortable it was. Yi Yu, the doppelganger, and the 2 big mounts, all level 20. Ding! Your level has reached level 20 and you need to perform a transfer before you can continue to upgrade. But unfortunately, it had to stop there. Players at level 20 are required to change jobs to be able to do so. Warriors, mages and such basic professions are very good to change jobs. The main city will have NPCs with transfer tasks, but he is a 3-star hidden profession, Breaker. Breaker, by the Destroyer Storm. The Destroyer was obtained from the village chief of Novice Village 999, who told him to look for, Bai Ming, whom he suspected had something to do with his transfer quest. Therefore, he had to return to Blue Star Civilization. The level of the mount must not exceed the owner. He couldn't upgrade now, he couldn't even raise his mount. There are still 2 gold artifacts that can be blitzed into 20,000 gold artifacts or 2 starburst artifacts, but they're both archer equipment, so keep the blitz option for now, and keep it for now. There were also 7 silver artifacts and 45 bronze artifacts. 1 bronze piece of equipment with a mass blast of 2 platinum pieces, but not up to the level of 1 diamond piece. 1 piece of silver equipment with a mass blast of 2 diamondware. Yi Yu checked the effect after the storm. There is only one that comes with a skill and is suitable for a level 20 warrior to use. He nodded slightly. With the low burst rate of the Vault of Heaven, it was good to have this harvest. Ding! You have stormed, Bronze Separation Sword, 1 into, Platinum World Sword, 2. World Sword, Platinum. Grade, 18. Attachment, Physical Attack plus 100. Attached skill, World Gathering, Red LV1 consumes 60 points of blue to gather 2 separated attacks to a single target for 1 hit, cooldown 10 minutes. Note, at full level, gathers 10 attacks. Very nice sword. Yi Yu replaced the original golden artifact Unparalleled Sword, adding a lot of physical attack, but the skill of the Unparalleled Sword was very good. Of course he could not afford to replace it, and immediately used the ability of the U-Breaker. Ding! Consuming 10,000 silver coins, detaching, longitudinal split, and fusing it into World Sword, the skill fusion is successful, evolving into Wake Up and Take Charge of the World. Yi Yu had already seen the effect of the skill and was satisfied, immediately leveling it to full. Awakening Palm of the World, Orange LV25, consumes 100 points of blue, releases 15 channels of 100% material attack sword chi of 500 meters in length, attacking different targets for a sustained strike, can also attack the same target, consumes 100% blue. Within the range of the sword chi, your attack speed reaches 7 times in 7 seconds, cooldown 20 seconds. Hiss. It's a fierce mess, with a ranged attack or the option of 15 sword chi attacks on one enemy at a time. Chapter 41, Cosmic Announcement, Spreading Fame Throughout the Universe. Although attacking the same target would consume all the blue, the attack was so high under the strike that it was worth it. And in normal state, just attack with scattered attack, no need to consume so much blue. This world sword with, wake up and take charge of the world, Yi Yu used it by himself. The world sword with, world gathering, it was given to the doppelganger to use, to see if he could find a good skill to fuse later. Ding! 7 silver items stormed into 70,000, 44 bronze items stormed into 440,000. These, Yi Yu was ready to sell. They were trash anyway, he was covered in luxury equipment, what did he care about this? Time to leave. As he gave birth to this thought, his figure abruptly disappeared. Ding, as an intruder, you can only return to your own civilization if you kill a foreign civilization player, or are killed by a foreign civilization player. You have met the requirements and can return to Blue Star Civilization. Yi Yu returned to the wilderness of Celestial Star City. Ding. Battle summary, you got the treasure in the heavily guarded Bull Demon Imperial Capital, killed more than 10,000 players in Bull Demon City, and lowered the strength of the demon civilization. A cosmic announcement will be opened. Do you hide the nickname? Ha? Cosmic announcement? Yi Yu froze for a moment and said, not hidden. A truly ruthless person, who reaches the universe doesn't hide well, right? At the moment. Ha, I'm finally almost level 15 and can make it to the main city. Prideful dictator, let out a loud laugh in the rookie village. Previously his men were killed by the Heavenly Emperor, and he drew hatred. And now that he was also about to enter the main city, it wasn't like he didn't have a chance to surpass the Heavenly Emperor, right? I will surpass the Heavenly Emperor and set foot on the peak. The scenery of the main city, it's so nice. And there were some great god players who had already arrived in the main city, and although they had also just arrived, they were full of confidence, as if they had seen a glorious future. We'll be in the main city, fighting with the Heavenly Emperor. Ding dong! Cosmic announcement, congratulations to Blue Star player, Heavenly Emperor, who lowered the strength of the demon civilization in the Bull Demon Imperial Capital, rewarding him with 1,000 points of cosmic reputation. Suddenly, an unprecedented announcement arrived. Cosmic Bulletin, what is this? Universe-wide reputation value, what is this again? What the hell is this, can someone explain? It's hard to believe that there are still aliens involved in the game, and the Heavenly Emperor Big Brother went to the aliens, killing tens of thousands of players and seizing treasures in some imperial capital? The Heavenly Emperor went to beat up the cosmic people? Did you guys notice that Heavenly Emperor is level 20? The players couldn't understand it at all, the Empire had never heard of it. It was just speculation that the Celestial Emperor had fought with the extraterrestrials and had a huge advantage. There are alien beings in the universe? A bunch of great god players, even more so, froze in unison. They had just been gloating over entering the main city. The Heavenly Emperor, however, was already engaged in the universe. This news even spread from the vault to the real world of the Blue Star. The top brass of all the major countries were dumbfounded. The news media was more than hotly debated, and the Heavenly Emperor had caused a series of storms. Ding dong! At this moment, in the universe of demonic civilizations, evil ghost civilizations, mechanical civilizations, and so on, continuous prompts also came from the minds of the players who entered the Vault of Heaven. All over the universe, announcement. Blue Star. Heavenly Emperor. It was the first time they had all heard of these two words, and it turned out that there was a Blue Star civilization in the universe. I'd like to cross paths sometime. Ding, 10,000 times the storm, gain 10 million points of Omniverse prestige. Upon entering a level 1 civilization, the Omniverse Prestige store will be opened. Blue Star is currently in a level 0.72 civilization, not enough to open it. Yi Yu was first stunned, then delighted. It didn't matter that he couldn't open it now, the demonic civilization should belong to the level 1 civilization, he could go over it any time. It's how the Blue Star civilization is so weak. As a Blue Star person, Yi Yu is a bit unhappy. Think about it. Blue Star humans have just entered the Vault of Heaven, and have never even been connected to the universe before, and when the players are all upgraded, the level of civilization is bound to go up. Blue Star humans, for now, are too weak. He opened the whole service rank list. First, Heavenly Emperor, Dragon Kingdom, level 20. Second, Divine Lord, Rice Kingdom, level 15. 10th, Thunder King, Eagle Country, level 15. He was far ahead, and would have surpassed much of the back if he hadn't been able to transfer. The 2nd to 10th combined, I'm afraid it wouldn't be possible to go to a demonic civilization. Only Yi Yu, relying on battle without end, could traverse the alien civilization. It was also fortunate that the Supreme God had formulated the war contracts of the major civilizations, where the attributes of the creatures would be lowered a lot after entering a different civilization, using this to protect the lower civilizations from invasions. Civilizations lower than level 1 are even less likely to be invaded by high-level civilizations. However, after reaching level 1, a high-level civilization can send all of its people to invade. Yi Yu didn't know this. But he knew that he had to improve as soon as possible. He headed straight to Tianqing City, releasing 600 soldiers on the way. Find someone named Bai Ming for me when you return to the city. Yes, General. Rumble. The 600 level 25 gold soldiers, running at an amazing speed, raised a cloud of wind and dust, especially Yi Yu's Earth Subdragon, which was like a small mountain moving. At this moment, inside the city, the Heavenly Emperor went to rescue that group of soldiers. I wonder how it went. City Lord Jun Mo-Wen's eyes flickered as he stood high above the City Lord's mansion, expecting the Heavenly Emperor to give him good news. 200 level 25 silver soldiers are in trouble. What can he do if he went? Certain death. General Killing Yan sneered coldly within the general's residence. The matter of the Heavenly Emperor going to rescue the soldiers had also reached the ears of the NPCs in the city through Jun Mo-Wen's intentional spreading of the word, and he hoped that the Heavenly Emperor would be able to succeed in suppressing Blazing Yan's arrogance. The NPCs discussed it and also felt that it was impossible for the Heavenly Emperor to succeed. Although the Heavenly Emperor was overbearing and powerful, his level was still too low and he didn't have any power. Rumble. At this time, there were suddenly terrifying earth-shaking sounds coming from outside the city, and the NPCs looked up in confusion. What's going on? Could it be that there are monsters attacking the city? Gargoyles. That's the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor is riding a giant dragon. And a bunch of powerful soldiers. 600 gold level 25 soldiers. City Lord Jun Mo-Wen stood up violently and looked towards the outside of the city in dismay. He saw through the soldiers' attributes at a glance. Didn't the Heavenly Emperor go to rescue 200 silver level 25 soldiers? How come once he came back, not only did he bring a huge dragon with him, he also brought so many gold level soldiers with him? Where did you find them? Greetings, General. After Yi Yu approached the city gates, the guards immediately opened the doors and let him in. He entered with a group of soldiers. The Earth Subdragon roared endlessly within the city, a huge shadow enveloping the NPCs. Poof. Poof. The NPC looked up at his powerful figure and couldn't help but respectfully bow down. What? At this moment, Blazing Yan heard the report from his men and immediately stood up angrily. There was a giant dragon, and there was somehow an extra group of soldiers. This person, there are too many places that are mind-boggling, and then let him develop a little bit. That must not be even worse in the future, where there is still a place for him in the city. This son must not be kept. He ran straight towards Yi Yu. Chapter 42, I, who never put you in my eyes. Yi Yu's return to the city caused a huge commotion. Rumble. Suddenly, another huge commotion came, only to see Killing Yan leading a group of soldiers to arrive, shouting, "The Heavenly Emperor is so powerful, roaming around the city with a dragon. Is this not putting this general in his eyes?" The atmosphere steeply froze. No NPC dared to speak, knowing that the two big brothers might be about to collide. Who's talking? What piece of is talking? Do you hear me? Yi Yu suspiciously scanned the surroundings with a bewildered look on his face. Didn't see it. I really don't know which piece of crap. His soldiers shook their heads. You. Blazing Yan laughed back in anger. This general is in charge of the security of the city. You are likely to be potentially dangerous as you roam around the city with your dragon. This general orders you to put away the giant dragon at once. Gross potential danger. He is trying to use this to press Yi Yu head on. Being the same general, Yi Yu would appear to be one step below him by simply listening to him. The Heavenly Emperor is a general, so naturally he can roam around the city with his dragon. Suddenly, City Lord Jun Mo-Wen jumped down from the City Lord's mansion. Blazing Yan didn't expect Jun Mo-Wen to once again side with Yi Yu, but this was just what he wanted as he snorted, "Same general? Why didn't I see that? Does he have the strength to stand alongside me? How about a duel with me to see the strength?" No! The City Lord shouted angrily. Blazing Yan was really getting madder and madder, even daring to refute his words. Blazing Yan relied on his relationship with one of the City Lords of the high-level main city. He could not tolerate anyone in his eyes on weekdays. The City Lord had long looked at him with displeasure. It was just as well that the Heavenly Emperor had come, so he could let the Heavenly Emperor check and balance with him. But the Heavenly Emperor now, his strength is still a bit low. I will obey City Lord's order. Killing Yan's eyes flashed with a cold light as he turned around and prepared to leave. This Heavenly Emperor turned out to be a waste and a wimp. I thought how powerful. The City Lord had already opened his mouth 3 times, so it wasn't good for him to lead the battle. But who knows? Sure. A faint voice rang out, and the crowd looked back in surprise. The one who spoke was none other than the Heavenly Emperor. Blazing Yan couldn't stand to look at him? As if he's used to him. There can only be one general in this city, so why should he be on par with him? No. The City Lord was anxious, flung his big sleeve and secretly transmitted his voice. Do you know what strength he is? Yi Yu raised his eyebrows as the City Lord flung him a book. Ding! Congratulations, City Lord Jun Mo-Wen has given you Intermediate Scrying Skill Book 1. 10,000 times the storm. You can obtain Intermediate Scrying Technique Skill Book 10,000 or Super Scrying Technique Skill Book 1. Yi Yu did not expect this to belong to the rewards, and immediately stormed the quality and tore it up to learn. Super Scrying Technique. Effect, can view enemies no higher than 500 levels above you. Immediately view the Blaze attribute. Blazing Inferno General of Astral City, Platinum Boss. Level 40. Physical Attack 2364. Defense 1625. Blood Value 3726. Skills, Wind Shadow Movement, Falling Moonchop. Profession, Hidden Profession, Shield Armor Warrior. It turned out to be a level 40 Platinum Boss. I'm afraid it also wore a good outfit, and a hidden profession of the defense class, with powerful defense and chi and blood attributes. Emperor of Heaven, Breaker. Rank, 20. Physical damage, 1627-1630. Defense, 1056. Blood value, 1582. Blue value, 683. This is Yi Yu's current attributes, although the attributes are very good with the 3-star hidden profession and mount, but after all, the level is still too low, and there is a big gap from Blazing Inferno. Based on attributes alone, he would be killed by Blazing Yin in one hit. But he didn't care and said indifferently, where to fight. The City Lord froze, did not expect the Heavenly Emperor could already see the Blazing Flame attribute, but still chose to fight. This is particularly unwise. The Heavenly Emperor is likely to be defeated, the next step is death. Square it, everyone in the city can go and witness it. Don't say that this general is bullying you, just fight one-on-one. Blazing Yen felt that he had succeeded in his ploy and sneered as he walked towards the square. One-on-one? Single combat was most unfavorable to Yi Yu. Just as well, try. But he wasn't afraid in the slightest, he also wanted to see if his current self could fight a level 40 boss solo. Yi Yu and Blazing Yen stepped onto the square. Below, countless people assembled. The Blazing Flame level is too high, it's too unfavorable for the Heavenly Emperor. This move by the Heavenly Emperor is unwise. Even if he had a mount, it wouldn't be able to bridge the gap. Yi Yu was riding an Earth Sub-Dragon, and Blazing Yen was holding a large sword. The battle was imminent. Die. Blazing Yen slashed down, forming a half-moon-shaped blade energy in the air. Skill, Falling Moon Slash. People watched nervously. I'm afraid that with just this strike, the Heavenly Emperor will suffer. Ding. In sparring, +1 enemy, +1% physical attack. The addition was too little. Yi Yu didn't care. Even without this SSS grade talent, he was still strong. Earth Wall. A triple Earth Wall appeared in front of the Earth Sub-Dragon. As the Falling Moonchop chopped on it, the Earth Wall crumbled one after another, but the Falling Moonchop was also thus blocked from the attack, and by the time it reached Yi Yu there was no more damage. The Earth Sub-Dragon is strong in defense. Blaze looked at the Earth Sub-Dragon with eager eyes. At level 40 he could not have a mount for the time being, but it would not take long. A waste that relies on a mount. Are you worthy? After I kill you, this mount is mine. Blazing Yen let out a loud laugh. His figure moved up quickly with the skill, Wind Shadow Movement. Quickly approaching Yi Yu, making the Earth Sub-Dragon too late to defend. Yes? Yi Yu just smiled faintly as the ring on his hand trembled. Disordered Ultrasonic Wave. Ding. Blaze is forced to disorder for 1 second and cannot attack during this time. Roar. Ding. Blazing Inferno is confused by the dragon's might for 1 second. It cannot attack or move during this time. For 2 seconds, Blazing Inferno was a waste. Killing Yin was trembling all over, his heart was very confused, and at this time, there was suddenly a clanging sword chi sound. Yi Yu swept his sword across the room, and 15,500-meter long sword chi raged down, encircling Killing Yin. Heavenly Sword, wake up and take charge of the world. Ding, consuming 100% of the blue amount, 15 sword chi gathered to attack one person. Blaze's defense was high, and the sword chi attacks were able to break the defense, but only a sliver of damage could be formed per channel. Yi Yu immediately drank a bottle of Great Blue Pill, which restored 10 points of blue per second, and instantly had 10 points. Ding, consume 10 points of blue. Use Sharpness, attacks within 3 seconds increase the armor breaking rate by 20%. The sword chi continuously struck Blazing Flame, also adding 7 times the attack speed within 7 seconds, as fast and furious as a Gatling sweep. Day. 325. 319. In less than 1 second, Blazing Yen lay on the ground, his pupils lax. Damn it. I never put you in my eyes. But the moment I entered the city and wiped the blade of my sword on your neck, you were destined to die. Yi Yu did not even look at him and walked to the square. Ding. Congratulations, you have killed Blazing Flame and gained 22,455 experience points over level kill. Platinum Artifact, Falling Moonblade, 1, Silver Coin 100, 10,000 times strike. Chapter 43 Helicopter Level 10. Yi Yu gained over 200 million experience points and 10,000 gold coins again. As for the equipment, let's look at it later. The moment he walked down the square, everyone froze. Fast, too fast. From Blazing Yan's strong start to Yi Yu's easy counter-killing, it was just an instant ah. No one had ever thought that the Heavenly Emperor would be able to kill Blazing Yan. That's how many levels he had crossed. It's too terrifying, isn't it, this person? General Tiandi is awesome. I've long looked at killing Yan with displeasure. Unprecedented strange man, really the strongest genius I've ever seen. Tiandi big brother is a brave man. Are you interested in marrying someone from our town? I have several yellow blossom girls in my family. The group was excited. City Lord Jun Moen was all frozen as he looked at Yi Yu's back, the wind rising in his heart. Originally, he thought that the Heavenly Emperor was a genius and could checkmate with Blazing Yen. But he's completely surpassed the boundaries of genius. A demon, a ghost. Such a person was not something one could control. He would surely leave the main city in the future and go straight to the peak of this world. Even he, the city lord, would have to curry favor. This city lord declares that all the soldiers of Heavenly Star City can be mobilized by the Heavenly Emperor. Yi Yu was checking out the equipment. Platinum artifact Falling Moonblade, it can storm 10,000 Falling Moonblades, or it can storm into a legendary artifact, but unfortunately, the equipment level reaches 40, restricting the player to use it only at level 40. It's a bit of a shame that it can only be kept for now. Ding! Congratulations, you have become the only general of Tianqing City. City Lord Jun Moen has given you the greatest power to order all the soldiers of Tianqing City. A piece of good news that immediately washed away the regret. All the soldiers of Tianqing City, how many must it be? At this moment, he has power over the whole city, and his crown is full of heavenly stars. 10,000 times strike. It was also possible to blitz the soldiers, but he didn't do it for the moment. It would be too shocking to have the soldiers suddenly boosted in full view of the public. It would be just as well to find a good opportunity to get it again. Yi Yu nodded towards the city lord and left. The city lord returned a smile. It could be said that the Heavenly Emperor's prestige within the city was no longer weaker than his. It was practically the second city lord, but he wasn't jealous. Someone like the Heavenly Emperor was destined to transcend the Heavenly Star City. General's Mansion. Before it was Blazing Yan's, but now it was already Yi Yu's, and he gathered all the soldiers here. The gold level ones, together with the previous ones, totaled 1,000. 3,000 at the silver level, 5,000 at the bronze level, and 1,000 at the black iron level. The white plate is gone. After all, it's the main city, and it's not that black iron and bronze are weak. The level is also above level 20, but the qualification is worse if the grade is low. Yi Yu can raise their grade, but no reward without merit. Go, find someone called Bai Ming. Yes, sir. The soldiers led the way. It's so cozy not even having to find someone on your own. Yi Yu offline to eat a lunch. The heart also cannot help but feel, they are a city general, in reality do not have to be so down and out. Before renting a rental house can be returned to the rent. He looked on the home buying software and wanted to buy a villa. But Maplewood City was very expensive, and villas and stuff cost a lot. This is nice. He had his eye on an estate, but he didn't have enough money for the time being. In fact, he was rich now and had no problem buying a villa. But to buy, just buy a good one. Yi Yu does not have the kind of novel protagonist has money, have to wear all the rags to live in a garbage house, to pretend to be a pig in a poke plot. He felt that there is nothing wrong with treating yourself better, improve the quality of life. Well, go sell equipment, there is money. As for now, he went to the city's clothing store around, bought a high-grade clothes, as an orphan, on the good to themselves on the line. That young man is so handsome, but he doesn't lack money, what a pity. He met some rich women on the road, but seeing him in his luxurious attire, he cut off the idea of hitting on him. In the past, all these rich women wanted to come over and adopt him, so it was really annoying. Now save yourself that trouble. It's nice to be rich. Of course, all of this was brought about by the game. By relying on the vault, Yi Yu could completely become a human being, so he just stayed in reality for a while and entered the game again. General, Bai Ming is here. As soon as he arrived, he heard good news. Yi Yu dismissed the soldiers and looked at the stout man in front of him and said, "Greetings, Village Chief 999 asked me to come to Star City to look for you. I am the Destroyer." "I see, Master's disciple. I wasn't brought here by your soldiers. I saw your battle in the city and felt that you were extraordinary, and only then did I get the idea of befriending you, and it just so happened that your soldiers were looking for me, so I took the initiative to show up. I didn't expect that it was a family." Bai Ming was very happy. He didn't lie. Yi Yu looked and saw that Bai Ming had a level 50, which was even more powerful than Blazing Yan. Yi Yu also didn't say that he was already a Destroyer. "Senior uncle, I need to transfer. There are rules in our division. Transferring requires completing tasks that are much harder than the next person. Are you ready?" "Yes." Ding. Quest accepted. Destroyer one-time transfer. Quest requirement: kill 10 gold monsters, 1 platinum boss. Task time: 1 day. Failure penalty: unable to upgrade. "Senior uncle, I'll leave first." Yi Yu immediately moved. "Go go go." Bai Ming waved his hand and sighed in his heart. The path of the Destroyer, it's not that good, it's a great god of war inheritance, and the further you go, the harder the transfer task becomes, but you should be able to. It was because it was too difficult that he was stuck at level 50. In fact, as a level 50 Destroyer, he was very good in all of the high-level main cities, but because he was stuck in upgrading, he had only recently come to Tianqing City to take a stroll to spread his wings and try to find some opportunities. The first transfer quest was relatively simple. But, it's also hard. How hard is it for other people to kill platinum bosses when they're level 20? But for Yi Yu, it was really easy. General, according to the probe, there should be a platinum boss here. The soldiers had already found the monster for him. He set off alone and arrived at his destination. In front of him were some gold monsters, as well as a level 22 platinum boss. Ding! Enemy plus 121, physical attack plus 121%. Wake up and take charge of the world. Demon in Purgatory. Dragon Wick. Yi Yu directly struck, the Earth Subdragon charged across the field, sword she spread all over the 4 fields, the Purgatory demon descended into the sea of fire, but in a moment's time, all the monsters had been killed. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 20-30 experience points, gold artifact 3, platinum artifact, ice wrist, 1, and silver coins 23. 10,000 times strike. Ding, you have killed the level 22 platinum boss Poison Stinger Bee, gaining 1 legendary degree and 500 prestige points, and 10,000 times strike, gaining 10,000 legendary degrees and 5 million prestige points. The harvest was full, but it was mainly a career quest. Yi Yu was a destroyer, and he didn't know if the destroyer's career quests would be of any use to him. Ding! Congratulations, career quest completed, reward obtained, can raise, destroyer, to level 40, can be raised to level 60 after performing a second destroyer transfer. 10,000 times the storm, gained, can raise, destroyer, to level 60. Comfort. Yi Yu instantly elevated. Ding, your level plus 10, gained 50 free attribute points, please distribute. Having experience points was capricious, 10 white lights rushed into the sky in succession. Straight to level 10. Chapter 44 Giant Dragon Bloodline Purification Quest. Yi Yu was instantly level 30, not only that, he had also leveled up his doppelganger, the 2 major mounts, to level 30. Under the 10,000 times blitz, it was too easy for him to raise. However, the further back he went, the harder it was to upgrade, and the skills needed experience points to upgrade, so he stopped and prepared to find some good skills to upgrade, checking the harvest for now. The Stinger Dagger, Gold. Grade, 20. Attributes, physical attack plus 80, armor breaking plus 10%. Restrictions, Assassin, level 20. Hardened Bow, Gold. Grade, 20. Attachment, physical attack plus 80, with 50 points of poison damage ignores defense. Restrictions, Archer, level 20. 3 gold artifacts, none of which come with skills or are suitable for your own use. Prepare to storm the number and sell them later. Now even if you want to sell them, no other player has reached level 20. Platinum Cold Ice Wrist, he looked at it, warriors can use it, and it comes with skills. The gold wrist on his body didn't come with a skill, and he was immediately ready to change it. Ding! 10,000 times the storm, obtaining legendary artifact, Frost Wrist, 1. Of course Blitz quality. Frost Wrist, legendary artifact. Grade, 22. Attachment, resist control plus 20%. Attachment skill, Frost Shield, Gold LV1, consume 200 blue to form a 1000 plus 120% defense Frost Shield. When the shield dissipates, strike this defense value as a frost attack, with an attached range of 1000 square meters and a 10% chance of controlling the enemy. Note, skill level plus 1, defense plus 50, up to level 50. Restrictions, non-priest, level 22. Golden skill, just awesome. Defense plus attack plus control, all of them. Yi Yu immediately consumed his experience value and fully leveled the skill, adding 3,450 to his defense when using it. A person could wear 2 wrists, and he was also wearing a spacing wrist. He also had a golden skill Darkness Extinguishing Axe Light, which was also instantly full leveled, with a base range of 5,100 square meters when used, and the ability to actively lower his attacks to increase his range again. Means of attack, means of preserving life, all increased greatly. However, it was difficult to upgrade the golden skills, and by raising 2 of them to level 50 at once, Yi Yu had used up his experience value. I should be invincible now that I'm in a level 1 main city. He prepared to go back to the city to see if he could go to a high-level main city. Roar! The Earth Subdragon roared, carrying him swiftly towards Celestial Star City. Dragon Roar! No, it lacks a lot, there should be a hint of giant dragon bloodline. But at this time, there was a sudden haha laugh, and a ragged guy, strung out from the neighborhood, staring at the Earth Subdragon obsessively. I've finally found it. Who are you? Yi Yu faintly snapped, throwing over a scrying technique. Deuce, Bronze. Grade, 20. The strength is average, even if there is maliciousness Yi Yu can be solved, so he is calm. Is this dragon bloodline yours? It's incredible, you shouldn't even be level 45 yet, to have a mount. The geniuses of the high-level main cities can't compare to you. But it was obvious that Deuce didn't have any malicious intent. My ancestor was a powerful subdragon rider who dedicated his life to elevating the subdragon, but unfortunately he died before he could complete it, and our family has been trying to fulfill his legacy for generations. Are you willing to help me? Ding! Do you accept the quest, Legacy of Subdragon Knight Rother? Quest description, passing the trial of Subdragon Knight Rother. Quest reward, Dragon Bloodline Stone, which can purify the sub-dragon bloodline by 1/10,000th. Task time, 10 hours. Penalty for failure, none. You didn't expect that there was such a good thing. Sub-dragon bloodline is not so good to enhance, giant dragons are rare in the world, sub-dragon wanna become a giant dragon is too difficult, rather's, giant dragon bloodline stone, it is just to purify 1/10,000th of the bloodline. But he has 10,000 times the storm. If you complete it, you'll get a real dragon. I'm willing. You did not hesitate. Ding, accepting the mission is successful. Great, but I need to complete my ancestor's trial, this is the trial portal he left behind. Deuce raised his hand and released a portal, which released a skyward light. Yu stepped in. Ding, entering the first level of Rother's trial, within the trial level is empowered by the sub-dragon bloodline, the characteristics of the monsters will be amplified and the characteristic attributes will be elevated. This level tests attack ability. Brush brush brush. For the first time many monsters appeared. Iron Porcupine, Black Iron. Grade, 30. Physical attack, 23. Defense, 1364. Blood, 1365. Skills, Ironhide, immovable as mountain. Description: monster with thick skin but low attack. Attack is trash, but defense and blood are high. This is the characteristics of the iron skin porcupine, and the characteristic attributes are also amplified within the trial pass, so the black iron level is also very powerful for them. They stopped in front of Yu, blocking him from passing. The skin became like iron armor, and under the skill, Iron Skin, the defense increased by another 10%. Cut! Yu let out a snort, although the enemy did not strike and could not stack the battle without end attacks. But at level 30, his physical attack reached 2327. Sharpness also lowers defense. Wake up and take charge of the world. He struck out with his sword, and 15 terrifying swordchi raged down. 967. 961. 970. All the tin boars lowered most of their blood level, and the swordchi disappeared. However, within the area where the swordchi once enveloped, Yiyu's attack speed reached 7 times. Brush brush brush. He struck out his sword one after another, but in a moment's time, he killed all the monsters. It was mainly because his attacks were so high that it seemed easy. Ding! Entering the second level, the monster's characteristics will be amplified and the characteristic attributes will be raised. This level tests agility ability. Swoosh! An ice arrow shot over. Ice arrow B, bronze. Grade, 30. Legal attack, 2091. Defense, 103. Blood, 532. Skills, Ice Arrow, Poison Sting. Description: very brittle monster, but with high movement speed. Ice Arrow can be controlled, and Poison Sting also deals 10% defense ignoring damage, and continues to lose blood when poisoned. Ding! Enemies plus 50, physical attack plus 50%. Treadmill step. Yu directly stepped into the air and dodged the poisonous spikes and ice arrows, but the ice arrows shot farther away, some of them still hit his body. Fortunately he had a good equipment, resisting the control effect was not low. A tiny bit of ice spikes did not control him. Purgatory Demon. A hideous crimson demon emerged from behind him and raised his hand to release a sea of purgatory fire, burning all of the poisonous stinging bees to death. Who? Yu took a deep breath. This trial was difficult for the average player, no, even some powerful players, to pass. But for him, it was still relatively simple. He stepped toward the next level of the entrance. Ding! Entering the third level, take Rother's Flame Sub-Dragon Strike. This level tests the ability to stay alive. Chapter 45 Earth Savage Dragon, Hell of Death. Roar! A fiery red sub-dragon appeared in front, the only monster on the third floor. Flame Sub-Dragon Void, Diamond Boss. Level, 50. Attack, 6024. Defense, 1023. Blood value, 4092. Skills, Flame Streamer, Flaming Fireball, Meteoric Inferno. Description: attack is very strong, good at fire magic, but the defense is relatively weak. Is the Flame Sub-Dragon before the death of the cohesion of the shadow, the level of the level is reduced by a lot, with it a hit of the power. Attack is terribly high, and has good skills. Bear. It spat out a huge fireball and killed Yu, attacking at 8048 with this skill. No wonder it was said that this level was a life-saving level. The Earth Wall. The Earth Sub-Dragon summoned an Earth Wall, and although the Earth Wall was instantly shattered, it also counteracted some of the Flame Sub-Dragon's attacks, weakening its skill attack to over 6,000 points. Good job. Yiyu's eyes flashed, although the attack was reduced. But an attack of over 6,000 was still enough to kill him. Buzz. The Bifrost wrist on his left hand was covered with a layer of ice crystals, and a huge ice crystal shield blocked in front of him as the roaring flames kept impacting the shield, which was being eroded with the naked eye. Ka 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 ka. The shield shattered and Yu was still under attack. However, under the frost shield, he had 5032 defense at the moment. 1023. This damage, Yi Yu took it. At the same time, after the frost shield shattered, the roiling frost flew out, covering 1,000 square meters, instantly enveloping the flame Aragon, causing an attack equal to Yi Yu's defense value at the moment. 4009. Flame Aaron was instantly bloodied. Treadmill steps. Yi Yu stepped into the air and came above the flame subdragon and chopped out with a sword. 83. The flame Aaron's silhouette directly shattered. Who? Yi Yu took a deep breath and landed from the air. Luckily, I just obtained the legendary artifact Frost Wrist, or else I wouldn't be able to pass this level, and the Void Shadow strength is reduced, and it can only deliver a single blow. He was modest, a strike from a level 50 diamond boss, would it be so good to block? In any case, his attack, agility, and ability to stay alive were all strong. Passed the trial level. Ding! Trial passed. Battle summary. Gained 28,364 experience points. Bronze Ice Sharp Arrow, 2. Black Iron Leather Armor, 1. Silver Coins 200, 10,000 X Blitz. Close to 300 million experience points. Unfortunately, killing the Flame Aragon Void didn't pop out equipment, only the small monsters popped out bronze and black iron, but this couldn't be said to be weak. Equipment also had a level. A level 999 blank plate outfit is also definitely stronger than a level 1 artifact. And he has 10,000 X Blitz. This wasn't supposed to be the focus of this trip either, and with a thought, his figure disappeared and returned to the Tianqing City wilderness. Great, you actually completed the trial, this is what you deserve. Deuce handed him a crystal stone. Ding! Complete the quest and obtain Dragon Bloodline Stone, 1. 10,000 times the storm, you can obtain Giant Dragon Bloodline Stone, 10,000 or Giant Dragon Return Stone, 1. Gargoyle Bloodline Stone, Special Treasure. Effect, returns a descendant with the bloodline of a giant dragon to a giant dragon. Description, an extremely rare treasure, hard to find in the world. The effect of 10,000 bloodline stones and 1 returning stone is the same, which is in line with the effect of the storm. Yi Yu chose the latter, thinking that one piece is easier to use. Thanks a lot. Yi Yu nodded to Dus. I am the general of Tianqing City. You are tired from your journey, you can enter Tianqing City to rest. You're welcome, you completed the trial and helped me resolve my ancestors' regrets. I should be the one to thank you. There's no need to enter the city, I like to walk the world. Instead, Deuce refused and left with great panache. Between the main cities, one could teleport through the teleportation array, but one could also walk on foot, but this would result in encountering many monsters in the wilderness, and Deuce was not strong, but had no fear. Worthy of being the descendant of a sub-dragon knight, he was a good man with true character. Yi Yu was also feeling that the creatures in this vault of heaven were becoming more and more like real beings. See you again sometime. Yi Yu smiled and quickly went back to the city, while throwing the return stone to the Earth Subdragon. The Earth Subdragon had long been impatient and devoured it in one bite. Ding! Congratulations, the Earth Subdragon bloodline has returned to its roots, becoming the Earth Savage Dragon. Boom! A terrifying aura appeared from the Earth Subdragon, its body grew rapidly, hard dragon scales wrapped around its entire body, and its already head and horns appearance became more and more domineering. Roar! It roared furiously and became as huge as a small mountain. The surrounding wild monsters lowered their heads in fear when they heard the dragon's roar. Dragon roar? A real dragon roar? It's hard to believe that he used a bloodline stone to turn a sub-dragon directly into a giant dragon. How did he do that? After hearing the dragon's roar from afar, Dus's whole body froze dumbly and regretfully slapped his thighs. Had I known that, I would have agreed to Heavenly Emperor's invitation to see the process of the giant dragon's change there. Have to pretend to go to walk the world for what? But since he possesses a real dragon, he can naturally participate in the Battle of Dragon City, so we can naturally meet in the future. Earth Savage Dragon, Legendary Boss. Level 30. Physical Attack, 720 1560. Attack, 840 1440. Blood, 9000. Defense, 6600. Blue Quantity, 3600. Skills, Dragon Power, Earth Wall, Dragon Tail Sweep, Ground Spike. Description: a new skill will be born automatically after reaching a certain level. Goes from Platinum to Legendary in one fell swoop. Adding 9000 blood and 6600 defense to Yi Yu. To put it politely, Yi Yu stood there and gave the monster a beating. The monster probably couldn't even hit it, and couldn't even break the defense. The amount of blue is also horrible. Yi Yu want a lack of blue or very difficult. As for the attack not being too high, Yi Yu didn't care. The Earth Savage Dragon was originally a defensive mount, and Yi Yu had Battle Without End in place, so there really wasn't a lack of physical attack. Moreover, its individual attack is not high, but it has a double physical attack. It also has extra skills. Ground Spike, Gold LV1, consumes 200 points of blue to unleash a ground spike with a range of 100 square meters, dealing 100% mana attack, possessing a 20% armor break rate, and slowing the enemy by 20%. Note, skill level +1, range +100 square meters, max level 50. Very fierce skill. Earth Aaron skills, you temporarily have not upgraded. This is not thinking of letting it participate in the battle, as long as you can add their own attributes on the line. Of course, that's not enough experience value. Well, you good thing more, spending is also very big. Its skills are enough for now, there's no need to upgrade for now, let's talk about it later. Yu looked around and prepared to melt a few of his own skills first. Ding! You detached Shock Revulsion and Taunt from your original equipment and fused them into Purgatory Armor. The skills are starting to fuse. Skills of the same type of equipment were the only ones that could be fused. Purgatory Demon evolves into Death Hell. Chapter 46 Death of the City Lord, Succession of the City Lord. You couldn't wait to check it out. Hell of Death, Orange LV20, consumes 200 points of blue. Purgatory Demon can move freely, defense is 0. Chi and Blood is your Chi and Blood, descends into a sea of Purgatory Fire in 2100 square meters, inflicts 100% defense plus 100% physical attacks, can taunt enemies in the surrounding area of 100 square meters, unable to attack the Purgatory Demon. The Purgatory Demon is slain, inflicting a 100% defense plus 100% physical attack counter-attack on the Slayer. Lasts for 10 seconds with a 10-minute cooldown. Remarks, skill level +1, Sea of Fire range plus 100 square meters, maximum level 30. Hiss. This one's awesome. The Purgatory Demon can auto freely, and although it has 0 defense, it has the same Chi and Blood as Yu, who has a high Chi and Blood. Moreover, enemies in 100 square meters could not attack it, and this range also moved in sync with its movement. It's hard to get killed. Instead, it could descend a terrifying Sea of Fire attack, like a God of Death, descending the Hell of Death. Yu immediately consumed his experience value and leveled up the skill to full level, with a Sea of Fire range of 3000 square meters. There's still experience value, forget about it, upgrade it for Ground Spike. The Earth Barbarian Dragon's Earth Spike reached level 50 with a range of 5000 square meters. Yu as a warrior, the means of attack should have been relatively few and short, but now it is very scary. Some mages' forbidden spells, I'm afraid that they are not as powerful as his skills. The main thing is also a lot of experience value, shed to give skills full level. Bronze Ice Sharp Arrow. Grade, 30. Attributes, physical attack plus 105, armor breaking rate plus 5%. Attached skill, Ice Blade Arrow, green LV1, consume 30 blue amount, release an arrow with an ice blade, attack for 100 plus 110% physical attack, very small chance to control the enemy, cooldown 10 seconds. Remarks. Restrictions, Archer, level 30. Black Iron Leather Armor. Grade, 30. Attachment, defense plus 85. Attached skills, none. Restrictions, Warrior, level 30. Looking at these two equipments again, what garbage are they? In fact, it's already very powerful. After all, it's level 30 equipment, mainly because Yu has too many good things to really look at. Yu could have chosen Quality Blitz to make them better, but he really didn't need it. The new Purgatory Armor was currently enough, and he couldn't use it when the Archer equipment got better. Would Yu envy the Archer captain? What kind of international joke is this? Let the Archer try to compare hand length with him. Ding, strike to obtain, Bronze Ice Sharp Arrow, 10,000, Black Iron Leather Armor, 10,000. Yu was ready to sell it, it just so happened that the manor he wanted to buy was still short of some money. Ding, you received a friend message. A message came from the friend channel, and Yu checked it. Dragon Troop Zhenyang, Tian D Big Brother, we are going to the main city, may I ask which main city you are in? Can we be in the same main city as you? We would like to buy some equipment with you. When sleep comes, someone sends us a pillow. Celestial Empire, Celestial Star City. Dragon Core Zhenyang, okay, be right there. Zhenyang finished talking to Yu and immediately asked his superior, Bunny, brother, Dragon Smile, also known as Guingyun, Major General, the Heavenly Emperor is in Heavenly Star City, will you go? Forget it, I have to go to Cold Light City, I received a quest in the Novice Village and need to go there to do it. Long Shao shook his head, he had actually been able to go to the main city a long time ago. The reason why he had put it off was because there was a quest to do. He, of all people, has an S-rank talent. Not only that, the Dragon Corps had received a big mission earlier, and because the mission rewards were better, they didn't choose to upgrade and spend time doing the mission first, or else a lot of people would have gone to the main city earlier. In the world, there were quite a few people who did so. The Dragon Corps had quite a few A and B ranked talented players, and now they were going to the main city to blossom. You bring a group of experts over there, although we are on friendly terms with the Heavenly Emperor, we can't be weak in front of him, strength is always the capital for equal dialogue. The dragon laughed. Yes. Zhenyang led the men to Tianqing City. At this moment, many of the experts from the large guilds also traveled to the main city with all guns blazing. Celestial Star City. Yu had just arrived at the entrance of the city when the city's teleportation array suddenly blazed with light. Tens of thousands of people, such as Dragon Troop Zhenyang and Dragon Troop Huffing, stepped out from the teleportation array, and some of them had seen the Heavenly Emperor before and were very much looking forward to seeing him again, while a group of people who hadn't seen the Heavenly Emperor were even more eager to see him. The world's #1 player, Heavenly Emperor. finally we get to meet him. Look up to him so much, it's hitting the universe. To be honest, I feel like I'm not worse than Heavenly Emperor. I have a ranked talent and I've obtained a hidden profession. I should be able to match S-ranked talent in a fight to the death. Of course, I don't mean any harm. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a terrifying sound of treading on the ground, and people looked towards the city gates in surprise. What a huge mount. Even more surprised were the NPCs. General Tiandi is back. How did his dragon get so big? Lord Heavenly Emperor seems to have gotten stronger again. In people's shocked gazes, all the NPCs looked at Yu admiringly. I'll go, these NPCs can be the ones that players need to befriend, and some players even have to kneel down to NPCs in order to get quests. And these NPCs, it seems like they are kneeling to the Heavenly Emperor? Put. Poof. The city gate guards, as well as the soldiers inspecting nearby, even instantly fell to their knees and respectfully said, "Greetings, General." It's not, is it? These soldiers were all above level 20, and one could even see that there were many gold level soldiers. As for the players, they were all only level 15. These soldiers, however, were all kneeling down to worship the Heavenly Emperor. I'll go, Heavenly Emperor is actually a general now. He's only been in the main city for how long, and he's already under one person and above 10,000. People's astonishment went from one to another. Those who had seen the Heavenly Emperor for the first time had wins in their hearts, and some who had felt that they weren't any worse than the Heavenly Emperor lowered their heads in shame. Players, you need to find an NPC to take the quest. And Yu, commanding a city of NPCs. In other words, players who wanted to receive quest boosts had to listen to the Heavenly Emperor. You guys are here, I need to find the city lord, wait for me for a while. Yu looked towards Zhengyang and nodded slightly. He traveled towards the city lord's mansion. The people of the Dragon Corps nodded in unison, the others wanted them to wait in vain, and would never agree. But the Heavenly Emperor had the strength. They looked up at Yu as he left, from time to time lamenting the fact that the Heavenly Emperor was already a general, with a status within the main city that was only below that of the city lord. Yu scanned the surroundings but noticed something strange. The soldiers looked at him as if they wanted to say something but did not open their mouths directly due to the fact that they were in front of a large crowd. The reason why he ignored the Dragon Corps was because of this. Celestial Star City, something seemed to have happened. Forget it. He had come back this time to ask the city lord about the requirements for entering a high-level main city and didn't want to meddle. City lord's mansion. Yu stepped inside, but a group of soldiers suddenly knelt down and said, "General. City Lord Jun Mo1 has suddenly died, requesting General to succeed him as City Lord." Their voices were not loud and could not be carried out. Poof. But all the NPCs outside, as if they had already received the message, all fell to their knees at the same time. Please General Tiandi, succeed the City Lord. Chapter 47, The Cursed Land. At this moment, all the NPCs in the room kneeled down to request the Heavenly Emperor. There were 10,000 soldiers in the city, but there were actually many NPCs. There were about 100,000 people. Some of them were not lower in rank than the soldiers, they just didn't work as soldiers. You're welcome to say that this city NPCs go out and hang the players. But they all fell on their knees and pleaded with the Heavenly Emperor. Ah, this? It's going to be the Lord of the city. The Dragon Corps people were dumbfounded. They had just said that the Heavenly Emperor was one person, but now he could be the sole ruler. What's going on here? Yu asked. It hadn't been long since he had gone out, and the city lord had died? Yes, a very strange death. The soldiers guided him into the city lord's study, where Jun Mo1 died, not a single wound on his body, and with a hint of a satisfied smile, as if he was dreaming of something beautiful before he died. We didn't even notice. A soldier went into the study to look for City Lord Jun before realizing that he was already dead. Hiss. Yu had previously used his scrying technique to learn that Jun Mo1 was a level 60 platinum boss. Who could kill Jun Mo1 without any movement? And with so many people in the main city, not a single person noticed. It shouldn't be someone within the main city, otherwise they could have done it long ago, which meant that something had ignored the heavy obstructions of the main city and directly entered the city lord's mansion to kill Jun Mo1. Very strong. Yiyu's eyes flickered. Tianqing City was much more interesting than he thought. He had wanted to enter the high-level main city because he felt that there were no strong monsters to kill here to give him a huge boost, but he didn't expect a steep change, so he was in for a treat. Yiyu rummaged through Jun Mo1's corpse to see if there were any clues. There isn't even a wound to be seen. Here's a manuscript. Yiyu picked up the manuscript, which had the text of the Vault of Heaven on it, but it could be read after the system translated it. Tonight, I entered the cursed place. It was so terrible that I could only escape in a hurry. The legend is true. Under the Heavenly Star City, there is a piece of lost history buried. There is very little information. The cursed land, it seems, is the focus. What is this place? Yiyu asked. Jun City Lord actually went to the cursed land? No wonder, this is an ancient legend passed down in our Heavenly Star City. Rumor has it that this place was once the imperial capital of some ancient country, burying many horrors. The location is at. The soldiers know what they're doing. Junemoen should have entered the cursed land before and entangled himself in something there, and was unharmed before, but was now harmed. Or perhaps, something horrible from the cursed land had come to the city to kill him? All in all, it must be the cursed land. Alright, I'll take it. Yiyu came to be interested. He picked up the city lord's seal in the study and the beep sounded. Ding! The entire city has petitioned that you, as the current highest position holder in Tianqing City, have outstanding prestige and can succeed as city lord. Congratulations, you have become the city lord of Heavenly Star City. You can order all NPCs in the city. Free NPCs that enter the city are not subject to orders, and players entering and exiting Heavenly Star City need to obtain your permission. Normally, to become a city lord, one would have to spend a lot of reputation points or make significant contributions to the empire, but he could do it directly. Boom! A bright golden light shot out from the city lord's mansion. When the NPCs saw this, they immediately bowed down again. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor City Lord. At this moment, Yiyu reigned over the entire city and was the sole ruler of the world. He thought about it. There are a bunch of high-level soldiers in the city and a lot of powerful NPCs. If he was a general, he could order the NPCs but couldn't take them away. Now it's different. Even if he wanted to go to the high-level main city later, he could take the NPCs away. This was truly an asset that belonged to him now. At this moment, a bunch of players from a large guild, who had just entered the main city, were blankly scurrying through the streets and alleys, expecting to receive a good quest, but some NPCs simply ignored them. Even the ones that did pay attention to them seemed condescending, and the players had to beg the NPCs. They couldn't help but feel that it was so hard to mix in the main city. Ding dong! World announcement. Congratulations to player, Heavenly Emperor. He has become the city lord of Heavenly Star City. He is in command of all the city's NPCs, and has gained 2,000 service-wide reputation value. Please congratulate him. At this time, the world announcement suddenly rang 30 times in a row. Oh my god, Heavenly Emperor has become a city lord this time? I went through all the trouble of pleasing the NPCs, and Heavenly Emperor is directly in charge of the NPCs? Baka, I'm still in the novice village. It's so fake. Is this the vault of heaven, the backyard of the celestial emperor? Everywhere you go is awesome Tira. People all over the world, envious. Cold Light City. Dragon laughs, listening to the world announcement. How could he not put down his lifted feet? After a long time, he opened his friend channel with fire. Zhang Yang, you must befriend the Heavenly Emperor. Whatever he asks for, do your best to fulfill it. Turning his head, he looked towards Rabbit Bunny. Sister, you did the right thing. Bunny nuzzled, her eyes heavy with moisture. Earlier, when Long Xiao asked her if she wanted to go to Heavenly Star City to look for the Heavenly Emperor, she said forget it. That person's light was so dazzling that anyone standing in front of him would be unable to help but feel inferior. Long Xiao is very puzzled how to say that his sister is also one of the imperial capital double flowers, people beautiful voice sweet background, and have a class talent, although it is the healing system. But at this moment, Long Xiao understood. Wait for your brother to get up. Long Xiao comforted, confident that he wasn't too bad with his S-class talent. The other S-ranked talent players, too, thought the same way. Ding! 10,000 times the storm, gained 20 million prestige value. Yiyu nodded his head in satisfaction and walked out of the city lord's mansion. To each his own. With a wave of his sleeve, the NPCs immediately went off to labor, and he thought that he would have to find an opportunity to storm all the NPCs 10,000 times for a bit, and the NPCs gained belonged to the rewards as well. Now do not storm because the NPCs have just submitted, no merit, no reward. Steeply giving them a boost wouldn't seem like a cheap reward from the Heavenly Emperor? Anyway, Yiyu is not short of abilities for the time being and doesn't need the soldiers to help him, so he can look at it again later. Why can only players do things and NPCs give rewards? It should be the NPCs doing the work for Yiyu. Yiyu is in a good mood, only to reward them some. Anyway, this reward is not consumed, he thought on the line. Big brother. Big brother. The people from the Dragon Corps all walked over. The Heavenly Emperor was now the city lord. Whether they could stay in Heavenly Star City or not was a matter of the Heavenly Emperor's thought. Big brother Heavenly Emperor, we would like to request a batch of equipment with you. Don't worry, the price is guaranteed to be higher than the market price. Just mention whatever you require. It's okay, very good at coming to terms with things. How much do you guys want? Yiyu was short of money. How much you have, how much we want. That's what you said. Yiyu laughed. Of course. Dragon Corps Zhang Yang laughed. He had great respect for the Heavenly Emperor, but look at what you said. Even if you are more powerful, can you still have equipment that we can't eat? The Dragon Kingdom sent the military into the Vault of Heaven, but it gave a lot of advances. Wow. But the equipment that Yiyu spilled out with a casual wave of his hand made his eyes glaze over. 10,000 pieces, 20,000 pieces, 30,000 pieces. 10. Is that a golden instrument? Chapter 48, Becoming a Billionaire Instantly. Yiyu released equipment for 70,000 silver artifacts, 460,000 bronze artifacts, 10,000 black iron artifacts, and 518 gold artifacts. There was no way around it, there was too much equipment. Even if he had a backpack capacity of 1 million, which was more than most of the other players, he would almost not be able to fit it in if he didn't sell it again. This is too much. The people of the Dragon Corps were stunned. The entire Dragon Corps combined didn't have as much equipment as Heavenly Emperor alone, and there was a complete variety: archers, warriors, priests, etc. How many monsters did this have to kill? The most outrageous thing is that even the golden tools are there and still willing to sell them. Make a price. Yi Yu secretly laughed in his heart. Don't be so uneducated, okay? Some equipment with no skills just give you guys excited to fly? However, it is normal, such as the gold unparalleled sword, by Yi Yu out of the skills, become a lot of garbage, but plus the physical attack is still very considerable, is the eyes of the treasure. There are also some bronze and silver weapons. The level is more than level 20, the Dragon Corps can use them when they reach level 20, it's hard to think of lacking equipment for a short period of time. I need to consult my superiors. With such a large transaction, Masao was no longer able to make the call. Masao, Major General, there's not enough money. Long Xiao, huh? Didn't I give you $100 million at my disposal? Zhang Yang, there are 70,000 pieces of silverware, 460,000. Long Xiao, buy it. Make sure you buy it, don't worry, I'll say hello to the old man. On the other side of the Dragon Smile herd, happy as can be, so much equipment is enough to arm everyone in the Dragon Regiment. This point is also what the Dragon military expects to see. Eventually. 3,000 pieces of black iron, 5,000 pieces of bronze, 10,000 pieces of silver, and 100,000 pieces of gold. Players had basically obtained black iron weapons, and there were quite a few bronze and silver. It was good to be able to sell them at this price, mainly because of the high level of Heavenly Emperor's equipment, and the Dragon Corps' willingness to make friends with Heavenly Emperor. This price exceeds the market price. The Dragon Corps collected the equipment, the backpacks could not even fit, and immediately passed it through the friend channel to the Dragon Corps personnel in the other main cities, and Yi Yu also heard the prompts. Ding! Your tail number. Wired 308-180-0000 soft currency. Close to 3.1 billion. It's that easy to get there and become an instant millionaire. Yi Yu couldn't help but think about the fact that he still had Gold Bee Stinger Dagger and 3 other unskilled gold weapons, as well as Gold Wind Chasing Bow and Gold Flame Vector, which came with skills. None of them have been blitzed yet. If the blitz sells, it's another fortune. Things are expensive when they're rare, and taking out too many gold artifacts now would be worthless. Anyway, 3 billion, that's enough for now. It would be difficult for players to obtain gold artifacts in a short period of time, and he wasn't worried about selling them. Big brother, there's something I want to ask you. What did you mean when you opened the universe announcement earlier? Are there still cosmic civilizations in the Vault of Heaven? This query of Zhang Yang's, the whole world wanted to know. Yes. Yi Yu nodded his head. The other party gave himself so much money, a piece of information he was still willing to reveal. There are other civilizations in the universe. The one we stayed in is called the Blue Star Civilization. It is currently a 0.72 level civilization. The place I went to is called the Demon Civilization. It's not clear how many levels of civilization they are, but it definitely exceeds the Blue Star. There are a lot of strong people there. He still didn't know that the Emperor Lord who was seriously injured by his punch was level 999. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Dragon Corps had heavy faces. There really were other creatures in the universe, and now that they were in the Vault of Heaven with the Blue Star humans, the Blue Star humans were still in a weak position. It's in the game. What if, in reality, cosmic beings could reach the blue planet? The military is aware of some hidden information. The strength of the vault can be fed back into reality, and if the players of the cosmic civilization are strong enough, they are strong enough to navigate the universe and reach the Blue Star. At that time, it was the reality that Blue Star was invaded. It seems that the low-profile development that the Dragon Corps has been advocating is right. Even if they are strong in the blue planet, they should set their sights on the entire universe. The blue planet humans are still too weak at the moment. Big brother, we're going to kill the monsters. By the way, please don't just say anything about this matter, otherwise it will cause the humans to panic. The Dragon Corps people couldn't wait to go for a boost. Well, I know. Yi Yu waved his hand and bid them farewell. Whether the cosmic civilization would invade reality or not, he had thought about it, but it was useless to consider this now. The key was still to improve his strength. As for why he told the Dragon Corps? Is Yi Yu stupid? There is so much money, the discipline is so strict. The previous game has never heard of the title of the Dragon Corps. Out of thin air, a bunch of talent out of the blue. There can only be one reason. People from the military. Ding. Player, prideful dictator, wants to teleport to Celestial Star City. As the city lord, you can directly reject him. Do you reject? Player, prideful dictator. This time, many prompts came. Rejected. Set to reject all players, except Dragon Corps ones. These teasers want to come over too. Haven't they been beaten up enough by themselves? The Dragon regiments could stay here instead. Yi Yu was still fond of the Dragon regiment soldiers, and trading with them would help him. He rejected us outright. A city lord that powerful? Prideful dignity, brought Prideful Vault, men and women, preparing to go to Heavenly Star City to retrieve his honor. He had sent some of his men to attack the Heavenly Emperor earlier, but there were still some experts who hadn't been mobilized. Through the level list, he learned that the Heavenly Emperor was already level 30, he was upgrading too fast. It was imperative to kill the Heavenly Emperor as soon as possible, or the harder it would be to get back later. As a result, one couldn't even enter the Heavenly Star City. He was knocked back to the novice village's teleportation array and could only teleport to other main cities. I'm sorry, but the City Lord is just awesome. Trashy stuff, just don't enter Heavenly Star City to release your stink. Yi Yu chanted and took out a platinum artifact. The Thunder Feather Wings needed to be level 30 to be worn, and he had met the requirements. Ding! 10,000 times the storm, obtaining Legendary Thunderlight Wings, 1. Thunderlight Wings, Legendary Artifact. Grade, 30. Attachment, Flight Speed plus 2000 ms. Attached skill, Thunderlight Instant, Gold LV1, consumes 300 blue energy, can fly at 100% movement speed for 1 hour, and can also instantly move once within 100 square meters, cooldown half an hour. Remarks, skill level plus 1, instantaneous movement range plus 100 square meters, maximum level 50. Previously, when you flew higher, your speed would decrease, now it won't. It's still instantaneous. Yi Yu immediately leveled the skill to full level, with an instantaneous movement range of 5,000 square meters. The flight speed has reached more than 3,000 meters per second, but instantaneous shift can dodge attacks with a greater range. I am now also a person who can fly. After thinking about it, he gave the treading crawl to his doppelganger. Under the treading steps, he could increase his movement speed and step in the air, but now that he had the flying equipment, it was much inferior in comparison, and he didn't even have the chance to use it. It's time to visit the Cursed Land, I need to upgrade myself. He didn't have much experience value left. Chapter 49 Skeleton Mage. The Cursed Land, which was underground not far outside of the city, was discovered by the NPCs one day when they were reclaiming the wasteland, when a hole was dug out and a ghastly black gas emerged from the mouth of the hole, devouring the NPCs straight away. Yi Yu came to this hole and stepped inside. Green phosphorus fire in the hole, but also to see the situation, the hole has been extended to the bottom, the cave wall has seen some white bones. Yi Yu stepped into, these white bones suddenly moved. Skeleton Soldier, Black Iron. Grade, 33. Physical attack, 1892. Defense, 492. Blood, 593. Skills, Skeleton Bone Spike, Bone Powder, Skeleton Flying Dagger. Description, the corpses of the soldiers buried here were turned into skeletons. Clang. A series of bone spikes and flying daggers came. Yi Yu didn't even move, letting these attacks fall on him. 0. 0. A string of 0 eggs rose up. Yi Yu smiled with satisfaction. He had intentionally not dodged, and sure enough, none of these skeleton soldiers were able to break their defense against him. Roar. The Earth Savage Dragon let out a roar. And many long spikes emerged from the ground. 593. 626. 582. All the skeleton soldiers were directly penetrated. Ding. Kill gained, 549 experience points. Black Iron Skeleton Flying Blade, 1. Black Iron Skeleton Spike, 1. Black Iron Skeleton Fragment, 1. 3 silver coins, 10,000 times Blitz can gain. The 2 black iron weapons were not suitable for Yi Yu. But there was one thing that made his eyes light up. Black Iron Skeleton Fragment. Effect, collect 10,000 of these to synthesize a Black Iron Skeleton General that is synchronized with your level and follows your orders. Quantity, 1. Sloppy, but the benefit was that it could always be synchronized with Yi Yu's level. How many levels Yi Yu grows to, how many levels the Skeleton General grows to. How can the City Lord not have a general? It's it. He could just blast out 10,000 pieces and synthesize a Black Iron level general, but he didn't want to. 10,000 times blitzed, obtaining Platinum Skeleton Fragment, 1. Platinum Skull Fragment. Effect, collect 10,000 of these to synthesize a Platinum Skeleton General that is synchronized with your level and follows your commands. Quantity, 1. From Black Iron, straight to Platinum. There were quite a lot of soldier skeletons on the cave walls, and many more turned into skeleton creatures that couldn't form effective damage when they didn't turn into creatures, and the ground spikes just now covered a wide area, but didn't kill them. It's okay, Yi Yu still has a lot of means. Fresh. The Berserk Eagle cloak behind him shook and 200 bronze level 30 Berserk Eagles flew out, which were also at the same level as him, but could only reach a maximum of level 50. At the same level, it was still relatively easy for bronze-leveled Gale Eagles to kill Black Iron skeletons. Roar! The Earth Savage Dragon activated its dragon might, throwing the skeletons into chaos and killing them strongly as well. These small monsters, there was no need for Yi Yu to personally take action yet. He only needed to listen to the pleasant beeps. Killing gains, 649 experience points. Black Iron Skeleton Ring, 1. Black Iron Skeleton Fragment, 1. 2 silver coins, 10,000 times the storm will gain 6,490,000 experience points. Platinum Skeleton Fragment, 1. The experience value and fragments are increasing at a fiery rate. He also unleashed the giant power bear, and as a platinum level mount, he could crush these skeletal soldiers as well. Time passed, and an hour passed. Ding! Congratulations, you have gathered 10,000 platinum skull fragments. Is it synthesized? Yi Yu looked around. The skeleton soldiers were all killed off as well. 10,000 skeletons lying on the ground was spectacular. Waiting for half an hour to refresh again, and there was nothing to be gained by setting more fragments. Come on, dry. Ready for synthesis. At this moment, accompanied by a bang sound, all the skeletons all exploded, the sky of bone dust flying, the surrounding into an unobservable situation. The field of vision is a white. Boom! A terrifying wave of light shot towards Yi Yu. Die! An eerie laughter rang out. It was impossible to see where. In this instant of life and death, Yi Yu's mouth smiled playfully as the wings behind him flashed with lightning and suddenly disappeared. Thunder light for a split second. Yi Yu instantly moved 5,000 meters away. He had already prepared himself. The move where the skeleton turned into bone dust was exactly the skull soldier's skill, bone dust diffuse, which could be activated before and after death, but the activation after death required another creature to activate it. Yi Yu had long wondered how there was no boss here. That's why he hadn't made a move and was on guard. Allowing himself to easily kill monsters and lowering his guard, then suddenly erupting into a sky of bone dust to obscure his vision, and striking a fatal blow from the shadows, this boss was quite insidious. High IQ, an unusual monster. Yi Yu scanned the surroundings. Bone dust was flying. He still couldn't see the situation. But the opposite side, even more so, couldn't see him. Nothingness. Yi Yu's state of nothingness actually existed, but he just didn't exist. Ding. Enemy +1, physical attack +1%. Better than nothing. Yi Yu walked through the sky of bone dust in search of the enemy without even a footstep. Rumble. The sound of an explosion came, and Yi Yu followed the sound. Come out. Where are you? Come out if you dare. He saw the enemy, a skeleton wearing a black robe and holding a skeleton staff, was blankly looking around. Not being able to see Yi Yu, it could only start its attack haphazardly. The sound of the attack would attract the enemy, but it had to attack. It couldn't see the enemy, and if it attacked indiscriminately it might still get lucky and hit the enemy, but if it didn't attack it could only be passively beaten. Skeleton Mage, Platinum Boss. Level 35. Legal Attack 3184. Defense 1483. Blood Value 2025. Skills, Create Skeleton, Death Wave. Profession, Advanced Profession, Skeleton Mage. Description: the Skeleton Mage who once attacked the Phaeton Empire has been permanently sealed in place. There is actually a high-level occupation, and the gang of skeleton soldiers from before was created by it from the corpses of the soldiers. The attacks were strong, and the use of a single spell was terrifying. Unfortunately, Yi Yu was in a state of nothing at the moment. Any attack would pass through him, and when Yi Yu came to its side, it didn't even know it yet, and was still attacking randomly in a daze. Brush. Yi Yu didn't even activate his skills, directly out of the sword flat A, able to 5 swords a second. And just 2 swords out. 1023. 1034. Skeleton Mage then collapsed to death. Do not know who killed himself. Death extremely suffocating. If you know is taken away by 2 rounds of flat A, then it is estimated to be angry resurrection. Holding coins to engage in sneak attacks. This death is suitable for you. Yi Yu smiled playfully and heard a prompt. Ding. Crossing the level to kill the Skeleton Mage, gain 16,632 experience points. Skeleton Mage Profession Book 1, 32 silver coins, and a 10,000-fold strike gains. Skeleton Sacred Law Profession Book 1. Chapter 50 Buried Imperial Capital. Ding dong. World announcement: congratulations to player Heavenly Emperor, first kill of a level 35 platinum boss, rewarded with 1 point of legendary degree and 600 prestige value. Yi Yu stormed to gain 10,000 lore degrees and 6 million reputation values. Exploded the Profession Book. Skeleton Mage Profession Book, Advanced Profession. Effect: if you learn it, you can use corpses to create skeletons. Restrictions: skeleton race. Yi Yu can obtain 10,000 copies. Skeleton Sacred Law Profession Book, 3-star Hidden Profession. Effect: if you learn it, you can use corpses to create skeletons, summon skeletons out of thin air, control skeletons below your level and title, and increase your qualifications. Restrictions: skeleton race. Pick this one, of course. Honestly, Yi Yu is craving for it, but restricting the skeleton race to use it. I still want to be a human, but the skeleton general can use this. He took out all the fragments. Ding. Fragment synthesis successful, obtaining Platinum Level 30 Skeleton General 1. An imposing skeleton frame appeared in situ, with solid bones, black as ink, and very evil, and when it saw Yi Yu, it worshipped, Master. Fragment synthesis, not a reward. Platinum level, it's still a bit short. Yi Yu tossed the occupation book to it. Here you go, do a good job for this master. The skeleton general tore the profession book to pieces, his body was surging with black gas, and many skeleton marks appeared on his bones, as if he had detained thousands of skeletons, so he could release the skeletons at any time to meet the enemy. Ding, skeleton general becomes skeleton holy dharma, his qualification is raised and he becomes a legendary boss. How ruthless, it's legendary in one go. Give your name, darkness. Become a blade in my hand. Ding, naming successful. Skeleton general darkness, legendary boss. Level 30. Physical attack 523. Attack 4510. Blood 5237. Defense 4293. Profession warrior, skeleton holy law. Skills skeleton summoning, skeleton creation, skeleton bone spike, skeleton flying dagger, skeleton control, death seal. Description: a strange creature summoned by the celestial emperor, possessing both physical and legal attacks. Possessing dual attributes of material and law, the material attack is bone spikes and flying daggers, and the spells summon, create, and control skeletons. Ding, you have blitzed Black Iron Skeleton Spike into Platinum Twisted Spike, and Black Iron Skeleton Staff into Platinum General Bone Staff. Of the equipment that burst out just now, you picked a set of blasts and threw them at the skeleton general. These, you used them first. Yu consumed another experience value to upgrade himself, his doppelganger, and his two big mounts. The cursed land seemed to be very uncomplicated. Just coming here he encountered a skeleton mage, he didn't know what else was behind him. It's better to boost your strength first, and all of them were upgraded to level 2. The skeleton general also leveled up 2 in synchronization. Master, I'll scout the way for you. It took the initiative to walk ahead, and it was worth saying that as Yu's summon, it could be resurrected after a period of time after death. The time depended on the strength, so there was no need to care about the danger to its life. Suddenly, many more soldier corpses appeared in front of them. They still retained their flesh and blood, not the skeleton-like soldiers from before, but the flesh and blood were all greenish-purple and very stiff. Hiss! A corpse of a soldier suddenly jumped up. The skeleton general struck out with his right hand, and a handprint made up of skeletons appeared in the air. Skill handprint of death, activated, and with a slap, he slapped the soldier's corpse into dust. 1475. Following this, the bodies of soldiers jumped up one after another. Zombie soldier, bronze. Grade 35. Physical attack 928. Defense 1783. Blood 1475. Skills: poison bite, bloodlust, crazy scratch. Description: the corpses of the soldiers buried here were turned into zombies. It's basically this attribute. The basic attack is not strong, but the defense, chi and blood are relatively high, and the poison bite comes with a toxin attack, which has a certain true injury effect, and the bloodlust also allows them to bleed back. Ding! You have killed a zombie soldier and gained 8 experience points, 56 copper coins, big red pill 1, and 10,000 times the blast. The reward was so trashy, it couldn't burst into pieces like the skeleton soldier. Yu expressed his disappointment. Killed him. The skeleton general's black chi surged around his body, and the skeleton marks on his body were released, turning into a single skeleton minion, all level 32 bronze skeletons. There were 500 of them in total. Summon skeleton. When the skill level increases, the grade and number of summoned skeletons increases. Wow. The Gale Eagle cloak behind Yu surged. 200 Gale Eagles whistled out and attacked the zombies along with the skeletons. They were a bit lower in level, but there was still the skeleton general. The skeleton general completely hanged the zombie soldiers. Yu leisurely watched, feeling that sometimes it was quite comfortable to not make a move and let his men help him kill monsters. Clearing monsters along the way. Ding! Battle summary: killing gains 47,236 experience points, bronze zombie armor, 1, bronze zombie sword, 1, bronze zombie belt, 1, and 10,000x strikes gains. Diamond zombie king armor, 1, diamond zombie king sword, 1. Bronze, blitzed into diamond. Yu didn't check it out for the time being as he walked down the downward hole for a long time before he finally saw flat ground. In the distance, there were endless ruins. A huge city was shattered, broken, and dilapidated, but the former glory was vaguely visible. Its enormity Yu had only seen in Demon Civilization Bull Demon Imperial Capital. It's hard to believe that there's an Imperial Capital buried underneath Tianqing City? Above the Tier 1 main city was the Tier 2 Tier 9 main city, and then the Imperial Capital, and with Tianqing City being a Tier 1 main city, the late city Lord Jun Mo1 was at Tier 60, so it could be seen how strong the Imperial Capital was. Inside, there are probably treasures. Hiss! The land outside the gates of the Imperial Capital broke open, and a large number of soldiers buried here, turned into zombies, jumped out. General Skeleton was about to strike. No need, I'll do it. Yu, however, stepped out. He couldn't wait to enter the Imperial Capital to have a look. Boom! The Purgatory armor released a sky-high light, and a gigantic Purgatory demon shadow descended, lifting his hand and smashing down a sea of Purgatory fire, burning the incoming zombie soldiers into ashes. 1625. 1532. Phew. The Purgatory Demon rushed towards the enemy group. Its current attack was up to several thousand. A batch of minions was not its match at all. Its only flaw was that it had zero defense. When a bunch of zombies were about to attack it. Taunt. Enemies in the surrounding 100 square meters can't attack it at all. It moves through the enemy group in a flowing stream, and the taunt range moves with it, unless there are more than 100 square meters of attacks to hit it. Unfortunately, the zombies are all physical attacks with short hands. This demon is actually so strong. The skeleton general didn't expect that his master had so many strong hands under him, so it seemed that he had to do his job well in order to please his master. Roar! The Earth Subdragon, the giant power bear, also joined the enemy group. The doppelgangers also appeared, swiftly killing the monsters. And Yiyu flapped his thunder light wings and flew high into the air, scanning the surroundings. With so many zombies, how can there be no boss? The small monsters were left to the henchmen. He only takes care of the bosses. Chapter 51 Lost Ancient Kingdom, large-scale replica opens. Sure enough, he saw the boss in a pit. Roar! Next to the pit, a zombie that was clearly one size larger roared up to the sky. It had just broken out of the pit when it saw a human flapping its purple wings and gazing at it from the air. Boom! With a stomp of its feet, it jumped up high into the air, holding a huge hammer that smashed into Yiyu. Zombie Commander, Diamond Boss. Level 35. Physical attack 50-56. Defense 4927. Blood value 4823. Skills: Berserk Hammer, Denkong Stomp, Bloodlust, Poison Bite. Description: a soldier commander who died a long time ago and turned into a zombie with the passage of years. His level is much lower than before he was born, but his grade has not been lowered. Very fierce. Yiyu had also encountered a level 50 diamond boss Flame Aaron, but that was a shadow and the strength was reduced by a lot, while this one was a real and authentic level 35 diamond boss attribute. Clang. The sound of trembling strikes rang out as the zombie commander's hammer fell, reaching 10,034 attacks under Berserk Hammer Strike. Unfortunately, a Frost Shield appeared in front of Yiyu. Counting the defense that the Earth Subdragon had added to Yiyu, and then counting the skill additions, the shield's defense value reached 11,852. 0. Unable to break defense. Roar! The zombie commander was furious and fiercely bit down on the shield. The skill, Poison Bite, activated, and the shield, which had already been depleted of 10,034 defense values, instantly shattered into frost. Che, when I like being passive? Yiyu let out a cold laugh. The sky was filled with frost flying. The zombie commander was attacking and was frozen into an ice sculpture. 4,823. The frost attack was a whopping 11,850, and as the bloody damage rose, the zombie commander was directly frozen to death and fell from the air. And the frost covered 1,000 square meters and fell on the zombies from the air. 1,423. 1,562. Like ice that purifies the world, the zombies are simply vaporized, a picture that is austere in its beauty. Yiyu fell from the air as the many zombies bit in, and he swung out a sword blandly. Wake up and take charge of the world. Ding! Enemy plus 3,428, physical attack plus 3,428%. 15,500 meter long sword she raged, with a range as large as several playgrounds, and countless zombies were shattered in a hail of bloody damage. At this point, all monsters died out. It was very easy for Yiyu to kill the monsters. Ding! Battle summary: you have gained 67,236 experience points, Bronze Zombie Necklace 3, Bronze Zombie Ring 4, Bronze Zombie Belt 3, and 10,000 times the blasts you can get. Diamond Zombie King Necklace 3. More than 600 million experience value, plus the previous one is more than 1.1 billion, you can upgrade again. Ding! Your level plus 3, split level plus 3, each gain 15 points of free attributes, please distribute. Earth Subdragon level plus 3, Giant Power Bear level plus 3, Skeleton General synchronized upgrade. It was comfortable. The Giant Power Bear was a platinum boss. It was a bit behind now, but Yiyu didn't give up on upgrading it. He would go to the Demon Civilization again after that, and he should be able to promote the Giant Power Bear there. He looked towards the harvest. Zombie Sword, Bronze. Grade, 35. Attachment, Physical Attack plus 115, Attack Speed plus 8%. Attached Skills, none. Restrictions, Warrior, level 35. Description 1, Sloppy Bronze. Description 2, collect all zombie sets to trigger the set effect, 20% increase in defense. Very trashy, no skills. But the added attributes are quite a lot. The equipment doesn't just look at the grade. For example, Yiyu's legendary artifact Dark Destruction Axe has a very good golden skill. But the Dark Destruction Axe is level 17, which just adds 200 physical attack. And what about a level 35 bronze that added 115 physical attack? The key is the set effect. The bronze set effect wasn't great, but Yiyu could storm it. Zombie King Sword, Diamond. Grade, 35. Attachment, physical attack plus 250, attack speed plus 15%. Attached skills, none. Restrictions, warrior, level 35. Description, collect the Zombie King set to trigger the set effect, can resist one fatal attack with a 24-hour cooldown. A unit can only be used once a day. There is no accompanying skill, but the set effect is a fierce mess. Resist a lethal attack. This meant that even the strongest enemy, even if it was a deity who struck out to give Yu a blow, he would be able to block it. Yu did not lack the means to attack for the time being, and this effect suited him well. I can normally wear other equipment and change into this suit when I am fatally attacked. The ones that popped out this time were zombie armor, zombie sword, and the like. Yu stormed them all, and came up with a total of 4 sets of suits, one for him and one for his doppelganger. There are still 2 sets, for the time being, keep them. With such a good effect, even without the accompanying skills, it was something that players all over the world would clamor for. Moreover, a set of diamond equipment, by itself, came with high attributes. Ding dong! World announcement, congratulations to player Heavenly Emperor who first killed the level 35 diamond boss zombie commander, rewarding him with 1 point of lore degree and 1000 points of service-wide reputation value. Ding, 10,000 times the storm, you have gained 10,000 lore points and 10 million service-wide reputation values. Yu had a lot of legend degrees. As long as he encountered another legend copy, he would have a chance to do it, and the one-time precognition power that he had obtained before made him very excited. That time, he grabbed power with the gods. It was thrilling and exciting. It was the Tsung Dome Jade that saved him. But the deity was too mysterious and unpredictable. Hell knows if it could cross the protection of the Tsung Dome Jade and give Yu a fatal blow. Last time the deity was unprepared. It might be different if they robbed it again. It's okay. He can block it himself. Finally, I can get a look inside. Yu's wings flapped as he neared the ruins, where black gas surged and the smell of decay permeated the area, and saw a description. Huiyu Imperial Capital. Description, the imperial capital of the Phaeton Empire 500 years ago. It is an ancient city. He tried to open the gates and go in. Ding! Encountered the bloodthirsty array, block, unable to enter, collect a large amount of blood to sprinkle on it can enter. Yu raised his eyebrows, he could enter. As long as he used void, there was no restriction on any block. He could even use this to travel directly to the high-level main city. There was no need to care about any qualification restrictions, but he was interested in this imperial capital. Just then, the prompt came. Ding dong! World announcement, the Dragon Kingdom player, Heavenly Emperor, triggered an event, the large-scale replica, the Curse of the Ancient Kingdom of Phaeton, opens, location, Tianqing City 26, 24, 89. The global teleportation array is briefly open. Players are free to teleport and participate in the replica during the period when the replica is not finished. Points will be awarded based on contribution and rewards will be given. The world announcement suddenly opened, and the whole world froze for a moment, followed by a mountainous roar rising. A large copy, there must be benefits. It's in Star City. Would the Heavenly Emperor allow them to enter? Chapter 52, excited players around the world. People were excited to try teleporting. Ding, you have successfully teleported to Heavenly Star City. Surprisingly. As a matter of fact, the players who could teleport were now so powerful that the service-wide teleportation array was opened for the time being, but the novice village was not included. At the very least, one had to be a player who had entered the main city in order to be eligible for the service-wide teleportation. Let's go, to the Dragon Kingdom, to Heavenly Star City. At this moment, countless players in the world who had reached level 15 returned to the teleportation arrays in their main cities and teleported to Heavenly Star City. The Heavenly Emperor is actually willing to open up teleportation. This is too arrogant. Is it because he thinks that if we go over there, we won't be able to snatch his copy contribution either? Baka, show him some color. Just in time to see what the Heavenly Emperor is like. The number 1 guild in the Rice Country, God's Guild, the number 1 guild in the Sakura Country, Sakura Guild, and so on. The players who had reached level 15 were all rushing to Heavenly Star City at the first opportunity, and this group of players all had C rank or higher talents. There were also quite a few A rank and B rank ones. Their presidents, Divine Lord, and Amaterasu, who possessed S-rank talent, directly put down the important matters in their hands and traveled to Heavenly Star. The world's top guilds and top players gathered together. The wind is rising. How crazy, it's even open for teleportation, go meet this Heavenly Emperor. Arrogant dictator, sneered, his men had been killed through by the Heavenly Emperor before, and he had been refused entry into Heavenly Star City. And now, finally, he had a chance to get his revenge. With so many top guilds going over, let's see how Heavenly Emperor can carry it off. The only one that didn't go over was Dragon Core. Big brother, why are you opening up teleportation? Can we, the Dragon Core, go over and join in the fun? Dragon Core Zhang Yang sent a friend message. Don't come. That was all the Heavenly Emperor had to say. But Zhang Yang instantly trembled, immediately informing all the Dragon Group people not to go over. Tiandi Big Brother is afraid that he is going to bury a pit for the players all over the world. He guessed correctly. This copy is quite uncomplicated. There are level 35 zombies right on the periphery, and platinum level 60 Junimo died when he went inside, so I can let the players go in and explore the path for me first. Yi Yu sneered, it was a bit more certain to do so. As for whether it was right to do so. Funny, was he the one who rushed the players? The copy is right here, whether it can go in or not all depends on the players, first past the small monsters in the periphery. He, himself, got off the line. I'm hungry, let's eat first. And at this time, the teleportation array in Heavenly Star City fluctuated more than a few times, and a player with a revitalized spirit stepped out of it, roaring with some excitement, where's the Heavenly Emperor? I want to see the Heavenly Emperor. Rumble. A formation of solemn soldiers came here, weapons aimed at the players. Is the Heavenly Emperor City Lord not for mere mortals to see? Scram! Get out! The NPCs on the street also shouted angrily. The Heavenly Emperor was very popular in their hearts. Players looked at the attributes of the NPCs, level 25 gold level soldier, level 24 blacksmith wangy, etc., all dared to be angry. Many of them were still only level 15, really fighting was looking for death. Heavenly Emperor is so big, looking forward to seeing him in the copy. Divine Lord, Heavenly Illumination, Thunder King, and other great god players, left in disdain. If they really fought, relying on their S-rank talents, they felt that they could also beat these NPCs, but the most important thing now was the copy. However, the heart was envious. The highest of them wasn't even level 20, and they weren't even as high as this group of NPCs, while so many NPCs in the whole city listened to the Heavenly Emperor alone. The Heavenly Emperor is already level 35, we shouldn't be able to beat him. But the copies, they can be robbed. He doesn't have a guild, he has this bunch of NPCs but can't bring them over to make copies. He should be letting the NPCs stay in the city to prevent invasion, and he also wants to rob so many of us? And Yi Yu in the real world, the beauty of eating a meal, but also open the news to watch, game forums to brush the play. Today's hot news, topic center only one. Shocking. The Celestial Emperor has opened a cosmic announcement. Is it proof of the existence of a cosmic civilization? Tiandi's current momentum can be called the number one player in Blue Star. Is it possible that he will become the number one player in the universe in the future? There were countless discussions below. Yi Yu did not make any reply. The matter of the universe civilization, for the time being, it was better not to tell the general public, otherwise it would easily cause panic. Even if they were told, would it be useful? The game forums, on the other hand, were even more lively. The number one guild in the Great Rice Country, God's Guild, went out and 30,000 players entered Heavenly Star. Counting the other guilds, at least 200,000 people went from Great Rice. Hungry Nation's number one guild has also traveled. There are also many from Sakura Nation, threatening to snatch a copy of the Heavenly Emperor and raise the prestige of Sakura. Global S-rank gifted players, basically all came out. Millions of players gathered in Tianxing. Whether Tiandi is the number one player in Blue Star or not, we'll have to go through a comparison with other S-rank players, alright? No matter how strong Heavenly Emperor is, it's hard for him to stop so many players alone. Yi Yu shook his head and laughed. Who said I was going to block them? They, too, are worthy. He himself had grabbed power from the gods and gone to the demonic civilization, and these low-level players were worthy of letting him go forward to block them? How fragrant. He finished eating the food and placed an order on the purchasing software to buy the manor he had previously looked at. Purchasing the manor was kinda troublesome, he needed to provide proof of identity, and he had to approach the construction company and so on. He found an agent and did some formalities. The agent would naturally charge money, but it didn't matter, small change for him. Yi Yu also does not understand, such a large manor, why will be put on the software to let the intermediary to sell? This is not quite in line with common sense, but also lazy to care. He lived comfortably on the line. After doing all this, it took 2 hours for him to enter the vault again. It was time to go see the teasers. It's so cool here too. The bronze zombie suit that was popped out can actually increase defense by 20%, but unfortunately it needs to be level 35 to be worn, and our chairman can't even wear it right now. It's only the periphery that's so cool, it's definitely even better back there. That's it, the level drop is awesome. More than 1 million players, encountering tens of thousands of skeletons and zombies is still a fight, especially some S-ranked gifted people, all have the ability to fight over the level, brushing small monsters without problems. The 35 level platinum boss zombie commander was also surrounded by them and attacked to kill. However, the monster level was too high for them to support the damage, and a number of them were killed and dropped levels. But the zombie suit, it was too attractive. There were also skeleton fragments that could synthesize bronze level skeletons, the same level as yourself. Comfort. Of course, after this is all set, it all goes into the president's backpack, and the president can subsequently take them up when he gets stronger. Just don't see the Heavenly Emperor. Must have been stunned to see so many of us. Wait, what's that? Suddenly, they noticed that the blood flowing from the corpses of the players after their deaths was gathered onto the formation at the city gates of the Glow Moon Imperial Capital, which suddenly blazed with a blood-colored light. A player who was close stretched out his hand and was immediately sucked in. The copy is open. This is the copy switch, go. All the players immediately entered the copy. Brush. Behind them, Yu came online, smiled wryly, and stepped into it as well. Chapter 53, Strange Female Corpse, millions of players reunited. Here it comes, expect rewards. In front of us are level 30 plus monsters, we have more people to withstand them, and the back shouldn't be too difficult either. People stepped in expectantly. Jia. But suddenly, an eerie laughter rang out. People looked up and realized with horror that on the highest palace of the imperial capital in the distance, a white-clothed, long-haired female corpse was laughing eerily. Female corpse in white. Grade? Attack? Fizz. No one can see through it, it's at least a level 40. Because the highest level player here already has 20 levels before not killing zombies upgraded, the basic scrying technique can view up to more than their own 20 levels. At this moment, people's scalps were numb. Because in addition to the female corpses, there were countless wails ringing out. Kill you all. You're all going to die. Miserable cries resonated in his ears, but there was no eeriness to be seen, it was as if something unseen was speaking in his own mind. Poof. A level 16 player suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. 573. Inexplicably, dead. This time, all the players panicked, the invisible enemy is also too scary. Fortunately, their RS-rank gifted players stepped in, God Lord, waved his big hand, God said, let there be light, dispel the black. Brush. Brilliant golden light was born from his hand, this was actually one of his equipment. The reason why he opened his mouth to pretend to be more powerful was to appear to be very powerful, there were so many players on the field. Players saw that he was awesome, maybe they were willing to switch to his guild's door? But the words, dispel the darkness, could not be said. Because. Hiss. The light was born, and it did illuminate a dark shadow, but it could not be dispersed, and these shadows plopped down on the players, eerie fluctuations released. Poof. Countless players vomited blood and died outright. S-rank talent, 100 ghosts nightly. Amaterasu activated the talent, and a group of ghostly shadows appeared from behind him. This talent, when used later, could even detain billions of ghosts and monsters, and by killing monsters, he could cultivate his own ghosts and monsters. However, his ghostly shadows were directly swallowed by the black shadows. Pfft, baka. Blood was spat out and he was dead. Following that, one by one, the S-ranked gifted began to fall, unable to even put up any resistance before they simply died, not to mention the other gifted. GGG. On the field, the female corpse's laughter became more and more ominous. There were no more standing players in the millions, and from the time they came in to the time they died, it was only a few seconds. Ding! You have been killed by Ordinary Necromancer, Level 1, dropping, Mirror of Light, 1, Silver Coin 20, large copy, cannot be resurrected in situ, running corpse resurrection, please choose resurrection location. You have been killed by Ordinary Necromancer, Level 1, drops, Zombie Sword, 1. In the resurrection space, the players heard the prompt. Martyr. That's when they realized that the thing that killed them was called a necromancer, and it was a regular necromancer. This damn any reward did not get, but also dropped a level for nothing, even the equipment fell, had already gathered the bronze zombie set, now also cannot get together. This equipment does not add skills, not sets of unattractive. This trip is too much of a loss, no, we have to go to that copy again and get the rewards to make up for the loss. Anyway, now that we know it's a necro, and that necro move is so scary, the cooldown should be pretty long. If you resurrect now, you won't necessarily be unable to defeat it. Resurrect Tianqing City. People made this choice, resurrecting directly at the resurrection point, consuming some silver coins would be enough, all were currently high-level players in the game, this amount of silver coins was still available. Ding, Heavenly Star City Lord the Heavenly Emperor has refused your entry into Heavenly Star City, you cannot be resurrected in Heavenly Star City. This? Everyone feels like they've been tricked by the Heavenly Emperor. Coming to Heavenly Star City, some people were trying to challenge the Heavenly Emperor by taking advantage of the sea of people, but as a result, they never saw the Heavenly Emperor at all, and lost a lot of money for nothing, and now after they died, they couldn't even be resurrected in Heavenly Star. Heavenly Emperor, what do you mean? Playing tricks on us? Give us an explanation. On the World Channel, S-rank players, Divine Lord, Heavenly Illumination, and others jointly asked, they were too stifled, many of them directly hung up without even using their S-rank talents. The players under them were the same, all wanting a chance to enter the copy again. At the very least, one had to go and pick up the equipment, right? Some players who hadn't entered the main city yet, as onlookers, watched happily. It was also a shock to the heart that millions of players had entered the copy, and none of them had passed. This was already the top players of the Blue Star humans in the Vault of Heaven. Ding dong. Heavenly Emperor, yes, how about fooling you guys? People's hearts aren't strong enough to swallow snakes, you guys don't have the strength, why do you have to come to the copy to pretend to be something else? At this time, a message came on the World Channel. The Heavenly Emperor Big Brother unexpectedly spoke. A bunch of players who hadn't yet entered the main city were thrilled, many of them had idolized the Heavenly Emperor, this was the first time they had seen the Heavenly Emperor speak, and they immediately followed with an impassioned speech. Yeah, you guys don't have the strength to pretend to be Nima. Did the Heavenly Emperor force you to come? Who do you blame for your own deaths? The Heavenly Star City is someone else's. They can open it if they want to and close it if they want to. If you don't want to serve, get out. The copy brush in our Dragon Country. To enter is also our Dragon Country players into. You guys to come together, what lively. Dragon Core Zhang Yang closed the world channel and laughed joyfully. It's also good that he listened to Big Brother Tian D and didn't go over there. Millions of players, total annihilation. There, too, it's too scary. Prideful Dignity, face was greenish purple. As a dragon player, he went in and brought all of Prideful Dignity with him, and as a result, all of them lost levels and equipment. Just this wave, many players who had already entered the main city dropped 15 levels and were knocked back to the novice village. Baka, Amaterasu, and the others were so angry that they had no words to say. Yes, the strength is not good. Who do you blame for not being able to fight yourself? The more they said only made them look more incompetent, and they angrily returned to another resurrection point, all within the main city of their own server, back to the Rice Country, Sakura Country, and so on. FUCK, he's asking us to help him step on a mine. Divine Lord had realized. A skill as terrifying as Necrotic should have a long cooldown. Right now, the copy was only accessible to the Heavenly Emperor. As for him, not only did he gain nothing, he even dropped the Mirror of Light, which was a good equipment. From start to finish, he hadn't even seen a single glance of the Heavenly Emperor, and he had been tricked by the Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor can't get through either. Yes, if he can pass the copy, I'll write the word Amaterasu backwards. Joyful, how about adding the word sun in the middle? Even I stampo, can't stampo? But then they thought of the female corpse. Even though the necromancer's terrifying attacks went into cooldown, that horrible female corpse hadn't struck yet. And the copy. GG. Ha! The female corpse's eerie laughter suddenly stopped. Tap. The sound of stepping on the ground came and it saw a handsome man walking ahead of it, raising a sword. Chapter 54 passing the copy in an instant. After Yiyu arrived, he also saw those black shadows. Ordinary Necromancer, Black Iron. Grade, 35. Attack, 1803. Defense, 475. Blood, 587. Skills, Curse of Life, Nightmare Death Speech, Deathclaw. Description, a common creature of the necromantic civilization. Honestly, average attributes. But Yiyu noticed one thing, necromantic civilization. It turns out that this is also a creature of another civilization. Yiyu discreetly looked at a skill, Curse of Life, at the cost of consuming life force, cursing the enemy to die. Those below their own level must die. The more enemies that die, the more life force consumed. So this is the case, no wonder the millions of players were massacred. This skill has a certain death effect. Even if some of the players had S-rank talents, but were now at a lower level than a necromancer, that was destined to die. But skills consume life force, and the necromancers don't really have much. They curse millions of players to die after consuming a lot of life force. They, themselves, are beginning to fade away. That's great, equivalent to blocking a knife for me. Yiyu thanked the players. However, he had the Diamond Zombie set, S-Resist Fatal Strike effect, which would have blocked the Curse of Life, and the players were equivalent to reserving the set effect for him once, right? And at this time, the dead spirits that hadn't dissipated yet, started attacking Yiyu. Ding! In the middle of a sparring match, the talent battle without end is activated. Enemy plus 392, physical attack plus 392%. Nearly 4x physical attack. Yiyu's feathered wings flapped and flew directly high into the air. He didn't put the small monsters in his eyes at all, and his long sword pointed directly at the female corpse. Female corpse in white, Diamond Boss. Level 40. Legal attack 5732. Defense 5482. Blood value 5389. Skills, Dark Barrier, Dark Light Wave, Seal of Death. Description: cursed creatures can't rest in peace even after death. Level 40 Diamond Boss, very strong. Damnable human. Surprisingly, he used someone else to dissipate the dead spirit first, cunning and treacherous, ga ga ga. The female corpse hissed madly. Yiyu shrugged his shoulders. Without the players, he could also resolve the dead spirits, such as letting his doppelganger join the battle. But this way, it was just more convenient. Boom! The female corpse raised her hand and released a pitch-black wave of light. Her attack under this skill reached 10243. In the end, it was a diamond boss with very powerful skills. Brush. Unfortunately, Yiyu suddenly disappeared. Thunderbolt instant. Flash to the back of the female corpse. The female corpse is a mage, the most afraid of the warrior close up. Who would have thought that a warrior not only can fly, but also can directly flash so far away? More flexible than an assassin. Peerless sword chi erupted as 15 sword chi united and chopped down towards the female corpse. Clang. However, there was a sound of gold and iron, and a pitch-black shield appeared in front of the female corpse, with the skill, Dark Barrier, having a defense of up to 10,134 and absorbing 30% of the damage. Unfortunately, Yiyu's attack at the moment was as high as 12,675, and every sword had such high damage. the shield, directly shattered. No! The female corpse screamed, sensing that she was going to die, and actually took out 2 pieces of pitch black paper, one of which was posted to Yiyu. Under very close proximity, it was difficult for Yiyu to dodge. Ding! You are subject to the certain death effect of the cursed page skill and must die. Terrifying black chi raged from it. The paper was like a life-sapping death, rapidly disintegrating in the process, while trying to extract Yiyu's vitality in general. Again, it was certain death. However, Yiyu's body equipment suddenly transformed, a fierce zombie suit to change into, all the fierce gas surging, compared to the eerie black gas, the fierce gas hallowed and strict, like the king in the darkness. Ding! Receiving a fatal blow triggers the suit effect, resisting the fatal blow. Ness. Yiyu was unharmed, and the female corpse screamed frantically, a diamond suit? Some diamond bosses don't even have them, you actually have them. How difficult is it to set up a set, let alone a diamond level one? Under the sword chi strangulation, the female corpse collapsed. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the level 40 diamond boss female corpse in white, gaining 18,364 experience points over leveling kill, diamond cursed page, 1, 200 silver coins, and 10,000 times the blitz. Yiyu nodded his head in satisfaction, another close to 200 million experience points arrived. The ground also burst out a page of paper, it is the one that the white female corpse had not yet used before, cheap. At this time, the ordinary dead spirit also dissipated. Unfortunately, the dead spirit was not killed by Yiyu, and did not burst out of the things. Yiyu also do not care, boss things have got, but also want a small monsters of what to do. Even if you want something, isn't there a player left on the ground? Ding! You have picked up Bronze Demon Armor, 1, Bronze Zombie Sword, 88. It wasn't a reward, it belonged to the ones picked up from the side of the road, so there was no storm. Yiyu also does not mind, he does not need, can also be sold as not it? Anyway, players come to this copy, did not store good intentions, is trying to snatch the copy from his hands, fall his face, he will not be polite. You have picked up Bronze Zombie Sword, 88, Diamond Bright Mirror, 1. Good lord, all the zombie sets that players have collected are counted as collected for nothing? They must be furious? No. There's actually diamond wear. Yiyu had thought that the players' equipment are very trash, did not think that there is such a good thing. Think about it, in the end there is also S-class talent players, cannot be too trash as not. Sorry, it belongs to him. He was about to check it out when the cue came. Congratulations, your first kill. Gained 1 point of legend degree, 1000 whole service reputation value, will open the world announcement whether to hide the nickname? Not hidden. At this time, the players were hotly debating in the world channel. All those dead spirits are terrifying, and the white-clothed female corpse that didn't make a move is even more bizarre. I reckon even the Heavenly Emperor wouldn't be able to do it. Yeah, millions of us can't, what makes him? Ding dong. World announcement, congratulations to player T&D, first kill level 40 diamond boss white female corpse successfully, reward 1 point of legend degree, 1000 whole service reputation value, please congratulate him. The sudden beeping sound viciously slapped the faces of players all over the world. The white-clothed female corpse was actually a level 40 diamond boss. And it, after all, had been killed by the Heavenly Emperor. The point was, none of the players had seen the Heavenly Emperor enter the copy before, which meant that the Heavenly Emperor had gone to face off with the white-clothed female corpse after they had died, so how much time had passed? Seconds? Must be. Another first kill, another 1 point of legend degree, which is precious to be able to make a copy of the legend. As for Yiyu, he gained 10,000 legend degrees and 10 million service-wide reputation value. Ding! End of Large Replica Curse of the Ancient Kingdom of Phaeton, according to the contribution of the participating players, settlement rewards in. At this time, the millions of players who had participated in the replica all heard the cue and finally revealed a smile. Well, even though we just went over there to watch, we're still participating, so we should be rewarded for that. Ding! Player, God Lord, you were killed by a monster in the copy, participation is 0, no reward. The first guild leader of the Great Rice Country, God Lord, face immediately collapsed. Chapter 55 2 Epic Artifacts. Millions of players, their smiles froze. Most of them had been knocked back to the novice village with extremely heavy losses, and there was no reward at all? Ding! Your participation is 100%, you have gained all the points, automatically redeem all the rewards, one-time right to use the Phaeton Imperial Capital, do you hide the nickname, do you hide the rewards? Hiss! Access to an empire? The Imperial Capital is very large and has many facilities. I'm afraid that according to the percentage rewards, some players should be able to use the Imperial Capital's teleportation arrays, some the defense arrays, some the treasure vaults, and so on. But right now, all of them were attributed to Yiyu alone. Yiyu also didn't expect the players to participate even a little bit, and thought that they could contribute a little bit by consuming the attacks of the necromancers. Maybe because they were killed in seconds and left just before and just after, it really doesn't count as participation. Nicknames are not hidden, rewards are hidden. The old rules, Yi doesn't like to, but there's no need to let others know about the good stuff. Ding dong! World announcement, congratulations to player Heavenly Emperor, who participated 100% in and received all rewards, as well as 2,000 points of service-wide reputation value, truly enviable. It rang 20 times in a row. The players immediately clamored. Ha, if the Heavenly Emperor Big Brother has 100% participation, doesn't that mean that millions of players have zero participation? Millions of players are no better than one person, Big Brother Heavenly Emperor? Laugh me to death. Players who hadn't entered the copy understood the situation as soon as they heard the world announcement. 1 foot, millions of players had been killed and complained about not being able to make a copy in Heavenly Star City, and the next foot, Heavenly Emperor had passed the copy. Seconds. Millions of people can't get through, Heavenly Emperor single-handedly passes in seconds. Even if you guys are resurrected in Heavenly Star City, what can you do? You still want to rob the big guy's copy. Millions of players, not a single word could be said. The truth is right in front of us. Ding, 10,000 times the storm, you can obtain 20 million service-wide reputation value, one-time use of Phaeton Imperial Capital, 10,000 or, permanent use of Phaeton Imperial Capital, 1. Yi's reputation value was a lot, enough to buy a city lord position. However, he was already the city lord and would not consider it for the time being. And there's even an Imperial Capital, Ding, you've chosen the right to use the Phaeton Imperial Capital in perpetuity. Yi of course knew how to choose, more times was not as good as permanent. System prompt, the Phaeton Empire is cursed by the necromantic civilization, it cannot be used for the time being, and can only be used in its entirety after the curse is cleared. This was the only regret. The necromantic civilization has long since begun trying to encroach on this side of the civilization, and we, the Huiyu Empire, are the victims. Suddenly, a weak voice came out. Yi looked up. Discovering that a light shadow had surfaced on the corpse of the white female corpse, it looked the same as the white female corpse, but there was no more crazy gesture, and there was a strong sadness on the face, and the description had changed. Princess of the Kagaya Empire Moon Hazel. Description, Princess of the Glow Moon Empire, Priestess of the Illuminati. Back then, the Phaeton Empire was shrouded by the shadow of death, and my father and other kings all died and disappeared inexplicably, so as a priestess of the Church of Light, I immediately came to my rescue, but I didn't think that I would also fall prey to the underhanded tactics of the spirits of the dead, and be transformed into a cursed corpse of a woman. Honorable Braveheart, thank you for striking me down and removing the curse for me. The secret law of light allows me to exist for a moment, but it will soon disappear. This goes to you. You are powerful, the dead will not spare this side of civilization, I hope you survive. There was a whole lot of pussyfooting around, Yi was too lazy to listen. He only saw a shield fall after the woman disappeared, and he immediately picked it up. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Diamond Shield of Light, 1, which can be stormed 10,000 times to obtain, Shield of Light, 10,000 or, Shield of Purification, 1. Good lord, I didn't expect there to be an unexpected blessing. Shield of Light, Diamond. Grade, 40. Attachment effect, Defense plus 300. Attachment skill, Bright Shelter, Orange LV1, consumes 150 points of blue, can resist the curse effect once, cooldown 10 minutes. Note, skill level plus 1, cooldown 10 seconds, max level 25. Restrictions, Warrior, level 40. Description, crafted by the Illuminati to fight against the Necromonger civilization. With this shield, you can be pitted too? The white-clothed female corpse has completely disappeared, otherwise Yi really wanted to dislike her as a waste of money, but the main thing is also that the skill cooldown is too long, the full level also needs 350s, and it can only be used once in 6 minutes. Only then will there be a gap to be pitched. I could have 10,000 of this gear, but the cooldown bar is the same for the same unit using the same skill, not to mention the fact that the blues can't be topped off. Yi looked to the next one. Shield of Purification, Epic. Grade, 40. Attachment effect, Defense plus 550, resist true damage plus 20%. Attachment skill, Purification, Forbidden Spell LV1, consume 500 points of blue for 1 minute, immune to curse effects, cooldown 1 minute. Remarks, skill level plus 1, lasts for plus 9.152 seconds, up to level 60. Description, equipment from the Heavenly Emperor's Blitz, the special effects can be considered extreme. Hiss. Epicurean artifacts, forbidden spells. These two words really made people excited inside. At full level, 10 minutes to resist the curse. 1 minute cooldown is completely trivial. The strongest thing about the necromantic civilization was the curse, certain death was awesome. But purification specializes in curses. You could say it's a nemesis. Is it useless except against the necromonger civilization? Not really, the epic weapon adds a lot of defense, and there is also the resist true damage plus 20% effect, which is so perverse that it is very hard to get in the Vault of Heaven. True Wound, which is ignoring defense to deal damage. Yi, on the other hand, was able to resist true wounds. Don't look at the fact that it can only block 20%, but it's already very powerful. His attacks are very strong, his relative defense and chi and blood are relatively weak. With this, the ability to save his life is greatly increased. But you have to be level 40 to wear it, so wait first. He had just gained a lot of experience value, but not enough for him to level up 5 in a row, and was prepared to follow up by killing some more monsters, which wouldn't take long. There were still 2 more diamond wear. Cursed Page, Diamond. Grade, 40. Attachment effect, none. Attachment skill, Death Curse, Orange LV1, consume 150 points of blue to unleash a curse that instantly kills those who are not higher than your level, and those who are higher than your level receive 0.001% extra chi damage per second. This damage cannot be detected. No range restriction, can be used when the enemy and you are in a sparring match. Enemy is not dead for 24 hours, curse disappears and damage is detected. Note, skill level +1, damage percentage plus 0.001%, up to level 25. Quantity, 1. Restrictions, all professions, level 40. Description, a disposable item, consumed when used. Awesome yet. Not higher than his own level will instantly die. This is 2-6, regardless of whether the opposite side is a ranked, S-rank talent or whatever, must die. The effect of this skill is no less than S-rank talent even have exceeded. Levels higher than one's own would also be cursed and could die, and I'm afraid that's how Jun Imo died. Unfortunately, it's a consumable item and there's only one left. Sorry, I have privileges. But you smile. Ding. Cursed Page strikes, obtaining, Epic Book of Curses, 1. Chapter 56, Come Over to Die. Book of Curses Epic. Grade, 40. Attachment effect, none. Attachment skill, Infinite Curse, Forbidden Spell LV1, consume 550 blue points to unleash a single curse. Those whose level is not higher than yours will surely die, and those who are higher than yours will suffer 0.002% extra chi blood damage per second. Cooldown 24 hours. Note, skill level +1, damage percentage plus 0.002%, up to level 60. Restrictions, all professions, level 40. Skill effects are the same as before, scaled up by 1x. And it's not a consumable anymore, and the maximum level has been increased. Although Yu is strong, he couldn't be proud. With this, he really was invincible at the same level. If the skill is at full level, those who are higher than their own level receive 0.12% of my chi blood damage per second for 24 hours. Yu's head spun and counted clearly. His current chi blood was as high as 10,865, thanks to the contribution of the Earth Subdragon. Curse damage was 13.038 per second, totaling 1,126,483.2. That's right, 1,120,000 plus. That's damage, not attacks. Never mind how high the enemy's defense was, it had to drop this much blood, and under the curse, the enemy wouldn't notice that they had dropped blood, and by the time it cleared, the enemy was already finished. And with my chi and blood rising behind me, the damage can still be increased. Who the hell can stand it? It's a forbidden spell. Yu had battle without end, and when there were many enemies, it was fine to meet a strong enemy, but if he met a strong enemy alone, he would be in trouble. But now there was an additional king bomb. Killing enemies across levels was not a problem. Although this equipment skill had a cooldown of up to 24 hours and didn't come with attributes yet, it was good enough. You can't wear it until you're level 40, and it also requires experience value to level the skill fully. Yu had an urgent desire in his heart to upgrade. He had too many good things, the need for upgrading was high. The good thing was that it was quite easy for him to gain experience value. With a satisfied heart, he looked towards another piece of equipment. Bright Mirror, Diamond. Grade, 17. Attachment, Resist Control plus 15%. Attachment skill, Bright Glow, Orange LV1, consumes 200 points of blue, illuminates invisible units in 1000 square meters around you for 10 minutes, range follows your movement, cooldown 3 minutes. Note, skill level +1, range plus 100 square meters, max level 25. Restrictions, all professions, level 17. Yu felt that there was no need to upgrade this skill for the time being, the basic range was enough, and it could move with itself anyway. Illuminating invisible units is a good skill to prevent the old coins. It was dropped by the player, there was no blitz, he was satisfied with it, he picked it up for nothing anyway. Players burst out a million equipment, counting Yu's own burst out, cannot pick up all of them, million capacity backpack is not enough, can only choose some trash to throw away. Check your empire. Open the treasury, it's empty. In line with common sense, the Phaeton imperial capital was cursed by the necromantic civilization, and the necromancers must have emptied the treasure vault. Barracks and other such infrastructures, on the contrary, stayed. Yu can exercise his soldiers. Originally barracks these have to spend a lot of money to buy, but all picked up for nothing. Defense array, bloodthirsty array. Can resist the entry of foreign enemies, stimulated by blood can be opened. The enemy to open the formation will be attacked by the formation, but the formation now belongs to the yet to be activated, did not attack the players before. Because of these, the curse needs to be lifted in order to be used properly. How am I going to undo the curse? Yi Yu murmured, walking towards the Imperial Palace. Suddenly, he realized that there was a light door in the palace. Necronomicon. Description: a passageway for the Necromonger civilization to the Blue Star civilization, which they want to use to take over the Blue Star civilization. Hiss. There were passages to the necromantic civilization in the Phaeton imperial capital. That means that underneath the celestial star city, there will be a necromantic civilization at any time. Yi Yu was glad that he found out early, or else when the necromantic spirits appeared, he would be in a passive state. Go and take a look. He was so bold in his art that he immediately wanted to go in and check it out. Ding! System tip: this passageway was opened up by countless blood and piled up with skeletons, and requires a kill value of 10,000 to enter. This was annoying. Yi Yu wanted to cheat and activated void to enter. But at this time, the light door suddenly fluctuated, and a figure jumped out of the passage. Muddy bastard, this Whipday's dead spirit, so annoying. An old man, cursing. This old man, Yi Yu recognized. Hunter? It was the old hunter who gave him the knight's oath, old thing, you're not dead. Good guy. He witnessed the hunter digging a pit and the white horse burying him. He thought that the hunter wasn't simple, but he didn't expect to be able to scurry from the underground of the novice village, all of a sudden, to the Radiant Moon Imperial capital. Hunter Lin Foam level 60. Under the super scrying technique, Yi Yu also finally saw through the hunter's attributes. The level was quite high. It's you, kid. How did you become so strong? The hunter's eyes rounded. I was right about you. Why are you here? You're in my empire, asking me? Yi Yu spread his hands, his head nicknamed an additional Phaeton Imperial Capital owner, which he could display after he gained ownership, and could cancel the display at any time. Hunter. I thought that the Celestial Emperor would be strong in the future, but I didn't realize that he had already gained the empire. This Imperial Capital is cursed, and the only way to remove the curse is to kill all the creatures in the Dead Spirit Passage, which is what I've been doing, but the dead spirits there are endless, and it's impossible to kill them all. The only way to kill them is to kill them until they are afraid and make them roll back. Yi Yu sniffed and raised his eyebrows. There are many enemies? He likes it. I captured some of the necromancers and tortured them, and learned a few things, but they all had explosive skills planted in their heads, and died after uttering the words kill and demonic civilization. I deduced that the demonic civilization has something related to killing that they are very afraid of. Yi Yu nodded. It was hard to kill off the monsters when the passage had the necromantic civilization at its back, but they had something to fear, so that was good. I came out to find a way to go to the demonic civilization, but I don't have a clue yet. No need to look for it, leave it to me. Yi Yu smiled, the demon civilization he could go to. Really? The hunter was half convinced. Put 100 hearts on it, you go back and brace yourself first. Yi Yu kicked the hunter back to the passageway. Don't die, old thing, I'll help you to go to the necrotic civilization, turn around and you'll have to give me some good stuff. The hunter rubbed his butt in the passageway and chose to believe Yi Yu. Okay, this heavenly emperor is capable of a lot. If it really works, he will definitely give him a reward that will satisfy him. Yi Yu's eyes flashed at the moment, something related to killing? He currently didn't know what it was. The only thing he knew was the kill value thing, which could be gained by killing players, and in order to be prepared for anything, he thought that he could gain some kill value first. The players, anyway, weren't still being hung by him? He smiled and opened the world channel. Ding dong! Heavenly Emperor, you have my permission to come and die. Chapter 57, Top Players, Just Wastes for Giving Things Away. At this moment, the world channel was buzzing. Poseidon, FUCK. The Heavenly Emperor was able to easily get through the copy by using us to consume the necrotics attacks, so why don't we get a reward? We, God's Club, are not convinced. Heavenly Emperor's little fans, because you guys were killed in seconds. Kamita Taro, Baka, 10D is too pitiful, this is pitiful to global players, can't stand it. Tiond second fanboy, but you guys got killed in seconds. Tiond 995 fanboys, yeah, you guys would have had a chance to get a reward if you hadn't been spiked, so who do you blame for your own colored pencils? Heavenly Emperor's strength and IQ have crushed you guys, you can only blame yourselves for being losers. The millions of players who had been pitted were furious. On the contrary, there were a lot of Heavenly Emperor's fanboys who basically entered the tour later, a while late, so they were able to take a nickname related to Heavenly Emperor. But this is something that really can't be said. For one thing, Heavenly Emperor did screw over millions of players. For two, they are their own losers. Only they didn't admit it, they thought they were the current top players in Blue Star, and when they were all pitted by the Heavenly Emperor at once, they were unconvinced in their hearts, and that's why they were spilling their guts in the world channel. If you have the guts, let Heavenly Emperor try fighting us head on. There are so many of us, and we're still afraid of him? In fact, it was just incompetent rage. People know that the Heavenly Emperor won't pay any attention to them. But suddenly, a different message popped up. Ding dong! Heavenly Emperor, you have my permission to come and die. This time, the world channel was steeply silent. Hiss! The Heavenly Emperor opened his mouth. This could really be a confrontation with the top players. T-on-D245 fanboys, why don't you say anything? Big brother Heavenly Emperor has given you permission to die, so go send them. This player laughed out loud in the novice village and spoke on the world channel. Hurry up and don't. The Celestial Emperor is going to confront the top players for real, he might lose out. His companion immediately stopped him. They were all fanboys of the Heavenly Emperor. This? What's going on here? Although T-on-D had pitted the top players and made a group of hilarious claps, some of which were just fooling around, and some of which really liked T-on-D's dominance, it was true that there hadn't yet been a real fight. The top players died a lot, many dropped back to the novice village, but there are still a lot of top players. The Heavenly Emperor should not be able to beat so many, right? They were, well, worried. But some, more worried. What should we do? The Heavenly Emperor actually talked back. Sakura Guild Kamita Taro trembled. He was just mouthing off on the world channel, really facing the Heavenly Emperor. Thinking about it still made him panic. That was someone who could second a level 40 diamond boss. There were many other players like him. It's not like he's a brainless person. The Heavenly Emperor is strong for all to see. Can he not be weak? But good. The S-class gifted player, Divine Lord, sneered. My mirror of light fell in the copy. It was probably picked up by the Heavenly Emperor. I must kill him and get it back. Bright mirror, not just an equipment. It's an important item to unlock a chain of quests. He ordered that all of God's Club S players in the main city go out, and under God's Club S outburst, players from other guilds in the Rice Country who were level 15 or above also went out. God has taken the initiative. Let's go too. Amaterasu immediately mobilized Sakura Guild. With so many of us, are we afraid of a Heavenly Emperor? Go! The world's top players, with the exception of a small number of low-profile ones in the Dragon Corps who were friends with the Heavenly Emperor, all went out. There were roughly 300,000 people. It didn't help that 700,000 were knocked back to the novice village and couldn't go. Fearing that the Heavenly Emperor would seek NPC help, they even asked a question in the world channel. Heavenly Emperor, will you be sending out the Heavenly Star City soldiers? Are you worthy? The Heavenly Emperor was indeed wild enough. Ding! Congratulations, you've teleported to Heavenly Star City. The light from the teleportation array in Tianqing City surged. 300,000 top players arrived in unison, and as the players in the city were allowed to fight, they unanimously looked towards the city lord's mansion, the one figure standing on it. Seriously, they were still a bit flustered by the many level 20+ soldiers staring at them around them. But the Heavenly Emperor, surprisingly, was alone against them. Let him know the price of madness. Mages, attack from afar. Meat shields prepare to carry on. All of them were top players, they were experts in their previous games, and they were very experienced, quickly forming an orderly formation, and the players activated their talents. In particular, a group of S-ranked talented players stood in the center of the line, majestic. At this moment, the players in the outside world were also very nervous. They all understood the significance of this battle. If Heavenly Emperor could even win this kind of situation, then the title of the world's #1 player would really be realized, and it would never be possible to be stripped away again. Ding, you took the initiative to invite the player to battle. Killing the player will gain kill value and become a red player. In Yi Yu's mind, a prompt sounded. In the next instant, attacks came from all over the sky. Too much trash. Tap. Treading steps activated, he jumped up to a height of 1,500 meters. Countless players' attacks couldn't hit him. The range of the attacks was too short, only a few of them could hit him, but they were all dodged. The players were dumbfounded. What kind of jumping power was this, and what kind of terrifying movement speed was this? The next scene froze them even more. Let you know what it means to be desperate. Yi Yu took the initiative to descend and entered the attack circle. Countless attacks landed on him, making clanking sounds. 0. 0. Countless 0 eggs came out, not even to scratch Yi Yu's itch. What kind of perverted defense is this? Baka, I have the S-rank talent, Absolute Armor Breaking, which can inflict 100% true damage in the later stages and 10% true damage now, but surprisingly I still can't fight? In their panicked looks, Yi Yu raised his axe. Ding! Enemy plus 312,365, physical attack plus 312,365%. Active reduces physical attack by 95% and increases range by 1900% to 96,900 square meters. Yi Yu felt that it was too big to use. Brush! An axe that broke through the darkness and pierced through the light. Descend, Scarlet. Pust. The axe light spread dramatically, destroying everything in its way. The color of blood filled the earth, and countless damage values rose. 762. 1,294. 547. The damage isn't the same, and some of the S-talent players have kinda high chakra, but it's useless. Remember, if you don't submit, just get on your back. Yi Yu's voice resounded as the corpses of 300,000 players collapsed, bursting out a field of equipment. The gorgeous blood color and equipment glow mirrored each other, as if reflecting his myth. Come on people, collect the corpses. He turned back faintly as the NPCs collected his corpse. He wasn't interested in the players. Couldn't even be his own doppelganger, worthy of being taken seriously? And in the outside world, countless players, looking forward to the outcome of the great battle. I'm afraid it's a hot-blooded fight. The big man alone is fighting so many, although it's tough to think about it, but it's also admirable. Ding dong. World announcement, player Heavenly Emperor has been on a killing spree in Heavenly Star City, killing 12,453 players. Who's going to stop him? World announcement, the player is in Tianqing City, killing 312,365 players and has gone crazy. Come and stop him. Global player. Ding. Congratulations, you have killed 312,365 players and exploded 182475 black iron weapons, 122,933 bronze weapons, 6941 silver weapons, 16 gold weapons, and are incapable of 10,000 fold blasts. What garbage! Ding, gain 312,365 experience points below your level. Each player provides 1 point, 10,000 times the storm. Gain 312,365,0000 experience points. Hiss. 3.1 billion experience points. Comfortable. Yu immediately consumed the experience value and leveled all the doppelgangers and mounts at level 40. He could also use the Book of Curses, and so on, and the Unlimited Curses and Purification were all at full level as well. Forbidden Spell upgrade consumes a huge amount. That's him. Even if an ordinary player obtains a forbidden spell, he can't level up one for a while. Actively killing players will gain experience value. As long as they don't exceed level 50, they will gain 1 point. Yu is skeptical that the Vault of Heaven encourages players to fight. Players? Just losers who give things away. He was tempted to screw the players over again, but the Blue Star players had already been screwed over twice by themselves, so they were probably going to be honest and not so good. Well, this is not going to the demon civilization soon. Ding, you have gained 312,365 points of kill value. Those below your level only provide 1 point. 10,000 times the storm, gain 312,365,0000 points of kill value. Chapter 58, that person, again. After gaining the kill value, there was no alert sound. Yu didn't know what the kill value was for, he was just prepared. Although he was powerful, he was never proud and always acted with clear thinking. The capacity of the doppelganger's backpack was not large. More than 300,000 pieces of equipment were popped out and could not fit. Fortunately, there is a treasure trove in Tianqing City with a capacity of 10 million. Put the equipment in the treasure trove, it can be sold later. You really can't look at those equipments. The bilocation stays in Blue Star Civilization first. Anyway, when I need it, I can always receive it by my side through the backpack. The soldiers aren't brought over there either. They're a bit lower leveled in the end, so I can upgrade them when the Empire is usable. He brought along the Earth Savage Dragon, the skeleton general, who had an exclusive summoning space. Taking out the Demon Gate, he stepped into the portal. Ding! Demon Gate activated. Remaining number of entries 1 to 2 will randomly teleport to a location in Demon Civilization. Directional teleportation is not possible. Yu didn't know where he would go, but he was so skillful and bold that he wasn't afraid in the slightest. The opening of the world announcement stunned players across the globe, not realizing that 300,000 top players would be instantly annihilated by the Heavenly Emperor's regiment. Heavenly Emperor, the #1 player in True Blue Star. At this moment, those 300,000 players were in the resurrection space, each face in fear. The elegance of that axe, I'm afraid they couldn't forget it in their lifetime. It would become their lifelong nightmare. With this failed level drop, another 150,000 players were killed back to the novice village. Damn it! Would I be so bad if I had a high rank? Baka, I also have S-rank talent. I don't believe I'm that bad. Divine Lord, Amaterasu, and the others roared in anger. The Heavenly Emperor's level was too high. The highest of them was not even level 20 now, while the Heavenly Emperor was already level 40. They attributed their defeat to the level gap. It was imperative to level up and get the field back. Blue Star's #1 player? It's still up in the air. They didn't know that the one who killed them was only Yu's doppelganger, while Yu's main body had already arrived at the cosmic civilization. The players of the Blue Star just couldn't give him a sense of excitement anymore. Ding! You have arrived at Demon Civilization Bull Demon City Forest of Darkness, and have been empowered by the effect of the Demon's Gate. Your attributes and level are not suppressed by the foreign civilization. Good lord, one's destiny is with Bull Demon City? 2 random teleports and both arrived here. Ding, you have entered the demonic civilization and are considered an invasion. Came the familiar prompt. The next instant. Ding dong! World announcement: Demon World, Blue Star Civilization creatures entered Bull Demon City, triggering a special event, Blue Star Human Invasion. Players are requested to block the human invasion, and rewards will be given based on contribution. In the demonic civilization's biobrain, a continuous broadcast. Aha, a weak Blue Star civilization dares to repeatedly invade our demon civilization. Who's coming this time? It's not still that Heavenly Emperor, is it? Since the cosmic announcement was opened last time, the demonic creatures all knew that the previous intruder numbered Heavenly Emperor. Is it him? Even the level 999, Ox Demon Emperor Lord, stood up violently. That human who had severely injured him with a punch that separated countless creatures, he couldn't forget it. The ones who were most flustered were still the players from Bull Demon City. Compared to their nonchalance, Yi Yu was much happier. Ding, you have entered a level 1 civilization, the Cosmic Prestige Store is open. The demon civilization was really stronger than the Blue Star civilization. He opened the store, which was filled with many good things. Diamond Artifact Falling Moon Cloak, 1 million Cosmic Reputation Value. Random Teleportation to a Higher Civilization, 100 million Cosmic Prestige. Yi Yu had 10 million Cosmic Reputation Value. He could buy a good equipment and improve the quality after storming, but he thought about it, with my ability, it's not easy to burst the equipment? Buying equipment didn't seem like a loss, but it was actually a loss. Save up some more and buy other goodies. For example, randomly teleporting to a certain high-level civilization. Yi Yu was very heartfelt. As a man, there should be a starry sea in his heart. The universe is so big, he wants to go and see it. Moreover, 10,000 times strike can still grow, and other cosmic civilizations may also have Song Dong Jade hidden in them. Finish this mission first. He recalled the words killing and demonic civilization and was not sure of the details, but there were quite a few demonic players in the Forest of Darkness, so he would find a player and ask, "You guys, is it the Heavenly Emperor who came? Let's go back to the city first." Hide in the city. With the defense array protecting us, the Heavenly Emperor won't necessarily be able to do anything to us. The players of the Forest of Darkness were panicking. Last time it was here that so many players were massacred by a single axe from the Heavenly Emperor, and it was still a nightmare that they feared. Even as a result, there was a fear of blue star creatures. Regardless of whether or not it was the Celestial Emperor who came, let's slip away first. They returned to the city at fire speed. But at this time, a faint voice rang out. "Where to?" The demon players shivered coldly and looked back in horror, only to see a human riding a huge dragon, sneering at them, a human they could never forget. It was really the Heavenly Emperor. Kill. Resist. How can we let a human be arrogant? They fought back, but to their despair, all the attacks that hit the Heavenly Emperor were a series of zero eggs, unable to break the defense at all. Hiss. The Heavenly Emperor was even more powerful than before. Yi Yu looked at them with disdain, a group of players that couldn't even be considered to give him a scrape. He really didn't bother to make a move. He ignored all the attacks and said lightly, "I'm asking you guys, do you know anything related to killing? If you tell me, I may be able to let you people go." Put. Who knows? The players knelt down directly and grabbed it. I say. At Bullflame City 23-2-84, the just opened legendary copy killing. We've spoken, can you spare us? There is actually a copy of the legend. Yi Yu came to interest. Wake up and take charge of the world. 15 sword she raged horizontally, strangling the demonic players to death, and Yi Yu didn't even look at the corpses. I'm talking about maybe letting go. Besides, you guys aren't human. The demon players directly kneeled down. Is it spineless? To be able to become a level 1 civilization in the universe, the creatures are certainly not too spineless. Yi Yu's eyes flickered. I'm afraid they told me on purpose, but without lying, the truth is the most attractive trap. He guessed correctly that the demon players were trying to bury a hole for him. The killed players, who consumed game coins to resurrect in Bull Demon City, immediately notified the NPCs, who then notified the ones in the other main cities, and even notified the Bull Demon Emperor Lord. The Heavenly Emperor will go to Bullflame City. That's a much more advanced main city, where players are level 40 at minimum, and snipe him there. Cut. Yi Yu had long since seen through everything, digging traps for him? Good, he went in. Depends on the trap, who it will be buried in. Chapter 59 Legendary Copy Killing. Determined that the visitor is the Heavenly Emperor, targeting Bullflame City killing copy. Please ask Bullflame City players to kill the Heavenly Emperor and raise the prestige of our demons. Last time he was arrogant in Bullflame City, that Tier 1 main city. We couldn't get back to the Tier 1 main city, no way. Now he's taking the initiative to enter the Tier 2 main city. He's looking for death. Killing copies, there's a bunch of players doing it right now. Demon World Channel, the discussion went on and on. Players could enter the second level main city at level 40, but after entering, it would be difficult to return to the first level main city, which was a protection for lower level players. In Bullflame City, the legendary copy killing had just been opened, and many level 40 plus players had flooded into Bullflame City, and Heavenly Emperor would be facing thousands of troops if he went over there now. It was more than that. Heavenly Emperor. Bull Demon Emperor Lord drank coldly. The last time it was seriously injured, it didn't spread out. After all, it wanted to save face, and the players who knew about it didn't dare to say anything about it. The Heavenly Emperor was of a very low level. Why could it seriously injure it? It suspected that it was talent. With the Heavenly Emperor's attack last time, he could have made a strong move to grab the treasure, but he chose to steal the treasure, indicating that his attack was unstable, and at that time, when the crowd of demons surrounded him, he waited for them to make a move before doing so. It was hard to believe that the Heavenly Emperor's talent could rely on the number of enemies to stack damage. As an Emperor Lord, it was smart. But it is also cautious. It was afraid of being beaten to death by the Heavenly Emperor and didn't dare to make a move before making a firm guess. Let the so-called demon warriors try it first. If it was sure, it guaranteed to give the Heavenly Emperor a blow. Just one shot it. Yiyu, on the other hand, arrived squarely at Bull Demon City, which at the moment was on level 1 alert, with countless players and NPCs looking at him in fear of being killed by him in one hit. Invite me in, or die, you guys choose one. Yiyu spoke indifferently. He could have used Void to enter, but was too lazy to do so. Ka. The city gates literally opened, and even the defense array was removed. It can't be helped, it's scary. All want to send the big man away in a hurry. Yiyu was right in the surroundings of the demons, entering the city in a dignified manner. The Earth Savage Dragon rushed across the city. Countless demons trembled, their hearts were all stifled. When had they been so humiliated? The enemy was right in front of them, and they were forced to open the city to welcome them in. Fortunately, the Heavenly Emperor didn't make a move and left through the teleportation array. There's no point in wasting time because of garbage. The killing copy opened before I came. I have to be quick. The demons breathed a sigh of relief. Some of their pants were wet, and a fishy smell came out. The teleportation array shows that he really went to Oxflame City. Let's see how crazy he'll still be when he gets there. Current location: Bull Flame City. Yiyu arrived here and immediately activated Void. Has the Heavenly Emperor come? There were countless demonic players nearby, even those teleported from other main cities. Yiyu turned invisible and activated his Thunder Light Wings, instantly crossing over countless players and flying high in the air. Players that can be killed at any time. But copies must be done as soon as possible. Well, say so. Boom. In situ, a group of demonic players were waiting excitedly when a terrifying purgatory demon suddenly surfaced, descending a monstrous sea of fire, and 5,000 square meters of players were instantly vaporized. Seconds. A level 40 player? Nothing more than that. How could Yiyu like being wrapped up in sniping? Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 12,108 demonic players and gained 14,108 experience points, 15,132 kill points, and 10,000 times the amount of blows. More than 100 million experience value and 100 million kill value just arrived. Think of it as the lottery before the kill. Who is it? Why the sudden outbreak of attacks? The demonic players were confused, until the ones that were killed heard the prompts and realized that the killer was the Heavenly Emperor. They were instantly angry and ashamed. So many people couldn't stop the Heavenly Emperor off. Yiyu flew for half an hour and reached his destination. Here, there were also countless players waiting to snipe him. He transformed into nothingness and arrived at the entrance of the copy. Legendary copy killing. Description 1, consume legend degree to enter. Description 2, in the killing copy, monsters are empowered by the supreme god of killing, and their attributes are enhanced, and after killing a player, their attributes will be enhanced again. Ding! You have consumed 500 lore degrees and selected nightmare difficulty. The nightmare option fluctuated and Yiyu stepped into the copy. The players who had been staring at the copy immediately noticed the anomaly. The nightmare option just fluctuated, a creature went in. Who was it? Boom! In situ, a purgatory demon appeared, descending into the sea of fire purgatory, killing a piece of players as a faint voice came out. Olney is busy now, all wash your necks and wait here. It's the Heavenly Emperor. The player who was killed informed the players through the friend channel. Lean. With so many players stopping them, they still let the Celestial Emperor kill a lot of them, enter easily, and leave them here to die. They wanted to rush into the copy, but unfortunately the Nightmare level legendary copy required 500 legendary points, which they did not have. It doesn't matter, there's a bunch of players who have already gone in. There's no way the Celestial Emperor can take the copy. He'll be lucky to come out alive. The president of the strongest nearby guild, Demon Cave, Demon Heart, as well as Hubris Flame and Hong 2, have all had demonic players enter. These are all experts. Players who could obtain 500 lore degrees were all successful in at least 500 first kills of bosses. All of them have at least AB rank talent. The levels are still high, 60 levels are available. The demonic players in the replica also received the news of the Heavenly Emperor's arrival. They sneered in unison. There were 5 levels of killing copies, and they had already arrived at the 4th level. Heavenly Emperor? Let's catch up first. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to pass the first layer alone. Ding, you have entered the 1st level of the killing copy. The moment he entered, a gale suddenly sprang up, forming a tornado at the entrance to the 2nd level. Yiyu frowned. He didn't see the monster and the attack suddenly appeared. Invisible unit? He had a guess and took out the bright mirror. The light glowed. A bright glow was born, illuminating the cyan-colored monster figure, and Yiyu could see the panel. Wind Demon, Black Iron. Level 30. Attack 520. Blood 753. Defense 502. Skills: Windblade, melting wind melts into the wind and becomes invisible, no damage if not seen. Wind Scroll inflicts 1% damage to the enemy's life value per second and has a control effect. The more wind demons there are, the higher the control chance and the longer the time. Description: the invisible wind is their most powerful weapon. Attributes are trash, after all, it's just a black iron monster. Even if the strength is increased in the copy, it's just like that. But the skills are good. Wind Roll stops the entrance, so if someone tries to pass through, they'll be in trouble if they're controlled to keep losing blood. Players who couldn't see the monsters would choose to go to the entrance even if they hesitated for a while, right? Unfortunately, Yu had already seen them. Wake up and take charge of the world. 753. 764. Sword Chi streaked across the sky, and before the wind demons could understand what was going on, they were all killed. Ding killed 2014 wind demons, obtained 93 black iron artifacts and 34 silver coins, and 93 platinum artifacts and 34 gold coins for 10,000 times the blast. Yu stepped into the second level. At the same time, Devil's Heart froze instantly. In order to ensure that he took the copy, he had placed perception type skills at the entrance below. Once someone passed through, he would receive the information. This would ensure that if a strong person came over, he could go ahead and intercept them to prevent the copy from being taken. 1 second? Heavenly Emperor, 1 second to pass the first floor. He knew how difficult the first level was. He had paid a huge price to pass it and it took him half an hour. And the Heavenly Emperor, 1 second. Chapter 60: The Three Demon Presidents. What did President Demonheart just say? 1 second to pass the first floor. The surrounding players, who had also heard Demon Heart's exclamation, were incredulous at the moment. The monsters on the first floor were, honestly, just that. But it's annoying that the Celestial Emperor went through it so quickly? No, he's already crossed the second level. And the Devil's Heart suddenly marveled once again. What? You just passed the first level in seconds, and then the second level in seconds? The demonic players, suddenly, profoundly realized how uncomplicated the Heavenly Emperor was and felt a huge threat. But on the third level, he won't have it so good. In the killing copy, monsters would gain attribute boosts after killing players. Many demonic players had given their lives on the third level, and the monsters would become stronger after refreshing, so it was impossible for Heavenly Emperor alone to get through the third level easily anymore. And at this moment, Yu stepped into the third layer. The second layer was some level 35 bronze monsters, which Yu easily killed. None of this kind of monsters could provide him with experience value. There was really not much interest. Roar! Some monsters rushed in. Tangled Vine Demon, Silver. Level 40. Physical Attack 2024. Defense 2014. Blood 3023. Skills: Tangled Vine, Bloodthorn Strangle. Description: tough monster, most annoying when encountered alone. Attributes have been greatly improved. You have to be careful. Finally, something interesting. It's a lot of vine-type monsters, stretching out long vines to wrap around. Wrapping vines can control the enemy, although the chances aren't very high, but with so many wrapping vines there's always going to be a trigger for control. If you get tangled up, you'll be in trouble. The vines had thorns on them, and Bloodthorn Strangulation could deal physical damage, while at the same time it could suck 2% of the enemy's chi and blood per second, and with so many attacks coming down, it was likely that it would suck a single individual dry in one fell swoop. Yu's Thunderlight Instant, high movement speed, and flying ability were enough to dodge the attack. But he was too troublesome. Whoa! The Gale Eagle cloaks behind them flapped as 200 Gale Eagles whistled by. Although their attributes were much lower than the enemy, they had wind blades and could block the enemy from afar. Darkness, come out and play. The huge skeleton general appeared, waving a staff. Skeleton summoning activated, summoning a batch of skeletons and using skills such as Death Handprint himself. As a legendary boss, it beats silver monsters of the same level. Roar! The Earth Sub-Dragon roared, and ground spikes appeared on the ground, covering 5,000 square meters. Purgatory Demon descends into a monstrous sea of fire. Truly, Yu felt that it was a big deal. But who let him be in a hurry? Ding! You have killed 1,209 Tangled Vine Demons, gaining 10,387 experience points. Silver Tangled Vine Staff, 23, Silver Tangled Vine Soft Armor, 12, Silver Tangled Vine Dagger, 18, and 10,000 Full Blast. Not viewed at the moment. He entered the fourth floor with fire. Seconds through. Seconds again. This man, scary as hell. The Devil's Heart sensed his progress and instantly had a stagnant face. It was a level 60 grade gifted player and had brought some guild masters here, but it hadn't gotten through it so quickly. This person is a 1-in-a-million wizard. The eyes of the presidents of Arrogant Flame and Hong Tu burst into flashes. They were also level 60 grade gifted players. The demonic civilization had long since had creatures enter the vault of heaven, but they belonged to the ones who entered later. As for the S-class gifted players that entered in the same batch, they had already shaken them off and entered the more advanced main cities. Having competed with S-class gifted players, they knew the horror. So, this person must be an S-class talent. It's worth taking seriously. He is already coming. The Devil's Heart sensed that the entrance to the fourth floor had fluctuated. They had only traveled here in 3 hours, while the Heavenly Emperor had rushed up in 4 seconds. I'm afraid that with so many demon players, they wouldn't be able to stop the Heavenly Emperor's progress, and they might really be robbed of their copies. And now that the monsters on the fourth floor have been killed by them, they can head directly to the final floor. But then, there were monsters in front of them and the Heavenly Emperor behind them, which was the biggest trouble. You guys go forward to the final level. The 3 of us will guard here and stall the Heavenly Emperor for a while. They told their men to go to the final level and hurry up to get their copies through. None of them are brainless and think things through. The worst outcome would be that the henchmen didn't pass the copy and they didn't stop the Heavenly Emperor, but the monsters would gain enhancements after the death of a player in the kill copy. At that time, Heavenly Emperor would encounter very strong monsters. Tread. A sound of stepping on the ground came from Yu as he entered the fourth floor, and in front of him was a scene after a big battle, and 3 players who were gazing on guard. So that's how it is, you guys killed the monsters and are waiting for me here? Demon Heart. Grade, 60. Physical attack, 5381. Defense, 4328. Blood value, 5280. Skills, Slash of Despair, Triple Claw Strike. I have to say it's quite strong. The attributes of demon players of the same level are indeed better than Blue Star players. It's racially determined. The demons of level 1 civilization are indeed stronger than humans. Of course, this refers to the same common, not counting hidden professions and so on. Also, it has talents. Talents, however, could not be seen through the data panel. The other 2 players, too, had about the same attribute. As for Yu, level 40? Demon Heart and the other 3 demons looked carefully before realizing that they hadn't been mistaken. The original Heavenly Emperor was only level 40. The lowest level players they had brought with them were all above level 55, while Heavenly Emperor surpassed everyone. What was even more excessive was, sorry to keep you waiting. The Heavenly Emperor suddenly disappeared. Thunder light for an instant. Approaching the entrance to the 5th level, a sneering voice came out, but alas, you have waited in vain. Ding! You summoned the doppelganger back into your backpack. The doppelganger was then released again, while the main body stepped into the final layer. That's crazy. The 3 demon heart demons were raging, but the doppelganger had already stopped them. Sorry. They thought that it was the 3 of them that stopped Yu. In fact, it is the split that stops them, and if these 3 go over, it will be quite annoying for Yu's copy to fight monsters to be affected by them. A bilocation, and you want to stop us? They were furious and released their mounts, preparing to surround them all 6 together. At level 60, they had long had mounts. The fact that the Heavenly Emperor has a mount at level 40 is something they can't figure out. Maybe the Heavenly Emperor is gifted, but it's impossible for one of his level 40 doppelgangers to also have a giant power bears. Yu's doppelganger was suddenly lifted up, and a huge black bear lifted him up. The giant power bear was equivalent to the status of a dragon descendant in the Blue Star civilization and the demon civilization. Fighting instantly erupted. Celestial Emperor. Grade, 40. Attack, 4018. Defense, 2334. Blood, 1870. This is the current attributes of the doppelganger. It can't be compared to the main body. After all, basically what they wear are still low-level platinum artifacts. The giant bear is a platinum boss. It's also a lot weaker than the Earth Savage Dragon. Only the physical attack is higher. After all, the attribute value are given to the physical attack. But he, in no way, was afraid. Battle. Chapter 61. No, we didn't even get to fight him. Yu held the World Sword and violently launched 2 strikes. His attack speed was still fast enough. Kill. Demon Heart and the others also struck out, first activating their talents. Grade A Talent Blood Battle. Attacks are increased by 50%, while 30% of the damage dealt will make up for one's chi and blood, and for every 1% reduction in chi and blood, the physical attack is increased by 1%. This is from Magic Heart. The president of Hongtu, Fei Hong, is an archer with an A-rank talent extended distance, lengthening the attack distance by 3 times. Hustle Flame President, Flame Sky, is a mage, a rank talent quick release, spell skill, 0 seconds to release. The talent is powerful and the occupation is well distributed. And Yu. Ding. In sparring, the talent, Battle Without End, is activated, plus 6 enemies and plus 6% physical attack. It could be said that when there were fewer enemies, this SSS rank talent really didn't have much effect. But when has he ever been weak? Boom. The 3 demons and 3 mounts were attacking. Treadmill. Yu violently jumped up to a height of 1,500 meters. The 3 people's attacks fell directly into the air, and Devil's Heart was the most confused. A warrior, jumping so high? He was also a warrior, how could he not do it? Oh, Yu is a breaker. Treading steps is a skill he fused out with breaker. Can it be the same as an ordinary warrior? 1,500 meters in the air, Magic Heart and Flame Sky can't even attack. Normal mages can hardly attack that far. I'll do it. Fei Hong stepped in and many arrows attacked Yi Yu. Swoosh swoosh. But Yi Yu was strolling freely in the high air. The moving speed under treading steps was very fast, thousands of meters in 1 second. The whole person moved into a phantom, dodging all the attacks. Moo! Roar! Demon Heart and the others let out roars of rage in a hurry. They were all demons and screamed like that. Just let the Heavenly Emperor roam freely in the air and couldn't even hit him? Of course not. The treading steps also had a duration, so of course Yi Yu took the initiative. Boom! Yi Yu landed from the air, and at the same time with it was the Yi giant power bear, which was unable to leap into the air with him, and had been received in the mount space before, but now it was released again. One person and one mount fell from the sky like a cannonball. Be careful, it's said that the giant power bear has the Tarzan pressure skill, which can add all of its own and its master's defenses to its physical attack when descending from a high place. Magic Heart and the others were terrified. You guys have good intelligence. Yi Yu sneered. His physical attack reached 6593 at this moment. On the contrary, the defense became 0. This is a breakthrough move, it's success or death. Idiot. Flame Sky snorted. Yi Yu landed at this moment. It was difficult to dodge the skill and the defense was 0. Wasn't this a sure kill in one hit? Prepare to instantly send countless spells, seconds Yi Yu. Buzzing. But on Yi Yu's hand, a ring trembled. Ding. Disordered ultrasonic, activated, enemy falls into disordered state for 1 second. Flame Sky's brain was suddenly confused and unable to attack. And in 1 second's time, Yi Yu had already descended, slashing out 2 swords consecutively at Fei Hong, and the base attack speed of the doppelganger reached 5.241 strikes second. Fei Hong, the archer, had just sent his skills and they were all stuck in cooldown, making it difficult to block Yi Yu. And archers move slowly. The biggest fear of a brittle skin is to be close to a warrior. Its defense, only 30-24. Brush. 3,570. 1,724. With its chi and blood emptied, it instantly collapsed. At this time, less than 0.4 seconds had passed, and Flame Sky was not yet out of its disordered state, and the mage's movement speed was also slow, making it difficult to dodge the attack. Brush. Also 2 swords, dead. Yi Yu has already killed 2. But the next instant. Despair slash. The Devil's Heart suddenly struck. This slash was its surefire technique that would surely kill Yi Yu in seconds. The disadvantage was that it needed to store up its power, so it didn't have time to strike just now. Cut. Yi Yu let out a cold laugh and did not dodge. A brand new set of equipment was changed, Zombie King set. Ding. Suit effect activated, you have resisted the fatal blow. 0. Devil Heart was dumbfounded. This is even possible? What's even more excessive is that the Heavenly Emperor turned his back to him, didn't even look at him, and casually swung out 5 swords in 1 second, then put the swords away, and faintly said, You can die now. The World Sword, used in the hands of the doppelganger, which hadn't been fused by the Breaker's fusion skill, was the original skill, World Gathering. Ding. You have consumed 130 million experience points to fully level World Gathering, allowing you to gather 10 attacks. The red skill was full leveled and consumed little. The Heavenly Gathering effect, which combines scattered attacks into 5 randomly swung sword light, suddenly united, burst hit the body of the Devil Heart. Yi Yu also activated the Frontier's brightness, with 18% of the armor breaking effect. 3044. 3044. Who the hell are you? Devil Heart collapsed in dismay, his heart filled with fear. It's just an alter ego. Yi Yu shook his head and smiled, satisfied in his heart. This battle could be said to be quite thrilling. But the doppelganger were able to cross level 20 to kill 3 A-ranked talented players. It was still very powerful. Well, Yi Yu wasn't sure what kind of talent they were, but he could guess that it was at least A-ranked. It doesn't matter. His SSS ranked talent didn't even have a chance to shine this time, so wouldn't he just beat them? The reason he was powerful was always more than just talent. Good job. He stroked the head of the giant bear, which had held back the 3 mounts for him, but the enemy's 3 mounts were all level 40, and the giant bear was barely holding on. Now the main favorites combined their efforts and quickly killed the 3 mounts. In all seriousness, it was good that the giant power bear was able to hold back the 3 mounts. After all, the opposite side was also level 40. It should be that the Magic Heart and the others didn't have enough experience value to raise their mounts up. However, it was very dissatisfied and felt that if the master was hanging the players, it should also hang the mounts. The demon civilization should have a way to boost the giant power bear. Go out and take a look. Ding. You have killed 3 level 60 players and 3 level 40 mounts, gaining 128,346 experience points, 137,244 kill points, and 10,000 times the blitz. The rewards for killing players at a higher level were generous, 1.2 billion experience value and 1.3 billion kill value. Obtained, Diamond Artifact Point Sang Bao, 1, Diamond Artifact Sizzling Staff, 1, Diamond Artifact Despair Blade, 1, unable to strike 10,000 times. Killing a player to explode a suit is not a reward from the system or NPC, similar to robbing something, so it can't be blitzed. but all in all, pretty nice. Yi Yu was prepared to wait for the copies to pass before checking the harvest one by one. The queue from the other place was not nice. Ding! Devil's Cave, your president, Devil's Heart, has been killed, please help it quickly. Hong 2, your president, Mad Dash, has been killed, please help it quickly. Hustle Flame, your president, Flame Sky, has been killed. Within the guild channels of Devil's Cave, calling Flame and Hong 2, hints resounded more than a few times. This was a reminder to the guild members that their companions had been killed, so they quickly went to help. A bunch of players who didn't have 500 points of lore degree and hadn't entered the Nightmare copy froze in unison. In fact, there were other players from other guilds who had entered the Nightmare copy, but they had been killed before. It could be said that these three guilds were the strongest in the Tier 2 main city. And the three major guilds that entered the replica were the best of the best. And now, surprisingly, all of them were killed. President, what happened? Beware of the Heavenly Emperor, this person, is ridiculously strong. Devil Heart and the other three demons trembled as they spoke. Ha! The three assembly presidents were killed by the Heavenly Emperor? This matter quickly spread to the World Channel Demon World. After all, the Heavenly Emperor now belonged to the invaders. Killing him would result in a reward, and all the demons were concerned. Be careful, the Heavenly Emperor is very strong. The three strongest assembly presidents of the secondary main city were all killed. Hiss! This person is unbelievably strong, isn't he? Can't it be that humans are creatures that are more advanced than us demons? On the World Channel, the demons discussed endlessly. Heavenly Emperor, very strong. That's the consensus. No, none of us actually managed to fight the Heavenly Emperor, and the one who killed us was actually one of his doppelgangers, with attributes quite a bit worse than the main body. Devil Heart, Flame Sky, and Fei Hong suddenly spoke in the World Channel at the same time. The World Channel, steeply quiet. This person, I'm afraid that he is not ridiculously strong, but the greatest terror that all Tier 2 main cities of the demon civilization have ever faced. The Heavenly Emperor must be killed to level 1 to affect his development. Otherwise, if such a person grows up, how will they be able to invade Blue Star civilization in the future? We must be united. All Bull Demon players in the secondary main city enter Bull Flame City and besiege the Heavenly Emperor. No! It's all the demon players, Wind Demons, Canine Demons, and so on. Who? Devil's Heart and the others took a deep breath and walked out of the resurrection space. Although they had dropped one level, they were still powerful, and returned to the entrance of the replica and waited for the Heavenly Emperor to appear along with the many players. The players that had come here were already many. Even the city couldn't hold players anymore, the sky was filled with demons. But Heavenly Emperor, one has to pass the copy first. The Devil's Heart laughed coldly. All of its men were killed on the final level, and the monsters on the final level were feared to have gained a huge boost. As a matter of fact, it only took less than 10 seconds for the three great elders to fight with the doppelgangers, and it was in such a short period of time that their henchmen were massacred in the final layer. That was 200 B-grade gifted players, all above level 55. It knew that the Heavenly Emperor was strong. But it didn't believe that it could still be strong enough to single-handedly challenge the legendary copy final monster. And at this moment, Yi Yu also came to the final level. Chapter 62 Second Kill Water Demon King. Still a step too late. Yi Yu muttered, the monster had already killed the player and gained a boost. It wasn't that he was slow in coming, it was that the players were too good and were seconded by the monsters. At this moment, on the ground were the corpses of the players, and blood continued to pour into the monsters, and progress bars of 95%, 90% appeared. System tip, killing copy monsters are in the process of boosting and cannot be attacked. Yi Yu couldn't attack yet and could only wait. 10 minutes later, the monsters finished boosting. Roar! Hissing, it attacked Yi Yu. Water Demon, Silver. Grade, 60. Attack, 5024. Defense, 4525. Blood value, 5459. Skills, Water Wave Impact, Water Pillar Waterfall, Water Gathering into River. Description: water can cook porridge, but it can't overturn a boat. Chug chug chug. One big blue water ball flew towards Yi Yu. Ding! Enemy plus 439, physical attack plus 439%. Hundreds of water balloons. Yi Yu's high movement speed was difficult to dodge, and the attack was quite high, so he must not be hit. He immediately opened his wings. Rushing high into the air, flying freely, all the water balloons fell short. Who knows, many water pillars appeared in the air out of nowhere, rushing like waterfalls, to rush Yi Yu to death. This is the skill, Water Pillar Waterfall. The attack range is quite large. Clash! There was even a roaring sound of water, and the water balls that had just landed in the air combined together to form a river. In the middle of the river, the movement speed became lower, and there was a certain chance of being controlled. The waterfall then kills the enemy. Roar! Even more terrifying, a huge water demon emerged. Water Demon King, Diamond Boss. Level, 60. Attack, 13,276. Defense, 12,743. Blood value, 15927. Skills, water tornado, water wall, water roaming the sky. Description, killed a player and gained a huge boost. Very powerful. While the minions are silver, the boss is a diamond boss, which is a special feature in the Vault of Heaven, as the player's first kill of the boss can earn a legend degree, which opens the legendary copy. Legendary copies are so important that the bosses are all very strong, and there is a high chance that the great will surpass the small monsters by a lot, reducing the possibility of players obtaining legendary degrees. The players from the 3 major guilds were given seconds by the Water Demon King. Boom! The Water Demon King raised his hand and a flexible water dragon appeared and killed towards you. The attack reached 21,938 under this strike. A situation of certain death. Ding, +1 enemy, +1% physical attack, +440% total. The prompt sounded. Yu sneered, he had left the small monsters unkilled just for this situation. Thunder light for a split second. Under the instant, he dodged all the attacks and descended near the Water Demon King. Wake up and take charge of the world. 15 terrifying sword chi united, rampaging, and rushing towards the Water Demon King's body. Yu's attack per sword reached 23848 at the moment. The more enemies he had, the stronger he was. There were just enough enemies here. Water wall. In front of the Water Demon King, many walls made of water appeared to block the attack. But none of them were not instantly shattered. 11,105. 4,822. In the end, the 2 sword chi managed to penetrate the Water Demon King's body, and it shattered into roiling water droplets. It was easily killed in seconds. Ding, number of enemies 1, physical attack 1%, total +439%. Yu turned his head and looked at the small monsters. There was no need for him to personally take action, right? Boom! The purgatory armor became crimson, and a blood-red purgatory demon emerged, descending into a monstrous sea of fire, with damage of defense plus attack, and this attack was Yu's attack. The water released by the water demons were all directly vaporized by the sea of fire. Fire was afraid of water, but a powerful fire was enough to burn rivers and boil seas. The sea of fire covered 5,000 square meters, like a hell of death, burning everything. 5,459. 5,245. With just one move, thousands of water demons instantly died, exploding a field of equipment in place. It's too easy, there are more small monsters in this final level, it's convenient for me instead. Ding! To summarize the battle, you have gained 17,520,000 experience points, skill book, orange abatement, 1, silver water wave staff, 1, silver water wave sword, 1, silver water imperial armor, 1, silver coins 2321, 10,000 times the blast. The boss exploded skill books, and the small monsters exploded equipment. He didn't storm for the moment because there was still an alert sound. Ding! Your first kill of level 60 diamond boss, Water Demon King, was successful. You will receive 1 point of legendary degree, 12,000 points of service-wide reputation value. Do you hide your nickname? Not hidden. At the moment. Devil's Heart and other players who stayed outside and also asked the players who had gone into the final layer what kind of monsters were in the final layer. It's a level 60 diamond boss. That move Water Dragon Scroll can attack continuously, and it's very flexible. It can't dissipate unless it kills the boss. We were all killed by that move in seconds. Hiss. Such a strong boss? The monster even boosted after the boss killed the player. That Heavenly Emperor, it shouldn't be able to pass. Ding dong. World announcement Demon World. Congratulations to Blue Star player Heavenly Emperor, who successfully first killed the level 60 diamond boss Water Demon King, gaining 1 point of legend degree and 1200 points of service-wide reputation value. Please congratulate him. Suddenly, the world announcement rang 30 times in a row. He, surprisingly, succeeded in soloing the boss? Moreover, this is the first time that a Blue Star player in the Demon World opened a world announcement that does not count as an invasion. It is the first kill of a boss that opens it. Every first kill is precious awe. But it was robbed by Blue Star players. Yu now belonged to the invaders, but was still essentially a player, so he was able to turn on the announcement at the Demon Civilization. Ding, 10,000 times storm, gain 10,000 lore degree, 12 million service-wide reputation value. This service-wide reputation value referred to the entire service of Blue Star. It's about taking things from the demon world and using them in Blue Star. The only way to get cosmic prestige value is to do something very big. This person, too extraordinary. Wait for him to come out. The demonic players were anxious. They were only afraid of one thing right now. They were afraid that Heavenly Emperor would take the stuff and go straight back to Blue Star Civilization. Hurry up and come out, let's get the stuff back. They are aware that the ones obtained from the legendary copies are good things, and they don't know what the ones from the killing copies will be good rewards. The Heavenly Emperor's main body is level 40, although it's very powerful, but we have quite a few level 60s here, a lot more than in the replica, so there's still a chance to kill him. The Devil's Heart thought so. Even if he passed the copy, he wouldn't be able to gain a lot of experience value to level up much. It had fought with the Heavenly Emperor's doppelgangers, and although they were powerful, they hadn't crushed them too much. It was expected that the Heavenly Emperor's main body shouldn't be too strong either? It did not know. Yi Yu's main body was much stronger than his body, and with the massive experience value gained from the 10,000 times blitz, he had already started upgrading. Chapter 63, straight to level 60. On Yi Yu's body, there was close to 180 billion experience points. Ding! Your level plus 20, gain 100 free attribute points, please distribute. To do something big. 20 rushing white lights lit up, and Yi Yu was directly level 60. You have reached the upper limit of the first turn, you cannot continue to upgrade, please make the second turn of your profession as soon as possible. Unfortunately, he had reached the cap and had to go back to the blue star to do the transfer quest in the back. Ding! Your diversion level plus 20, gain 100 free attribute points, please distribute. Your Mount Earth Savage Dragon level plus 20, your Giant Power Bear level plus 20. All level 60. This trip, even if you don't count the other harvests, was a great harvest. Yi Yu still had a lot of experience value, level up the mount skills. Ding! The Earth Savage Dragon skills, Earth Wall, Dragon's Might, and Dragon Tail Sweep, are at full level. At full level, it could summon 15 Earth Walls, each with 100% of the Earth Savage Dragon's defense, and the enemy would have to break the Earth Walls before they could attack Yi Yu and the Earth Savage Dragon. The defense of the Earth Savage Dragon was as high as 13,200 at the moment. The ability to stay alive greatly increased. Dragon Might at full level, the chance of confusing the enemy is increased and lengthened. Dragon Tail Sweep inflicts 200% physical attack plus 100% legal attack damage, which is still quite good, but Yi Yu's damage is too high, and the mount has never had a chance to use this skill. Ding! Giant Power Bear skills, Giant Power, Tarzan Pressure, and Berserk are at full level. Giant Strength is full level, increasing one's physical attack by 80% and maintaining it for 3 seconds. The Giant Power Bear was a defense class pet, so Yi Yu didn't care much about its attack. Tarzan Pressure changes attack to 150% physical attack plus 100% defense to 0, and changes back to its original state after the skill is cancelled. Berserk increases full attributes by 150%, lasts for 1 minute. The Giant Power Bear has high defense and blood attributes, but the skills are basically related to attack. Yi Yu's main body attack is high enough, what is missing is the means of defense, so he gave it to his doppelganger to use. Check the attributes. Celestial Emperor. Grade, 60. Attack, 8,013. Defense, 13,897. Blood value, 16786. Blue quantity, 7402. A fierce mess. At the same level, it crushed a level 60 grade talented demon player, knowing that the same level attributes of demon players were generally stronger than those of humans. Now even if I don't use my talent, I can hang and beat demon players. Yi Yu had this confidence. After all, there was the 100% attribute feedback from the giant dragon, and there was also the breaker who had improved his qualifications. Speaking of Buster, time to get some more skills. His means of attack were still a bit low, and he immediately checked his equipment. First, he looked at the ones that popped out from killing players. Below the diamonds do not look at, diamonds have 3 pieces, diamond point pale bow, diamond sizzling hot staff, is not suitable for the warrior profession, temporarily stay, want to deal with how to deal with. Despair knife, diamond. Grade, 60. Attachment, physical attack plus 550. Attached skill, desperate slash, orange LV1, consumes 80 points of blue, sends out an attack that is stored for 3 seconds. The attack is 700 plus storage time x 4% physical attack, lasts for 1 hit, cooldown 30 minutes. Note, skill level plus 1, scale plus 4%, maximum level 25. Not bad for a level 60 diamond artifact. The skills are very good, and it also adds 550 physical attack directly. Yi Yu's Epic Shield of Purification also added 550 defense, the same value as the Sword of Despair, because the Shield of Purification is level 40, the Sword of Despair is level 60. Of course, as an epic weapon, it also added 20% resistance to true damage, which was the quality difference between it and a diamond weapon. The Split's previous attributes were lower than, say, the Magic Heart. It was because the bilocation still wore many low-grade platinum artifacts, while the Devil's Heart and the like had quite a few high-grade diamond artifacts. Now, it's different. With Despair Slash, at full level, the attack is 700 plus storage time x 100% physical attack, and if it is coupled with Battle Without End, it will become a major trump card in Yi Yu's hand. Look at the monster killing harvest. On the first level, 93 pieces of level 30 black iron weapons were obtained, which could be blitzed into platinum weapons, but they were all duplicated mage and archer equipment, which were not suitable for Yi Yu, a warrior. Going back, storming 930,000 pieces of black iron artifacts, it is expected that level 30 black iron artifacts can also be sold at a high price. Don't blitz for now, or the backpack won't be able to put it down well. On the second level, 97 bronzes were obtained, mage, priest, and all professional equipment, each taking up a third. Crash shoes, bronze. Grade, 35. Restrictions, all professions, level 35. There is the skill, crashing strike, which is jumping from a high place to launch a crashing strike, but this shoe only allows the owner to jump up to 500 meters, and the attack is 50 higher for every 100 meters higher. The effect is good, but the attack is too trashy. There were 32 pieces in total, and Yu took out 2 blasts. Ding! You have blitzed Crash Shoes 2 into Diamond Meteor Shoes 2. Having the skill, Meteor Tread, which could jump up to 2,000 meters in the air at full level, and increasing the crashing attack by 100 for every 100 meters in height, was already good. But Yu is not satisfied. Because there is a chance to be stronger. He summoned his doppelganger, who was wearing Treadmill Crawler Breaker that could detach the skills of the same type of equipment and fuse them into a single piece of equipment. 2 shoes would do. Ding! You have consumed 12,836 silver coins to detach the treading steps from the treading crawler and place it into the meteor shoes. The treading crawl could be retired. After all, it was only a level 8 platinum artifact. The skill fusion was successful, resulting in an evolution and the birth of a new skill, Meteor's Tread. Immediately viewed. Meteor Shoes, Diamond. Grade, 35. Additional attribute, move speed plus 1035 ms. Attached skill, Meteor's Tread, Orange LV25, consumes 100 points of blue, allows you to walk freely at an altitude of 3,000 meters while moving at a speed of 30 ms plus 200% of the base movement speed, lasts for 300 seconds, cooldown 5 minutes. Can activate Falling Strike, the attack is 110% physical attack plus landing height 100 by 100, after activating the skill directly into the cooldown. This height is only the height of stepping into the air, flying up to a higher altitude does not count. Yu had already fully leveled his skills. The highest can add 3000 physical attack, also comes with 110% physical attack, comes with high movement speed, shoes generally add high movement speed. Not bad, a kick in the pants. This one is for me to use. He put on his shooting star shoes. As for the other meteor shoes, the skill was still Meteor Tread, there was no skill for it to fuse for the time being, so he gave it to his sub to wear, and he had also already leveled up the skill. Maximum can add 2000 attack, comes with 100% physical attack, also quite good. Next, a silver weapon. The Winding Staff and Water Wave Staff were for mages, and the Winding Dagger for assassins, which didn't need to be mentioned and didn't have a storm for the time being. 1 sword, 2 armor, I can use both. It's time to upgrade the Waking World and the Hell of Death, too. Chapter 64 Killing Heart, Nightmare to Come. 12 pieces of vine wrapping soft armor. Yu hasn't tried the silver level 10,000 times blast yet, so he chose one to try first. Ding! 10,000 times blitzed, silver wrapped vine soft armor, blitz 2, diamond magic vine soft armor, 2. 1 silver artifact, bludgeoned into 2 diamond artifacts. Yu's mind turned and analyzed the specifics of the 10,000 times blitz. Black iron platinum. Bronze diamond. Silver diamond 2. Gold starburst. Platinum legend. Diamond epic. That's pretty powerful. Silver shouldn't be enough to storm into starburst wear, but then it goes beyond diamond wear, so it's 2 diamonds. As for the white plate wear blitz, Yu hadn't encountered a white plate wear in a long time and couldn't verify it. But at the very least, it has to be 2 gold weapons, right? As for starburst weapons and legendary weapons storming into anything, I haven't encountered them yet. Magic Vine soft armor with the skill, Magic Vine. Yu nodded and looked to the next one. Ding! 10,000 times blitzed, silver water imperial armor, blitz 2, diamond water dragon armor, 2. There was the skill, water dragon scroll. He looked at the level 15 platinum purgatory armor on his body, and the attributes attached to it were far worse than the level 60 diamond water dragon armor. Ding! You have consumed 38,276 silver coins to detach Hell of Death and Devil Vine, and place them into Water Dragon Armor. The 3 skills have fused and evolved, giving birth to the new skill, Swarm of Demons. Water Dragon Armor, Diamond. Grade, 60. Attachment, Defense plus 605. Attached skill, Group Demon Dance, Gold LV50. Consume 400 points of blue to descend into a sea of purgatorial fire within 10,000 square meters, dealing 150% defense plus 120% physical attacks, summoning 1,000 demonic vines, each with a 10% chance of triggering control. Unleashes a water dragon scroll, unleashing 130% physical attack damage. Unleashes the purgatory demon, which moves the sea of fire in sync, with 0 defense and your air blood. Lasts 10 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes. Yu had already fully leveled the skill, and the effect fit the name. He put on this equipment, and the other water dragon armor was given to the doppelganger, with the skill, Water Dragon Scroll, which allows him to unleash a water dragon scroll, with an attack of 130% physical attack, sustained for 10 seconds, and a cooldown of 13 minutes. Ding! Silver Water Wave Sword, blasts 2, Diamond Water Drop Sword, 2. Ding! Consume 20283 silver coins to detach, wake up and take charge of the world, from the World Sword and place it in the Water Drop Sword. Skill fusion, evolution has occurred, giving birth to the new skill, Roiling Sword Rain. Water Drop Sword, Diamond. Grade, 60. Attributes, physical attack plus 530, attack speed plus 1.624 hit second. Attached skill, Roaming Sword Rain, purple LV35, consumes 250 blue points, releases 15 channels of 100% physical attack sword chi of 1000 meters in length, attacking different targets for one hit, or attacking the same target consumes 100% blue points. After the sword chi attack, it disperses into 100 small sword chi of 30% physical attack, 2000 meters in length. Within the range of the sword chi, your attack speed reaches 7 seconds for 7 seconds with a cooldown of 20 seconds. The length becomes longer. It also triggers a split attack after the attack. As usual, Yi Yu used it himself. The other, Water Drop Sword, with the skill effect of sending out 50 small sword chi of 30% physical attack, was given to the doppelganger, who could also use World Gathering to gather the sword chi to attack. Strength has increased drastically. Yi Yu was satisfied. The equipment was finally finished, and he looked at the skill books that had exploded. Fading Life, Orange Skill Book. Description: a unit that is killed by itself when abatement is used cannot be resurrected. The skill level is increased to last longer, and it can be learned by tearing it up. This skill, could it be the key to dealing with the necrotic civilization? He looked at the effect after the blitz. It was the same as before the blitz, but the duration was lengthened. Ding! Strike 4, Forbidden Spell Eclipse Life, Skill Book 1. Yi Yu immediately tore it up and studied it. Ding, you and the doppelganger have the Forbidden Spell Eclipse Life. Unlike equipping skills that one possessed on their own, the doppelganger would also possess. It's the same as whoring out a forbidden spell. Eclipse Life, Forbidden Spell full level, consumes 550 points of blue, lasts for 3 hours, units killed by you cannot be resurrected, NPC units can't be resurrected permanently, players can't be resurrected for 3 hours, cooldown 10 minutes. NPCs cannot be revived permanently. Some NPCs had resurrection skills, but if Yi Yu wanted him to die, he had to die. The player's resurrection, too, would be affected. But it can't make players unable to be revived forever, and if it could, it wouldn't be a forbidden spell, but an ability that could affect the rules of the entire game of Cthulhu. Speaking of affecting the rules of the Vault of Heaven. Appearances, too? Like, grabbing power from a deity. Settle the copy rewards. Yi Yu's mind moved. The copy rewards could be settled at any time, and when it wasn't settled, the player could always be in the copy, which was considered a protection for those who passed the copy. Legendary copies, all related to the gods. Last time, grabbing power from the gods made Yi Yu's heart flutter, and this time, he was even more looking forward to it. Ding! In the copy settlement, you have gained Killing Intent 1 minute, 1000 Omniverse prestige value. Killing Intent 1 minute. Description 1, for 1 minute, you have access to the power of Killing Intent, which converts 100 million kill points into 1.5 points of attack. Description 2, you can borrow the meager power of the Supreme God of Killing for a moment. Hiss. So awesome? How can you turn a kill value into an attack? Kill value isn't a good thing, but this is a great way to turn something bad into something good. Yi Yu couldn't help but be glad that he had killed a lot of players before and gained a lot of kill value. Ben was thinking that the kill value might be the key to making the necromantic civilization afraid. Thought wrong. But misadventured and gained something better. It's a permanent increase in attributes, and it's not incidental to upgrades, it's given additionally. It's just that the percentage is too low, isn't it? It's still only 1 minute. 1 minute, he used it now, and it would be useless to gain the kill value later. And it wouldn't add many attributes. Luckily, he had privileges. At the moment. The Killing Intent will turn into a disaster if it is not controlled, give it a minute almost. Supreme God of Killing, was in a mysterious zone and handed out rewards. Players with a kill value would become red name players and would explode everything when they were killed. Killing Intent, which clears the kill value. It also boosts power. This was already a very high reward for those who passed the replica. But suddenly, phew! The mysterious area where he was, a weird figure suddenly appeared, and this weird figure beckoned towards him, and the killing intent on his body inexplicably surged, and was deprived of much of it into the weird figure. Who? The killing god was furious and instantly struck out. Bang bang! A palm spread across the sky, and the countless stars around them were shattered. Buzzing! But suddenly, on the bizarre figure's body, a piece of ancient jade pendant appeared, and in a buzzing tremor, his attack disappeared directly, and the bizarre figure also disappeared. Who the hell is it? The god of precognition? The god of war? The god of the void? The Slayer god's fingers trembled, guessing if it was the work of another supreme god. No. As fellow supreme gods, they don't have this power. Ding! 10,000 times the storm, gained, Killing Heart 2 hours, 10 million universe-wide reputation value. Yi Yu took a deep breath, it was really exciting. But sorry, who made you stingy? Ordinary players kill 100 million players of the same level to raise 1.5 attacks. We can only rob it ourselves. Killing Heart 2 hours? Description: for 2 hours, you have access to the power of killing intent, which transforms 100 million killing values into 120 points of attack. Comfort. You immediately began to convert. Ding. You use Killing Heart, 4560 600 000 kill value, transformed into an attack. 4.5 billion. Physical attack plus 5472.72. Yu's attack, originally, was only over 8,000. Now, it had been increased by half at once. More to the point. I don't have any more kill values now, but Killing Heart maintains for 2 hours. No need to think. Outside, there must be a large number of demonic players trying to kill him. Then, descend the nightmare on them. Chapter 65. Hunt down hundreds of millions of players and kill them until they are afraid of their souls. Ding. You passed the legendary copy and will open the Demon World announcement. Do you want to hide the nickname and hide the rewards? No hidden nickname, hidden rewards. The old rules, there was no need to let people know about the good stuff, and Yu wasn't someone who liked to show off. As for the nickname, who doesn't know it's him? At the moment. Outside the replica, countless demonic players assembled, secretly guessing that the Heavenly Emperor had already killed the boss and should have passed the replica, not knowing what good rewards they had obtained. Ding dong! World announcement: congratulations to Blue Star player, Heavenly Emperor, for passing the Nightmare level legendary copy kill and obtaining XXX. The prompt suddenly arrived. Sure enough, it passed. There was more than one copy of the same type of legend, such as the Yi Kill copy, which might be available elsewhere, but the rewards weren't necessarily the same, and all of them gained some of the power of the God of Kill. However, the Yi Killing copy here with Nightmare level difficulty was passed and could not be re-entered at a later date. When the Heavenly Emperor passes, the demons will not be able to do it again. A blue star, robbing the demons. Damn it, they even hid the reward, not knowing what it was at all, causing them to feel resentful in their hearts. The announcement is on, he's coming out of the copy too. Kill him and grab the reward back. There are so many of us, can he also fight alone? Kiritsugu demon dialect, together. The demon players roared. As a level 1 civilization, in the real world, the exploitation of resources was powerful, so there were many species and populations. For example, the blue planet has only exploited the resources of the blue planet, but not to the fullest extent. The demon civilization, on the other hand, could even inhabit demons on nearby planets, so demon players were plentiful, and there was a large group of players in the secondary main city. And now it arrived in unison. There's a billion. It was already a lot, and Blue Star hadn't had a single player, at the moment, enter the secondary main city yet. 100 million. How will the Celestial Emperor fight? Buzz off. At this time, the entrance to the replica trembled. It's coming out. Get ready. Attack in unison. Demon Heart, Fei Hong, and Flame Sky, the 3 strongest demon players on the field, assumed command of the battle, and as powerful guild leaders, they had a lot of experience. Hundreds of millions of players attacked in unison. Rumble. Countless spells, arrows, and swords aimed at the entrance of the replica. Tap. Just in time, Yu's figure appeared. Die. Countless attacks fell. Such grand fireworks to welcome my appearance. Also, before the nightmare will come, there has to be some splendid prologue. Yu faced billions of attacks without changing his face. Such a powerful attack was just fireworks in his eyes. Thunder light for a moment. He disappeared steeply, his lightning wings flapping as he flew high into the air. Ding. Inspiring, enemy plus 10203456, physical attack plus 102,034,566%. Millionfold attack. Yu felt that he could hammer the gods to death at this moment. He can still fly? Don't be afraid, he shouldn't be too strong. Organize your formation, don't mess up, launch the next wave of attack. Magic Heart and the others froze for a moment, but quickly reacted. They had fought against the Heavenly Emperor's doppelganger and expected that the Heavenly Emperor's main body shouldn't be too strong. Buzz. But at this time, a metaphysical black axe appeared in the Heavenly Emperor's hand, and a pitch-black light blossomed from the axe, the black light spreading rapidly, tearing apart the light and covering up the blazing sun. Ding. Active reduces physical attack by 95% and increases range by 1900% to 96,900 square meters. Yu's attack was too strong at the moment, no matter how much you reduce it, it was still terrifying. 1 axe fall. Blood raised. 6,349. 4,027. 5,975. Within close to 100,000 square meters, there were decapitated player corpses everywhere, blood splattering like a waterfall pouring down, and a ground of equipment bursting out. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 320,000 players and obtained 10,000 diamond artifacts, 100,000 platinum artifacts, 210,000 gold artifacts, and are unable to 10,000 time storm. Gained 300,000 experience points, 10,000 time strike. The players were more gathered, so a lot of them perished at once. Unfortunately. Diamond weapons already belonged to the more top-tier equipment, not many players in the secondary main cities owned them, and not many of them were forced to burst out, most of them were gold weapons. But it's not bad. There's still 3 billion experience points left. Yi Yu was level 60 and there was no one higher than him on the field, so he would only gain 1 experience point for killing a player, but with 10,000 times the blitz in place, he gained billions at once. No kill value. He sighed darkly. Only if one took the initiative to kill a player would one obtain a kill value. Just now it was the players who struck first, he belonged to the counterattack and could not obtain it. No matter. Yi Yu made a strong move just to scare them and make them flee. If they fled, they would then chase after them, even if they took the initiative. June did not see, at this moment, all the demon players are scared silly. Dodging hundreds of millions of attacks in an instant, a single axe decimated hundreds of thousands of players. The players in the way are all meat shields with stronger blood and defense, even they were exterminated countless times by the Heavenly Emperor's move, so aren't we? A demon trembled. Hundreds of millions of players were lined up too far away, and some of them couldn't see the Heavenly Emperor at all. With the help of the World Channel, they spread the news. Hiss. Hiss. On the World Channel, continuous huffing sounds rang out. One axe, exterminating 300,000 people. No, I don't believe it. Your doppelganger is clearly not too strong either, it's impossible for the main body to be so terrifying. Devil Heart, Screaming Flame, and Fei Hong all roared in unison, this simply shattered their worldview. Isn't the Heavenly Emperor a Blue Star person? Isn't Blue Star not yet a level 1 civilization? How could he be so perverted? Is it? Tap. A silhouette suddenly stepped high into the sky, it was none other than Yi Yu's doppelganger. And then it descended from the sky. Meteor Stomp. No need to block, he can't step on me. Devil Heart faced the attack without flickering or evading. It had fought with the Heavenly Emperor's doppelganger, and this move couldn't kill it. 5,130. Dropped 1 level, lower blood. However, it was stepped on. No, no, no. How could you be so strong? Before dying, it was puzzled. Yi Yu ignored it and casually threw out 2 slaps. Slap, slap. Slapping sounds resounded, and the ones who were lashed were Flame Sky and Fei Hong, who were lashed out countless meters away, their bodies directly shattered. Damn it! You didn't even bring out your full strength when you fought against us before. This was the only way to explain it, otherwise it was impossible to understand why it had suddenly become so strong. Hiss. A kick to the devil's heart. 2 slaps, whipped to death Flaming Sky and Fei Hong. This is still only one of his bilocations. The Demon Heart 3 demons, already the strongest players in the Tier 2 main city, were crushed by a strong force. 3 Mistake Me said that the Heavenly Emperor detachment is not too strong? The demonic players couldn't help but look at the Heavenly Emperor's main body. The main body, how fierce should it be? I've already seen it. A single axe kills 300,000 people. Escape. So what if they are 100 million players? It's just over 300,000. Tiandi solved it with more than 300 axes, not to mention there's a horrible doppelganger. If you don't run away at this time, when will you wait? Ding. The enemy escaped and is no longer attacking you, you will gain kill value for killing players. Yi Yu opened his eyes, and there was cruelty in his eyes. Chapter 66 Level 200 Player, God Yagami. Boom! The demon players were escaping when they suddenly heard explosions coming from behind, and they turned around to look in horror. Only to see a sea of fire covering 10,000 square meters descended, instantly incinerating and killing a large swath of players. Some players tried to escape. 1,000 magic vines emerged from the sea of fire and entangled the players to death. Wow! The sound of water resounded in the sky, and a water dragon made up of water currents appeared, carrying out from the players' bodies, raising a cloud of blood, and the blood-stained water dragon had transformed into a blood dragon. Water and fire intersected, like a water in fire hell. Roar! There was even a terrifying purgatory demon that appeared. The purgatory demon roamed freely, wherever it went, the sea of fire followed, like the god of flame that descended into purgatory. This is the Devil's Dance. Ding! 12,745 players killed, gain 12,745 kill points, 10,000 times the storm, gain 127450000 kill points. 103274. Instant seconds. Yi Yu was ready to turn the kill values, together, into physical attacks later. Earth Savage Dragon. Roar. Dragon Might, Ground Spike, and Dragon Tail Sweep. All sorts of terrifying skills bombarded in succession. The Doppelganger and the Giant Power Bear were also chasing the player. Time to level up Skeleton General's skill. Yi Yu still had a lot of experience value left and was not worried for some time to come, so he immediately upgraded the Skeleton General's skill. All full leveled. Summon skeletons. It was able to summon 100,000 skeletons of the same level, but they were all diamond level. After all, it was a legendary boss, and the small monsters it summoned couldn't be too strong, but they were already powerful. This was diamond level, even if it wasn't a boss, it was still fierce. 100,000 level 60 diamond skeletons, chasing after players. Manufacturing skeletons. Turns 100,000 dead units into skeleton henchmen with all their abilities in life, but their level can't exceed that of the skeleton general, maintains for 2 hours, cooldown 10 minutes. Many dead players were turned into skeletons to help you kill players. The skeleton general himself was attacking and could kill players in seconds. Heavenly Emperor's skills are too terrifying too. His henchmen's skills are also fierce. They can't all be high-quality full-grade skills, right? The demon player was in agony. It was not common to have a full-level skill. Players step up step by step, needing to consume experience value to upgrade junk skills first, and then later, when they have a good skill, throw away the junk skill and upgrade the good skill instead. Experience value consumption, huge. Can't afford to supply it at all. But Yiyu was different, it was easy for him to gain experience value. And trash skills and get stronger with Breaker. It's a slaughter with no suspense. Ding dong. World announcement Demon World, the Blue Star player is in Bullflame City, killing 362,327 demon players, and has gone crazy, so please demon players, go stop him. The Demon World announcement rang out, and all the demon players froze. What's going on? Didn't all the players from the secondary main city come out to kill the Heavenly Emperor in seconds before? How did they get counterattacked so quickly? The Heavenly Emperor is too terrifying. One axe from the main body destroys 300,000, and the doppelganger kicks the devil's heart to death, and smacks Flame Sky and Fei Hong to death with 2 slaps. No one can stop them. Hiss. The demonic players, in unison, sucked in a breath of cool air. Even the 3 strongest ones in the secondary main city had been killed in seconds? And from what I heard, it was the Heavenly Emperor's doppelganger who killed them with a flat A? Does slap count as a skill? Hundreds of millions of players being hunted down, or by the weak Blue Star civilization, and it's still just one person. Our demon civilization, how have we ever been so humiliated? Invite the players on the demon ranking list to come out. The demon rank list was very powerful. Demon players, there are players who are close to gods. However, the supreme god had entered into a war contract, and high-level players were not allowed to enter low-level main cities, not to mention players close to the god. Even players from third-level main cities had difficulty going over now. Could only wait for the players to be killed off? Damn it! A weak civilization, with what right? Enter the main city, teleport to other main cities, and deny the Heavenly Emperor entry. They thought of this solution. The players fled into Bullflame City and activated the teleportation array, entering the other secondary main cities. And there were too many hundreds of millions of players for Bullflame City to accommodate, and some of the players were originally in other main cities, and were trying to wait for them to fill in if a player was killed. Demon NPCs set up teleportation arrays to allow demon players to pass through, and close the arrays if the Heavenly Emperor comes. Void. Yiyu transformed into nothingness and directly entered the teleportation array, following the players as they teleported. Haha, escaped. This is Bullwind City, the Heavenly Emperor can't chase after us. Is that so? The players had just come back from the dead when they suddenly heard a voice that made them look up in fear. Heavenly Emperor! This nightmare, why is it here again? Next, Oxfeather City, Oxfire City and so on, were stepped on by Yiyu one by one. However, the players scattered and fled in all directions, so he couldn't chase after everyone, and the scattering range was relatively large, making it difficult to kill many players with a single ranged skill as before. Aha! How to net kill our Bull Demon Empire? At this moment, the Bull Demon Imperial Lord had a headache. The players had dog demons, wind demons, and so on, but it was as if the Heavenly Emperor had set his sights on the Bull Demon Empire. Yiyu said, "Isn't that closer and the transmission time of the teleportation array is shorter? Any news?" The Bull Demon Emperor Lord asked his men. There is. When the Heavenly Emperor's doppelganger single-handedly challenged the Demon Heart and the others, it still took some time, and then when he encountered a siege of many demonic warriors, he suddenly killed the Demon Heart in one fell swoop. Good. It was just as I thought. The Heavenly Emperor's attack power would get a huge boost when there were many enemies. That's what makes sense, otherwise why would a level 60 be so fierce? That means it's just a matter of finding a high level to single him out? The Bull Demon Emperor Lord still wasn't willing to do it himself. In case there were exceptions? What if the Heavenly Emperor himself was frighteningly strong? It was really because the Heavenly Emperor had severely injured it with a punch earlier, leaving it with a deep psychological shadow, fearing that something would happen to it if it went over. It had to be said that it was a Go Emperor. Soon, the Bull Demon Emperor had found a high-level player. Demon World Channel. Saved. Emperor Lord Bull Demon has ordered that Divine Vector strike and will kill the Heavenly Emperor in seconds. Is it that level 200 S-class gifted player, God Yagami? That's it, the high-level player who's already entered a level 5 main city. Great, we're going to win. Heavenly Emperor wait for death. God Yagami, far away from the level 5 main city. But people weren't worried that it couldn't hit the Heavenly Emperor. Because of its S-rank talent, as long as it learned the target's coordinate point, it could attack the target, although the attack would gradually decrease as the distance increased. But it wasn't something the Celestial Emperor could block. Because that was a level 200 S-rank talent player. Heavenly Emperor's talent was at most the same level as it, right, but the level was too much different. And God Yagami Warrior, this is a treasure given to you by His Majesty, increasing your attributes by a lot in a short period of time. NPCs, collectively, referred to players as warriors. Chapter 67. It came, it died. God Yagami used the treasure and opened the world channel. The Heavenly Emperor is in Oxbutcher City 23, 24, 354. The Heavenly Emperor is at. Players sent in their coordinates, although they were constantly moving as the Heavenly Emperor moved. But it doesn't matter. Tracer arrow. God Yagyu violently unleashed an arrow that fell towards the Heavenly Emperor, aiming at the current coordinates of the Heavenly Emperor. Even if the Heavenly Emperor moved behind him, the arrow would automatically chase after him. Humph. God Yagyu snorted coldly, estimating the distance between the two according to the Heavenly Emperor's current coordinates. The attack of this arrow would be 150,000. How could a level 60 player block it? Even if the Heavenly Emperor's attack was strong, could his defense in chi and blood be strong as well? If that's the case, then it's not strong, it's open. Ding! Against the enemy +1% physical attack. The prompt came and Yu froze for a moment. Who was attacking the player he was chasing, who didn't even dare to fight back and only wanted to run away to stall for time? Moo, you're finished. God Yagami struck. As long as there are coordinates, it attacks at will. That's a level 200 S-rank gifted player. A few players who were being chased down taunted loudly. There was no fear that Yu would know about it, as there was no way to dodge God Yagami's attack. So it turns out. Yu nodded his head, suddenly thinking of such a means. He seemed to have a similar one. He took out a book, which surged with a morose black aura. Is this a confession letter? A letter of surrender? It's useless. The players taunted, after all, thinking that their side was going to win. Ding! Activate the skill, Infinite Curse, no range restriction, can be used when the enemy and you are in a sparring match. God Yagami launches an attack on you, as your enemy, does it curse it? Curse! Yu chanted in his heart, then put away the book. Rumble! Right at this moment, a terrifying and incomparable arrow shot out, pulling out tens of thousands of meters of dazzling light in the sky, and 10,000 miles of clouds surged and swirled. Death! The demonic players, in unison, shouted. Roar! But a dragon roar rose up, drowning out the players' voices. 15 earth walls, released by the Earth Savage Dragon, surrounded Yu. Bang bang bang! The arrows attacked the earth walls, which shattered one after another. Ding! Earthen Wall 1, enemy this attack 13,200. Earthen Wall 1. This was the ability of the Earth Savage Dragon. After the 12 earth walls shattered, the terrifying arrows suddenly wilted and directly shattered and disappeared. Hiss! What kind of terrifying defense is this? The demonic players were shocked and their scalps went numb. The Heavenly Emperor's mount was 2-6. Then, they were killed by Yu. Good job. Yu patted the Earth Savage Dragon's head. His defense was really not high. Moreover, the effect of the two, resist fatal strike, one for the doppelganger and one for the main body today was used up. But with the mount in place, of course I had to use it. No way. Never. God Yagami stood up in dismay as he sensed the disappearance of his arrow. He, a level 200 S-rank gifted player. Going to kill the Heavenly Emperor would have been pulling his face down. The treasures given by the Bull Demon Emperor Lord had even given it a huge boost, so it was only right that it should definitely kill the Heavenly Emperor. But this... The player who witnessed this scene, who had just been killed but was still able to talk in the world channel in the resurrection space, quickly spread the word about it. Impossible. Where can there be someone so terrifying? Demon players, all of them were shocked. Even the demonic players who were already close to gods, at this moment, they were categorically denied. Attacking without a match and defending without a match, such a perfect ability had never been seen on a low-level player before. Not to mention, a creature from a trash civilization. I see. It must have been the distance that made the attack lower that didn't kill him. God Yagami lied to himself. That's 150,000 attacks. How can a level 60 player block that? Warrior, our Imperial Lord has also bestowed an item that will allow you to enter a low-level main city, but there is a big price to pay, and that is that for the rest of your life, you will only be able to go up to level 500. The NPC opened his mouth, and all NPCs addressed the players as warriors. Someone as terrifying as the Celestial Emperor must be stifled. Give it to me. God Yagami made up his mind to kill the Heavenly Emperor even if he could only level 500 for the rest of his life. Such a person growing up would be a disaster for the demonic civilization. Launching a civilization invasion in the back and annexing the Blue Star civilization, the demon civilization gained a huge boost, and it was not impossible for it to make up for this price with the rewards it received as long as it made outstanding contributions. Killing the Heavenly Emperor was enough to be considered an outstanding contribution. It doesn't realize. 20.14. 20.14. Its chi and blood were continuing to fall, the curse was not perceived. Yi Yu's chi and blood was 16,786 at the moment, and he was cursing the enemy's chi and blood by more than 20 points per second. Breaking news! God Yagami will personally visit the secondary main city and kill the Heavenly Emperor. Hiss! The closer it is to the enemy, the higher the attack. This time, the Heavenly Emperor will definitely die. Expect an hour and a half to arrive. Teleporting back from a high-level main city was costly, and the teleportation time would be much longer. Yi Yu was constantly chasing down demonic players. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Wherever he went, death came, and although it was difficult to kill many more at once because the players were too scattered to flee, the cumulative number was still considerable as time passed. You shall die. God Yagami, it's coming. The demon players, however, were very arrogant at the moment. Is that so? Yi Yu shook his head. Before that, let's second you guys first. Nyoguang City. Yi Yu arrived here, the teleportation array suddenly fluctuated violently. The demon players had been informing the Heavenly Emperor's location through the world channel, and now the God Yagami had finally arrived. Die! A vast aura spread across the sky as God Yagami stepped out from the teleportation formation, opening his bow and pulling the string. Ka 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 ka. The walls of the second-tier main city were in the process of disintegrating. It couldn't withstand the power of its strike. As long as the power is stored for 2 seconds, it will reach the maximum attack of this strike. In order to kill the Heavenly Emperor, God Yagami has used its strongest move. As for whether it will be attacked during the storage period, it doesn't consider this. With a whopping 108,776 blood and 102,452 defense, the Heavenly Emperor could kill it in seconds? That would be a hell of a thing. The demonic players looked at it expectantly. With this arrow, the Heavenly Emperor would surely die. Poof! But all of a sudden, God Yagyu violently spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face went white as he directly collapsed, the confusion in his eyes revealing the doubts he had before he died. How did I die? The demonic players, in unison, burst out in foul language. It came. Then. It died. Don't be so sudden. Could this, too, be his doing? Couldn't help but look at the Heavenly Emperor. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed God Yagami, gaining 1,930,000 experience points over level kill, epic artifact, tracking wrist, 1, and since you didn't take the initiative to make the first move, there is no increase in kill value. 10,000 times bludgeoned, gaining 19.3 billion experience value. So much experience value, good lord, tops killing a lot of bosses. There's also the epic wear. The Bull Demon Emperor Lord, who had been keeping an eye on the battle, instantly received the news. Luckily, I held on. It's suspected that if it went over, it would have been killed as well. Chapter 68, Exploding a Fake Mountain with a Single Finger. Yi Yu looked at the epic artifact, although it was exploded players, not part of the rewards, and could not be blitzed. But the quality itself was good. Tracking wrist, epic. Attachment, attack speed plus 50%. Attached skill, tracking, forbidden spell LV1, consumes 700 points of blue. You send out a strike that can chase an enemy for 10,000 meters for one strike, cooldown 10 minutes. Note, at full level, you can chase any distance. Restrictions, warrior. Awesome. Plus 50% attack speed is great with any percentage gear. And there's no level restriction, so you can use it now. The forbidden spells are also fierce. Yi Yu had directly leveled it to full, so that as long as a strike was sent out, and then if the enemy wanted to escape, he could keep chasing after them. God Vector's tracking arrow was actually tracking plus an arrow. Then, he turned his head to look at the nearby demon players. Boom! The swarm of demons danced down, killing them all. Ding! Killing heart will end, countdown, 5, 4. Yi Yu immediately consumed the killing value. There was a total of 6,271.9 million, killing more than 620,000 players. There was no way, then the players were scattered and fled. Trying to kill a large number at once was impossible. Ding! You use killing heart, killing value 6,271.9 million, physical attack plus 7,526.28. You are no longer a red-named player, and being killed will not explode all of your equipment. Yi Yu's physical attack reached 21,012. Killing heart added a total of 12,999. Humans are weak in the Vault of Heaven, as well as the initially selectable races, orcs, elves, etc., all of which have poorer qualifications than demons, not to mention mysterious creatures such as gargoyles. Even if he was a breaker, all of his attribute points were still given to physical attack, and his base physical attack wasn't too powerful. However, Yi Yu's attack definitely exploded with this one. A level 200 God Yagyu with an attack of 150,000, did he use a good skill? Or did you obtain some kind of treasure boost? But he was not proud. The vault of heaven was mysterious, and the universe was huge. Strong people are confident that they have me, but they will not underestimate any enemy. For example, killing copy, surely there was more than just this one, players from other civilizations, maybe there were also those who had passed through, and also gained some sort of power from the killing god. But without the 10,000 times blitz, what was gained was definitely not as much as Yu. And there is more than one copy of the kill, and you may encounter it later. He still wants it. Go back first. This trip was full of rewards, so it was time to go back. There are still 2 more chances to enter the demon gate. There is no need to devour the demon corpse for now. Next time you come, you can always devour it. With a thought, his body disappeared. Has the Heavenly Emperor left yet? Didn't even move and killed God Yagami in seconds. Couldn't even see what means were used. This person is too bizarre. If he stays on our side for a while longer, he won't turn the sky upside down? On the Demon World channel, the players screamed in agony. Suddenly, ding dong. Universe announcement, congratulations to Blue Star player, Heavenly Emperor, who hunted down hundreds of millions of players from the demon civilization, killed hundreds of thousands of players, passed the legendary copy, and lowered the strength of the demon civilization, rewarding the entire universe with 2,000 points of reputation value. All over the universe, sing the announcement 50 times. Phew. The demonic players, in unison, breathed a sigh of relief. The announcement opened representing that the Heavenly Emperor had returned to the Blue Star, and this killing star was finally gone. Damn it, don't come back again. We're humiliated. We're humiliated to the universe. It's the Celestial Emperor again, it's Blue Star again. A very domineering person, hunting down hundreds of millions of players. It's a pity that the Blue Star civilization should be farther away from us, and we haven't found out where it is for the time being, or else we would definitely have to engage in a fight. Demon civilization, what a shame. The mechanical civilization, evil demon civilization, and other major cosmic civilization players had to remember the Heavenly Emperor's name. This person's fierce name. It has spread throughout the universe. Finally gone. The Bull Demon Emperor Lord sighed in hindsight. Just now, it had sent its men to contact God Yagyu to ask how it had been killed. No idea. Just died somehow. Luckily I didn't show up, otherwise the announcement would have said, killed the Bull Demon Emperor Lord. That's terrible, I hope he doesn't come back. God Yagami stepped out of the resurrection space. It could only level up to 500 in its lifetime, and it had paid a huge price for boosting its attributes with treasures before, yet it was still killed by the Heavenly Emperor in seconds. Such a good epic artifact, and it was still exploded. But if he dares to come back, I'm afraid some of the more powerful players won't be able to resist paying a big price to strike, right? Definitely all want to know the secret of his power. Blue Star Civilization. A group of great god players listened to the announcement for a long time. Hundreds of millions of players were hunted down and killed hundreds of thousands of people. This is not a Blue Star player. The demon player must be very strong, and the pursuit is bound to be difficult to kill a lot of people, but he still killed so many. Also passed another nightmare level legend copy. Hell, no Blue Star player had passed a legendary copy yet, except for the Heavenly Emperor. It's hard to catch up with him, we can only find another way. There were great god players that chanted so. Ding! 10,000 times the storm, gained 20 million universe-wide reputation value. Yu returned to the Blue Star and entered Heavenly Star City. Ding! 7 p.m. is here, all players must go offline, countdown 5-4. Today also played for quite a long time, Yu obediently went offline. Returning to the real world, he simply ate dinner. Someone called over, informing him that the procedures for the purchase of the house are done. Yu also did not expect to be so fast, and immediately returned his rental room to rent, and went forward to see their own house. Water Cloud Residence. Ancient architectural style of the Dragon Kingdom, on a mountain in Maplewood City, with fresh air and beautiful surroundings. Open-air swimming pool, private gym and so on are available. Yu was satisfied. Is this the man? In the darkness, a man in a suit asked. Yes. The clothes are gorgeous, the temperament is dignified, quite extraordinary. The man in the suit's face was ancient and murmured, but he should never destroy my plan. This manor, he built it. Covering the entire mountain, it is dozens of times larger than the average manor, revealing luxury in a low-key way, and although the price is particularly expensive, it is definitely value for money. But, who can afford it? Those who can afford it usually don't buy it, and those kinds of people usually have an estate already, so there's no need to buy another one here. Can afford to buy their own will also buy. One builds one's own estate, sells it backhandedly, and the money comes back to one's own hands by the normal route, so it would be difficult to find out where the money one made came from. As the king of the underground forces, he operates this way. This young man, misguidedly destroying his own plans. And don't kill him, fight him first, you can drive him out first, use this to try out where he's coming from and prevent accidents. he said with the underground boxing champion beside him. Click, click, click. Just then, a horrible blasting sound came. Ha, I just gently touched it. Is it so impervious? It won't be a tofu dregs project, right? Yi Yu gently pointed a finger at a fake mountain beside him. Hiss. In the darkness, the kings of Maplewood City's underground forces, the underground boxing champions, all sucked in a mouthful of cool air in unison, their faces filled with horror. The wigwam was not big for ornamental purposes, but the material is hard stone. Yet he, with one finger, shattered it. Chapter 69 Sacred Technique Calamity Body. The wigwam that exploded in all directions was just like Yi Yu's finger that possessed the power of a bomb. Is this a human being? Or a god or a demon? It should be that my power has increased so much that I didn't adapt for the time being, and accidentally point shattered, but it's not a tofu dregs project. Yi Yu muttered and opened his mouth. The power in the vault of heaven was starting to feed back into reality. Unfortunately, the power didn't arrive in full. Hiss. The two kings in the dark instantly had their scalps numb and their pants directly wet. With this, it wasn't even the full power? Go, 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 hurry up. Their legs and stomachs trembled as they stumbled away, and because they were farther away from Yi Yu, they didn't make any noise that attracted attention. This was bound to be an existence that could be called king in reality. I'm afraid it's a fairy on earth, as they say in novels. The reason why they haven't claimed the throne, haven't you heard people say that they haven't been able to utilize all their power yet? They must be waiting for their power to be fully utilized. Compared to this immortal, the so-called king of underground power and underground boxing champion is a piece of ding. Your bank card wired 1.3 billion soft dollars. A message came from Yi Yu's cell phone. Ha! Inexplicably more money. No, this seems to be the money for buying the manor by myself. Big brother, the seller said the house is given away to you. The underground boxer, posing as an agent, shuddered and sent him a message, then hurriedly dropped his cell phone. As for climbing into friendship with people, they understood that they were not worthy. Do you really think that this is a novel, licking people, they are willing to accept themselves? Yi Yu feel puzzled, send a message to the intermediary also does not reply, as if it is afraid of their own general. Tonight, the city of Maplewood is in a strange situation. The king of the underground forces with all the people left, once in the Maplewood underground is very brave boxing champion, was seen running out of Maplewood in the night, even dare not sit in the car. The next day, Yi Yu woke up from his fluffy comforter, and the manor's automated facilities immediately kicked in, with the windows automatically opening to send him fresh air, as well as alarm measures running at all times. When the manor was invaded and the alarm sounded, he could also sense it in the vault. No need to worry about someone going after my body when my consciousness enters the game. This was his main purpose for buying the manor. After breakfast, sitting on the soft sofa, the Tsang Dong Jade released its light. Ding, you have entered the vault of heaven. It's time to do the career quest. He found, by Ming, senior uncle, I want to receive a profession quest. Wait. What did you say? Bai Ming jumped up at once. Can it be that you're already level 40? The upper limit of the first turn of the destroyer profession was level 40. No. Your rank has surpassed me. Level 60. How did you do that? Cap at level 40 and you went straight to 60? And how long has it been, popping up so many levels at once? He, a person who has been practicing for a long time, is only at level 50. Don't call me senior uncle, just call me Bai Ming. Good. Seeing that Bai Ming was very insistent, Yi Yu did not refuse. How did he know it? His first turn quest reward was blitzed 10,000 times, raising the cap level, and the occupation was also a blitzed version. Bai Ming swung out a white light. Ding! Quest accepted, Destroyer Secondary Transformation. Quest requirement, kill 10 platinum monsters, 1 starburst boss. Task time, 1 day. Failure penalty, unable to upgrade. Compared to the first turn, the difficulty is greatly increased. But to Yi Yu, it was just like that. I have to go, it's time to find my own path of ascension. Bai Ming was irritated and immediately had to leave. In reality, he had been able to ascend for a long time, but was being held back by some things. 3 transfer quests, it's not something I can hand out. You can go to Tier 2 Main City Flying Sky City, I can introduce the person who issues the quests. Yi Yu watched Bai Ming leave and go to other main cities through the teleportation array. Starburst boss? In the wilds of Astral City, there were no Starburst bosses to be seen, and if there were no unexpected circumstances, the highest Tier 1 main city would only have diamond bosses. Fortunately, he has an Imperial Capital, and the Imperial Capital's necrotic passageway should have the boss he wants. Removing the curse will also unlock the Imperial Capital and boost the soldiers up. Yi Yu also couldn't help but think. There were so many cosmic civilizations, although he was powerful and invincible, but if he were to fight cosmic civilizations one by one in the future, it would be quite troublesome, and if he had a bunch of henchmen, a lot of things would be much more convenient. As for whether the cosmic civilizations would fight over? Can mercy exist in the vast universe? Just like Yu, he wouldn't be a Madonna watch, it was the instinct of creatures to compete for resources. For this reason, he had to be prepared. All generals! He shouted. Greetings to the city lord! Greetings, city lord! All the soldiers of Astral City assembled and looked adoringly at their one and only master. Depart with me! Yu was ready to take them to the necrotic passage to see their ability to do things. Give them the training to work well for themselves. For example, when one goes to attack a certain cosmic civilization, the soldiers can sit on the blue star. The Phaeton Empire. Ding! You have entered the necrotic passage. He took the soldier into the seal of the city lord before releasing it. The necrotic passageway needed to have 10,000 kill values to enter, and the soldiers hadn't killed any players yet and had no kill values, so they could only enter like this. As for Yu, he used void to enter. Hiss ah! As soon as he entered, he heard an eerie roar but couldn't see the monster. Yu took out the bright mirror and released the grand light. The light shone brightly. Yu had fully leveled the skill, which could illuminate 3,400 square meters of invisible units. Deadly Chi, Black Iron. Grade 15. Spell attack 323. Defense 203. Blood 501. Skills: Death Aura Erosion, Death Speech, Death Body for a short period of time, immune to physical damage. Description: monsters specializing in the necrotic civilization can open and extend the necrotic pathway. Honestly, trashy as hell. But, immune to physical damage. And it was also a key item for opening the necrotic passage. I'm afraid that the necrotic civilization put them here because they wanted to extend the necrotic passage continuously and look for a chance to encroach on the Blue Star civilization. City Lord, leave it to us. For the City Lord, charge. A bunch of soldiers had already charged up. Yu was a warrior and had no spell damage for the time being, he could let the Earth Savage Dragon attack. But there were soldiers, so let's leave this bunch of trash to the soldiers. The soldiers were all above level 20, the lowest had Black Iron level, and there were 1,000 gold level soldiers. Their attributes crushed these monsters, and there were quite a few mages in there that killed the monsters very quickly. Ding! As the NPC's owner, the reward for the NPC's monster kill goes to you. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 43 Black Iron weapons, 1,356 clusters of Deadly Chi, and 23 silver coins. For a 10,000-fold blast, you can obtain 13,560,000 clusters of Deadly Chi, or 13,560 clusters of Calamity Chi. This Deadly Chi was not a deadly monster, but really a gas. Deadly gas. Description: collect 10 million regiments to synthesize the skill, Body of Death, viewable. Comfort. Honestly speaking, the dead body of Death Chi, Yu is greedy. Immunity to physical attacks although only briefly for 1 second. Calamity Breath. Description: collect 10 million regiments to synthesize the skill, Calamity Body. View details immediately. Body of Calamity, Holy Technique. Description: consume 1000 blue energy to transform into a body of calamity, immune to physical damage and able to turn one's own physical attack into a spell attack to hit out, lasts 1.5 seconds, cooldown 1 hour. Remarks: skill level +1, duration plus 1.5 seconds, maximum level 80. Is this a holy skill? Yu's eyes were surprised. Within 2 minutes. Immunity to physical attacks, which can be turned into legal attacks. Don't look at it as only 2 minutes, for a strong person like him, 2 minutes can do a lot of things. In the Vault of Heaven, there are physical attacks, legal attacks, poison attacks, curses, and so on. Poison attack is the ability of the supporting profession, pharmacist, and very few people choose pharmacist. Curses are even rarer. Physical attack, close to half of players and NPCs only have this attribute. Yu, on the other hand, was immune to it. Chapter 70, Knightly Honor. Ding, you choose to storm the mass and gain 1,356 regiments of Calamity Breath. Yu of course chose this. It also blitzed out 43 platinum artifacts. He looked at it and there was nothing suitable for him, so he put it away for the time being. Need 10 million regiments, not enough. He had just finished saying this when many more dead air monsters emerged from the darkness. This dead air monster refreshment was surprisingly so fast. Good thing. Kill. The soldiers continued to charge. Ding, as the owner of an NPC, the harvest of NPCs killing monsters goes to you. You have obtained 45 Black Iron weapons and 1,378 clusters of Dead Chi. 10,000 times the storm, you have obtained 45 platinum artifacts, 1378 clusters of Calamity Breath. The prompts sounded one after another. Yu realized that the Dead Chi monsters were completely brushed uninterruptedly. One Black Iron monster would provide one mass of Dead Chi. And ahead, there were many more dead air monsters. It's not that hard to collect all of them. Go ahead and take a look. He led the soldiers forward. The monsters in front might be able to brush out more Dead Chi if they were stronger. Hiss. Sure enough, a group of even more powerful Death Air monsters rushed in. Dead Air, Bronze. Grade, 20. Legal Attack, 1728. Defense 593. Blood 892. Skills: Death Aura Erosion, Death Speech, Death Body for a short period of time, immune to physical damage. Description: monsters specializing in the necrotic civilization can open and extend the necrotic passages. Skills are the same as before, but bronze level 20s now. Kill. The soldiers still quickly resolved the enemy. Ding. Gained 43 pieces of bronze artifacts and 2,712 clusters of dead air. 10,000 times the storm, obtaining 43 pieces of diamond artifacts and 2,712 clusters of calamity chi. The rewards are a lot more generous, not to mention the equipment. One bronze dead air monster can burst out 2 clusters of dead air. It was able to come together much faster than killing black iron monsters. Continue. He walked further ahead and encountered a silver monster now, level 25. Soldiers were harder to kill at this point, but each silver monster could explode 3 clusters of deadly chi. Following that, it was the gold level 31s that could pop out 4 clusters each. City Lord, we can't hold them back. But at this time, it was difficult for the soldiers to block the monsters. After all, they were just over level 20, and the highest grade was gold. Yi Yu thought about it. He could let his mount make a move, or even make a move himself. But would it not be a waste of time to strike out on his own even for such a small monster? One's own time was not to be wasted on this. If you kill monsters for this city lord will not treat you poorly. In light of your contributions, this city lord grants you promotions. In the future, work well for me. Yi Yu spoke faintly. The soldiers snapped. What did this mean? Only some of the soldiers who had been elevated by him before realized what was about to happen and excitedly spoke to their companions, who were filled with shock that the city lord had such great power. Yi Yu, on the other hand, had already activated the privilege. Ding! You select the quality of the blitz to blitz a black iron rank soldier to platinum, bronze to diamond, silver to diamond 2, and gold to starburst. Boom! On the soldiers' bodies, they steeply erupted with skyrocketing auras, and one by one, their strength rose. Other than the 600 soldiers who had stormed before and couldn't storm again this time, all the others gained. Starburst level soldiers 400. Diamond class 11,000. Platinum 1,000. This represented a qualification boost. The soldiers' attributes all skyrocketed, and if they upgraded in the future, the boost would be higher than before. Such amazing power, this is something even the gods can't do, right? Thank you, City Lord. Willing to go through fire for City Lord. Each and every one of them treated Yi Yu as if he was a god, and their favorability had all reached 100, and it was impossible to ever betray them. Going back to look at the gold monster in front of him. Hanging. Ding, 10,000 times the storm, you have gained 5,223 clusters of calamity breath. Yi Yu gained some more rewards. The soldiers were full of fighting spirit and continued on, encountering a level 40 platinum monster. Still hanging on. Because they were all at the starburst level now, it didn't matter if their level was low, a high grade meant that they could fight across levels. Each platinum monster could provide 5 clusters of calamity chi. And there are a lot of monsters nearby, and they keep refreshing. Yi Yu still resented the slow collection speed. Dark Knight. A huge skeleton general appeared, legendary level 60. It waved a bone staff. Brush. 100,000 level 60 diamond skeleton monsters appeared, instantly killing countless dead air monsters. Their numbers were just too much, definitely a team of strange soldiers under Yi Yu, much more fierce than the Star City soldiers. However, the Astral City soldiers were of high grade, and when they grew up in the future, they were the ones that would surpass the skeleton monsters. Moreover, the skeleton monster was a summoned object that only lasted for 10 minutes. The soldiers couldn't help but shrug their throats as they looked at the tall skeleton general. City Lord. There's even a legendary boss after all. This is your general. Greetings, General. Hey, our Heavenly Star City is really powerful. The City Lord and General are so strong. You guys just kill here, I'll go to the front to take a look. Yi Yu handed over the collection task to his men, leaving behind the bright mirror, which could last for 10 minutes to illuminate the monsters. He couldn't help but think that in the future, if he encountered another collection type situation, many of them could be handed over to his men. He, himself, would be able to save time. He still preferred to go it alone, as his men really couldn't keep up with him, and following him around to do great things now would likely slow him down, but it should be nice to develop later. Ding, you have obtained 17,365 regiments of calamity breath. Listening to the wonderful cue, he stepped forward. Ahead, there were also dead air monsters. All invisible, no monsters could be seen without the illumination of the bright mirror. Ding. Enemy plus 1,643, physical attack plus 1,643%. But the beeping sound of battle without end would tell him that the enemy had struck. The swarm of demons. The Purgatory Demon, Devilvine, and Water Dragon Scroll appeared one by one. The Sea of Fire covered a large area, the Water Dragon Scroll kept piercing through, and the Purgatory Demon wandered recklessly as the Sea of Fire moved after it. It doesn't matter if you can't see the enemy, seconds will do. Yi Yu was like a king, his men opened the way for him, these small monsters did not need him to take action. The monsters here didn't seem as strong as expected. Where are the hunters? This was what Yi Yu was curious about, he had traveled a long way and still hadn't seen the hunter. Kill! At this time, an angry roar rang out. Yi Yu smelled the sound and went over, it was the old man, the hunter, riding a white horse, and in the middle of a battle with the dead, he encountered a bunch of level 40 platinum monsters that he could completely hang on to. And he has a white horse that can also help him kill monsters. But there are too many monsters. His blue level was going to the bottom, and he was gradually getting close to not being able to hold out. Kid, you actually came so quickly? Brought that thing yet? I might not be able to hold out much longer, it's a reward for making an appointment with you. The hunter said, throwing out an object. Ding! Obtained a complimentary item from the hunter, the Knight's Light. May storm 10,000 times and obtain, Knight's Light, 10,000 or, Knight's Glory, 1. What NPCs give away are considered rewards. Chapter 71 Evil Necromancer. Knight's Light, Epic Treasure. Effect, allows you to have one more mount position. Description, a treasure of the Knight's Hall, awarded to knights who have made outstanding contributions, disappears after use. It is actually an epic treasure. The effect was so strong that each person could only have one mount originally. But now, there can be one more. And if you use Quantity Stormed, there could be 10,000 more. Kid, I really wasn't wrong about you coming back so soon. This is what you deserve. The old man has brought out all my treasures. The hunter beeped, looking anxious. This old guy, from the Night Temple? That sounds like a lot to take in. Yi Yu ignored him and looked at the effect after the storm. Knight's Glory, Holy Grade Treasure. Effect, gives you an extra mount position and 100% of the mount's attribute feedback. Description, an item that comes out of the Heavenly Emperor's Blitz, with superb effects, the best of the best. Yi Yu's eyes lit up. It was also known that an epic blast was a holy level. Saint level, transcendent, each one is extraordinary. Originally, having an extra mount was something that was only equivalent to having an extra henchman, but now it could be fed back 100%. The Earth Savage Dragon had given him so many attributes, what if he had one more? It smelled good. Any more mounts are not as important as improving yourself, just like Yi Yu cultivating soldier henchman, that's just along for the ride, helping himself. Ding, you have chosen Knight's Honor. A scroll appeared in Yi Yu's hand, so he could use it when he found a good mount. It had to be at least a dragon level, right? Come to think of it, the giant power bear hadn't been upgraded yet, and there was still a trip to the demon civilization to be made. Well, first settle the necrotic passage. Hey, my old man said so much, I can't hold up, you just. Hunter cried miserably. Okay. Yi Yu shook his head in amusement, this old man was a living treasure. It seemed like he didn't bring out his full strength, after all, the first strike was an epic level treasure. Forget it, the old man can pretend if he wants to, he probably has some kind of strategy. He, however, was too lazy to use a strategy. With the sword in his hand, he is confident that he is invincible, so why should he play any tricks? Swords are raining down from the sky. 1,000-meter sword chi raged, the air was filled with bloody damage, countless dead chi monsters were killed in seconds, the sword chi dispersed into 100 smaller sword chi and continued to gallop. Bang bang bang! Chain explosions appeared, and this strike killed an unknown number of monsters. Ding! You have killed 15,732 level 40 platinum dead air monsters, gaining 352 platinum artifacts and 78,660 clusters of dead air. 10,000 times the storm, you have obtained 352 legendary artifacts and 78,600 clusters of calamity breath. The harvest was huge. The monsters here were also invisible, but Hunter's white horse had a shine type skill, so he was able to fight the monsters, and he was currently looking at the ground full of corpses. Go! The knot in his throat kept shrugging. It had only been so long. That low-level player in the novice village had instantly killed so many of the dead air monsters that were giving him trouble. No, you're actually level 60 already. It was a level up with him. Good lord, I thought that the Heavenly Emperor would be fierce in the future, but I didn't expect that he would have reached this level in such a short period of time now. Average. Yi Yu smiled and shook his head. Versailles. The hunter shook his head and handed over something. I see you're collecting dead air, I assume you need it. I've gained quite a bit of it here, seeing as you saved my life. I'll give it all to you. You should be trying to get together. Forbidden spell Body of Death, it's really good, it's immune to 1 second of physical attacks, but it consumes too much experience value at full level and it only lasts for 1 second. To be honest, 1 second is really not very useful. Ding! You have gained 5,950,000 balls of deadly chi, and 10,000 times the storm into 5,950,000 balls of calamity chi. This old man is a living treasure, but he's quite good at what he does. That's a lot. Yi Yu gazed at the old hunter, it seemed that he had paid a very hard contribution here. AI, there's no way out. If the dead chi monster spreads out, the dead spirit passageway will expand rapidly, expanding to a certain extent, and the experts of the dead spirit civilization will be able to enter the blue star civilization. The old man's eyes were angry. When the creatures of foreign civilizations entered, they would all lower their attributes, and although the blue star civilization was weak, it could still be blocked when the enemy became weaker. But the necromantic passageway allows necromantic creatures to enter without weakening. That, then, is a big problem. And the death aura monsters can't be killed endlessly. I guess it's monsters made by the necromantic civilization. Fortunately, the level of the crafted ones aren't too high to be able to destroy them all the time. It's a pity that the refreshment is too fast. The old man was level 60, and he was supposed to hang on to the dead air monsters. It was because the monsters were unending and consumed his energy that he couldn't hold on. Unable to help himself, he looked towards the Heavenly Emperor. If the Heavenly Emperor was there, even more monsters wouldn't be able to withstand him killing them, right? Moreover, this guy is originally a killing star. Sure enough. Yi Yu's eyes lit up. The more monsters there were, the better he was. Boom! He charged straight into the monster group. The sword chi of the roiling sword feather disappeared, but within the range where the sword chi stayed, his attack speed reached 7 times, and his sword danced into a phantom. Just as a patch of necrotic monsters refreshed, they were swiftly massacred by him. The soldiers were still out there killing monsters. The aura of calamity continued to accumulate. This killing speed is enough to show that it's powerful, but not too powerful. The Celestial Emperor is still only a level 60 after all. It won't alert the necromantic civilization. The old man drank a blue pill to recover and murmured inwardly. He didn't need his help here for the moment, and with the sounds of killing coming from nearby, he was ready to take a look. For the city lord, kill. For the master, kill. He saw a powerful group of soldiers. Legendary boss. 100,000 diamond skeleton soldiers, and some starburst soldiers, the lowest of which were gold level. He, full of shock. Whose soldiers are you? Lord Celestial Emperor. Hiss. A normal high-level main city wouldn't be able to take this lineup. The Celestial Emperor unexpectedly already had such a terrifying power. He himself was a fierce mess, and his men were also so fierce. It's really impressive to see how far a soldier can go. It was as if he, a level 60 here, had become a salted fish. One of his minions was level 60. Should I bring out my full power and give this kid a look? The old man couldn't help but think, it's always been you shocking me, it's time for me to shock you too. What a living treasure, full of bad taste. Of course, he's not the king of patch. He hid his strength and did it on purpose to show the necrotic civilization, because the necrotic civilization's passageway had actually been able to enter some powerful necrotic creatures. The necrotic spirit civilization was able to sense when the deadly chi monster was killed. He needed to put on an act, deliberately killing the chi kills slower to make the necromantic creatures think that the people here weren't strong, and lure them to send less strong creatures over. Then, strike the kill. In this way, the necromantic civilization would not be able to guess the strength of the blue star civilization, and would easily not dare to come over again. There was no way. The blue star civilization was weak and had to be a bit strategic. Not good. His eyebrows suddenly jumped. There was no problem with the Heavenly Emperor killing fast alone, but he didn't expect that the Heavenly Emperor had brought so many powerful henchmen with him. It was just too fast to kill like this. The necromantic civilization, for sure, would be alerted. It must have sent stronger creatures than expected. Heavenly Emperor, there is danger. Kid, don't die. At this moment. Riritura Necronomicon dialect, asshole. The necrotic spirits we've made are being killed rapidly, dying one at a time as they're released. At this rate, the Necronomicon is going to close. Many powerful necromantic creatures roared in the necromantic civilization. Necromantic monsters, they made. It can open up passages, the only flaw is that it's not very strong, and being killed will explode, dead chi, which can be synthesized into the Body of Death skill book, and of course they know about this flaw. But they didn't care, they were only immune for 1 second anyway. But the channel is closed, they care. The channel opening was demanding, they had given hundreds of years of their lives to see the light of day, and now they just needed to release more dead air monsters, and when the channel expanded, they could invade in force. But now. I'll go. Great, it's the evil necro-moron. The passage is too small to get us all through. But it's strong enough to get through. After all, it's a level 300A ranked gifted player. Chapter 72A Sword Through Civilization. Give me a batch of dead air monsters, I'll kill the people over there and extend the passage with dead air monsters. Emosen stepped into the necrotic passage. On the side of the necromantic civilization, many powerful necromantic creatures looked forward to it, and it returned victorious. Judging by the speed at which they were killing the necrotic monsters over there, there should have been a level 200 expert who might have brought some people with him, but Emosen was a level 300. There was also an A-ranked talent. Should be able to take it. Buzz. In front of Yu, the end of the necropolis passage suddenly trembled continuously. Is it finally coming? He guessed that an expert from the necromantic civilization side was coming over when he knew that the hunter was hiding his strength. and the hunter should have been deliberately slow in killing monsters to make the necromantic civilization slack off, sending over enemies that weren't strong. It was right to do so, but Yi Yu didn't like it. He purposely killed monsters fast to lure out the experts. What's the point of killing trash? It's the experts that might pop out the good stuff. He was looking forward to it. Is this the scent of the Blue Star civilization, a vibrant civilization? I'm going to sprinkle this place with the light of death. A darkness descended, and out of the passage stepped Morrison. Ding dong. World announcement: necrotic civilization creatures have entered the Phaeton Imperial capital, triggering a special event, necrotic invasion. Players are requested to block the necrotic invasion, and rewards will be given based on contribution. World announcement, sung continuously. The Blue Star players were shocked. It was only a short while ago that they were invaded by a demonic civilization, and now it's a necromantic civilization. Is the Blue Star civilization that passive? It was targeted because it was too weak. It's in the Phaeton Imperial capital. That's a copy of what was there before Celestial Star City, right, and the Celestial Emperor bigwigs sit there. Big brother, say something. Do you want us to help? Blue Star players, many of them wanted to come and help Heavenly Emperor. Some of them wanted to participate to get rewards, but some of them really wanted to help. After all, no one likes to be invaded all the time where they stay. It's all very unpleasant. For example, the Dragon Corps, at this moment, Zhang Yang, contacted Yi Yu. Heavenly Emperor, big brother, do you need help? As long as you say the word, all of us from the Dragon Corps will go over there now. No need. Yi Yu refused. He looked at the monster in front of him, which was not something the players could stop. Evil Necromancer Morrison, Star Flare class boss. Level, 300. Attack, 85,980. Defense, 78,260. Blood value, 89276. Skills, Death Curse, Darkness Suffocation, Blood Spell, Pain Draw. Description: players of the necromantic civilization who enter a foreign civilization count as invading monsters. Level 300 Starburst Boss. Base attack 80,000 plus. The players were useless even if they came over to help. I'm afraid the enemy isn't too strong or is too powerful for us to have much of an impact by going over. He refused our help. Zhang Yang closed his friend channel and said to Dragon Smile, well, we should trust him. After all, he is the Heavenly Emperor. Take the task at hand and expect him to triumph. Dragon laughs, nodding his head. He finished the task at hand and was able to open the city building order quest. At that time, he was confident in obtaining a main city. At that time, there was also a chance to fight the Heavenly Emperor, right? He was in awe of the Heavenly Emperor, but as an S-rank gifted player, he also had his own pride and looked forward to fighting the Heavenly Emperor. On the contrary, there were many that didn't trust Heavenly Emperor. I've heard from the people of the Illuminati that the necromantic civilization is a very powerful civilization, and they are good at curse attacks, which is something that even the Heavenly Emperor would find difficult to stop. I'm afraid that the Heavenly Emperor will, this time, have to drop many levels. At that time, I'll be able to catch up with him. Divine Lord, murmured from within the Greater Rice region. There were countless players, expecting the Heavenly Emperor to be killed. After all, the Heavenly Emperor was too popular. If he didn't fail once, everyone else would be crushed and unable to raise their heads. And with the invasion of the necromantic civilization, he only had one person to block. His myth of invincibility should end. Jia. Emosen sneered and looked around, thinking that he was in control of the whole scene, because he didn't expect that the person in front of him was just a level 60 player, and only one person. Heavenly Emperor? I see, you're the Heavenly Emperor who has repeatedly disgraced the demonic civilization. It also saw Yi Yu's nickname, but remained disdainful. It was the same level 1 civilization, but it despised the demonic civilization. It's only level 60, how trashy is the demon civilization to let you stir up the storm? Kill you, and the universe will resound with my Emosen's name. But what it didn't expect was that the Heavenly Emperor was even more disdainful. You disappoint me too much. Yi Yu shook his head from the news of obtaining the Vault Jade after coming into contact with the experts of the exotic civilization. If this civilization had the Tsong Dong Jade, the tip could be triggered. He deliberately lured out the experts with this meaning in mind. No prompts rang out, and Yi Yu was a little disappointed. Damn it! Moxon was furious, believing that it was the Celestial Emperor who was disappointed in its strength, then let you die in agony. Death Curse. Its staff surged with light as an invisible curse wrapped around Yi Yu. Units whose level was not higher than it would surely die. This is the power of the necromantic civilization. Every creature is cursed and invincible at the same level. But to its dismay, the Heavenly Emperor was unharmed. Boom! A shield that released grand light appeared in front of Yi Yu. The blue shield surrounded Yi Yu and the curse was instantly eroded. Forbidden Spell Purification. Immunity to curse effects for 10 minutes. How is that possible? Emosen's face was full of shock. Equipment that could resist the curse was rare. A low-level player couldn't possibly have it to be right, and even if he did, he didn't have that much experience value to fully level the skill. Swoosh! One by one, the curses are released. Let's see how long you can last. The pain draws. Blood spell. These were all very powerful curse skills, but none of them were not blocked by the shield of light. Why do you have such strong equipment? Morrison's worldview was collapsing. The necromantic civilization was very good at curses, and its ranked talent, Cursed Child, effect, increasing the damage of curses by 50% was even more perfectly suited to its origins, so it only practiced curse abilities. How could the Blue Star civilization, a trash civilization, have an equipment that restrained curses for so long? Even if it did, it shouldn't be in the hands of a level 60 player. How did it know that it was from Yiyu's blitz? Now, it was finished by Yiyu. Rubbish, if you're out of ideas, it's my turn. Yiyu spoke indifferently and drew his sword brazenly. Damn it! Morrison was filled with horror. This human was not normal. With abilities that strong, I'm afraid the attacks are strong as well. Himself, there is danger. One must hurry to escape, but the Celestial Emperor had already drawn his sword, and if he wanted to escape, something would have to take the damage for it. Brush! It waved its hand, releasing a large number of dead air monsters. Kill it? No. Stall him. The deadly chi monster didn't have a curse ability, but it did have an item attack, so maybe it could still cause an effect on the Heavenly Emperor. It was on fire to return to the necromantic civilization. It had to tell its companions that there was a very strong human here. And Yiyu smiled faintly. Ding! Enemy plus 808,983, physical attack plus 808,983%. The dead air monsters attacked. Yiyu's attack would have been only 20,000 or so, and it was impossible to kill Emosen. But now, it was different. That's right, Yiyu's failure to make a move before was intentional. Waiting for the time when Emosen was startled and had to release the deadly chi monster was the best time for him to strike, and from the very beginning, Emosen fell into his rhythm. Who gave you the guts to violate at will? You can't even escape if I let you. Chapter 73 Nemesis of Necromantic Civilization. Boom! A rain of swords filled the sky. 15 terrifying sword chi raged. Yiyu wasted no time in consuming 100% of his blue amount, and his sword chi violently united, directly killing towards Emosen. Truly terrifying. Morrison turned around and looked back, scared out of his mind. Forget it, saving his life is the most important thing now, don't care how humiliating it is, escape back first. It stepped into the passageway and returned to the necromantic civilization, breathing a sigh of relief. The dead spirit passageway could only allow dead spirits to cross civilizations, and it was impossible for the Celestial Emperor to come over, let alone his attack. How? Why are you back so soon? Have you completed your mission and do you have good news? The necromancer powerhouses around it asked. Ahem, don't mention it. I met the Heavenly Emperor. This person can't be viewed with common sense, very scary. Its trembling words were suddenly interrupted. We have seen it. Numerous necromancer powerhouses, shocked, looked behind it. Behind me, is there something? It looked behind it suspiciously, and instantly its scalp went numb. Only to see. Rumble. A terrifying sword chi unexpectedly traversed the deadly spirit passage down and ferociously killed towards it. This sword chi it was very familiar with. It was exactly the sword that the Heavenly Emperor had sent out earlier. Hiss. The necromancer powerhouses staggered in unison. This sword, it was actually able to cross over the Blue Star civilization and kill the dead spirit civilization. The sword that crosses civilizations. Unheard of. If they had this kind of ability, why would they need to work so hard to open up the necrotic passage? Ding! You have activated the skill, tracking, a strike that has been aimed will ignore any distance and hit the enemy. Yiyu, on the other end, sneered. Measuring attack, 200,000, 400,000. A necromancer player, recited in horror, he had a B-rank talent, attack estimation. It was not very powerful, it was a dog-headed warlord. It could calculate the enemy's attack, but it would take a long time if the attack was too high. Ah! It suddenly yelled, holding its head and crying. The math doesn't work. Hiss. The necromancer powerhouses all had their scalps tingling, and the damage that the dog-headed warlord couldn't calculate was bound to exceed 1 million. 1 million damage, this was too terrifying. But the good thing is, this is a necromantic civilization. Hide in the main city. The necromantic powerhouses yelled, and Mosen had also ducked to the main city, where the NPC city lord immediately opened the teleportation array. An attack from a trash civilization that still kills the necromantic civilization? A level 6 main city with a defense array that could block millions of damage. The city lord, Emosen, and the necromancer powerhouses all calmly watched the sword energy land. This defense should be enough. Boom! Sword chi erupted and crashed into the defense formation. Their complexion, steeply condensed. Ka. The defense array shattered in an instant, just as if the defense array of this level 6 main city was just a piece of paper in front of the sword chi. More importantly, Although the defense array was destroyed, it also offset the million damage. The sword attack should not be strong anymore, but the momentum of the sword chi was still courageous, and in a crowd of shocked looks, it passed through Emosen's body. Boo! As if he was a fragile bubble, Emosen was easily nudged to pieces by the sword chi, his body shattering all over the place. The dead spirits were filled with dismay. This, just how strong an attack was. Soon they saw it, the sword chi suddenly split into 100 small sword chi, raging across the city. Luckily it didn't lock onto them and they escaped in time. But inside the city, countless facilities were destroyed. Ding dong! Cosmic announcement: congratulations to Blue Star player Heavenly Emperor, who crossed civilizations and killed the level 300 player, Evil Necro Monster, reducing the Necro civilization's strength and earning a cosmic reputation value of 6,000 points. It took the sound of the cosmic announcement to gradually pull them back into their thoughts. But the shock on their faces could not go away. It's the Celestial Emperor again, it's Blue Star again. This guy, hitting the Necropolis civilization? The guys from the necrotic civilization are very annoying. This Heavenly Emperor is not simple. Let him try coming to our mechanical civilization? First of all, it would be difficult to find our mechanical civilization. The isolation array on the periphery of our mechanical civilization makes it impossible for exotic creatures to enter. Didn't you see it? That's a strike across civilizations that can hit mechanical civilizations as well. He didn't go to the necromantic civilization, he hit it from the Blue Star civilization. Crap! The entire universe, once again, felt the unbelievability that the Heavenly Emperor brought. How difficult is it to cross the strike of civilization? Didn't you see that you got 6,000 cosmic reputation values? It's because it's so hard that the reward is high. God Vector shakes his head at this moment. Hard to believe, he used my tracking wrist? That was originally mine. That 300 level player really dares to find the Heavenly Emperor trouble. But fortunately, the Heavenly Emperor didn't look for trouble with the demon civilization anymore. There were countless beings of the demon civilization who shared its thoughts. For example, the Bull Demon Emperor Lord. But the necromantic civilization, it was miserable. In the necromantic civilization, countless powerhouses roared in rage, and terrifying auras surged through many of the high-level main cities, as the Heavenly Emperor's sword made the necromantic civilization a joke in the entire universe. Moreover, the dead spirit passageway should be abolished. The necromantic civilization wants to invade and become delusional. Damn it, if the necromantic channel hadn't opened up big enough, they would have already hit the blue planet. They must clean up this Heavenly Emperor. If he dares to come over, it will be fine. Be careful, the Heavenly Emperor is very strong. He has the ability to block the curse. Morrison spoke shakily in the resurrection space, opening the world channel of the necromantic civilization. So that's how it is, all of Morrison's means are curses, restrained by the Celestial Emperor. But our necromantic civilization is more than just powerful curses. The necromantic spirit civilization certainly had other attacking abilities in addition to curses, and this time when they sent out Mosen, it was not coincidental that he was restrained by the Heavenly Emperor. Mosen, don't be discouraged. Our necromantic civilization has other powerful abilities, such as resurrection. They comforted Morrison. The resurrection ability of the necromantic civilization was to consume necromantic monsters, to resurrect them, which allowed players to quickly replenish the levels they had dropped after death. NPCs could also be resurrected, an ability that NPCs from other civilizations did not possess. Holy, there's no more dead air monsters. Forget it, just drop a level. Emosen shook his head in pain and prepared to walk out of the resurrection space. Ding! You have been affected by player, Heavenly Emperor's forbidden spell Eclipse Life, and cannot be revived for 3 hours. This prompt froze it. Immediately afterward, the scalp tingled. Consume, dead air monster, to revive, must be used within 10 seconds of death or it is invalid. Now, it doesn't work. That is, Tinker Necro players. No, the real restraint is the necrotic NPCs. Players can still be resurrected normally after death, but the NPCs simply do not have a normal resurrection channel and can't use the deadly breath monster, so they're completely dead. It hurried, sending the message to the world channel. Instantly, all the players received the message and informed the NPCs as well. The whole group trembled. The powerful capital of the necromantic civilization is curse plus resurrection. Now, it has met its nemesis. Fortunately, the necrotic passageway only allows dead spirits to pass through, and the Celestial Emperor can't come over. The dead spirit creatures that were previously expecting the Heavenly Emperor to come over to die now didn't dare to let him come over. After all, that was real death. But surely it can't be passed. The easiest way to come over was to go through the Cosmic Prestige Store and purchase a random chance to teleport to a high-level civilization, but that would consume 100 million Cosmic Prestige values. Heavenly Emperor had only gained a few thousand, I think, not even close. Ding! 10,000 times the storm, gains 60 million Cosmic Reputation value. Yu nodded in satisfaction. Together with the previous one, there was already 100 million. Randomly entering an advanced civilization, he was eager to see it. But random, too inaccurate. Ding! Congratulations, you have first killed the level 300 Starburst boss, Evil Necromancer Morrison, earning 3,260,000,000 experience value, 1 legendary degree, and 3 million service-wide reputation value, and the 10000X strike earning 3,260,000,000 experience value, 10,000 legendary degree, and 30 million service-wide reputation value. Game, Orange Pain Drawing, Skill Book 1, 10000X Strike 4, 1 million or Forbidden Spell Sin Drawing, Skill Book 1. It actually exploded a skill book. This is better than equipment, because the equipment that pops out from killing level 300 may also restrict level 300 to be used, and the ones that have no restrictions like the tracking wrist are extremely rare. Ding! You have completed the extraordinary event Necrotic Invasion, with 100% contribution. Evaluation, super perfect. Gained the highest reward, Skill Reproduction Scroll Starburst, 1. 10,000 times strike, receive, Skill Reproduction Scroll Starburst, 10,000 or, Ability Reproduction Scroll Epic, 2. Chapter 74 Forbidden Spell Stealing the Day. You immediately checked the harvest. Orange Pain Drawing. Effect, Curse Skill, consumes 230 blue points, adds 1% mana attack per second to damage dealt to enemies for 10 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes. Remarks, Skill level +1, Scale +1%, max level 25. Not bad. Adding 25% per second spell attack at full level triggers it as long as the enemy was previously damaged. As for you not being able to attack? When he put together the Holy Technique Body of Calamity, he could have a spell attack. Forbidden Spell Sinful Draw. Effect, Curse Skill, consumes 600 blue points, adds 1% mana damage per second after dealing damage to the enemy, lasts for 10 seconds, cooldown 1 minute. Remarks, Skill level +1, Scale +1%, maximum level 60. Doesn't it look like the effect is similar? Big difference. One is an attack that is blocked by enemy defenses. One is a damage, regardless of how much defense you have, equivalent to 100% true damage. And the cooldown got shorter and the max level got higher. You certainly knew which one to choose. Ding, you chose Forbidden Spell Sinful Drawing, and Torn learned it. You and the doppelganger have the skill Forbidden Spell Sinful Drawing. Both of them know it, one becomes 2, another forbidden spell for nothing. It's already full leveled. Adds 60% mana damage per second. In addition to the skill book, there is also a scroll. Skill Recurrence Scroll, Star Flare Grade Treasure. Effect, without any consumption, you can reappear the effect of the skill you used once. The same skill cannot be reappeared twice within 10 minutes. Hiss. That's too much bull. For example, if you played a forbidden spell, this forbidden spell fell into a cooldown and might not be able to be utilized for a long time, but the skill repeat scroll could allow the skill effect to be issued once more. It can be reproduced 10,000 times. If it is not a skill, it can only be reproduced once in a short period of time. You would have chosen this one. Ability Recurrence Scroll, Epic Treasure. Effect, without any consumption, you can reappear the effect of your used ability once. The same ability cannot be reappeared twice within 10 minutes, excluding the ability of the Ability Reappearance Scroll. This is awesome. Yu's eyes were wide open. Abilities, including everything. Talents, skills, prop effects, etc., all count. For example, abilities snatched from the Supreme God. Once in all civilizations foreknowledge opportunity. Killing Heart 2 hours. You could use it again right now. Equivalent to 2 more Nightmare level legend copies of 10,000 times the rewards. Legend copies are hard to find, a place of Nightmare level was passed, can never enter again. This is a once used, nearly out of print ability, but can be reproduced again. Ding, you have selected Ability Recurrence Scroll 2. Exactly twice, both abilities could be reproduced once. It was also the first time he knew that a Starburst level would blitz into 2 epic levels. Not to mention, he kinda liked it. We'll see how it works out later. For example, Killing Heart 2 hours, he can get stuck in a bug and get a lot of kill value in advance, then convert it into attacks, so you don't need to be nervous because of 2 hours. Ding dong! World announcement, congratulations to player, Heavenly Emperor, first kill level 300 Starburst boss Evil Necromancer, gained 1 point of lore degree. World announcement, congratulations to player, Heavenly Emperor, completing the special event Necrotic Invasion, contribution 100%, obtaining. Really enviable, let's congratulate him. At this time, 2 different world announcements were played in a loop. Level 300 Starburst boss. He can even kill this? And you say you didn't turn it on? Baka, how is this going to surpass him? The global players, once again, set off a tsunami in their hearts. Wait, you guys, look at the rank list. Heavenly Emperor's rank, 880. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the Destroyer second turn quest, and can raise Destroyer to level 60. With 10,000 times the storm, you can raise the Destroyer to level 80. The Breaker was much stronger than the Destroyer in the end, so the level up wasn't too high. But it was already shocking enough. Ding, your level plus 20, you have gained 100 free attribute points, please distribute them. Your doppelganger level plus 20, gain 100. Your Earth Sub-Dragon level plus 20, Giant Power Bear level plus 20. All, level 80. Gained another horrible boost. The Divine Lord, Amaterasu, and other S-rank talented players couldn't help but look up to the sky and weep. Our highest is only level 26, and he's actually already level 80, how did he do it? Level 26, it was already bullish. Players have only been in the game for a few days, huh? Are they upgrading fast, or is it because they have guild players to help them? But in front of the might of the Heavenly Emperor, it was weak as a grain of dust. Heavenly Emperor, how are you doing? Behind you, there was an anxious shout. Hunter swiftly rushed over, and the panel changed from level 60 to level 200. He sensed that a strong person had arrived and was afraid that he was level 300. A genius like the Heavenly Emperor must be protected even if he has to give up this old life. Huh, where's the enemy? But what shocked him was that he only saw Yi Yu's figure and a group of dead air monsters. Why did you upgrade again? What made him puzzled even more, the Heavenly Emperor upgraded again and again and again, 20 flashes of white light in a row. A few days ago he was still a newbie in the novice village, but now he was level 80. Where did he get so much experience value from? What he didn't know was that Yi Yu still had a lot of experience value. Ding, the level has reached the upper limit, please complete the third turn of the profession as soon as possible. If it wasn't for the fact that the cap had been reached, it would still be possible to continue leveling up. Enemies? Long dead. Yi Yu shook his head and looked at the hunter. Old thing, I knew you were hiding your strength, a level 200 starburst boss, not bad, not bad. He was curious as to how the hunter was disguising his strength, the scrying technique couldn't even see it. If he wasn't smart, he wouldn't have been able to find out. Dead? The hunter's face was filled with shock, subconsciously feeling that the Heavenly Emperor was blowing off steam, but the enemy was indeed gone, so there was only one explanation for it being dead. Holy! Judging from the enemy's aura, one's current attributes wouldn't necessarily be able to beat it. The Heavenly Emperor, who was still level 60 before, had taken it in seconds. His old face reddened and he laughed. So you knew it all along, everything was under your control. I was afraid that you would attract too strong a monster and ruin the plan. It's me who underestimated you, I apologize. Here's my apology gift. He handed over a book of skills. Ding! You have obtained the Orange Bluff Skill Book 1. For a 10,000-fold bluff, you get Orange 10,000 or Forbidden Spell Stealing the Sky Skill Book 1. This, giving away treasure, old boy? That's too much. Yi Yu nonchalantly took it. Chapter 75 News of another legendary copy. Orange Bluff. Effect, can adjust the panel attribute at will, but does not really have this attribute. Description, Knight's Hall's treasured skill book. It's kinda sick. Regulating a 999 level of false attributes is useful when scaring people. High-level players may not enter low-level main cities. I relied on this to enter the novice village, Tianqing City. The hunter said without any complacency. This was the Night Temple's collection, and there were plenty of people who wanted it. If it wasn't for the fact that the Heavenly Emperor was very strong, he wouldn't be willing to give it away. Once upon a time, he only thought of Heavenly Emperor as a genius and rose to cultivate him a bit. Now, he feels that with his level 200 attributes, he can't beat the Heavenly Emperor anymore, and is a character that really needs to be befriended. Not bad indeed. Yi Yu nodded his head. He had killed indiscriminately in the demon civilization before. Many players in the higher main city could not get through. They would be very different if they had this skill. This skill, there were many in the universe civilizations that wanted it. It seems like the Night Temple is really something. He, however, didn't like it. When had he ever needed to bluff? Ding, you have selected the Forbidden Spell Stealing the Sky skill book, and you and your doppelganger have learned Forbidden Spell Stealing the Sky. Seeing the effect after storming, he immediately took advantage of the hunter's inattention, storming and tearing to learn it. Stealing the Sky, Forbidden Spell LV60. Effect, consume 600 points of blue to change your panel attributes to those you have seen. True, talents, skills, etc. are excluded. Lasts 1 minute, can be changed back at any time, cooldown 12 hours. Note, when you are a warrior and change to a legal profession panel, the legal attack will become a physical attack of the same value. This isn't a bluff anymore. Rather, it's a real change. The Mosin Yi Yu met before had high attributes, right? Relying on Battle Endless to second it, Yi Yu's actual attributes, none of them are higher than it. After all, the difference is too many levels. But now, it could be turned into Mosin's attributes. The highest I can see the attributes of a unit that is not higher than my level 500. In the future, if I come across a level 580 attribute, I can change it as well, and the upper limit of what I can change will increase when I increase my level. One day, Yi Yu really encountered an enemy he couldn't defeat. It doesn't matter. In one fell swoop, become the same attribute as the enemy. Comfortable. Yi Yu nodded in satisfaction. Looking at the hunter's complacent appearance, showing off that he had given himself a good skill, he didn't say that the skill was better after the storm, and was too lazy to hit the hunter. Thanks a lot. He thanked sincerely. Why, you're welcome, crap. Night Temple. Hunter suddenly exclaimed. Heavenly Emperor, I have urgent business and look forward to seeing you again. The white horse under his seat neighs, and the soil around him breaks apart as he quickly disappears into the distance. Yi Yu shook his head. Daring to single-handedly block the necrotic passageway, and the necrotic passageway was built down hundreds of years, right in the Phaeton imperial capital. Hundreds of years ago, there must have been many powerful necrotic creatures left behind here, but I didn't see them. I'm afraid that batch of necrotic spirits were killed by him, and even the necrotic civilization didn't notice it. This old Inbi, I'm afraid he's still hiding his strength. He was shown to be level 200 now. But who knows, was the panel weakened with bluff? Well, looking forward to seeing each other again. After all, it's a treasure-giving old coot. As for liking to hide their strength, maybe people have reasons why they have to hide it. Although Yi Yu doesn't like to hide it, he won't care about others. 0. Yi Yu looked at the 0 eggs on his body. It was the dead air monsters that were attacking. Because they couldn't break the defense, he hadn't cared. Apart from their special abilities, the dead air monsters are really not worth mentioning. Boom! Kill quickly and gain, Breath of Calamity. The henchmen had also been killing outside. This kill lasted for 3 hours, and Yi Yu even went offline for a meal in the middle of it. The dead air monsters finally cleared out. But what gave him a headache was 992-7726 Calamity Breaths, just a little bit short of obtaining the holy technique. Damn it, getting stuck here. Yi Yu was not one to give up halfway, and after thinking about it, the only way to go was to go to the necromantic civilization. But the dead spirit passage could only allow dead spirits to enter. He couldn't get in at all, and the passage was rapidly shrinking as the dead spirit monsters were cleared out. Purchase, random entry into an advanced civilization once, then use it on, opportunity to foresee in the civilization you're in, to foresee the time when you can enter the necrotic civilization, and that'll do it. Yi Yu was a little heartbroken, but he thought about it. The necromantic civilization is in the end a high-level civilization. There should be a lot of good things. What he had paid for, he could get back from there. Before that, I'll pick up the Occupation 3 quest. His thoughts were clear as he prepared to step out of the necrotic passage. Only then did he notice that there was no longer a death spirit passage Dao, and he returned directly to the Phaeton Moon imperial capital, which was originally shrouded in an eerie black aura, as if it had been plunged into an eternal curse. But now, a clear sky. Ding! Congratulations, curse removal in progress. Phaeton imperial capital facilities back to normal in progress 1%, 10%. He waited expectantly. Ding, you received a friend message. With the sudden prompt, Yi Yu happened to be idle, so he opened it and took a look. Dragon Troop Zhengyang, Big Brother Heavenly Emperor, you're not busy right now, can you please help with a quest? Completing this quest will open the city building order pop quest, and we can give you a legendary copy message. Also with this quest, there are good rewards. A copy of the legend? Yi Yu came to be interested. Not too busy, come and get a seat. The profession third turn quest could be done anytime, and anyway, his experience value was there, so he could upgrade anytime he wanted to. But the legendary copies, you can't ask for them. Unexpected surprises break the plan. Soon after, the location was sent. Too good Big Brother Tian-D is willing to help. Masao closed the friend channel and spoke excitedly to his companions. The Heavenly Emperor is here, so there's bound to be no problem. Finally a chance to see the big guy. Dragon Core, many people were in a cave, and as a rule, it was impossible to share such an important mission with others. But there was no way around it. The difficulty of this quest was beyond what a level 1 main city should be. They have 3 S-ranked talented players, 2,000 A-ranked talented players, and even more piles of B and C-ranked ones, plus many top players that were previously killed by the Heavenly Emperor. They are, right now, the top group of players in the world. But, still, they couldn't do this quest. We can only rely on the Heavenly Emperor. Dragon laughs, muttered and opened his mouth. As an S-rank gifted player, but having to ask for help from others, he was a bit unwilling. It wasn't malice, it was just pride in his heart. Moreover, he wanted to see with his own eyes the strength of the Heavenly Emperor in killing a level 300 Starburst boss. The most crucial. The Celestial Emperor already has a main city and won't steal this quest from us, and for the other rewards, we can give them all to him. Ding dong! World announcement, congratulations to Dragon Kingdom player, Heavenly Emperor, who owns a city unit, Phaeton Imperial Capital, and has become the Lord of the Imperial Capital, rewarding the entire service with a prestige value of 10,000 points. Suddenly, an announcement that resounded throughout the Blue Star. Ha! Heavenly Emperor, isn't he the lord of a level 1 main city? How did you get the Imperial Capital? Players now know through NPCs that the main city is divided into levels 1-9, and above level 9 is the Imperial Capital, the capital of an empire. And now, other players haven't touched a level 2 main city, not even one with a level 1 main city. The Celestial Emperor, all of them have Imperial capitals. Chapter 76-3 Ranked List Players. Ding, 10,000 times strike, gain 100 million service-wide reputation value. You opened the all-service reputation store. 1 level 60 diamond soldier, 100,000 service-wide reputation value. Skill effect disappearing scroll, 1 million service reputation value. Skill fusion scroll, 10 million prestige value. There's a lot of good stuff. For example, skill vanishing scroll, which can make the effect of a skill not higher than a forbidden spell vanish, and it would be interesting to vanish the effect of an enemy's skill when fighting against them. Skill fusion scroll, confuse 2 skills, but Yu has the breaker now, so he doesn't need it. He didn't even buy it for the time being. The day you really need it, you can buy it anytime, no repercussions. The main reason was that he had his eye on something. Locked blood buff 1 hour, 10 billion service-wide reputation value. It can lock the blood for 1 hour, no matter how much damage the enemy deals to Yu, the blood will not drop a single bit, and it will definitely be more powerful after the storm. Save up again for this. As for the others, Yu could get them on his own, there was no need to spend the prestige value. For example, there was no need to buy high-level soldiers. Brush. In the Phaeton Imperial capital, a big seal flew out, engraved with the word Phaeton, which was the Phaeton Imperial Master Seal. Yu was its sole owner, and by doing so, he could mobilize all the power within the Phaeton Imperial capital. It can mobilize all the power within the Imperial capital of the moon. It can also put soldiers into the seal of the Imperial Lord and bring them out to fight at any time. The Phaeton Imperial capital, however, is not much of a force right now. There are only a few facilities. Ding! You have opened the Bloodthirsty Array, with a defense power of 100 million, absorbing 10,000 Shi blood will allow you to open it, and enemies entering the array will be attacked with 10,000 damage per second, with a range of 100,000 square meters. The formation requires energy to maintain, current energy, 0. Currently no energy, can't attack. But there are 100 million defenses in place that are owned by itself and don't require energy to maintain. Even if Yu encountered an enemy that he really couldn't defeat, he would still have security when he returned within the Phaeton Empire. There were also barracks, mage buildings, assassin halls, priests' associations, and archery towers, which were training and enchantment facilities. Soldiers enter the corresponding facilities according to their profession and add 50% of their full attributes when fighting. It comes in handy when defending the city. On weekdays, it's also useful. System tip: consuming 1 gold coin, you can have a warrior NPC in the barracks, leveled up by 1, and an archer soldier in the archery tower, leveled up by 1. The exact time depends on the soldier's grade and original level. Soldier grade may not be exceeded by you. This is an ability that only the Imperial capital has. The consumption is not big. Yu has plenty of gold coins. Even more than enough to spend. The gold coins are left on me, and I have no use for the time being. Forget it, let's just upgrade the soldiers. Yu waved his hand and said, all of them, enter the facilities they belong to. Obey Imperial Lord's order. All the soldiers entered the workout, and it was estimated that when they came out, they were all big 10s of levels. At that time, they would be able to help Yu. There were so many cosmic civilizations, Yu couldn't fight them one by one, and some of the ones he had already fought and couldn't really afford to be interested in, he could let his soldiers go and get the good stuff for him. Glow Moon Teleportation Array. Description: a super teleportation array in the Imperial capital that can teleport to locations that have been recorded in the Phaeton Imperial capital. Remaining teleportation count, 27863. Remarks: empowering energy increases the number of times. The Phaeton Empire had finally fallen, and the energy was all gone, but close to 30,000 teleports was enough, and in the end, it was an empire level, so there were plenty of places to teleport to. Yu looked and saw that most of the cities in the Dragon Kingdom could be directly teleported there. The teleportation array in Tianqing City did not have this ability. The people from Dragon Core are in Cloudsea City. Ding! You are level 80, exceeding the upper limit of a level 1 main city, and may not be teleported to Cloudsea City in accordance with the war contract of the Supreme God. Activate Void. All formations that can pass through. In the end, it was just a contract of the Supreme God, not the true power of the Supreme God. Yu ignored the contract and stepped into the Cloudsea City. Buzzing. Cloudsea City's teleportation array trembled dramatically, and there were already Dragon Core players waiting nearby. It's coming, the Heavenly Emperor is coming. The number 1 player in the Dragon Kingdom. No, the number 1 player in Blue Star. People were excited, and as the figure in the limelight stepped out of the teleportation array, the emotions reached a climax, and a bunch of players excitedly watched as the Heavenly Emperor appeared, as if they were seeing their idol. Big brother Heavenly Emperor, I can finally see you. It's better to be known than to be seen. As the players chanted, Yu also looked at them. Dragon Troop Zhengyang, Dragon Troop Huffing, Dragon Troop Dragon Smile, Rabbit Rabbit Rabbit, and so on. Level 26? He mainly looked at Dragon Smile, already level 26. There was also Long Jun and Long Yen, which were level 25. There are no more level 24s, but the others are above level 20. Open the world level list. N01, Heavenly Emperor, level 80, Dragon Kingdom. N02, XXX, level 26, XX. N03, XXX, level 25, XX. He was far ahead. Second place was level 26, and the next 8 were all level 25 or 24, such as the 8th place, Divine Lord, who was level 24. The Dragon Corps, after all, had 3 people on the list. The entire Dragon Kingdom, counting EU, was 4 people. However, the people of the Dragon Corps all hid their nicknames in kingdoms. Not bad. EU nodded. He had already guessed that the Dragon Corps was the people of the Dragon Kingdom's military. The reason why they hid their nicknames in kingdoms, I'm afraid that they didn't want to be high profile. After all, the Vault of Heaven was involved in too many things. The 3 people from the Dragon Kingdom's military are on the list, and they are prone to hostility from all over the world. It didn't matter if Yi was alone, he wasn't afraid of hostility. But the Dragon State, all thoughts must be comprehensive, behind the military, is the hundreds of millions of people they protect. Also have to thank you, killed the world's top players, we have so many people in the list, actually nothing great. Dragon laughs, stretched out his hand and said with a straight face, Major General of the Northern Military Department of the Dragon Kingdom, Guingyun. Colonel of the Northern Military Department of the Dragon Kingdom, Lu Feng. Long Jun, also walked over. Lieutenant Colonel of the Northern Military Department of the Dragon Kingdom, Yang Yun. Long Yen touched his head and said somewhat naively, I was promoted to Lieutenant Colonel only after I obtained an S-class talent. Dragon Kingdom Northern Military Department. The others, one by one, began to introduce themselves. Good lord, it was actually a group of reality bigwigs. Yi thought that the Dragon Corps was very powerful, but I did not expect it to be so sick. The Northern Military Department, on behalf of the Dragon Empire City, belongs to. I'm afraid that the Dragon Corps, Northern Military Department players, but also more than these, the Southern Military Department, the Eastern Military Department, should have people into the Dragon Corps, the presence of just a small number of elites. Then the Dragon Country into the list, should be more than 4 people. There were also 5 hidden nicknames on the list, they should be from the Dragon Corps as well. After all, 10,000 ecopods had a chance of obtaining an S-rank talent, and with the Dragon Kingdom's power in the real world, they should have obtained quite a few ecopods. There is only one, Divine Lord, that is from the country of rice. As for Amaterasu, and the others, they have all been pitted and dropped by Yiyu, they haven't climbed up yet. Those who had been pitted should have a chance to catch up later. But now that the Dragon Kingdom has 9 people on the list, as a Dragon Kingdom person, Yiyu is also a bit proud. As for Long Xiao, Long Jun, and Long Yen, they should all have S-class talent. We trust you, so we're honest with you. Long Xiao murmured and spoke, what's more, I think that with your intelligence, you should have guessed what we are a long time ago. The Heavenly Emperor, but he was the one who had pitted players all over the world. He has a clear mind. Good. Yiyu nodded, I, Heavenly Emperor, an ordinary person. The crowd of the Dragon Corps. Large Versailles. Just you, and you're still ordinary? Yiyu didn't say much. Without the vault, he was indeed an ordinary person. He faintly said, tell us about the mission. Chapter 77, the world's second humble. The quests are serialized, and now there's only the last one missing. It's to kill the monsters. The monsters were in the wilds of Cloudsea City, a copy. There was a limit of 10,000 people entering, so the Dragon Corps drew 10,000 people and entered Cloudsea City. It was thought that it could be resolved quite simply. After all, Long Xiao, second on the rank list, Long Jun and Long Yen, 5th and 7th. As for 4th and 6th, those were also from the Dragon Corps, but they were from the Southern Military Department and the Western Military Department, who had another task to do. Moreover, if the 3 Dragon Smiles couldn't solve it, a few more of the same level wouldn't help. This force, it's already very strong. Who would have thought that it still didn't get through? The boss there can release many small monsters, there are just too many monsters. They looked at Yiyu expectantly. There shouldn't be a problem with inviting the number 1 player of Blue Star over, right? But because they had failed once, they were cautious. Make an analysis according to the failure experience. The most critical problem is that we lack the amount of blue. If we don't kill the boss, it will keep releasing small monsters, but the boss is difficult to be killed in seconds, so we have to prepare more blue pills. The blue pills they had on them were not enough. Immediately, they were going to buy them. No need. Yiyu shook his head and stepped straight out. Tell me the location, I'm in a hurry. He was still in a hurry to go and receive his occupation mission. Big brother, no. The bosses there are strong, we've been there before. It's still important to be more prepared. The Dragon Corps people stopped. After all, 3 ranked list players had failed, how could they not do something to prepare? Trust me? Yiyu did not turn around, only one sentence resounded. Believe. The people from the Dragon Corps looked at me and I looked at you, and still nodded their heads firmly. Let's go. Long Xiao led the people forward. It's just the right time to see the Heavenly Emperor's strength with our own eyes, and even if he didn't get by, it's still okay to do it again. In the end, he was the Heavenly Emperor and was definitely confident. Just like him before, he went in confidently, not realizing that he didn't pass. He knew that there was no way to persuade. As for being able to get through it all at once, that would be better, of course, but it was just too unbelievable to think about it in any way. Runner, are you going? The dragon smiled and looked towards Bunny Rabbit. The replica is limited to 10,000 people entering, so I won't go and leave the spot for the Heavenly Emperor. Rabbit shook his head, never wanting to witness the might of the Heavenly Emperor again. That kind of power was shocking and fascinating. But also let a person cannot help but give birth to the heart of inferiority. She did not want to feel this kind of humility again. Brother, you will understand when you look at it, the Heavenly Emperor has definitely passed, and even, you will also give birth to a feeling of humility. The dragon laughed. Good lord, one has already admitted the might of the Heavenly Emperor, one is indeed incomparable. But, can you not hit your brother so hard? Your brother, too, is number 2 in the world. He looked at Zheng Yang, and, huffing, the ones who had seen Heavenly Emperor's hand, also had expressions of adoration on their faces, and it was them who had first opened their mouths just now to say that they believed that Heavenly Emperor would be able to pass. He wasn't jealous, he just felt that the gap with the Heavenly Emperor, it couldn't be that big, right? Okay, go and take a look. Big brother Heavenly Emperor, you can have all the rewards this time, we just need to rub a pass. On the way, players climbed into conversation with Yiyu. Shady Cave. This time, a copy of the quest, which arrived half an hour later, had difficulty options such as easy and hard. Nightmare on it. Our mission is to pass the nightmare difficulty. Long Xiaoxiao muttered and spoke. It was precisely because it was too hard that we didn't pass, and leaving the copy of our own accord cleared all contributions. This time, we're going to be in charge of clearing the small monsters, and you'll be in charge of the boss. In that case, there should be no problem. Who knows? Yiyu shook his head. Actually, I feel that I can go over there alone, but if you guys want to come over and take a look, there's no problem. Saying that, he had already stepped into the copy. I can go over there alone. There is only so much that echoes in the minds of the people. I'll go. This man, why is he so reckless? Quickly go help him. Long Xiaoxiao was in a big hurry, the monsters in the copy were very strong, and the Heavenly Emperor was ultimately too impulsive on his own. Ding! You have entered the Nightmare Shadowy Cave. After you pass the copy, the rewards will be calculated based on the level of participation. In front of him was a dark cave, filled with the smell of decay, a thick fishy odor came from it, and a group of monsters had already swarmed over. Rotting Earthworm, Silver. Grade, 25. Legal Attack, 1838. Defense, 1482. Blood, 1592. Skills, Corrosive Earth, Delayed Slime. Description, must be killed quickly or their hardiness will be felt. That's it? Yiyu smiled disdainfully. The rotting earthworms spit out a lot of slime and fishy soil. Yiyu felt a hint of nausea, and didn't even bother to engage them, directly waving his hand. Dark Knight, come out and play. Roar! The skeleton general roared out, raising his hand to release 100,000 skeleton soldiers. Brush, brush, brush. The skeleton soldiers were all holding bone knives, which could be thrown out to deal 100% physical attacks and then return to their hands. The attacks weren't powerful, but their attributes were high enough. 1583. 1590. The air was alive with the color of blood, and the bone knives returned to the hands of the skeleton soldiers. Meanwhile, the carrion earthworms had been completely annihilated. Ding! You have killed 12,249 rotting earthworms and gained 455 silver artifacts, 23 silver coins, and a 10,000-fold blast for 4,550,000 silver artifacts or 455 platinum artifacts, 230,000 silver coins or 2,300 gold coins. Come help Big Brother Heavenly Emperor. And at that moment, the Dragon Corps people stepped into the copy. Already ready for battle, warriors raised their swords, mages' staffs had already begun to release the light of their skills, and priests were ready to restore blood. But the scene in front of them stunned them. It took less than a second, and they're all dead? The corrosive earthworm, they had killed it before and managed to win, but the skill, corrosive earth, would cause 1% chi damage per second and, delayed slime, would cause control. That's why they were careful, utilizing priests to restore blood and meat shields to block the front. The 3S rank gifted players combined their efforts, and tens of thousands of players worked together, and it took half an hour to pass. And Heavenly Emperor didn't use 1 second? No. He didn't strike. It's those skeletons. These skeletons, they couldn't see attributes at all, and the basic scrying technique could only see the panels of units no higher than 20 levels above themselves. I can't see through it either. Long Xiaoxiao's hands were shivering. That meant a minimum of level 46. 100,000 skeleton monsters, all with that level. I can't even compare to one of Heavenly Emperor's minions. He, however, was the second player in the world. And this was just the skeleton soldiers. He could see that the skeleton soldiers had a commander, bound to be even more powerful, yet it was just one of the Heavenly Emperor's men. He suddenly understood. What did Rabbit Bunny mean when he said that he would feel humble in front of the Heavenly Emperor? But that boss's level is also imperceptible to us, and it can also unleash many small monsters. I don't know who spoke up. Chapter 78 Shadowy Spider King, a slap in the face. Yu collected the equipment that had exploded and continued on. Next, people saw a visual feast. A level 30 gold monster. Level 35 platinum monster. All of them were killed in seconds by the skeleton soldiers and didn't even get a chance to see Yu make a move. Yu burst out a lot of equipment, but he looked at it and there was nothing suitable for him. Before in the necrotic passage also burst out a whole bunch of equipment, but they were all mage and archer equipment. We came here, we originally wanted to see the Heavenly Emperor make a move. Long Xiao and the others laughed bitterly inwardly. Who would have thought it would be this kind of situation? The monsters that had given them trouble before were all killed in seconds by the Heavenly Emperor's men. However, the next one, not so much. The level 30 gold monsters and level 35 platinum monsters, they managed to brush past them as well by relying on the 3S ranked gifted, but when they encountered the later bosses, they were all killed in seconds. That boss still scares them. Big Brother T&D, be careful. As they warned, disorganized sounds of marching were already resounding around them. The replica cave was huge, spider webs were all over the place, and a spider crawled out, guarding a huge spider king in the center, and the moment they saw Yu, they all quickly rushed over. Shady Spider, Platinum. Grade, 90. Attack, 7,387. Defense, 4,826. Blood value, 5836. Skills, Chain Spiderweb, Speed. Description, loves to entangle enemies and devour them little by little. No wonder players are killed in seconds, they are level 90 platinum monsters, a flat A is enough to kill players. And there were a lot of them. Rustling. The spiders spit out cobwebs everywhere, making it difficult to dodge. Be careful. Long Xiao and the others were anxious, before they were precisely controlled by this move and then devoured by the spiders little by little. Yu, however, just smiled faintly. Ding! Against the enemy plus 18,736, physical attack plus 18,736%. Enemies were many, and Spiderweb couldn't even dodge them, but his attack at the moment was enough to kill any enemy in seconds. Block the Spiderweb for the Heavenly Emperor. The Dragon Corps' men were going to step forward to block the skill, even if this would cost them their lives. They believed in the Heavenly Emperor's ability. But with so many control skills, it would be difficult for Heavenly Emperor to dodge alone, right? No need, you guys can just watch. Who knows, the Heavenly Emperor's faint voice rang out and his figure abruptly disappeared. Thunder light for an instant. When he reappeared, Yu had already crossed over countless small monsters and arrived in front of the boss. This is to go head to head with the boss? Is this person so confident? If the little monsters are this strong, wouldn't the boss be even stronger? Dark Spider King, Diamond Boss. Level, 90. Legal attack, 10836. Defense, 9276. Blood value, 9237. Skills, Shadowy Spell Wave, Spawn, Slime Spider Web. Description, a monster that can spawn, if you don't kill it first, you'll be in for a rude awakening. They did not guess wrong, the boss is very scary. A level 90 diamond boss, completely exceeding the upper limit of a level 1 main city, and the quests they received were simply not something players could accomplish. Moreover, this boss was able to spawn, and it had spawned all of the previous mini-monsters, and it was still continuing to produce, and it was simply impossible for players to try to crush it by human tactics. Because of this copy, it is limited to 10,000 people to enter. The monsters, on the other hand, were more than 10,000 in number. The only way someone could run through it was if they could run through it. Finally, we'll get to see him make a move. People were also looking forward to it, and they had sought the help of the Heavenly Emperor because they thought that if anyone had the strength, it would only be the Heavenly Emperor. Being able to see the Heavenly Emperor strike with their own eyes would be worth dying for. Hiss ah! However, a fishy wind raged, and the Spider King spat out wild winds from his mouth. A wave of shadowy law. Sustains 10% damage per second for 20 seconds after dealing damage. This strike was enough to kill all the players of the Dragon Corps in seconds, and their faces went white. However, what made them marvel was that the wind blew on Heavenly Emperor's body, and a string of 0 appeared. Hiss! Didn't break defense? Heavenly Emperor's defense, just how high was it? Winning! Their scalps tingled. The Heavenly Emperor had refreshed their perceptions time and time again, determining that the Heavenly Emperor had definitely won. They were excited inside, staring at the Heavenly Emperor's back for an instant. The only unknown now was trying to see how the Heavenly Emperor would strike. What kind of magnificent skill would it be? Just this? Only the Heavenly Emperor faintly shook his head and steeply flung out his right hand. Snap! A slap that sent the Shady Spider King flying. 9,237. Terrifying blood-colored damage appeared, and the Shady Spider King's body shattered, and at the same time, the worldview of the Dragon Corps players shattered as well. A slap? We can't see the attributes of this boss, but defense plus blood, it's at least around 20,000. He slapped it, in seconds? No flashy skills, a simple horizontal push. But it was the most violent combat art, as it represented a hanging hammer in terms of attack power. Slap, isn't it a flat A? I. Tens of thousands of players opened their mouths wide. For a moment they didn't know what to say, their hearts turned over, especially the Dragon Laughing and Dragon June 3, they were the players on the rank list. They knew that the Heavenly Emperor was strong, but they didn't expect it to be so perverted. It can kill their bosses in seconds. Killed in seconds by a flat A from T&D. This is still a person. Boom! A terrifying sea of fire descended, the purgatory demon emerged, thousands of magic vines danced about, a water dragon swam at will, they killed the small monsters, and the spider webs were directly burned by the flames. The swarm of demons danced chaotically. Countless monsters, instantly killed in seconds. Oh, boy. What is this horrible skill? The players were already numb, they looked at Heavenly Emperor in a demented manner, feeling that they and Heavenly Emperor were not even on the same level. Even those 3 S-class gifted players had already developed a sense of humility. But in just an instant, all the monsters were killed. Ding! Battle summary, gained 4,120,000 experience value, 822 pieces of platinum artifacts, lucky gemstone diamond, 689 silver coins. 10,000 times the storm, you can obtain 41.2 billion experience value, 8,220,000 pieces of platinum artifacts or 822 pieces of legendary artifacts, diamond treasure chest, 10,000 or epic treasure chest, 6,890,000 silver coins or 68,900 gold coins. Yi Yu's harvest was full. Together with the previous ones, he had accumulated many good equipment. There could be a whole bunch of legendary artifacts. However, when he looked at them, they were all of the mage and assassin type, and surprisingly none of them were for warriors, which was a headache. My luck lately doesn't seem to be very good. Yi Yu felt that the word seems could be removed. His face is black. Instantly check out the other thing. Lucky Gem Diamond. Effect, 1 hour of free choice per day, your luck value plus 10 during this time. Description, put it in your backpack and use it. Chapter 79, Legendary Copy Forging. Ha! Yi Yu was first stunned, then a happy, just said he was unlucky, this is the turn of the tide? Lucky value, the relationship between the explosion rate, the possibility of bursting out good things. For example, if Yi Yu is a warrior, if he has a high luck value, the more likely and more items related to warriors will pop up. And in the Vault of Heaven, players start with a lucky value of 0. This is the reason for the low burst rate in the vault. Being able to add 10 points adds 10% to the burst rate. Don't underestimate 10%, each time more than 10%, and constantly accumulate, how much more things. It's a pity that in a day, it can only be used for 1 hour. Yi Yu frowned and looked at the effect after the storm. Lucky Gemstone Epic. Effect, your luck value is always plus 30. Description, just put it in your backpack. Holy, this is cool. Lucky for a moment, lucky all the time. Yi Yu did not hesitate, his back was to the Dragon Core at the moment, so he did not worry about the players seeing the secret of the Blitz, and immediately chose Quality Blitz, and then put the gem in his backpack. Ding, your lucky value plus 30. That's nice. Yi Yu already felt that this trip coming was worthwhile. Ding. Congratulations, you have first killed the level 90 diamond boss Shady Spider King, you have gained 1 point of legendary degree, 1500 whole service reputation value, a world announcement will be opened, do you hide your nickname? Old rules. Ding dong. World announcement, congratulations to player, Heavenly Emperor, first kill of level 90 diamond boss. Yi Yu gained 10,000 lore degrees and 15 million service-wide reputation values. Players all over the world were already numb. Heavenly Emperor had first killed a level 300 starburst boss before, this person seemed to be invincible from the start, killing a level 90 diamond B0 SS, others were difficult, but it was very common in his case. Just curious, how the hell did he kill it? How did he get so good at it? Only the Dragon Core know that it was a slap kill. I once thought about how powerful the Heavenly Emperor was, but never thought that a flat A could kill a boss in seconds. Dragon Smile came out of the shock, I am completely convinced. He had, before, wanted to fight the Heavenly Emperor. But now, to fight with his head? The other players also thought the same way, this person, the Heavenly Emperor, had already made it impossible to challenge him. It was the right thing to ask for his help. They also looked forward to the fact that the copy had finally passed and they could complete the quest. Everyone left the copy, and the next instant the prompt sounded. Ding, congratulations, you have passed the Nightmare Shady Cave copy. According to the participation level in the settlement rewards, your participation level is 0. No surprise, all zeros. Ben also wanted to make a small contribution to the copy, and unfortunately did not contribute, pressing for a shot. Ding. Your participation is 100%, and you have received the highest reward, Bomb Out Buff 1. 10,000 times the reward, you can get 1 million or Bombed Out Buff 1. It was the first time Yu had obtained a buff and was curious to check it out. Running out of ammunition buff. Effect, turn all your experience value into attack to hit out. 100 million experience value will cause 100 points of attack, no cooldown. Description, can be used at any time after possession. Pretty outrageous effect, and that's a loss. Breaking the bamboozle buff. Effect, turn any experience value into an attack to hit out. 100 million experience value will cause 10,000 points of attack, no cooldown. Description, can be used at any time after possession. It's not the same. It's not forced to hit them all out, it's an arbitrary selection of experience values now. Yu had a lot of experience value, more than he could spend. 100 million is 10,000 attacks, I now have 102.3 billion, which is 10.23 million attacks. Yu's eyes flickered, this was terrifying. And the buff was placed there, whether or not to consume the experience value was just your choice. But at least, one more powerful ace in the hole. Battle without end, sometimes you don't encounter many enemies, and the attacks just aren't powerful, but now there's another layer of security. Ding! You have selected the Broken Kettle buff, ready to be utilized at any time. Big Brother Heavenly Emperor, we're going to turn in our quest. We met an NPC who will be traveling to the Tier 2 main city earlier and told us about the legendary replica. A legendary replica has opened in the Tier 2 main city, Flying Sky City. It says that it has something to do with equipment, and that it might be of great use there, so we won't be buying equipment from you this time either. Another piece of good news. Flying Sky City, the very city that Yu was planning to go to. Thanks a lot. Yu thanked him and left directly. Returning to the Phaeton Empire, he went to the warehouse and took out all the equipment that he could not use. Since that copy was related to equipment, he was prepared for anything. From what he had learned from previous experience. What copy? You may gain power related to what, and this time, you may be gaining power related to equipment. Activate the teleportation array. Ding, you have arrived at Flying Sky City. Yu came to an unfamiliar city. It was a lot bigger than the Heavenly Star City, but it couldn't be compared to the Radiant Moon Imperial Capital. There were no players here yet, and none of them were qualified to enter except for him. It's actually an Imperial Lord. There were quite a few NPCs pouring in, all of them above level 50, and they all froze after seeing the prefix of his nickname, Emperor Lord of Phaeton. Immediately, someone went to inform the Lord of Flying Sky City. Soon, the city lord arrived. Imperial Lord is here, what is the purpose of your visit? The attitude was respectful. The level 90 city lord was even higher than Yu's level, but he was just a city lord, while Yu was an Emperor Lord now. Emperor Lord, honored beyond measure. Even though Yu was only an Imperial Lord with an empty Imperial capital and no powerful cities under him at the moment, unusual NPCs easily did not dare to mess with him. It had to be said that the elevation of identity brought convenience. Hello, I'm looking for someone called Bai Ming. Yu said. Soon, Bai Ming arrived. He was already level 60 after being level 50 before, and it had to be said that destroyer upgrades were just as fast, but he couldn't be proud of himself in the slightest in front of Yu. You're level 80? Strange. Bai Ming was puzzled. Good lord, how long has it been since you completed the career quest and upgraded? And how come the Sky Emperor's cap is different from an unusual destroyer for each profession quest? You're supposed to be here to receive your third career change quest, but unfortunately, the guy who can send you the quest has gone to the Legendary Replica Forge, in the middle of the Legendary Replica Forge. Upon hearing this, Yu was delighted. Didn't he himself just want to go to the legendary copy? Asking Bai Ming for a location, he set off straight away. It's all about running for a copy of the legend. The city lord, Bai Ming, looked at his back and couldn't help but murmur. There were too many people coming to the opening of this copy. There were even centaurs from high-level main cities that came over at great expense, and the entire Flying Sky City couldn't afford to offend those people. If Heavenly Emperor went there, he didn't know if it would be pleasing. Chapter 80 Equipment Stone. Yu came to the replica. In front of him was a palace with a difficulty option on the door. Legendary Copy Forging. Description 1, consuming legend degree, you can enter. Description 2, in the forging copy, monsters can devour equipment to obtain attribute enhancement. Swallowing equipment to gain enhancements? Yu's eyes lit up. The pass rewards and monster abilities were both related. He was looking forward to it. Should meet someone else. He chose Nightmare difficulty, which was impossible for players to encounter, but NPCs could also gain lore degrees, and those who could save up to 500 lore degrees were not simple characters. Ding, you have entered the first level. In the Forge copy, each entrant will encounter an equal number of monsters, and the previous monsters gained a boost, and after refreshing, they maintain their boosted strength. This means that after someone else passed through this level before and let the monsters devour the equipment to boost it, the monsters he encountered would be stronger ones. But he didn't care in the slightest. Come on! Roar! There were already monsters rushing in. Monolithic Monster, Whiteboard. Level, 60. Attack, 5387. Defense 4826. Blood value 6836. Skills: Summon Boulder, Stone Throwing Strike, Stone Armor Technique. Description: devoured some equipment and gained a boost. It was actually a level 60 monster, although it was a whiteboard level, its attributes were quite good. After all, it had devoured equipment and it was only the first level. Rumble. The boulder monsters summoned boulders and smashed them at Yu. Ding. Enemy plus 2753, physical attack plus 2753%. With 27 times the attack power, Yu stated that the enemies were all dirt. A flash of lightning. He instantly dodged the attack. The agility of the gargoyle monster was not high, and before he could form a second wave of attack for a short time, behind Yu, the purgatory demon, thousands of demonic vines surfaced, and a water dragon pranced out. The swarm of demons danced. Flames descend, magic vines entwine, and wipe out everything. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 2753 level 60 whiteplate monolithic monsters and obtained equipment stone whiteplate level 60, 173, silver coin 23. For a 10,000 fold blast, you can obtain equipment stone whiteplate level 60, 1,730,000 or equipment stone gold level 60, 519. The burst rate was good, the lucky gem was working. Moreover, Yu found that a whiteplate grade, 10,000 times the blast for 3 gold grade, he thought it was 2 before, exceeding his prediction. Equipment stone whiteplate grade 60. Description: has the value of black iron level 60 equipment, but no equipment ability. What does this mean? Yu was a bit baffled. Wait, monsters here will gain power by devouring equipment. His eyes suddenly lit up. This is most suitable for them to devour. Although there was no equipment ability. However, the value of having black iron level 60 equipment is even better than devouring whiteplate level 60 equipment with a whiteplate level 60 equipment stone. Equipment stone gold level 60. Description: has the value of platinum level 60 equipment, but no equipment ability. As expected, it was just as he thought, the value of all of them exceeded the same grade of equipment by 1 grade. Ding, you have selected equipment stone gold level 60, 519. If I pass this level, I will most likely obtain the ability to devour equipment to enhance my power. These equipment stones will be of great use to me. Yu felt that it was really right for him to bring a lot of equipment. He had too much equipment to use alone, and many of the ones that didn't meet the equipment requirements were even more unusable. Sell it? Yu is now, and is not short of money. If it could be used to improve strength, it was the best place for useless equipment. Continue. He walked towards the second level. At the same time, within the 6th floor, a group of strong people frowned. They were the ones who had entered the copy long ago. This copy was very special. When the later ones passed the level, those who came first would receive a prompt as a way for them to decide whether or not to leave some equipment for the monsters to devour, making it more difficult for the later ones. When Yu entered the first level, they found out. Entering the second layer, they immediately learned of it again. That's not a big deal, it's only twice over. But, seconds over? It's not a weak one. Every passer encountered the same monsters. The first level was 2753 level 60 whiteboard monsters. The Sea of Men tactic was useless. One more person would be 2753 more monsters. This person, killing so many monsters in seconds. Still elevated monsters. But in the end, it's only a level 60 whiteboard monster. At this speed, we can also. Seconds again? They suddenly marveled, but in just a few moments, Yu had already passed the second layer. Ding! 10,000 times the storm, you have obtained equipment stone platinum level 60, 193. The second level was 2,973 level 60 black iron monsters. Yu released the Earth Savage Dragon, which used Earth Spike and passed through in a matter of moments. The reason why he used the mount was to see if there would be more monsters with one more unit. The more monsters, the more stuff you get. Unfortunately, no. The mounts belong to his men and don't count as passers-by. That is to say, there is a limit to the amount of equipment stones one can obtain in this copy. Luckily, he had a 10,000X strike, so he could pop out more. Third level. 3027 level 60 bronze monsters, still passing in seconds. Ding! 10,000 times the storm, you have obtained equipment stone diamond level 60, 194. Hiss! Another second through, this is the third floor. We didn't pass so quickly then either. A group of strong men finally sensed something unusual. As the monster's grade rose, it was already difficult to kill it so quickly, but the speed of the incoming people's kills didn't decrease in the slightest. This represented complete crushing. Here comes a slugger. The next one shouldn't be hard for him either. The replica has a total of 8 layers, the 4th layer of level 60 silver monsters, the 5th layer of level 60 gold monsters, the 7th layer of level 60 diamond monsters. The level is not too high, and their levels are hanging monsters. But the monsters here all devoured equipment and gained a boost. We must enter the 7th floor as soon as possible. This person is too fierce, we can't let him catch up. Soon, they entered the 7th floor. But at the same time, the 4th and 5th layers were instantly passed by Yiyu. As expected, this person was a fierce mess. He wouldn't still be able to pass through the 6th floor instantly, would he? That was close to 3,000 level 60 platinum stone monsters, and after gaining a boost in attributes, each of them actually had attributes around platinum level 90. Darkness, come out and play. They didn't know that Yiyu didn't even do it himself. The legendary boss skeleton general struck, summoning 100,000 level 80 diamond skeleton soldiers to clean up all the monsters with a sea of people tactic that no one else could accomplish. Ding, 10,000 times the storm, obtaining equipment stone legendary level 60, 203. Equivalent to an epic artifact. Chapter 81, value equivalent to a sacred artifact. 7th level. 1003 strong. Each fending off 2,977 level 60 diamond monsters. They were all strong, but the monsters here weren't weak anymore. It would be difficult to kill so many monsters in a short time. One of the later passed the 6th level. A voice rang out from the copy, and every single person's mouth was wide open at the words. The eyes were as round as a copper bell. They were all people from level 3 main cities, all leveled above 100, paying some price to enter level 2 main cities. As for the higher level people couldn't come or they would have to pay a bigger price. It could be said that they completely looked down on people from level 2 main cities. Hiss. But this person, so strong that they all sucked in cool air in unison. However, in the next instant, their eyes all lit up. On the other side, there was only one person. With so many of them here, it's still not a problem to get him killed, right? Moreover, after passing this copy, it was likely that they would gain the power to enhance their attributes with equipment and equipment stones, but there was a limit to the number of equipment stones that each person could obtain. But it's possible to grab it. Kill him, his equipment stone, it's ours. Of course, the main thing is that we can't let him pass the copy, or else they won't have a chance, and it's useless to obtain any more equipment stones. The major powerhouses looked at me and I looked at you, with this idea unanimously in their eyes. This person is too fierce, stop them together. There was only one burly man with a furrowed brow. He was only level 90, the lowest in the field, but he didn't want to be in the same boat as these people, but he didn't try to stop them either. Prepared to take a look before saying anything. Coming. People suddenly opened their mouths in unison, and a silhouette walked at the entrance of the 7th floor. Extraordinarily handsome, cold-faced and domineering. But, level 80? Only level 80. Good lord, the guy they had been worrying and fearing for so long turned out to be just a level 80 scum. Which one on the field wasn't beating him? Only the burly man frowned in confusion, secretly saying, why does he have the aura of destruction on him? And at that moment, the people who wanted to make a move before suddenly whispered, don't do it. This person is not powerful. It should have used some weird means to kill the monster in seconds. It might be specialized in restraining this copy of the monster. See clearly how it was struck, let's learn from it. Good. They were very disdainful of Yiyu at the moment. Yiyu glanced at them faintly and smiled disdainfully. Roar. Because of his appearance, a bunch of monsters had been refreshed, and this bunch of monsters could only be dealt with by him. No one else could form damage by hitting them. This was the characteristic of this copy. Green Beetle, Diamond. Grade, 60. Attack, 15,258. Defense, 16,259. Blood value, 18366. Skills, Bloodthirsty Bite, Hard Armor, Blistering 9 strikes. Description, devoured equipment and gained an attribute boost. Swipe. The green beetle flapped its wings and sprinted towards Yiyu, its sharp claws dancing into phantoms. Sprinting 9 strikes, could instantly send out 9 strikes, and Bloodthirsty Venomous Bite had toxin damage and inflicted continuous attacks. Ding. Enemy plus 2,977, physical attack plus 2,977%. Yiyu heard the prompt. The strongmen were also fending off the green beetles and could only use their defense skills to block the damage, and from time to time, they had to drink medicine to regain blood. The fight was pretty tough. If it wasn't for the fact that they were all above level 100 and were all experts who were all invincible at the same level in their respective level 3 main cities, it would have been difficult to fend off so many monsters. One couldn't help but want to see how Yiyu would tackle the monsters. Can it still be killed in seconds? Roar! Suddenly, there was a dragon roar, and the Earth Savage Dragon, which had previously been put into the mount space by Yiyu, suddenly appeared to unleash Dragon Might. Ding! Under the dragon's might, the enemy is confused for 3 seconds. All the green beetles were thrown into chaos, flying around in the air, and the blast 9 strikes that had just been launched were forced to stop. It's actually a giant dragon. The legendary dragon power. But it's not that high of a level. The dragon might effect doesn't last long, and the green beetle will soon recover. People's eyes were filled with shock. No wonder they could kill the monster in seconds before. It turned out that there was dragon might controlling the monster for a period of time in order to kill it quickly. Confusion, but it was a very perverse control skill. But the green beetle was diamond level, it shouldn't be controlled for too long, and its attributes were very high. Yu, a level 80, would have trouble killing the green beetle in seconds even if the green beetle was passively beaten, right? Clank! Suddenly, a clear and stern sound of a sword being drawn rose. Yu struck out with his sword. Boom! 1,000-meter long sword she raged across the landscape, and a bloody color rose from the group of monsters. 18,366. As many seconds as possible. But there were a lot of monsters, and 15 sword chi was a long time to attack a lot of units, killing a third of the monsters, but unfortunately there were still a lot of monsters that hadn't been killed. But it was shocking. The 15 sword chi suddenly split in 1,000-2,000 meter long sword chi appeared. Each sword chi was less powerful than before by a large margin, but in front of Yu's high amount of attacks, it was also considerable. 18,366. 18,366. The air was streaked with blood, and a field of corpses fell. Go! Seconds again. On the field, countless voices of swallowing saliva resounded, and everyone's heart trembled. People didn't expect that he actually relied on his attack power to kill in seconds. Long Wei just controlled the enemy. It was he himself who had a very unbelievable attack power. He, who was only level 80. Coach, I'm trying to learn his tricks. But this, how can I learn? The coach said, I don't know how to do it either. Wow. Many equipment stones fell, releasing a diamond-colored light. People were envious. The value of a diamond equipment stone was equivalent to a starburst weapon. Even in a level 3 main city, starburst weapons were rare. Yu picked up the harvest and put it in his backpack. Ding! You have obtained equipment stone diamond grade 60, 206, 1097 silver coins, and 10,000 times the storm. You have obtained equipment stone epic grade 60, 206, 1097 gold coins. He immediately checked. Equipment stone epic level 60. Description, has the value of a level 60 holy artifact, but no equipability. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. The value was equal to that of a holy weapon, 206 pieces. That is to say, I can obtain items of saint weapon value by obtaining diamond-grade equipment stones, here. Yu smiled with satisfaction. However, it was impossible to obtain it again. Ding, you passed the 7th level, and will automatically enter the 8th level in 5 seconds. It would soon be time to go to the 8th floor. Moreover, each person in the 7th floor can only kill 2,977 diamond monsters. Other people face diamond monsters. You cannot kill. Want to get diamond level equipment stone again? It is impossible. But these guys kill monsters, they have equipment stones. Himself, he can rob them. Yu, however, did not directly rob them. They haven't finished killing yet, wait until they burst out all the equipment stones. Chapter 82 Strange Passing Conditions. As for doing so, right? Yu will not forget the look in their eyes when they first came in, trying to pit themselves. Let them work for themselves for a while and then offer their lives and equipment stones. Ding, you have entered the 8th floor. Yu's figure disappeared. The powerhouses finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yu had brought them terrifying pressure. If he had struck while they were killing monsters, they would have had trouble freeing their hands to resist. But he, surprisingly, was gone? Inexperienced young man after all. We were trying to pit him just now, and he let us off the hook? When we free our hands, we'll unite to kill him. The 8th floor, it's not going to be easy. They agreed that Yu would never be able to pass the 8th layer instantly. Because, the 8th floor had long since been visited. But it was slow to pass. Must be difficult. They used all sorts of means at fire speed to quickly pass through the 7th layer and enter the 8th layer to fight with the Heavenly Emperor again. After all, the Heavenly Emperor was so powerful that he was still their greatest threat. Only that stout man at level 90, his eyes exploded with darkness. Why do I feel that the Heavenly Emperor doesn't kill them because he wants to fatten them up before slaughtering them? And I'm sure of it, he has the aura of destruction about him. That should be someone from his lineage. There were quite a few people from this group of level 3 main cities coming over. The Heavenly Emperor might not be able to take advantage of them alone when he fought them later on, he had to help him himself. As for himself, he was only level 90, could he beat them? May. He's the destroyer, the god of war legacy. Fighting across levels was like playing. At this moment, roars resounded from the 8th floor. Dwarf Tulu level 200 was in front of a forge, constantly throwing in ores and hammering the forge. You can see that there is a broken equipment stone starburst level 60 in the forge. For this level, there is no need to fight. You can pass it by turning the broken equipment stone starburst level 60 into an intact one. Every dwarf, a born forger, was best at repairing equipment, treasures, and so on. When it heard about the appearance of legendary copy forge, it immediately decided to rush here, and at level 200, it would need to consume a huge price to enter a level 2 main city, but it was in the clear. It sensed that the pass condition should have something to do with forging. It was almost as if the level was tailor-made for it. The truth, indeed. It was the first to enter the copy, and after learning that monsters could increase their strength by devouring equipment, it became even more excited. As a dwarf, it had a lot of equipment. It threw down a lot of equipment for the monster to devour. To those who came after, it caused trouble. As expected, the second batch of 1,003 strong people that entered had a much slower clearance speed than it did, and it could rest assured that it would be able to keep trying to patch the equipment stone up in the 8th floor. But, not long ago, one person entered the first level and passed the first level. One person enters the second level and passes the second level. Suddenly a fierce man arrives. Every time, he enters instantly and then passes instantly. Grass. Didn't he throw equipment for the monsters to devour, and didn't the monsters raise their strength? How is it that this fierce man passes so quickly? As long as someone enters the 8th floor, I won't have much time to mend. It looked to the forge, which had tried all sorts of things, adding new ores, employing secret dwarven techniques, and so on, but none of them ended in failure. Equipment stone. Not available outside, forged copy specialties. It won't repair. Give me time, I can find a way. It roared angrily, still confident. But this time. Ding, one person has come to the 8th floor, the current time for tinkerers has been reduced by half to 1 hour. Aha! Only an hour to go, and that's too intense. It turned around angrily and looked at Yiyu who had just entered. It's all because of you. Half the time, to you. Why did you come to the 8th floor? Yiyu was confused, looked up to the sky. There is a huge countdown, on the top of the 3600S, is constantly decreasing, seems to be the dwarf through the time? After thinking about it, he understood. The time to pass the 8th floor was limited. Originally, there should be 2 hours left. Dwarves alone have that much time. But when he came in, half the time was divided among him. Funny. Yiyu sneered and laughed. He caused this? I'm afraid that the monsters in the replica become stronger. Is the dwarf threw the equipment in advance for them to devour it? This kind of old Inbi, their own rob at half the time excessive? Moreover, the copy is not opened by its family. Why can't I enter? Yiyu's temper immediately wanted to dump it 2 slaps. Ding. System note, those who are repairing equipment stones within this level will be protected by the aura of the Supreme God Forge God, and will not be able to launch attacks against them. Forge God. Another new Supreme God. Well, Yiyu will go and patronize him later. But first, he has to pass the test. Ding. System prompt, within this level, the previous person who mended the equipment stone failed, only the later person can continue to mend, and if you succeed in mending the equipment stone, you can pass and get the reward. Good lord, Yiyu encountered such an odd pass condition for the first time. And one must wait for the person in front to finish mending before the later can continue. Yiyu received the news a little late in the end, so he entered the copy late and could only wait to go on. He was also meditating internally. Tinkering with equipment stones, he didn't know how to do that either. This was usually a forger's job, and he hadn't learned any forging type skills at all. Even if he had learned it, it wouldn't necessarily be useful. Can't you see that Dwarf Tulu is roaring like crazy? Aha, how the hell do I fix this? I've experimented with so many different methods, and none of them work. Tulu was on the verge of despair. It was most confident in its forging ability, determined that it was bound to pass this hurdle, but reality smacked it in the face over and over again, breaking its pride apart and driving it insane. And, half an hour later. Ding! One person has entered the 8th floor, the current time for tinkerers has been reduced by half to 15 minutes. One by one, the strongest people from the 7th floor arrived at the 8th floor. Upon each arrival, the passage time was divided equally. Eventually, above everyone's head, a 1.8s countdown appeared, and everyone who wanted to pass must pass in less than 2 seconds. Ah! And at that moment, Tulu completely despaired and collapsed to the ground in agony. One person, pass failed. The prompt resounded through the copy, and the broken equipment stone starburst level 60 in front of it disappeared and came in front of Yiyu. According to the sequence of entering the 8th level, after the failure of the dwarf Tulu, the next tinker is you. Will the mending begin? Chapter 83. Sorry, I can cheat. Yiyu hesitated for a moment. As long as he agreed to mend, it would consume time. If he didn't finish mending within 1.8 seconds, he would never get another chance. But he's a warrior. No way, this level is even tinkering with stuff? How the hell is this supposed to be fun? The NPCs who had just entered the 8th floor were also confused. They were all experts and were quite strong in combat, but when it came to repairing items, they weren't that good at it. Some of them, on the contrary, had practiced the secondary occupation, Forge Master. There were some mending treasure type skills available at. Is that the Dwarven Forge Master Tulu? A master who can even forge starburst weapons. Holy, it was the one that failed the pass just now. We came in and averaged out the repair time, which means that Tulu had a lot of time to repair it before, but it still didn't work. Hiss. Dwarves, born geniuses of forging. A master dwarf forger, it took so long to succeed. What are they, these half-wits? Someone is more pathetic than us. They looked to the Heavenly Emperor. If the Heavenly Emperor was so powerful, it shouldn't be possible for him to still spend his energy and cultivate the forging sub-profession, right? Everyone's energy was limited. It would be too unbelievable if he could still manage to cultivate the forging technique while his combat strength was off the charts. Inevitably. Look at him, you guys, he hasn't nodded his head the whole time. People looked over. The Heavenly Emperor had been hesitating, not in the least bit different from his previous thunderous behavior. Heavenly Emperor, why don't you hurry up? You won't be able to pass anyway, so why don't you give us the chance earlier? Yeah, there's nothing wrong with admitting that you can't. It's starting to get shady, urging the Celestial Emperor on. The heart was pumping with laughter. You're strong, you've entered the 8th floor early, so what's the point? You are not a forger. There's not even a chance to mend it. Damnable little thief. Dwarf Tulu expressed indignation at Yu for being the first to rob it of its time, but it believed in the Heavenly Emperor and was sure that it wouldn't be able to repair it successfully. It took it so long to mend it, and a level 80 warrior could fix it in 1.8 seconds? It looked to the others. I wonder if this group of people had prepared any tricky means, specifically to deal with this copy. If someone can patch it up and get a reward from the Supreme God, it will snatch it. In its hand, it has a scroll of ability seizure. The effect was that after killing a unit, it could grab the reward by seizing one of the unit's abilities. It looked to one of the NPCs present, guessing who was most likely to pass. As for the Heavenly Emperor? Never. He wasn't even a forge master, so he definitely couldn't pass. All of the NPCs were of the same mindset, each looking at me and me at you, wary of each other, guessing who their biggest contender was, and the Heavenly Emperor was no longer the target of their attention. One person, start tinkering for 1.8 seconds. But at that moment, a prompt suddenly resounded through the copy. What? Emperor of Heaven, you've begun to mend? That's not a surefire way to fail. They didn't even bother to glance at what they had determined to be the outcome, but probably because they had all been irritated by the Heavenly Emperor before, they still glanced at it. Ha, none of them have a forge. Sure enough, it's not a forge. The forge doesn't even have a forge, what's the point of repairing it? This look is fun. Tian Di is no longer a layman, it saw nothing. Only to see that the Heavenly Emperor extended his hand and gently tapped the broken equipment stone. Ah, this? Just one finger and you want to fix it? You think you're the finger of a god? Fixing a treasure with a tap of your finger is a power only possessed by the Supreme God, the Forge God, isn't it? Che, it really doesn't work. Dwarf Tulu sneered. Boom! But suddenly, a brilliant light rose, broken equipment stone starburst level 60, surprisingly blazed with light, broken crystals, at a speed visible to the naked eye in the complete. Misty grass. This. Everyone was dumbfounded, their mouths open so wide they could swallow an egg. It's hard to believe that it's really possible for him to succeed? It doesn't make sense. He didn't do anything. He just pointed a finger. Some people severely smacked themselves in the ear, suspecting that they were hallucinating, but the pain told them that it was real, that the gradually perfecting equipment stone could not be faked. Heavenly Emperor. Literally with a single finger, he repaired the treasure that even the dwarf masters couldn't fix. Hiss. No. Look guys, the light of that equipment stone, it's changing. Boom. The equipment stone book released a bright starlight, representing that it was a starburst level. And now, the sky-rushing blood-red light appeared, and that blood-red color was like a blood-colored chapter. Speaking of blood and poetry in the course of history, the very representation of epic-level treasures. Hiss. With one finger, not only did it repair the star flare grade treasure, it also turned it into an epic-level treasure. What kind of bizarre ability is this? Dwarf Tunu shouted, even the Supreme God Forge God doesn't have such a powerful power, right? A Forge God, surely, could enhance treasures. But it can't do it with a single finger, can it? At least you have to give some energy to make the treasure evolve and improve or something, right? Where is the pointing of a finger for fun that can be easily done? What kind of person is this? The other scalps were also numb, this mysterious means was too terrifying. Immediately afterward, all of them showed greed in their eyes. This kind of means, if you can snatch it. In Dwarf Tulu's hand, a scroll had been cupped. Ding! When repairing an equipment stone, the equipment stone briefly belongs to you, and when it is repaired, it truly belongs to you. Not long ago, you heard this prompt. Immediately, he was overjoyed. The shortness belonged to him and to the reward. Ding! 10,000 times blitz, broken equipment stone starburst grade 60, 1 can blitz to, broken equipment stone starburst grade 60, 10,000, or, equipment stone epic grade 60, 1. He didn't expect that either. The blitz perk, it could also be used to fix things. He, who can't forge. But he can cheat. It would have been diamond level, and it could have blitzed to epic level. The broken starburst level, though, also blitzes into epic. What he did was very simple, it was just a thought, reaching out and pointing a little bit. He just didn't want to be too shocking and make it seem like he didn't do anything. But it's still too shocking. Can't you see these guys? They've been scared silly? Every eye shows greed. After all, the 10,000 times blitz was too strong, and the ability to easily obtain good things was a power that could change the world. Especially one person, pass level 8, all may not pass this level again. Everyone's countdown, directly cleared to 0. No chance. The only reward had been taken by EU. Damn it. Their eyes showed hideousness. The Celestial Emperor had such a perverted ability and robbed the legendary copy reward. Then, one could only kill and seize the treasure. Cut. Yiyu smiled faintly as the ability of the blast privilege was displayed in front of the crowd. He hadn't wanted to spare these people. Chapter 84 Ability to capture the Scroll of Ascension. Thousands of powerful people regarded Yiyu as a fish in the palm of their hands. Although the Heavenly Emperor was strong, he, however, is only one person. Kill him, and I can strip him of his powers and share them with everyone when the time comes. Dwarf Tulu yelled. He was lying. Stripping the Heavenly Emperor of his abilities would surely be for his own enjoyment alone as well. But all of them, their eyes were shining. The Heavenly Emperor's ability was too terrifying, being able to elevate treasures out of thin air. Who wouldn't want that? Phantom Strike. Demon Moon Slash. Thunder Fury. All of them shot out in unison. All kinds of horrible skills blasted at Yiyu. The lowest level among them were all at level 100, the average was at level 150, and all of them were experts in the same level. Ordinary players who faced them would not even have the courage to fight. Yiyu, however, just sneered and laughed. Ding. Enemy plus 1003, physical attack plus 1003%. Added 10x attack for a total of 11x. But apart from Yiyu, there were a total of 1004 people on the field, which meant that there was still one person who hadn't attacked Yiyu. Kid, hurry up. An anxious roar rang out, and a stout man jumped out. Boom. Raising his hand, he released a blue shield, wrapping both himself and Yiyu in it. Ha! How dare a level 90 jump out? I noticed you before. It's not simple for a level 90 to blend in, but the means are just average. Also dare to come and block us? The powerhouses were disdainful, and with their skills, they were absolutely capable of destroying and shattering this guy's shield. But something shocking happened. The shield, surprisingly, was unharmed. This was a huge wave of skills, and with the user levels averaging 150, and all being experts of the same level themselves, the skills collected were all of a relatively high grade, and the attacks were all very powerful. Surprisingly, it was blocked by a small character's shield? Cut. The burly man shook his head dismissively. He, however, was the destroyer. Although his level was low, he had collected a lot of skills, and used Destroyer to constantly destroy junk skills, creating powerful new ones, and they were all fully leveled. The opposite side are all experts of the same level? Ha! Every destroyer that fights over level is nothing to sneeze at, and invincibility at the same level is nothing to sneeze at. He came to this copy because he wanted to protect Flying Sky City, preventing this bunch of guys who came from the high-level main city from messing anything up here. That's why he hid his strength before to see what this gang was up to. But now, it had to come forward. With the Destroyer profession and that ability to enhance treasures, Heavenly Emperor could no longer be described by the word genius. As a senior amongst the Destroyers, he had to protect the Heavenly Emperor. Hurry up, he said once again to the Heavenly Emperor behind him. But what made him freeze was this. Thanks a lot. Yiyu patted his shoulder, shook his head and laughed, but actually, it's not necessary. By MO level 90. This was the name of the stout man. He had noticed it before, but he hadn't said anything about it before. Seeing that this guy wanted to hide his strength, he was happy to go along with it. It was Bai Ming's brother, and the person who could give his profession the third turn quest. To be able to stand up for his own protection, Yiyu was still very touched. But, was it necessary? When has one ever needed protection? Ha! Bai Mo froze, even though his level was just a drop higher than the Heavenly Emperor. But after mixing around for a bit longer, he had accumulated many skills. Heavenly Emperor shouldn't have that many skills, right? Don't worry, just give me the occupation task. Yiyu's faint voice rang out and directly stepped out of the shield. Hiss. Active out of the protective circle. This guy, so confident? Good boy, you have guts. Bai Mo laughed out loud. No matter how strong the Heavenly Emperor was, this bone-deep confidence, he liked it. Ding. Bai Mo has issued the Destroyer Profession Third Transformation quest to you. Do you accept? Accept. Yiyu looked at the details. Mission details, kill 100 diamond level, 10 starburst level. Mission time, unlimited. Failure penalty, unable to continue upgrading. On the field, there happens to be enemies that meet the requirements. The dwarf Tulu was the starburst boss, along with Lesua level 150 starburst, Theo level 162 starburst, and so on, and there were a bunch of diamond grade ones as well. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Yiyu looked at the crowd of enemies. Humph. How dare you take the initiative to send yourself to death? Satisfy you. The experts sneered and opened their mouths, launching strong attacks. Brush. At this time, Bayamo once again blocked in front of Yu again. I'll block the others for you. I can't let you face so many enemies. That dwarf Tulu, you need to be careful. Although Tiandi insisted, Bayamo was still afraid that he would be harmed. At least block some of it for him, right? As for Tulu, this level 200 guy, Bayamo felt that he wouldn't be able to hold up, so he could only rely on the Heavenly Emperor alone to fend it off, and also use this to see how strong the Heavenly Emperor was. Yu didn't stop him either. The enemy had already attacked him and was still hostile to him. Even now that Bayamo was blocking the enemy, Battle Without End had not been cancelled and was still giving him increased attacks. Boom! Tulu took the lead. In order to surely kill the Heavenly Emperor, it had also swallowed the treasures of the dwarf clan, and for a short period of time, its full attributes were increased by 3 times. It raised its huge hammer and smashed down on Yu. With this strike, the attack reached 102,655. A vast aura rolled up, causing the hearts and minds of the crowd to sway. I'm afraid that under this strike, it wouldn't be something that the Heavenly Emperor could simply block, right? But what made their scalps tingle was clang. The hammer that could break mountains and rocks struck the Heavenly Emperor, emitting a series of gold and iron clashes. 0. No defense. The reason was that Yu had changed into the Zombie King set. Ding, the suit effect is activated, resisting a fatal blow. Hiss. Not even breaking the defense, this is too weird. While people were shocked, they only saw the Heavenly Emperor blandly swing out a blade. Despair slash. Stored for 3 seconds, attack 700 plus 300% physical attack, 690,000 plus. Why didn't Yu strike first just now? It was because the blade had been stored up for 3 seconds. This kid is too weird. Seeing this, Tulu was in a great hurry, paying extreme attention to the Heavenly Emperor, not daring to be the slightest bit gullible. Dwarf secret skill Lava Guardian. Thick lava appeared on its body, and its defense reached 150,000 with 300,000 blood. After all, this secret skill, which required the consumption of its life force, was very powerful. The Heavenly Emperor's attack was strong, but it shouldn't be able to hit it this time. Boom! A knife slash 302,766. Put. Tulu, spitting out blood. Yu, your attack, how could it be so powerful? Until its death, it hadn't thought about this matter. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the level 200 Starburst boss dwarf Tunu, and have gained 890,000 experience points, 1,283 silver coins, ability capture scroll, 1, equipment stone Starburst level 60, 201. 10,000-fold strike, gained 8.9 billion experience value, 1,283 gold coins, ability capture scroll, 10,000 or, ability capture rise scroll, 1. Because Yu was also level 80, the level he crossed wasn't too much, so the experience value wasn't a lot. But under the storm, it was also horrible. Ding! Congratulations, you have first killed a level 200. Gaining 1 legendary degree and 2,000 service-wide reputation value, and 10,000 legendary degrees and 20 million service-wide reputation value for 10,000 times the Blitz. Chapter 85, Qualification Enhancement. The pleasing prompt came. Yu's heart couldn't be more comfortable, and he put the harvest into his backpack. Looking towards the rest of the enemies. Go! At this moment, everyone swallowed furiously and trembled. 1 slash, killing Tulu in seconds? Bayamo all but rounded his eyes. He thought that the Heavenly Emperor must not have many skills, but he didn't think that the Heavenly Emperor would kill Tulu in seconds with a single skill. Boom! Behind Yu, the Purgatory Demon, Devil Vine, and Water Dragon Scroll emerged one by one, killing the enemy at a fiery speed. The group of demons danced chaotically. Such a wide range. And so many summons? Isn't he a warrior? The enemies were once again confused. It was basically impossible for a warrior to obtain a summoner-type skill. How could they know that this was a skill that Yu had fused and evolved with, Breaker? But they knew that Yu attacked terrifyingly. With a single slash, he seconded Tulu. Now with such a large ranged skill, wouldn't it still second all of them? Escape! They fled at fire speed. Because of the escape, their hostility towards Yu dispersed and they didn't dare to be enemies, and the bonus of Battle Without End began to cancel. Yu's attack was restored to its original state, a little over 20,000. 10,275. 9,265. This time, the attack hit the enemy and couldn't kill it in seconds. Ha! The enemies looked back. The attack wasn't strong this time. But they didn't have much chi and blood, and the Purgatory Demon had been chasing them, the Sea of Fire moving along with it and continuously inflicting damage on them, so they didn't dare to stop. Continuing to run away. Scared of being killed by Yu. Boom! Yu flew up high into the air. The height shift allowed him to easily catch up with the enemy, and a pair of shoes under his feet released light as he violently landed from the air. Meteor Za Tap. 15,258. A Geo that stomps an enemy to death. His attack this time is indeed not strong. We have a chance. But people also realized that the Heavenly Emperor's attacks really weren't as powerful as before. The Heavenly Emperor was, at this moment, landing in the center of their encirclement. Rumble. They activated countless skills and attacked Yu. Roar. A dragon roar rang out, the Earth Savage Dragon surged with earth yellow light, and many earth walls appeared in front of Yu. The earth walls were shattered. But successfully, it blocked a lot of attacks for Yu. Thunder light for a moment. Yu instantly dodged many of the attacks, and then utilized the high movement speed of Meteor's Stomp to dodge all of the remaining skills. Ding! Enemy plus 921, physical attack plus 921%. Because the enemy attacked again, his physical attack exploded again. A rain of swords filled the sky. 15 sword chi appeared, scattering and wreaking havoc among the enemy group, instantly killing a third of the enemies, and then the sword chi split into 100 channels, impacting like a torrential downpour, harvesting all life. 13,274. 18,726. A ground of blood-colored damage values appeared, and all the enemies died in an instant. Ding! You have killed 1,001 enemies and gained 522,440,000 experience points, 3 starburst artifacts, 5 diamond artifacts, 8,126 silver coins, and equipment stone starburst level 60. 10,000 times the storm, gained 522,440,000,000 experience value. Comfort. Yu did not check his equipment for the time being, and the pleasant beeps did not stop. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the Destroyer Profession 3rd turn quest and can raise Destroyer to level 80. With 10,000 times the storm, you can raise the Destroyer to level 100. Does it consume experience value to upgrade? Yes. Yu did not hesitate. Ding! Congratulations, you're level plus 20, you have gained 100 free attribute points, please distribute them. Congratulations, your Doppelganger level plus 20, gain 100. Earth Brute Dragon level plus 20, Giant Bear level plus 20. Boom! In succession, 40 streaks of rushing white light appeared, half each for Yu and his mount. The Doppelganger and Giant Power Bear, who were far away in Tianqing City, also lit up with 20 white lights each. Instantly regrouping so many experts of the advanced main city, Bayemo watched from behind, his eyes filled with incredulity. Such a powerful destroyer, haven't seen one in a long time. Only in the legends, those few destroyer seniors who fought their way up the War God Trial Tower have this kind of ability at low levels, right? Those few destroyers are said to have become gods. Compared to those legendary powerhouses, it seemed like the only thing the Heavenly Emperor was currently lacking was really rank. And so on. 20 white ons. The Heavenly Emperor is directly level 100. Good guy, he just said he was low level, but now his level has surpassed his own, and he's not even qualified to say he's low level. Moreover, the Destroyer's 3rd turn, isn't it level 80? Can't figure it out. Meanwhile, the Blue Star players who had been paying attention to the world ranking list abruptly saw that the Heavenly Emperor's rank abruptly went up 20 levels, and all of them had an unbelievable look on their faces. It's too easy for this person to upgrade. The player in 2nd place isn't even level 30 yet. He leveled up 20 levels in an instant. Level 100. The world's 2nd player, Dragon Smile, looked at the 100 value on the rank list and silently fumed. Then, he let out a bitter laugh. He was kinda happy that he had leveled up by 2 after separating himself from the Celestial Emperor. People went straight to level 20. Although people had already adapted to the fact that Heavenly Emperor upgraded quickly, they still couldn't help but marvel every time. And at this time, another prompt sounded. Ding dong! World announcement, congratulations to player Heavenly Emperor for passing Legendary Copy Forge Nightmare difficulty and obtaining the highest reward hidden for this copy, which is truly enviable. Holy, another copy of the legend. The Celestial Emperor has already passed 3 of them, so I wonder what the reward is for this one. Only Yu knew. Congratulations, you passed Legendary Copy Forging Nightmare difficulty with a super perfect evaluation. Reward, swallowing a suit to gain an attribute boost. 1. Do you hide the nickname? Do you hide the reward? 10,000 times the storm, you can obtain swallowing a suit to gain free attribute points, 10,000, or swallowing a suit to gain a qualification boost. 1. Swallowing a suit to gain free attribute points. Effect, 1 chance to devour equipment stone, depending on the value, can obtain different free attribute points. Holy, awesome. Yu had seen quite a few good things, but couldn't help but get excited. Useless equipment could all have value. It was equivalent to him not needing to upgrade and getting free attribute points for nothing. There could be 10,000 devouring opportunities. Swallowing a suit to get a qualification boost. Effect, 1 chance to devour equipment stone, depending on the value, can enhance different degrees of qualification. This one, even more powerful. Don't look for just 1 chance. But after swallowing it once, the qualification improves up and can keep on taking effect. Every time you go up a level, it's a bigger upgrade than before. Chapter 86, coming for the demon civilization again? Yu did not hesitate and chose the latter. Clang clang clang. Somewhere in the starry aegis, a rough giant was wielding a hammer and building equipment. Raising his hand, he summoned several stars, releasing blazing flames to be used as forging heat. The sun and the moon rotated around him as if they were merely his slaves, and the residue that fell when building equipment shook space and time unceasingly. Someone passed the copy. He stopped abruptly. That has to be a reward for him. Raising his hand, he released a ray of light into the lower realm. But at this time, boom! A bizarre figure suddenly appeared, still carrying the light, or reward, that he had bestowed just now. Supreme God Forge God, froze. This guy, how did he get here? This place belonged exclusively to himself, and even the other supreme gods could not easily enter without his permission. What made him even more dumbfounded was that with a wave of that figure's hand, many rays of light from his own body automatically surged into him. Unbridled. What the gods give you, you have to take. Because, it's a gift. How dare you take what the gods don't give? He struck out angrily, but on that figure, a jade pendant trembled violently, vanishing all of his attacks. The figure quickly disappeared. Interesting. Forge God muttered to himself after looking at the place where the figure had stayed, slightly dazed. The gods bestowed mortal life. But that figure just now, as if it was more noble than the supreme god, wasn't receiving a gift anymore. Rather, it was wanting something from him, and he had to give the same. Is this supposed to be a supreme being playing a joke on him? But what could be stronger than the Most High God? I look forward to seeing you next time. I'd like to see who you are. He had already thought about it. The next time that figure came, give that figure something good, see if you can make friends, and figure out this guy's identity along the way. Ding! You have gained, swallowing a suit to gain a qualification boost. Yi smiled with satisfaction, letting the Yi forging god, non get a protection aura, before it was difficult to instantly kill Tulu. He had to be robbed by him. He has a lot of equipment on his body, useless, he cannot use a lot of not yet storm it, immediately all storm. Ding! 10,000 times blitz, 625 platinum artifacts blitzed into 625 legendary artifacts. 10,000 times more, 355 platinum pieces. The qualification boost gained from the mass blast coming up is big. The equipment stones, gained from killing NPCs also all stormed up. Yi's quantity of equipment stones was thousands of times higher than before, and the value of sacred artifacts alone was up to more than 200,000 pieces of equipment stones. Use them all. There was no need to devour them with his mouth, and all the equipment and equipment stones disintegrated in an instant after his mind moved. Turning into energy, they surged into his body, causing his physical potential to increase dramatically. Ding! Congratulations, devouring is complete, qualification increased by 3 times. Your attributes are starting to rise. Holy, 3x qualification. That's pretty impressive. You know, the 3-star hidden profession, Breaker, which only gave him a 3x qualification boost, and he had consumed some useless equipment this time, it had the same effect. In total, it boosted the qualification by 6 times. Sort of 1x the original, that's 7x the qualification, 1 level up is 7x the effect of the original. Didn't you see EU's attributes, which had already started to skyrocket? Celestial Emperor. Level, 100. Attack, 33,287. Defense, 23,161. Blood value, 17136. Blue quantity, 12343. His own physical attack, which had reached 20,288 and 12,999 points, which had been increased by Heart of Killing, could not surge again with an increase in qualifications. But adding it all up, it exceeded 30,000. The boost that the legendary copy gave him was too huge. There was no way around it, the rewards of the nightmare level legendary copy were too good, and he had stormed the rewards. As such, he wanted to experience that awesome feeling again. He used the ability recurrence scroll. Ding! Reappear in the civilization where you are forewarned 1 chance. Consume the opportunity to foretell when you can arrive at the necromantic civilization through random teleportation. Yi tore the scroll and read in his heart. Ding! Precognition successful in 23 seconds. An opportunity just disappeared, but succeeded in getting the desired message. Yi was a little heartbroken and hoped that the harvest from going to the necromantic civilization was good. There was still some time left and nothing to do. He looked over at white ink. White ink. What are you looking at me for? Through the longing in the bottom of Tiandi's eyes, he understood that Tiandi wanted to obtain another career quest. This person really was strong-minded, not willing to stop at all, always on the path of becoming stronger. But I'm no longer qualified to send you missions. You're even higher in rank than me. Level 3 main city, Glow City, there are my seniors that I can introduce you to and give you a transfer quest. But that person's whereabouts are uncertain, I need to go search for him. Okay. Yi nodded, thanks a lot. No need, this is what I should do. Mo smiled and opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but decided not to. He felt that the Heavenly Emperor could try the War God Trial Tower. But all of this had to be done by finding that person first. Otherwise it's useless to talk about it now. Also, he was irritated. A descendant of the Heavenly Emperor had surpassed his own level, and at level 90, he could already go to the three-pole main city, and he wanted to go on some adventures. Mo was already on his way. Yu viewed another harvest from this copy. Ability Capture Scroll. Effect: after killing a target, you can seize one of the target's abilities, skills, talents, buffs, etc. are all allowed, but this ability may not exceed the highest level of the same type of ability you have. Awesome, even talents can be seized. In other words, if you have a holy skill, you can seize it. If you have an SSS ranked talent, you can seize an SSS ranked talent. You would be able to take SSS ranked talent. But others, I'm afraid they don't have this level of talent. And what is seized is not a reward and cannot be stormed. There can be 10,000 copies of the scroll, grabbing it 10,000 times is not bad. He murmured, looking at the effect after storming. Ability Rate Up Scroll. Effect: after killing a target, you can seize one of the target's abilities, skills, talents, buffs, etc. are all allowed, but this ability may not exceed the highest level of the same type of ability you have. After capturing, the ability level will be raised by 1 level. In the front, there is no difference. The grade, however, is automatically raised. Both options were quite good, and Yu was in a rare moment of hesitation. Keep it for now and storm it when you come across the right one. Let's see how it goes later, depending on the quantity or quality of the storms. It's almost time to get down to business. To purchase, one chance to randomly teleport to a high-level civilization, you need to use the Cosmic Prestige Store. The Blue Star Civilization is a level 0.72 civilization. Players can't open the Cosmic Prestige Store here. So, the pitch-black Demon Gate opened and Yu stepped into it. Ding! World Announcement: Demon World. Chapter 87. Hey, I'm just playing. Demon Civilization. After the 2 tragic blows brought by the Heavenly Emperor, the demons were terrified, but also very angry. On what grounds? You're always beating us up? Are we easy to bully? If he comes again, I will personally go out. Certain players on the demon ranking list had eyes that exploded with cold light. He must be made to pay. And what exactly is the reason for that powerful ability of his to fight over levels, if it is a treasure? Mainly heartened by the Heavenly Emperor's ability, they were all curious. If we can snatch it. Ding dong. World Announcement: Blue Star biological creatures have entered Bulllight City Darklight Plains, triggering the special event, Blue Star Human Invasion. Players are requested to block the human invasion, and based on the contribution, rewards will be given. Suddenly, the world announcement came. It was bound to be the Heavenly Emperor. It can only be him. Many of the demonic players who had already prepared for this were immediately galvanized. While Bulllight City was a 3-pole main city, high-level demonic players who wanted to enter it would have to pay a painful price. Whatever, pay it. Rank 12834 on the demon list, move out. 80 level 300 players in our city, move out. Surprise! In the Sacred City, the 900 level S rank gifted player, Demon Saint, who has been in seclusion for a long time, is heading to Oxbright City at fire speed. Ha! Demon Saint will have to pay a very steep price to go to a level 3 main city, right? I'm afraid that this trip will prevent it from ever becoming a god again. It's a violent temper and can't endure it. The group was in a frenzy. Some players who were close to becoming gods couldn't help but go. They violated the Supreme God's War contract and paid a price even more terrible than ordinary players. They might lose their chance to become gods. But, for one thing, they were angry and didn't want to be repeatedly hanged by a trashy civilized creature. 2. The Heavenly Emperor might be carrying a special treasure. Snatching it might be enough to make up for the loss. Why is it the Bull Demon Empire's city again? Yu murmured on the Darklight Plains and opened the Cosmic Prestige Store. Ding! You have consumed 100 million cosmic prestige values and purchased a chance to randomly teleport to a high-level civilization. 23 seconds were left. He's got to get out in a hurry. But he was part of an invasion and had to be killed by a demon, or kill a demon before he could leave. Heavenly Emperor! The Heavenly Emperor is here! Come on, come on! And at this time, the demonic players on the Darklight Plains had also discovered Yu. They rushed forward with chance. After all, they were also from the 3-pole main city and were all above level 90, so they wouldn't be easily hung by the Heavenly Emperor, right? Even if they would be bloodied. That would be nothing. Surely they could stall the Heavenly Emperor for a while and just send the message to the World Channel. The Heavenly Emperor is at 267, 23, 23. Go! With the exact location, a group of high-level demonic players instantly set out. And Yu here. When he saw the player, he took out his Despair Blade and built up his power for 3 seconds. Boom! A slash attacked close to 100,000, killing a demon player in seconds. Hiss! The Heavenly Emperor is still so powerful. I didn't realize that he could be killed in seconds in a level 3 main city. It doesn't matter, higher level players are coming. The demonic players on the field were stunned by Yu's slash. They gathered around and did not dare to strike again. Inwardly, they expected that when the high-level players came, they would have to make the Heavenly Emperor look good. But what made their eyes round was the Heavenly Emperor's figure disappearing? Ding! You have killed a demon player and can leave the demon civilization. You left directly after hearing the prompt. Where's the Heavenly Emperor? Where is the Heavenly Emperor? I paid the price of having my attributes permanently reduced by half to come here from a level 8 main city just to hang this human's head high above the great hall of our demon civilization. By doing so, to proclaim that our demon civilization is not to be bullied. A group of experts arrived at fire speed. A flamboyant and domineering aura raged, and they were filled with confidence as they looked out over the entire field. Ha! How come we only see our own people? Where's the Emperor? Tiandi, gone, said the players of Nyoguang City, dumbfounded. Grass! Grass! A bunch of high-level demons, 10,000 grass mud horses ran through their hearts. Nima! The level 900 demon saint hugged his head and cried. It lost its chance to become a god to come here just to kill the Heavenly Emperor, but the Heavenly Emperor is gone? Who would have thought? The Heavenly Emperor, who used to be invincible, would leave so quickly? Saying he's scared? No way. A person as arrogant as the Heavenly Emperor had once stolen treasure in the Bull Demon Imperial capital, but he had encountered a level 999 Bull Demon Imperial Lord, although the specifics hadn't been rumored, and no one knew that the Heavenly Emperor had seriously injured the Bull Demon Imperial Lord. But the Heavenly Emperor, for sure, wasn't afraid of anything. The devil knows, he's gone. He, the Celestial Emperor, came to the demonic civilization and did not do anything, he was purely having fun. Who would have believed this in the past? I'm asking you if you're angry. Mad. Piss me off. Demon Saint was so angry that he was about to spit out blood and opened the Universe channel, which had the same function as the World channel but allowed for universe-wide calls. However, it required a player with a high rank and a birth civilization that had reached level 1 to be able to do so. This person, the Heavenly Emperor, is incredibly cunning. What's going on? Tell me. In the entire universe, a bunch of high-level players immediately asked. After all, the Heavenly Emperor had also opened up the universe announcement a few times now, coming into their line of sight. The Demon Saint felt that the Heavenly Emperor might still repeat the same method of punking people. Can it make the Heavenly Emperor feel good? It didn't hesitate to blow up its own scandalous story and tell it what happened. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, a bunch of cosmic creatures died laughing. But immediately afterward, the gods froze. The Celestial Emperor was so strong, easily killing countless people across levels, there should be no way to take him except for high-level players. What if he used the same method to come to his own civilization? Himself, he couldn't make a move. Fortunately, one's civilization hadn't offended the Heavenly Emperor. Seeing that the Heavenly Emperor had gone to the demonic civilization a few times now, he should be a vindictive person who had specifically targeted the demonic civilization. Some high-level players in the necromantic civilization frowned. They have offended the Heavenly Emperor. However, seeing as the Heavenly Emperor had been invading demonic civilizations, it shouldn't be the necromantic civilization's turn for the time being. If the Heavenly Emperor comes, do we, out of the way. This is not really a good decision, after all, it is easy to be pitched. Who? Yiyu returned to the Blue Star civilization and took a deep breath, his eyes eerie. Just now, I seem to have seen that a lot of high-level demonic players had come. It's not a small price to pay, is it? Hey, I'm just going to buy something this time, why are you so nervous? But if not for the time constraints, he really wanted to stay in the demonic civilization for a while. After all, the Demon Gate only had one chance left and needed to be replenished with demon corpses, and the giant power bear hadn't been upgraded yet. Well, first go to the necromantic civilization. There should be quite a few experts in the necromantic civilization as well. I wonder, will they come out? Yiyu had always been the perfect thinker, never taking the enemy lightly and used to being fully prepared. Forget it. Even if it came, he had the confidence to fix it. After pinching the time, Yiyu activated the teleportation. Ding! You have been randomly teleported and arrived at Necromantic Civilization Deep Dark Empire Dread City. Chapter 88, he's gone to scourge the cosmic civilization again. This demon saint, what a tease. Yes, being fooled by the Heavenly Emperor, if I were, I definitely wouldn't do that. The expert of the Necromantic Civilization closed the Cosmic Channel. In the World Necromancy Channel, they chatted freely with each other. If the Celestial Emperor comes to the Necrotic Civilization, I'll. The words were just half-spoken. Ding dong. World announcement, Blue Star biological creatures have entered the Deep Dark Empire Fear City, triggering the special event, Blue Star Human Invasion. Players are requested to block the human invasion, and based on the contribution, rewards will be given. The world announcement suddenly rang out like a bomb erupting in the deep sea, causing the hearts and minds of all the necromantic creatures to tremble. Blue Star. Invasion. What a familiar word, but before it was a demonic civilization and they could look the joke. Now that it was even themselves, how could they not laugh? Could it be the Celestial Emperor? It mustn't be him. Damn it, didn't they say that the Heavenly Emperor was vindictive and would definitely take care of the demonic civilization first? How come he came to our necromantic civilization? It can't be, he went to the demonic civilization and only strolled around. Why did he come to us? There still isn't a previous invasion of Blue Star. You shouldn't have invaded Blue Star before. Celestial Emperor. That was the nemesis of the necromantic civilization, the strongest, curse, plus, resurrection, of the necromancers were all perfectly restrained by the Heavenly Emperor, and his arrival here was simply a nightmare for the necromantic civilization. Where are those experts just now? Didn't they say that they went to block the Heavenly Emperor when he really came? The necromantic civilization's many experts. Can go block? What if we're like the demon saint and get screwed? They're just lip service. Who knows, the Heavenly Emperor will really come. It shouldn't be the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor went to the demonic civilization and only stayed for a while. There's no need to suddenly shift the location of the attack. Even if it's him, it's probably the same as in the demon civilization, staying for a while and then leaving. They could only comfort themselves. And how do they know? Yiyu came over on this trip to put together the sacred technique body of calamity and would not leave without accomplishing his purpose. And at this moment, Yiyu was outside of Fierce City. This time he wasn't teleported into the wild, he was right outside the city gates. Dread City, a level 3 main city. The level of both players and NPCs were between level 9150, and after reaching level 150, one could enter the level 4 main city. Level 9150 was already a relatively strong stage, at least for Blue Star Civilization players. As for Dread City, the NPCs and players combined totaled 300,000 people. Such a force, if one were to go to the Blue Star Civilization, it would be enough to hang the players of Blue Star, and the major top guilds would be nothing in front of them. Rally! But they were, at the moment, panicking and rallying at fire speed. Because outside the city gates, there stood a figure they had never seen before, black hair flowing, a confident smile at the corner of his mouth, and a long stance that seemed to be brewing with terrifying power. The abyss of the city, just standing there, made the hearts and minds of the dead spirits tremble. Who are you? They take up attack stances, archers drawing their bows and mages brewing their magic. Arrow towers, magical turrets, and the like, are also up and running. Yiyu did not reply. Because he was chatting, unlike the nervousness of the dead spirits, he was relaxed. Dragon Troop Zhenyang, Big Brother Heavenly Emperor, the City Building Order quest has opened. It's an all-service scramble for a piece of the City Building Order. It's brushed on the Dragon Kingdom server. The Dragon Troop is determined to win this time. But after all, it's the entire Blue Star players vying for it. We also need to be prepared for anything, so if there is trouble at that time, can we ask you to step in? Don't worry, we will definitely not treat you badly. The several transactions with the Dragon Corps gave Yiyu a good feeling. If it didn't affect him, he was still willing to make a move. But, sorry, I'm in the necromantic civilization. After Yiyu replied back, he closed the friend channel. Masao was a bit dumbfounded after reading the message. The Heavenly Emperor Big Brother didn't catch the demon civilization fighting this time, and switched to wool gathering? He took the news and spoke to the Dragon Corps. Ha! Going to scourge the necromonger civilization this time? Good lord, we're still messing around in Blue Star, and the Heavenly Emperor bigwigs have gone to up the cosmic civilizations. In their eyes, the cosmic civilization that would invade Blue Star's civilization. In the face of the Celestial Emperor, but it was just a scourged piece of trash in general. Heh, is the gap that big? Dragon laughs, let out a bitter laugh. Just now, after opening the City Building Order quest, he opened the world announcement, and he was a bit smug that he was also the one who opened the world announcement with a big event. But, people's Heavenly Emperors had fought their way into the universe. Blue Star's world announcement, in front of this, seems worthless. Baka, we're going to get the City Building Order. Having a player's own level 1 city means so much more. By obtaining the City Building Order, the hegemony of our great rice country will thus begin. Watching the excited words of players from various countries on the Blue Star World channel. Ha! The other Celestial Emperor, he has an imperial capital. Still ing dominate the Blue Star it, people have hit the dead civilization to go. I'm afraid the Emperor of the Sky now, is giving the dead civilization, bring the general pressure of suffocation it. I'm afraid that T&D is now bringing suffocating pressure to the Necropolis civilization. Tap. Yiyu stepped straight forward. The sound of his stepping was like stepping on the lifeblood of the dead spirits. Because. Hiss. Heavenly Emperor. It's the Blue Star Heavenly Emperor. As they drew closer, the necromancers finally saw his nickname, which could be undisplayed, but Yiyu didn't like to hide it. Their heads were about to explode. Come on, it's really this guy. Nima, it's the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor invades. Right here in Fear City, requesting assistance. The players of Fear City immediately sent the message to the World Channel. They felt that it would be difficult for them, 10 million of them, to stop the Heavenly Emperor, and they could only request for assistance. As long as there was a large wave of necrotic players to assist, it wasn't impossible to hold out. But this moment, all the necromantic players, all of them closed their mouths. Those from level 3 main cities don't dare to come over. Those below level 3, let alone. Above level 3, you have to pay a price to come over, and when you do, you may not be able to beat them, so only higher level main city players, like those from level 8 and 9 main cities, have some hope, right? But those players, now all dare not come over. Although they have not really fought. But Yu alone took the entire necromantic civilization and scared the hell out of it. Defense! Defense! The players of Dread City, however, could only be forced to raise their guts and open the defense formation. A defense formation of a level 3 main city should be able to hold back the Heavenly Emperor for quite some time, right? Chapter 89 Synthetic Holy Technique. Buzz. Dread City's defense array instantly rose, defending up to 800,000. In a normal siege, the attacking force had many people, and together they slowly consumed the defense formation. The Heavenly Emperor, on the other hand, had only one person. Even if he could break through the defense array, it would definitely take a while. During this time, they could then attack the Heavenly Emperor and drain his chi and blood. They say that the Heavenly Emperor's attacks are powerful, so his chi and blood and defense must not be high. No one this perfect exists. Dread City Lord forced himself to pump up and waved his hand to give the order. Attack! Swoosh! The sky was filled with arrows, magic skills, and so on, instantly attacking towards Yu. Cut! Yu laughed. Both sides could be said to have fought directly without any communication. If it's not my kind, their hearts will be different. Naturally, he would not be merciful. Ding! Against the enemy plus 302,365, physical attack plus 302,365%. What do you think you guys are doing that's so bad? You have to attack me together. Basic attack, close to 1,000,000. However, Yu's blood and defense really couldn't withstand so many attacks, and the thunder light wings behind him bloomed with lightning, and after a lightning arc flashed, the whole person instantly disappeared. Stepping through space, instantaneous movement. Arriving at the city gates, the defense array was right in front of him. Reorganize the attack. Continue. Dread City Lord didn't panic. Even if he could dodge skills, how many times could he do it? The defense array would certainly not be shattered directly. This period of time was enough for the Heavenly Emperor to die. That's all there is to it. Players and NPCs are all thinking the same thing. After all, if the Heavenly Emperor is really strong, there is no need to avoid skills. There are also drawbacks. Click, click, click. Just then, a shattering sound rang out. The sound was like a blow to the hearts of the dead spirits, and they gave birth to incredulous suspicions, looking towards the defense array full of doubts, only to see that the defense array was rapidly disintegrating from point to point. Bang! In an instant, the defense array that surrounded the entirety of the city directly collapsed. It turned into a rain of light and drifted away, just like singing a dirge of death. One finger. A dead spirit spoke in panic, causing all the dead spirits to look in panic. The Heavenly Emperor withdrew a finger. Gulp! Heavenly Emperor, one finger shattered the defense array. One finger, over 800,000 attacks? There was no skill blow, just a plain and simple one finger. Wasn't it just a flat A? Thought about how the Heavenly Emperor would break the formation, worked hard for a couple hours, even if it broke faster, surely he would have to use some flashy skills, but didn't expect it to be a simple finger. This, too, was too much for the dead to despair. Escape, escape. This man is a pervert. There were dead spirits already trying to escape. Ding! An attack on Dread City by a player who is not from Dread City is considered to be the initiation of a siege, and you may leave only if the attacking player gives up or dies or accepts surrender, or if the attacked city is destroyed. It was really scared by Yu and almost forgot about it. In a siege battle, it was impossible to abandon the city and flee, nor was it possible to go offline to escape. Ding! You have launched a siege. The target is a city of a foreign civilization. If you can destroy the city, you will be rewarded with cosmic reputation value. Yu also heard the prompt. Curse. Use the curse. The dead spirits knew there was no escape and began to resist as best they could. The Celestial Emperor was very fierce, but the curse was also very powerful. The Curse of Life. Curse Purgatory Burning Heart. Curse Soul Dissipation Eclipsed. Various powerful curse skills covered towards Yu. In front of Yu, the Shield of Purification appeared. Forbidden Spell Purification. Immunity to all curses for 10 minutes. All curses were vaporized when they came near him. So many curses, and none of them work? The necromancers knew that Yu wasn't afraid of curses, but generally resisting curses, they couldn't resist this much. It was over 300,000 curse skills. This man really is the nemesis of the dead spirits. In the moment they froze, Yu pulled out the Dark Destruction Axe. Dark Extinction Axe Light. Ding! Active reduces physical attack by 95% and increases range by 1900% to 96,900 square meters. An axe went down, and death descended. However, because the necromancers stood spread out, not all of them were killed. But, ding dong! World announcement: the blue star creature, Heavenly Emperor, has killed 150,276 players and NPCs in Dread City. Someone please go stop him. Half of them have been exterminated too. The opening of the world announcement angered the entire necropolis. It was too rampant. A creature from a low-level civilization dares to fight alone. One man attacking a city. But they only dare to beep in their hearts. Killing over 150,000 in one move, the Heavenly Emperor was truly terrifying. Who would dare to go over and help? They looked at the words, Fear City. As a level 1 civilization, the Necromancer civilization would also have friction with other level 1 civilizations, and had been invaded by other civilizations in the past, with the invasion battle occurring in Dread City. But that time, Dread City managed to kill the invaders. Dread City, originally, was not called Dread City. It was renamed after that incident. It was meant to represent that this city of necromantic civilization would bring fear to the alien civilization. But now, it became the fear of all the necromancers. It's so ironic. Ding! You have killed 150,276 players and NPCs, gaining 1,020,000 experience value, 620,000 kill value, 103,767 diamond artifacts, 46,507 starburst artifacts, and 2 legendary artifacts. 10,000 times strike. You gained a lot. However, some of the ones killed were of a lower level than him, and the ones higher than him weren't much higher, so the experience value wasn't too much. And the only way to get kill value is to kill players. But the equipment that explodes from killing players can't be 10,000 times blitzed, while the ones that explode from killing NPCs can. You all receive the backpack and then look at it later. Overall, it's still good. You could also reproduce the abilities of Killing Heart and Swallowing equipment to gain qualifications, and the killing value and equipment were all things he needed. The key is, ding! You have gained 89,642 Deadly Chi, with a 10,000-fold blast and 89,642 Calamity Chi. Necrotic creatures had dead chi inside their backpacks. Dead air can be used to craft Dead Air Monster, which is used to resurrect dead spirits. You exploded some of it out and not all of it. But enough to accomplish the goal. Ding! Congratulations, you have gathered 10 million Calamity Chi and synthesized the skill book Holy Technique Calamity Body. The skill book was synthesized within the backpack. You took it out and directly tore it apart. Ding! You have learned the Holy Technique Calamity Body. Then it consumed its experience value and instantly leveled up. For 2 minutes, it is immune to physical attacks and can turn physical attacks into legal attacks. Approximates a mage. And what is a mage's greatest fear? Being meleeed by physical burst professions like warriors and assassins. Sorry, he's immune to physical attacks. Chapter 90, One Man, Destroy a City. You killed half of them with a single axe. How could the dead spirits not be disorganized in this situation? But they, too, were worthy of being an advanced civilization. Quickly found a strategy. Did you guys notice that all of his attacks are physical attacks? He's a warrior. It couldn't be more obvious. It couldn't be any other profession with an axe, could it? The necromancers, on the other hand, all have Death Aura. Death Chi can be synthesized into the Death Body skill book, so the necromancy players have this skill, which can immunize against physical attacks for 1 second, which is equal to a small invincibility for 1 second. It must be said that the necromancy civilization is blessed with a unique talent. Curse plus Resurrection plus Body of Death. Very buggy. All use the Body of Death. The attack range of that axe of his is huge. There must not be many skills like this. We can hold out for a long time. Help will definitely come. The Body of Death, which lasts for 1 second, is short. But the cooldown is also short, 3 seconds. This way, it would be difficult for T&D, a warrior, to kill them quickly, and the necromancer experts would realize that T&D wasn't that invincible and might come to the rescue. Boom! On their bodies, they raised a thick aura of death and activated their skills. Come on, come and hit me. Now, let's see how you fight. Arrogant and Yiyu shouted. After all, before was crushed very badly, and now there is a chance to dial back a chip, began to smug. I go. So cheap? Yiyu first saw someone begging for a fight, well, satisfy you. The effect of the Body of Death, he had known it for a long time, even grasping at the flaw of him being a warrior, then he would change it. Boom! Terrifying black gases surrounded him, filled with the aura of death and calamity, like the most evil power in the world that was about to descend on fear and disaster. Ha! Is this also the Body of Death? It's also true that the Celestial Emperor killed a lot of Death Chi monsters before, so he should have synthesized the Body of Death skill book. The Death Spirit creatures were first stunned, then full of concern. Because this skill was useless except for being immune to physical attacks. What's the point of using a skill that's the same as theirs? Ding! Under the Body of Calamity, you are immune to physical attacks for 2 minutes and can transform them into spell attacks, which can be cancelled at any time. Sorry, Yi Yu's skills are very different from them. Ding, you have transformed your physical attack into a legal attack. Come on. You come and hit us. The necromancers were still screaming. Phew. Thunder light wings flapping, Yi Yu directly rushed into the enemy group, both fingers constantly clicking, with a base attack speed of up to 7+ points per second, his palms raised into a phantom. Bang! Bang! Close to 1,000,000 mana attacked, a head that was shattered by his point in an instant. The dead spirits were as fragile as paper in front of him. No! We're still in the body of death effect, how could he do damage? It's hard to believe that he's even a mage? But a mage, where does one attack with their fingers? Bastard, who had seen this before. Mage attacks, even with a flat A, require the use of a staff, which is dictated by professional restrictions. But the immediate. Is it a warrior, or a mage? Who? Yi Yu breathed in comfortably, it felt good. In fact, he was now a mage, but then again, not just a warrior with spell attacks, mage skills he couldn't use, but also didn't have the various limitations of a mage. For the time being, he didn't need spell skills either. It was sort of an extra means to transform the attack attributes when he encountered one that restrained physical attacks. Crap, the body of death is cooling down. It seems like it doesn't make a difference if it's cold or not. The dead spirits were completely desperate. Even though the Heavenly Emperor's spell attacks were relatively slow to kill because they didn't have the skills yet, they were still very terrifying, and they would be swiftly killed as usual. And when it turned back to physical attacks, it was even worse. Ding, you have shifted your attack attribute to physical attack. A rain of swords filled the sky. The swarms of demons are dancing. Flock of gusty eagles. Ground thorns. Yi Yu casually released his skills, enjoying the exhilarating feeling of skills bombarding his enemies. Necromantic creatures, however, were not passive. With so many of them attacking down, it would be difficult for Yi Yu to block them alone. The Earth Savage Dragon activated, Dragon Might. Disordered ultrasound. The twofold control effect made it impossible for any of them to move for a short period of time, and even if there were some that could resist the control effect and break free earlier, it was only a small portion of them. This small number of dead spirits launched an attack. Earthen Wall. The Earth Wall summoned by the Earth Savage Dragon was completely able to block it. 12,635. 8,267. Scarlet damage connected to the sky and the ground, the entire city was shrouded in a thick color of blood, and under Yi Yu's feet was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Ding! You have killed 152,089 players and NPCs, gaining 1,030,000 experience value, 624 kill value, 103,767 diamond artifacts, 46,508 starburst artifacts, and 2 legendary artifacts. 10,000 times strike. Thus, the entire city was slaughtered. Yi Yu did not have any mood swings. In the universe, not being cruel to others was being cruel to oneself. Just like the Blue Star Civilization's Phaeton imperial capital, it was once cursed by the necromantic civilization, and the entire city was turned into a dead city. Only Yi Yu was strong enough to initiate the invasion. His eyes fluctuated for a moment, remembering the words of the dead spirits before they died. What is this ability of yours, bullying us from a level 3 main city? If you have the ability, go to a level 4 main city. The players from the level 4 main city are all in the deadly dark swamp right now to grab pet eggs. Do you dare to go? Perhaps it was because the players were unconvinced. Or, perhaps, resentment towards the lack of support from other necro players. There were a lot of players from Dread City who voiced this kind of resentment. In their minds, with so many players from level 4 main cities gathering, Heavenly Emperor couldn't be strong, could he? Pet eggs? Yi Yu raised his eyebrows, he could still have a mount. This pet egg, which could make so many players fight for it, must be quite extraordinary. I'll be there. Ding. As a Blue Star Civilization player, you killed a city of players and NPCs, reducing the strength of the necromantic civilization, and gained 1,000 cosmic reputation points. Cosmic reputation value, trying to gain a lot of it at once, was very difficult. This is the same for anyone. 10,000 times the storm, gained 10 million cosmic prestige values. Ding dong. World announcement necromancy, the Blue Star creature, Tiandi, exterminated all the necromancy creatures in Dread City, and gained 1,000 points of cosmic reputation value. Who can stop him? All the necromancers, who have been watching the World Channel. The announcement opened, breaking the calm. How long has it been since the arrival of the Heavenly Emperor? Just one city has been destroyed. The three-pole main city was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of him. The most excessive of all. I can't, right now, be resurrected straight away. The dead necromancer player wailed in the resurrection space. Dead NPCs, moreover, could not be resurrected permanently. This was the effect of the forbidden spell eclipse life. Have the guts to come to our level 4 main city. If we weren't all in the deadly dark swamp, wouldn't we let him have his way? Chapter 91, Thousand Chance Mirror, Imperial Sword returning to 1. The players of the level 4 main city were still very confident. After all, if you wanted to enter a level 4 main city, you had to have a level of 150, with the highest having a level of 250. They had just heard about it. Heavenly Emperor, level 100. Although the ability to fight across levels was strong, could one still cross so many levels and face so many dead spirits? The main reason was that, Dead Dark Swamp, there was a powerful monster from the Necromancer civilization that came out. This monster had hatchling pet eggs, and they needed to fight for this pet egg. Otherwise, they would have already spared no expense and entered Dread City. How could the Celestial Emperor underestimate the necromantic civilization? It would be great if he could come. It's a pity that at level 100, he's not even qualified to enter a level 4 main city. At this moment, Yi Yu walked to the Fear City teleportation array and activated it. Select the target, Deadly Dark City. He didn't know where the Dead Dark Swamp was. After all, getting the news of the pet egg was purely by accident. There was no advanced preparation at all. Picking a city with the same prefix, he gambled on his luck. System prompt: your level does not meet the requirements to enter a level 4 main city. Void. Passing through all the formations, Yi Yu successfully passed through the teleportation array and arrived at the Deadly Dark City. Here, there were no people. It seems that I should have come to the right place. There was only one explanation for this situation. The players and NPCs in the city had all gone to the Deadly Dark Swamp, and the NPCs were usually a bit high and mighty, posting quests for the players to do and enjoying themselves at home. Even the NPCs were attracted to the city, not even the city guards were arranged. Proof that this pet egg is good. Here's the problem: there's not a single necromancer. I can't even catch one to ask where the Deadly Dark Swamp is. Yi Yu was also a bit annoyed. Solely ignore it first and check the harvest. There was a lot of equipment that popped out, but he was more demanding, and there were 2 items that caught his attention. Detection Mirror, Platinum. Grade, 90. Attachment: Field of Vision extends 1000 meters. Attachment skill, Detection, Red LV1, consumes 70 points of blue, detects traces within 30 meters of the vicinity for 3 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes. Note: skill level +1, detection range +10 meters, maximum level 15. Limitation, level 90. Description: equipment made by Mechanical Civilization, purchased by Necromancer NPCs. This mirror is not a mirror. Rather, it is eyeglasses. Yi Yu also didn't expect to see this in the vault. It was made by a Mechanical Civilization. It seemed that the universe was truly vast, and some cosmic civilizations possessed powerful abilities to produce equipment that could even break the boundaries of the vault's traditional equipment. What Yi Yu was looking at was the detection ability. Detection was generally an assassin's skill. But these glasses allow any profession to have this ability. It's just the detection skill, it's not too strong yet. Ding! 10,000 times the storm, gain, 1000 chance mirror, 1. This was exploded from killing NPCs, so naturally it could be blitzed. Mirror of 1000 chances, legendary artifact. Grade, 90. Attachment: Vision extension 10,000 meters. Attachment skill: Luck of 1000 opportunities, Gold LV1, consumes 400 points of blue, detects traces within 300 meters of the vicinity, determines enemy movements, lasts for 1 hour, cooldown 10 minutes. Remarks: skill level +1, detection range +100 meters, maximum level 50. Limitation, level 90. Description: T&D storms out. Golden color skill. The range is increased and there is an additional ability, determine movement. These glasses were full of technology, and Yi Yu immediately put them on to try them out. This is too clear. He could see everything within 10,000 meters around him, his field of view was stretched out, and this was just an incidental attribute. He hurriedly used the skill again. First, he consumed the experience value to bring it to full level. Brush. On the glasses, a layer of halo dispersed. Yi Yu looked down to check his feet and realized that many footprints had appeared within the city, which were footprints of the necromantic creatures, which he could not see before. Now, not only could he see it, it also automatically determines where it went. It all went there. Yi Yu looked to the west, roughly 300,000 meters away from himself. It should be where the Deadly Dark Swamp was. He removed his glasses and smiled with satisfaction. With this ability, it shouldn't be too easy to try to chase the enemy in the future. Standing in place. You can see 1000 opportunities and strategize. Just said I don't know the location of the Deadly Dark Swamp, and here comes this glasses. He felt that it was the lucky gem that had worked. 10 points of luck wasn't added for nothing. There's another one that the player popped out that can't be blitzed. Heart Royal Sword, legendary artifact. Level, 100. Attachment: physical attack plus 2000, attack speed plus 30%. Attached skill: Sword Art, Gold LV1, consume 500 points of blue, use your heart to control the sword, attack it with the sword within a range of 200 meters, lasts for 1 minute, cooldown 2 minutes. Remarks: skill level +1, range +200 meters, duration +10 seconds, maximum level 50. Restrictions, level 100, warrior. No need to look. It's awesome. Directly add 2000 physical attack. Most of the blue star players, their own attack is not so much, it is worthy of being a 100 level legendary artifact. Can also royal sword attack, equivalent to the sword out of the hands of the warrior, into a long range attack. It's much more powerful than an archer, isn't it? If an archer sends out an arrow and then sends out a second arrow, he has to reload the arrow, store up the power to draw the bow, and consume blue every time he shoots an arrow. The Imperial Sword, on the other hand, keeps attacking continuously. Yi Yu looked at the level 60 diamond artifact, Water Drop Sword, in his hand. It could be changed. But the Water Drop Sword skill, Roaming Sword Rain, is good. It can be melted. Thing can do. Ding! You have consumed 10,000 gold coins to detach Roiling Sword Rain from the Water Drop Sword and fuse it into the Heart Royal Sword. Congratulations, skill fusion, evolution has occurred, giving birth to the new skill, Imperial Sword returning to 1. I can't imagine that it has evolved, an unexpected pleasure. Sword return, forbidden spell LV60. Split into Sword Strike and return to 1 strike. Imperial Sword Strike. By consuming 1000 points of blue, the Heart Imperial Sword will become 15, adding only one's physical attack and attack speed, and the attack will be 100% physical attack. With Heart Royal Sword, the sword attacks at will within 20,000 meters, lasts for 1 hour, cooldown 10 minutes. For each sword, 5,000 plus 100% physical attack sword chi of 2,000 meters in length can be released to attack different targets. Returning Strike. You can gather all your swords and sword energy and attack the same target, which will consume all your blue. Hiss. Terror. Even though Yi Yu had already seen many good things, he couldn't help but marvel at it, and after seeing the effects, he immediately leveled it to full. So fierce, it's a good thing he's the one who owns it. Within 20,000 meters, 15 swords attacked at will for a whole hour. You can also release 15 sword chi each. But it's attacking different targets. After one sword chi hits target A, it can't hit target A anymore, it can only go to B, C, etc. The attack is very scattered. But Yi Yu attacked so high. 1 strike was enough for seconds. Even if 1 strike can't be seconds, it doesn't matter. There's also Return Strike, which allows you to focus your attacks. Chapter 92, Underworld Turtle. Yi Yu finished packing, his thunder lightning wings flapped and flew towards his destination. There are a lot of dead spirits. Along the way, he used the 1,000 kinds of mirrors to detect his surroundings. Many traces were seen, with the same goal in mind. Deadly Dark Swamp. Damn Heavenly Emperor, a level 100 dares to be so arrogant. When we finish this matter, we will surely request the High Priestess of the Necropolis to find a new way to invade the Blue Planet at an early date and kill all the creatures of the Blue Planet as a way of slaying the shame. Low-level creatures, only worthy of being slaves and animals. The necromantic creatures gathered here, all of them very angry. They turned their anger into power and fought hard to kill the monsters. The monsters in the Deadly Dark Swamp had already been killed by them, and only one, Deadly Dark Turtle, was left to be killed, so the killing would be over. The Deadly Dark Turtle was the boss this time. It was also the monster that hatched the pet egg. Its status in the necromantic civilization was equivalent to that of the gargoyle in the Blue Star civilization, synonymous with mystery and power. As long as you can get it, you can ride the wind for a day, and your strength and status are incomparable. I must get it. They stared at each other, eyes showing greed and wariness. Don't look at the time of the Heavenly Emperor's invasion, each of them appeared to be on the same page, but once there was a conflict of interest, they didn't mind stabbing at their sidekick in the slightest. Otherwise, they wouldn't have not gone to help Dread City before. Necromantic civilizations, in fact, have never been united. In the universe, profit reigns supreme. They look at the monster's blood, which shows a progress bar, 65%, 50%. It was in the midst of a sharp and rapid decline. Although the Deadly Dark Turtle was powerful, it couldn't be helped that all the necromantic creatures of the level 4 main city were here, adding up to more than 200 million, so the fact that the Deadly Dark Turtle was doomed to die didn't matter anymore. What mattered was who could kill it. In the Vault of Heaven, the reward for killing a boss is not based on who put in the most effort. Instead, it's about who dealt the last bit of damage to kill the boss. The rewards will all go to the person who killed it. In time, more than 200 million necromantic creatures will surely fight for it. 30%. 25%. They stare nervously at the progress bar, waiting for that stirring moment. Boom! But just at that moment, a sharp air-breaking sound came. A ray of thunder flashed from afar, swooshing to the entire field, and wrapped in purple arcs of electricity, a human with a stalwart face appeared in front of the crowd of dead souls. Finally arrived. Yi Yu took a deep breath and was glad that he didn't come too late. Deadly Dark Turtle, Legendary Boss. Level 500. Attack, 29,377. Attack, 29,683. Defense, 117,365. Blood, 25,966 118264. Skills: devouring evolution, devouring corpses to gain evolution, up to mythic level, turning the river, death whale, turtle breath barrier, companion death chi. Description: a powerful monster of the necromantic civilization, one of the best pets and mounts in the universe. Level 500 legendary boss. Double attack. It was a monster that favored defense and chi and blood, something you liked. He didn't lack attacks, and being able to add defense and blood to him was perfect. Moreover, devouring evolution, it could allow it to grow to the mythic level, which was a divine beast. Divine beasts were rare and had long development cycles, while it was destined to become a divine beast just by devouring it. It can also be accompanied by death chi, which can synthesize the body of death, make death chi monsters, and open up the death spirit passage Dao. This was also the reason why the dead dark turtle was valued by the necromantic civilization. 110,000 defense. None of the necro players on the field, with their basic attacks, would have been able to break the defense, but some players had good armor breaking skills, and it was a good solution when they joined forces to lower the defense of the dead dark turtle. Right now, there was only 20,000 or so chi blood left. One hit from a high-level player would have killed the deadly dark turtle in seconds. But, in the nick of time, the Heavenly Emperor suddenly came. We can't let him rob it. You guys stop the Heavenly Emperor. Some of the player presidents among the 200 million or so necromantic creatures roared, then shot out in unison, fiercely scrambling for the right to kill the deadly dark turtle. The Heavenly Emperor's purpose for being here, it was self-evident. All the remaining necromantic creatures struck out at Yu in unison. At this moment, they were united. Dead dark turtle, the stakes are high. It must not fall into the hands of the blue star creatures. Ding! In sparring, enemy plus 238625587, physical attack plus 238625587%. And here, Yu heard the prompt. Somewhat speechless. Originally, it was difficult to kill the dark turtle in seconds with his 30,000 plus attacks, but now with over 2 million times, his physical attack came to over 60 billion. Boom! He faintly swung out a fist, hitting a necrotic creature beside him. Ding! Spacer, activated, you can run your attack through and hit units of the same race. What he hit was a necrotic creature. The dead dark turtle, also a necromantic creature. At the moment, the experts among the necromantic players came in front of the deadly dark turtle and launched their attacks in unison, depending on who was lucky enough to get the kill first. However, there was a punch that instantly followed through from Yu to the top of the deadly dark turtle's head. 25,966. The deadly dark turtle's chi blood instantly emptied. Ding! Congratulations, your first kill of a level 500 legendary boss has been successful, earning you 3,270,000 experience points over level kill, 1,289 gold coins, deadly dark turtle egg platinum, 1, legendary points 1, and service-wide reputation value 3,000. Does it hide rewards, hide nicknames? 10,000 times the storm, you can obtain 32.7 billion experience points, 12.89 million gold coins or 12.89 zoos, underworld turtle egg legendary, 1, legend points 10,000, and service-wide reputation value 30 million. Worthy of being a level 500 legendary boss, the rewards were generous. With a thought, Yu received the reward into his backpack. Not hidden. On second thought, he'll just not hide it. Who punched? Was it you? It's not me. The masters among the necro players looked at me and me at you, guessing who took the kill. All of them were experts from level 4 main cities and were familiar with each other. What skills each had and what the skills looked like were in their hearts. But that punch just now, none of them looked good. Seemingly, it was a flat A? Normal attack. Never. With ordinary attacks, even if they were experts, it would be impossible to kill a bloodied deadly dark turtle in seconds. The atmosphere on the field was bizarre. Because of this inexplicable scene, the dead spirits had temporarily forgotten about Tiandi. The players who had just struck out to attack Tiandi had all put away their skills. After all, the dead dark turtle was the most important. Ding dong! World announcement necromancy, congratulations to Blue Star Creature, Heavenly Emperor. First kill of level 500 legendary boss Deadly Dark Turtle has been successful, obtaining Deadly Dark Turtle Egg Platinum, 1 legendary degree, and 3,000 all-service Blue Star prestige value. Suddenly, the world announcement takes the stage and sings 50 below. The entire necromantic civilization. Quiet. Chapter 93, My King's Bomb, plenty of it. The death of the deadly dark turtle and the explosion of the pet egg, two pieces of information that silenced all the necrotic creatures. In fact, this battle was fought by the necromantic creatures of level 4 main cities. But level 5, and even higher level necromantic creatures were paying attention because deadly chi was a necessary resource for necromantic creatures, and this resource was not infinite. And the dead dark turtle could give birth to dead chi, which was equal to unlimited resources. It can open up the path of the dead spirit passage and invade other civilizations. As long as the necromancers who had ambitions to improve with the help of invasion, they all longed for their own people to obtain the necromantic turtle, so the players in the level 4 main cities were given orders from the high-level necromancers. Swear to die to capture the deadly dark turtle. If it wasn't for the price they would have to pay if they went forward to the level 4 main city, they would have gone there themselves. But it didn't matter if they couldn't get it themselves, at least it was still in the hands of the necromancers. But robbed by the Celestial Emperor? Kanpachi Butterfly Necronomicon Mantra, asshole. How can we let the blue star creature grab the dead dark turtle? The alien race getting our symbolic pet must not be tolerated. Leave him. Snatch him back. And at the scene, the necromantic creatures of the level 4 main city were dumbfounded. The Celestial Emperor is so far away from the deadly dark turtle. How did you snatch it? It didn't matter anymore, what mattered was that the deadly dark turtle had to be snatched back. More than 200 million players, all of them struck out in unison. Boom! All sorts of terrifying skills struck, and the scene was enough to make anyone despair. Ding! As a player of the Blue Star Civilization, you can leave the Necrotic Civilization for players who have already killed necrotic players. Do you leave? Yi Yu had actually been able to leave a long time ago, and he had gotten his target. As long as he left, there was nothing to lose. But he, whatever feared? Thunder for a moment. Instantly moving a large distance, he dodged it once because the necromancer's attacks were more focused, but the thunder light instant went into cooldown, and he couldn't use it to dodge again for the time being. He pulled out the Dark Destruction Axe. The best defense was an active attack. Ding! Active reduces physical attack by 95% and increases range by 1900% to 96,900 square meters. Over 60 billion damage, so what if it's reduced by 95%? The light of the axe filled the area, instantly spreading over 90,000 square meters. The black light swept away everything, and countless dead creatures were killed as blood flew. Necromantic creatures that stood were more concentrated. For 1 square meter, stand at least 4 necromancers. With this move, 380,000 dead spirits were exterminated. Gulp! That's terrible. A level 4 main city creature, and he can still kill it in seconds. The necromantic creatures here, having seen the terrifying power of the Heavenly Emperor for the first time, were all chilled to the bone. It turned out that it wasn't that he could only kill 3 extreme main cities in seconds, but that he had only encountered 3 extreme main cities before. This person seems to be synonymous with invincibility. More than 200 million dead souls are just enough for him to swing a few dozen axes, so what's the point? Wait, you guys, look. His panel. Over 60 billion attacks. Yi Yu was level 100, the dead spirits here were beyond his level and were able to see his panel. Some of the creatures that Yi Yu had killed earlier did not see his panel in time. That were not killed by him in seconds or scared that they would only run away. Where would they look at the attributes again? This next time I saw it, it was very desperate. Over 60 billion attacks. Hiss. This is still a person. This could be a god. This is outrageous, really, is this person just invincible? Wait, you guys, look again. Ding. In sparring, enemy 382082, physical attack 382,086%. Because Yi Yu killed 380,000 enemies, the physical attack was reduced by more than 3,800 times. Although, it was still terrifying. But, still reduced. His attack, it's decreasing. The necromantic creatures on the field, who could enter a level 4 main city and become the backbone of the necromantic civilization, were definitely not of low intelligence, and this time, they noticed the unusual. I see. He should have a special ability. The more enemies there are, the stronger he gets. Very likely. Try it. They were very resourceful, and despite the fact that they were all angry inside now, they forcefully suppressed it, no longer striking out at the Heavenly Emperor, no longer hostile. Ding! You have 0 enemies and plus 0% physical attack. Yi Yu's attack dropped all the way down, returning to normal. Battle without end, indeed, has this flaw, and the necromancers are no fools to catch this. Ha, it really dropped. Over 30,000 attacks, that's his normal attribute. It's still scary, but not unacceptable anymore. The necromantic creatures were all between level 150-250, especially the masters among them. Some of them had this attack as well, and now when they looked at the Heavenly Emperor's words again, they weren't that frightened. It turned out that he wasn't invincible. Immediately afterward, they all revealed cruel eyes. The Heavenly Emperor's ability to stack attacks was too terrifying. This person, he must be allowed to die young. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would grow into a peak power in the universe, and the necromantic civilization would be nothing more than a wisp of dust in front of him. This person must die. And Yi Yu, at this moment, smiled. Come and try. He had never, ever relied on talent. The core of his power is always the 10,000 times strike privilege. Oh no, it can also grow to be 1,000,000 times, 1,000,000,000 times. His King Bomb, more than enough. Singles. Can't let him stack attacks. The necromantic creatures instantly made up their minds. Although Battle Without End couldn't stack huge power on Yu anymore, it still retained its deterrent power. With this in place, no one dared to surround Yu. Heavenly Emperor, you will die under me. A necromancer player walked out. It's dead silence. With the A-rank talent, Continuous, he's the best player at soloing in a level 4 main city, he should be stable. The necromantic creatures rejoiced. But the enemy was the Celestial Emperor after all, so they were cautious and began to play tricks. Grade A talent attribute sharing. Adds half of one's own attributes to others for a short period of time. Grade B talent defense enhancement. Skill Dark Light Shelter. Necromantic creatures with enchantment type talents and skills add abilities to Deadmare. Common Necrotic Necromancer. Level 250. Legal attack 118726. Defense 137,255. Blood value 257543. Skills Dark Light Wave, Light Art Leap, Thunder Flash. It's pretty powerful. Don't look at the fact that it's only level 250, but with this attribute, it's on par with a strong person in level 500. Moreover, with the Continuous talent, as long as it sends out one attack after that, the next strike send out within every 3 seconds after that, it doesn't need to consume blue and can send out so many skills. It's very strong in single combat. Cut. Dead Silence sneered. At the moment it was incredibly powerful. Heavenly Emperor, how can it be blocked? By relying on his 30,000 plus basic attacks on that panel? Hand over the pet egg. It didn't strike directly. If it killed the Heavenly Emperor now, it wouldn't necessarily be able to explode the pet egg, and then it would be difficult to get the pet egg back if the Heavenly Emperor was resurrected back to the Blue Star civilization. It was safest to let him hand it over himself. I can consider that without torturing you. Okay. Yu nodded indifferently. I won't torture you and kill you in seconds. Ding. Activating the Breaking the Kettle buff, consuming 4 billion experience points, will hit 400,000 attacks. Yu had more than enough experience value, and while 4 billion couldn't be said to be a scratch, it wasn't too much. 400,000 attack is the means will be caused by the attack, and the panel attack has nothing to do with, so through the panel cannot see. He slapped and flung himself at Dead Silence. Dead Silence shook his head disdainfully. With more than 30,000 attributes on the Heavenly Emperor's panel, it was impossible for him to even break his own defense, although Heavenly Emperor certainly had good skills as well. But what good skills could a level 100 character have that could increase damage that much? This palm was just a way to tickle yourself. But I don't like being hit by you. It jumped sharply, dodging Yu's palm. Who knows? Yu's palm actually followed. Ding, tracking, activated, target player, Dead Silence. Snap. A slap that landed hard on Deadmare's face. 257,543. Scarlet damage appeared, and Dead Silence fell straight down. Chapter 94, A Full Harvest. Ding. Congratulations, you have killed Dead Silence and gained 1,260,000 experience points, and the legendary artifact Thunder Yawning Staff won. 10,000 times the storm, gained 12.6 billion experience value. Consuming 4 billion experience value, 12.6 billion was gained. This wave is not a loss. And on the field. Hiss. How can he still do so much damage? Seconds to Dead Silence, something's not right, his panel attack clearly hasn't changed. Just over 30,000 attacks. The necromantic creature was puzzled. I see. Our previous guess was wrong, he didn't increase his attack power because of the increase in enemies, it must be because of something else, what his panel shows must be fake. That was the only way to explain it. The Heavenly Emperor's attacks certainly couldn't be seen in panels. One can only know that it is very, very high. Escape. They fled in haste. As for the dead dark turtle, who was happy to care now, it was about to die. Me so. However, there was a clear and harsh sound of sword drawing, and in front of Yu's body, the Park Royal sword appeared, quickly dividing into 15 of the same, and then each released 15 sword chi, and rapidly shot towards the people. Imperial sword returned to 1 Imperial sword strike. Within 20,000 square meters, 225 sword chi continued to attack for a full hour. And the range will move as Yu moves. Counterattack. This time, the necromancers rushed to counterattack. After all, the Heavenly Emperor had killed Dead Silence in seconds with a single normal attack, and now that he had activated his skills, wouldn't that be even more deadly? As for attacking the Heavenly Emperor, it would increase his attack power? That's not a guess, it's not confirmed, and it's already been disproved just now. Ding! Enemy plus 238243504, physical attack plus 238243504%. Yu's attack came back in a flash, quickly killing the enemy in seconds. Sure enough, he's using that trick again to deceive people. Obviously possessing a very strong attack himself, but deliberately making a false, constantly changing data panel to deceive people. Surely he wants to use this to keep his enemies from surrounding him. Let's just siege him, or else we won't even have a chance to live. It had to be said that the necromantic creatures were really resourceful. It's not as smart as it sounds. There was no way around it. Yiyu's attack was just too bizarre, simply making the dead spirit unable to fathom the truth. Disordered Super God Wave. Disorganize your enemy for 1 second, preventing them from moving. Dragon Might. Confuses the enemy for 2-3 seconds. Time varies depending on strength, unable to move or attack. Yiyu utilized the 2 major control skills to make it difficult for the necromancer to strike. When the control was gone and the enemy attack arrived. Roar. The Earth Savage Dragon roared as a wall of earth surfaced in front of it. Only by breaking the wall of earth could it attack Yiyu. Dark Knight, willing to die for my master. The skeleton general appeared and raised his hand to unleash 100,000 level 100 diamond soldiers, which were already relatively behind in the field, and the diamond level monsters, which didn't seem that powerful now. But the skeleton soldiers managed to block a lot of damage for Yiyu, and they could be resurrected when they died anyway. To move Yiyu, first you have to cross his summons. After all, it was over 200 million people, attacking in unison was still fierce, and Yiyu couldn't be careless. Yiyu also has the Frost Wrist, Thunder Light Instant, and flying ability to protect himself. In short, his current ability to save his life is no longer bad. It was enough to support him in the midst of billions of people, as if he was walking on the ground. Escape, 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 can't beat them at all. The dead spirits scattered and fled. The swarms are in turmoil. The Purgatory Demon descended into the monstrous sea of fire. Thousands of demonic vines controlled the enemy. A water dragon scroll chased the enemy. The Purgatory Demon kept on roaming and the sea of fire moved with it. Gale Eagle Flock. Yiyu kept using his skills, and anyway, with the many blue levels provided by his mount, it was enough to support his consumption. This person's skills, so scary. The necromancers had also finally seen that the Heavenly Emperor's skills were also a fierce mess. No crap, this was a skill that the Breaker had boosted. Hiss. That's another Heavenly Emperor. Immediately afterward, they saw an even more terrifying scene. The Split, summoned by Yiyu from the Blue Star. The necromancers realized that this celestial emperor was as fierce as he was. He couldn't beat one anymore, let alone two. Even if they fled to other main cities, they were chased on by Yiyu through the teleportation array with Void. Mayday. The Heavenly Emperor is on a killing spree in the level 4 main city. Can you guys stand it when a trash creature is so wild? On the World Channel, messages from necromancer players asking for help flashed continuously. Unfortunately, in the level 5 and 6 main city, not a single dead spirit dared to come over. What if, like the Demon Saint, they were tricked? It was a battle that lasted an hour. After all, they were scattered and fled away, and it was more troublesome to chase them down. Yiyu's sword light swept through the entire level 4 main city zone of the necromantic civilization. Up to this point, over 200 million necromantic creatures, all destroyed. Because of the effect of the forbidden spell Eclipse Life, all of the dead NPCs could not be resurrected, and it was difficult for players to be resurrected within a short period of time. Ding! Battle summary: you have gained 89 trillion experience values and 1.29 million kill values. 10,000 times the storm, you have gained 8.9 trillion billion experience values and 12.9 billion kill values. Killing and setting fire to the Golden Belt, the saying really wasn't just words. That's why cosmic civilizations are so keen to invade. Yiyu was not merciful either. If he wasn't powerful, the one who was invaded was Blue Star, and the one who was killed was him. 89 billion experience value. Using Breaking the Kettle buff, you can deal 89 trillion damage. Although he hadn't seen the specific panel of the G deity yet, Yiyu felt that it wouldn't be too difficult to slaughter a deity with this attack, right? He truly possessed an overwhelmingly strong base card. 12.9 billion kill value. The only way to gain kill value was if the player didn't put up a fight and killed the player on his own initiative. I have to say, necro players are still pretty stiff. Although they kept running away, they were also constantly counterattacking, giving themselves a high amount of attacks, and the few that didn't make a counterattack didn't gain too much kill value. But it was not bad either. He could gain 15,480 attacks just by converting it with Killing Heart. Wait a bit more, it's not really worth using it now. Ding! Obtained 8 legendary artifacts, 10,730,000 star flare artifacts, 180,027,000 diamond artifacts, and 47,625,579 platinum artifacts. Legendary artifacts weren't rare in a level 4 main city either, and epic artifacts were almost non-existent, so there was almost no need to think about popping them out. Diamond artifacts are very common, so they pop up the most. But the harvest still adds up nicely. In fact, on this trip, having that 8.9 billion experience value was enough to satisfy Yiyu. He checked the legendary artifact. Thunder Flare Staff, legendary artifact. Level 250. Attachment effect, spell attack plus 10,000. Attachment skill, Thunder Shine, Gold LV1, consumes 1,000 points of blue, releases 11,000 plus 120% of mana attack of 3 thunderbolts for 2 seconds, and can flash to the thunderbolts. Restrictions, Mage, level 250. Chapter 95, Zeus Coin, all the best troops under me. Very fierce. Too bad it's restricted to mages in level 250. Naturally, there are also suitable for warriors, but also restricted to level 250, after all, it is to kill a bunch of high-level players burst out. The other starburst weapons, platinum weapons, and so on, were also restricted to at least level 150. Killing high-level players just has this flaw. You didn't care. You can save it up and see if you can use swallowing a suit to improve qualification later on. Anyway, the ability was in his hands, he could use it at any time, it was still too wasteful to use it now. Moreover, he only had one, ability reproduction, scroll left, and it was quite difficult to choose which reproduction to choose for, killing heart, and swallowing suit to enhance qualification. There was no way around it, there were too many good things to worry about being too good. But who says, after that, you can't encounter a copy of the legend? There's no rush. And there's an outfit with good skills. Thunder Cloak, Diamond. Level, 150. Attachment effect, spell attack plus 5000. Attached skill, Thunder Tide, Orange LV1, consume 250 points of blue to release a Thunder Tide with a range of 1000 square meters, attacking at 120% mana for 2 seconds with a 10-second cooldown. Note, skill level +1, range plus 1000 square meters, maximum level 25. Restrictions, Mage, level 150. Necromantic creatures, many of which are mages. After all, they are born with curse, ability and like to hide behind their backs. Mages are the most suitable for them, as well as archers, assassins, etc., and warriors are very few. So this time burst out, a lot of them are bows and arrows, staffs, mage hats, daggers and so on. You couldn't even use them. But the cloak, he had one. I can't wear this cloak, but I can try melting the skill. Thing can do. Ding. You have consumed 1,297 silver coins to detach Thunder Tide from the Thunder Cloak and place it into the Gale Eagle Cloak. Orange skill detachment, it was cheap. Congratulations, skill fusion, resulting in evolution. Ding. The fusion of the mage skill and warrior skill has produced a marvelous mutation, a continuous evolution has occurred, giving birth to the new skill, Thunder Eagle Flock Gold. Holy, there's unexpected joy? An orange skill, plus a blue skill, turned into a gold skill? Thundering Eagle Flock, Gold LV50. Consume 800 blue to summon 10,000 Starburst level Thunderhawks of the same level as you. The Thunderhawks have the full level, Thunder Tide, skill that lasts for 1 minute with a cooldown of 3 minutes. The effect is fierce. Yu had already fully leveled it. Originally, he was not a mage and could not use the Thunder Tide skill. But now, with 10,000 Thunderhawks, they could all be used. Why should he know how to use it? It's fine if the summoner knows how to use it. This wave is 1 for 10,000, no loss. The Trash Gale Eagle, also because of this wave has produced a qualitative change, became a Starburst level, and there is no cap on the level anymore. Not bad. He was still satisfied. In addition, he realized that the additional attributes of equipment above level 100 were substantially higher, which was the reason why players from level 4 main cities were stronger. It reinforced his idea of quickly upgrading. He had to go back to the Blue Star to get his career quests. With a thought, he left the necromantic civilization. Finally gone. The high-level necromancers who had been paying attention to the level 4 main city instantly sighed in relief. Damn it. But Ryoga couldn't hold his breath. The Heavenly Emperor had killed more than 200 million dead souls, yet they could only watch from here. Wasn't it because they were afraid that after being tricked by the Heavenly Emperor and paying the price to go to the level 4 main city, the Heavenly Emperor would suddenly leave? Wait. The invasion scroll, made by the High Priestess, will soon be perfected. At that time, it would be possible to invade Blue Star in a big way. And since it won't be suppressed by civilization's power and its attributes won't fall off, what's the point of having a Heavenly Emperor? There are also other ways. For example, gathering 1 billion cosmic prestige values and purchasing the chance to randomly teleport to a low-level civilization, just like the Celestial Emperor teleporting to the necromantic civilization, would not be suppressed by the civilization's power. Unfortunately, teleporting to a low-level civilization required a lot of prestige values that were difficult to gather. And it's still random, so it's not certain that you'll be able to get to Blue Star. I also don't know, how did the Celestial Emperor determine to teleport to the necromantic civilization? It should be by mistake. Next time, if he randomly teleported again, he wouldn't necessarily arrive at the Necropolis civilization. And teleporting to a high-level civilization would take 100 million prestige values. I don't know how the Celestial Emperor managed to gather so much. Ding dong. Universe announcement, Blue Star player T&D, in the necromantic civilization, one person destroyed a city, one person destroyed more than 200 million necromancers, slaughtered the empty level 4 main city, gained 5,000 all-universe reputation value. Cosmic announcement, once again on stage. It's him again. I've been hearing his name every day for a while now. The Heavenly Emperor has opened the universe announcement again and again and again. What a guy, one person destroyed a city and killed more than 200 million dead souls. The dead spirits are arrogant, now someone is cured. The necrotic civilization had a bad reputation in the universe. Relying on the curse plus resurrection plus body of death, they wantonly make death, and they like to put curses on other civilized creatures the most, and it is difficult to kill them, so all the major civilizations in the universe loathe them. This moment was a moment of joy. And the Heavenly Emperor truly entered the sights of the cosmic civilization. A level 4 main city already belonged to the backbone of a level 1 civilization. The Heavenly Emperor, after all, slaughtered the air all by himself. I think this guy should be called the Devil Emperor. The Killing Emperor is a killing star, don't mess with him. Don't ever come to our demonic civilization. This moment, the level 2 and level 3 civilizations of the universe all truly began to pay attention to the Heavenly Emperor. Even the 5 major level 5 civilizations have all set their eyes on the name Heavenly Emperor. With the Heavenly Emperor, it's time for the Blue Star civilization to take off. Actually, there's still no need to care. Every single one of our level 5 civilization has at least an A-rank talent, right from birth. Who let us get hold of the Zeus coin? Zeus coin. Level 5 civilization specialty. Level 5 civilizations all had God King level existences sitting in their midst, existences that transcended the gods, able to extract the vast power of the universe and condense the Zeus coin. Zeo coins that can enhance biological talents. Generally entering the vault, creatures can obtain up to A-ranked talents with the help of a game helmet, and with an ecopod, they can obtain B-ranked, ranked, and S-ranked talents, and B-ranked ones are already fierce. And with a level 5 civilization, every single one of them can have an A-ranked talent. However, Zeus coins were scarce and were firmly controlled by level 5 civilizations, and it was impossible to circulate them outside. This was also the reason why level 5 civilizations were powerful. Let me see what this Zeus coin is good for. And at this moment, you began to check out the Zeus coin. Zeus coin, special treasure. Effect, can make a unit that doesn't possess an A-rank talent or higher, possess an A-rank talent. Description 1, the God King can obtain it by gathering cosmic energy with monstrous means. Description 2, the Heavenly Emperor storms out. God King sounds, well, pretty impressive. How come you have to use some monstrous means to get a Zeus coin? What's the point of being so troublesome? You used gold coins and stormed out. This thing, it's useless to me. But it's not bad for boosting your men. Ding. 10,000 times the storm, gained 1,289 Zeus coins. Gold coins were very difficult to obtain, Blue Star players, except for EU, no one had gold coins yet, only by killing monsters in the high-level main city could one obtain gold coins. That's all EU has right now. But it was pretty good, getting 1,289 A-rank talent units. It's uncharacteristic for such a large imperial capital to have no one to guard it. He looked towards the radiant moon imperial capital and lamented. Putting Zeus coins, all of them into the barracks, mage buildings, and so on. Ding. Zeus coin energy is far greater than gold coins. One Zeus coin can raise one soldier by 100 levels. Ding, your soldier is level 100, cannot be higher than the owner. Zeus coin energy is not used up, it can still be raised by 25 levels. Ding, your soldier has obtained the A-rank talent, 1000 armies. Ding, your soldier is level 100 and has gained the A-rank talent, bloodlust. Just a moment. 1289 soldiers appeared and respectfully knelt down to worship you in gratitude. Greetings to Master, willing to be born to die for Master. Ding. Your soldiers are extremely worshipful and obedient to you, and automatically recognize you as their master, and may not be betrayed, or they will die instantly. Yu was satisfied. One should know that an A-rank talent could already be considered a top talent. He, on the other hand, could constantly obtain Zeus coins. When there was a bunch of elite soldiers, there were some small things that he didn't need to do personally. Chapter 96, Scrambling for the City Building Order. Blue Star had a total of 10,000 ecopods that could obtain B, A, and S-ranked talents. All three, even if you count on a 1/3 chance. There were less than 3,334 S-class talented players. The true number, for sure, was even less than that. So these 1,289 A-grade gifted soldiers are really fierce already. Not bad. Yu, however, still liked to focus on his own strength, and his men were just there to make things easier for him. He took out the Spectral Turtle Pet Egg and a token. Ding! Using Knight's Glory, bind the Spectral Turtle Pet Egg as a mount. The Spectral Turtle is rapidly hatching. Hatching successful, binding successful. All at once, Yu had an extra mount. The Spectral Turtle was the size of a palm and flopped around in the palm of his hand like a naive boy. Yu put it at his feet and it rapidly grew bigger. Because of that, consuming experience value upgraded it. Ding! Spectral Turtle level plus 100, the mount level cannot be higher than the owner's, and cannot continue to be raised. Soldiers and mounts, they didn't need to do career quests or anything like that, they could be directly upgraded. However, they are limited by the owner's level. The Underworld Turtle became as huge as a mountain, covered in deathly aura, the pitch-black armor was very hard, the head horns were lofty, there was no more naive feeling of a turtle, instead, it made people shudder. Roar! It roared up to the sky and finally arched Yu affectionately. A powerful force was added to Yu. Ding, you have gained 100% attribute feedback from the Spectral Turtle. The Spectral Turtle still has attributes and can attack on its own. Spectral Turtle, Legendary Boss. Level, 100. Physical attack, 6082. Attack, 6098. Defense, 22816. Blood value, 22868. Blue quantity, 13098. Skills, kill evolution, kill creatures to gain evolution, up to divine spirit level, turn the river, nightmare field, born to last, accompanied by deadly breath, crossing the underworld. Strong. After all, it was a legendary boss with high attributes, not unlike the Earth Savage Dragon. Yu also gains so many attributes. Why do I feel that it's still the gargoyle race that's stronger? Yu murmured. The deadly dark turtle, a defense, chi and blood type monster, was similar to the Earth Savage Dragon. But the Earth Savage Dragon is just a branch of the giant dragon. I see, this thing can evolve on its own. This is the reason why the deadly dark turtle is terrifying. Before you can devour evolution, the highest evolution to become a mythic level, but devouring corpses, although it's just a mount, how do you think it's a bit diaphragmatic? Now that it has become a spectral turtle, it doesn't swallow corpses anymore. It evolves by killing. Supreme Deity. This is a direct path to achieving deity. Those players whose lifelong goal was to become gods knew about this. Envy and jealousy were unavoidable. Of course Yu wouldn't be like this. He had grabbed things with the Supreme God and easily blitzed the Yi Zeus coin that the Yi God King could only coalesce with monstrous means. Would he still care about this? Consuming experience value, he fully leveled all the skills of the Spectral Turtle. Kill evolution, full level to evolve faster. Overwhelm, an attack that inflicts 120% physical attack plus 120% spell attack on the enemy every second, with a range of 10,000 square meters, lasting for 10 minutes with a cooldown of 15 seconds. The Spectral Turtle attack was not strong, so Yu did not care. But adding up to over 14,000 attacks per second was quite good. Nightmare Field creates illusions that put the enemy into a sluggish state with reduced attack and movement speeds, and in severe cases, they will fall into a sinking state where they keep dreaming and can't wake up. Specific time, depending on the gap between the strength of the enemy and us. This is good. I can't imagine that this thing can still do illusions. Quite literally, another control skill. Born to last, the Spectral Turtle's chi and blood instantly returned to 100% status as long as it didn't fall below 10%. I'll go, this is awesome. Yu was shocked. Unless the Spectral Turtle's chi blood was reduced to less than 10% in one go, it could not be beaten at all. With its high defense and blood, would it be easy to be reduced to less than 10%? Nearly immortal. Accompanying deadly chi can nourish deadly chi. The speed of nourishment depends on the strength of the Spectral Turtle. Really not poking. He grew more and more satisfied. Deadly chi, you can synthesize the body of death. Crossing the underworld turtle can directly enter the necrotic civilization and can carry people into it. He made sure again and again that he wasn't mistaken. The necromantic civilization had dug in and had been trying to invade the Blue Star civilization, but because of Yu's obstruction, the plan had failed. And now, he could directly enter the Dead Spirit civilization. If the necromantic civilization knew about this, they would be furious. He had already thought that he could go and say hello to the Necropolis civilization from time to time. Nourish the death chi. He ordered to the Spectral Turtle. The body of the Spectral Turtle immediately surged with black death aura, which was equivalent to its talent as it did not need to consume anything. The dead chi condensed into a ball. Ding! Congratulations, you've gained 1 million clusters of dead energy. Congratulations, you have gained. It's nifty, as fast as a heifer flying an airplane, and much more violent than milking a cow. After all, it was a mount with the potential to become a god. Unfortunately, this belonged to something Yu himself possessed, not a reward, and could not be stormed. Ding, you have 10 million clusters of dead chi. Synthesize the Body of Death skill book. A book was quickly synthesized. It was of little use to Yu, so he threw it to the soldier. One after another, the soldiers learned the Body of Death. Yu thought about it. In the future, his soldiers all have a ranked talent, but also immune to 1 second of physical attack, but also close to each small invincible. Hundredfold Mountains. Located in the Dragon Kingdom server, outside the level 1 main city, Surprise City. It was also the location where the city building order was popped out this time. The Dragon Core opened the city building order pop-up task, so the city building order pop up in the Dragon Kingdom server, but the city building order, such an important thing, of course, is the whole service players together to scramble. The whole service teleportation briefly opened. Players from all over the world can enter the Dragon Kingdom server and compete for the city building order. Oh no, there are too many people. Dragon laughs, his brows were furrowed. As the second player in the world, he was naturally confident, but all the players from around the globe were arriving, giving him a huge amount of pressure. Divine Lord, Amaterasu, Ice Emperor. Each of these S-class gifted players was powerful. Not to mention, there were also top global guilds. Even if all of the Dragon Corps came, they were still feeling the pressure. Moreover, the players who were stationed in the military from the Rice Country, Sakura Country, and Cosmic Country also came to the scene. These players were usually more low-key, preferring to hide their development, but now they had to come. Because that was the first city building order in the entire service. We must keep the city building order in the Dragon Kingdom. If we burst out in the Dragon Kingdom, and if we are still robbed, wouldn't it be the same as having someone come to our home and take something away? All of the players from the Dragon Kingdom who were out of the novice village came. But this group of people, the tigers, are eyeing us. It's no less than an global confrontation. Chapter 97 Outnumbered? In addition to the tense atmosphere of the scene, this storm of scrambling also affected reality. The world's major media journalists and netizens, all of whom were in the Vault of Heaven. They turned on the live broadcast function. Communicating with the real network and spreading the images in real time was a function that the scientists had tapped into, not developed, but rather, the Vault itself had it. It's as if the Vault and reality are partially connected. At the moment, Rice Country Live Software, Lateob, and so on, there are live commentators, analysts, and so on in the live broadcast. In front of the screen is a bunch of Rice Country people. Rice Nation will win. If we want the city building order, it will be ours. The flurry of pop-ups emphasized the eternal confidence of the people of the Great Rice Nation. The same was true for the live broadcasts of Sakura Nation and Eagle Nation. Baka, this is the best chance to show off our samurai spirit in Sakura Nation. Go samurai! For a variety of reasons, some people have not yet entered the vault, or have already entered, but have not done so for the time being because of delays today. None, however, were paying attention to this matter. For it is too unusual. There has been a discourse on social forums and media magazines in various countries. Which kingdom can compete for the city building order? Does it mean that this kingdom will become the hegemon? Definitely. The Vault of Heaven is about the civilization of the universe. This has been confirmed by the Heavenly Emperor, so the rumor that the ability can feed back into reality is also likely to come true. Whoever gets the order to build the city will be in the lead. Not to mention the ability to give feedback, at least there's a better chance of connecting with the cosmic civilization. This is no longer just a game. Grab the order to build a city in the Vault of Heaven. Robbing the future in reality. Not only were ordinary people paying attention, but all the major families and kingdoms in the world were paying attention to this battle. For example, the Dragon Kingdom Supreme, His Majesty the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Corps is not to be considered as strong, but there are too many competitors this time. Forget it, it's better to watch the live broadcast quietly. The old man had already looked down on the world, sitting steadily on the dragon chair, but his hands kept rubbing each other. This moment. He didn't seem to be any different from the ordinary Dragon Kingdom people who were concerned about the future destiny of the Dragon Kingdom and watched live broadcasts in live broadcasting rooms such as Teasing Voice. All were apprehensive. I'm afraid I'm going to lose. Hook Day, those vaguely have a tendency to surround us. Transverse mountains. Very huge, the players all stood in different mountains, and the ranges were divided autonomously based on the kingdoms, with the Dragon Kingdom players occupying the largest range. Because there are many people in the Dragon Kingdom. But the Dragon Kingdom players, however, were surrounded right in the center, with enemies on all sides, and with undisguised cruelty in the bottom of their eyes. There are too many Dragon Kingdom people. If we scramble here, when the time comes, the Dragon Kingdom will take advantage of the large number of people and will likely reap the benefits. How about kicking them out first? Sakura Nation's #1 player, Amaterasu, spoke up. Not even whispering, not hiding it. Just what I was thinking. The #1 player of the Cosmic Kingdom, the universe is all ours, immediately responded. Makes sense. Players from various countries spoke up. Divine Lord sneered in his heart. This was what he proposed out, but he didn't say anything and left it to Heavenly Illumination to say. Instant. 2 billion players surrounded the Dragon Country players. Global humans, now totaling 7.5 billion, with so many having entered the main city, it was already quite a lot, showing how hot the vault was. And the Dragon Kingdom players. 300 million. That's a lot, but it also seems like a lot in front of 2 billion players. Martyr then, I can't stand it anymore. I should have known that I'd enter the vault as well. I have always felt before that it's just a game, it doesn't matter if I play it or not, but now that I see this scene, I really feel bad from the bottom of my heart. I got in, but unfortunately I got in late, still in the newbie village. I can only come out to watch the live broadcast. The Dragon Kingdom people in the live broadcast room were all very upset. The ones in the game were even more furious. Some Dragon journalists and netizens, although they usually hold their own opinions, but this moment there is no need to communicate, and they launched a verbal attack on the foreign players. Do you guys want to be shameless? Isn't this bullying? Responding to them were more foreign journalists and netizens. Who said we bullied you? Competing for the city building order doesn't say we can't use such tactics. Why don't you guys just quit and cut your losses, but don't say we're not humanitarian? There were so many of them that their slurs drowned out the dragon players. This scene, though, was all broadcast live. But they didn't care anymore. Compared to the order to build the city, what is this bit of shamelessness? No need to say it. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Dragon Smile stood out and looked at the Dragon Core players behind him. We've long been used to this situation, haven't we? The Dragon Core players smiled at each other. Yes, used to it. Scared? Not afraid. Fear not. Hiss. Who are these people? Hidden nicknames, but looking at the ranks, it's surprising that several of them are on the rank list. Our Dragon Kingdom, there are such strong people hiding. That level 35 is the second in the world. The Dragon Kingdom players were pleasantly surprised, especially after seeing Long Zhao's level. They were proud. But it's still not optimistic. After all, there are too many enemies. Let's go help them. Many Dragon Kingdom players stood beside the Dragon Core players. Even Pride of the Vault, a once arrogant guild, bravely stood out. The president, Prideful Vault, an S-rank talented player, had a twinkle in his eye. He didn't expect his guild, which was claimed to be the #1 guild in the Dragon Kingdom, but the group of people that suddenly appeared were clearly from a guild and completely overpowered Prideful Dome. He gave birth to a fighting spirit. It was very tempting to surpass this guild, and now that he had let this guild go to their deaths, Pride of the World would have a chance to surpass it. I can't even talk about basic morality. It is possible to be in the game and compete for resources by all means. But, being a dragon nation, he must stand up. Cut the crap and send you all to God. Divine Lord took the lead. The great battle instantly erupted. 2 billion versus 300 million. That is not in doubt. The Dragon Smile, Dragon Yen, and other Dragon Troop men showed great power, basically beating several of them by themselves. Especially Dragon Smile. S-rank talent, life solidification. His chi and blood, which turned into a solidified state, would not lower his chi and blood when subjected to any attack, and could be maintained for a period of 1 hour, with a chance to activate it once a day. As his level increased, the maintenance time became longer. With this talent in place, he could go as far as he wanted to die and go to dangerous places to get treasures, and he had already found quite a few of them. He alone, single-handedly taking on the 3 major S-ranked gifted individuals of Divine Lord, Amaterasu, and the universe is all ours. Without losing a single step. Is worthy of being the second player in the world. Awesome. Look at the people around him, they're all fierce too. But, it's still not optimistic. But as time passes, the dragon players, gradually fall behind. Chapter 98, He, back. Time, 45 minutes have passed. The Dragon Kingdom players' gradually force has not slacked. After all, the number of people is much less, not only the inequality of combat power. Supplies and so on, also much worse. For example, there were priests in every country, who were giving blood back to the players in every country, while the priests in the Dragon Kingdom were much less in number. Brother! Rabbit Bunny shouted anxiously, although the Dragon Smile is not subject to chi damage, but the pain of that hit on the body, it still hurts. This is a 100% real game. No need to mind me. The dragon smiled a sprightly laugh and continued to fight. Grade A talent, life sharing. Bunny Rabbit activated the talent, which could turn her 1 point of chi and blood into 1000 points of chi and blood to replenish any unit, and she had plenty of chi and blood to replenish the Dragon Kingdom players. When her own chi blood was going to be gone, she hurriedly drank red pills to replenish it. Behind her, a group of priests also helped to restore blood. Unfortunately, there was no combat talent. Only hate. Not being able to go into battle and kill the enemy. Pity. It still doesn't provide enough supplies to replenish the blood. There were already Dragon Kingdom players, being killed one after another. I'll gripe you, old wood. Where's my sword? I'm going in to kill. The old Iron Men of the Dragon Kingdom in the live broadcast room, their hearts were inexplicably drumming, and inexplicable emotion was suppressed. It was difficult to speak out, they could only rage and curse to release their emotions. Only hate, they did not enter the vault of heaven earlier. Everyone understood. This battle. 1. Everyone within the Great Rice Country, Sakura Country, and other countries laughed easily. The Lord of the Great Rice Nation had a smile in his eyes. The order to build the city should be the Great Rice Nations. Hey! His Majesty the Dragon Emperor sighed, his athletic body hunched over for a few moments, looking up into the sky with a few crystals in the corners of his eyes. Lost? All the people of the Dragon Kingdom were clear about this. But looking at the Dragon Kingdom players still fighting, looking at themselves still staring here, they couldn't help but murmur in their hearts, knowing that they were going to lose, but still trying so hard to hold on. For what? Because, of course, not to lose. Even in defeat. It must also be defeated, with a bang. Not to be the one who throws up his hands and surrenders. Of course, more. Or because, there is still a hope. Where is the Heavenly Emperor? Where's my Heavenly Emperor big brother? If I had a Heavenly Emperor big brother, one punch. You have to know that there is another one in the Dragon Kingdom, the Heavenly Emperor. Hasn't Big Brother Heavenly Emperor returned yet? The Dragon Troops people were fighting while within the guild channel, asking about Dragon Troop Zheng Yang. After all, only Zheng Yang had a close friend of the Heavenly Emperor. Not yet. Zheng Yang had already tried to contact the Heavenly Emperor just now, but he hadn't received a reply. Ha! Heavenly Emperor? At this moment, the Great Rice Country's Lord and the others all smiled and shook their heads. They naturally understood that one of the reasons why the Dragon Country players were so persistent was because of the existence of the Heavenly Emperor. But this time, with 2 billion players here, Heavenly Emperor had crushed many Blue Star players before, but with this many players, he still wanted to crush them? That's not invincible anymore, that's a great terror that can't possibly exist, alright. The players from the various countries on the scene thought the same thing. Forget it, even if the Heavenly Emperor's big brother comes over, it won't necessarily be pleasing. We insist because since we've stood up, we can't back down, we can't let the Dragon Kingdom become a laughingstock. But the Heavenly Emperor, he has yet to come over. It's best to let him keep his strength and not drop his level due to this kind of battle. This thought was born in the minds of all the Dragon Kingdom players. Ding dong! Universe announcement, Blue Star player T&D, in the necromantic civilization, one person destroyed a city, one person destroyed more than 200 million necromancers, slaughtered the empty level 4 main city, gained 5,000 universe-wide reputation value. Just then, a cosmic announcement suddenly rang out. This prompting sound was heard throughout the entire Blue Star server. It was like a vast heavenly sound that struck at the hearts of players around the world. Heavenly Emperor has opened another cosmic announcement? Necromantic civilization. Killing over 200 million necromancers and slaughtering empty level 4 main cities. The Great Rice Nation, the Sakura Nation's Lord, and the others, stood up. Level 4 main city, what the heck is that? The Blue Star players, at the moment, were all still in level 1 main cities. Necromantic civilization, though unheard of. But it is certainly more powerful than the Blue Star civilization, and the same level of necromancy is more powerful than the creatures of the Blue Star civilization, but that's it, and yet it was still killed by the Celestial Emperor alone, by more than 200 million. That 2 billion Blue Star players. His Majesty the Dragon Emperor's hand suddenly raised in joy, then slowly fell again, letting out a long breath. The major broadcasting rooms around the world. The original snowflake-like pop-up screen suddenly turned blank, not a single person spoke anymore, all humans were stunned in front of the screen. The reporter in the game had already spoken out the scene. That person returned? And killed so many dead people? Gulp! The foreign players steeply stopped their attack. Everyone gulped furiously, and many of the top players' bodies trembled as a scene from their memories rushed to their minds. He had exterminated hundreds of thousands of top players. That person, that was their nightmare. While they were in Blue Star grabbing the order to build the city, the Heavenly Emperor had unexpectedly gone to the cosmic civilization again. The most crucial thing was that, coincidentally, at this decisive moment, it suddenly came back. Don't be afraid. We have, this time, a lot of people. The Celestial Emperor can't show off either. They could only forcefully pump up their spirits. After all, the Heavenly Emperor was someone they would be afraid of when they heard his name. Ha ha ha. Laughing my ass off, once Big Brother Heavenly Emperor came back, he scared their souls to death. The people of the Dragon Kingdom, on the other hand, were laughing away. However, they didn't request the Heavenly Emperor to come over. After all, with so many enemies around, it was possible that the Heavenly Emperor wouldn't be able to resist. The Dragon Kingdom didn't like moral abduction, and at this time, preserving the Heavenly Emperor's strength and reputation was the most important thing. Still looking for help from the Heavenly Emperor Big Brother? Inside the Dragon Core Guild, people spoke. Find it. But remember, just ask for his help, not make it mandatory for people to do so. Ding dong. You have received a friend message from Dragon Troop Zheng Yang. You heard the prompt after saving up some deadly chi. Opened it to check. Big Brother, Hundredfold Mountain Range, the order to build the city bursts out of the mission. All the enemies are besieging the Dragon Kingdom players. Can you please make a move? We will use. Unexpectedly, when I went to the necrotic civilization, these things happened? You didn't finish reading. Without even having to think about it, the Dragon Core had invited themselves to make a move, so they must have something to give away, and it completely matched the value of their own move. But don't bother looking. I, am also from the Dragon Kingdom. As a Dragon Nation person, the most basic things must be said. There is no such thing as being hit at your doorstep. Anyway, this is just a small matter for him. He looked to the soldiers he had just promoted. Follow this seat, and go. Receiving the soldiers into the Phaeton Emperor Seal, a level 100 soldier was originally not allowed to enter a level 1 main city. But these soldiers, they were all EUs. Activating Void, the teleportation array teleported him to Surprise City. With his wings flapping, he descended into the transverse mountain range at a fiery speed. Chapter 99, don't worry, I won't hit you guys. Yu's figure was quickly discovered by the players. After all, the only Blue Star player who could fly right now was him. Heavenly Emperor, coming! The gazes of the players all gathered on him. The live feeds of netizens and reporters were all aimed at Heavenly Emperor, and the handsome figure of Heavenly Emperor appeared on all the major live feeds and media devices around the world. 10,000 people were watching. People understood that the moment to decide the situation had arrived. Heavenly Emperor, let's settle new scores and old scores together. Divine Lord, Heavenly Illumination, and the others, although their bodies were trembling, all spoke up angrily, the 2 billion players behind them giving them courage. Remember, protect the Heavenly Emperor. Use him as the centerpiece of your battle course. The Dragon Troop and the others quickly ran to Yi Yu's feet. All of the Dragon Kingdom players were like this, even the prideful vault men who had been bloodily abused by Yi Yu. At this moment, they also surrounded the Heavenly Emperor in a protective formation, and prideful dictator looked at the Heavenly Emperor with eyes that were extremely complicated. Because he knew that for Dragon Kingdom to win, they could only rely on Heavenly Emperor. But who knows? You guys, you can actually go together. Yi Yu looked at the 2 billion players and spoke disdainfully. But I can't really bring myself to fight against someone I've hung up on. Don't worry, I won't beat you guys. This? The Celestial Emperor came here, isn't he here to fight? Although it was uncomfortable to be despised by him, but if he really didn't put up a fight, the 2 billion players would be relieved in their hearts. But, right at this moment, Yi Yu threw out the Emperor Lord Seal, the Great Seal hummed and trembled in the air, and a group of silhouettes appeared out of thin air. Master, born to die. A group of people, all of whom had a terrifying aura. The players instantly noticed and immediately checked their panels. To their horror, something happened. Can't see through the panel. Where is this fierce man from? Shouting for Master Tiandi. Even Long Xiao was shocked. The level of this group of people surpassed him. With his basic scrying technique, he could probe units of no more than level 20, and he couldn't see through a level 35, proving that these people were at least level 55. But at level 50, they would have to enter a level 2 main city, unless they were the lord of a level 1 main city, to stay. And why would the Heavenly Emperor be able to come to a level 1 main city if he was level 100? This was something that people couldn't figure out. The biggest reason why global players dared to grab the city building order in the Dragon Kingdom was because they felt that the level 100 Heavenly Emperor could no longer return to the level 1 main city, but they didn't expect him to still come back. One could only say that he was awesome. Cut. I just don't believe the level can be much higher. Tiandi himself is only level 100, his minions I don't think are level 60, and there are only thousands of them. What about our 2 billion players? Still afraid of some minions? The global player sneered and quickly launched an attack. Yi Yu just looked on indifferently and waved his hand. Charge! The 1289 soldiers, all of them, rushed towards the enemy. Bang bang bang! The enemy launched countless attacks that struck the soldiers, but what shocked everyone was 0. 0. A string of 0 eggs rises. WTF? No defense? Yi Yu laughed. This is a bunch of level 100 soldiers, and all of them are Starburst and Diamond grade. Their attributes are not much higher than the players. How can they easily break the defense? S-rank talent, group armor breaking. The 4th player of the Lesser Japanese Kingdom, Ninja Blade, struck out. This talent, as his strength increased, could increase the group's armor break rate, and the group's range would also go up to an unlimited number of people's armor breaks, to 100%. Currently, can increase the armor break rate by 50% for 1,000 players. He chose the strongest 1,000 players among the foreign players to raise it. S-rank talent, ice strike attacks come with 50% ice damage and a 50% chance to control the enemy. 1,000 top players all stepped in. Just don't believe it, they still can't mess with these minions? But at this time, the soldiers also activated their talents. Grade A talent, 1,000 troops in a group battle, increase one of the defense, attack, and blood of no more than 10,000 units in your side, to double. Grade A talent, all for one in a group battle. As long as one person on your side is uncontrolled, everyone will be uncontrolled. It's all just a level talent, but a lot of it. And it seemed that because they were soldiers, many of them were group-type talents, but of course, there were also single-type ones like Bloodlust, which restored one's own chi and blood by 30% of the damage inflicted on the enemy. All in all, the attacks of 1,000 top players were as useless as a clay ox entering the sea. Kill. There was a soldier that killed the Divine Lord. The God Master immediately activated his defense skill. The soldier swung out with a punch. 6,573. Divine Lord, die. It had to be said that the God Lord's chi blood was quite high. After all, he was only level 32 and had this attribute not bad. Unfortunately, he couldn't even block a punch from a level 100 soldier. Boom! Crackle! Soldiers struck one after another, punching, kicking, slashing and axing, as well as using bows, arrows and spells, while others stealthily disappeared into the darkness and reappeared with daggers to harvest lives. In a short moment, 1,000 top players, dead. I didn't see it wrong, did I? Really? One of Heavenly Emperor's pawns can hang with top players. The players froze. Shoo shoo shoo. The soldiers' figures flashed and jumped directly into the group of 2 billion players, killing them recklessly. What kind of existence have we provoked? Oh my god, these little soldiers are just like the devil. You still think these are just pawns? I doubt these are even more than level 60, they might even have B rank or higher talents. 2 billion players could only cry miserably. Because they couldn't even break the defense against the soldiers, and in the face of absolute strength, even more numbers were useless. As the Dragon Kingdom players watched this scene from the back, everyone's mouths couldn't help but open wide. Ha! They were just thinking, protecting the Heavenly Emperor? To help Heavenly Emperor's soldiers? That's all, and you want them to protect them? This scene was naturally seen by the global audience watching the live broadcast. Ha ha ha, laugh me to death, what global top player, not even a small soldier of the Heavenly Emperor Big Brother can compare. The frowns of the Dragon Kingdom people all stretched out. What did it mean to be awesome? That, right there, is called awesome. People don't even need to personally take action, thousands of minions, hanging 2 billion players. Good, good, good. And His Majesty, the Dragon Emperor, excitedly clapped his hands, 3 good words in a row, his inner depression swept away. Some of the Dragon Core players had already fed back their power from the Vault of Heaven to reality. That was why the Dragon Kingdom valued the city building order so much. Now, steady. I need to call an emergency meeting. Tiandi is fantastic and deserves to be recognized as a good son and daughter of my Dragon Kingdom. If he is willing to reveal the reality of his identity, we need to discuss how to thank him. The foreigners, on the other hand, were all pale at the moment. Taken aback. Pawns, storming global players? How terrifying should Heavenly Emperor himself be? Why is it that in our country, we don't have a player of Heavenly Emperor's level? The Great Rice Nation, the Sakura Nation's Lord, and others, lamented. Chapter 100 Imperial Lord's Power. The foreign reporters and netizens on the field were already embarrassed to go live, they had no face. The reporters from the Dragon Kingdom, on the other hand, were gleefully aiming their images at the soldiers, each with a raised eyebrow. As you can see, 2 billion players are also fighting back. Warriors were the most suitable for charging, so the warriors among the 2 billion players tried their best to block the soldiers. The intention was to allow the mages and archers behind them to have a stable output environment. Body of Death. The soldiers could all activate their Body of Death, although they were only immune to 1 second of physical attacks, they were already powerful, and there was a lot they could do in 1 second. Players were already having trouble breaking defense against the soldiers, and this made it even harder. Roar! Just then, a terrifying roar rang out. A huge monster suddenly surfaced in the Hundredfold mountain range. Ding dong! World announcement, the city building order burst quest is officially open, those who kill the mountain range stone man will receive the city building order. The announcement opens and the players are thrilled. 2 billion players looked at the monsters, not to mention that they were now being hung by the soldiers, but as long as they could grab the city building order, this wave was still not a loss. The Dragon Kingdom players were also moved, but they looked at the Heavenly Emperor. Because of the Heavenly Emperor, the Dragon Kingdom players were able to survive the siege of global players. This order to build the city should be the Heavenly Emperor's big brothers anyways, and they weren't prepared to make a move. Kill. 2 billion foreign players didn't think so, they quickly ran towards the monsters. After all, the soldiers only had thousands of people, and it was difficult to stop so many players at once. Although, they were scared in their hearts. Because of the monsters panel, they couldn't see through it. Mountain Range Stone Man, Star Flare Boss. Level, 100. Physical attack, 23071. Defense, 25,725. Blood, 49,269. Skills, Petrification, Landslide, Crashing Blow. Description, mountains over time, transformed into monsters with thick skin. Clang. The player's attack struck the mountain range stone, making the sound of gold and iron clashing, and a string of 0 appeared. No defense was broken. Hiss. What level of monster is this? This, only Yu knew, and he didn't expect that this monster would be at the same level as him. It completely surpassed the grade that a level 1 main city should have. Rumble. While the mountain range stone man roared angrily, the sudden disintegration of the transverse mountain range, a piece of debris transformed into a bullet and penetrated into the player's body, and the color of blood quickly filled the air. 8,265. 7,286. Seconds, all seconds. There were stones everywhere in heaven and earth, and no player was a one-shot enemy of the stones. They wanted to dodge, but the earth suddenly cracked, and those who couldn't fly, their figures were directly unsteady, not to mention pulling their legs to escape. Too terrifying. What the hell kind of monster is this? This city building order, it doesn't even want us to burst out at this time, does it? The foreign players wailed. The dragon players watched this scene and felt dramatic joy in their hearts, but they also frowned, they would have the same consequences if they went up. It was hard to believe that this city building order really shouldn't have been popped out at this time? Yes. Yi Yu murmured in his heart. The city building order burst out of the mission was opened by the Dragon Core, and the Dragon Core originally did not have the strength to open it. It was their own hand that succeeded. That is to say, because of him, the city building order burst quest is equal to opening early. Normally, at least have to wait until the players are basically level 50. The city building order quest is open more appropriate, then they have the capital to fight for it. Poor foreign players. After all that preparation, where did it occur to them that they weren't actually in contention at all? Rumble. Just then, the mountain range on Yi Yu's side also started to crack, and so did the soldiers. The stones were going to attack them. Yi Yu looked at it. The landslide skill of the mountain range stoners was very special. It could only work in the horizontal mountain range. It was more limited. Also as a result, the damage was higher in this particular place. Humph. He let out a cold snort. Originally he was not interested in the city building order, was not interested in making a move. But this monster was insensitive, so it was not his fault. At this moment, because of the landslide, many of the foreign players had died, and there were only bits and pieces left that were still holding on, and they were also going to die soon. They saw the scene where the monster attacked Yi Yu. Great! It wouldn't be bad if the monster could kill the Heavenly Emperor. This monster, it's strong. They wanted to witness, with their own eyes, the death of the Heavenly Emperor. S-rank talent, damage transfer. In this instant, the person behind Yi Yu struck Dragon Troop Dragon Fan, activated the talent that could transfer the damage that the target would receive, to someone else. Transfer it to me. Dragon laughs, yelled, taking the damage. His life condensation effect was still on, and he didn't take damage. Relying on the Heavenly Emperor Big Brother to kill the monsters. Big Brother, we'll hold you up. I just don't know how long it will take. We won't be able to hold out for too long. Clank. Suddenly, in front of Yi Yu's body, a long sword emerged, quickly turning into 15 in one. Swoosh. 15 swords flying forward in a rapid overdrive, roaming freely within 20,000 meters. Ha! A sword that flies? Sure I'm not in a novel? The Dragon Kingdom players were dumbfounded, who had seen this scene before. Weren't long-range attacks the hallmarks of archers and mages? How come Big Brother Heavenly Emperor's sword could still fly? And flying, it's also too far. Is this, the legendary Dragon Kingdom sword immortal? The foreign players were even more dumbfounded. Never seen before, a sword that hit farther than an archer. What was even more terrifying was that those 15 swords suddenly inspired sword chi. A total of 225 sword chi broke through the air and flew sharply to the mountain range stone man 15,000 meters away, the sword chi penetrating its body one after another. 49,269. But in just an instant, the mountain range giant was reduced to pieces. With its death, the landslide also stopped. Ding dong. World announcement, congratulations to Dragon Kingdom player, Heavenly Emperor. The first kill of the level 100 Starburst boss Mountain Stone Man was successful, gaining 1 point of legendary degree and 2,500 service-wide reputation value. World announcement, congratulations to Dragon Country player, Heavenly Emperor. Successful kill of level 100 Starburst boss Mountain Range Stone Man, obtaining level 1 city building order, 1. Two different announcements rang out. The Dragon Kingdom players couldn't help but open their mouths, and the remaining foreign players cursed even more angrily. It turned out to be a level 100 Starburst boss. No wonder I can't beat it. Moreover, this boss was related to the city building order, so it was bound to be more powerful than ordinary bosses. But it was such a strong boss that was hanging on to 2 billion players, yet it was still seconded by the Heavenly Emperor. Ding, your first kill of the level 100 Starburst boss Mountain Stone Man has gained 10,000 experience value. Million times the storm attack, and you can obtain 100 million experience value, 10,000 lore degree, 25 million service-wide reputation value, level 1 city building order, 10,000 or imperial capital city building order, 1. Killing monsters of the same level with little experience value is nothing to sneeze at. Ding! You are the Imperial Lord, and now you can obtain level 1 city building order, 10,000, triggering a system prompt. Having 10,000 level 1 main cities allows you to have the power of the Imperial Lord. Chapter 101 Ability Enhancement Scroll. This, then, was out of Yi Yu's expectation. Originally, he thought that the city building order would not be of much use to him, but he did not expect there to be something good. Power of the Imperial Lord, level 1 stage. Description 1, extracts 10% of the attributes of all subordinates for your own use, maintains for 1 hit, after extraction subordinates fall into a weak state and become attribute-less, takes 24 hours to recover. Description 2, for those who own 10,000 level 1 cities. Description 3, own 10,000 Tier 2 main cities to raise the power of the Imperial Lord to Tier 2 and extract 20% of the attributes of all subordinates. Own 10,000 subordinate Imperial capitals to extract 100% of the NES. Now the soldiers were really useful, becoming a real underpinning of themselves. Ding, 10,000 times the storm, obtaining level 1 city building order, 10,000. Yi Yu chose this. For the time being, it's harder to get 10,000 emporiums together, so let's get it from a level 1 main city first. I already have Celestial Star City, so I only need 9,999 level 1 city building orders. Yi Yu thought about it and threw a city building order to Dragon Smile. Ha! Long Zhao's eyes widened. This city building order, it was given to him? Thinking about it. It's probably because people don't care, they have an imperial capital, would they look at a level 1 main city? Foreign players, spitting blood. They had worked so hard for so long to grab what they wanted to grab at the expense of being shameless. It was given away by the Heavenly Emperor casually? Don't be so pissed off. How do they know that this thing Yi Yu has 10,000 of them? Ding! The city building order exploded. The end of the mission, service-wide transient teleportation, is closed, and you are being forcibly transferred back to your original server. Luckily, the prompt came. They were forcibly turned away, which was rather good, and they were going to be pissed off if they watched any longer. However, it didn't go back to a few people. Most were killed by the mountain stoners, and the soldiers killed a few. This debt, one day, we will personally settle it. The Dragon Kingdom players swore in their hearts. As for the Heavenly Emperor? People have already surpassed the grade that Blue Star players should have, like a living myth. How can they keep asking the Heavenly Emperor to make a move because of foreign players? Can't you see that from the beginning to the end, people are too lazy to take action against foreign players? Yes, they have. Yi Yu hadn't made a move because he felt that would be too much of a drop. At least it would have to be a cosmic civilization player to be somewhat interesting. Ding! Your soldiers killed 107,255 players. The reward goes to you, gaining 107,255 experience points, 104,204 gold artifacts, 3,050 platinum artifacts, and 1 diamond artifact. For a 10,000-fold blast, you will receive 107,255,000 experience points, 104,204,000 gold artifacts or 104,204 starburst artifacts, 30,500,000 platinum artifacts or 30,050 legendary artifacts, 10,000 diamond artifacts, or 1 epic artifact. NPCs killed players and everything that exploded belonged to the rewards. Blue Star players, at the moment, would be lucky to have platinum ware. It was good that the storm harvest was good, and Yi Yu was ready to look at it afterward. Long Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke, ready to take out an object. That was the thing that was promised to be given by inviting the Heavenly Emperor to make a move. But he hesitated. The Celestial Emperor had given him an order to build a city, and he felt that he should give something better. Relying on life solidification, he had ventured in many dangerous areas, but he had taken a lot of good things, and after this hesitation, he decided to take out the best thing to give to the Heavenly Emperor. Big brother, here you go. Unconsciously, he started shouting Big brother too. Yi Yu originally had little interest in his stuff, but still looked at it. Ding! You have obtained the Ability Weakening Scroll. Ability Weakening Scroll, Special Treasure. Effect, weaken one of the effects of an ability. Doesn't seem to be working? It's not, such as weakening the effects of enemy skills when going up against them. And the effect does not limit the object. It can even weaken the talent. This is really a scary thing. A player's S-rank talent is powerful, right, and when it's weakened for him, it's definitely not S-rank anymore. Long Xiao, this scroll, was originally intended to be used against foreign S-rank talent players, but the Heavenly Emperor stepped in and took care of all the foreign players, so he took it out without a care in the world. Ding! 10,000 times the storm, you can obtain Ability Weakening Scroll, 10,000 or Ability Strengthening Scroll, 1. I'll go. I didn't realize that belonged in the rewards. Long Xiaoxiao asked Yi Yu for help, and Yi Yu successfully completed it. In a sense it also belongs to completing the mission, right, so it belongs to the rewards. 10,000 times weakened, think about it. Ability Strengthening Scroll, Special Treasure. Effect, enhance one of the effects of an ability. But after Yi Yu saw the effect after the storm, instantly chose the latter. This thing was too fierce. He took the scroll, opened the data panel, and clicked on 10,000 times strike privilege. Ding, as the only privilege in the world of the vault, it is only related to the Vault Jade, and cannot be enhanced by external objects. Please complete the Vault Jade gathering quest as soon as possible. Sure enough, Yi Yu hadn't been hopeful. Click on SSS Grade Talent Battle Without End, again. Ding! System prompt, the SSS Grade Talent, which is already the highest level talent in the divine realm of the Vault of Heaven, cannot be strengthened. Awesome then, highest level. Because it's too high to be enhanced. So it's possible to strengthen it if it's not that high. I also have the Ability Capture Rise Scroll, so I can grab an S-rank talent and raise it to an SS rank talent. And then use the Ability Strengthening Scroll, and upgrade it to an SSS rank talent. It was cool to think about. So, one must find an S-rated talent to grab. Battle Without End was fierce, but the flaw was that the effect was weak when there weren't many enemies. So Yi Yu wanted to find a talent that had a stabilizing effect, regardless of the situation. Blue Star doesn't have what I want. He had watched the soldiers and players fight just now, and none of those S-rank talents were what he wanted. However, A cosmic civilization with more than enough talent. Put. Poof. While Yi Yu was thinking freely, there was suddenly a violent kneeling sound. I, prideful dictator, apologize to the Heavenly Emperor. I, prideful madman, apologize to the Heavenly Emperor. All of the Yi prideful vault that had previously messed with Yi Yu kneeled down and apologized. The Dragon Kingdom players, in their hearts, were shocked. Aloha Vault had been arrogant in the past, but they had actually humbled themselves to such an extent in front of the Heavenly Emperor. Actually, the people of the prideful vault aren't that bad. It's just that their methods are a bit more arrogant, and they are considered bullies. In this great battle, they also stood out. People whispered. Cut. Yi Yu shook his head in amusement. Apologize for what? Being bloodily abused by themselves several times, but that was because they were too powerful. They finally realized the gap between them and themselves, right? These guys really weren't bad guys, at best they were rather grumpy in the game. Well, already beaten into submission by themselves. Yi Yu didn't pay any attention to it. He directly teleported back to the Huiyue Imperial capital. For the players, there was really no interest left. Kneel for 3 days. We don't ask for forgiveness from Big Brother Tiandi, but we must kneel and express our apologies. The people from Prideful Vault just stayed on their knees. Chapter 102 War God Trial Tower. Yi Yu returned to the Imperial capital. The players' hot debate was still going on, but he was already too lazy to care. 10,000 level 1 main cities need land. This was a problem. Building a city first required territory, and there weren't tons of vacant territories around anymore. He needed to go looking for territory. Moreover, with Emperor Lord's power, the more men you have, the more powerful they are, and there still weren't enough men at the moment. He also needs to get more gold, storm out Zeus coins, and the henchmen can have ranked talents, so there's no need to get poor ones. All of this would take time, but with Yi Yu's strength, it was estimated that it wouldn't take long. Goo goo. Being hungry, Yi Yu went offline first to have a meal, preparing to go to the nearby food court to simply eat something. Great pleasure. My Dragon Kingdom players were surrounded by enemies, and at the critical moment, Heavenly Emperor made a strong move. The small soldiers under his command bloodily abused players around the globe. Our country's honor. On the big screen LCD TVs inside and outside of major shopping malls, there were media reporters making impassioned speeches. On the screen, a scene of the Heavenly Emperor flying into the sky, saying that he didn't care to take a shot at the players and waving his hand to unleash soldiers to hang the players was being played on a loop. Awesome. IT on D Big Brother 666, Old Man a Male Love. Who knows the real identity of T&D Big Brother? Old lady to warm his nest. On the streets and in the shopping malls, countless people watched the TV screen, each so excited that they were about to jump up. Especially when they saw the Heavenly Emperor strike with his imperial sword and kill such a powerful monster in seconds. Emotions that instantly reached a climax. The Heavenly Emperor had become the idol of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Just then, some of the girls saw Yi Yu's figure. Sisters, look, that guy is so handsome. Wow, super handsome, and kinda looks like Heavenly Emperor. This time, even some of the men couldn't help themselves. Where, who looks like a Heavenly Emperor bigot? I'll ask him if he's still missing the pendant on his thigh. Good lord, you're trying to scramble, aren't you? Haha, if the Heavenly Emperor Big Brother is willing, it's not like I can't. A bunch of people surged to see Yi Yu. Phew. However, Yi Yu's current reality strength was already strong as well, and with a slight movement of his feet, he turned into a phantom and left. People only thought that they had misread it. Hey, being handsome is annoying. Yi Yu once again felt that it was witty to downsize his 50% facial ratio. The general down-regulation of the face was to prevent people from being offended in the game and being found in trouble in reality. But Yi Yu didn't have this worry. Not to mention his current real-life strength, based on his relationship with the Dragon Core, no one would dare to mess with him if he exposed his real-life identity. It was just annoying. He didn't like being surrounded by people everywhere he went. After seeing this incident, I'm ready to enter the vault as well. Next time someone bullies our Dragon Kingdom, I'll carry a sword to do it too. Big Brother T&D must be very busy. We can't always let people take action because of such trivial matters. At Yi Yu's dining table, people started a discussion about the Vault of Heaven. The restaurant was a mixed bag of fish and dragons, but whether it was the waiters, the white-collar elites, or the business owners, it seemed like there was no status distinction at this moment. All had the mind to enter the Vault of Heaven, and Heavenly Emperor was their best idol. It was conceivable that there were bound to be more people from the Dragon Kingdom who would enter the game. Yi Yu thought about it. This was a good thing. The cosmic civilization would surely invade the Blue Star civilization one day, and would even invade the real-world Blue Star. There was nothing wrong with the Dragon Nation upgrading themselves. Boss, check out. You look like a T&D Big Brother. This is my idol. You collect money and you anxious. The boss was a middle-aged man, but at this moment he was like a little fan. Yi Yu. Alright, he didn't insist. Returned home and entered the game. He began to check the harvest from killing players, and there was one piece of equipment that caught his attention. Resurrection Necklace, Legendary Artifact. Level 32. Attribute Blood plus 1000. Attached skill Resurrection Gold LV50 consumes 660 blue, can be resurrected once, cooldown 12 hours. Limitations Level 32. Not bad, doesn't add much chakra, only level 32 after all. But the skill is good, you can resurrect, it's kind of an extra means to save your life. Yiyu has already fully leveled it, originally the level 1 cooldown was 240 hours. He removed the gold artifact necklace from his body and replaced it with this. The player who must have originally possessed this legendary artifact, who was also a top blue star player, was expected to be furious. Pick up the next career quest. Last time Mo told me that I could go to Glow City to pick up the quest. He opened the teleportation array and entered Glow City. An Emperor Lord has actually come. Quickly inform Lord City Lord. The NPC of Glow City, seeing the Imperial Lord prefix on Yiyu's nickname, immediately approached the City Lord. The City Lord quickly arrived and enthusiastically climbed into conversation with Yiyu, and after learning of Yiyu's purpose, he quickly found Mo for him. It had to be said that having an identity was a good thing. You should already be ready. Mo murmured and spoke, but I still advise you not to do a full-time mission for now. Why? Yiyu asked. Because of the War God Trial Tower. The Destroyer is a War God inheritance profession, and passing the Trial Tower will result in a generous reward. Every 100 levels, you can do it once. So it is. It's a good thing I didn't hurry up and upgrade, or else I would have lost an opportunity. It also occurred to Yiyu that he was not a destroyer, but a breaker, so he wondered if he could do this trial. I'll take you to meet Senior, he has a rather eccentric temper, be careful. Mo led the way and set off. Soon, in a dilapidated house, a ragged man was found. Ascetic Starburst level 150. With good strength, he looked at Yiyu and said, "Come on." Buzz. In his hand, a dripping and spinning pagoda appeared, which was somewhat illusory. What I have in my hand is just an illusory version of the Trial Tower, only in the Battle God's Palace is there a general tower that opens the 9 trials. But you're just going through the first trial now, it's enough. Are you sure? Yes. Yiyu nodded. There are always people who think they can do it, only to realize in the end that they actually can't. Crying Ro spoke coldly. Mo's expression was a bit awkward. Yiyu also froze for a moment. Good guy, is this time still striking his own? Sure enough, it was a strange temper. We, then, shall see. He just smiled faintly as the trial tower opened a door and stepped into it. Senior, you. I've told you, he's different, he's a genius. Mo complained about bitter clothes. I was also once a genius, and I've even seen countless people who claim to be geniuses. But none, not defeated. Bitter clothes' tone was mournful. Mo didn't say anymore, he had heard something about the trial tower, which was something that all destroyers could participate in. Destroyers, they weren't the only ones in the Blue Star Civilization. And none of the destroyers of the Blue Star Civilization had fought their way through the first trial tower. So many geniuses. They all lost. He also knew that Bitter Clothes wasn't striking the Heavenly Emperor. Bitter Clothes was once a genius, but after that failure, the entire person was disheartened. He didn't want Heavenly Emperor to go through the same blow as him, which was why he advised Heavenly Emperor not to go. Chapter 103 Shocking Bitter Clothes. Bitter Clothes hadn't looked at the trial tower anymore, and fell down and went to sleep. His heart, with that failure, had died. But Mo was confident in Yiyu and gazed at the trial tower. Ding! You have entered the God of War Trial Tower first course. Depending on the number of layers and time to pass, you will receive different rewards. Current layer, first layer, monster layer. System tip: the faster you clear the first layer, the more difficult the second layer will be. Yiyu entered a vast heaven and earth, surrounded by weeds and steep killing opportunities. Many monsters jumped out. Thunder Leopard, Starburst. Grade 100. Double attack 16875. Defense 15648. Blood 20559. Skills: Thunder Jump, Thunderball, Thunder Claw Strike. Description: a monster with amazing speed and high destructive power, be careful with it. After all, it is a double attack monster, with more than 10,000 physical and legal attacks. Roar! They roared, and all of them spat out thunderballs from their mouths. Crackling! The Thunderball was incomparably violent. Not only did it possess a terrifying 150% attack power, but it also came with a 35% armor breaking and 10% chance of paralysis effect. Ding! In sparring, enemy plus 1011, physical attack plus 1011%. But Yiyu's attack, at the moment, skyrocketed tenfold. His body, too, had flashed with lightning. Thunder light for a moment. Because the monsters were focused on attacking him, all of his attacks swooped away after he instantly flashed. But he couldn't keep dodging all the time. The monster's next wave of skills were brewing now, and it was unlikely that he would be able to dodge all the way through again. Clank! He drew his Heart Royal sword and 225 sword chi roared out. When the Thunder Leopards saw this, thunder lights appeared on their bodies again, and one of them suddenly disappeared. Thunder jumped 3 random consecutive flashes within 10,000 meters. It was a move that could dodge a lot of attacks. But unfortunately, EU is now using Imperial Sword Return Imperial Sword Strike, which could attack within 20,000 meters for 1 hour. The sword light is like a waterfall. The thunder explosion can dodge 3 times, but not 4 times off. Every sword are seconds to harvest their lives. Pust. Blood sprayed out, but in a moment's time, all the Thunder Leopards had already fallen. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Starflare Artifact Thunderstaff, 2, 183 gold coins, and Orange Thunder Jump, Skill Book 1. For a 10,000 Fold Blast, you can obtain Starflare Artifact Thunder Light Staff, 20,000 or Epic Artifact Thunder Tide Staff, 4, 1,830,000 gold coins or 183 Zeus. Forbidden Spell Thunder Leap, Skill Book 1. 1 Starburst Weapon, turned into 2 Epic Weapons? Looks like a 10,000x Blitz, at most, blitzes out the Epic Wear. Yu had to find the next piece of Sangdong Jade as soon as possible in order to blitz out holy weapons and divine weapons. This time, the epic artifact, which was a legal suit, he didn't check it out. What surprised him was that it had exploded 183 gold coins, which instantly blitzed into Zeus coins. It was equivalent to gaining 183 ranked talents off. This is better. Thunder Leap Forbidden Spell. Effect within 1000 meters, leap 3 times in a row to the location you wish to jump to, cooldown 1 minute. Remarks skill level +1, distance plus 1000 meters, max level 60. Originally a random leap, not controlled. Now it's jumping wherever you want. Thunderbolt 1 moment is great, but it's a bit of a stretch when you run out of it, and with this you're covered. He chose this and tore up the skill book. Ding, congratulations, you and your doppelganger have learned the forbidden spell Thunder Leap. Consume the experience value to bring it to full level. Capable of making 3 consecutive leaps within 60,000 meters. The more enemies EU has the better, but too many enemies, sometimes not too safe, can dodge many times is much more comfortable. At the same time. Outside. Hello. Bittercloak snore sounded, seemingly sleeping heavily. Bright. It's lit. He passed the first level. Bayemo suddenly shouted in hot surprise as the first layer on the trial tower was lighting up. Look. He shoved Bitter clothes. Leave me alone to sleep. The whisper rang out as Bittercoat rolled his body over to bask in the sun. Bull. It's only a few seconds of work, he can pass. Buzz. Right at this moment, the trial tower suddenly trembled sharply, emitting a violent rumble. Bitterclothes suddenly climbed up in a prancing manner and said with wide eyes, Nima, the trial tower is actually trembling. Passing through the first layer, the trial tower lit up. But the only way to pass the first layer at extreme speed is to tremble out. Incredible, this is incredible, I agree with what you said. He's truly an unearthly genius. Bitterclothes' expression was always one of shock. He, once, had passed through the first layer. On the first level, one would be besieged by thousands of monsters of the same level, and they were fast and powerful. The test was the ability to face the siege. Being a genius, he passed. But the constant pulling with the monsters and drinking pills to get his blue back and blood back took him 2 whole days. And Tendai, did it take 3 seconds? Hey, I told you, he's good. Bayemo was happy. Yeah. Damn it, he got through too fast. Bitterclothes nodded his head, but quickly revealed a horrified, worried expression. The trial pass, 2 levels in total. The faster you pass the first level, the more difficult the second level becomes. Why is this? Heavenly Emperor, going through so fast. Bitterclothes exclaimed. That time, he was defeated at the second level. Moreover, it was killed in seconds. It took him 2 days to pass through the first level, and the difficulty was that great. The difficulty of a Heavenly Emperor passing in seconds would be extremely terrifying. No matter if Heavenly Emperor can pass the first layer in seconds, he can definitely pass the second layer as well. Bayemo remained confident in Yu. You don't understand. Unearthly geniuses like the Heavenly Emperor, the destroyer of the Blue Star, has produced some. They also passed the first level in seconds, but at the second level, all of them failed in seconds. At those words, Bayemo couldn't remain calm either. The second layer, what exactly is it? The universe. Ding. You passed the first level with the fastest speed ever. The difficulty of the second level will be the hardest ever. Please get ready. Yu heard the prompt and smiled confidently. Didn't he know that the faster he passed the first layer, the harder the second layer would be? Of course he does. But, what to be afraid of? How could he be so wimpy as to deliberately slow down? And the faster you pass, the higher the reward will be. In order to maintain your status, the cooldowns of all your abilities, skills, props, etc., are refreshed. All of Yu's abilities, some of which were originally on cooldown, were now all restored. This trial tower, it's quite humanized. But it also means that what comes next is really hard. Ding, you have entered the second level. At this level you will meet the 5 strongest people who have ever passed the second level. They have been suppressed to the same level as you. 5 enemies. That means there's not much use for battle without end. And with 5 people, it's the very top of the destroyers. Boom! Boom! A terrifying aura raged as 5 terrifying figures quickly coalesced. Tianlang Civilization Wolf Destruction Level 100. Before Yu could finish reading, a prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Encountered a strong member of the Sky Wolf Civilization, triggering the Collecting the Vaulted Jade quest. Chapter 104 Fighting the 5 Great Divine Spirit Void Shadows. Upon hearing this, Yu was first stunned and then delighted. Just after saying that the privilege was not enough to blitz out a holy weapon, new news came. Sirius Civilization, there's the Tsong Dong Jade. Following that, he looked at the remaining few figures. Divine Moon Civilization Moon Mantle, Deity. Rank, 100. Attack, 133-4643. Defense, 108-2367. Blood, 129-3754. Skills, Moonwheel, Moonshadow Haze, Moondance Limp. Description: Level 5 Civilized Player. The Trial Tower unites his level 100 shadow here. The main body can't feel what's going on here. Great Sun Civilization Song Yen, Deity. Level, 100. Attack, 131-6354. Defense, 120-7346. Blood, 128-3654. Skills, Great Sun Inflammation Fist, Great Desolate Imprisoning Sunfinger, Chasing Star, and Treading Sun. Description: Level 5 Civilized Player, Trial Tower. Pretty much the same attribute. Level 5 Civilized Player? Yiyu's eyes flickered. It was unexpected that he would encounter a level 5 civilization, but there were only 2. There was also the Tianlu Civilization Morning Sound, and Monolithic Civilization Stone Monarch, which were level 4 civilizations, and the Tian Wolf Civilization was the weakest, a level 2 civilization. But it's still a level 2 civilization. The blue star that Yiyu was in was still only a 0.72 level civilization. This represents that the resources obtained by the Blue Star Civilization players are far weaker than the Advanced Civilization players, and the speed of promotion and so on will be much slower than the Advanced Civilization. So, all 5 of these goods have become gods. And all ING destroyers with lots of good skills. Ding! System tip: in order to ensure fairness, the 5 deities in this level, level 100 Void, are unable to use skills above the level of Sacred Skills, and are unable to use Secret Skills. Neither the challenger nor the deity silhouettes can use talents. Good lord, you call that fair? It's really nice that the opponent can't use skills above the forbidden spell. And all cannot use the talent. You will now only face 5 enemies. Battle without end is not much use. Use or not use, no difference. The other side's also blocked is really quite good. But that's a deity. Even if it was lowered to level 100, it was still an existence that transcended the mundane. 1,000,000 attacks, 1,000,000 defenses, and 1,000,000 chi in blood. If it was the original level, I don't know how terrifying it would be. Was this the power of a deity? No wonder every creature wants to become a god. The second level, what exactly is there? By MO continued to ask. In the universe, there are many civilizations. Level 1 civilizations then have creatures that are close to gods, and some even have powers that rival those of gods. And for level 2 civilizations, each possesses a deity, and for more advanced civilizations, there are even God General and God King level existences. We, the Blue Star Civilization, have not appeared as deities. On the second level, one will encounter the virtual shadows of the creatures of the cosmic civilization, which are former passers-by. Those who pass the level quickly will encounter the silhouettes of deities. Mo's entire body trembled as he sniffed. I'm afraid that the reason why Bitter Clothes was disheartened was that he had encountered the virtual shadow of a cosmic creature, was strongly bloodied, and had been demoralized ever since. Bitter Clothes secretly shook his head. If it was just him losing to the cosmic creature Void, he wouldn't be so demoralized. The reason was that he knew. Blue Star had once had some strong people who had quickly passed the first level, encountered a deity's shadow, and then were swiftly killed in seconds. There was no way around it. The Blue Star Civilization was too weak. There are no gods. Not even experience against a deity. What's the use of trying harder? Even the strongest genius can't do anything when he meets a deity, right? The Celestial Emperor had hoped to pass the second level, but he passed the first level too quickly, and was bound to encounter a deity's shadow, and that would be the end of him. What he didn't know was, what Yiyu encountered was 5. And Yiyu, at this moment, smiled. I was worried about not having a good panel change, and now it's here. He had the forbidden spell Steal the Sky, which could take his panel data and turn it into the panel data that he had seen. A deity's panel, it doesn't get any better than this, does it? Deities must be very high ranked. Yiyu could see the panel attributes of a panel no higher than his level 500, but he certainly couldn't see through the deity, but now he had encountered a level 100 deity. This was a heavenly opportunity. An attribute that can be turned into a level 100 deity. It only lasts for 1 minute, but you can still change afterward. Although the cooldown is also up to 12 hours, but the 3 major attributes of a million facing ordinary creatures is not a punch a small child? The 5 great divine shadows that had just descended also noticed Yu. He also possessed intelligence. Surprisingly, here, I encountered an existence that can invoke the 5 great divine spirit void shadow trial. I only invoked one before. By the looks of it, it's not from our civilization. Then there's no need for him to have secret techniques. Kill him. The 5 great divine shadows were moved to kill, and the gods were inherently cold. Moreover, being able to meet them proved that this heavenly emperor, in front of him, was very astounding and might catch up with him in the future. Destroyer, God of War inheritance. The God of War, the supreme god. And it was one of the supreme gods with explosive battle power. The destroyers, even after achieving godhood, still had to compete with each other in hopes of entering the war god's sights, so they decided that they would settle for a possible contender here first. Moon wheel. Behind Moon Mantle, a moon appeared, which spat out countless moon wheels. Ow! Wolf Extinction let out a howl and activated the skill, Wolf Nature, which increased all attributes by 100 times at the cost of its own death afterwards, but it was just a shadow, and he didn't care anymore. Why would you need to raise your attributes with such a high attack? He felt that a lion fighting a rabbit was still doing its best. It must be said that he is a ruthless god. It's his divine spirit void also activated all sorts of enhancement skills, extremely sublimated. This kind of scene was despairing. At the moment, Yu can activate the Stealing the Sky and get the same attributes as he had before, but not the current ones, because only the original attributes can be changed, and the ones that others have improved with skills and such can't be changed. So Yu directly out. It is really difficult to fight with him, after all, it is a deity. Seek death. But he burst into a rage. He was trying so hard, so don't blame him for being too ruthless. Thunder light for a moment. His figure directly disappeared, dodging various skills and jumping over Pale Inferno. Ding! You activated the Broken Kettle buff and consumed 25 trillion experience points. Your next strike will hit 2.5 billion attacks. Song Yan's improved attributes had over 2.4 billion in defense plus blood. Snap. But under a slap from Yu. 128, 235, 6235. Song Yan disappeared straight away. What? An exclamation was left behind, echoing in the air. One strike, deicide? This isn't right. How could a low-level creature have such a high attack? It's his divine spirit void, one by one, marveled. It's okay. It must have been some special means that was used. All such means have great limitations. He must not be able to use it again. A deity's shadow confidently flashed to Yu's side, ready to strike. Snap. Yu, who had long been ready, swung out another slap. 124, 235, 4562. Broken Kettle buff, no limitations to speak of. Chapter 105, the Godslayer title. Another deity void died, and this scene washed away the pride of the deity voiders completely. He, in total, was just 5. 2 slaps from the heavenly emperor, 2 gone off. Next, it's you guys. Yu smiled cruelly. He killed Song Yan and Morning Sound in seconds first, because these two had quite a few displacement skills and were easy to dodge attacks, so they had to be killed first. The following ones can be taken slowly. Divine Stone Transformation. The Stone Monarch, eyes were terrified. As a creature of the monolithic civilization, it didn't have a high movement speed and was inherently unable to possess too many displacement skills, so it was terrified that the Heavenly Emperor would kill it in seconds. It, however, had thick skin. At the moment, it activated its skills with 3 billion in defense and 3.6 billion in blood. The Heavenly Emperor's attack seems to be just over 2 billion? That doesn't work. Thunder Leap. However, he saw that on the Heavenly Emperor's body, Thunder Light surged out and disappeared once again, instantly appearing above its head with a vicious kick. Ding! You have consumed 66 trillion experience points, and the Breaker buff will deal 6.6 billion damage. Yu had 8.9 trillion experience values yet, so feel free to consume them. Bang! With a kick, Jun was crushed to pieces and died outright. Moon Dance fluttering. Moon Eyes. Moon Mantle blushed furiously and activated his displacement skill, able to flash in the air 10 times in a row. Ha, you don't have many displacement skills, do you? I can see the trajectory of your movement under Moon Eyes. How did you hit me? Intending to dodge Yu's attack through this method. Like this? Yu smiled slightly. Void. The state of nothingness. Moonbeam could no longer see him, and then Thunder Leap came to Moonbeam's side. How do you like? How do you die? The voice that suddenly rang out made Yu Mang's scalp tingle. Disordered ultrasound. But he was forced to control it for 1 second and couldn't blink to escape anymore. No, you can't kill me. I am a god. Can I be killed by lowly mortal creatures? Snap. Slap, smack. Yu looked at the last enemy. Ow. Wolf Extinction roared up to the sky as he felt that the Heavenly Emperor had left him at the end for what appeared to be a reason. Sure enough. Song Dome Jade. Yu spoke faintly. What's this? Wolf Extinction was a little confused. Then, there is no need for you to exist. Thunderleap had one last chance to flash, and used it on Wolf Extinction. As of this moment, the 5 great spiritual void shadows die. If Wolf Destruction knew about the Vault Jade, it shouldn't have reacted this way just now. It seems that the Sky Wolf civilization exists the Vault Jade, but it's not in his possession. Yi Yu murmured and spoke. He was also not afraid of Wolf Extinction's true body, getting news of the Tsung Dong Jade. The silhouette in the trial tower had no connection to the real body. It was just a stream of energy. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 5 level 100 deity void shadows and gained 2.38 million experience values, 10,000 times the storm, gaining 23.8 billion experience values. As expected, there were only experience value rewards. It was just a stream of energy after all. And it was of the same level, although the grade was divine and the experience value for killing one was more, it wasn't much. In this battle, he had consumed close to 200 trillion experience values. A loss? Yi Yu didn't care, he had 8.9 billion experience value. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 5 major level 100 deity existences, obtaining the title of Godslayer Pseudo 500,000 service-wide reputation value. A world announcement will be opened. Do you hide the nickname, reward? After all, there was a title, so it wasn't a loss, it could still be an earning. Yi Yu immediately decided not to hide. Ding dong! World announcement, congratulations to Dragon Kingdom player, Heavenly Emperor, who has killed 5 major level 100 deity existences, obtaining the title of Godslayer Pseudo, and 500,000 service-wide reputation values. Please congratulate him. Global players just got hung up on by Sky Emperor's minions. Everyone was speculating about how strong the Heavenly Emperor himself should be. Suddenly, the world announcement came. FUCK, deicide? Baka, really, this is ING regicide? The game's only been open for a few days, and he can kill a god? For the Heavenly Emperor to open the world announcement, people were used to it, so numb that they wouldn't be shocked. After all, people had opened the universe announcement. But, Godslayer. Can that be the same? Even though it's only a level 100 god, it's still a god. Wait, it's only level 100? They don't seem to be in a position to say just. As for the rewards of the Heavenly Emperor, they are even more eager, so much reputation value. There are also titles, but they cannot see the effect of the title. Godslayer Pseudo. Description 1, can be obtained by killing a deity, but you are killing a level 100 deity, not the deity's original level, and can only obtain the pseudo version. Description 2, wearing the title, creatures below deity level will reduce their attributes by 10% when they encounter you. That's 6. If you don't become a deity, you have to lower your attributes by 10% when you see EU. Innate suppression. But 10% doesn't seem like much? Ask any player out there, which one doesn't want this? It's a pseudo version, but it's awesome. Ding! 10,000 times the storm, obtaining the title of Godslayer. It was useless to have more of the same title, so it was a direct blitz of quality. Godslayer. Description 1, can be obtained by killing deities. Description 2, wearing the title, creatures lower than deities will reduce their attributes by 50% when they encounter you, and deities will reduce their attributes by 10% when they encounter you. This, then, is different. Yi Yu put it on directly. All mundane creatures encountering me will have their attributes reduced by half. When a deity encounters me, it is reduced by 10%. He was now encountering, basically, mundane creatures, and that would be fun. But the Godslayer title was generally hard to obtain, because could a mundane creature kill a god? It was difficult to even meet a god. Sorry, Yi Yu stormed out. In fact, Blue Star players do not understand the concept of god, only know that super powerful. Only NPCs can feel the power of gods. Trying to kill a god. Even if it's a god of the same level, that's simply impossible. At the very least, there are gods within the civilization where they are located, able to impart the experience of battling gods and bestow treasures that can battle gods. I reckon that the reason the creatures of the cosmic civilization were able to pass through the second level is because they were bestowed with treasures by the gods. Bitter Clothes frowned. Even Mo, who had always had trust in the Heavenly Emperor, shook his head helplessly. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Bitter Clothes was ready to lie flat, giving up completely. Rumble. Right at this moment, the trial tower suddenly trembled once again, and a terrifying power erupted from the tower, gathering in the sky above Glow City as divine blood flowed out of the sky, a scene that was like the heavens crying. The gods fell, and the heavens cried. The Blue Star NPCs who hadn't seen gods fall didn't understand why. But Bitter Clothes and Mo looked at the light that lit up the second floor of the trial tower. Suddenly stood up. Yelling. Over. He, deicide. Surprisingly, there was someone who was able to use his mortal body to defy the gods. Moreover, it was still a mundane creature from a trash civilization. The move. No less than humble grass, piercing the sky. Chapter 106, Exclusive Secret Skill, Battle of Glow. He actually succeeded. Bitter Clothes was on the verge of crying. Hell knows how desperate he was after that failure, especially after hearing that a few of the lords of the War God's palace also failed at the second level. The entire heart of the man died. But now, his dead heart began to beat. For he saw hope. The temple of the god of war. The destroyers of the blue planet comprise it. The War God's Hall, in fact, was found in many cosmic civilizations. After all, it was the inheritance of the god of war, so Blue Star's War God's Hall was in line with the cosmic civilizations. Although he had not yet entered the cosmic civilization, he knew some news. Sooner or later, the cosmic civilization invaded the Blue Star civilization. The reason why it doesn't invade now is because the Blue Star civilization grade is too low, and with the Supreme God's War contract power-bound, it's hard for the cosmic civilization to come over. Only if someone becomes a god can we truly protect the Blue Star civilization. But he didn't expect it. The Celestial Emperor, direct regicide. Although it was only at the same level, that represented a godlike potential that could no longer be described by a phrase of an unearthly genius. I found a genius with divine potential. He had stuttered. As for Mo, his entire body was now dumbfounded because he didn't expect the Heavenly Emperor to be so bullish, far beyond his imagination. He was also curious. What should be the reward for passing the second level? Ding! 10,000 times storm, gained 5 billion whole service reputation value. Yi Yu was over here, storming the reputation value first, and the blood lot buff that he wanted would soon be redeemed. The pleasant prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, you passed the first trial level, it's being settled. Time to pass, 8 seconds. For the fastest ever, with a super perfect rating, and will receive the highest reward. Yi Yu was satisfied. He actually had other ways to fight with the 5 great spiritual void shadows, but that would be much slower, and he didn't hesitate to consume a large amount of experience value just to pass the level quickly. Ding! You have gained Destroyer Secret Skill Destruction of New Life, 10,000 times the storm, and gained Breaker Secret Skill Breaking and Rebuilding. Secret skill? What is it? With intense curiosity, he rushed to check it out. Destruction Newborn, Destroyer Secret Skill. Effect: within 1 day, you can be revived 3 times without consumption, and each time you are revived, your attributes will be increased by 50%, maintained for 1 second, and each time you are revived, it will be for 1 second. Restrictions: Destroyer. Description: a secret skill of the Destroyer researched by the Supreme God of War. The secret skill cannot be measured in terms of grade. Very powerful. Resurrecting 3 times a day without loss and increasing your strength is much more powerful than the resurrection of necromantic civilization. Breaking and rebuilding. Effect: within 1 day, you can be resurrected 9 times without consumption, and each time you are resurrected, your attributes will be increased by 100%, maintained for 1 minute, and each resurrection will be 1 minute. Restrictions: Breaker. Description: the Celestial Emperor storms out, surpassing the research of the God of War. The Breaker is the only one. This can be said to be a secret skill exclusively belonging to him. The effect is perverse. What do players fear the most? Dying and dropping levels in equipment. And Yi Yu can be resurrected 9 times a day, and after each resurrection, 100% increase in attributes. This is not battle without end, only at physical attack is all attributes are added: defense, blood, attack speed, movement speed, etc. all round stronger. Resurrection 9 times is 9 times to improve, a total of 10 times the attributes. And battle without end is very fierce but unstable. With just this one secret skill, Yi Yu felt that it was at least no worse than an S-rank talent. He now had more certainty even if he encountered a very scary solo enemy. If you dare to kill me, I will become stronger to show you. And counting the original resurrection spell, he can be resurrected 10 times. I'm afraid there's not much chance of using it. Yi Yu wasn't conceited, but there really shouldn't be many creatures that could make him die. The breaking kettle buff was at full strength, and he was confident when he saw a deity in full condition. But the vault of heaven was so mysterious. Hell, would there be a restraint on the breaking the vault buff? Multiple means, more security. Ding, you have torn and learned the secret skill breaking and rebuilding. You and the doppelganger have this skill at the same time. Broken plus broken and rising. Yi Yu was more confident. Even a level 1 civilization had players who were close to gods. To be honest, it was true that his previous trip to the cosmic civilization was rather risky, and it was still possible for some powerful creatures to do so if they went out of their way to kill him. But now, a level 2 Skywolf civilization, I have the confidence to break in as well. Now, level up first. He left the trial tower and prepared to receive his profession quest. He stepped out of the tower. Poof. However, he saw Bitter Clothes directly kneeling down towards him, as if he was worshipping a god, offering the most respectful and great salute. I'm sorry. I was, surprisingly, thinking you couldn't get through before. You are the one who has the posture of a deity. No, you are God. This? What's with the quick change in attitude? To be able to make a strong man kneel, naturally not because this strong man is cowardly, but because the Bitter Clothes have been desperate for too long, and to see hope from Yi Yu here, even more so, it gives birth to a strong admiration for him. His faith had once been shattered and was re-established here in Yu. He was kneeling, not a human being. It was faith. Ding. Congratulations, level 150 Starburst boss Bitter Clothes, voluntarily become your slave, do you agree? Congratulations, level 90 Starburst boss Bayamo, volunteers to become your slave, is it a yes? Bayamo was also infected by the Bitter Clothes. Yu is a little confused, he did not do anything. Now the NPC are so active? This siege should be. 2 Starburst bosses, both still destroyers, both pretty good. Especially. Ding. 10,000 times the blast, you can obtain a level 150 Starburst Boss Destroyer 10,000, or a level 150 Epic Boss Destroyer 2, and a level 90 Starburst Boss Destroyer 10,000, or a level 90 Epic Boss Destroyer 2. Of course it was quality, epic bosses were already rare and represented a higher potential. Ding. Select Mass Strike, level 150 Epic Boss Destroyer 2 level drops to level 100, by the time you reach level 150, they can automatically recover to level 150. Instantly, by MO and Bitter Clothes quality strength skyrocketed. My rank has been lowered, my strength should be lowered. Bitter Clothes shook his head, a slave's rank must not be higher than the master's, this he knew. Wait, how come my strength has even gone up? Hiss, I've actually become an epic level. I'm epic level 2. Bayamo exclaimed, no, look next to me, there are suddenly 2 more epic level 100 destroyers. The 2 destroyers appeared, and they looked different. But as usual, it was unbelievable. Raising your grade out of nowhere? Inexplicably, there were 2 more destroyers of the same level as himself? This change seemed to have appeared only after he recognized the Heavenly Emperor as his master, right? Bayamo, do you think that the master is in the position of a deity, or is he a deity himself? To be able to raise a person's grade out of thin air, only a deity can do that, right? But the master was also able to make 2 destroyers out of thin air. That's not something an ordinary deity can do, is it? It's hard to believe that the master is, in fact, the reincarnation of the legendary God of War. That's why he was able to pass the trial so quickly? Must be. Then why was he reincarnated? Don't guess, the master deliberately did not mention it, it is probably because he does not want to be exposed. After all, he was once the supreme of the divine realm, but there is more than one supreme god, there must be a reason for reincarnation. You see that he is now called the Emperor of the Heavens, it is bound to be that he wants to. Rumble. It was too late for them to think about it in detail. It was because outside of Glow City, a sharp blasting sound suddenly rang out. There was a large group of enemies coming, and they were all excited as they watched the gods' fallen sky crying scene in the sky. What kind of vision is this? I don't understand, there must be a treasure coming out. Chapter 107, Sini, Need to Kneel. The huge commotion outside quickly attracted the attention of all the NPCs in Glow City. The Glow City Lord stood on the city wall, looked at the enemies gathered outside, and frowned. The 4 main cities. Starlight City, Huiyang City, Theodark City. All of them were nearby 3 pole main cities, and their city lords, the Lord of Phaedrus City, knew them. Moreover, all the soldiers were brought along. Is this a siege? Why have you come? City Lord of Glow City asked. Cut the crap. Your Glow City, did a treasure appear? Such a great vision, you Glow City can't take it all by yourselves, right? Why don't you share it with us, or don't blame us for disregarding the love of our fellow robes? The 4 great city lords spoke coldly. The Lord of Glow City looked at the scene of the divine fallen sky crying in the sky. This is a hairy treasure. How it appeared he does not know, but if he explains it like this, the 4 great city lords will not believe him. Don't look at the 4 major cities in Glow City, belonging to the same empire. However, under the Supreme God's War contract, it was also difficult for the empire's experts to enter the 3 extreme main cities and control them, so friction sometimes occurred in the empire's subordinate cities. For the sake of the treasure, these 4 major city lords really might fight Glow City. If I say there's no treasure, do you guys believe me? Liar. This kind of vision has never been seen before, and it feels like it gives one a glimpse of a divine generality. Wouldn't there be no treasure? The Lord of Glow City shook his head. No one would believe him if he told the truth. If he let them in to walk around to check it out, he would be too much of a wimp himself, and they would probably be even more furious when they found out that there was no treasure. This is a dead end? But if it's a fight, Glow City, can it withstand a siege from 4 major main cities? Please fight. Please fight. At this time, the NPCs of Glow City unanimously invited for battle. The Lord of Glow City frowned. He really wanted to fight, after all, he also has a temper, but under war, the people of the city. As a qualified city lord, he didn't want the people to die because of this inexplicable battle. Master, I've stayed in this Glow City for a while, it's not bad. Bitter Clothes looked towards Yu. Yu nodded indifferently. At the same time, he looked towards the God Falls and Heaven Weeps vision in the sky, and was speechless for a while. Just now, he had already heard Bitter Clothes say that this vision was caused by him. Good guy, he killed a few gods, was treated as a treasure out of the world? If you guys want to make a move, go ahead. He looked towards by Mo and Bitter Clothes. On the other side, Glow the name of the Lord of Glow City. If you don't want the soldiers to participate in the battle, that's fine. Come and fight us. If you win, we'll leave. The 4 great city lords laughed. They also didn't want their soldiers to participate in the war. After all, that would be a big battle, it would definitely take longer, and the soldiers were resources, so how could they bear to die for nothing? City Lord, don't! You'll die if you go 1-on-4. The NPCs of Glow City were discouraged. Glow's popularity in their hearts was quite high. But Glow had already stepped out. He guessed that the vision that appeared in the sky inexplicably should have appeared because something big had happened, and it wasn't a treasure, so it would have disappeared after a while, and the 4 main cities would have retreated at that time. With his own life, he could protect the people of the whole city by dragging the 4 major main cities for a while. More crucially, he has, for all time, held fast to an ancient pact. Waiting for someone to come. The city of Glow should be that person's, it cannot be destroyed. But at this time, 4 voices suddenly rang out. Following my master's order, please battle the Starlight City Lord. By the order of my master. White Ink, Bitter Clothes, Black Ink, and Bitter Fan stepped out one by one, and the names of the latter 2 destroyers were casually bestowed by Yiyu. Everyone at the scene was stunned. Following my master's orders? Where did this wild dog come from? A few servants also want to fight us. Where is your master? The 4 great city lords opened their mouths in disdain. They were honorable city lords. Were the servants worthy of making a move against them? You are not qualified to see our master. Imos 4 sneered and directly struck out. Phew! The 4 of them transformed into streams of light. As destroyers, they all had many, very good skills, and there were quite a lot of displacement skills, and they directly entered the enemy group and attacked the 4 major city lords. The 4 great city lords had to strike. Because in this instant, they sensed the powerful strength of the 4, and if they didn't stop them, their lives would be in danger. Bang bang bang! The battle instantly erupted, and the 8 people fought in a heated mess. How is it possible? The 4 of you are only level 100, how can you fight us head-on? The shrieks of the 4 city lords quickly rang out. They're level 150 and every single one of them is a starburst boss. As city lords, they still had a city's resources to utilize, so they were able to give themselves extra boosts to their attributes, qualifications, and such, and their equipment was quite good, much more powerful than the average level 150 starburst boss. Surprisingly, they were stopped by a level 100. I'll go. Those 4 guys are fierce, where did they come out? All the soldiers marveled. A tie? That's putting it nicely. It was clearly 4 people who were pressing the 4 city lords to fight. I recognize Bitter Clothes and by MO, the other 2 experts. Where did they come from? Glow City Lord was overjoyed in his heart, but he also had a million doubts. Bitter Clothes and White Ink's strength, it seems like they've even improved. And their masters, who are they? For great masters as slaves, what kind of gaijin masters should they be? He was curious as to how Bitter Clothes and White Ink raised their strength. So he carefully looked at their panels. The 4 major city lords did the same. After all, it was outrageous to crush them by so many levels. This time, it was not to be. Epic boss. I go. 4 people, all epic bosses. None of the NPCs in the 3-pole main city were even legendary bosses, and these 4 people, they were actually epic bosses. It was simply impossible for these 4 to appear here, this was too unbelievable. All the soldiers, even more full of incredulity. Their city lord was the strongest group of people in the 3 extreme main city. To think that someone could surpass their rank? Only the city lord of Glow City, who knew that Bitter Clothes and by MO used to be at the starburst level. How do you do that, now that you've suddenly advanced? It's hard to believe that it's that master of theirs. He became more and more curious about that master. Just then. So what if it's an epic boss? In front of the city lord, what are you guys? Just a bunch of slave traders. The 4 great city lords roared, their bodies raising a rushing light, and there were stars and light on the soldiers, connecting with them. As the 3 extreme main city lords of the Starlight Empire. When all the soldiers are around, they can increase their attributes by 30%. That way, it wasn't impossible to defeat the 4. Even more so, we will uncover your masters and see who taught traitors like you. Is that so? A faint voice rang out and Yiyu's figure appeared out of thin air. See me? Need to kneel. What a crazy tone. Is this the master of those 4? Everyone looked up curiously. Ding. Mundane creatures that encounter you have their attributes reduced by 50%. Pust. The aura that the 4 great city lords had just raised, directly wilted. The soldiers behind them were even worse, unable to withstand the sudden and violent drop in power. Their bodies were not adapted for a while, and it was difficult for them to stabilize their stance anymore. Plop. Poof. All had to kneel. Shocked, they looked at the figure. Chapter 108, Building a City. That silhouette, relict and domineering, stood there. The world's wind and currents seemed to be nothing more than clouds and smoke at his fingertips. Not like a person in the dust. He said. To see him, one needs to kneel. And then, everyone, literally, knelt. It was as if the gods had given the finger, and all beings needed to comply. Yi Yu was standing on the city wall at the moment. Just now he was in Bitter Clothes' house and was too lazy to care about this, but these 4 big city lords had such a stinky mouth that he couldn't help but fly out as well. Hiss. The scalps of everyone on the field went numb. My attributes, reduced by 50%. Me too. This. Just met him ah. If anything bad was done to him, what evil would come of it was unimaginable. See you, master. Bai Mo and the others immediately kneeled down to worship Yi Yu while exchanging a look with each other. Watch. This, my lord, must be the reincarnation of the god of war. Otherwise, how could there be this miraculous scene? Is it really their master? Is their master so terrifying? In everyone's hearts, they couldn't help but give birth to this thought. Even the 4 great city lords had terrified eyes at the moment. Suddenly, they felt that there was nothing wrong if this person could be their master. No, it should be heavenly fortune. As master's slaves, we are proud. Bai Mo and the others turned around and shouted harshly, once again launching a powerful attack. The 4 great city lords with reduced strength were even less of a match for them. But a few moments of effort. Poof. 4 blood flowers bloomed. Ding. The harvest of your men's kills belongs to you. First kill of 4 major level 3 main city lords. Level 150 Starburst boss, gained 800,000 experience points, 4,927 silver coins, for legend degrees, and 6,000 points of service-wide reputation value. 10,000-fold strike, gained 8 billion experience value, 4,972 gold coins, 40,000 legend degree points, 60 million service-wide reputation value. Not bad. After all, Yi Yu didn't do anything, so he just came out and slipped around. Ding. Obtained, 3-pole main city lord seal, 4. For a 10,000-fold blast, obtain 3-pole main city lord seal, 40,000 or emperor lord seal, 12. Huh, there's even a city lord seal? No equipment popped out this time, but this thing is much better than equipment. Seal of the Lord of 3-pole main city. Effect, consuming 1, you can own a new 3-pole main city, or become the new city lord of a 3-pole masterless city. Equal to a 3-pole main city. Just look at the way players were fighting over the level 1 city building order, and you could tell how precious this thing was. Yi Yu could obtain 40,000 of them. It can also be turned into Imperial Lord Seal, 12 of them. 1 3-pole city lord seal turned into 3 emperor lord seals, indicating that the highest 10,000 times blitz would blitz out the emperor lord seal, which was already very bullish, and the emperor lord seal Yi Yu also needed it. His imperial lord power needs 10,000 level 1 main cities, 10,000 level 2 main cities, 1 and 10,000 imperial capitals to be unlocked constantly. There are storming privileges in place. Unlocking it is easy. But 10,000 imperial capitals can't be put together in a short period of time, and unlocking the imperial capitals will only work if you unlock the ones in the low-level main cities, so why not get the low-level main cities first? Yi Yu made a choice. Ding! You have selected 3-pole main city seal, 40,000. As for the imperial capital, there was no rush. It's not that difficult to get it when you want it, and there's no value in getting it now. He scanned the room. Those whose eyes were swept by his eyes all lowered their heads, not daring to look at each other. Everyone, still on their backs. Greetings to the gods. Greetings to the gods. All the NPCs suddenly all spoke, including the soldiers of the 4 main cities and all the soldiers of Glow City. Yi Yu was speechless for a while, somewhat puzzled. But honestly, with his strength, it wasn't too much to say that he was their deity, right? Deity, we must abide by the city lord's orders. Not intending to make enemies of you, we would like to recognize you as our lord for life. The soldiers spoke one by one. Yi Yu thought about it, and the soldiers did. White ink, bitter clothes, black ink, bitter fan. In. Received this seat's order to take over as the city lord of the 4 main cities. The 4 city lord seals flew in front of the 4 destroyers. The 4 epic bosses, their strength was quite good, but Yi Yu was not prepared to take them with him in his subsequent actions. He still preferred to act alone and could call them over again when needed. These 4 people are quite good at guarding the city for him. Why does he need the city? Aside from the Emperor Lord's power, there was another reason. Ding! Your men become the city masters of Starlight City, Starkin City, Fying City, and Fai Dark City, with all of their territories and NPCs belonging to you. Territory. The territory of 3-pole main city is huge, with many vacant zones. And Yi Yu now has 4 of them. Then he had a place to put his 10,000 level 1 main cities to initially unlock the power of the Imperial Lord. Power of the Imperial Lord, the more soldiers the stronger. Ding! Congratulations, you have 350,000 level 90 diamond soldiers and 150,000 level 100 starburst soldiers. Some of them are higher than level 100 and are restricted by the owner's level, temporarily dropping their level. For a 10,000 fold blast, you can obtain 3.5 billion level 90 diamond soldiers or 350,000 level 90 epic soldiers, or 1.5 billion level 100 starburst soldiers or 300,000 level 100 epic soldiers. Elite soldier. Even if you don't storm the mass, there are billions of advanced and high-ranking soldiers. If you storm the mass, the various epic ranks. Even if it's not a boss, it's outrageous. This power is terrifying if it is present. Yi Yu did not storm the city for the time being because he wanted to build it first. In front of his eyes, a light map appeared. It was a scaled-down version of the territories of the 4 main cities. He could use it to set up his territory as he pleased. He took out a level 1 city building order. He realized. In the middle of the 4 major main cities, there was a huge island surrounded by the ocean. It was vacant, with no wild monsters or NPCs. Master, the area near the sea is sometimes attacked by sea monsters. Bitter Clothes reminded. Yi Yu threw the city building order here. This place was big enough and most suitable for all the main cities to move in. With all the elite soldiers under his command, he was still afraid of sea monsters? After the order to build the city enters the light map. Ding! Congratulations, you have established a level 1 main city. Please name it. Heavenly Emperor level 1 city. Yi Yu was too lazy to think of a name. Ding dong! World announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom player who has established the first player city in the entire service, Tian-D number 1 city, and has gained 100,000 service-wide reputation values. Please congratulate him. Here we go, the daily world announcement clocking operation of the Tendai Big Brother. Lord of a city, cool. How come it's called Tian-D number 1 city? This suffix is weird. What is it? Global players were envious. After all, it was everyone's dream to fight for supremacy. Only, Dragon Smile, he was puzzled at the moment. He was holding a level 1 city building order, scratching his head in confusion. He had exchanged his ability enhancement scroll with the Heavenly Emperor Big Brother for a city building order and had been treating it like a treasure. Good lord, Big Brother even has another one? Chapter 109, Lord of 10,000 Cities. After Long Shao obtained the city building order, he didn't build a city directly because it was too difficult to find vacant territories. It was good that he finally found it after a lot of hard work. Immediately use the city building order. Ding dong! World announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Country player, XX, who built a level 1 main city, Dragon City, rewarding the entire service with 1,000 points of reputation value. Please congratulate him. Baka, that's the city building order from last time, isn't it? The Heavenly Emperor even gave it to the Dragon Kingdom. Damn it, why isn't the Heavenly Emperor from my great rice country? Wait. Didn't the city building order only pop out one piece? People finally realized this. Holy, one more out of nowhere. Our Dragon Core has its own main city now. We don't have to look at NPCs in the eye, thanks to Big Brother Heavenly Emperor. But Big Brother Heavenly Emperor, why is there another one? Don't understand. We turned on the world announcement as well. Don't be proud, Big Brother Heavenly Emperor has opened the universe announcement, and it's only because Big Brother helped us that we got the order to build the city. We have to stay humble and learn from Big Brother. The Dragon Core, and even the entire Dragon Kingdom, were proud. Hey! We, the Dragon Kingdom, 2 cities of players. All over the world, the only 2. From now on, we Dragon Kingdom people will stand up and not have to look at NPCs anymore. The second one to establish a main city, the reputation value reward is relatively small. Dragon laughs, got the reward, only 100 points. It can be seen how precious it was the first time. It was taken by the Heavenly Emperor Big Brother. However, it should be. If he had known that the Heavenly Emperor still had the order to build a city, he would have preferred to build his city slower and give the first time reward to the Heavenly Emperor. Unfortunately, things like reputation value were hard to come by. The city building order also gave so little, and the Heavenly Emperor bigwigs didn't get much of it. Ding! 10,000 times storm, gained 1 billion whole service reputation value. Yi Yu nodded his head in satisfaction and heard another prompt. Ding! Received a message from Dragon Troop Zhongyang. Big Brother, congratulations, but that city of yours, how come it's called Heavenly Emperor number 1 city? The Dragon Corps had established a city and were all very happy, so they came to report their good news with Yi Yu. At the same time their doubts were the doubts of the whole world. The name of the city is either bad or so strange feeling. Not so, it's more annoying to remember. Yi Yu returned a sentence, then closed the friend channel. Will build the city order all thrown down, just now only through A, is to see through the light map, cannot directly out of thin air to build the city. What is the meaning of the Big Brother Masao closed the call and scratched his head. Turning his head and talking to the Dragon Corps, everyone in the Dragon Corps started scratching their heads. They couldn't understand It's just a city, what's not to remember? Ding dong! World announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom player, Heavenly Emperor, for building a level 1 main city, Heavenly Emperor number 2 city, rewarding the entire service with 1,000 points of reputation value. Please congratulate him. Suddenly, another alert sounded, globally. Globally, countless voices rang out. It's nifty, and there's a? Do you think the order to build a city is a street product? The people of the Dragon Corps were dumbfounded. Can they still play like this? No wonder they said that it is not good to remember. Not true. 2 seats, not so bad to remember. Does? Ding dong. World announcement. Celestial Emperor number 3 city, rewarding the entire service with a prestige value of 1,000 points. Sure enough. 4. 5. Next, world announcements continued to ring out. Until 999. People just kept listening to the world announcements. Each announcement rang for 1 second. For the whole 16 minutes, they didn't do anything, they just listened to the announcements. They couldn't do anything, they just listened to the announcements. And every time it opens, there's 1,000 reputation points. That is a huge gain. And, does reputation value even matter? Oh man, us foreign players, not a single level 1 main city. The Heavenly Emperor has 10,000 of them. Players knew that the Celestial Emperor had another, Celestial Star City. Rely on. No wonder the Heavenly Emperor was willing to give away a city building order. He was the lord of 10,000 cities. He doesn't give a damn about an order to build a city, does he? You don't care, you send it to me instead. Countless foreign players were about to cry. No wonder it said that it'll be hard to remember. The Dragon Corps' men and women all marveled. Anyone with 10,000 main cities would rather have a weird name, I'm afraid. To be honest, they were a bit proud of themselves after establishing the main city. But now, what was there to be proud of? If they knew that the Celestial Empire still had 4 3-pole main cities, they didn't know what kind of thoughts they should do. Those 4 main cities were not established by EU, they belonged to the occupation to get, so they didn't open the announcement. If a city defects, it will be opened. We shall always remain humble before him. The world's second player, Dragon Smile, couldn't remember how many times this was the first time he had this kind of emotion. He had never been proud. Because he knew that the Heavenly Emperor still had an imperial capital. However, he was curious, if the Heavenly Emperor had an imperial capital, why did he need so many level 1 main cities? Ding! Congratulations, you have 10,000 level 1 main cities, unlocking the power of the Imperial Lord, stage 1. LOL. You can extract 10% of the attributes of all your commanders for your own use. And Yu now, his subordinates are big enough and strong enough. This time, he also gained a total of 1,098,000,000 prestige values. Very good. He was satisfied, but there were still level 90 soldiers among his men, and he was going to use Phaeton Empire to raise them all to level 100. He took out the Glow Moon Imperial Lord seal and prepared to collect the soldiers. Imperial Lord Phaeton seal. Just then, a shout suddenly rang out. Glow City Lord Glow hurriedly ran over, looking at the 2 big words Glow Moon on the Imperial Lord seal. His body trembled continuously, and seeing EU, he eagerly said, Are you the Glow Moon Imperial Lord? He previously knew that the Heavenly Emperor was an Emperor Lord, but he didn't know which Emperor Lord it was. Yu was a bit puzzled, but his perception of the other party was not bad, and he nodded lightly. Plop. But without thinking about it, Glow directly knelt down and piously said, 3rd generation City Lord of Glow City Glow Light, greetings to Imperial Lord. Following that, it was even a big wave of his hand, calling on all the NPCs in the city. Why don't you pay your respects to the Imperial Lord? Greetings to the Imperial Lord. NPC all kneel. This scene really let Yu froze. How strange things one after another. Is his own lucky gem working? Ding. Glow takes the initiative to recognize you as its master. Such recognition cannot be betrayed, or else it will die directly. Do you agree? Yu hadn't even opened his mouth yet. Ding. Glow offers Glow City, willing to become your subordinate. All the people and resources of Glow City will be yours. Do you agree? Yes. Don't want it for nothing, and by the looks of Glow, there must be some hidden agenda. But give him 3 guts, he wouldn't dare to trap himself. Hey, it's only a level 1 main city. What's the point of any more? The foreign players, some with sour hearts and unforgiving mouths. When there are city building orders popping out afterward, we also. Ding dong. World announcement, congratulations to Dragon Kingdom player, Heavenly Emperor, who has obtained the active defection of the 3-pole main city, Glow City. He owns the 3-pole main city, Glow City. For the first player to obtain the defection of the Lord of the main city, a reward of 100,000 service-wide reputation values. Chapter 110 The Strength of Blue Star Civilization. The global players, for once, were completely confused. 3-pole main city? Or NPCs actively defecting? This thing is just nifty thievery. They didn't know that Yu still had 4 more 3-pole main cities in his hands, as well as 39,996 level 3 city lord seals. Yu gained 1 billion reputation values and was 1 step closer to redeeming the Bloodlock buff. Ding! Congratulations, you have 90,000 level 90 diamond soldiers and 40,000 level 100 starburst soldiers. Some of them are higher than level 100 and are restricted by the owner's level, temporarily dropping their level. For a 10,000 fold blast, you can obtain 900 million level 90 diamond soldiers or 90 million level 90 epic soldiers, or 400 million level 100 starburst soldiers or 40 million level 100 epic soldiers. As usual, soldiers were obtained. No storms for a while though. With so many 3-pole main city seals, you can build a lot of 3-pole main cities, but there's no level 2 main city yet, and with Power of the Emperor's Lord, stage 2 not unlocked, stage 3 won't be able to be unlocked either. Where to build this gang of 3-pole main cities? You already had an idea. What the hell is going on here? You asked. Seeing how Glow was before, even willing to die to protect the people of the city, it was obvious that he was not a coward, nor was he the kind of wallflower who wanted to change sides when he saw that he was powerful. Rather, it was true that there was something hidden. This was also the reason why Yu was willing to take him in. Glow City, as well as the 4 major main cities before it, are all subordinate cities of the Starlight Empire. And the Starglow Empire was once a level 9 main city of the Glow Moon Imperial capital. After the fall of the Phaeton Empire, the Starglow Empire accumulated resources to become the imperial capital and became a new empire. Glow murmured and spoke. I see, all the territories of the Starlight Empire originally belonged to the Glow Moon Empire and the departed Glow Moon Empire. Only one, Glow Moon Imperial Capital, remained, which came into Yu's hands. Glow City used to be the Glow Moon Empire. My grandfathers and fathers all followed the ancient pact, waiting for the rebirth of the empire to return to the imperial embrace. Even the Starlight Empire has to abide by this pact. It would be fine if there was no one left in the Phaeton Empire anymore. But Yu walked out. Okay, got it. Yu holding the seal of the Phaeton Emperor is equal to being able to inherit the entire Phaeton Empire legacy, the Starburst Empire. He also didn't expect that an Imperial Lord seal that burst out at that time would have such a great effect. Good fellow. A few of the main cities you just took over actually belonged to you in the first place? Even the level 4 and level 5 Starburst Imperial capitals were their own? Then, if I hold the Phyrexian Moon Imperial Lord seal and go to the Star Glory Imperial capital, will I be able to make the entire empire submit? Yu asked. This. Glow snapped, scratching her head. Well, it was the same as Yu thought. The Starlight Empire had been in a high position for a long time, so would he bow his head just because he took the previous Emperor's seal and went over there? Not only that, the current generation of Starglow Emperors are overbearing. I'm afraid that after learning that you have the Glow Moon Emperor seal, they won't let you go. Glow's tone was not without worry. Ha! Yu laughed. Somehow there might be more than one enemy? He is not afraid. It was even more impossible for him to give up the Emperor Lord seal, needing the Empyrean capital to raise the power of the Emperor Lord. Talk to me about the Empire. Yu was not too familiar with the affairs of the Blue Star civilization, but now that he thought about it, it was necessary to know. Glow knew everything. Throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom server, there were 10 major empires with countless cities under them. The map of the Vault of Heaven was much larger than reality, and the Dragon Kingdom players occupied a small portion of the Dragon Kingdom server, so it was only 10 empires for such a large map. It could be seen how huge the empire power was. And as a result, Glow felt that it was impossible for the Starlight Emperor Lord to give the empire away that represented supreme power. And even though the Celestial Emperor was very powerful, if he was just up with the empire, I'm afraid it will also suffer. Understood. Yu nodded his head while waving his big hand. Ding! 10,000 times bludgeoned, Glow City Lord, level 100 Starburst Boss, originally level 150, changed back to its original level after the owner's level was increased, was bludgeoned into a level 100 Epic Boss 2. I'm afraid that there will be friction between the Master and the Starglow Empire. But following the ancient agreement I submit to my Master today, even if I may fail later, I have to protect. Glow was muttering to himself internally, feeling that the future would be difficult. Boom! Suddenly, his strength increased violently, and his entire body improved from the inside out, his physical qualities and qualifications. What's going on here? He felt observing himself, and his eyes then rounded. Epic? Epic ranked, if the rank was raised, it would be a big man on one side in the entire Blue Star civilization. Above that, there were only Saint and Mythic levels. And he, inexplicably, became an Epic level? What was even more frightening was that there was an identical Epicurean next to himself, and if he didn't look different from himself, he really suspected that it was another version of himself. Could it be? He looked at Yu in shock. Just now it was a wave of the Master's hand that elevated his grade? Turning his head, he looked at Mo in bitter clothes. They were nodding to themselves, meaning you kid, now you know how awesome the Master is. Hiss. This. He knew that the Master appeared to be able to elevate other people's grades, but before, he felt that he must have used some means or treasure that consumed a lot and cost a lot. But who knew, waving his hand? It's like, with a wave of your hand, you turn a speck of dust into a treasure. He didn't realize that Yu's blast privilege, in fact, didn't even need to wave his hand, just move his thoughts. Master has this kind of ability, what's there to worry about the Empire? He really is God. Yu watched Glow's face shift as if she was caught up in a brainstorming session, and wasn't happy to care. Looking to bitter clothes, white ink. Tell me about it, the outside world. He wanted to familiarize himself with the Blue Star civilization, after all, he had spent more time in it. In addition to the Empire, the Blue Star civilization has a variety of forces and races. After the level 4 main city, it belongs to the backbone of the Blue Star civilization, and the major forces will be entrenched in the major main cities. The duo narrated. Then the universe civilization. What the Blue Star civilization lacks is only the number of species and high-level creatures like gods. Other than that, it's not that bad. The Illuminati, Dark Temple, Night Temple, War God Temple, and other forces are no worse than the Empire, and some even surpass the Empire, and can make the Empire bow down and listen to orders with a single word. There are also the elves, dwarves, orcs, goblins, and so on. There are many species. These are also the races that the player can choose from at the beginning, as well. There is a big gap between the strong and the weak. The weak races can only stray into the wilderness. Strong such as the elves, a small number of elves have been able to create the elf empire, follow the orders of the elves. The goblin race is good at doing business. The Goblin Chamber of Commerce is all over the continent and has huge assets. And the strongest. On the other hand, it's the gargoyle race. Saying this, Bitter Clothes couldn't help but glance at Yu. Remembering the master, there was a giant dragon. Chapter 111 Dark Temple, War God Temple. Yu nodded his head in satisfaction, knowing the rough division of the Blue Star civilization's strength. It would be good to do things after that. The entire Blue Star civilization, it's still colorful. Although it was only a level 0.72 civilization, it was still an entire civilization. In this, what position is the War God Palace in? Yu continued to ask. After all, he was a breaker and had an uncut relationship with the War God Palace. The War God Palace is rather special. Only recruiting warriors. There are only 3,000 personnel in the inner temple, all of whom are destroyers, and the outer temple personnel, who are the mighty ones among the warriors, the outstanding celestial pride. Bitter Clothes and White Ink were very proud. There weren't many destroyer profession scrolls, and to be chosen by the War God's Palace from the warriors of the entire Blue Star civilization to be one of the 3,000 destroyers, they were outstanding and lucky. It is. The master can create the destroyer out of thin air? That's normal. He's the reincarnation of the god of war. I'm afraid that with the master around, the destroyers of Blue Star civilization will become more numerous, and in the future, if they can be aligned with the cosmic civilizations, War God's Palace, they can definitely become the top of it. There aren't many of us, but we're all elites. A powerful person from the War God Palace is strong enough to overthrow an empire. Bitter Clothes and by Mo laughed coldly. Master as the reincarnation of the god of war, if that laborious, Starlight Empire, really dared to mess with him, it wouldn't be a slap in the face? Not to mention anything else, summoning the War God's Palace and destroying the empire in a matter of moments. Yu this is not aware of their brainstorming, otherwise it must be very speechless. He is a hairy reincarnation of the god of war. God of war, supreme god? Wasn't the high god the one he robbed? However, for the time being, he couldn't touch the strongest members of the Battle God Temple, as they preferred to practice hard, making it difficult for them to know their location. Moreover, the headquarters of the War God Hall was very secretive. Even Bitter Clothes and by Mo didn't know the location, they only knew where the next stage of the War God Hall experts were. Master, the level 4 main city, Thunderlight City, has a branch of our War God Palace. You can receive the next stage of the quest. And maybe, there will be a surprise. Bitter Clothes said, waving his sleeve. Ding! Congratulations, you will receive the Destroyer Profession 4th turn quest. Do you want to receive it? It was finally time to upgrade. Pick up. Ding, claimed successfully. Quest details, collect 10,000, low-grade herb red flower, not purchasable. Task time, unlimited. Mission reward, subsequent upgrades available. Mission description, warriors charge into battle, there is no life without death, as the destroyer, destruction is new life, but also destined to protect themselves, learn to collect herbs, to the pharmacist to make potions. After all, it's not killing monsters anymore. Letting him, a warrior, pick herbs and so much more? Master, this is not my fault, the occupation quest is fixed, we guess that it is the great you. God of war, your holiness who said it. Bitter Clothes shook his head helplessly and almost said something. All right. It's just a low-grade herb. It's easy to gather. It's just that there are too many of them, and with warriors collecting herbs, the success rate is very low. To gather 10,000 of them, it usually takes a lot of time. Master, there are red flowers in the wilds of Glow City, but for this kind of thing, it must be exposed to sunlight all year round and die directly when it touches rain, so the quantity is very small. You will, I'm afraid, have to go to a few more cities to collect them. Glow spoke. He said lightly, this at least have to go to hundreds of cities, time-consuming months to pick, this is still good luck, bad luck cannot meet the red flowers, a few years down also did not succeed, is also possible. This one task, I'm afraid the test is patience, as well as a little bit of luck. Good, this seed is leaving. Each of you go to the city you are in and stand guard, and when I need you, I will summon you. Yu left. Following Glow's guidance, he found 10 red flowers and directly picked them by hand. Ding! Collection failed. As expected, warriors were difficult to gather. It generally takes a pharmacist profession to have gathering techniques, specialized gathering props, but a warrior can't have those. Directly picking by hand, it is easy to destroy the herbs, and the limit of the chance of success is close to zero. Ding, failed. You tried again and again. Finally, on the 10th time. Ding. Successful collection, obtaining low-grade herb red flower. Ness. You bet right. He had the lucky gemstone, adding 10 points of lucky value added 10% to the success rate, never mind how low the odds were, but there was always a chance of success. Ding, 10,000 times the storm, you can obtain low-grade herb red flower, 10,000 or king-grade herb red flame flower, 1. Red flame flower, king-grade herb. Effect 1, swallowed, enhances the power of spells by 50% within 1 second. Effect 2, craft a king's potion to increase more power. Although I don't understand what level the king level herbs are, they are really quite fierce, plus 50% mana for 1 second, this is even if it is used in the later stages. You had little interest in the apothecary profession. But in the future, you can also pick some herbs by hand, and you might have marvelous effects when you use them yourself. And you can take in 2 pharmacists to refine medicines for me. Ding. You have chosen red flower, 10,000 to complete the profession quest, which allows you to raise the destroyer to level 100. With 10,000 times the storm, you can raise the destroyer to level 120. Rumble. You, the doppelgangers, the mounts, and so on, all leveled up by 20. This originally annoying quest was instead the easiest he had ever had. Celestial Emperor. Rank, 120. Physical attack, 45823. Defense, 55,070. Blood value, 47966. Blue quantity, 31232. There's nothing more comfortable than the feeling of a power boost. Over 40,000 attacks. Normally, when is this attack? At least 500 levels. Of course, this referred to the case where one did not use means to raise their strength, just as Yu used battle without end to raise his attacks. Others could also use treasures and the like to raise them. Defense, chi, and blood also exceeded attack. This was the work of the 2 major mounts. After all, the Earth Savage Dragon and the Underworld Turtle were both terrifying creatures, and even if Yu increased his qualifications and added all attacks, his attribute points did not exceed their additions, thus showing the frailty of humans. Not only humans, elves, orcs, etc., also not stronger than humans to where, at best, a certain aspect is stronger, humans are more balanced. That's why the cosmic civilization has been trying to invade the blue star civilization. Because, weak. Good for bullying. After boosting, Yu returned to the Huiyu Imperial capital and activated the teleportation array. He came to the Thunder Light City. Yes. Fight. Go. The city was filled with the sound of cheering and encouragement. People were gathered in a square. Yu curiously walked over. Only to see a ring. 2 strong men were in the middle of a fight. War God Temple Sub-Temple Master Battle Song Legendary Level 250 Boss. Dark Holy Temple Sub-Temple Master Jedi Wonders Legendary Level 250 Boss. Yu didn't expect to meet his target character as soon as he arrived. And it was very strong. Just how do you fight someone? What's going on here? Chapter 112 Thunder Valley. The NPC beside him was enthusiastic and answered him immediately. New here, right? There's a warrior genius in the city, and the Battle God Hallmaster and the Darkness Temple Hallmaster personally fought over it, and they all got into a fight. Whoever wins, the genius, and whoever goes. Yu temporarily closed the nickname prefix of Emperor Lord, otherwise it would be quite annoying to cause a stir of NPCs wherever he went. He looked at the genius. It was standing in the middle of the square with a cold face. 2 experts were fighting over him, but he remained unperturbed. Well, quite pretentious. Ling Han, Starburst Boss. Level, 150. Physical attack, 20176. Skills, Cold Mansion Flash, Inch Mansion Gun Kill, Gun Will Slash. Talent, S-Class Talent, Son of Thunder. That's it? Yiyu's level 100 attributes are hanging him. And he should have also taken potion-type treasures to boost his attributes. Although he was a genius, it wasn't worth the 2 great powerhouses making a move to compete for him, was it? Oh, I see. Yiyu looked at his S-rank talent and couldn't help but nod his head. It wasn't that only players had talent, NPCs could have it as well, but the S-rank talent was definitely extremely rare, and every time it came out, it was worth the scramble of eager talents. But with these 2, it's not going to be a fight anytime soon. Yiyu looked towards the battlefield. Battlesong is Destroyer is very fierce, but Absolute Wonders is not bad, holding a strange scythe, relying on the equipment to fight without losing the wind, the 2 of you back and forth, so lively. Strong people against each other, that's how it is. It's hard to come up with a winner, or at least it takes a lot of time. Like Yiyu's kind, instantly killing a whole bunch of people in seconds was difficult to see. No need to fight. Right at this moment, Ling Han opened his mouth and coldly said, I choose, Dark Saint. Ha ha ha. Jedi Wookiee laughed and jumped out of the ring. You made a right choice. After grabbing Ling Han, there was no need to fight. Why? Battlecry asked. Dark Sanctuary, more people, more resources. Ling Chen remained cold. But we, the War God Temple, are all elites. Wherever I, Ling Han, I am an elite. Battlesong had nothing to say. He could see that Ling Han had actually decided to choose the Dark Temple a long time ago, and the reason why he still let himself fight with absolute wonders was because it wasn't good to just open his mouth and refuse, right? But when he saw that he couldn't win or lose in a short period of time, he rejected it directly. Oi! An S-class talent. The key is Thunder Valley. We've taken it, so don't even think about the War God Temple. Jiawuchi smiled and opened his mouth, then waved his sleeve and left. That smile always had an inexplicable sense of ridicule. Damn it! Battlecry bowed his head helplessly. Thunder Valley was a treasure land outside of Thunderlight City, but for that treasure land to be opened, there had to be a huge amount of thunder power, and the Battle Spirit Palace were all warriors and did not possess thunder power. Naturally, they could get mages to help, but ordinary mages were useless. The Dark Temple had powerful mages, but they were just as useless. But with Ling Han's Son of Thunder talent, they guessed that they could use it to open Thunder Valley. S-rank talent is strong. But it's not worth this palace master's personal efforts to compete for it. After all, he, Battlesong, also had a B-rank talent, and was a destroyer, which added up to more than an S-rank talent, and shouldn't be any worse. That's right, a powerful hidden profession was enough to make up for the talent gap. The key is Thunder Valley. Whoa! The crowd begins to disperse, there's no more fun to be had. Battlecry was lost and called out to the warriors of the Battle Temple, ready to return to the temple together. But what made him freeze was that there was another person on the field. And, coming towards him. Hello, Destroyer, Sky Emperor. Aha! Warsong nodded casually. After all, his heart is still sad. When he heard the word Destroyer, Fong raised his head, new to the level 4 main city, and Ling Han the same? Ling Han is the NPC who just came from the 3 extreme main city. Wait! Why are you only level 120? A level 4 main city, you can only enter it at level 150. Your attributes. After he saw you use attributes, he was even more shocked to the point that his mouth was wide open. More than 40,000 attacks? Defense, chi, and blood close to 50,000? That was more than twice as much as Ling Han, more than twice as much. The level was still lower than Ling Han. How did this happen? There were too many unanswered questions in Battlecry's mind, but he instantly understood that this was a genius, a supreme genius who was even more powerful than Ling Chen. No, the entire history of the Blue Star civilization didn't even know if there was someone this genius. Your talent, what level is it? NPCs couldn't see players' talents. Normally, it would be rude to ask directly, but Battlecry really couldn't help it. S-rank talent. You didn't tell the truth because no one would believe it if he did. Sure enough, Battlecry confirmed his guess that the Heavenly Emperor really was a genius. The Ling Chen from just now was compared to the Heavenly Emperor. It was a waste. With the same level of talent and a not so small difference in rank, the Heavenly Emperor's attributes were too much higher than Ling Han's. As a matter of fact, he should have been very pleasantly surprised. But losing the chance to fight for the Thunder Valley, he really couldn't be happy at the moment. Come, follow me to the War God's Temple for a look, your career quest, you also need to receive it there. Battlesong cordially brought Yu to the Battle God's Temple branch hall. If this can be called a temple. Just a simple 3-story building, construction materials are the most common or no hall should have a sense of splendor. The entire Battle God Temple subtemple, there are only thousands of people. No wonder, Ling Han was not willing to come over. Our Battle God Palace doesn't care about foreign objects, and the treasures and such that we obtain are used to enhance our strength. Yu did not mind. Along with the war song, he came to a stone statue. Battlecry stone statue split statue. Description 1, necessary for the destroyer to receive high-level transfer quests, meditate to receive it. Description 2, a split image of the stone statue in the main hall. Temple of the God of War inheritance. It is said that a long time ago, it was even able to communicate with the He God of War, so it is powerful and respected. But it has been a long time since we have communicated with the Ji God of War, and the major powers of the Blue Star civilization gradually felt that we were bragging, and even more so, felt that the God of War had died. The tone of the battle song was not without pride. Soon, it turned to anger. That's a supreme god, how could he die? The God of War always exists, otherwise how could it be possible to receive a quest with the help of a stone statue? But because of a variety of reasons, after all, the legend is the inheritance of the Supreme God, by the major forces all hostile, the Temple of the Strong Dashing does not ask for the world and so on, the War God Temple compared to the former, or lonesome. A genius like Ling Han wouldn't have chosen the War God Palace. Ding! You have received the Destroyer 5th Turn Profession Quest. Quest details, kill a legendary boss. Quest time, unlimited. Reward for success, can continue to upgrade. It's not that hard. Yi Yu bid farewell to the battle song and left directly, flying towards Thunder Valley. How could he not go to a place that sounded uncomplicated? The warriors of the War God's palace didn't have thunder power, he did. Men, head to Thunder Valley. At this moment, Battlesong summoned all the men and horses, his eyes exploding with a cold light. Robbing his War God temple? Do you really think he has no temper? The War God Temple and the Darkness Temple branch have always had friction within the city. 32 outer temple disciples of the War God Temple were assassinated. It must have been done by the Darkness Temple that specializes in assassination. How can such blood revenge not go unrewarded? This was the main reason. When Thunder Valley was out, all the people from the Dark Temple branch must have gone. Just in time, kill them all. As for him just now, he had only fought Jie Wuqi to a draw, and he might not be able to beat them if he went. I just now didn't use my full strength. A Ling Chen, was he really worthy of letting him personally fight with all his might? As a destroyer, he still cares about his S-class talent? On purpose. It's not normal not to grab it, so let Jedi Wuqi grab it and bring all the people from the Dark Temple to Thunder Valley before these rats, who like to hide in the dark corners, can come out. As for the Heavenly Emperor, the Dark Sacred Temple doesn't have a small base. He's a genius, I can't let him be in danger, so I won't take him. Chapter 113. This person, a warrior? For the dead brothers, avenge. Revenge. The disciples of the War God Palace all roared in anger. They were all disciples of the Outer Palace, powerful warriors. In the entire sub-temple, there was only one destroyer, Battlesong, from the Inner Temple. The people of the Dark Temple were good at assassination, and more than 30 Outer Temple disciples were assassinated, so they were bound to take revenge. Swoosh. They set off quickly. Faster than them was Yi Yu. With his wings flapping, he sped like a stream of light and arrived at the Thunder Valley shortly after. But unexpectedly, the people from the Dark Sacred Temple had already arrived. As well. The Dark Sacred Temple knew that they would be able to snatch Linghan, so they naturally made preparations early and were able to arrive quickly. 10,000 people, it does seem a bit stronger than the Battle God Temple. Thunder Valley was a valley, and on the large ground in the middle of the valley, there was a purple door of light, and tens of thousands of people from the Darkness Templar Temple surrounded it, with Linghan in the center. Ling Chen let out a roar and released thunder light around him. Son of Thunder. Around him, a terrifying aura of thunder formed. Son of Thunder, effect, enhances the power of thunder skills, 30% thunder skill resistance, 30% thunder skill cooldown reduction, 30% thunder skill release speed increase by 30% for centaurs within 10,000 square meters of his party. The range of increase varies with level. Very scary effect. Everything related to thunder adds 30% to everything good and subtracts 30% from everything bad. And, it's a ranged increase. The Dark Sanctuary, naturally, had some mages that practiced lightning spells. These mages immediately used thunder spells. Crackling. Terrifying lightning skills continuously bombarded the purple light door. 100%, 95%. A progress bar appeared on the purple light door, in the midst of continually shortening. Success. Absolute wonders, exclaimed excitedly. This light door needed to stack lightning attacks to a certain value before it could be opened, and each attack needed to reach a certain value. The original Dark Temple's mages, their attacks combined were not enough to open the purple light door, and it was impossible to even unlock the progress bar. For example, each attack required 1 point, totaling 100 points. They have 0.8 points and it's useless to hit a billion times. But with the help of Son of Thunder, it was enough. He looked at Linghan with satisfaction. Linghan was like Thunder's own son at the moment, and was the most suitable to cross the Thunder Valley. Luckily snatched it. But even if the War God Palace snatched Linghan, it's not much use. The War God Temple were all warriors, and some of the warriors' attacks also had thunder attacks attached to them, but unlike mages, every mage could learn thunder magic. The people from the War God's Palace definitely didn't have high thunder attacks. Even if they grabbed Linghan, it would be useless. Then Battlesong, why did you snatch it? Is it purely for the sake of one S-ranked gifted? No, the guys from the Battle God Temple can all be very proud, S-ranked gifted are rare, but that straight-tempered guy from the Battlesong really probably wouldn't personally go out for this. There's a fraud. Jie Wuqi wasn't stupid and reacted. At this moment, the people of the Dark Sanctuary gathered. If the War God Temples come over, with their terrifying combat power. War God Palace, in the neighborhood? He quickly looked around, his eyes releasing black light. That was the skill, perspective, able to pierce through terrain obstructions and see people who were hidden. No. No. All the surrounding mountains he checked, not a single one. Could it be that he had thought wrong? No. He looked up at the sky and suddenly realized. Nima. There's a guy that just keeps flying up in the sky. He's flying so brightly, he doesn't even bother to hide it, and he doesn't even realize it. Yi Yu shook his head. Did this group of comedians finally find themselves? Originally he wanted to wait for them to open the Thunder Valley and go in directly by himself, saving him from spending some effort. Forget it, he didn't want to hide. He fell from a great height. Heavenly Emperor! From the War God Temple? The people from the Darkness Temple all looked up at him with shock in their eyes. Level 120, over 40,000 attack, around 50,000 defense and chi blood? This, fake? But they knew that every single one of the War God Temple was an elite, and the Destroyer among them was even the elite of the elite, and to be able to appear here, with such outstanding natural talent, and not from the Dark Temple, it could only be from the War God Temple. Yi Yu nodded his head faintly and did not hide it. You're alone? Alone. At those words, the people of the Dark Sanctuary burst into laughter. Good fellow, one person dares to come over? Instantly wanted to clean up this one called Heavenly Emperor. Hallmaster, please hand him over to me. Ling Chen, however, suddenly spoke. Be careful, this person is very strong. Jia Wuqi frowned. It's fine, I'm sure. Ling Chen, however, didn't care and walked straight out. He is a genius. Just rejected the Temple of War. I didn't expect the sudden appearance of a Heavenly Emperor with a lower level than him, but with higher attributes than him, and also from the War God's palace. Wouldn't that mean that he had a poor vision? He felt even more so. He had just rejected the War God's hall and the Heavenly Emperor came out. Wasn't it coming to slap him in the face? As a genius, he naturally had to meet the battle and defeat the Heavenly Emperor to make a name for himself. Good. Jedi Wuqi agreed. For one thing, Ling Han's Son of Thunder talent had already been activated, and the purple light door would soon be opened, and the battle on his side would not affect his own actions. 2. The War God Temple and the Dark Temple had a long-standing grudge. As the two strongest forces in the city, only one could exist. If the genius of the Dark Temple could defeat the genius of the Battle God Temple, the fame of the Battle God Temple would definitely be weakened by another layer. Sooner or later, it would be annexed by the Darkness Holy Temple. There are many people who want to punch my Ling Chen in the face, but none of them are not stepped on by me. Ling Chen remained cold and took out a gun. Yi Yu. Where did he get the confidence to think he was here to punch him in the face? The attribute panel is right there, can't you see the difference? Confidence, is it from the Son of Thunder talent? Boom! Ling Chen attacked with a fierce shot. The gun was accompanied by a terrifying thunderous might that was formidable. But Yi Yu did not move, just waved his hand casually and faintly said, I'm not interested in fighting with the weak. Wow! The cloak behind him surged and a flock of purple eagles flew out. Fancy! The eagles shrieked wildly, spreading their wings. 10,000 of them. All of them are Starburst level 120. Hiss! Ling Chen's scalp tingled. What about the promised one-on-one fight? The Dark Temple has a total of 10,000 people, and you're directly summoning 10,000 of them? But he can't say anything. After all, this belongs to Yi Yu's skills. It is true that Yi Yu one person and he alone, capable of he also summon chanting. But damn, aren't you a warrior? How did you summon it? Boom! Crackle! But what excited him was that the Thunderhawks had used the Thunder skill. Son of Thunder. In this state, he was able to resist 30% of Thunder Might, 30% of Thunder-based paralyzing effects, and so on. His strongest, it's Thunder. How dare the opposite side play this with him? Lei Chao. Yet a terrifying Thunder Tide appeared. The Thunderhawks all used Thunder Tide, each releasing thunder that covered a range of 25,000 square meters, and they gathered together, stacking and releasing thunder. The entire Thunder Valley was surrounded by thunder, continuously bombarded with 10,000 strokes. Regardless of how much damage Ling Han resisted, with this much lightning, he could withstand it? And the range was so wide that he couldn't escape for a while, and if he did, the Thunderhawk could chase after him. Boom! Boom! A meteoroma came from Ling Han, who had already been blasted into black charcoal. After all, he had a 30% immunity to thunder, and had not been blasted into crumbs. But, dead couldn't be dead anymore. Chapter 114 The Battle of the Two Temples. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the level 150 Starburst boss Ling Han, gaining 130,000 experience points, 1,387 silver coins, and Starburst Artifact Thunder Gun, 1. 10,000-fold strike, gained 1.3 billion experience value, 1,387 gold coins, Starburst Artifact Thunder Gun, 10,000 or Epic Artifact Thunder Flash Gun 2. Yi Yu checked the equipment and looked at it for a moment. Thunder Gun, Star Flare Artifact. Level, 150. Restrictions, Warrior, level 150. He couldn't use it for the moment, he still needed to level up. Ding! Congratulations, your first kill of the 150 Starburst boss Ling Han was successful, gaining 1 point of legendary degree, 1,500 points of service-wide reputation value, and 10,000 times the storm, gaining 10,000 points of legendary degree and 15 million points of service-wide reputation value. After all, it was also a boss with a legend degree. Yi Yu's legend degree is already a lot, and I don't know when I will be able to encounter the next legend copy. Moreover, the reputation value was linked to the player's strength. For example, a level 1, killing a level 2 enemy might gain about the same amount of prestige value as killing a level 15 enemy at level 10. The only way to get a high reputation value is to do something great. Son of Thunder. Yi Yu's eyes flickered. He could grab an S rank talent and turn it into an SSS rank talent. At this moment, he could. But he thought about it. Did he need Son of Thunder? Couldn't see it. You can't even beat your own summon. Technically, it's not even a summon, it's just a skill. What's the point of having it? This talent is very fierce, but fierce in the enhancement of everyone's attributes. To their own enhancement is not much. Yi Yu still like to enhance their own strength. Only their own strong is the strongest capital. Forget it. The universe was full of S-class talent. He could take his time and pick a good one. He couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry. But this talent, too, should not be wasted. Dark Knight. He raised his hand and summoned the Skeleton General. Darkness only belonged to his own summons yet. The previous Thunderhawk belonged to the skill and had disappeared. Dark Knight, super awesome. Where's the cow? Turn this person into a skeleton. Yi Yu pointed at Ling Han's corpse. By Master's order. Darkness waved the skeleton bone staff and activated the skill, Create Skeleton, which could turn 100,000 dead units into skeletons to follow orders, though the grade could not exceed Darkness. As a legendary boss, he can naturally create Ling Han. The bone staff glowed with gray light and stained Ling Han's corpse. Ka 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 ka. Ling Han's corpse shed its skin and flesh, turning into a skeleton frame. Skeleton Ling Han, Star Flare Boss. Level 120. Talent, S-Class Son of Thunder. Description: follows the orders of his master Darkness. Of course, the Supreme Commander is the Heavenly Emperor. Levels are the same as Dark Knight, and when Dark Knight's level increases, its level increases in tandem. An S-rank gifted person. Just like that, he became a servant of Yi Yu's summons. Maintained for 2 hours, but the cooldown is only 10 minutes, disappeared, died and can be summoned again, no intelligence, but have fighting instincts, and not afraid of pain, not afraid of death, then the original lifeform can be much more powerful. Moreover, the Son of Thunder talent can strengthen the attack power of the Thunder Eagle. Heavenly Emperor, why are you here? At this time, there were suddenly streams of light rushing over. Warsong arrived with a group of people. Where's the Dark Temple? Ah, you're late. Yi Yu shook his head and looked towards the purple light door. I'm afraid that just now when the Thunder Eagle was wildly releasing thunder and lightning, the thunder power gathered and the purple light door was opened. Seeing that the situation was not good, the people from the Dark Temple should have hurriedly fled inside. Otherwise, Ling Han wouldn't have been the only one to die just now. Yi Yu was not in a hurry either. The light door, since he had opened it with the Thunder Hawk. Then whatever the Dark Templar took from inside belonged to him. So what if you go in early, don't you still have to hand it over? He took what had just happened and talked about it. Ha! The people from the War God's palace were all dumbstruck. They had been fast and furious, but they hadn't expected such a big thing to happen in just a short period of time, with the Heavenly Emperor alone swiftly killing Ling Han in the midst of tens of thousands of people from the Darkness Holy Temple. Wasn't Ling Chen a genius? Daring to reject someone from the War God's palace. Surprisingly, he was instantly seconded by the Heavenly Emperor? I see this skeleton frame, why does it look a bit like Ling Han? The height is almost the same, the physique is very similar, and the face can't be seen. There were too many unanswered questions, but one thing was the consensus: the Celestial Emperor was awesome. You're much more powerful than I imagined. Battlesong laughed out loud. In the future, don't call me Temple Master, those who look up to me, just call me Battlesong. The other people in the Battle God Temple all bowed their heads respectfully. Elder. Elder. Obviously all of them were older than Yi Yu, but one by one, they all shouted Senior. Since your strength is very strong, then I won't hide it from you. We came here to settle a grudge with the Dark Temple. More than 30 of our disciples were assassinated. The straightforward battle song, his tone added a touch of sadness. Right now, they are inside. He looked angrily toward the door of light. One by one, the people from the War God Temple stepped into the light door. For the dead brethren, avenge! Inside the door of light. The people from the Dark Temple gathered together, and in their eyes, they carried a touch of shock and disbelief. Recalling the scene just now, they still felt that they had misread it. A warrior, releasing tens of thousands of summons? Using the power of thunder to suppress Ling Han, who possessed the Son of Thunder? Simply outrageous. Just now, if it wasn't for the fact that they escaped quickly and the attack was basically focused on Ling Chen, I'm afraid that there would have been a large wave of deaths, and the best outcome would have been serious injuries. I'm afraid this is the hidden super genius of the War God Palace. A warrior with the ability to summon. Jedi Wookiee calmed his disordered emotions after calmly analyzing. The destroyer's skills were all fierce, although it was bizarre that a warrior would summon. But it was possible to occasionally produce an outrageous destroyer. But with a skill this terrifying, he's bound to not have many. And it must have a big limitation, with a long cooldown and a big blue drain or something. If he comes in, just spike him. After normally entering the light gate, surely one would go treasure hunting first, right? The Celestial Emperor, surely, thought so as well. They'll just fight a surprise, wait here for a rabbit, and when the Heavenly Emperor enters, they'll strike together to kill him in seconds. Specializing in assassination, they had this confidence. Brush. At this time, the light gate fluctuated. It's coming. The Dark Temple centaurs immediately struck out, launching a powerful attack. For the dead brothers, revenge. You shady rats, finally show your faces. But who knew that what stepped through the light door was one angry warrior from the War God Temple? Warriors were the fiercest in close combat, not to mention that the people from the War God's palace were all elites. They struck out strongly and grabbed the enemy as soon as they could. Boom boom. Punching and kicking. Each strike was enough to kill the enemy in seconds. Chapter 115, More Assassin Than Assassin. A casual fight, a complete hanging. When you catch it, it's a bloodbath. Nima, why are the people from the War God Temple here? Who can beat these guys in a head-on fight? The miserable screams of the Dark Temple centaurs resounded throughout the field. Yiyu stepped out from the light door and was speechless for a while. Good guy, this was originally supposed to be an ambush for himself, just in time for the people from the Battle God Palace to catch up. The Darkness Holy Temples counted as crashing into the muzzle of a gun. Jia Wuqi. Battlecry also stepped out from the light gate and looked at Jia Wuqi angrily. War Song. Jedi Wuqi was also furious, and in just an instant, 3,000 people died in the Dark Sanctuary. Don't look at the number of people in the Dark Sanctuary, but the War God's Temple was one over several. The grudge between the two temples had accumulated for a long time and had reached its peak. When they meet today, they are bound to have a death. Darkness holds its breath. The people from the Dark Sanctuary suddenly disappeared into thin air in unison, activating skills that could blend into the darkness and enter a state of invisibility. Mard, these goons are hiding again. Watch out, on guard. The warriors of the Battle God's Palace all had their brows furrowed. They couldn't make a move if they couldn't see the enemy. If it wasn't for the fact that the Dark Sanctuary was good at hiding, they would have uprooted them long ago, and they were good at assassination, preferring to hide in the darkness, like vipers to deliver a fatal blow. This is not. Shoo shoo shoo. A cold light flashed as the people from the Dark Temple appeared with daggers in hand, and in this short moment, the warriors were unable to react in time. They could only defend. 10,927. 10,838. But still suffered high damage. The Dark Temple assassins are many, the assassin's burst is also very high, and the skills basically have armor breaking, continuous blood drop, etc. Many warriors have suffered serious injuries. And then, the enemy once again hid in the darkness. Damn it! The warriors were depressed inside. As long as they could be seen, they were guaranteed not to beat these tortoises. But the ability to see through stealth was too little. Jia, a bunch of elm bumps, you think you're here to reunite us, but unbeknownst to you, I also want to turn this place into a burial ground for your bones. Jia Wuqi's sneers came from all directions. Battlecry's face flushed red. He naturally knew that this would be the outcome. But he, nonetheless, came. He was ready to use the skill, Bloodlight, the effect of which was that he could see through all units within 30,000 meters nearby, but after that, his strength could not be raised again for the rest of his life. Don't care anymore. It's just a little boost to avenge my brothers, never again. Brush. But suddenly, a grand glow suddenly appeared. Yiyu took out the bright mirror and shook his head in amusement. I thought how powerful, just this. The light glowed. The grand light rises to illuminate all invisible units. Ha! The people from the Dark Temple were attacking when they suddenly realized that they were out of stealth, and every one of them was confused. That's the Illuminati's mirror. How can it be? It's something only the Illuminati have. It's a key item to unlocking the Illuminati holy suit. How could you? Damn it! Jia Wuqi was even more surprised when he recognized the mirror. There were very few abilities that could see through stealth. The Illuminati had it, but the Illuminati was very high up, and it was the power that the Dark Sanctuary feared the most, so it had studied the Illuminati very deeply. So how did this thing get into the hands of the Celestial Emperor? Isn't the Heavenly Emperor from the War God Temple? Is it something from the Illuminati? Yiyu's heart fluctuated. This thing was something he had exploded from the hands of the God Lord. It seemed to be quite uncomplicated. But right now, there was no time to think about that. The battle on the field was already on fire. Great! What will you fight with when you can no longer hide? The warriors of the War God Temple's essence soared, swinging their fists to violently beat up their enemies. The Dark Temples also had mages, warriors, and the like, but none of them could fight them alone. Basically, 6 or 7 people had to surround them together in order to hold back a single person from the War God's Temple. But what was frightening was Jedi Wookiee, once again, was invisible. Body of Darkness. This skill, which allowed him to maintain his invisibility without being affected by the ability to see through the invisibility skill, anyone could not feel at ease with such an expert hiding in the darkness waiting for an opportunity to move. Humph. Battlesong snorted coldly and once again tried to activate Bloodlight. No need. But he was stopped by Yu, who saw the skill panel of Battle Song and knew that this skill had a lot of side effects. I'll do it. You? Battlecry hesitated. Trust me? Trust. But just for a moment, he handed the fight over to Yu, and with just a short time together, he already had extreme trust in the Heavenly Emperor. It just so happened that although the War God's palace was individually powerful, there were ultimately a lot fewer people, and prolonged battles would still show their decadence, and with him joining in, he punched a few of the enemies, and the situation rapidly improved. It could be said that the War God Palace was bound to win. Everyone, however, looked nervously at the Heavenly Emperor. All knew. Whether or not they could truly win would still depend on the fight between the Heavenly Emperor and Jiawuchi, and if Jiawuchi won, an expert who could be invisible, no one would be able to stop worrying. They had a lot of trust in the Heavenly Emperor. But the Heavenly Emperor was now in a passive position. Jia. Young man, do you know what it means to live longer and be more powerful? Jiawuchi's eerie laughter resounded from all directions. The depths of our dark holy temple are not something you, a little doll, can scorn. Power of darkness. Terrifying black chi surged in the air. It was obvious that Jiawuchi had utilized some treasures and was dramatically increasing his strength, and he didn't dare to take it lightly when he was dueling with the Heavenly Emperor. His strength, he already didn't know how high it had been raised to. Because no one can see him, not even the panel. But think, when he strikes. It was the time when he had the confidence to kill the Heavenly Emperor absolutely. Brush. He struck out. No one could see it, he smiled confidently, imagining the exhilarating feeling of the Heavenly Emperor's blood raising under this strike. This guy, why did he pick up a pair of inexplicable things and put them on his eyes? He didn't know that this thing was called eyeglasses. 1,000 chance goggles. Transporting 1,000 chances. Yu was now unable to see the stealth unit, but the vision of both eyes was very clear. The stealth unit was invisible, but the footsteps and so on of the Jiawuchi were still there. Normally, the footsteps would be difficult to detect. But in Yu's eyes, it is very obvious. The mind also automatically analyzed Jiawuchi's orientation automatically based on the arrangement of the footprints. Over there. Yu looked toward a spot. Die. Just in time, the Jiawuchi in stealth struck out and looked at Yu. Ding. Mundane creatures that encounter you have their attributes reduced by 50%. This title, Yu could choose to activate or turn off, and at the moment, he turned on the effect. Jiawuchi's strength was immediately reduced by half. Grass. He screamed in his heart, the strength that he had just swallowed the treasures to boost his strength was all gone. It's okay. He still has a lot of strength left, even if he can't kill the Heavenly Emperor, he'll still give him a serious injury. Where's the Heavenly Emperor? But he suddenly realized that the Heavenly Emperor was gone. Void. Yu had completely transformed into a state of nothing, much more powerful than stealth, not even the sound of footsteps and breathing. What's going on? Jiawuchi was confused, and suddenly there was a murderous attack from behind him, and he turned his head to look. Clank. 225 sword chi, one after another, penetrated into his body. 40,277. Bloody light was born, and he was twisted into pieces. How did you see me? How did I not see you? This was the last regret of Jiawuchi, the head of the Dark Temple Branch Temple, who was extremely good at assassination, and he had not figured out this matter until now. A warrior who can summon. But how is he more assassin than assassin? Only this sentiment faded with him. Chapter 116 Evil Poison Miasma. Ding. Congratulations, you have killed the level 250 legendary boss Jedi Wonders, gaining 890,000 experience points, 3,927 silver coins, and legendary artifact Darkside 1. 10,000 times the blast, gaining 8.9 billion experience value, 3,927 gold coins, legendary artifact Darkside 10,000 or epic artifact Deathside 3. It was the same as Yu thought, there was no way to blitz into a higher level. It was 3 epic wear. But even if the blaster's higher, it's useless. Because the equipment is restricted to level 250 to wear, and it's assassin equipment. This is the flaw of killing enemies over the level. I need to upgrade and raise my privileges as soon as possible. Yu made up his mind. He was actually upgrading very quickly, but because he always crossed many levels to kill enemies, it made it seem like he could never keep up. Ding! You have completed the Occupation 5 quest and can raise the destroyer to level 120. With 10,000 times the storm, you can raise the destroyer to level 140. Boom boom! In succession, 20 flashes of rushing white light flashed, and Yu directly leveled up by 20 levels. After a trip to Thunder Light City, he had leveled up a total of 40 levels. Ding! Congratulations, your first kill of the level 250 legendary boss Absolute Wonders was successful, gaining 1 point of legend degree, 2,500 points of service-wide reputation value, and 10,000 times the storm, gaining 10,000 points of legend degree, 25 million points of service-wide reputation value. Killing just one, the prompts rang out one after another, as there were many rewards. Upgraded? Killed. The Celestial Emperor's big brother has killed Jedi Wookiee. Temple Master Jia Wuqi has been killed, everyone run. And it was at this time that people reacted. One of the Battle God Palaces looked at Yi Yu in dismay. That was a Hall Master level character but was instantly killed by the Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, it was killed by means similar to an assassin? Sure, this is really a warrior? How are we so far behind him? Even Battle Song gave birth to the thought that the fact that the Heavenly Emperor could kill Jia Wuqi in seconds meant that he could also kill him in seconds. It was truly time and time again, refreshing his perception. Even the Destroyer could hardly do this, right? How did he know that Yi Yu was actually a Destroyer, and that the summoning skill, Thunder Eagle Flock, was fused and evolved with Destroyer, and that Void was also blitzed out with a perk? Yi Yu looked at it. The people from the Dark Temple could not escape. The War God's temples absolutely crushed them. Then, there was nothing left for him. As for the meager rewards that would explode from killing the Dark Temple, he no longer looked at it. Battle Cry, I'm going to take a look inside. All right. Battle Song hurriedly nodded. If there's a situation, feel free to call out to us, we'll back up immediately. Unconsciously, he spoke with a bit of obedience in front of the Heavenly Emperor. This was respect for the strong. Yi Yu traveled all the way forward. The range within the light gate was still quite large. It appeared to be like another heaven and earth, a vast forest. Strangely enough, he didn't see any monsters. Something was wrong. Since Thunder Valley is rumored to be a treasure land, wouldn't there be no monsters? But he had been walking for half an hour and hadn't found anything unusual. Phew! He flew up high into the sky and looked down on the entire forest, noticing that there were many green gases rising from the forest, which were so thin that it was difficult to detect normally, but could be slightly visible from the overlook. Transportation of 1,000 opportunities. He used the 1,000 chance mirror to see the green gas clearly. This green gas, it's actually converging. Soon, the convergence was complete. Roar! A huge monster appeared, all green in color. However, when Yi Yu removed the 1,000 chance mirror, he couldn't see any monster at all. It was a monster made up of gas, with an appearance close to transparent, and only an extremely powerful sight could see it. If not for the 1,000 chance mirror, he might have been killed by it without even knowing what was going on. Because, it was quite powerful. Evil Poison Miasma, Legendary Boss. Level, 250. Legal Attack, 42877. Defense, 36,786. Blood, 69,272. Skills, Miasma Engulfing, Evil Poison into Body, Splitting, Gas Characteristics. Description, a strange monster made up of miasma that gains a lot of strength in a forest environment. Attributes are very high, with ridiculously high chi and blood. Because of the forest environment, it gave it too much of an attribute boost. Moreover, the skill Miasma Devouring can cause invisible attacks, and you won't even know it when you're hit, and you'll only realize it when you've lost blood. Can damage up to 150% mana, lasts for 2 seconds, up to more than 40,000 base attack, maybe a hit will be a second. Evil Poison enters the body, adding 100% poison damage to each hit. Poison damage, ignores defense. Equals 100% armor breaking. The key is the gas characteristic. It can immunize 2 seconds of physical attack. It's quite similar to the Body of Death. Yi Yu also felt that this monster was quite difficult to deal with. And this time, there weren't a lot of enemies, so it was difficult for him to stack his attacks. Roar! The Evil Poison Miasma instantly rushed over and opened its mouth to spit out a ball of green gas. The miasma devoured it. Evil Poison enters the body. Having already used these 2 skills, covering 30,000 meters around, with such a large range, this human would definitely not be able to escape. Cut! Yi Yu smiled disdainfully. Thunder Leap. 3 free flashes in 60,000 meters. He was instantly out of miasma range. The Evil Poison Miasma's brain went straight down. Not only could this human see it, but he could also jump that far? Even more frightening. Ding! Mundane creatures meet you with 50% of all attributes. Its attributes, inexplicably, dropped by half. Thunder Leap lasted for 3 seconds, Miasma Devouring lasted for 2 seconds, and Yi Yu fiercely flashed to its head once again as its skills disappeared. The Evil Poison Miasma did not fear Yi Yu when it saw him strike. Because it could see that this human was a warrior. Gas trait, immune to physical attacks. Ding! You activated Sacred Technique Body of Calamity, turning an object attack into a spell attack. Boom! Yi Yu kicked over. As a very huge monster, Evil Poison Miasma was clumsy and did not have the displacement skill to dodge. 32,900. Yi Yu's base mana attack was 51,293 at the moment, and one kick half crippled Evil Poison Miasma. Thunder Light for a split second. He once again instantly dodged away. Evil Poison Miasma was not dead yet. After all, he had no mage skills, his spell attack burst was not high, and Evil Poison Miasma could break armor by 100%. It wasn't too safe to stay there, to prevent being counterattacked by it. Roar! The evil poisonous miasma, which had lost its chance to attack, knew that if it stayed here any longer, it would inevitably be dragged to death by Yu. It was, however, difficult to move. The hell knows that this human is so fierce. Normally, it should hang the people who came here, pressing the ability to move quickly, but in Yu here overturned. Luckily, it could use its skills to escape. Shoo shoo shoo. It was originally composed of miasma, and now that the split skill was used, it split into thousands of smaller miasma monsters, each with 1,000th of its original attributes. After escaping, they converge again. Die. Yu, however, shook his head indifferently. Forbidden spell Sinful Drawl. After dealing damage to an enemy, add 60% mana damage per second for 10 seconds with a 1-minute cooldown. He had already attached this skill when he dealt damage just now. Splitting into 1,000 parts, each of which had this skill attached to it, and with its attributes reduced after splitting, it would only die faster. Of course, even if it didn't split, it was actually going to die. It's just a futile struggle. Bang bang bang. 1,000 miasma monsters directly exploded, and Yu heard a pleasant prompt. Chapter 117 Kage Treasure Map, War God Stone Statue. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the level 250 legendary boss Jedi Wookiee, gaining 690,000 experience points, 4,590 silver coins, and Cage Treasure Map Fragment Pseudo 1. 10,000-fold strike, gained 6.9 billion experience value, 4,590 gold coins, Kage Treasure Map Fragment Pseudo, 10,000 ore, Kage Treasure Map. First kill, gain 1 point of lore degree, 2,300 points of service-wide reputation value. 10,000 times the storm, gain 10,000 legend degrees, 23 million service-wide reputation values. Comfort. Just how did it pop out? So weird. Yu immediately checked. Cage Treasure Map Fragment Pseudo. Description: Pseudo treasure map fragments made by Goblin Trader Cage. Collect 4 of them to make a complete pseudo treasure map. Why would this Cage guy make a fake treasure map? Yu carefully examined it, and only then did he realize that on this shredded paper, there were a few lines of small words, exclusive to the gnomes in the vault, which he didn't recognize, but he could see the meaning straight away. Hey, hello, I'm Cage. I'm dying, so many people want my Cage's treasure, but unbeknownst to them, I've made tens of thousands of fake pieces to throw out, putting out the message that if you collect all the pieces, you'll find the treasure. In the end, it was all for naught. Each treasure hunting place is guarded by monsters. Those who aren't strong can't get the fragments, they're just sending them to their deaths. Took also found that it is fake. Yu cursed in his heart. This old silver coin is probably a psychologically dark pervert, a cunning rabbit. The news that Thunder Valley was a treasure land was probably also put out by Cage a long time ago, and the purple light door outside was also made by him, just to sit on the false impression that this place was a treasure land. Including the evil poison miasma monster, he also made it. For the sake of playing tricks on people. After going through all the trouble of finding it, you will realize that all you are looking for are pieces. Or a fake shard. If the people of the Dark Sanctuary knew about it, they would probably revive and then die of anger. I'm afraid that on the continent, there were quite a few people who had been teased. It is said that goblins are very cunning and good at using the hearts of people to do business. It seems to be true. Some of the creatures of the Blue Star civilization, their strength and intelligence are really good. Yu murmured in his heart. Unfortunately, he, for one, does not accept being set up. Ding! 10,000 times the storm, obtain, Goblin Treasure Map 1. Cage Treasure Map. Description: Goblin Trader Cage's treasure map, which contains his life's wealth. Gotta say, the perks are awesome. False and made real. It's not reasonable. The treasure map clearly marked the location of the treasure. Yu put it away and prepared to take a look behind. Not far away, it was in a level 5 main city. How dare you play tricks on people? I'll empty your treasure. Yu murmured and came outside. The people from the Dark Temple had been completely destroyed. None of the War God's temple had died, and only some of them had suffered minor injuries, so there was no talk of losses at all. Good day, Heavenly Emperor. One by one, they were already shouting for the Heavenly Emperor's big brother. You're back. Battlesong warmly greeted Yu, seeing that the Thunder Valley stuff had been taken by Yu, but wisely didn't inquire about what it was. However, Yu could see his curiosity. He didn't mind telling him either, so he said it. Pohahaha. The thing that the Dark Temple is scheming for is a fake treasure map? Or a fragment? People were overjoyed. Just because of such a piece of fake news, the people of the Dark Temple were lured out and were all wiped out by them, and truthfully, they all felt a little sorry for each other. A group of people talked and laughed, and returned to the War God Temple branch. Yu also came. This was because he needed to receive the next stage of the transfer quest. But who knows? Sending it to you. Battlesong directly handed over the War God Stone Statue. Divided statue. You helped us too much this time, we have nothing worthwhile in return, so we'll just give this to you. It also saves you from running around all the time to pick up quests. Don't ever be polite. If you're polite, I'll get angry with you, You didn't expect that this thing could also be given away. Isn't this the symbol of the war god temple? What will you do if you give it to me? Giving it to you isn't giving it to anyone else. I'll apply for another one with the top. Nice guy. You straight up called the insiders. Up there? Isn't it difficult for people from the advanced main city to come over? Things from the higher main city, it's also difficult to send them over, right? This was one of Yu's great curiosities. We naturally have a way, after all, the war god is also a supreme god. Battle Song said with some pride. It seemed. There are many ways to resolve the effects caused by the contract of the supreme god. Yu secretly remembered this in his heart, and the next time he went to a cosmic civilization, he should pay attention to it. He received the stone statue, which was about the same height as him. Ding! You have obtained War God Stone Statue Separate Statue 1, 10,000 times the storm. You can obtain War God Stone Statue Separate Statue 10,000 or War God Stone Statue 1. In life, there are always unexpected joys. War God Stone Statue Separate Statue. Description 1. The destroyer takes this to be able to pick up quests until level 260. Description 2. A split image of the stone statue in the main hall. The description has changed slightly compared to before, because Yu now belongs to his possessor. Guessing according to the previous situation. Yu could use this and upgrade to level 280. There was no need to pick up quests over and over again, and upgrading would be faster. Look after the storm. War God Stone Statue. Description 1. The destroyer takes this to be able to pick up quests until level 260. Description 2. A stone statue that unites the will of the god of war can be shattered to send out a strike from the supreme god of war at level 260, roughly 1 billion billionth of the power of the god of war at its peak in its strongest state and with its strongest skills. Holy, awesome. A blow from the supreme god. It's only level 260, but it sure is a fierce mess. The consequence was that the stone statue would shatter. Somewhat uneconomical until you reach level 260 with the stone statue. But Yu smiled and looked at Battle Song. You said before that you can apply for another stone statue with the top? Yes, what's wrong? Nothing. Yu shook his head and waved his hand. I have a few things that need to be dealt with, so I will leave first, if there is another stone statue. Cough, I will come to see you if I have time. You're welcome to come often. Battle Song was very enthusiastic. Yu came outside and first used the stone statue to collect the quest. Ding, received the Destroyer Profession's 6th turn quest. Quest details, kill 10 legendary bosses. Quest time, unlimited. Mission reward, subsequent upgrades are possible. The reason he was in a hurry to come out. It's because. Ding dong. World announcement, Demon Civilization creatures entered the Dragon Kingdom server, triggering a special event, Demon Invasion. Players are requested to block the Demon Invasion and will be rewarded based on their contribution. Demon Civilization, invading again. Chapter 118, Never Kneeled in My Life. This prompt sounded before, but Yu was in the purple light gate at the time and couldn't care for a while. Moreover, only players could hear the cue, NPCs couldn't hear it. Not long ago. Demon Civilization. The Celestial Emperor has repeatedly invaded my demon civilization, and my demon civilization has become the laughingstock of all the major civilizations, so it's time to start fighting back. The Demon Archon murmured and spoke, and in front of it were many light screens. Within the light screens were images of the various great emperor lords and top power lords of the demon civilization. It was similar to a video call. All at the disposal of the Grand Divine Magistrate. The Heavenly Emperor invaded, so why can't he help? Because demonic experts, it was difficult to enter the low-level main cities. But the demon invasion of Blue Star Civilization will only be subject to civilization power suppression of strength, not permanent, will return to normal after returning, is not a great price, and through this can enter the Blue Star of the low-level main city. However, after their strength is reduced, they are also prone to sniping by Blue Star experts. So during this time, the demonic civilization had been looking for volunteers. Found them. The demonic civilization is on the same side to kill the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor seems to have the ability that the more enemies there are, the stronger the attack, so he can't send too many people, only experts. Bull Demon Emperor Lord thought about it, but still spoke his guess. Although it was disproved by it last time, what if it was true? The Archon nodded, let's do it. Instantly. 10 of the top experts among the demons entered the Blue Star Civilization through the passageway of the Demon Invasion. This operation was named the Elite Decapitation Program. Beheading the Heavenly Emperor. Beyond that, they also have additional tasks, probing the strength of the Blue Star Civilization, sniping the Blue Star Civilization's experts, and preparing for the invasion of the entire Demon Civilization afterward. The picks, all NPCs. Because players have to go offline at 7 p.m., the NPCs of the Demon Civilization have been with the players for a long time and are aware of this, and there are not too many things that players can do when they enter the Blue Star Civilization. NPC invasion can play the maximum benefit. They do not know the exact location of the Celestial Emperor. However, the last time they invaded Blue Star, they were in Blue Star's Dragon Country 999 Novice Village, and the Heavenly Emperor was definitely not in the Novice Village now, so they put a little distance, almost tuning into the main city's location. So, 10 Demon Grand Masters entered the Dragon Kingdom server. Even though they were suppressed by the power of civilization. They're all level 500 legendary bosses too. What they enter is a level 1 main city. Upon arriving here, they suddenly realized that the people here were all tens of levels? The creatures of the Blue Star civilization, are they this weak? They dropped their guard and rushed straight into the level 1 main city. Where is the Heavenly Emperor? Let out a shout. The Blue Star players and NPCs in the city were attracted to the city, but the players who heard the world announcement had already known that this was Demon, an enemy that had invaded Blue Star civilization. Big brother Tion D isn't here, but your grandfather is pouring me in. What, looking for your grandfather for something? Boom! What answered the players were horrible skills. The 10 greatest experts left this main city, and all the players and NPCs in this main city had been exterminated. Spread out and look for the Heavenly Emperor. They realized that they were invincible here, and didn't need to act together. It was best to spread out and look for them. One after another, they entered different Dragon Kingdom main cities. At the same time, in that main city that had just been overthrown, the players were in the resurrection space and opened the World Channel. The invading demons, they're here to look for Big Brother Heavenly Emperor, presumably looking for trouble. Dare to look for trouble from my idol? Fight them. They are strong. As a player, I can still be resurrected when I die, so I'm afraid of nothing. I'm hanging up too. The Dragon Kingdom players, one after another, began to die. This is the grief of civilization invasion. Numerous S-class talented players appeared, and the top guilds of the Dragon Kingdom, Pride of the Vault, and others, all stepped in to meet the enemy, but in front of the level 500 legendary boss, it was all futile. I just don't know, what can you do to me? But even the Arrogant Vault Guild, which was very arrogant in the past, when the demons asked where the Heavenly Emperor was, it also preferred to die and did not reveal the whereabouts of the Heavenly Emperor. If you really wanted to say it, you could still say it. After all, the Heavenly Emperor had a Heavenly Star City, which was known to the players, and the location was known to everyone, where the whereabouts of the Heavenly Emperor could surely be searched for. Our Dragon Kingdom's first city building order was snatched by the Heavenly Emperor Big Brother. The last time we were besieged by many foreign players, it was Heavenly Emperor alone who blocked it. It's just a level drop, what are you afraid of? Level 500 legendary boss 10 of them. Even a Heavenly Emperor would have trouble solving it, right? So none of the Dragon Kingdom players, none of them were willing to reveal the location of the Heavenly Emperor. Dragon Core. At this moment, all of them assembled and started a duel with a demon expert in the level 1 main city, Wine-City. With Dragon Smile, Dragon June, and a few other ranked list players, they were able to hold out for a few moments. But if it continues for a long time, it will surely be defeated. There are already players that are starting to die. Where is the Heavenly Emperor? The demonic expert asked. Facing it was a cold face that didn't even shake it off. Charge! Answering it was the charge call of the Dragon Core players. As well as Dragon Smiles and other, sneering faces. We're not invincible like that one, we've experienced failures as well, after all, compared to that one, we're just ordinary people. We, however, have never knelt. It is never possible to get them to bend the knee and betray their fellow man. Pity. In front of 10 great masters, the invincible Heavenly Emperor may not be invincible. Tell the Heavenly Emperor great masters not to come back. And on the World Channel. Ha ha ha. Let your Dragon Kingdom go crazy, the first city building order? All the players' cities, all in your Dragon Kingdom? The Heavenly Emperor alone suppresses global players and is the lord of all cities? It's retribution, isn't it? When the demons come, you'll have to make a fool of yourselves. The foreign players' taunts were all over the place. They could imagine that after this time, the strength of the Dragon Country players must have dropped greatly. As for the Heavenly Emperor? 10 level 500 legendary bosses, and he's still capable of showing off? This storm even spread to the real world, and the major media outlets of Blue Star began to broadcast this matter, with all sorts of news flying around. But there was only one topic at the center of the conversation: the strength of the Dragon Kingdom and the Vault of Heaven, which would suffer a fatal blow. And the invincible myth of the Heavenly Emperor would also fall. There was only one way for Dragon Kingdom players to retain their strength. Sell the Heavenly Emperor. Inform the demons of the location of the Heavenly Emperor. Why didn't the demon come to our little Sun Country server, or else I would have directly told the demon that I could find the whereabouts of the Heavenly Emperor in Celestial Star City, but unfortunately, the service-wide teleportation array wasn't open, so I couldn't go to the Dragon Country server. Some foreign players, so sigh. As for the demon invasion of the Dragon Country server players, will it go to their server? It's fine. The NPC experts from the Dragon Kingdom server should step in when they learn the news later. But before that, the Dragon Kingdom players would have to lose a lot. Chapter 119, Congratulations, Seeing God. Hey! The Dragon Kingdom's supreme sovereign, His Majesty the Dragon Emperor, also heard the news at this moment. He also heard some suggestions. Suggestions to sell the Emperor of Heaven. Take the person who made these suggestions and give me a hard look into them. Is it a spy planted by anyone? When did the Dragon Kingdom ever rely on selling people for a living? Fight to the death, don't retreat. Under his orders, the Dragon Regiment players fought to the death without retreating, even leading the entire Dragon Kingdom players. There was not a single one that succumbed. Tinker. A foreign ministry called and asked why he did it. I, for one, believe in the Heavenly Emperor. He only had this to say. Ding dong. You received a message from your friend, Dragon Troop Zhang Yang. Yu, at this moment, heard the prompt and immediately opened it to check. Big Brother, Demon Civilization 10-500 legendary bosses invaded with the purpose of seeking revenge on you. You must not come back. They've gone to Tianqing City. Say no more, we're too busy over here. See you later, Tiandi Big Brother. Yu was about to say a few words back when Zhang Yang's side closed the friend channel to prevent the alert tone from affecting the battle. Is it all so urgent that it's come to this? Yu didn't expect that the demons had gone so wild after he spent some time in the Thunder Valley. They had even fought their way to Tianqing City. Phew! With the help of the teleportation array, he quickly went back. Celestial Star City. At this moment, Dragon Kingdom players converged here. Close to the direct run here, not close to the close, through the teleportation array to the main city of the adjacent Tianqing City. The Dragon Kingdom players are too many, simply cannot stand. The number of occupies a lot of the main city area. Lift the crowd to come here because there's a demonic expert that's coming to Heavenly Star City. Upon arriving at Heavenly Star City, such an expert might have the ability to, based on the traces and such that the Heavenly Emperor had left behind here, project the Heavenly Emperor's current location. It could not be allowed to succeed. Looks like I'm in the right place. The demon expert sneered, seeing all the Dragon Kingdom players assembling. It had nothing but contempt in its heart. The Heavenly Emperor has quite a high status in your hearts. It's a pity that garbage converges and is still garbage. Boom! It charged across the sky, heading straight for Tianqing City, while contacting its companions through its skills, the other 9 demonic experts, who were also approaching the middle of Tianqing City at a fiery speed. Stop him. S-rank talent, Life Solidification. S-rank talent, General Night Skywheel. D-rank talent, Drumming Wind. The Dragon Kingdom players did their best to intercept. Some were experts with good talents, some were just weaklings with a crap talent, but at this moment, none of them stepped forward. Unfortunately, the enemy's strength was too high. Bang bang bang. The demonic expert charged across the room and crashed into a line of blood. Swoosh. The other 9 demon experts had also arrived, and as usual, they were directly charging across the room, not even needing to activate their skills, just using the flat that was automatically generated when their bodies collided to easily take away the players. Rubbish creatures, can't even block my way. Sooner or later, we will invade this civilization and turn you into stepping stones for the advancement of demonic civilization. They laughed indulgently. High-level bullying low-level, want some face? Wasn't the Blue Star civilization developed some time later? Give me time and I will hang you. Many Dragon Kingdom players were unconvinced, especially S-rank talented players such as Long Xiaoxiao, who were holding their hearts. Some of them hadn't understood why the Heavenly Emperor would want to invade the demonic civilization before. Now, they understood. War is the law of survival in the universe. The weak have no qualifications to live. The Celestial Emperor is able to invade because the Celestial Emperor is strong enough. They are not strong and can only be invaded. Everyone, don't let them underestimate. Fight to the death, don't retreat. But they weren't weak, at least not mentally. There wasn't a single one who retreated. All of them resisted with their flesh and blood, even if they had to pay the price of death, but at least they could hold back for a while. 1 can only block 0.001 seconds. But what about the millions? What about hundreds of millions? Suizawa City players, come for support. Wind and Rain City players, come to support. In the distance, there were still a steady stream of Dragon Kingdom players coming to support them. What are you afraid of? Isn't it just death? And we can still be resurrected when we die. I just love the thrill of dying and being resurrected, can't I? Some players die, resurrect and come back. I've found the thrill of playing other online games in the past, the old city battles, where the guys came in vertically and went out horizontally, and came back in later. The fight is a gas, just do not give in. But in the old battles, how could so many people gather? This kind of the Vault of Heaven and Dragon Kingdom, old man love it. Isn't it just a level drop? Last time foreign players besieged me, I was supposed to lose my level. It was only because Big Brother Tian D stepped in that I didn't lose my level. I'll give my level back to Big Brother. Yes, return it to Big Brother. This humongous scene caused the 10 great demons to freeze as well. These people, twisted into a rope. Actually relying on their humble abilities, they managed to stall them for a long time. They suddenly felt that if they let this strand of people grow up, they feared that it would be a formidable enemy of the demonic civilization. However, Star City, it's here. They looked at the city in front of them. The fact that these people stopped them from entering proved that there really was a trace of the Celestial Emperor here, and the purpose was finally accomplished. Damn it! The Dragon Kingdom players, on the other hand, had sad eyes. They, after all, were not the ones who could save the day, and the gap between them and the opposite side was not generally large. To them, the opposite side was no less than a deity. To fight against a god with a body of flesh and blood, how could it succeed? After all, is it a failure? Click, click, click. Right at this moment, the gates of Heavenly Star City were suddenly opened by a few soldiers. You guys, have you seen God? A clear voice that resounded through the 4 fields. It was the Heavenly Emperor. All the Dragon Kingdom players had heard his voice and recognized it. They all shook their heads. They, who had never seen God. The 10 major demonic experts looked at each other. They understood that the Heavenly Emperor should have asked them, gods, is a level 2 civilization only, level 1 civilizations at most emit god-level power, our demonic civilization has never seen it, you are also worthy of. They blinked in unison to enter the Heavenly Star City. In their hearts, they felt that the Celestial Emperor was giving up and was going to voluntarily open the city to die. Also, no wonder you guys are to blame. Your demonic civilization, a garbage civilization. How can you see God? But the Heavenly Emperor's words made them stop in unison. You, a blue star civilization, calling our demon civilization trash? Even the Dragon Country players, at this moment, shook their heads. Although they were very reluctant, they had to admit that the blue star civilization was indeed too much weaker than the demon civilization. Not to mention, meeting the gods. But the words that immediately followed made everyone's pupils widen. Boom! A terrifying aura was raised from the Heavenly Star City, and a mighty, dignified figure stood above the Heavenly Star City's City Lord's mansion. His aura shot up into the clouds, shaking the moon in the sky. This is your luck before you die. Congratulations to you all, meet God. Forbidden spell stealing the sky. Ding! Congratulations, your strength, turn into the data of the level 100 deity Great Sun Civilization Songyan, you've seen. Chapter 120 Cosmic Civilization's Right to Build a City. Yi Yu directly zoomed in. At this moment, he was surrounded by the aura of divinity. Although his level had still dropped, the deities had already transcended the mundane, and were creatures of another level that couldn't be viewed with common sense. The might around him drew the heavens and earth to collapse in general. The Heavenly Emperor Big Brother is actually this strong? Why do I feel that he's like a god now? The players stared with rounded eyes as they couldn't see EU's attributes beyond the upper limit of their probing. One could only feel the extraordinary might. But the demonic experts, they can see it. 3 major attributes, breaking 1,000,000. Only level 100? This is the might only a deity possesses. The scalps of the 10 great demonic experts were numb. They hadn't seen a deity before, but they understood that only a deity could be at level 100, and possess this kind of power. What's even more frightening is, ding! The title of Godslayer works, mundane creatures that see you have their attributes reduced by 50%. The moment they saw Yu, their strength was reduced by half, the power that was already suppressed by the civilization, and now there wasn't much left. Hiss! See him once and your strength decreases? If this isn't God, what is it? They remembered that the Heavenly Emperor had said, "Congratulations to all of you for meeting God," and originally thought that it was just lip service, but now they realized that it was true. Escape! They fled at fire speed. What's the point of fighting when you meet a deity? The players were dumbfounded at this. The demonic expert who had crushed them into submission had fled after taking one look at the Heavenly Emperor's big brother? How high are the attributes of a Heavenly Emperor big brother, exactly? Can we escape? Yu stomped his foot violently, the earth cracked in an instant, and he flew forward so rapidly that his figure could no longer be seen. He didn't use any skills, it was just pure body power. Not only did the 3 main attributes of physical attack, defense, and chi and blood break 1,000,000, but the movement speed and attack speed were also the attributes of a level 100 deity, so the pure outburst was terrifying. In an instant, it descended on top of the heads of the 10 major demons. A sweeping leg swept through. A wind shield. Inferno armor. The 10 great demonic experts immediately used various defensive skills and wrapped themselves up tightly. Unfortunately, under this leg, 103,276. 103,755. The sound of bang, 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 bang rang out, and they directly exploded. It could be seen that their attributes were quite high. After all, they were the top experts of the demon world, and even after being weakened a few times, they were still very powerful. But unfortunately, it was useless. The players were still dumbfounded. It had all happened so fast that they couldn't react. In a short moment, the demon that had bloodied hundreds of millions of players was resolved by the Heavenly Emperor. Hiss! Over 100,000 chi blood. This leg of the Heavenly Emperor Big Brother is bound to surpass 100,000 attacks. It's more than that, the opposite side also has defense value and defense skills. I think it's far possible to have 300,000. But after seeing that damage value, all of them marveled in awe, guessing how many attacks Heavenly Emperor actually had. Subconsciously, they opened the World Channel. On the World Channel, it was foreign players mocking the Dragon Country players and the sarcasm that the myth of the Heavenly Emperor was about to fall and so on. They were angry before, but at this moment, there was an inexplicable feeling. Baka, go 10 demons, hammer the Heavenly Emperor to death and destroy the dragon. Ding dong. World announcement, congratulations to Dragon Kingdom player Heavenly Emperor, the first kill of the level 500 legendary boss, Demon Flying Wind, has been successful, gaining 1 point of legendary degree and 4,000 points of service-wide reputation value. World announcement, congratulations to Dragon Kingdom player Heavenly Emperor, first kill of Demon Yelong, gained. The world announcement suddenly rang out. There were a total of 10 different hints, representing the killing of 10 major demons in seconds. The entire world, at once, was quiet. Yu, on the other hand, gained 100,000 legend degrees and 400 million service-wide reputation values. Heavenly Emperor, killing 10 major demonic experts in seconds? So what? The Dragon Kingdom players have all suffered heavy losses. There are quite a few people who have dropped levels, and there's only one Heavenly Emperor in the Dragon Kingdom holding out. People looked at the ranking list. Because of the Dragon Kingdom players dropping levels, there were a couple of ranking lists that had dropped out. Just then. Ding dong. Player, Dragon Smile, extraordinary event Demon Invasion, is over. You have made an outstanding contribution in this event, with a contribution ratio of 0.0001% and have been rewarded with 30,000 experience value. Long Shao heard the prompt and his heart was delighted. The invasion event was different from a copy. You don't necessarily have to kill monsters. Stalling the invaders, boosting your side's morale, etc. can be counted as a contribution, and he's done a good job of it, as the Dragon Kingdom players have raised their crowds to fight, and quite a few of them have been rallied by him. He just now dropped 1 level. Now consume the experience value and raise 2 levels. Ding dong. Player, Long June. Player, Tiandi fanboy number 127376. The Dragon Kingdom players all heard the alert, and although their contribution was small, the event of resolving the invasion and killing the 10 major level 500 legendary bosses was too big, and they received some rewards. However, because the contribution was too small, they didn't receive treasures and only gained experience points. Boom boom boom. The Dragon Kingdom players, all of them upgraded. You guys, look at the rank list. The Dragon Kingdom players have gone up again. FUCK, it's still one more than before. This put the foreign players that envious. They also guessed that it was inevitably because of helping the Heavenly Emperor to solve the invasion that the Dragon Kingdom players were able to improve. How good of a reward should Heavenly Emperor receive as the Slayer? Ding! You have killed 10 major level 500 legendary bosses and gained 31.2 million experience points, legendary artifact Frost Staff, 1, and 3,902 gold coins. For a 10,000 fold blast, you gain 312 billion experience value, legendary artifact Staff of Frost, 10,000 or epic artifact Staff of Iceling, 39,020,000 gold coins, or 3,902 Zeus coins. Just as Yu thought, a legendary artifact stormed into 3 epic artifacts. However, it was a mace and required level 500 to wear it. For 3902 Zeus coins, that's 3,902 A-rank talents. Ding! The special level event, Demon Invasion, has been resolved. Your contribution in this event has reached 99.99%. The evaluation is super perfect. With 100% contribution, you will receive experience value and the highest reward. You cancelled to get experience value and can get the highest reward. You froze for a moment. It could still be like this? Experience value was really not lacking for him. Do you still need to choose? Ding! You have obtained the Demon Civilization's right to build a city, and 10,000 times the storm, you can obtain the Cosmic Civilization's right to build a city. This reward was quite a novelty. Yu immediately checked it out. Demon Civilization right to build a city. Description: you can build your own city in the free zone of Demon Civilization. Right to build a city in the Universe Civilization. Description: you can build your own city in the free zone of the Universe Civilization. Normally, players can't build a city in an alien civilization because it doesn't belong there at all, just like players from Dragon Kingdom server can't build a city in a foreign server. Yu, however, could build cities in the entire universe. That's not bad. He already had an idea of what to do with it. Ding, you have chosen the Cosmic Civilization City building right. Chapter 121 Earth Network City. Yu's heart was satisfied when he heard another prompt. Ding dong. 7 p.m. is here, all players must go offline, countdown 5-4. He had just zoomed right in, because he didn't want to stall for time, otherwise there were still other ways to fight the demons. But if it wasn't resolved before going offline and the 10 major demons rebelled, Tianqing City or whatever would be finished. The players all looked at Yu. All squared their shoulders and bent respectfully. Big Brother Heavenly Emperor, goodbye. On their trip, they had mixed up some benefits by following the Heavenly Emperor, and each of them had leveled up by 1 at the very least. Yu returned to reality, first went to the nearby food court to eat dinner. There are several luxury cars in the manor. He casually chose a Maserati to drive. Otherwise, on the street, people see his handsome face, always want to hit on him. It is also quite annoying. Hey, did the vault hear about what happened today? I heard about it. 10 big demons invaded. Foreign players thought our Dragon Kingdom server was going to be finished, but it turned out that the Heavenly Emperor Big Brother came out, just one person, and swept away 10 big demons with one leg. I was there, I'm talking to you guys. People were on the street, talking about the vault. Because of the power of the Heavenly Emperor and the novelty of the universe's civilization, many humans who hadn't entered the game before had started to do so, and the things that people discussed every day could never be separated from the Vault of Heaven. Of course, it couldn't be separated from the Heavenly Emperor either. Little did they know that the Heavenly Emperor, as they called him, was sweeping past them in a Maserati, the one-way see-through glass preventing them from seeing inside the car. Yu came to the food city, where people were also discussing. As he ate his meal, he opened the game forum to take a look. A few posts were added to the top. The Heavenly Emperor destroyed 10 demons by himself. His might is unstoppable. Who dares to say that his myth of invincibility has fallen? You foreign players, you're scared silly this time, aren't you? We Dragon Kingdom players, we've all leveled up this time. We've lost all our levels back. Still want us to sell the Heavenly Emperor? No way. The Dragon Kingdom players were all very active. The foreign players, on the other hand, were silent and suffocated with no way to speak. On all the major social media, this matter was also being broadcasted, and the center of the topic was the Heavenly Emperor was strong and peerless, raising the Dragon Nation's might once again. But people, too, had concerns in their hearts. Demon invasion. This time, it's an in-game invasion. But since there were demon players in the Vault of Heaven, it proved that there was also such a civilization in the real world that had already invaded the Blue Star civilization twice. What if one day, they invaded the real Blue Star? Then we're screwed. With 10 demons, they could crush all the Dragon Kingdom players. How terrifying should an invasion of civilizations be? Relying on the Celestial Emperor? The Heavenly Emperor had solved the 10 major demons, but when the demons all invaded, would he still be able to hold them off all by himself? Moreover, Tiandi is from the Dragon Kingdom. Will he be willing to fight for a foreign country when Blue Star is invaded? We must improve our strength. All of Blue Star had this consensus. After Yu finished eating, he went to the nearby shopping mall and bought some ingredients, ready to cook by himself afterward. In fact, as long as he is willing, it's no problem to invite the chefs of all the 5-star hotels in Maplewood City. He now has plenty of money. But he still liked to enjoy the freedom of being alone, and hiring a cook was quite annoying. Back at home, he worked out in his private gym. His strength in Cthulhu could be fed back into reality, and he was making great progress each day, so he needed to adapt to the changes, and working out was a good choice. As a result, he accidentally rubbed his finger on the dynamometer that tests the upper limit of 200 kilograms. Bang! The dynamometer, it blew up. My power, it's gone up again. He muttered and nodded. He was now rank 140, and was only powerful because of his privileges and many other reasons. But the universe civilization, there were many high-level players. These players, too, must have fed back a lot of power. It would indeed be more troublesome for them to invade the real Blue Star. It wouldn't be something that could be revived in the game, it would be outright death. Not to mention, there are gods and godly players in the vault. What if the deities, too, came to Blue Star? At least make them so exhausted that they don't have time to find out where Blue Star is in reality, for example, by invading their civilization in the game. Yu's eyes flashed. After his workout, he fell into a deep sleep. The following morning, after breakfast, he was lying on the large, comfortable sofa as the Hitsung Domjade light fluctuated. Ding! You have entered the vault. Brush! Those who entered the game with him, as well as the Dragon Kingdom players, were all outside of Tianqing City. Big brother, let's go, we're going to try to go. Ha, let's see if putting our best foot forward can catch up with you 1,000,000 times over. The players said their goodbyes. Yu started boosting. Ding! You have killed 10 legendary bosses and completed the profession quest, which allows you to raise the breaker to level 160 with 10,000,000 times the blast. Yesterday was so urgent, but it was also because it was related to his own quest off. Ding, your level plus 20, gain free attribute points. Your doppelganger, giant power bear, earth savage dragon, and spectral turtle level plus 20, skeleton general level automatically plus 20, Ling Han. This feeling of boosting couldn't be more pleasurable. Certainly wishing to do it again, he took out the war god stone statue and meditated in his mind that he needed a transfer quest. Ding! You have received the Destroyer Profession 7th turn quest. Quest details, have 1,000,000 gold coins. Mission time, unlimited. Mission description, Destroyer Destruction, newborn skills, need to consume game currency, a powerful warrior, must not be for the 5 buckets of rice and folded, go to work for your freedom of wealth. Surprisingly, it's money? This was still quite difficult. No one currently owned gold coins except for the Blue Star players other than Yi. Yi only needed to have 10,000 gold coins to storm 1 million gold coins. Unfortunately, he didn't have 10,000 gold coins. If he had known that he wouldn't have spent the money so quickly before, although it was harder to pop gold coins, he had popped so many silver coins that he could have blitzed them into gold coins. After thinking about it, he returned to Tianqing City first. All the NPCs assembled and looked at him admiringly. Greetings to the City Lord. Yesterday, the City Lord was truly like a god descending to earth. His might, after a night's time, was still deeply imprinted in their minds. Yi looked at them. The level was not high, after all, it was only from a level 1 main city. But it was also a resource. Last night's invasion of the 10 great demons, are you guys desperate? Yi asked. Despair. Want to experience that despair again? No. Then how? Boost your strength. The NPCs were all fighting spirit. If it wasn't for the presence of the City Lord last night, they would have been finished, so they desperately wanted to upgrade. But again, each one of them frowned tightly. Is promotion not as easy as saying? Brush. At this time, Yi released the Phaeton Emperor Lord seal. Come with this seat. The NPCs did not suspect anything and all entered the Emperor Lord seal of their own accord. Phaeton Imperial Capital. Yi came here and put all the NPCs in the barracks, mage building, etc., and then used the Zeus coins. When a ranked gifted person was about to come out, and the Zeus coins would directly raise them by 100 levels. Zeo coins are still a bit less. He hadn't forgotten that he still had a ton of NPCs on hand, hundreds of thousands in the 3-pole main city. Time to take a look. He took out the Cage treasure map, which should have quite a bit of money in it. By the way, it was also possible to complete the career quest. Study the route more carefully. It was in the wilderness of the level 5 main city, Earthnet City, a main city that wasn't of the Starglow Empire. It was next door to the Longxiang Empire, but the teleportation array of the Phaeton Imperial Capital had recorded its teleportation coordinates as well. Through the teleportation array, he traveled at fire speed. Chapter 122 Goblin Chamber of Commerce, Coal Ice Cave. Gnome City, very odd name. This is because there is a special power in the city, the Gnome Chamber. As a level 5 main city, the creatures were all level 250-350 and already belonged to the backbone of civilization. Such a city would naturally attract powerful forces to move in. But Earthnet City, apart from the City Lord's mansion, only one power, the Gnome Chamber of Commerce, is here, and all the others have been driven out by them. It was evident that they were powerful. We've been searching here for 30 years, and we finally know the general location. Goblin Chapter Master Romo, in the main seat of the chamber's meeting hall, murmured and opened his mouth. In the center of the hall, a map of the environment inside and outside the city of Gnome City was hanging. The Gnome Chamber of Commerce, the most business-savvy of the Blue Star civilization. Doing business generally requires dealing with major powers and forming trade relationships, so why did the Gnome Chamber of Commerce do everything it could to drive all the other powers out of the Earth Network City? Because they know. Here, there is Cage's treasure. This cunning old thing, Cage, made so many false treasure maps before dying, but there was actually a real one that was split into 4 pieces, so probably it didn't want its treasure to be buried. They found 3 fragments and put together an incomplete treasure map. It's impossible to see the exact location. But it could be seen that it was in Earthnet City. That's why HQ sent them, and after decades of probing, guessed that 10 locations had the potential for buried treasure. Split up. By order of the Guild Master. Obey. The various goblin NPCs below it immediately dispersed out, each one also taking a large number of people with them. Don't look at them as just doing business, but without strength, how can they do business in the world of the weak and the strong? Goblins have specialized in goblin magic. Each one, a natural wizard. Moreover, they have the money to hire a group of experts, and many powerful NPCs in the city have been hired by them, so they are not afraid of being discovered even if they make a big move. Even if the city's main government finds out that they are treasure hunting, they don't care. The city's main government doesn't even have the strength to rob with them. Go to the Cold Ice Cave. The Goblin Chapter Master Romo chose this location and left with a group of goblins. Brush. Not long after, Yi walked out from the teleportation array. He flew straight to the Cold Ice Cave. Half an hour later, he approached his goal, and at the moment the blazing sun hung in the sky, not too hot, but it could bring a warm feeling. But nearby, there was a strong chill. An iceberg appeared in front of the eyes, and it didn't melt even in the warm climate. This was a strange sight in Earth Network City, and people speculated that there were treasures in it, but those who had gone inside never came out again. At the foot of the ice mountain, there was a cave. Yi was so bold that he walked straight in and found that the mountain was quite large and there were many canals inside. Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of a violent battle came from not far away. Someone came in before me? Yi immediately activated Void and walked over to see who it was first. A group of short gnomes entered his sight. Goblin Chapter Master Romo, Legendary Boss. Level 350. Spell Attack 40276. Defense, 35,276. Blood, 59,027. Skills, Cold Ice Intent, Thundering Mad Flash, Fire Sea Art. Talent, a rank magic specialization. The consumption of experience value for giving magic upgrades, reduced by 30%. Not to be outdone. Being a brittle skin, it also has the wit to add more attributes to the air blood to prevent being seconded. The magic specialization talent allows it to have multiple full-level skills, and under these skills, its attack and defense can also be increased by a weight. After reaching the level 5 main city, the strength can't really just look at the panel, it basically possesses good skills and needs to synthesize the strength. Other goblins, not bad. They fought hard to kill the monsters, and their speed wasn't really slow. It's just, you guys are going the wrong way. Yi Yu shook his head. In the cold ice cave, there were multiple canals. There is only one tunnel that leads to the treasure. These goblins obviously don't have a complete treasure map, and if they enter the wrong tunnel, even if they kill their way to the end, they will only find that they can't get anything, which is also Cage's fault. The reason why there are so many goblins, why not spread out into each tunnel? Because the monsters are also quite strong and they are not sure about spreading out, so they should want to try one tunnel at a time. How long will this take? Of course, he wasn't going to remind them, after all, they belong to the competitors now. He exited this tunnel and entered the correct one. Roar! The moment he stepped in, a monster made of cold ice detached itself from the walls of the tunnel and struck out at him. Ice Monster, Bronze. Level, 250. Attack, 8,207. Defense, 6,023. Blood, 12,070. Skills, Cold Ice Spike, Ice Pick, Ice Mist. It's only bronze level, but not a low level. Ding! Enemy plus 102, physical attack plus 102%. In response, Yi Yu was prepared to use only one small trick. Thunder Hawk Flock. 10,000 Starburst level 160 Thunder Eagles appeared. Although their level was much lower, their grade was also much higher, and their attributes were quite a bit higher than the monsters, plus there were enough of them. Newt! They shrieked wildly, neither needing to release a skill as they pierced through the cold monster's torso as they flew, killing the monster with the flat A they automatically brought up. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 102 cold ice monsters, gaining 480,000 experience points. Bronze Cold Ice Dagger, 1. For a 10,000 Fold Blast, you can obtain 4.8 billion experience value. Bronze Artifact Cold Ice Dagger, 10,000 or Diamond Artifact Cold Ice Spike, 1. The harvest is better than nothing. It's level 250 assassin gear, never mind the lack of leveling and the lack of career correspondence. For these equipment that can't be used, Yi Yu is prepared to swallow them all later with swallow equipment to gain qualifications and save them for now. Roar! There was also a group of small monsters rushing in, and the path was full of them. This kind of small monsters, Yi Yu is not even lazy to make a move, direct summons to solve it will be fine. But the sound of fighting here still attracted the attention of the goblins. What's going on? The tunnel near us, someone? Coldness flashed in Romo's eyes. Didn't he know that all of the treasures in Ground Web City had been bagged by the Goblin Chamber of Commerce? You guys go over and see who it is. If it's the same target as us, kill it. Half of the goblins left and traveled towards Yi Yu's tunnel. However, Romo didn't go. It had been scouting in Geomancy City for 30 years, and it had naturally noticed the cold ice cave a long time ago. The reason why it didn't come in before was because the cold ice cave was rather bizarre. It guessed that there was a very powerful monster here. It was best not to come in without certainty. It had recently acquired a treasure before it had the certainty to come in. It was afraid that after it left on its own, the gnomes under it would be killed by the monster. And that half of the goblins. At this moment, it also came to Yi Yu's tunnel. Chapter 123 Cold Ice Spirit Shield. The goblins came into the tunnel and realized that they didn't see anything, they only heard the sounds of battle coming from the distance. This meant that the enemy quickly killed the monster in seconds. In Ground Web City, who else had this kind of strength besides the Goblin Chamber of Commerce? Quickly go over and take a look. They follow the sound, but still never see anything. They can't help but frown. What kind of power was this here that kept killing monsters in seconds? Very strong. Quickly go inform the guildmaster. Immediately, a gnome went to inform the guildmaster. And Yi Yu used Thunderhawk to kill the small monsters along the way. After that the monsters also got a little stronger. Thunderhawk couldn't solve it quickly anymore. He immediately summoned Dark Knight. Dark Knight then summoned Skeleton Linghan. S-rank talent Son of Thunder. Thunderhawk's strength became stronger, killing monsters in seconds once again. Linghan also used both fists and fought the monsters. Seeing this, Yi Yu remembered something. When he killed Linghan before, he was bursting out a gun. At that time, he could not wear it because he was not level enough. Thunder Gun, Star Flare Artifact. Level, 150. Attachment effect, physical attack plus 3000. Attachment skill, Thunder Shot, purple LV1. It consumes 400 blue, delivers a 3000 plus 130% physical attack blow that has a 10% chance to put the enemy into a sluggish effect that reduces movement speed and attack speed by 30%. Note, skill level +1, chance of retardation increased by 0.3%, max level 35. Limitation, warrior, level 150. Physical attack is directly increased by 3000, it is worthy of being a level 150 starburst weapon. The additional attributes were drastically increased when the equipment level was increased. Skills also come with a certain retardation effect. Ding! 10,000 times the storm, obtaining epic artifact Thunder Flash Gun 2. But you chose this one because it was better. Thunder Flash Gun, epic artifact. Grade, 150. Attachment effect, physical attack plus 5000. Attachment skill, Thunder Flash Gunshot, forbidden spell full level, consume 800 blue, send out 3 attacks 5000 plus 150% physical attack in a row, with a 30% chance of putting the enemy into a paralyze effect, unable to move or release skills. Remarks. Restrictions, warrior, level 150. Very strong, you had already fully leveled the skill. Not to talk about the damage getting higher. 3 attacks in a row, each with a 30% chance to paralyze the enemy, a single skill is a 90% chance. 2 in total, 1 for yourself. And 1 for the doppelganger. When he really didn't need this gun, he would give it to Ling Han. After all, Ling Han belonged to his own beaters now, so giving it wasn't a loss. Ding! You have killed 102 gold level 250 cold monsters and gained. Listening to the wonderful prompts along the way, you walked to the end of the tunnel. An ice door stopped in front of him. Apparently inside was the treasure, but there was a lock on top of the ice door that couldn't be opened without a key. Roar! The wall of ice around them peeled away, and a huge cold monster emerged with a key hanging from its neck. Spirit of Ice, legendary boss. Level, 350. Attack, 40,892. Defense, 38,293. Blood, 42,734. Skills, Frost Spread, Ice Freeze, Ice Spike Roar, Ice Shield. It wasn't something the Thunder Hawk could tackle, and Yu raised his hand to dissipate the Thunder Hawk. Swoosh! The boss's mouth opened wide, spitting out many ice spikes, and an icy wind blew around it, slowing down people's movement. Ding! Enemy +1, physical attack +1%. A flash of lightning. Yu's figure steeply disappeared, dodging the attack. But the ice thorn shot on the ground, a sudden explosion, a cold air breathing, skills, Frost Spread, Ice Freeze, activated, can reduce a person's movement speed, attack speed, but also may be able to control the person. Being controlled, the ice thorns would shoot Yu to death. Thunder Leap. Unfortunately, Yu directly flashed 3 times, so what if the displacement speed is reduced? Direct flash does not need to care about the displacement speed at all, it just does not make sense. In an instant, he came to the top of the boss's head. Holding the Thunder Flash gun in his hand, he instantly struck 3 times in a row. Roar! The boss roared furiously, a cold ice shield appeared in front of it, and a thick cold aura surged from its body surface, its defense reaching 78,266 and its blood over 80,000. Skills are very fierce. Unfortunately, Yu's basic attack at level 160 was 56,764, and with the additional physical attack from the Thunder Flash gun, and the additional physical attack from the skill, the attack reached more than 90,000. Bang! One shot, and the shield shattered. 52,873. 2 shots and the boss is bloodied. With the 3rd shot, the boss shattered into countless pieces of ice, and a key and a wrist guard fell to the ground. Ding! You have killed the 350 level legendary boss Spirit of Cold Ice, gaining 1,450,000 experience points, legendary artifact Cold Ice Shield Wrist, 1 legendary degree, 5,000 points of service-wide reputation value, and 359 gold coins. 10,000 times the storm, you can obtain. Epic artifact Cold Ice Spirit Wrist, 3. After Yu read the effect, he directly chose the Cold Ice Spirit Wrist. Cold Ice Spirit Wrist, epic artifact. Level, 350. Attachment effect, defense plus 10,000, resist control plus 30%. Attachment skill, Ice Spirit Shield, forbidden spell LV1 consume 800 blue to form a 6,000 plus 150% defense shield, and summon the Spirit of Ice, possessing 10% of your blood, which can block attacks on your behalf, and cannot attack. Limitation, 350 levels. Adding 10,000 defense directly, with the skill shield still added, Yu's defense would reach a terrifying value. The Cold Ice Shield Wrist is what adds defense, but it doesn't add this much. And Ice Spirit Wrist, it can also summon the Spirit of Ice. So Yu chose this. Unfortunately, the restriction is 350 levels to use it. Yu didn't have that level yet. It couldn't be helped, who made him keep killing enemies over the level and popping out things that were too high in level. Luckily, he was a breaker. In his hand, he had a Frost Wrist. It was possible to take the Cold Ice Spirit Shield skill, fuse it into the Yu Frost Wrist, and put the skill back after the level was reached. But alas! Fusion skills, which require in-game currency, are expensive to fuse forbidden spells together. Money, not enough. Yi Yu encountered this situation for the first time and finally felt that the breaker was a big money eater. Fortunately, there was a treasure right in front of him. If only there was a way to remove the level restriction on equipment. He muttered, picking up the key. Ding, obtained, key to Cage's treasure door, 10,000 times the blast for 10,000. This thing can't be quality blitzed, and quantity blitzes are useless. Yi Yu held the key and opened the door. Instantly, he was attracted by the light filled with gold and silver coins on the ground, and he directly picked up the money into his backpack. Ding! You have gained 10,000 gold coins, 10,000 times the storm for 100 million gold coins or 10 million Zeus coins. You gain 10,000 gold coins? If there is a person that is bothered by poverty, then he should enjoy Yi Yu's situation at the moment. Picking up money was a real joy. Chapter 124, Removing the Equipment Level Restriction Buff. In the Vault of Heaven, there is a limit to the number of things you can pick up to 10,000 at a time. Only things that burst out have no quantity limit and can be collected at once. In this way, it could prevent things that had been burst out with great difficulty from being instantly snatched away in large quantities. The money, not Yi Yu burst out, can only be picked up batch by batch. But it also belongs to the rewards. In addition to gold coins, there are also silver coins. Ding! You picked up 10,000 silver coins, 10,000 times the storm, and gain 1 million gold coins. Instantly, become a millionaire. Ding! You have completed the Destroyer Profession 7th turn quest, which can raise Destroyer to level 160, and 10,000 times Strike, which can raise Breaker to level 180. Boom boom boom. Yi Yu boosted 20 levels and was at level 180. At the same time, the requirements for skill fusion had been met. He took out 2 wrists. Ding! You have consumed 100,000 gold coins to detach the skill, Cold Ice Spirit Shield, from Cold Ice Spirit Wrist, and place it into Frost Wrist. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just acquired a large amount of money, it would have been a bit heartbreaking. But, worth it. Congratulations, the fusion of the 2 equipment skills has evolved, giving birth to a new skill, Sacred Skill Cold Ice Spirit Shield Strike. Holy skill! Check it out immediately. Frost Spirit Shield Strike, Holy Technique LV80. Consumes 1,200 points of blue to form a 10,000 plus 180% defense shield and summons the Frost Spirit, possessing 100% of your chi, which will automatically attack you when enemies attack you, and it may not attack enemies. Shield, Spirit of Ice disappears, hit this defense value as a frost attack, covering 10,000 meters, 30% chance to control the enemy. Cooldown 30 seconds. Dangling! Yi Yu has fully leveled it. Celestial Emperor. Grade, 180. Physical attack, 62235. Defense, 82,605. Blood value, 71949. His current attributes were high, and he basically only focused on these 3 major attributes. As for the amount of blue, because of the 2 major mounts, there was no shortage of pressure. But he wasn't proud of it either. Some monsters and NPCs had good skills and couldn't be viewed just by the panel. Still need to work on it. Ding! You have gained 10,000 gold coins, 10,000 times the storm. You can gain 100 million gold coins or 10,000 Zeus. Well, try to pick up money happily. Ding! Enemy +1, physical attack +1%. But a sudden beep drew his attention. Behind him, a bloody and dry goblin rushed forward. Goblin Cage, Legendary Boss. Level, 350. Attack, 45,927. Defense, 39,725. Blood, 49,754. Skills, sees enemy blood reduced to 1% 3%, can be seized, level must not be higher than your own, Cold Ice Stabbing Strike, Wind Shadow Step. Jia. Is my Cage's treasure that easy to obtain? To be able to find the only real treasure map from a false one and kill the monsters outside, such a person must have superior intelligence, unrivaled talent, and some luck. It can be described as the son of heaven's destiny. Most suitable to be my Cage's body. Wind Shadow Step. Ice Stabbing Strike. Wind Roar. It approached Yi Yu sharply, using skills that dealt damage that had been calculated to roughly reduce Yi Yu's blood to around 1% 3%. It also used the stealth skill. Yi Yu was attracted by the treasure at the moment, and coupled with the fact that he was invisible, it was convinced that it was absolutely impossible to notice him. Fast dying of old age, it needed a fresh shell. So it deliberately planned for decades to arrange a play. Rumble. All sorts of skills bombarded it furiously, and it had a fierce look in its eyes. Come, become my. Buzz. In Yi Yu's hand, a pair of wrists suddenly released coldness, a cold ice shield surrounded him, and the spirit of ice appeared near him. 0. The shield is unharmed. Yi Yu continued to happily pick up money. Cage was dumbfounded, and continued his attack in disbelief, with rumbling sounds. Finally, the shield shattered. It wanted to attack Yi Yu. However, all of its attacks were surprisingly blocked by the spirit of cold ice, and all of the attacks that were facing Yi Yu were ruled as attacks on the spirit of cold ice. But Cage had lived for a long time, with many and good skills, and after all the efforts, he finally finished off the spirit of cold ice. Good, now you can die in peace. The words were not finished. The broken spirit of ice suddenly rolled up countless amounts of frost and turned into a whopping 150,000 attack that struck out. Wind Shadow Step. Cage dodged in horror. It turned out that the attack covered 10,000 square meters, and it couldn't dodge it at all for a short time. Inferno Body. When facing an ice attack, the opposite side's attack is reduced by 30%. Blood Soul. 50% increase in chi and blood. It grabbed and activated various life-saving skills. As a result, it was useless. 74,631. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the 350 level legendary boss Goblin Cage, gaining 1,450,000 experience points. Scroll to remove equipment level restriction. Disposable, 1 legendary degree, 5,000 points of service-wide reputation value, and 323 pieces. 10,000-fold strike, obtain. Scroll of cancelling equipment level restriction permanent, 1. Hey! Some people, beat themselves to death. Yi Yu raised his head. In fact, to Cage, he had been on the defensive for a long time. After all, it was an old silver coin. It was too abnormal to be able to give away treasure. Sure enough, the pits. It's a shame it has to be a death wish. What's the point of bothering yourself to pick up money? But it had also been picked up, gaining a total of 1 million gold coins and 1 million silver coins, which was already very much. Ding! Gold 10,000 times strike, gain 1 million Zeus coins. Equal to 1 million A ranked gifted. Silver 10,000 times storm, gain 100 million gold coins. Well, 1 million gold coins was more than enough. After all, gold coins were rare, and one needed to kill high-level creatures at the very least in order to obtain them. And Yi Yu now had 100 million. Cage lived for so long, and is good at doing business gnomes. Naturally there are many treasures, but unfortunately, in order to set up a fake treasure map and so on, it cost a lot, and the rest has become Yi Yu's. However, it still burst out a good thing. Yi Yu immediately checked it out. Scroll of removing equipment level restriction. One-time, special treasure. Effect, tear it up and gain a one-time buff that removes the level restriction of one piece of equipment. I'll go. It also just said that a lot of equipment can't be worn because of level restrictions. Now comes the opportunity. Yi Yu could have 10,000 copies of this and remove the 10,000 equipment level restrictions. Scroll of cancelling equipment level restriction permanent, special treasure. Effect, shred, gain permanent buff, remove any. But naturally, pick this one. Worth mentioning. Treasures are rare, much harder than equipment. Some are graded and some special ones are not. But each special treasure has a powerful role in a specific aspect. Yi Yu immediately tore it apart after storming it. A layer of mysterious power enveloped him, and he gained an invisible buff. Ding, congratulations, the level restriction imposed on you by any equipment will no longer exist. Chapter 125. Concentration Bead, Destruction Bead. From now on, Yi Yu could use the equipment he obtained from killing his enemies by crossing levels. The treasures had all been taken by him, and immediately prepared to leave. Shoo! Suddenly, there were multiple figures rushing towards him in a hurry. Not long ago, Romo received a notice from the gnome, telling it that there are really other forces entering the cold ice cave, and the killing speed is very fast. Romo was immediately anxious, in case if someone else takes the treasure? No way! It immediately abandoned its own tunnel and came to Yi Yu's tunnel. First, it settled the competitors, and then it searched for the treasure. But what it didn't expect was that Yi Yu's killing speed was too fast, and when it reached the end of the tunnel and saw the shattered corpse of the spirit of ice on the ground, it even screamed that it was not good. This monster, it should be a level 350 legendary boss. That power, it's so ruthless? Finished the boss so quickly. After seeing that the treasure door had opened, it was even more anxious and led its men to rush in. No matter what power it is that has gotten the treasure, it must spit it out. It screamed and was running into Yi Yu, who had just come out. Hiss. One person. Not some force, but a single person, rapidly killing so many monsters and bosses in seconds? Now, it was even more alarmed and understood that this person was very strong. I'm afraid, I can't fight it at all. Fortunately, it was carrying two treasures that it originally wanted to use on the monster, and immediately threw them at Yi Yu. Boom! A black bead flew towards Yi Yu. Ha! Yi Yu frowned, just coming out and being attacked? And at this moment, even he developed a bad feeling, as if he was likely to die under this strike. He made an immediate decision. Ding, the doppelganger was summoned back to your backpack and released. Die. Romo's eyes were hideous, and in the next instant, he saw a human who looked exactly like the human in front of him, suddenly standing in front of this human. Changing into the Zombie King suit. Resist the deadly strike effect. 0. How is it possible that this polyjuice bead with up to 200,000 attacks, was blocked? Romo's eyes widened, and by this time, the henchman behind it had also struck. Rumble. All sorts of skills that landed towards Yi Yu and the doppelganger. Ding! Enemy plus 1028, physical attack plus 1028%. 10x attack. Yi Yu's physical attack at this moment reached over 600,000. Don't look at the opposite side, not too many people, but every one of them is an elite, and all of them are goblin magicians, using quite advanced magic skills, and it's difficult for him to resist. Luckily, after that time just now, Frost's spirit shield strike had already cooled down. Buzz. Yi Yu summoned back the doppelganger. After all, the doppelganger, what life-saving ability, only resurrection technique, secret technique broken and standing, can withstand the damage. It's a bit of a pity to use it here. On his body, Frost Shield and Spirit of Ice appeared. It gave him protection against the attacks. Clank! The Heart Royal sword struck out, and 225 sword chi surfaced, roaming freely to reap the rewards. Imperial sword return, Imperial sword strike. Each sword chi was enough to take away an enemy. By the time 225 sword chi had finished hitting, the frost shield shattered and the Spirit of Ice disintegrated before turning into a terrifying frost that spread out. 72,644. 53,865. 123,665. Enemy skills raise blood. Various horrifying damage values surfaced, and the color of blood was frequent. You. Just who are you? How can a human be so strong? Even Romo was killed by frost in one fell swoop, and its heart was filled with fear. If it had known, it would not have messed with this human. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. As it fell, a bead burst out of its body. Ding! You have gained 100 million experience value. Fusion bead, 1, 3,028 gold coins, and 10,000 times the storm for 1 trillion experience value. Fusion bead, 10,000 or destruction bead, 1, 302,800,000 gold coins, or 3,028 Zeus coins. A great harvest, the gold coins naturally stormed into Zeus coins. Yi Yu looked towards the bead. The terrifying power that the bead brought up just now made him a little wary as well. Energy gathering bead, special treasure. Effect: attacking this bead, other people's attacks don't count, accumulates power into it, which can reach 200,000, and releases it at once, but the bead will also shatter after the attack. Another special treasure, it's quite powerful. Even if a person's attack was only 1, but he kept accruing power to the bead, he could still hit 200,000 attacks. But to me, 200,000 attacks isn't that high, and it's still just a one-time thing. He shook his head and looked at the effect after the storm attack. Destruction bead, special treasure. Effect: attacking this bead, other people's attacks don't count, accumulating the power into it, it can reach 1 million, releasing it at once, the bead will be broken after the attack, and the fragments can be reunited and complete after 1 day. This, then, is different. Millions of attacks, it was no more comparable to Yi Yu's use of divine spirit level power. Moreover, the beads could be automatically regrouped and could be used continuously. But the beads need to attack themselves in order to stack power. Yi Yu was naturally too lazy to stack it slowly, so he gave the bead to his doppelganger and let the doppelganger stack the power on the blue star. He, himself, had to go to the demonic civilization. The Tsung Dome Jade, there's a piece of it in the celestial wolf civilization. The Sky Wolf civilization is a level 2 civilization, I'm not sure of the location. The best way at the moment is to purchase the opportunity to randomly teleport to a high-level civilization and use precognition to know the exact time to enter the Sky Wolf civilization, but purchasing the opportunity requires cosmic prestige value. Therefore, he had to go to a cosmic civilization and accumulate prestige values. He took out the Phaeton Emperor Lord Seal and went straight back to the imperial capital. The Emperor Lord Seal and the city Lord Seal had this benefit of going straight back to his territory. At the same time, Guild Master, dead. At the moment of Romo's death, the other gnomes who had gone on a treasure hunt immediately sensed it. In goblin magic, there were unique means of perception that could sense the death of a companion. At this moment, they were furious. Who could kill the president of the Goblin Chamber of Commerce in Earthweb City? Remember the president who went to the cold cave? Check. As long as this person is still in the Blue Star civilization, using the Goblin Chamber of Commerce's intelligence power covering the entire civilization, we can definitely find out. And on Yi Yu's side, he activated the Emperor Lord Seal and summoned all of his men, making them all enter the barracks, mage building, archery tower, and other training facilities. There were 700,000 soldiers in total. There were a ton of diamonds and starbursts, and Yi Yu hadn't stormed them yet. It only made sense to wait for them to raise up before storming them. Bitter Clothes, White Ink, etc., are still legendary bosses. Unfortunately, none of them had any good talents, and even the 2 destroyers, Bitter Clothes and White Ink, only had B-rank talents. Talents above B rank were still rare. Ding! You have invested 70,276,300,000 Zeus coins, and all of your soldiers will have a rank talents and be raised by 100 levels. Levels may not surpass you. Don't give up. Make money, that's what you use. There were also soldiers who were only level 20 or 30 themselves, belonging to the colorful pencils in the level 1 main city. Even if they were raised by 100 levels, they didn't reach Yiyu's level, and Yiyu used some more gold coins to give them a boost in level. Anyway, gold coins, he had as many as he wanted. This time, he was prepared to play a big game. Chapter 126 Heavenly Emperor arrives, Demon Saint emerges. The barracks and the like were also worthy of being Imperial capital level facilities. In just an hour's time, all the generals leveled 180 and walked out, gathering in the square. I was only level 25 before, and now I'm actually level 180? Master is also too awesome. I still have a rank talent. Why, who doesn't? We are equal to going from mediocre to genius. One by one, there was an unstoppable surprise, not to mention the level up. Having an A-grade talent meant that they would all have an extraordinary life. Yiyu opened the all-service ranking list. Number 1, Heavenly Emperor, level 180. Number 2, Dragon Smile, level 48. Number 3, Divine Lord, level 47. Dragon Smile Kana, also level 48. It is this, God Lord, but really in a little strong like, by their own blood abuse a few times, but also rose to the third to go, do not know if there are any opportunities. Well, compared to his own pawns, there is still a big distance. Quiet. Yiyu faintly spoke, and all the NPCs immediately looked solemn. This seat, take you all out for a long time. Brush. The Imperial Lord Seal blazed with light and took all the generals in. This Imperial Lord Seal could hold a total of 1 billion men. After all, in moments of glory, it represented the majesty of the entire empire of the Phaeton Empire. For now, it was definitely enough. The demon gate opened and Yiyu stepped inside. Instantly, a loud voice resounded in the minds of all the demonic players. Ding dong! World announcement: Demon World, Blue Star Civilization creatures entered Manhwa City Silent Dark Forest, triggering a special event, Blue Star Human Invasion. Players are requested to block the human invasion, and based on the contribution, rewards will be given. Yiyu came to a forest and heard a prompt. Your current location, Manhwa City Silent Dark Forest. The Demon World had many demons with different empires. But listening to the name of this city, it seemed like it was the Bull Demon Empire again. Was oneself related to the Bull Demon Empire? And at this moment, all the demon players received the message, unlike the Blue Star Civilization, whose players hadn't yet entered the high-level main city and couldn't communicate with the high-level NPCs. But the demon players could, and they shrieked inside the city. The NPCs, too, immediately received the message. Instantly, the entire demonic civilization panicked. Is it the Heavenly Emperor? It's bound to be. Who else in the Blue Star Civilization would dare to come over besides him? Didn't they send 10 experts to kill him before? The demons didn't know that the 10 experts had already died. This next arrival of the Heavenly Emperor proved that those experts were dead. Hiss. 10 great masters, all wiped out? This. The Bull Demon Emperor Lord's entire bull was bad. It had previously guessed that the Heavenly Emperor was so powerful, probably because of possessing the ability that the more enemies he had, the more powerful he became. Although it had been disproved once, it still had this idea. Otherwise, what makes this person so powerful? But now, 10 masters, not too many enemies, right? As usual, they were destroyed. The Heavenly Emperor was bound to not be powerful because of the more enemies he had, but he, himself, was terrifyingly strong. Nima. Why do people like that keep coming to the Bullwinkle Empire? Can't they go somewhere else? Please, Bull Demon Imperial Lord, kill the Heavenly Emperor. Please. Inside the Imperial capital, there were immediately demons petitioning. Unfortunately, the Bull Demon Imperial Lord did not speak a word for a long time, and the entire Bull Demon Imperial capital seemed to be dead silent, and those who didn't know thought it was an empty empire. The Bull Demon Emperor, surprisingly, wimped out. Damn it, an Emperor Lord level existence is actually afraid of the Heavenly Emperor. NPCs can't be resurrected when they die, and they're worried about the strength of the Heavenly Emperor? It's just a Heavenly Emperor, what's there to fear? We players aren't afraid. Good news, Demon Saint is going to make a move. At this moment in the limelight, the level 900 player Demon Saint finally stepped out. Oh, not 900 anymore. The last time he violated the Supreme God's contract and entered the low-level main city paid a huge price. 1. Cannot become a god for life. 2. The level is reduced by half, only 450 levels now. With the might of the Celestial Emperor, I guess it's not a problem to fight with a level 450. But it wasn't afraid. It also has S-class talent. And it's not lowered in grade, mythic grade. It also had a holy artifact. In fact, it originally had a divine weapon, but the level requirement to wear it was relatively high, and after dropping levels, it couldn't wear it, and even if it was a holy weapon, the wear requirement basically had to be level 500 or higher. This 450 level holy weapon was something that it found with great difficulty. It should be enough to kill the Heavenly Emperor. To cause me to pay such a great price, how can I spare you? It had already been punked once, and there was no need to pay a price when it entered a low-level main city again, as it quickly set out and teleported towards Manhwa City. Yi Yu had, last time, pitted many demonic high-level players. These players, at the moment, could also strike without paying a price. Wait a little longer. The Heavenly Emperor is too weird, let the Demon Saint try him. But Yi Yu had after all killed 10 major demonic masters, and these high-level players were underpowered and decided to take a look. Manhwa City, a 4-pole main city. Yi Yu's teleportation to the demonic civilization was random, but the location and his level would correspond, and he would enter the 4-pole main city at level 180. Normally, a level 1 main city is level 1550. Level 2 main city level 5090. Level 9150 for 3-pole main city. Level 4 main city 150-250. Level 5 main city 250-350. Level 6 main city level 350-450. The level is very strict. It is difficult for high-level creatures to enter the low-level area. This is a kind of protection for the low-level creatures under the contract of the Supreme God, so that the whole universe civilization can develop in a stable and orderly manner, just as it protects the low-level civilization. But it won't be protected all the time. Paying a price, one can also enter the low-level main city. Invading civilizations, there are ways to do that as well. This, in order to maintain civilizational competition. The supreme gods were high above the rest. He was the deity who made the rules, and the entire universe, civilization, functioned under his regulations. Yi Yu was in the demon civilization before, and saw that the highest level 2 main city here was a level 60 creature. The reason for this was that the demon civilization had made a big mistake and was punished by the supreme god, and for cities below 3 poles, the level of creatures could not be high, but after level 4 it was normal. It was evident that the supreme god was powerful. And after reaching the level 7 main city, the creatures are all above level 450 and belong to the high-end power of the civilization, and there is no level restriction when the supreme god is not protecting them. Creatures after level 450 can travel within level 7, 8, and 9 main cities and empires, at will. When Yi Yu reached the level 7 main city, all the ones he encountered were experts. However, right now, Heavenly Emperor. Within the silent forest, some players saw Yi Yu and immediately shivered. Chapter 127 Giant Bear Island. This group of level 150-250 players, Yi Yu really couldn't raise much interest. Tell me the things related to the giant power bear. He spoke indifferently, otherwise, Manhwa City, I'll destroy it. He would not be polite to a demonic civilization. What was there to be merciful about with them when they had hit his own doorstep last time? Giant Bear Island. I have the items to teleport there here for you. What he didn't expect was that the demonic player was obedient and took the initiative to tell the location and hand over the item. Giant Bear Island Teleportation Badge. Description: this allows you to teleport to Giant Bear Island. Naturally, it can be blitzed, but blitzed a million times won't help. So obedient? Yi Yu smiled sarcastically. He was not familiar with the things of the demon civilization. It was troublesome to go slowly to find them. Asking the players was the most convenient, but the cooperation of the demon players was out of his expectation. I am afraid that the Giant Bear Island, not simple. Since you want to pitch yourself. Imperial Sword Return. Imperial Sword Strike. 225 Sword Chi inspired. Demonic players were exterminated. Yi Yu was not in the habit of being punked by others. Shoo! The badge glowed and he quickly disappeared. The dead demon players immediately cursed on the world channel, informing the demons that the Heavenly Emperor had been pitched to Giant Bear Island. Giant Bear Island? That place, it's a forbidden land that belongs to a level 4 main city. Even a Heavenly Emperor might not be able to get away with it. Giant Bear Island, there are many level 4 main city players have gone in, but none of the players can take out the harvest from it. All were killed level. That's why the demon players took the initiative to offer their badges. Humph. The demon saint also saw the message and snorted coldly. He quickly traveled to the Giant Bear Island. The demonic civilization was like its home, which it was familiar with, and it quickly arrived at the Giant Power Bear Island, but it stayed just outside the island, as at level 450, it didn't even really dare to enter the Giant Power Bear Island. A Heavenly Emperor going in is looking for death. But after all, it's a Heavenly Emperor, so he might get away with it. This seat, waiting for you here. The demons were all overjoyed. Giant Bear Island plus the demon saint, the Heavenly Emperor will surely die. Inside the island. Yi looked up into the sky. The entire island was wrapped in a thick grievous aura. The island was also filled with grievous aura. Not an inch of grass could grow, and the entire island was very large. Roar! The moment he stepped in, there came a furious roar of anger. The grievances condensed into one giant power bear that violently struck out at him. Giant Power Bear Grievance, Platinum. Level, 250. Attack, 7,200. Blood, 17,166. Defense, 5,350. Skills, Mega Strength, Tarzan's Peak, Rage. Description: the giant bear on Giant Bear Island has suffered a punishment that has created countless ghosts. As long as there is a giant bear on the island, it can cause non-giant bear units to lose 10% of their blood per second, and they cannot drink medicine to replenish their blood. That's it? The attributes were so trashy that you could have slapped them to death. But the key was the description. The status of giant power bears in the demon civilization was equivalent to the status of Arons in the Blue Star civilization, where many giant power bears had once died, and their resentful souls formed a bizarre force that forced people to drop blood. It was presumably because they didn't want people from here to get something related to the giant power bears. That's right. Don't demonic civilizations know that there's giant bear island here? Don't they want it? It's not because of this weird power. While trying to block the spiteful souls, they kept dropping blood, and since this was the zone of a level 4 main city, it was difficult for higher level players to come over, and with the players of a level 4 main city, they simply couldn't resist the bizarre power. Well, you couldn't block it either. I cannot stop it. His chi and blood began to drop. But he didn't care, the giant power bear grudge spirit was attacking, and he directly struck out. Ding! Enemy plus 10,823, physical attack plus 10,823%. Boom! On his armor, purgatory demons emerged, descending into a monstrous sea of fire, vaporizing the resentful souls directly, thousands of demonic vines pumping, rooting, and killing the resentful souls in seconds, and a water dragon flying freely. The group of demons danced chaotically. 17,166. 17,265. Scarlet damage surfaced everywhere. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained a hint of giant bear bloodline, 1, 10,000 times the storm. You can gain a hint of giant bear bloodline, 10,000 or a hint of rift bear bloodline, 1. He immediately checked. A trace of giant bear bloodline. Description 1, killing a giant power bear's grudge soul has a very low chance of popping out. Description 2, collecting 10,000 copies can make a power bear become a giant power bear. Not really useful to Yu, he already has the giant power bear. And the burst rate was really low. It took tens of thousands of kills to obtain such a trace, probably because the opposite side was just a resentful spirit, not a real giant bear, and didn't contain much bloodline power itself. This is still Yu has the lucky gemstone to burst out a share. Those who didn't have it, it was even harder to pop it out. Also, one continues to lose blood. I'm afraid that it was simply impossible for an unusual person to obtain a complete giant power bear bloodline here, and before he could obtain even a hint of giant power bear bloodline, the bizarre power made his chi and blood drop empty. A trace of rift bear bloodline. Description: collecting 10,000 copies can make the giant power bear become a rift bear. Rift bear can compete with Mega Dragon. This, then, is even harder to obtain. Ding, you have chosen a hint of rift bear bloodline, 1. Ding. Enemy plus 20,917, physical attack plus 20,917%. There were a lot of resentful souls here, attacking one after another, and Yu expressed his satisfaction. Thunder Flash Gun. Meteor Satsuma Stomp. Thunder Hawks. All kinds of skills bombarded indiscriminately. In fact, he did not even need to use skills. Flat A can kill the monster in seconds, but skills kill faster. He also summoned the Dark Knight. Let the Dark Knight summon 100,000 skeleton soldiers. The weird power here will make people lose blood, but the skeleton soldiers can still be refreshed and summoned when they die. It's most suitable for this kind of environment. Imperial Sword Return. Imperial Sword Strike. 225 sword chi strikes, covering 20,000 miles released for 1 hour. Each sword chi is enough to kill monsters in seconds. It was really easy for Yu to kill monsters. Ding, select a hint of Rift Bear Bloodline, 12. Ding, choose a hint of Rift Bear Bloodline, 17. The pleasant prompts kept ringing out. The Devil Saint was outside, watching the resentful souls on the island coalesce, and sneered in his heart. This giant bear island, in fact, was originally an empire formed by giant bears in the ancient times, and there were still a lot of giant bears at that time, but the demon civilization made a big mistake, and the giant bear island was annihilated by the supreme god with a slap. The demonic civilization at that time was still a level 2 civilization. It only dropped to a level 1 civilization after making mistakes and being punished. Therefore, the demonic civilization had been eager to invade, trying to use the invasion to restore its previous strength. It also really looked down on a 0.72 level civilization like the Blue Star civilization. The weird power in the island was also left behind by the supreme god, which was that he didn't want people to obtain the giant bear. After all, the demon civilization had once borrowed the giant bear, and even the source of the giant bear's bloodline, the rift bear, which was very fond of causing trouble in the universe. But the supreme god didn't like to upset the balance, and liked to leave a little hope from a dead end. So by killing a resentful soul, there was still a very low hope of exploding a trace of bloodline. But, wanting to gather a complete set? Meh. That's the power left behind by the supreme god life god. Even if a deity comes here, they have to lose 1% of blood per second. The heavenly emperor can't be an exception, right? Now, it should be dead? Ding. You are dead. Resurrection. Yu used this skill for the first time. Chapter 128, the most arrogant city building in history. Resurrection successful, you have no losses. Yiyu's body just disappeared and immediately coalesced, and it didn't drop levels or equipment. There wasn't even a hint of pain. Like a nobody, he continued to kill monsters. He should be dead, but the Heavenly Emperor is unusual. I can wait a little longer. The Demon Saint continued to wait as if he could see the Heavenly Emperor step out and he would strike. Ding, gained, a trace of Rift Bear bloodline, 23. Don't look at a time to obtain less, but Yiyu kills very quickly. The sword chi is free to strike. The Purgatory Demon does not need him to maneuver. The Skeleton Soldier himself is still killing monsters. So 1 second can hear quite a few times the sound of prompts. The harvest continues to accumulate. 6,224. But every second, it was also dropping blood. This bizarre power, I'm afraid it's not left by an unusual person. Mandatory 10% blood deduction per second. It's really perverted. How many lives does an ordinary person have to deduce blood? Yiyu was also analyzing the surroundings. He didn't realize that this was the power left behind by the Supreme God. He, however, had the inheritance of the Supreme God, the occupation's secret skill. Oh no, and blitzed it. 10 seconds later, he died again. Breaker's secret technique, breaking and rebuilding. He used the skill for the first time. Ding! You have been revived without consumption, all attributes enhanced by 100% for 1 minute. The secret skill was just cool, it didn't even consume. The previous resurrection spell had consumed blue. And hanging, there are benefits. It had to make the players who had died with heavy losses enviously want to try dying again. Attributes are all increased, attack increases nothing. Yiyu would have been able to kill monsters in seconds, but his attack speed, movement speed, and so on at the moment, all increased by 100%, kill even faster. It is really too simple. Yiyu have the leisure to do other things. Almost forgot, the occupation quest was not collected. He took out the War God stone statue. With just such a stone statue, if Yiyu took the initiative to shatter it, he could exert a strike from a level 260 Supreme God. I'm afraid that destroying the entire giant bear island would be a piece of cake, and those resentful souls would surely be directly exterminated in their entirety. So Yiyu was really relaxed. Is the Heavenly Emperor dead now? I don't know, waiting for news from the Demon Saint. Even if he didn't die, he must be having a tough time right now. Who let him die in vain on Giant Bear Island? We gave him the badge, he really believed it, really think he is very powerful. What dragon pool in Tiger's Lair can casually break through? Ding! You have received the Destroyer Profession Turn 8 quest. Quest details, kill an enemy over level 100 single combat only. Mission time, unlimited. Mission reward, can continue to upgrade. Mission description, the Destroyer goes forward and must have a strong ability to cross the level of the challenge. That's tough. It's not enemy strength that's hard. Rather, Yiyu is now level 180 and could not find a level 280 to kill for the time being. When I go out from Giant Bear Island, I still have to go find a level 280 or above to kill. It's still quite annoying. Yiyu muttered to himself. Time passed. Ding, you have been resurrected without consumption, all attributes enhanced by 100% for 1 minute. He kept resurrecting and improving his attributes. Finally, he reached the requirement before the last resurrection opportunity ran out. Ding, you have gathered a hint of Rift Bear bloodline, 10,000 and obtained. Rift Bear bloodline, 1. Shu Tan. The entire giant power bear island, there are already only a few resentful souls left. Yiyu is too lazy to pay attention to it, and directly handed over to his men to kill. Whether it will burst out the bloodline, Yiyu doesn't care anymore, he has all the complete ones already. The reason why he cleaned up the resentful souls is because this island is huge and it's a free zone. After all, no one dares to come here and won't occupy it. He had many level 3 city lord seals. It wasn't too convenient to build a city in the Blue Star civilization. After all, level 0.72 civilizations were a bit small, and there were even less free zones. But the demonic civilization, it was big enough. More crucially, he had a guess. Building a city in a foreign civilization, such a big move, should be able to gain a lot of cosmic prestige value, right? Just say it and do it. Hey, it's been so long, why haven't we heard from the Demon Saint yet? Has the Heavenly Emperor died yet? I feel like it's definitely dead. After all, Giant Bear Island is too terrifying. On the World Channel, the demons had been hotly debating. Yiyu threw out a City Lord Seal. The moment the City Lord Seal landed on the ground, a huge city immediately appeared. Yiyu waited up expectantly and with some apprehension. After all, he was only guessing. Ding dong! Universe announcement, congratulations to Blue Star player, Heavenly Emperor, who has built a 3-pole main city in the demon civilization, and since he is the first player to build a city for the first time in a foreign civilization, he is hereby rewarded with 2,000 points of reputation value throughout the universe. Ness. Yiyu was also in a somewhat excited mood. But the Omniverse announcement sang 50 times in a row, and other cosmic creatures didn't feel the same way. I'm going to go build a city in a foreign civilization. How did you do that? It's impossible to build a city in a foreign civilization unless one invades and occupies the entire civilization, or if the entire civilization surrenders, one can build their own city in that civilization. Could it be that the demon civilization surrendered to the Blue Star civilization? The entire universe of civilizations couldn't figure this out. Bull. How can we, the demon civilization, surrender to the Blue Star civilization? What the hell is going on here? Didn't you say that the Heavenly Emperor must have hung up and must be in a terrible mess now? Demon players were on the World Channel, completely messed up. A creature from a trashy civilization building a city in its own home? The ones with the most wonderful expressions were still the players from the Blue Star civilization. The players of the entire Blue Star, including those on the rank list such as Dragon Smile and Dragon June, all stared in disbelief. The Heavenly Emperor had built another three-pole main city? It was also built in a cosmic civilization. Divine Lord, Ice Emperor, and the other faces were stagnant. The entire person was confused. Why was this person strong and unreasonable? Like them, there was also the Demon Saint. Nima. It watched as all the resentful souls on the giant bear island disappeared, and guessed that the Heavenly Emperor might have resisted the bizarre power there, and was in a state of shock when it suddenly saw a city rising up from the ground. It was right in front of itself, building a city. He had waited so long, thinking that the Heavenly Emperor was miserable now, but he turned out to be so cool. Ding! 10,000 times the storm, gained 20 million all-universe reputation value. Yiyu was satisfied, having tasted the sweetness. Of course he had to continue. Just now, only get one, is to see if it can work. After all, the Dragon Bear Island is very special. Cosmic civilization right to build a city did not let him down, so he simply threw out all the remaining seals of the city's master. And so, in the eyes of the Demon Saint, close to 40,000 cities, they instantly plunged straight into the clouds and sky, as if they were stuck in the heart of the Demon Saint. Nima. The Demon Saint couldn't stand it anymore, it was too arrogant. In just a few seconds before and after, the Heavenly Emperor had built so many cities in the demonic civilization,